In the scorching heat of July, the sun at 6 in the evening still blazed fiercely against the cement walls of the old residential building. Lin An, clutching the end-of-term report card dampened by sweat, stood outside the iron gate of room 301 for a full 17 minutes. The hallway was thick with the smell of cooking oil from the neighbors, along with faint sounds of TV and a child's crying. These sounds of home now wrapped around him like heavy cocoons, suffocating him. Physics 62. Chemistry 58. Math 67. English 71. Chinese 85. Class rank 4145. He could almost picture his father's forehead veins bulging upon seeing the report card, his mother setting down the vegetables she was picking, fixing him with that look of disappointment and exhaustion, and then sighing, a sigh that hurt more than any scolding. The sound of the key turning in the lock felt especially heavy. Back came his mother's voice from the kitchen, accompanied by the clatter of a spatula. "Wash your hands first, wait for your father, and we'll eat." Lin An lowered his head to change shoes, his voice like a mosquito's buzz. "Mom, the report card is out." The cooking sound stopped for a moment, then resumed. "Put it on the table." That thin sheet of paper was placed on the corner of a chipped wooden dining table, glaringly white under the dim light. Lin An sat on a plastic stool, his back ramrod straight, his eyes fixed on a crack in the tabletop. A crack left from last Chinese New Year when his father, drunk, had slammed the table. At 6:30, his father Lin Jiangwo's footsteps echoed in the stairwell, heavy and rhythmic. The door opened, bringing in the distinct smell of machine oil from the factory. "Dad." Lin Jiangwo glanced at him, then swept his gaze across the dining table, landing precisely on the report card. The air suddenly froze. Lin An watched his father's hand reach for the paper, knuckles large and coarse black grease still lodged in the nails. Time stretched long enough for him to hear the pounding of his own heart against his chest, and the deliberately softened sound of dishes being washed in the kitchen. "Is this what you've learned in a whole semester?" Lin Jiangwo's voice was not loud, but every word struck like a hammer. Lin An opened his mouth, but his throat was dry. "Speak." The table was slammed hard, rattling the bowls and chopsticks. I tried. Lin Jiangwo pulled at the corner of his mouth, his smile cold and sharp. "Trying to get fifth from last. Lin An, your mother and I work from dawn to dusk. I work swing shifts. Your mother stands for 10 hours at the supermarket just to give you a trying like this." Mother leaned out from the kitchen, rubbing her apron. "Honey, let's eat first." "Eat what?" Lin Jiangwo rose abruptly, grabbed the report card, and crumpled it in his hand. "Look at this." Physics 62. Chemistry failed. "With these grades, what high school can you get into?" Lin An buried his head even lower. What could he say? That those formulas and equations were a tangled mess in his mind. That every time he took an exam his palms sweated and his mind went blank. That he was already so afraid of disappointing his parents. "Starting tomorrow you're on break." Lin Jiangwo threw the report card to the floor. "Don't stay at home either. Go out, take a look outside. Look at the street sweepers, the bricklayers. See what kind of life you'll have if you can't get into high school." Lin An suddenly looked up, his pupils contracting. "Honey, what are you saying?" Mother's voice trembled. "What am I saying?" Lin Jiangwo pointed at Lin An's nose. "Let him experience it. Take 30 yuan, go live outside for 3 days. See what he can make of himself without this family." "But the child is still small." "Small. At his age I was already an apprentice in a factory." Lin Jiangwo turned and walked into the bedroom, slamming the door shut. The kitchen faucet dripped steadily. Mother came over, bent down to pick up the crumpled report card, and slowly smoothed it with her palm. Her fingers were rough, covered in small cracks. Lin An saw her eyes redden, but in the end she just patted his shoulder, her voice very soft. "Go pack your things first. Your dad is just angry. It'll be fine in a couple of days." Lin An mechanically stood up and walked toward his own tiny room, less than 6 square meters. On the desk were piled exercise books and test papers, and on the wall hung a 3 good student certificate from elementary school, now yellowed and curled at the edges. Outside, the sky had completely darkened. Lights in distant buildings flickered on one by one, each light a warm home. But his home at this moment was as cold as an ice cellar. He opened his backpack and began to pack. A change of t-shirt, a pair of shorts, toothbrush, and towel. His movements were slow, as if waiting for something. Waiting for his father to suddenly open the door and say forget it, or for his mother to stop him. But nothing happened. Only the muffled sobbing of his mother from the living room and the heavy sighs of his father behind the bedroom door. Lin An zipped up his backpack and slung it over his shoulder. The backpack was light, so light it made him uneasy. He walked out of the room. His mother stood by the dining table watching him, her lips moving, but in the end she just pulled 3 crumpled 10-yuan notes from her apron pocket and pressed them into his hand. Here. Buy something to eat if you're hungry. The money was neatly folded, still warm from her body. Lin An wanted to say, "Mom, I'm sorry," but his throat was blocked. He bowed deeply, then turned and opened the door. The stairwell light flickered on, casting a dim yellow glow on the cement steps stretching downward. He did not look back. The iron door closed behind him with a dull, heavy thud like the declaration of an end. Stepping out of the apartment building door, the warm summer night breeze brushed against his face, carrying the faint scent of jasmine from the flower beds downstairs. Lin An stood in the dim halo of a street lamp, looking at the 30-yuan bill in his hand that had grown warm from his grip. Suddenly everything felt unreal. He was really kicked out. Because of a report card. On the vacant lot in front of the residential building, a few children were still chasing and playing, their laughter crisp. Their mothers were sitting on a stone bench not far away, fanning themselves with palm leaf fans and chatting, occasionally calling out, "Slow down." That was a summer night scene very familiar to Lin An, but today he was an outsider looking in. Where should I go? A park bench? A bridge? Or a 24-hour fast food joint? Lin An clutched the money tighter and decided to go to the convenience store to buy food that could last him 3 days. 30 yuan had to be budgeted carefully. The convenience store at the entrance of the residential area had the air conditioning running full blast. A few students in school uniforms were picking out ice cream bars at the freezer. One of them caught sight of Lin and nudged his companion and whispered something. Lin An recognized them. They were from the same grade but different classes, and their grades seemed to rank in the top 50 of the entire grade. He lowered his head and quickly walked toward the discount section at the back of the shelf. 5 packs of simple instant noodles, 10 yuan. A small pack of sausages, 5 yuan. 2-1. 5-liter bottles of water, 4 yuan. 11 yuan left. He hesitated, then picked up a cheap loaf of bread, 3.5 yuan. There was a queue at the checkout. An auntie in front bought yogurt and fruit. As she scanned her phone, it announced Alpay received 68 yuan. When it was Lin An's turn, he placed the items from his arms onto the counter one by one, somewhat clumsily. "Is that all?" The cashier, a young woman, glanced at the backpack behind him. "Run away from home." Lin An's face flushed instantly. He stammered, unable to speak. The girl smiled and didn't press further, nimbly scanning and bagging. 21.50. The 10 yuan bill, still warm from his mother's hand, along with 2 others, had been dampened by the sweat from his palm. Lin An carefully counted out 2 tens, 1 yuan, and a 50-cent coin, placing them on the counter. 21.50 exactly. The girl handed him the plastic bag. "Take care of it." As he walked out of the convenience store, the plastic bag cut deep red marks into his hand. Lin An stuffed the items into his backpack. The instant noodles and bread gave the once empty bag a sharp, angular shape. He suddenly remembered how before a spring outing when he was a child his mother used to pack his bag for him. But back then she filled it with snacks, fruit, and wet wipes. Now only the cheapest food that could last 3 days. The night grew deeper and the traffic on the streets thinned out. Lin An walked along the sidewalk aimlessly, passing an internet cafe where a few young men with dyed hair were smoking outside the door, passing a snack shop that was already closed, its rolling shutter half down inside the sound of washing the floor, passing a barber shop with pink lights, its glass door plastered with blurry silhouette posters. He didn't dare go too far, afraid of getting completely lost. Finally he stopped at a small park about 2 kilometers from the neighborhood. The park was tiny, just a patch of grass, some exercise equipment, and a path circling a small artificial lake. By this time there was hardly anyone around. Only an old man with earphones on a distant bench staring motionlessly at the lake. Lin An chose a bench under a large locust tree. The wooden seat was still warm from the daytime sun, and he could feel the residual heat as he sat down. He unloaded his backpack and held it in his arms like it was his only comfort. His stomach growled. He hesitated for a few minutes, then unzipped his backpack and took out a pack of instant noodles. No hot water, so he had to eat it dry. The noodle brick crunched in his mouth, making a loud cracking sound. The salty taste of the seasoning powder spread across his tongue, a bit choking. He unscrewed the water bottle and took a sip, the cold liquid mixing with the dry crumbs sliding down his throat. It was only the first night, and he was already homesick. He missed his old but comfortable bed at home, missed the taste of his mother's cooking, even if it was just scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and even missed his father's stern but at least present scolding. Tears welled up without warning. Lin An blinked hard and buried his face in his knees. Don't cry. Crying would make it even more pathetic, he told himself. The night breeze blew across the lake, bringing moist air and faint frog calls. In the distance on the city's main road, car lights formed a flowing river of light, and neon signs flickered. The world was so bustling and glamorous, yet there was no room for a 15-year-old boy. Lin An fished out his phone from the side pocket of his backpack, an old smartphone with a cracked screen. He lit up the screen. The time was 9:47 p.m. No missed calls, no new messages. He opened the contacts list, his finger hovering over the contact labeled home for a long time. In the end, he locked the screen and shoved the phone back into his pocket. What was his mother doing now? Maybe secretly wiping away tears. And his father? Maybe still sulking or already asleep. Would they regret it a little? Would they call him tomorrow morning to come back? Lin An hugged his backpack tightly, leaning against the cold iron armrest of the bench. He decided to wait until dawn. Maybe things would turn around. The night grew darker. The streetlights in the park were spaced far apart, casting dim yellowish light. Mosquitoes began to gather, buzzing around his bare arms and calves. Lin An swatted at them, then pulled a long-sleeved shirt out of his backpack and draped it over his legs. Drowsiness began to creep in. The day's tension and the exhaustion of the moment made his eyelids heavy. He was afraid to really fall asleep, scared of his backpack being stolen, scared of encountering bad people, so he forced himself to stay awake, jolting awake every few minutes. After an unknown time, the distant church bell chimed a dull 12 times. Midnight. A new day had already begun, and he was still sitting on this bench, hugging a backpack full of instant noodles, waiting for a forgiveness that might never come. Lin An buried his face into the shirt and took a deep breath. The shirt had the scent of laundry detergent from home, a faint jasmine fragrance mixed with the mothball smell from the wardrobe he had used for years. That was the scent of home. Finally the tears fell silently, seeping into the fabric. The next morning Lin An was woken by the heat. At 6 a.m. the sun had already climbed high, baking every inch of the park without any shelter. The wooden bench was scorching hot. Lin An felt as if he were lying on a frying pan. His back t-shirt was soaked through, clinging stickily to his skin. He sat up groggily, his neck and shoulders aching and stiff from the curled sleeping position. Looking around, the park was already filled with early rising seniors practicing Tai Chi, the music slow and melodious, mingling with the birdsong. The phone screen showed the time, and the notification bar remained empty. No calls, no messages. The last shred of wishful thinking evaporated like dew under the sunlight. His father was serious. 3 days meant 3 days. Lin An rubbed his face, took out a bottle of water and a loaf of bread from his backpack. The bread had dried out overnight, chewy like sawdust, but he forced himself to finish the whole piece. He had to ration the food for the next 2.5 days. In the morning he went to the nearby library. At least there was air conditioning, seats, and free books to pass the time. Lin An chose a corner seat, grabbed a novel at random from the shelf, but after flipping through a dozen pages he hadn't absorbed a single word. His mind kept replaying the scene from yesterday. His father slamming the report card, his mother's red-rimmed eyes, and that 30 yuan. At noon he hid in the library restroom and ate a bag of instant noodles dry. He sprinkled too much seasoning powder, which made him cough violently. He quickly rinsed his mouth with tap water. In the mirror his hair was disheveled, faint dark circles under his eyes, and a smear of orange seasoning powder at the corner of his mouth. How pathetic. In the afternoon he dared not stay in the library any longer, afraid the librarian would notice a boy who never left all day and brought his own food. He wandered aimlessly along the commercial street, backpack on his back, looking at the exquisite clothes and electronics in the shop windows, watching young people laughing and chatting in line at the milk tea shops, seeing families sharing burgers and fries in the fast food restaurant. Every time he saw a scene of family, a dull ache tightened in his chest. As dusk fell, the sky began to darken. Thick clouds pressed in from the west, the air grew muggy and humid, and the wind carried the scent of earth. It was going to rain. Lin An quickened his pace, intending to return to that small park. At least there was a pavilion to shelter from the rain. But halfway there, raindrops as large as beans came crashing down without warning. At first just a few sparse drops, then it turned into a torrential downpour. The sky seemed to have been torn open, rain pouring down in a deluge, instantly soaking the ground and raising a white mist. Pedestrians on the road cried out and scattered in all directions, seeking shelter. Lin An also ran, his backpack slapping heavily against his back. He dashed into a bus stop. Under the small canopy several people were already crowded. He could only stand at the edge, and soon half his body was soaked by the rain slanting in. Rainwater streamed down his hair into his eyes, stinging and painful. His t-shirt was drenched, sticking to his skin, and the wind made him shiver with cold. He hugged his arms, watching the white curtain of rain outside the stop and the spray from speeding vehicles on the road. A bus pulled in splashing water all over his leg. The people on the platform scrambled to get on the bus, and soon he was the only one left. The sky darkened rapidly and the storm's streetlights lit up early, casting blurred halos of yellow light in the rain. The distant neon signs became indistinct, the whole world immersed in a cold, wet gray. The rain showed no sign of stopping. Lin An's legs grew numb from standing and his teeth began to chatter from the cold. He glanced at his phone. 7 in the evening. He had no idea when the rain would stop, and the pavilion in the park was at least a 20-minute walk away. Running there in this downpour would surely make him ill. He fished out the remaining money from his pocket, 2 10-yuan notes, and some change. An overnight stay at an internet cafe, the cheapest, would cost at least 15 yuan, leaving him only 5 yuan for food tomorrow. If he went to a 24-hour fast food restaurant and ordered the cheapest drink to sit through the night, that would also cost about 10 yuan. Just as he was hesitating, a fierce gust of wind blew, carrying icy rain that drenched him completely. Lin An sneezed loudly and a dull headache began to set in. He couldn't go on like this. Gritting his teeth, he decided to find the cheapest small inn nearby and ask about the price. Maybe he could meet a kind soul who would let him owe the money or give a discount. Clutching his backpack to his chest, he dashed out of the bus stop against the rain. His shoes stepped into puddles, immediately filling with water, making a squelching sound with every step. Rain blurred his vision. He could only squint and rely on memory to run toward that old residential area. There might be family run-ins there. The streets were empty. Occasionally a car drove by, headlights piercing the rain curtain. Lin An's breathing grew more rapid and a burning pain seared his chest. He felt like a fish washed ashore, struggling futilely on land. After running past 2 blocks, he stopped at the entrance of an alley, leaning against the wall and gasping for breath. Rainwater dripped continuously from his hair ends, chin, and fingertips, forming a small puddle at his feet. Deep in the alley, a solitary street lamp glowed, and under the light the raindrops fell like silver threads, dense and steady. Just then he saw a white figure at the other end of the alley. The person was holding a large black umbrella, which created a stable dry space in the downpour. The edge of the umbrella lifted slightly, revealing a cascade of silver-white hair. No, it was white like moonlight, giving off a faint luster even in the dim rainy night. The person seemed to be looking at him. Lin An stood frozen, rain washing over his face. He couldn't make out the features, only vaguely felt that it seemed to be a girl. She walked toward him. Black boots stepped into the puddles, her pace incredibly light, barely splashing any water. As the distance closed, Lin An saw she was wearing a black, somewhat unusual outfit with the skirt hem above the knee, revealing fair, slender legs. The umbrella edge lifted higher. Lin An met a pair of eyes. Blood-red eyes. In the dim streetlight and the torrential rain, those eyes shone with astonishing brightness, like rubies soaked in wine or like manjasaka blossoms blooming in the dead of night. The rain did not touch her at all. Her white hair flowed softly over her shoulders, a few strands gently stirred by the wind. She stopped in front of him, tilting the umbrella slightly to shield him from the rain falling on his head. "Oh my," her voice was crisp with a hint of playful amusement. "Soak like this you'll get sick, you know." Lin An opened his mouth but couldn't utter a sound. He was too cold, too exhausted, and the scene before him was too bizarre. A girl with white hair and crimson eyes holding a black umbrella in a deserted alley on a stormy night, like an apparition from another world. The girl tilted her head, white hair sliding over her shoulder. Her gaze fell on his soaked backpack, then moved back to his pale face. "No place to go?" she asked, her blood-red eyes reflecting the streetlight as if hiding endless secrets. "Want to come to my place to take shelter from the rain?" She extended her hand, black gloves covering slender fingers, the fingertips faintly glowing in the rainy night. "My home is not far," the girl smiled, revealing 2 small sharp fangs. "And I promise, I won't eat you." The rain poured down the alley, filled with the sound of splashing water. Lin An looked at the hand reaching out to him, then raised his eyes to those inhuman crimson pupils. Reason told him to run away, to refuse to find a normal human for help. But he was too cold, too exhausted, too desperate for a place that could shield him from the wind and rain. And somehow those eyes held no malice, only a kind of innocent yet cunning curiosity, as if discovering an interesting new toy. Against his better judgment, he slowly raised his own cold, trembling hand toward that gloved hand. Lost in the deep forest. In the instant Lin An's hand was grasped, a cold sensation spread up through his fingertips. Not the chill of rainwater, but a deeper cold, as if touching some essence. But the hand quickly tightened, and the warmth from the palm was surprisingly warm, creating a strange contrast of temperatures. "Follow me." The white-haired girl, she called herself Bai Shui, said softly, turning and leading him deeper into the alley. The rain continued, but no more drops fell on Lin An's head. That black umbrella steadily sheltered them both, and silver patterns on the edge occasionally glinted under the streetlight. He stumbled after her, his soaked shoes making heavy sounds in the puddles while the girl's boots stepped on the water, leaving only the faintest ripples. They crossed the alley and turned into another narrower path. The buildings on both sides grew older, the streetlights farther apart, the light so dim he could barely see the ground. Lin An's heart began to pound. This direction was completely unfamiliar, not leading to any residential area. Is your home really this way? He couldn't help asking, his voice trembling from the cold. Bai Shui did not turn around, just gently shook the hand holding his. It's right ahead, very soon. After another few minutes of walking, the outline of a forest appeared ahead. It was a shelter belt on the edge of the city. Perhaps elderly people would take walks there during the day, but in this stormy night the dark swaying tree shadows and the wind looked like monsters with claws bared. Lin An stopped. What's wrong? Bai Shui turned back, her blood-red eyes faintly glowing in the darkness. Is there a house? In the woods? Lin An's voice grew smaller. I've never heard of. Big sister's home is rather secluded. Bai Shui tilted her head, white hair slipping over her shoulder. Are you scared? Lin An was indeed scared. Reason screamed at him to turn and run, but his body wouldn't obey. Perhaps numbed by the cold, or perhaps subconsciously knowing that leaving this umbrella and this mysterious girl would only expose him again to the storm, homeless. And, though her eyes were unnaturally red, there was indeed no malice in her gaze. At least Lin An didn't feel any. Let's go. Bai Shui tugged at him again, this time with a bit more force. If you stay in the rain any longer, you'll really get sick. Big sister doesn't want a sickly guest. The last two words she said very softly, as if savoring them in her mouth. Lin An took a deep breath and stepped forward. The moment he stepped into the forest, the sound of rain suddenly diminished. Not that the rain had stopped, but the dense canopy of leaves blocked the rain layer upon layer, only fine droplets leaking through the gaps. The ground beneath was soft and damp, covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves, making almost no sound when stepped on. Bai Shui released his hand and closed the umbrella. Lin An noticed that when the umbrella was folded, almost no rainwater slid off. The black fabric gleamed like silk in the dim light. This way. She walked ahead, her white hair the only clear marker in the dim forest. Lin An followed her, stumbling through the woods. The surrounding trees grew taller and taller, their trunks thick enough to require several people to encircle bark covered in moss. This place didn't resemble a normal urban shelter belt at all, it was more like a primeval forest. How long have we been walking? Lin An couldn't help asking. His phone was in his pocket, but he dared not take it out. The screen was already cracked and more rain might finish it off. Not long. Bai Shui's voice came from a headlight, as if she were strolling. Look, we're almost there. She pushed aside a curtain of hanging vines. Lin An froze. Beyond the vines was a clearing in the forest. In the center of the clearing stood a building. It couldn't simply be called a house. It was made of stone walls of dark gray ancient rock covered with more vines and moss. The building had 3 stories, a pointed roof, a few narrow tall windows, their glass pitch black in the night, reflecting no light. The overall style was ancient and heavy, like a miniature castle lifted straight from an old European painting. Most importantly, how could such a building be hidden silently in the woods on the edge of the city? How could it not be discovered by anyone? Cold sweat broke out on Lin An's back, this time not from the cold. Welcome to my home. Bai Shui turned around and gave him a radiant smile. Her blood-red eyes shone strikingly under the shadow of the castle. She skipped to the heavy black wooden door and raised her hand to knock. The door slid inward silently without the sound of hinges or the turning of a pivot, as if it were merely an illusion. Inside the door was a warm orange glow. Come in. Bai Shui stood at the entrance, beckoning to him, her white hair seeming to glow in the light spilling from the doorway. It's cold outside. Lin An stood still, his feet as if nailed to the ground. Entering meant stepping into a completely unknown place, clearly not belonging to the normal world. Not entering meant returning to the rain, to the bench, to 30 yuan and 3 days of instant noodles. He looked at Bai Shui. The girl tilted her head, her expression innocent yet expectant, like a child showing off a secret base. Against his better judgment, Lin An stepped forward. His wet shoes stepped onto the stone floor inside the castle, making a faint echo. The door closed silently behind him. The moment the door shut, the sound of wind and rain outside vanished completely. Not just good soundproofing, it was an absolute silence. As if the building itself existed in another space, and the door just now was a passage connecting 2 worlds. Lin An stood stiffly in the foyer, his eyes adjusting to the light. The foyer was more spacious than he had imagined, with a high ceiling. From the ceiling hung a wrought iron chandelier holding not electric bulbs but real candles. The candle flames burned quietly, casting flickering shadows. The walls were exposed stone hung with a few oil paintings whose contents were unclear, their frames dark gold with some edges peeling. The air carried a mixture of scents, the papery smell of old books, the beeswax of candles, and a faint, sweet yet slightly gamey fragrance like some rare flower. "Make yourself at home," Bai Shue's voice rang out. Lin An then noticed that on one side of the foyer were several ancient-looking armchairs with a small side table beside them. He hesitated, not daring to sit. He was soaking wet and would dirty the chairs. I'll stand." His voice sounded small in the empty foyer. Bai Shui had already walked in front of him, leaned in a little, her blood-red eyes scanning him up and down. "You're still trembling. Wait a moment." She turned and walked to a door on the other side of the foyer, pushed it open, and disappeared inside. Lin An heard the sound of rummaging, and a few seconds later she returned with a huge soft white towel. "Here," she handed him the towel. "Dry your hair. As for clothes, let me see if I can find something you can wear." Lin An took the towel. The towel was exceptionally soft and thick, incredibly absorbent. Just a casual wipe of his hair absorbed most of the water. As he dried himself, he secretly observed the surroundings. This place was too strange. No electric lights, only candles and a fireplace. On the right side there was indeed a stone fireplace with a real fire burning. No modern furniture, everything looked at least 100 years old, yet all were spotless and well maintained. There were no switches, no sockets, no trace of the 21st century. And such a vast space, yet eerily silent. No hum of a refrigerator, no ticking of a clock, not even the chirping of insects, or the rustle of wind that should have come from outside. "Found it." Bai Shui poked her head out from the door again, holding a white shirt and a pair of dark trousers. "These should fit you. Change into them first, give me your wet clothes and I'll dry them for you." She thrust the clothes into Lin An's arms, then naturally turned around to face the wall. "I won't look, so hurry up and change." Lin An's face flushed crimson. Though they were both boys, no, she was a girl. Where should I change?" "Right here." Bai Shue's voice carried a hint of amusement. "Don't worry, big sister said she won't look, so she won't. Or..." She drew out her words, "Are you shy?" Lin An's face grew even redder. Gritting his teeth, he turned his back and with the fastest speed possible stripped off his soaked t-shirt and trousers, then pulled on the dry clothes. The clothes were made of linen, a bit loose but still fitting, and carried the clean scent of sun-dried fabric. I'm done," he murmured. Bai Shui turned around, her eyes lighting up. "They suit you nicely." She walked over naturally, taking the damp clothes from his hands, her fingertips brushing against his knuckles. Ice cold. Unlike the warmth of their handshake earlier, this touch was fleeting and frigid. Before Lin An could dwell on it, he saw Bai Shui take his wet clothes to the fireplace and casually flick them. Water droplets flew from the fabric, but in midair they turned into fine white steam and vanished with a soft hiss. In just a few seconds the pile of wet clothes became dry and fluffy as if straight out of a dryer. Lin An's mouth fell open. "Here." Bai Shui handed the dry clothes back, smiling sweetly. "Now you'll have something to wear tomorrow." How did you?" Lin An took the clothes, his voice trembling. This." Bai Shui blinked. "Just a little trick. Like this." She raised her hand and snapped her fingers. All the candle flames in the foyer flickered at once, then burned brighter. The fire in the hearth surged up a notch before settling back down. "Get it?" she asked, tilting her head. Lin An didn't get it. His mind was in chaos. Magic. Superpowers. Or, what are you? He finally asked the question that had been on his mind since the alley. "Me." Bai Shui laughed, revealing two sharp little fangs. "I'm Bai Shui. Didn't I tell you just now? But your eyes, your hair, and this house. You mean these?" Bai Shui twirled a strand of her long white hair around her finger. "My eyes are natural, and my hair too. As for the house..." She glanced around, her blood-red eyes flickering with an emotion Lin An couldn't read. "This is my family's old house, passed down for many, many generations. It's in a remote location, so hardly anyone knows about it." The explanation was riddled with holes, yet her tone was so natural, so matter-of-fact, that it almost made you believe her. "So you live here alone?" Lin An asked. "Yes." Bai Shui skipped over to an armchair, sat down, and crossed her legs. "Alone for a long time." When she said for a long time, there was a barely perceptible trace of loneliness in her voice. But the next second she laughed again, and patted the chair beside her. Don't just stand there, have a seat. By the way, you still haven't told me your name. Lin An slowly walked over and sat down cautiously. The chair was very comfortable, its stuffing soft and springy. My name is Lin An, he said. Lin An. Bai Shui repeated it, her tongue lightly pressing against the roof of her mouth, as if savoring the sound of the name. A very nice name. So, Lin An, why were you running around alone in the rainy night? Had a fight with your family? Lin An lowered his head, his fingers twisting together. I was kicked out. Kicked out? Bai Shui's voice rose. Why? Bad grades. Lin An's voice grew even softer. I failed the final exams. He waited for her reaction, disappointment, disgust, or anger like his father's. But Bai Shui just said, oh, and then is that all? Lin An looked up. In the candlelight the girl was resting her chin on her hand, her blood-red eyes holding no judgment, only pure curiosity. Are grades really that important? Of course they are, Lin An said instinctively. If you do badly you can't get into a good high school, then you can't get into a good college, then you can't find a good job. And then? Bai Shui interrupted him. Then you'll have a hard life. Lin An recalled his father's words. Like my dad, working shifts in a factory with grease stains on his hands that never wash off. Bai Shui listened quietly, her fingers unconsciously winding around her hair. When Lin An finished she spoke softly. But you know your dad still raised you to be this big, didn't he? Lin An was stunned. What I mean is, Bai Shui continued, her voice gentle, is a person's happiness really determined just by grades or jobs? Laughing when you're happy, crying when you're sad, eating when you're hungry, sleeping when you're tired, aren't these the most important things? As she spoke her gaze drifted as if recalling something from long ago. Lin An had never heard such a notion. In his world grades were everything and scores were worth. But this white-haired, red-eyed girl with the lightest of tones had overturned the beliefs he'd held for 15 years. Do you really think so? He asked. Of course. Bai Shui withdrew her gaze and reverted to her playful smile. So since you've been kicked out and have nowhere to go for now, would you like to stay here for a few days? Lin An's heart leaped. Anyway, big sister has plenty of rooms, one more won't make a difference. Bai Shui stood up, walked over to him, bent down, and looked straight into his eyes with her blood-red irises. And you seem, quite interesting. Her face was very close. Lin An could see her long eyelashes and the tiny reflected specks of candlelight in her ruby eyes. Why aren't you saying anything? Bai Shui tilted her head. Afraid big sister will eat you up. Lin An swallowed, his throat dry. I don't have any money for rent. Who wants your money? Bai Shui straightened up and waved a hand. Just think of it as payment for keeping big sister company. I get bored living alone. With you here I'll have someone to talk to and play games with. How nice. Play games? Before Lin An could react, Bai Shui had already turned and headed for the stairs. Come on, I'll show you to the guest room. Get a good rest tonight, and tomorrow we'll have some fun. Her long white hair swayed behind her like a flowing stream of light. Lin An sat in the chair watching her retreating figure, then glanced around the ancient and eerie room. Reason told him that everything was too wrong, that he should leave immediately. But his body was honest, the dry clothes, the warm room, and this strange yet kind girl. He slowly stood up and followed her. The stairs were wooden, creaking softly underfoot. Bai Shui walked ahead, humming a melody unknown to him, a light, slightly exotic tune. When they reached the second-floor corridor, Lin An couldn't help asking, Miss Bai Shui, you said back in the alley that you were also lost. The girl in front paused for a moment. Then she turned back, candlelight illuminating half her face, her blood-red eyes curving into crescents. Yes, she said, her voice laced with undisguised cunning. Big sister is lost, in this city, in this forest, in this very, very long time. She turned and continued walking, her voice drifting back. But now it seems I've found something interesting. Want to play hide and seek? The guest room was more normal than Lin An had imagined. A small room, a single bed, a wardrobe, a desk, a chair. The window had dark curtains now tightly drawn. The walls were painted a soft cream and the floor was covered with a woven rug. If he hadn't known how bizarre the building itself was, Lin An would have almost thought it was an ordinary guesthouse room. Well satisfied. Bai Shui leaned against the doorframe, smiling. Very, very much, Lin An whispered. Thank you. You're welcome. Bai Shui walked in and casually sat on the bed, the mattress sinking slightly under her weight. You'll sleep here tonight then? The bathroom is at the end of the hall. Hot water is always available. Oh, and She suddenly leaned in, her nose twitching slightly as if sniffing something. Lin An froze. You Bai Shui blinked. Have a very nice scent. Is it the smell of laundry detergent? Lin An thought of the clean odor of the clothes he was wearing. No. Bai Shui shook her head, her white hair swaying with the motion. Something deeper. It's too early to talk about that now. She stood up, stretched, and the hem of her black shirt lifted slightly, revealing a slender waist. Lin An quickly averted his gaze. Good night then, Lin An. Bai Shui walked to the door and looked back at him. Sleep well. See you tomorrow. Good night, Miss Bai Shui. The door closed softly. Lin An stood in the middle of the room and let out a long, slow breath. The tension that had bound him all day finally eased a little, and a wave of exhaustion washed over him. He walked to the bed and sat down. The mattress was so soft it made him want to lie down immediately. But he checked the room first. The door had no lock, or rather no keyhole at all. The window, however, could be opened. He pulled the curtain aside and looked out. The night was deep, with only the vague outlines of trees. The rain had stopped. A jump from the second floor probably wouldn't kill him, but he might get hurt. Lin An closed the window and drew the curtain again. He took off his shoes and lay down on the bed. The quilt smelled of sunshine, and the pillow was just the right softness. Everything was so comfortable it felt unreal. Compared to the wretchedness of huddling on a park bench just hours ago, it was the difference between heaven and hell. That girl, who exactly was she? White hair, red eyes, living in an ancient castle deep in the forest, casually drying wet clothes with a flick of her hand, and that unearthly beauty and aura. Lin An's mind raced through possibilities: a demon, an elf, or some supernatural being. But her smile was so vivid, her tone so lively. She joked she was curious, she showed a touch of loneliness, all of which made those terrifying conjectures seem somewhat absurd. Thinking and thinking, drowsiness surged over him. Lin An's eyelids grew heavier, and his consciousness slowly faded. Oh well, I'll figure it out tomorrow. He sank into the darkness of sleep. Sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtains, casting a bright patch on the wooden floor. When Lin An woke up, he was momentarily disoriented. An unfamiliar ceiling, an unfamiliar room, and a faint Swedish scent in the air. Then yesterday's memories flooded back. The report card being thrown out, the storm, the white-haired, red-eyed girl, the forest castle. He sat up, still wearing the linen clothes. On the chair by the bed were his own t-shirt and trousers, now dry and neatly folded. Birds chirped outside the window, clear and melodious. Lin An got out of bed and pulled open the curtains. Sunlight streamed in, somewhat dazzling. He squinted outside. The second-floor window faced the forest. The trees were lush and green, and morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dancing spots on the ground. The air was so fresh it didn't seem like it was near a city. Last night had really not been a dream. He changed into his own clothes and walked out of the room. The corridor was very quiet, with only the sound of his footsteps. When he reached the top of the stairs, he heard a humming coming from downstairs, a light, cheerful tune. Lin An went down the stairs. In the foyer, Bai Shui was standing in front of a window, her back to him. She had changed clothes, still black but a different style, a sleeveless dress with a hemline above the knees revealing her pale arms and calves. Her long white hair was unbound, cascading down her back like a waterfall, almost reaching her calves. Sunlight streamed in through the window, gilding her white hair with a faint golden halo. She heard his footsteps and turned around. Good morning, Lin An, she smiled in greeting, her blood-red eyes even brighter in the sunlight like two fine rubies. Did you sleep well? Very, very well, Lin An nodded. Thank you for the room. I told you, no need to be polite. Bai Shui skipped over. Are you hungry? I prepared breakfast. She led Lin An through the foyer and into a double door. Behind it was a small dining room with a long wooden table and 4 chairs. On the table were 2 plates, fried eggs, bacon and toast, and 2 glasses of red liquid. Sit. Bai Shui pulled out a chair and sat down across from him. Lin An sat down, staring at the red liquid with a bit of trepidation. Could it be? It's tomato juice. Bai Shui seemed to read his mind. She picked up her own glass and took a big gulp, leaving a red smear on her lips. Look at you, so scared. Lin An exhaled in relief, picked up his glass, and took a cautious sip. It was indeed tomato juice, very rich in flavor. The breakfast was surprisingly good. The eggs were tender, the bacon crispy, and the bread crusty on the outside and soft inside. Lin An had been hungry all day, so he wolfed it down almost ravenously. Bai Shui ate slowly and deliberately, watching him with curved eyes as if enjoying an amusing performance. After finishing, she suddenly spoke. Lin An, the weather is lovely today. How about Playing a game with Big Sister. Lin An's heart skipped a beat. What game? Bai Shui rested her chin on her hands, her blood-red eyes sparkling. Hide and seek, how about that? You hide, I seek. If I find you within 10 minutes you have to agree to one condition. If I can't find you... She tilted her head thinking. Then I'll agree to one condition of yours, any condition at all. Any condition. Lin An's mind flashed with thoughts like take me home, give me money, talk to my parents for me. But he quickly felt it was inappropriate. She had taken him in and provided food and lodging, and he was thinking of asking for something in return. That was too despicable. What's scared to play? Bai Shui raised an eyebrow, showing her fangs. Or do you think Big Sister will definitely find you? A provocation. A very obvious one. But it did get to Lin An. He was completely unfamiliar with this forest, and the castle had many rooms. Hiding for 10 minutes, maybe he had a chance. All right, he nodded. I'll play. Yay. Bai Shui clapped happily. So the rules are simple, the range is the castle and the forest outside, but you can't leave the clearing. I'll count from 1 to 100 and you hide. If I find you within 10 minutes I win. If I don't, you win. How about it? Okay. Then start getting ready. Bai Shui stood up, walked to the window and turned her back to him. I'll start counting to 100. 1, 2, 3. Lin An immediately whirled around and dashed out of the dining hall. On the first floor of the castle, besides the entrance hall and the dining room, there were several other chambers. He swept his gaze across the area. A study filled with bookshelves, a living room with ample furniture for concealment, and a door that seemed to lead to a storage room. No staying indoors would make him too easy to find. He needed to get outside. He burst through the castle's main gate, the morning sunlight and the scent of the forest rushing toward him. The clearing was not large, surrounded by dense woods. Lin An looked around and spotted several exceptionally thick trees at the edge of the clearing. One of them had a natural hollow in its trunk, the opening half hidden by hanging vines. That was the spot. He ran over and pushed aside the vines. The hollow inside was larger than he had expected, spacious enough for an adult to curl up inside. He crawled in and the vines fell back into place, blocking most of the light. The hollow smelled of damp earth, but was relatively clean. From outside, Bai Shui's crisp counting voice drifted in. She had already reached the 80s. Lin An held his breath and curled up, trying to minimize his presence. 98, 99, 100. The voice came from the castle entrance. I'm coming to find you. Footsteps sounded, pausing briefly at the door, then heading toward the woods. Lin An's heart raced. Through the gaps in the vines he could only see blurred patches of color and light. The footsteps drew closer. They stopped near the tree where he was hiding. Lin An covered his mouth, afraid to breathe. Silence fell for a few seconds. Then he heard Bai Shui muttering to herself, amusement in her voice. It seems like there's something moving here. Lin An froze, not daring to move. The footsteps resumed, but they were fading away. She had gone in another direction. Lin An let out a sigh of relief, but still dared not relax. Only 2 or 3 minutes had passed, there was still a long time to go. He maintained his position, listening to the sounds outside. Birds chirping, the rustling of leaves in the wind, and a faint distant humming. Bai Shui seemed to be searching elsewhere. Maybe he could actually win. The thought had just arisen when he heard footsteps returning. This time they were faster, lighter, almost silently, stopping right outside the hollow. A hand gently parted the vines. Sunlight flooded in, illuminating the interior. Lin An looked up and met a pair of blood-red eyes curved into crescents. Bai Shui crouched at the entrance, tilting her head. Her white hair cascaded over her shoulders, nearly brushing the ground. Found you, she said with a mischievous smile. But are you stuck? Lin An realized that because he had curled up too tightly in his nervousness, his legs had gone numb. Moreover, the hollow was indeed cramped, and he found himself unable to move. He tried to shift, but his awkward position made it hard to exert any force. Bai Shui reached out and grasped his ankle. Her hand was cool and Lin An flinched at the touch. Don't move, she said softly, then pulled with a little force. But the edge of the hollow caught his waist. After a few attempts, Bai Shui released her grip, a glint in her eyes. Then you have to agree to one condition, she said with a wink. After you get out, let me tickle you for a while, how about that? Tickle. Tickling. Lin An's face flushed instantly. No, I'm ticklish. Oh, what shall we do then? Bai Shui sighed in mock distress, but her eyes were full of laughter. I don't seem to have much motivation to help you. As she spoke, she extended a finger and gently stroked the sole of Lin An's foot that was exposed outside the hollow. Ha ha ha, don't touch there. Lin An instantly broke down, trembling with laughter, his toes curling inward. Bai Shui withdrew her hand and stepped back half a pace, tilting her head with a light laugh. Alright, I won't tease you. It wouldn't be fun if you really got stuck. She reached out again, this time directly grabbing Lin An's ankle. Lin An expected her to pull hard, but to his surprise she gave a gentle tug, and he was dragged out of the hollow entirely, as easily as taking a small toy out of a drawer. Lin An tumbled onto the soft grass, gasping for breath. No! Bai Shui crouched in front of him, poking his waist with her fingertip, her blood-red eyes dazzlingly bright. Can I tickle you for a while now? You promise? Lin An lay sprawled on the grass, staring at the sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves overhead, and the girl's smiling face so close to him. The predicament outside the hollow. Lin An lay on the grass, sunlight streaming through the leaves and casting dappled patterns on his face. He panted, looking at Bai Shui, who was crouching beside him. Her delicate face wore the smile of a successful prank, and her blood-red eyes sparkled with cunning. I didn't agree. Lin An tried to struggle to a sitting position, but his legs were still numb from being stuck in the hollow for too long, and he couldn't muster the strength. Bai Shui tilted her head, her white hair slipping over her shoulder. But just now when I said agree to one condition and I'll help you out, you didn't object. Not objecting means tacit agreement. That's because you suddenly tickled me. Lin An's face was red, partly from laughing so hard earlier, partly from embarrassment and indignation. No excuses, no excuses. Bai Shui extended her hand, her fingers hovering over his waist. You lost the game, and your big sister even rescued you. Just a little while, okay? Her voice softened, carrying a hint of coaxing. Lin An looked at her face so close to his. It was so stunningly beautiful that any refusal felt almost cruel. But he was truly ticklish. Extremely so. When he was a child playing with his cousins, every time they tickled him he would laugh until tears streamed down his face, and he couldn't catch his breath once. He even nearly choked from laughing. Since then he had developed a psychological aversion to tickling. Just 5 times. Lin An conceded, his voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. Only 5 times. Bai Shui's eyes lit up. Good boy, big sister is starting now. Her fingers descended, the cool tips lightly touching Lin An's side. Lin An instantly tensed up, biting his lip in preparation for the ordeal. But the intense ticklish sensation he had expected did not come. Bai Shui's fingers merely traced slowly along his waist, the pressure so light it felt like a feather brushing against him. It was still ticklish, but not unbearably so. Instead there was a strange numbing tingling. 1. Bai Shui counted, her eyes fixed on Lin An's reaction. Lin An held his breath, his body trembling slightly. 2. Her fingers shifted to another spot, still gentle. 3. This time they traced a small circle. Lin An's face grew redder. Not from laughter, but from a mixture of shame and nervousness. He could feel the temperature of Bai Shui's fingertips, or rather their coolness, smell the faint sweet tinge fragrance emanating from her, and see her blood-red eyes focused intently on him. Too close. Close enough to see every one of her eyelashes. 4. Bai Shui's voice grew softer, and her movements slowed. Lin An finally couldn't help it. A small suppressed snort escaped him. He quickly covered his mouth. Bai Shui stopped blinking. What's wrong? Is it very ticklish? A little. Lin An dared not look at her. But you barely laughed at all, Bai Shui said, withdrawing her hand and resting her chin on her palm. I thought you'd be rolling on the ground laughing. Was your big sister too gentle? No. This is fine, Lin An quickly said. 5 times. It's over, right? Bai Shui stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. All right, it's over. But... She leaned in abruptly, her nose almost touching Lin An's. Lin An flinched backward, but his back was already against the tree trunk with nowhere to retreat. The way you blush is even cuter than the way you laugh, Bai Shui said softly, her warm breath brushing against his cheek. Lin An's mind went blank. The next second Bai Shui stood up, brushed the grass clippings off her skirt, and extended her hand to him. Get up. The grass is cold. Lin An stared blankly at that hand. Pale, slender, clad in a black fingerless glove. He hesitated for a moment, then took it, and pulled himself to his feet. His legs were still a bit numb, and he stumbled. Bai Shui naturally steadied him by holding his arm. Thank you? Lin An murmured. You're welcome. Bai Shui let go and turned to walk back toward the castle. Come on, let's go back. We've been playing for a while, it's time for lunch. Lin An followed behind her, watching her silhouette. Her white hair seemed to glow in the sunlight, and her black dress made her skin look even fairer. She walked with an airy lightness, as if her feet barely touched the ground, her boots making almost no sound on the grass. Back at the castle, lunch was already prepared. Again in the small dining room, the table held simple sandwiches and fruit. The glass of red liquid was still there, but this time Lin An didn't ask. It was probably tomato juice again. During the meal, Bai Shui hummed a tune, clearly in a good mood. Lin An stole glances at her, a complex mix of emotions swirling in his heart. This girl was strange, mysterious, and perhaps not even human. But she had taken him and given him food and shelter. Though she enjoyed playing tricks, she hadn't truly harmed him. And she seemed genuinely lonely. The phrase, "alone for a long time," and the tone she used when mentioning boredom didn't seem fake. "Lin An," Bai Shui suddenly spoke. Lin An was startled. "Huh? What do you want to do this afternoon?" She rested her chin on her hand. "Read. Listen to music. Or play another game." Lin An thought for a moment. "Can I help you with something? Like cleaning? I can't just freeload." Bai Shui was taken aback, then burst out laughing. "You want to clean? But your big sister's place is already spotless." Indeed, though the castle was old, it was immaculate, with not even a cobweb in the corners. Then, cooking. Laundry. Lin An racked his brain for things he could do. "No need for any of that," Bai Shui said, waving her hand. "Just stay here and keep your big sister company. Talk with me, play games. That's your job." She said it lightly, but Lin An's heart felt heavy. This one-sided generosity made him uneasy. "But—" "No buts," Bai Shui interrupted, her blood-red eyes locking onto his. "Lin An, what do you think you have to offer me right now?" Lin An opened his mouth but couldn't answer. Money. He had none. Physical labor. It didn't seem needed here. Knowledge. What could he, a poor student, teach her? So, Bai Shui smiled, a trace of meaning in her smile that Lin An couldn't read. "Just accept it for now. Later. Later, when you have something to give me, you can repay me then." Later. Lin An's heart stirred. She said, "Later." Meaning, she intended for him to stay here for a long time. The thought brought both relief and unease. Relief because at least he wouldn't be homeless for the time being. Unease because it all felt too unreal, like something from a fairy tale, a lost boy taken in by a forest spirit living happily ever after. But fairy tales were lies. Reality often had hidden costs. "Oh, by the way," Bai Shui suddenly thought of something, her eyes lighting up. "This afternoon I'll take you to a nice place." "What place?" "Secret." She raised her index finger to her lips and winked. "We'll go after lunch and a little rest. I promise you'll like it." Her smile was so bright, so sincere, that Lin An temporarily set aside his doubts. Maybe this time the fairy tale was real. He didn't know. All he knew was that on this sunlit afternoon in this mysterious castle, a girl with white hair and blood-red eyes was smiling at him and saying she'd take him to a nice place. And he had no other choice. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting colorful patterns on the castle floor. Lin An followed Bai Shui up to the third floor. This was the first time he had climbed so high. The wooden handrail was smooth and cool, and more paintings hung on the walls, their abstract shapes unclear. At the end of the corridor, Bai Shui pushed open a double door. Behind it was a spacious room with bookshelves covering all four walls from floor to ceiling, packed tightly with books. In the center of the room were several comfortable armchairs and a small coffee table. By the window stood a desk. Sunlight poured in through the tall windows, making the entire room bright and serene. "This is the study," Bai Shui said. "Do you like reading?" Lin An nodded. Though he didn't do well in school, he actually enjoyed reading novels, comics, popular science, anything. But his parents thought such idle books were a waste of time, so there weren't many at home. "Then you can read whatever you like." Bai Shui walked to a bookshelf and ran her fingertip along the spines. "The books here. Well, some are very old, you might not understand them. These ones over here are more modern." Lin An walked over and looked at the letters on the spines. There were English, French, German, and many scripts he couldn't recognize at all. There were also a few Chinese books, but not many, and they looked very old. He pulled out one titled, "A Study of Mythical Beasts from the Classic of Mountains and Seas," with a publication date, the 37th year of the Republic of China. Lin An's hand trembled, and the book nearly slipped. "Careful," Bai Shui said, reaching out to catch it and placing it back on the shelf. These books are very precious. This book was published in 1948. Lin An's voice quivered. Huh. Is it? Bai Shui glanced at it. Maybe. Your big sister doesn't really pay attention to such things. She then took a beautifully bound book from another shelf and handed it to Lin An. Take a look at this. I think you'll like it. Lin An took it. It was an album, the cover featuring a hand-drawn starry sky. Inside were various astronomical illustrations, constellations, nebulae, planets. Each page breathtakingly beautiful. This is my collection of astronomical art, Bai Shui said, a hint of pride in her voice. Human imagination about the universe, it's always quite interesting. Lin An flipped through the pages, completely captivated. The artwork was exquisite, the colors vibrant. Next to some illustrations were handwritten notes in elegant script. Did you write these notes? He asked. Yes, Bai Shui said, leaning in to point at one page. Look here, the Orion Nebula. When humans saw it through their telescopes, they were so excited. But actually... She paused, then smiled. Never mind. Go on looking. Lin An looked at her, feeling there was more to her words. But he didn't ask and continued browsing the album. Time flowed quietly in the serene study. The sunlight gradually shifted westward, the light growing softer. Lin An sat in the armchair, absorbed in the world of books. Bai Shui meanwhile sat at the desk by the window, reading a thick coverless book, occasionally writing something on a sheet of paper with a quill. In this moment the stillness felt unreal. Lin An stole a glance at Bai Shui. The setting sun's afterglow gilded her white hair, and her focused profile was as beautiful as a sculpture. The quill moved gently in her hand, producing a soft scratching sound. If only time could stop at this moment. No report cards, no being kicked out of home, no wandering the streets. Just this quiet room and this mysterious girl. But he knew it was only temporary. In 3 days he would have to go home and face his father. The rage, the disappointment in his mother's eyes, the expectation he could never meet. This thought weighed heavily on Lin An's heart once more. What's wrong? Bai Shui suddenly lifted her head, her blood-red eyes fixed on him. You're unhappy all of a sudden. Lin An was startled. She hadn't even looked at him. How did she know? And nothing. He lowered his head. Bai Shui set down her pen, walked over and sat on the chair opposite him. Thinking of home? She asked. Lin An was silent for a moment, then nodded. Do you want to go back? I don't know. Lin An answered honestly. I want to, but I'm afraid. Afraid my dad is still angry, afraid my mom. Afraid she'll be disappointed in me. Bai Shui gazed at him quietly, then said softly. Lin An, do you know how vampires view time? Lin An shook his head. To us 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. They're all just a fleeting moment. Bai Shui's voice was gentle, as if speaking to herself. Human life is so brief, yet you spend so much time on anger, disappointment, and hurting each other. Isn't that a pity? She reached out her fingertips, lightly brushing the back of Lin An's hand. Cold. Do your parents love you? She asked. Lin An paused, then nodded. Love. I think so. Even though they always scold me, I know they want the best for me. That's enough, Bai Shui said, withdrawing her hand. Love sometimes makes people do foolish things and say foolish words. But love itself is never wrong. When they've calmed down, go back and talk to them properly. Tell them you're trying, you just need time. As she spoke, her eyes were so tender that Lin An's heart skipped a beat. Why? Why are you so good to me? He couldn't help asking. Bai Shui laughed, a hint of mischief in her smile. Because you smell delicious. Lin An's face reddened again. Just kidding. Bai Shui stood up, walked to the window, and turned her back to him. It's just... You remind me a little of myself a long time ago. Lost, lonely, not knowing where to go. A long time ago. Lin An recalled her words. Alone for a very long time. How long exactly? But he didn't ask. Some questions perhaps shouldn't be asked. What do you want for dinner? Bai Shui turned around, her tone light again. Big sister's in a good mood today, I can make something special. Anything is fine, Lin An said. I'm not picky. All right then. Bai Shui bounced toward the door. You read for a while, I'll go prepare. I'll call you in a bit. After she left, the study fell silent again. Lin An sat in the chair, staring at the picture book in his hands, but he could no longer concentrate. His mind was filled with the expression on Bai Shui's face when she spoke. So gentle, so lonely, so distant. Who was she really? The answer to that question might be more astonishing than he imagined. But suddenly he felt that the answer didn't matter as much anymore. What mattered was that in this strange place there was someone who cared for him. That was enough. The ancient castles would endure. Dinner was more lavish than Lin An had imagined. On the small dining table were roast chicken, vegetables, salad, mashed potatoes, and a basket of freshly baked bread. The glass of red liquid was still there, but beside it sat a glass of water. "Let's celebrate a little today," Bai Shui said with a smile as she sat down. "Celebrate what?" Lin An asked. "Celebrate." Bai Shui tilted her head, thinking. "Celebrate that I picked up a little cutie." Lin An's face instantly flushed, and he buried himself in eating. The roast chicken was crispy on the outside and tender inside, the vegetable salad crisp and refreshing, the mashed potatoes smooth and creamy. Every dish was so delicious that Lin An felt like crying. It had been so long since he'd had a meal prepared with such care. At home there was meat and vegetables, but his mother was always tired after work, so cooking was often rushed, and the taste was naturally nothing special. "Good?" Bai Shui asked. Lin An nodded vigorously, his mouth full of food, unable to speak. Bai Shui smiled, picked up the glass of red liquid, and drank slowly. Lin An stole a glance. He thought the color of the liquid was darker than tomato juice, and the texture seemed thicker. But he didn't dare ask. After dinner, Bai Shui took him to the kitchen to wash the dishes. This time Lin An insisted on helping. The kitchen was large with ancient equipment, including a huge stone sink and a brass faucet that poured hot water when turned. "Where does the water come from?" Lin An asked while washing. The castle was deep in the forest, so there shouldn't be running water pipes. "Well water," Bai Shui said, leaning against the doorframe. "There's a deep well in the backyard. The water quality is excellent." "And electricity," Lin An continued. "There don't seem to be any electric lights." "Candles are enough," Bai Shui said. "Besides, Big Sister doesn't like too much light." That was true. Although the castle had many windows, most of the curtains were heavy, and the indoor light was always dim. Only the study where reading was done allowed sunlight to stream in fully. After washing the dishes, night had fully fallen. Candles were lit throughout the castle, casting warm yellow halos that danced on the walls. Bai Shui offered to show Lin and the rest of the castle. "You've basically seen the first floor," she said, walking ahead with a candlestick. "The second floor has your room and a few empty guest rooms. The third floor is the study and my room. And then the basement." When she said basement, there was a subtle shift in her tone. "What's in the basement?" Lin An asked. "Some old things," Bai Shui said. "Not suitable for seeing now. Maybe later I'll take you there someday." She led Lin An up to the third floor and stopped before a door at the end of the corridor. Unlike the others, this door was deep black with intricate silver patterns that resembled vines or script. "This is my room," Bai Shui said, her hand on the doorknob, but not pushing it open. "You can't come in without my permission. That's the rule." Her tone was stern and her blood-red eyes gleamed deeply in the candlelight. Lin An quickly nodded. "I'll remember." Bai Shui smiled, the stern expression melting instantly. "Good boy, that's it for tonight. Are you tired?" Lin An was indeed tired. Although he hadn't done any physical labor during the day, his mind had been tense the whole time. Now that he was relaxed, fatigue washed over him. He returned to his room, washed up, and lay down on the bed. The blanket was soft, the pillow comfortable, but Lin An couldn't fall asleep. His mind replayed the day's events over and over, the awkwardness in the tree hollow, the conversation in the study, Bai Shui's smile at dinner. It all felt like a dream. He turned over and looked at the window. The curtains weren't fully drawn, leaving a gap through which he could see the dark night sky and the faint silhouettes of trees. Suddenly he heard a sound. Very faint, very soft, like footsteps. Lin An held his breath and listened carefully. The footsteps came from the corridor, unhurried, and stopped outside his door. Was it Bai Shui? He wanted to ask but didn't dare to make a sound. There was silence for a few seconds. Then he heard the sound of a key turning in the lock. Wait, his door didn't have a keyhole at all. A turning sound. The doorknob was pressed down. The door opened. Lin An's heart leaped into his throat. He quickly closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep. Footsteps entered the room and stopped beside the bed. Lin An could feel someone standing there watching him. He could smell that faint, sweet-scented fragrance. It was Bai Shui. What did she want? Lin An was so nervous his palms were sweating, but he didn't dare move, not even change the rhythm of his breathing. After a few seconds he felt a hand gently placed on his forehead. Cold. The hand lingered for a moment, as if testing his temperature. Then it moved away, tucking the blanket around him. The gesture was so tender that Lin An almost opened his eyes. But he held back. The footsteps sounded again, gradually fading. The door was softly closed. The room returned to silence. Lin An slowly opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling, his heart still pounding violently. Was she worried he might be sick? Because he had been caught in the rain during the day and stayed in the tree hollow for a while. This thought sent a warm current through Lin An's heart. But at the same time another question arose. How did she open the door? The door clearly had no keyhole. And that sound of a key turning, where did it come from? Lin An sat up, tiptoed to the door, and examined it carefully. The door panel was smooth and flat, with no sign of a keyhole, or any internal locking mechanism. It was just an ordinary door that could be pushed inward. Then what was that sound? An auditory hallucination? Or? Lin An shook his head and returned to bed. There were too many things he couldn't understand. Thinking about them any longer would make his head explode. He lay down again, and this time he was truly sleepy. Just before drifting off, his last vague thought was, tomorrow I must ask clearly. The next morning Lin An was awakened by the sound of birdsong. Sunlight filled the room and tiny dust motes floated in the air. He sat up, stared blankly for a moment, then got up to wash up. When he went downstairs, Bai Shui was already in the dining room. Today she wore a black lace blouse and dark trousers, her long white hair loosely braided and draped over her chest, making her look slightly more mature than yesterday. Morning, she greeted with a smile. Did you sleep well? Very well. Lin An sat down, hesitated, then asked. Last night did you come to my room? Bai Shui's hand, which was pouring the tomato juice, paused briefly. She looked up, her blood-red eyes fixed on him, a half-smile on her face. How did you know? I heard it, Lin An said. The sound of the door opening and footsteps. Oh. Bai Shui set down the cup. Then why didn't you say anything? I pretended to be asleep. Bai Shui laughed, her voice clear and crisp. What an honest child. Yes, big sister came to check on you. I was afraid you might catch a cold from the rain, so I went to feel your temperature. What, did I scare you? A little, Lin An admitted. And my door doesn't have a lock, so how did you open it with a key? This question made Bai Shui fall silent. She picked up the cup, slowly sipping the red liquid, her eyes never leaving Lin An. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Lin An began to regret asking. Perhaps he shouldn't have broken this delicate balance. Just as he was about to say, forget it, pretend I didn't ask, Bai Shui set down the cup. Lin An, she said, her voice very soft. Do you really want to know? Lin An nodded, then shook his head. If you don't want to say, you don't have to. No. Bai Shui stood up, walked to the window, and turned her back to him. Some things are better said early so you won't keep wondering. She turned around, her blood-red eyes exceptionally bright in the sunlight. Follow me. She walked out of the dining room, and Lin An quickly followed. They crossed the hall and stopped before the heavy black wooden door, the same one Lin An had entered through yesterday. Bai Shui placed her hand on the door panel, not pushing but gently stroking the wood grain. This door, she said. Only I can open. Lin An didn't understand. What do you mean? It means that from the outside only I can open it. Bai Shui turned to look at him. From the inside anyone can push it open. But from the outside, without my permission, no one can enter or leave. Lin An's heart sank. So, I'm trapped here. No, Bai Shui shook her head. If you want to leave, you can at any time. I'll open the door and let you out. But if you want to come back, or if anyone else wants to come in without my permission, this door will never open. As she spoke, she pressed lightly on the door panel. The door opened silently, just like yesterday. Outside was the morning scene of the forest, bright sunshine, birdsong, and the fragrance of flowers. See, Bai Shui said. If you want to go, you can leave now. Lin An looked at the door, then at Bai Shui. Her expression was calm, but her eyes held an emotion he couldn't read. Was it anticipation? Nervousness? Or something else? Lin An began, his voice a little dry. I don't want to leave. Bai Shui's eyes lit up. I just want to know the truth. Lin An continued. You. Who are you really? What is this place? And you. He pointed at her eyes and hair. What's with all this? Bai Shui smiled. This smile was different from before, a little helpless, a little relieved, and a little as if a weight had been lifted. Are you really ready? she asked. Once you know the truth, there might be no going back. No going back. Those words struck Lin An's heart like a heavy hammer. But he still nodded. All right. Bai Shui gently closed the door, turned around, and looked straight into his eyes with her blood-red gaze. Then Big Sister will tell you. She took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. First of all, I'm not human. Though Lin An had suspected it, hearing it directly still made his heart jump. Secondly, this ancient castle is not in your world. What do you mean? Lin An's voice began to tremble. It means, Bai Shui said, enunciating each word, this is an independent space attached to your world but different from it. You can think of it as a crack, an interlayer. In any case, ordinary people can't find this place, nor can they enter. Lin An's mind was in chaos. Independent space. Interlayer. What was all this? Finally, Bai Shui stepped closer. She was about the same height as Lin An, but at this moment her presence made him feel she was immensely towering. My race, you humans have a very ancient name for it. She parted her lips slightly, revealing two sharp, distinctly longer canine teeth. Vampire. Lin An stepped back, his back hitting the wall with a dull thud. Vampire. Bloodsucker. Creatures that only existed in movies and novels. He vaguely remembered her mentioning it before, but he hadn't paid much attention. You want to drink my blood? His voice trembled uncontrollably. I want to, Bai Shui admitted honestly. Your blood smells extremely, extremely delicious. The most fragrant human blood I've ever encountered. But, she paused, a flicker of struggle in her blood-red eyes. I won't force you, she said. If you're unwilling, I will never touch you. If you want to leave, I'll open the door now and let you go, and I promise no vampire will harm you. Lin An looked at her, his mind racing. Vampire. Ancient castle. Independent space. It was all too crazy. But strangely, he wasn't as frightened as he had imagined. Perhaps it was because Bai Shui's eyes were too sincere, or because her behavior over the past 2 days was nothing like the vampires and legends. She wasn't afraid of sunlight, didn't sleep in a coffin, and even ate food. And she really hadn't harmed him. You really won't hurt me? Lin An asked, his voice barely audible. I swear. Bai Shui raised her hand, her expression serious. By the honor of the White Knight Court, by my name Bai Shui, I swear I will never harm Lin An unless he willingly consents. White Knight Court. What was that? But Lin An didn't ask. His mind was already too overloaded with information to process it. Then, he licked his dry lips. Can I still stay here? Bai Shui's eyes instantly lit up like stars suddenly igniting in the night sky. You are willing? Her voice carried an incredulous delight. Lin An nodded. As long as you don't suck my blood. I am willing. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw Bai Shui rush toward him at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye and embrace him tightly. Cold. Her body was icy, not like the warmth of a living person. But the embrace was fervent, as if she feared he would vanish. Thank you? Bai Shui's voice whispered in his ear, trembling slightly. Thank you? For not being afraid of me. Lin An stood frozen, not knowing where to put his hands. Finally he gently patted Bai Shui's back. You're not that terrifying, he said, then added. As long as you don't tickle me. Bai Shui released him, laughing until tears streamed down her face. No way, tickling is a reserved move. Watching her smile, Lin An suddenly felt that maybe this wasn't so bad. Living with a vampire in an ancient forest castle was still better than being homeless. Besides, she seemed truly lonely. Let's go. Bai Shui wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, took his hand. Let's go back for breakfast. And then, she winked. Big Sister will show you something nice. What nice thing? Secret. She had regained that playful demeanor, as if the one who had just solemnly revealed her identity was not her. But Lin An knew something had changed. He now knew the truth. And the truth was often just the beginning of another mystery. The daily life of a vampire. The atmosphere at breakfast was somewhat awkward. Lin An sat at the table sipping real tomato juice. This time he confirmed it. Bai Shui had squeezed it fresh from tomatoes in front of him. Meanwhile, Bai Shui still had the same deep red liquid before her. She drank very slowly, occasionally glancing at Lin An as if observing his reaction. So, Lin An finally couldn't help asking, do all vampires have to drink blood? Most of them. Bai Shui put down her cup. Blood is our main food and source of strength. But high-level vampires can sustain themselves with other things like this. She swirled her cup. Specially formulated plasma substitute. The taste is not as good, but it fills you up. Then why do you still drink this? Lin An asked. Why not? Go find real human blood. Because it's troublesome. Bai Shui rested her chin on her hand. With all the surveillance in modern human society, any disappearance would trigger an investigation. And besides. She paused, a flicker of complex emotion in her blood-red eyes. I don't like forcing people. There are very few humans who willingly donate blood, and I don't want to use charm or coercion. Lin An recalled her vow from yesterday. Unless he volunteers. So she was serious. Then you usually drink this. Lin An pointed at her cup. And men most of the time. Bai Shui nodded. Occasionally there are volunteers, but very rarely. The vampire clan also has blood banks, but that blood, well, it's not as tasty as fresh. When she said, tasty, she unconsciously licked her lips, revealing a hint of fawn. Lin An instinctively touched his own neck. Don't worry. Bai Shui laughed. I said I won't touch you, so I won't. But, she leaned in closer, her nose twitching slightly. Your blood really smells especially fragrant. It's the most fragrant I've ever smelled. Can you tell me what you usually eat? Or do you have any special habits? Lin An was taken aback by the question. And nothing special. Just normal meals. Strange. Bai Shui sat back, lost in thought. Generally the taste of blood is related to diet, health, and genetics. Your scent. It's very pure, very warm-like. She tilted her head, thinking. Like the smell of sunlight. Lin An didn't know how to respond. His blood smelled of sunlight. What kind of comment was that? Forget it, I won't think about it. Bai Shui waved her hand. Anyway, I can't drink it now, so thinking about it is useless. By the way, didn't you want to know what's in the basement? Lin An's interest immediately piqued. Can I go see it? Not today, Bai Shui said. The basement needs some preparation before you can enter. But I can take you to another place, my collection room. Collection room. Follow me. Bai Shui led Lin An up to the third floor, but not to the study. She stopped in front of another door. This door was white with silver patterns, a stark contrast to the black door of Bai Shui's room. She pushed it open. The room was not large, with glass display cabinets on all four walls showcasing various items. There were antique jewelry, exquisite porcelain, ancient books, and some things Lin An couldn't identify at all. These are little trinkets I've collected over the years. Bai Shui walked to a cabinet displaying a set of ruby jewelry. This set is from the 17th century French court. The original owner was a lovely marquise, but sadly she died too young. Lin An approached, gazing at the rubies glittering under the light. The craftsmanship was incredibly fine, every gem perfectly cut, the setting flawless. You knew that marquise? He asked. And then met her a few times, Bai Shui said casually. She loved my white hair and always wanted me to attend her salons. But I was busy with other things back then, so I didn't go much. Lin An's heart skipped a beat. The 17th century. That was over 300 years ago. How old are you? He couldn't help asking. Bai Shui turned her head, her blood-red eyes gazing at him with an amused look. It's impolite to ask a lady's age. Sorry. Lin An quickly apologized. But it's fine to tell you. Bai Shui walked to another cabinet containing a strangely shaped silver key. Age doesn't mean much to us vampires. Time is too long, so long that even I can't be bothered to count. She picked up the key and toyed with it in her hand. I only remember that when I woke up it was the Roman Empire period. Back then humans still lived in stone houses and used torches for light. Lin An's mouth fell open. The Roman Empire. That was over 2,000 years ago. Scared, Bai Shui turned to look at him, her blood-red eyes filled with laughter. Don't worry, I'm not as stubborn as those old fossils. I really like modern society, phones, computers, the internet. So much fun. It's just that those old geezers in the Vampire Council always say I'm not doing my proper job. Vampire Council. And them, the governing body of the vampire world. Bai Shui placed the key back in the cabinet. It's composed of representatives from the 13 clans responsible for making rules, resolving disputes, and such. Very boring, so I rarely go. She said it casually, but Lin An could sense that her rarely might mean she held a high status, high enough to ignore the rules. Then, what is your position among the vampires? Lin An asked cautiously. Bai Shui was silent for a few seconds, then smiled. You guess. I can't guess. Then don't guess for now. Bai Shui turned and walked out of the collection room. When the time comes you'll naturally know. Lin An followed behind her, his mind in a turmoil. Over 2,000 years old, awakened during the Roman Empire, the Vampire Council, the 13 clans. Too much information. They returned to the study. Bai Shui sat at the desk by the window, picked up the thick book from yesterday, and continued reading. Lin An also found a book, this time one on medieval European history, hoping to find records about vampires. After reading a few pages he looked up. Bai Shui, the book says vampires fear crosses, garlic, and holy water. Is that true? Bai Shui didn't even lift her head. False. Crosses are just wood and metal, garlic is just food, holy water is just ordinary water with a bit of salt. These are all made up by humans. What about silver? Silver does harm us, but it's not lethal. Bai Shui turned a page. Just like some humans are allergic to certain metals, just more severe. What about sunlight? Movies always say vampires fear sunlight. Bai Shui finally looked up, her blood-red eyes sparkling in the sunlight. Do you think I'm afraid of sunlight? Lin An looked at her sitting in the sun and shook his head. Low-level vampires are indeed afraid of sunlight, Bai Shui said. Their bodies aren't strong enough to withstand UV rays. But for someone like me, basking in the sun is very comfortable. She stretched lazily like a cat sunbathing. Lin An watched her and suddenly felt that the legendary vampires were vastly different from real ones. Then do you sleep in coffins? Why would I sleep in a coffin? Bai Shui looked bewildered. Aren't beds comfortable? Besides, coffins are too narrow, not even convenient to turn over. But legends also say we are corpses during the day and only come back to life at night. Bai Shui rolled her eyes. Those writers never met a real vampire, they just imagined everything. She put down her book, walked over to Lin and bent down to level with him. Any more questions? Lin An's face flushed again. She was too close. And no, nothing. Really? Bai Shui tilted her head. Not going to ask me how many people I've killed? How many lives I've taken? Her tone suddenly turned serious, her blood-red eyes fixed intently on Lin An. Lin An's heart pounded wildly. He had actually wanted to ask that question all along but didn't dare. Have you killed people? He asked softly. Yes. Bai Shui straightened up, walked to the window with her back to him. A very, very long time ago, in the era when humans and vampires still frequently went to war. Back then it was kill or be killed. Her voice was calm, but Lin An could detect a hint of heaviness. And now? Now. Bai Shui turned around and smiled. Now there's a pact between vampires and humans, mutual non-aggression. Vampires must not harm humans arbitrarily, and humans must not hunt vampires. Everyone lives in peace. Isn't that nice? So you haven't killed anyone in a long time. A few hundred years, I guess. Bai Shui said. Now if I want blood I have to rely on volunteers or artificial plasma. Killing is a serious crime and the Vampire Council would hunt you down. Lin An breathed a sigh of relief. Although still a bit scared, at least he knew Bai Shui wasn't the kind of vampire who kills indiscriminately. But, Bai Shui suddenly added, if someone hurts the people I care about, I wouldn't mind making an exception. When she said this, her blood-red eyes flashed with a cold sharpness like an unsheathed blade. Lin An shuddered. All right, don't be so serious. Bai Shui's expression instantly melted, reverting to that playful girl. Keep reading. Or, would you like to go outside for a walk? The weather is lovely today. Lin An nodded. He indeed needed fresh air to sort out his chaotic thoughts. They walked out of the castle into the forest. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The air was fresh, carrying the scent of earth and plants. Bai Shui walked ahead of him, her white hair almost glowing in the sunlight. She hummed a tune, occasionally stopping to look at a wildflower by the path or listen to the birds. Lin An watched her and suddenly asked, Bai Shui, why did you tell me all this? Bai Shui stopped walking and turned to look at him. Huh. The fact that you're a vampire. You could have completely kept it from me, continued pretending to be human. Lin An said. Why did you reveal it? Weren't you afraid I'd be scared and run away? Bai Shui was silent for a moment, then said softly, Because I didn't want to lie to you. She walked to a large tree, leaned against the trunk, and looked up at the sunlight filtering through the leaves. She turned her head, her blood-red eyes meeting Lin An's. Now you know. If you want to leave, I can take you back and erase your memories of these past 2 days. You won't remember me, you won't remember this castle. It'll be like a dream. Lin An's heart tightened. Erase his memories. Then, will you remember me? He asked. Bai Shui was taken aback, then smiled a smile tinged with bitterness. Yes. I will remember you. Remember that a human boy came and then left. Just like I remember everyone who came and left. She said it so lightly, but Lin An could imagine that feeling. An endless life where people constantly appear and constantly leave, leaving only oneself alone guarding endless memories. Too lonely. Lin An walked up to her, looked seriously into her eyes. I'm not leaving. Bai Shui's eyes brightened. Really? Lin An nodded. I'm still a little scared, but I don't want you to be alone. And you've been good to me, never hurt me. I want to trust you. Bai Shui stared at him for a long time, then suddenly reached out and hugged him tightly. This time it was tighter and more forceful than last night. Thank you? Her voice sounded in his ears, slightly choked with emotion. Really? Thank you? Lin An could feel her body trembling slightly. Was she crying? Could vampires cry? He didn't know. But he gently hugged her back, patting her back. Don't cry, he said awkwardly. I won't leave. At least, until you kick me out, I won't leave. Bai Shui released him, wiped her eyes. There were indeed tears, but they were red like diluted blood. Your tears? Lin An was stunned. Oh, this. Bai Shui wiped away the tear streaks with her finger. All bodily fluids of vampires are red. Blood, tears even. Well, everything is red. Her face flushed slightly. Lin An's face also reddened. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Lin An changed the subject. Let's continue our walk. Okay. Bai Shui also recovered, turning back into her lively self. Come on, I'll show you the stream in the forest. It's beautiful. She took Lin An's hand and pulled him forward. Lin An looked at their intertwined hands, a strange feeling welling up in his heart. Scared. A little. But more than that, a sense of peace. This white-haired, red-eyed vampire girl held his hand and led him through the forest. The sunlight was lovely, the birdsong melodious, and the air was filled with the fragrance of grass and trees. All of this felt unrealistically beautiful. But perhaps the unreal things are the most real. Because he knew that from now on his life had completely changed. From the Lin An who was kicked out of home, had poor grades, and was insecure, to the Lin An taken in by a vampire girl living in this mysterious castle. He didn't know what the future held. But he knew he would never regret today's choice. Grape juice and fangs. In the evening a light rain began to fall in the forest. Fine raindrops drifted from the sky, pattering on the leaves. By the time Lin An and Bai Shui ran back to the castle, their hair and shoulders were damp. Go change clothes first. Bai Shui pushed Lin An toward the stairs. Don't catch a cold. I'll prepare some hot drinks. Lin An returned to his room and changed out of his slightly wet clothes. When he came downstairs, Bai Shui was already in the small kitchen. In the dining room, on the table were 2 cups filled with a deep purple liquid steaming. What's this? Lin An asked curiously as he sat down. Hot grape juice, Bai Shui said. I added some spices to ward off the cold. Give it a try. Lin An picked up the cup and took a cautious sip. The warm liquid slid down his throat, carrying the sweetness of grapes and the spiciness of some unknown spice. After drinking, his stomach felt warm and comfortable. It's good, he said. Then drink more, Bai Shui said, picking up her own cup. But hers was red, still that plasma substitute. Lin An watched her sipping slowly and suddenly asked, That. Is it good? Bai Shui paused, then smiled. Want to try? May I? Lin An was actually a bit curious. You can, but you might not like it. Bai Shui pushed the cup over. The taste is special. Lin An hesitated, then still picked up the red liquid and brought it to his lips. A strange smell wafted over, a metallic taste. A metallic taste. And a bit cloying. He held his breath and took a small sip. The next second he almost spat it out. That flavor was too weird. It was like blood, yet not quite. Thick, coppery sweet with a hint of some chemical. Pea theft. Lin An covered his mouth, forced himself to swallow, his face scrunching up. Bai Shui burst out laughing, doubling over. I told you wouldn't like it. What is this stuff? Lin An gulped down a big mouthful of grape juice to wash away the taste. Artificial plasma, Bai Shui said, taking back her cup. Synthesized from hemoglobin, nutrients and flavorings. It doesn't taste as good as real blood, but at least it sustains life. Real blood is better. Bai Shui nodded, her blood-red eyes narrowing slightly as if savoring. Real blood is warm with the taste of life. Different people's blood tastes different too, some sweet, some salty, some with a bitter medicinal taste. As she spoke, she unconsciously licked her lips, revealing sharp canine teeth. Lin An instinctively touched his own neck. Don't worry. Bai Shui noticed his gesture. I won't touch you. But... She leaned in a little, her nose twitching slightly. Your blood really smells special. It's the most fragrant I've ever smelled. Sometimes I think just one little sip, just one. Her voice grew softer, her gaze becoming hazy. Lin An froze, not daring to move. But Bai Shui quickly snapped out of it, shook her head and pulled back. No, I promise not to touch you. I can't break my word. With that she picked up the artificial plasma and downed it in one gulp, then made a face. Still tastes terrible. Lin An looked at her, a complex emotion welling up inside him. She could resist the urge to drink his blood because she respected his will. For a creature that feeds on blood, that must be very difficult, right? He said quietly. If you really want to. I can. Can what? Bai Shui looked up, her blood-red eyes fixed on him. I can let you. Take a small sip, Lin An said, his voice growing softer. Just one small sip, not more. Bai Shui was stunned. She stared at Lin An for a long time, so long that Lin An began to regret saying that. Do you mean it? Her voice was very soft. Lin An nodded, then shook his head. I don't know. I just feel. You've been so good to me, I should repay you somehow. Bai Shui smiled, but there was no joy in her smile, only a hint of bitterness. Lin An, don't do this out of gratitude. Drinking blood isn't like eating or drinking. It's a very intimate act. For a vampire, drinking someone's blood means establishing a connection, a bond. She paused, then continued. Besides, once you let me drink the first time, there will be a second, a third. Your blood is too special, I might not be able to control myself. By then you'll be drained dry by me. Lin An shuddered. So don't say such things lightly. Bai Shui looked at him seriously. Unless one day you truly trust me completely and are truly willing to establish that bond with me. Otherwise, never bring it up. Her expression was so serious that Lin An realized this was no joke. I understand. He nodded. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that casually. It's okay. Bai Shui's expression softened. I know you meant well. But... She suddenly gave a sly smile. If you really want to repay me, you can do it another way. What way? For example. Bai Shui reached out, her fingers hovering over his waist. Let me tickle you for 10 minutes. Lin An's face instantly reddened. No. Not that either. Why not? Bai Shui pouted. Tickling won't cost you a piece of flesh. And you look so cute when you laugh. I'm ticklish. Very ticklish. Lin An recoiled. Last time you only tickled me 5 times and I almost laughed myself breathless. That time I was careless. Bai Shui withdrew her hand. This time I promise to be gentle, just to tease you, not to make you really uncomfortable. How about it? She blinked, her blood-red eyes looking pitiful. Lin An's heart softened. But thinking of the tickling sensation, he shuddered. Fine, 3 minutes, he conceded. No more. Yay. Bai Shui clapped her hands happily. It's a deal then. We'll start after dinner. Dinner was simple spaghetti. Lin An ate absent-mindedly, his mind full of the upcoming tickling. Bai Shui, on the other hand, ate happily, humming a tune while eating, occasionally glancing at him with eager eyes. After dinner, Bai Shui really dragged him to the living room, where there was a spacious sofa. Lie down, she commanded. Lin An lay down stiffly, his hands nervously at his sides. Bai Shui knelt beside him, reached out but didn't touch him immediately. Relax, she said softly. Big sister said gentle, and I won't lie. Her fingers landed on Lin An's waist. It was still that gentle, feathery touch. Ticklish. But indeed not as intense as last time. More like a tingling sensation spreading from his waist, making Lin An's body tremble slightly. 1. Bai Shui counted, her fingers moving slowly. Lin An bit his lip to keep from laughing. 2. Her fingers shifted to another spot. 3. 3 minutes was actually very short. But Lin An felt like an eternity. Every second he had to concentrate on resisting the itch while also enduring Bai Shui's close-up gaze. Her blood-red eyes kept staring at him as if observing every reaction. Finally the 3 minutes were up. Bai Shui withdrew her hand, smiling happily. How was it? Told you it would be gentle. Lin An sat up and took a breath. Indeed, this time he hadn't laughed until he couldn't breathe, he just felt a bit weak all over and his face was a little red. It was. Okay, he said. Then next time can we extend to 5 minutes? Bai Shue's eyes lit up. No. Lin An quickly shook his head. We agreed on 3 minutes, no overtime. Stingy. Bai Shue pouted, but her eyes were still smiling. Outside the rain grew heavier, the sound of raindrops tapping against the glass could be heard. The sky had completely darkened and candles were lit in the castle. There might be a thunderstorm tonight. Bai Shue looked out the window. Are you afraid of thunder? Lin An nodded. A little. When he was young he would hide in his parents' bed every time it thundered. But after growing up he couldn't do that anymore, so he could only hide under the covers covering his ears. Then if it thunders and you're scared you can come to me, Bai Shue said. My room is on the 3rd floor. Lin An blushed. And no need. I'm fine. Really? Bai Shue tilted her head to look at him. Don't be stubborn. Really? All right then. Bai Shue stood up. Rest early. Good night. Good night. Lin An returned to his room, washed up, and lay down on the bed. The rain outside grew louder, with occasional lightning streaking across the night sky, illuminating the room for a moment. He was actually really a bit afraid of thunder. But he was too embarrassed to go to Bai Shue. After all, she was a girl. Even though she was a vampire, she was still a girl. Going to a girl's room in the middle of the night was too improper. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to sleep. But the thunder grew louder, each clap making his heart pound. Finally, after an especially loud thunderclap, Lin An sat up in bed. He hugged his pillow, hesitated for a long time, then quietly crept out of his room and went up to the 3rd floor. A faint light shone through the crack under Bai Shue's door. Lin An stood at the door, raised his hand, then lowered it. Raised it, lowered it again. Should he go in? Or not? Just as he was hesitating, the door suddenly opened. Bai Shue stood at the doorway wearing a silk nightgown, her white hair loose, her blood-red eyes like 2 burning flames in the dim light. What's wrong? She asked softly. Had a nightmare. And no. Lin An's face reddened. Thunder. A bit scared. Bai Shue smiled and stepped aside. Come in. Lin An hesitated for a moment, then walked in. Bai Shue's room was simpler than he had imagined. A 4-poster bed with black gauze curtains. A dressing table, a chair. A few paintings hung on the walls, but the light was too dim to make out their content. The air was filled with that familiar sweet coppery scent, a bit stronger. Sit. Bai Shue pointed to the chair by the bed, then sat on the bed herself. Want to chat? Or do you want to sleep directly? Let's chat. Lin An sat down, hugging his pillow. What to talk about? Bai Shue propped her chin on her hand. How about I tell you a story? A vampire story. Okay. Bai Shue thought for a moment, then began. A long time ago, during the Roman Empire, there was a noble maiden. She was very beautiful and had many suitors. But she was frail and always ill. Her father was very worried. He summoned many physicians, but none could cure her. Lin An listened quietly. One day a stranger came to her home claiming he could cure the maiden's illness. Her father didn't believe him, but the maiden was willing to try. The stranger made the maiden drink a red liquid, saying it was the water of life. Bai Shue's voice was soft, as if telling an ancient legend. The maiden drank it. Her illness was truly cured, and she became stronger and more beautiful. But she also discovered that she began to crave blood, fear the sun, and she would no longer age. Lin An understood. That stranger was a vampire. Bai Shue nodded. He was a first-generation vampire, a descendant of what humans call Cain. He turned the maiden into his kind, then left. The maiden lived alone for a very, very long time, watching her family die one by one, watching the empire fall, watching the world change. And she? What happened to her later? Bai Shue smiled, her blood-red eyes looking at Lin An. Later she met many people. Some became friends, some became enemies. She lived in different eras, different countries, using many names. Finally she came here and gave herself a new name, Bai Shue. Lin An said softly. Bai Shue nodded. Bai Shue. It means white snow, pure cold but also beautiful. She looked out the window, another lightning flash lit up her profile. Sometimes I wonder if I hadn't drunk that cup of water of life back then, what would I be now? Maybe I would have turned to a handful of dust long ago. But sometimes I also wonder if I hadn't become a vampire, would I be happier? At least, I wouldn't have to watch the ones I love leave one by one. There was deep loneliness in her voice. Lin An didn't know what to say. For someone who had lived over 2,000 years, any comfort seemed pale. He could only stand up, walk to the bedside, and gently hug her. "Although I can't be with you forever," he said, "at least right now I'm here." Bai Shui was stunned, then slowly reached out and hugged him back. Her body was cold, but her embrace was warm. "Thank you, Lin An," she whispered. "Truly." Outside, thunder rumbled and rain pattered. But in this room of the castle, two lives of different species for the first time truly drew close to each other. Not because of blood, not because of food. Simply because two lonely souls found a brief moment of solace. The embrace of a thunderstorm night. That embrace lasted a very long time. So long that Lin An almost forgot that the girl in his arms was a vampire who had lived for over 2,000 years. So long that Bai Shui almost forgot how long it had been since she had embraced someone so purely without any desire. The thunder still rumbled, but it seemed less frightening. Finally it was Lin An who let go first. His face was very red and he didn't dare meet Bai Shui's eyes. I should go back," he said quietly. "Still afraid of thunder?" Bai Shui asked, a hint of amusement in her voice. "A little better." "Then stay a little longer." Bai Shui patted the spot beside the bed. "I can't sleep anyway. Let's chat." Lin An hesitated, then sat down, this time not on the chair but on the edge of the bed. "What to talk about?" he asked. Bai Shui thought for a moment. "Tell me about yourself. Your family, your school, your friends. Anything." Lin An fell silent. Family. The home that had kicked him out because of his poor grades. School. The place where he always failed exams and was always ignored by teachers. Friends. He was introverted and had almost no friends. There's nothing worth talking about." He lowered his head. "Everyone has a story," Bai Shui said softly. "Even if you think it's boring, it's fresh to me. After all, it's been too long since I've had contact with ordinary human life." Lin An looked at her. Under the candlelight her blood-red eyes were gentle and sincere. "All right." He took a deep breath. "My parents are both ordinary workers. My dad works in a machinery factory, my mom at a supermarket. Our family doesn't have much money. We live in an old neighborhood. The house is very small." He began to speak. He talked about how hard his parents worked, how he tried hard, but his grades never improved, the anxiety after every exam, the night he was kicked out of the house. Bai Shui listened quietly, not interrupting, only occasionally nodding. "So you think," she said after Lin An finished, "that your life is a failure?" Lin An nodded. Bad grades, bad personality, not good looking. I can't do anything right." "Who said that?" Bai Shui raised an eyebrow. "I think you're great. Honest, kind, grateful. And..." She reached out and gently pinched Lin An's cheek. "You're quite cute too." Lin An's face reddened again. "You know." Bai Shui withdrew her hand and leaned back against the headboard. "In the vampire world, power is everything. Whoever has the stronger power has the say. But even so, many vampires are unhappy. They pursue power, immortality, authority. But after obtaining them, they become emptier." She looked at Lin An. "Although you now have nothing. But there is one thing you have that many blood clansmen seek in vain." "What?" "Possibility," Bai Shui said. "Your life has just begun with countless possibilities. You can become anyone you want to be, do anything you want to do. That kind of possibility is more precious than any power." Lin An was stunned. No one had ever said such words to him before. His parents always said, study hard, get into a good high school, a good university, find a good job. His teachers always said, work hard, raise your scores, don't fall behind. His classmates always said, how many points did you get this time? What's your ranking? No one told him that his life had possibilities. Can I really become anyone I want to be? He asked, his voice trembling slightly. Of course, Bai Shui smiled. But first you need to find out who you want to become. That takes time, experience, and courage. She paused, then added, but I believe you can do it. Those simple words, I believe in you, made Lin An's nose tingle. No one had ever believed in him. His parents didn't believe he could learn well, his teachers didn't believe he could improve, and even he didn't believe in himself. But this vampire girl whom he had only known for 2 days said she believed in him. Thank you? He whispered, tears welling up in his eyes. Don't cry. Bai Shui panicked, reaching out to wipe his tears but then pulling back. My tears are red. If they get on your face it might scare you. Lin An laughed through his tears. I've seen them before. That's still not okay, Bai Shui said seriously. Human tears are clear, blood clan tears are red. That's the difference. I don't want you to think I'm different from you. Her eyes dimmed as she spoke. Lin An's heart ached. He suddenly realized that although Bai Shui always appeared strong and composed, she was actually very concerned about her non-human identity. She longed to be accepted, to be treated as an ordinary being. I think, he said softly, red tears are quite beautiful too. Like rubies. Bai Shui looked up, her blood-red eyes meeting his, filled with surprise, emotion, and something else. Do you really think so? Mm. Lin An nodded. Your eyes, your hair, your tears. They are all beautiful. Different from humans, but beautiful. Bai Shui's lips moved as if to say something, but in the end she just smiled, a smile tinged with relief. Thank you, Lin An, she said. Truly. The thunder outside gradually faded and the rain eased. Only the soft patter of raindrops against the window remained like a lullaby. Lin An yawned. Sleepy? Bai Shui asked. A little. Then sleep, Bai Shui said, moving over on the bed and patting the spot beside her. Stay here tonight. The bed is big enough anyway. Lin An's face instantly flushed crimson. And no. How can this be? Why not? Bai Shui looked innocent. We're both girls. Oh right, you're a boy. But it's okay, big sister won't do anything to you. That's not the issue. Lin An stood up. It's against the rules. What rules? Bai Shui tilted her head. Human rules. Blood clan rules. Or some other rules. Lin An couldn't answer. You see. Bai Shui laughed. Rules are made by people. And here it's just the two of us. We are the rules. What she said made so much sense that Lin An was left speechless. But he still shook his head. No. I'll sleep on the chair. The chair is so uncomfortable. Bai Shui also stood up, walked to the wardrobe, and took out a quilt and a pillow. She spread them on the carpet beside the bed. Then how about this, you sleep on the bed and I'll sleep on the floor? That's even worse, Lin An quickly said. How can I let you sleep on the floor? Then we'll sleep together on the bed. No. Then you sleep on the floor. Lin An looked at Bai Shui's sly smile, and suddenly realized he had been trapped in her logic. You did that on purpose, he accused. Busted, Bai Shui stuck out her tongue. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. You sleep on the bed and I'll sleep on the sofa. There's a long sofa in the living room, very comfortable. But! No buts, Bai Shui said, pushing him toward the bed. Lie down now. Sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow. Lin An was pressed onto the bed and covered with the quilt. Bai Shui turned to leave. Wait, Lin An called out. What is it? You. Lin An hesitated. Are you really going to sleep on the sofa? Yes. Is the sofa comfortable? It's okay, Bai Shui said. Anyway, I won't sleep much. Blood clans don't need a lot of sleep. Lin An looked at her and a surge of impulse rose in his heart. How about we sleep together on the bed? He said, his voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. The bed is big. It should be fine. Bai Shui was stunned. She stared at Lin An for a long time, then smiled a smile so gentle it made Lin An's heart race. Aren't you afraid I'll get hungry in the middle of the night and bite you? No, Lin An said. You said you wouldn't. Bai Shui laughed, and actually came back, lying down on the other side of the bed. She didn't cover herself with the quilt. Blood clans aren't afraid of cold. The two lay side by side with a gap between them. They could hear each other's breathing. Good night, Lin An, Bai Shui whispered. Good night, Bai Shui. The room fell silent. Only the sound of rain and their breathing remained. Lin An closed his eyes but couldn't fall asleep. He could sense Bai Shui's presence beside him, smell the sweet coppery fragrance, and hear her steady breathing. Strange as it was, sleeping in the same bed with a vampire didn't frighten him. Instead, it brought an inexplicable sense of peace. Perhaps because he knew she wouldn't hurt him. Perhaps because on this stormy night they both needed company. After an unknown amount of time, Lin An felt Bai Shui stir. She turned over to face him. Lin An froze, not daring to move. Then he felt a cold hand gently grasp his. Lin An, Bai Shui's voice came through the darkness, very soft. Thank you for not being afraid of me. Lin An didn't speak, just squeezed her hand in return. Her hand was very cold, but her palm was soft. Outside, the rain gradually stopped. The clouds parted, revealing a crescent moon and a few stars. Moonlight streamed through the window, spilling onto the bed and onto their two clasped hands. The room was very quiet, with only the warmth transmitted through their intertwined hands, though Bai Shue's hand remained cold. Lin An thought he would be too nervous to sleep, but perhaps because of the day's exhaustion, or perhaps because of the steady breathing beside him, his consciousness soon grew hazy. Between waking and dreaming, he seemed to hear Bai Shue let out a soft laugh, and then cool fingers brushed the stray hair from his forehead. "Sleep?" Her voice was very light, like a feather brushing past his ear. Lin An sank completely into dreamland. That night he slept surprisingly deeply. No nightmares, no sudden awakenings, only a warm, peaceful darkness. Until the morning light seeped through the gaps in the curtains, casting bright patches on the floor, did Lin An groggily wake up. As consciousness returned, he felt something strange about his body. Not uncomfortable, but restrained. He turned his head with difficulty, and saw that he had somehow rolled over during the night, facing Bai Shue. And Bai Shue's arm was loosely draped around his waist. Her face was so close that he could clearly see her long white eyelashes and the corners of her lips that seemed to carry a hint of a smile even in sleep. Her white hair spread across the pillow, some strands even tangled around his arm. Lin An's face instantly flushed crimson and his body went rigid. He should move away immediately. But at the slightest movement, the arm around his waist instinctively tightened a little. Bai Shue's brow furrowed slightly, as if displeased that her pillow was moving, and she unconsciously snuggled closer to him. Now the distance between them was even smaller. Lin An barely dared to breathe, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. He desperately tried to recall how they had fallen asleep. There had been at least half a meter between them. How had it turned out like this when they woke up? Had Bai Shue moved in her sleep? Or had he himself? Just as he was at a loss, Bai Shue's eyelashes fluttered a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her blood-red eyes, just awakened, held a layer of misty water lacking their usual sly sharpness, replaced by a touch of languor and drowsiness. She blinked, still not fully awake, and instinctively rubbed her cheek against the pillow, or more precisely against Lin An's arm. Lin An shuddered. This movement finally brought Bai Shue fully awake. She lifted her eyes and met Lin An's flushed face and panicked gaze, then looked down at her hand resting on his waist. The air froze for 3 seconds. Then Bai Shue burst out laughing. She didn't let go immediately, instead looking at Lin An's reaction with interest. "Good morning, Lin An. Did you sleep well?" Fine." Lin An's voice seemed to be squeezed from his throat. "Your hand?" "What about my hand?" Bai Shue pretended not to understand, lightly tapping his side with her finger. "Didn't you say last night you were scared and asked me to stay with you?" "Big sister is just doing her duty." "I never said." Lin An wanted to retort, but remembering that he had indeed been afraid of the thunder, and sought her out, he fell silent. "All right, I'll stop teasing you." Bai Shue finally withdrew her hand and sat up. Her white hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, glowing softly in the morning light. She stretched lazily, her movements as fluid as a cat's. "Time to get up," she said, hopping off the bed and stepping barefoot onto the carpet. "The weather looks nice today. I'll take you to a good place." Lin An quickly sat up, hastily smoothing his rumpled clothes. "What good place?" "Secret." Bai Shue turned back and winked at him. "Go wash up, then come downstairs for breakfast. Big sister is in a good mood today, so I'll make something special for you." Humming a tune, she walked out of the room, leaving Lin An sitting on the bed in a daze. The sensation of being held around the waist seemed to linger, along with the cool touch of her fingers. Lin An shook his head vigorously, driving those chaotic thoughts out of his mind. He got out of bed, washed up, changed clothes, and went downstairs. Breakfast was indeed special. The fried egg was shaped like a cute rabbit, the bacon arranged like stars, and even the toast was pressed with a bear-shaped mold. "This is..." Lin An looked at the cartoonish breakfast on his plate, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Well, isn't it cute?" Bai Shue rested her chin on her hand, looking at him expectantly. "I learned it specially. I heard human kids love this kind of thing. I'm not a kid anymore." Lin An protested softly, but the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. "In Big Sister's eyes you're still a kid," Bai Shue said with a grin, downing the artificial blood in her cup. "Eat up quickly. We'll set off after we finish." After breakfast, Bai Shue led Lin An out of the castle. The morning forest air was exceptionally fresh, carrying the scent of dew and earth. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. "Where are we going?" Lin An asked. "Didn't we agree yesterday? I'll take you to see the stream in the forest." Bai Shue walked ahead of him, her white hair gently swaying in the breeze. But before that I'll take you to another place first. She pushed aside a dense thicket, revealing a path almost completely overgrown with weeds. The path wound deep into the forest, and the farther they went the taller and denser the trees became, and the light gradually dimmed. Here. Lin An felt uneasy. There aren't any wild beasts, are there? There are. Bai Shui turned back, her blood-red eyes gleaming brightly in the dim light. The biggest beast is right in front of you. Lin An paused for a moment before realizing she was referring to herself. Don't worry. Bai Shui laughed. This forest is my territory. Without my permission no other things can get in. Other things? Lin An caught the key word. Besides wild beasts, what else? A lot. Bai Shui said casually. Lost elves, mischievous sprites, and occasionally stray magical beasts. But they all know better than to bother me. She said it so naturally, as if commenting on the weather. But Lin An felt a chill down his spine. Elves. Sprites. Magical beasts. Weren't those things from myths and legends? They really exist. Of course they exist, Bai Shui said, stopping before a massive ancient tree and patting its rough bark. Just like blood clans exist. It's just that most humans can't see them or come into contact with them. She walked around the ancient tree, then crouched down at an inconspicuous hollow in the roots, reaching in to feel around. Found it. She pulled out her hand, and in her palm lay a small stone glowing with a soft white light. What's this? A moonstone. Bai Shui handed the stone to Lin An. Only stones that have been directly bathed in moonlight on a full moon night can store the moon's energy. Carry it, it can dispel darkness and make hidden things visible. Lin An took the stone. It felt warm and smooth to the touch, and its white light, though soft, seemed to penetrate the surrounding gloom. Come on, keep walking. Bai Shui stood up and continued leading the way. After about another 10 minutes they heard the gurgling sound of flowing water ahead. Pushing through the last patch of bushes, a clear stream appeared before them. The stream was not wide, but the current was swift, churning white foam against the rocks. Wildflowers of unknown kinds bloomed along the banks, and butterflies danced among the blossoms. Finally sunlight streamed down without obstruction, scattering a layer of crushed gold on the water's surface. Beautiful, isn't it? Bai Shui found a flat large rock by the stream and sat down, pulling off her boots and dipping her fair feet into the water. The water is very cool and refreshing. Lin An followed her example, sat down, removed his shoes and socks, and tentatively dipped his feet into the water. Indeed, it was very cool, but on this hot summer day the coolness was invigorating. The stream water washed over his ankles, carrying away the last traces of drowsiness. He looked down at the moonstone in his hand and suddenly asked, Bai Shui, you've lived so long. You've seen many amazing things, haven't you? And them quite a few, Bai Shui said, tilting her head back to look at the sky. The sunlight shone on her white hair, almost making it glow. Trees that talk, flowers that sing, birds that live in the clouds. The world is vast, much larger than humans imagine. Then, do you ever feel bored? Lin An asked. After all you've lived so long and seen everything there is to see, right? Bai Shui fell silent. She lowered her head and looked at her reflection in the stream, white hair, red eyes, utterly out of place with everything around her. Yes, she said softly. Very bored. Especially bored. She splashed a bit of water with her foot. That's why I like to find amusement. Playing tricks on humans, collecting interesting things, trying out new experiences. Only then can I feel time flowing, feel that I'm still alive. She turned her head, her blood-red eyes meeting Lin An's gaze. Just like now, talking to you, watching you blush when I tickle you, listening to you tell me about those worries that seem small to me but are huge to you. All of this is fascinating. Lin An's face flushed again. My worries. Are they really that small to you? Very small, Bai Shui admitted honestly. But that doesn't mean they're unimportant. On the contrary, it's precisely because they are small that they are pure and authentic. The world of the Blood Clan is full of schemes, conspiracies, power struggles. Those big worries only make one weary. She paused, then added, So thank you, Lin An. Thank you for giving me the chance to relive these small worries and small joys. Lin An didn't know what to say. He suddenly felt that although Bai Shui possessed an eternal life and boundless power, she might not be all that happy. He hesitated but finally voiced the question. Will you be alone forever? Bai Shui smiled, a hint of profound meaning in her expression that Lin An couldn't quite decipher. Who knows? Maybe, maybe not. The life of a blood clan is too long to dare easily make promises. Because promises mean responsibility, and responsibility over the course of eternity becomes unbearably heavy. She lifted her foot, and water droplets slid down her pale calf. But for now. She stood up and extended her hand to Lin An. With you here at least this period won't be boring. Come on, time to head back. What do you want for lunch? I'll cook for you, little brother. Lin An took her hand and stood up. Her hand was still ice cold, but he had grown used to it. On the way back to the castle, Lin An kept holding the moonstone. Its white light was soft yet steadfast, illuminating the path beneath his feet. Suddenly he wasn't so afraid anymore. No matter what Bai Shui truly was, no matter how many unknowns the world held, at least now he had a place to return to and someone, or rather a blood clan member, waiting for him. That was enough. Awakening in the morning light. By the time they returned to the castle it was nearly noon. Lin An's stomach growled at just the right moment, drawing a light laugh from Bai Shui. Hungry? She walked briskly into the kitchen. Wait here, I'll have you taste your big sister's signature dish today. Lin An wanted to help, but Bai Shui shooed him away, claiming the kitchen was a restricted area. He had no choice but to sit in the dining room listening to the clatter of pots and pans from the kitchen. Surprisingly, it felt very much like the warmth of an ordinary home. About half an hour later, Bai Shui emerged with 2 plates. On the plates were golden brown omuras with a smiling face drawn in ketchup. Try it. She placed the plate in front of Lin An while before herself sat a glass of fresh artificial blood. I learned it specially, they say it's a favorite among human children. I mean human teenagers. Lin An picked up his spoon and cut into the omelet. The egg skin was tender and smooth, the fried rice inside distinct with each grain separate, mixed with chicken cubes, carrots, and peas. It tasted surprisingly good. Delicious, he praised sincerely. Glad you like it. Bai Shui smiled with satisfaction, sipping her drink slowly. After the meal, Bai Shui suggested they go to the study to read. Lin An naturally had no objection. They spent the afternoon in the study, Bai Shui engrossed in her ancient texts while Lin An picked a picture book about world wonders and read it with great interest. The sunlight outside the window gradually slanted westward, casting a warm golden hue over the study. Lin An looked up from his book and saw Bai Shui resting her chin on her hand, watching him with a thoughtful expression in her blood-red eyes. What's wrong? He asked. Nothing. Bai Shui averted her gaze, her fingers unconsciously tracing circles on the page. I was just wondering. What are your plans from now on? Plans? Lin An was taken aback. Summer vacation still has about a month, Bai Shui said. Are you planning to stay here the whole time, or do you want to go home? Lin An fell silent. This was a question he had been deliberately avoiding. Go home. He couldn't imagine what his father's attitude would be now. Not go home. Would he really just stay in the castle for a whole month? I don't know, he admitted honestly. If you don't want to go home, you can stay here as long as you like, Bai Shui said. It doesn't matter to me, there are plenty of rooms. If you want to go home, I can go with you and help explain things to your parents. Explain? Lin An smiled bitterly. How? Say I met a vampire in the forest, and she took me in. They'd think I've lost my mind. You could say I'm your classmate's older sister and I invited you to stay at my place for the summer. Bai Shui tilted her head. After all, I look like a high school student, even if I'm not one in reality. That was a plausible idea. But Lin An still hesitated. He was afraid of facing his parents' disappointment, afraid that going back would mean everything remained the same. He would still be the Lin An who couldn't do well on exams and made his parents worry. Let me think about it some more, he said. All right. Bai Shui didn't pressure him. Take your time, no rush. I'm always happy to have you here. Her tolerance warmed Lin An's heart but also deepened his guilt. He had done nothing, yet he was on the receiving end of her care and kindness. Bai Shui, he suddenly asked, is there anything I can do for you? I mean, besides just keeping you company. Bai Shui raised an eyebrow. Why the sudden question? Because I can't just freeload off you forever, Lin An said seriously. I want to do something, even if it's just a small favor. Bai Shui stared at him for a few seconds, then laughed. All right, since you insist. Then help me tidy up the garden tomorrow. The garden? And then there's a small garden behind the castle. I haven't tended to it in a long time, Bai Shui said. It's overrun with weeds and needs cleaning. Can you help? Of course. Lin An nodded immediately. Physical labor was no problem for him. It was better than doing nothing. Then it's settled. Bai Shui closed her book. Get some rest early tonight, tomorrow will be a day of hard work. That night Lin An slept in his own room. Perhaps because he had walked so much during the day he fell asleep quickly. The next morning he was woken by a knock on the door. "Lin An, wake up!" Bai Shue's voice came from outside. "The sun is already high in the sky." Lin An rubbed his eyes and opened the door to find Bai Shue already fully dressed. She was wearing a set of black work pants and a short-sleeved t-shirt, her white hair tied up in a high ponytail, looking neat and handsome. "Here." She handed him a similar set of clothes. "Put these on so you don't dirty your own." The clothes were brand new and fit perfectly. When Lin An came downstairs after changing, Bai Shue had already prepared a simple breakfast, bread, milk and fruit. "Eat up," she said. "You'll need the energy for work." After breakfast, Bai Shue led Lin An out the back door of the castle. The back door connected to a gravel path that led to a walled-off area. Pushing open the rusty iron gate, Lin An was stunned. This was no small garden, it was clearly a neglected estate. As far as the eye could see, there was a plot of land at least the size of 2 basketball courts divided into several sections. But at the moment most of these sections were overrun with weeds as tall as a person's waist, with only vague outlines of what once might have been flower beds, lawns and shrubbery. A stone fountain stood in the center, long, dry and covered in moss. Several stone paths were barely visible among the weeds. Lin An's mouth fell open. "How long will it take to clean this up?" "We'll take it slow," Bai Shue said optimistically. "We have plenty of time. Let's start by clearing the main path today. Let me see." She walked into the weeds, parting some leaves to reveal a broken stone slab beneath. "Start from here." She handed Lin An a sickle that looked quite ancient. "Use this to cut the grass. Be careful not to hurt yourself." Lin An took the sickle. The handle was wooden, worn smooth over time, and the blade, though a bit rusty, was still sharp. He bent down, imitating what he had seen on TV, and began cutting the grass. Cutting grass was harder than he had imagined. The weeds were thick and tangled with strong roots, and every stroke required considerable effort. Before long, Lin An was drenched in sweat. In contrast, Bai Shue held a small pair of pruning shears, trimming the branches of some shrubs with leisurely grace, her movements as elegant as if she were arranging flowers, yet her efficiency was astonishing. The stubborn weeds seemed to crumble like tofu under her hands. "Tired?" she noticed Lin An panting. "Take a break if you need to." Lin An shook his head and gritted his teeth to continue. He didn't want to seem useless. By the end of the morning, the two of them had cleared a path about 10 meters long and 1 meter wide. Lin An was sore all over and blisters had formed on his hands. "Not bad." Bai Shue patted him on the shoulder. "You're more capable than I thought. Come on, let's go back for lunch and we'll continue this afternoon." Lunch was simple sandwiches, but Lin An ate with unusual relish. Food always tasted better after hard work. After the meal, Bai Shue pulled out a tube of ointment from somewhere. "Give me your hands," she said. Lin An obediently held out his hands, revealing several red blisters on his palms and fingers. Bai Shue carefully applied the ointment, which was cool and quickly soothed the pain. "Don't use the sickle this afternoon," she said. "You can pull out the easy weeds or sweep the ground. I'll handle the finer work." "I can do it." Lin An wanted to act tough. "Be obedient." Bai Shue's tone brooked no argument. "Getting hurt will only slow us down." The afternoon's work was much lighter. Lin An's main tasks were piling up the cut weeds at designated spots and sweeping the dirt off the stone paths. Bai Shue continued to use her magical pruning shears to clear the more stubborn shrubs and vines. During a break, Lin An sat by the fountain watching Bai Shue work in the garden. The sunlight fell upon her white ponytail swaying with her movements, and sweat trickled down her neck. So vampires did sweat too. "What are you looking at?" Bai Shue suddenly turned around, her blood-red eyes glinting with amusement. "And nothing." Lin An quickly looked away. Bai Shue walked over and sat down beside him, handing him a bottle of water. "Drink some water. You've worked hard today." Lin An took the water and drank, then hesitated before asking, "Bai Shue, what was this garden like before?" Bai Shue was silent for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the desolate courtyard. "In the past," she said softly, "it was full of roses. Red roses, white roses, yellow roses. And the most precious black roses. The fountain had water and there were koi fish inside. Over there was a grape trellis that would bear many grapes in summer. Sitting here at night you could smell the flowers and hear the water." Her voice carried a note of nostalgia. "Then why did it fall into neglect?" "Because the person who tended to it is no longer here," Bai Shue said briefly without further explanation. After that I couldn't be bothered to maintain it, so I let it go wild. She stood up, brushing the grass clippings off her clothes. But now that you're here to help, maybe we can restore a bit of its former glory. Lin An looked at her, suddenly wanting to ask, who was the person who tended it? But the words died in his throat. He had a feeling it was a topic Bai Shui preferred not to discuss. I'll help, he said earnestly. We'll work together and get the garden back in shape. Bai Shui smiled, and her smile was especially warm in the light of the setting sun. All right, she said. Together. Over the next few days Lin An's schedule became routine: wake up, have breakfast, and then go to the garden with Bai Shui. Afternoons were for reading or resting, evenings for chatting, and then sleep. The garden cleanup went smoothly. With Bai Shui's almost cheating efficiency and Lin An's diligent cooperation, the main path and the central fountain area were basically cleared. The dried-up fountain was refilled with clear water by Bai Shui using some method. Lin An didn't see exactly how she did it. He only saw her place her hand on the fountain's edge, murmur a few words in an unfamiliar language, and then clear water gushed from the spring. With water the garden immediately gained life. Although the flower beds were still bare, at least it no longer looked so desolate. One afternoon, as Lin An was sweeping the last section of the path, Bai Shui suddenly called out to him. Lin An, come over here and see this. Lin An walked over and saw Bai Shui crouching in a corner in front of a cluster of plants that were almost completely buried by weeds. She carefully parted the weeds, revealing dark green leaves and a few thorny branches beneath. These are roses, Bai Shui said, a note of surprise in her voice. I thought they had all died, but it seems there are still survivors. She examined the few rose bushes closely, her fingers gently brushing over the leaves. They're not in good shape, but they're still alive. With proper care they might be saved. What should we do? Lin An asked. First clear the weeds around them to give them some breathing room, Bai Shui said. Then fertilize water. Take it slow. Roses are delicate and need patience. The two of them worked together, carefully removing the weeds around the few rose bushes. The rose branches were thin and weak, the leaves yellowed, and they looked as if they were on their last legs. Can they be saved? Lin An asked with concern. We'll see. Bai Shui was not particularly bothered. Best if we can save them, if not then it's their fate. She stood up, dusting off the soil on her hands. Let's call it a day for now. We'll finish the rest tomorrow. On the way back to the castle, Lin An couldn't help asking, Bai Shui, you seem especially fond of roses. Bai Shui didn't deny it. Roses are my favorite flowers. Especially black roses. Black roses. Lin An had only seen pictures of them. Apparently pure black roses barely existed in reality, most being deep red or purple. Yes, black roses. Bai Shui's gaze grew distant. They are a variety unique to the Blood Clan world, requiring special soil and fertilizer to cultivate. I once grew one with great effort. And then, Bai Shui paused. Something happened and that rose died. I never planted another one. Her tone was flat, but Lin An could hear the regret in it. At dinner Bai Shui ate less than usual, seemingly lost in thought. Lin An didn't dare ask too many questions and just ate in silence. After the meal Bai Shui didn't suggest reading or chatting as usual. Instead she went straight to her room. I'm a bit tired, I'm going to rest early, she said. You should get some sleep too. Lin An sat alone in the living room, feeling a little uneasy. Had he said something wrong? Should he not have asked about the roses? Just then the sound of pattering rain came from outside the window. It was raining again. Lin An got up to close the window, looking out at the curtain of rain. It wasn't heavy, but the drops were dense, shrouding the forest in a hazy mist of water. He suddenly remembered the moonstone. The stone Bai Shui had given him, he had kept it on his bedside table. The stone still emitted a soft white light like a small night light in the dim room. Should he go ask her? Lin An hesitated for a long time, but finally mustered the courage to go up to the third floor. No light seeped from under Bai Shui's door. She might have really gone to sleep. He raised his hand to knock, then lowered it. He repeated this several times, and in the end he sighed and turned to go back to his room. Just then the door opened. Bai Shui stood in the doorway, already in her nightgown, her white hair loose. Her eyes were slightly red, not the natural red of a Blood Clan member, but the kind of red that came from crying. Lin An. Her voice was. Something wrong? He asked, his voice a bit hoarse. I heard the rain. Lin An made up a lame excuse. Just wanted to ask. Are you afraid of thunder? The excuse was so flimsy even he didn't believe it. But Bai Shui didn't call him out, she just smiled. I'm not afraid of thunder, she said. But, thank you for caring. She stepped aside. Want to come in? Lin An nodded and entered the room. It was still the same, sparse unlike a girl's bedroom. The sweet metallic scent in the air seemed stronger than usual. Bai Shui sat on the bed while Lin An took a chair. For a moment neither spoke. Lin An broke the silence. Sorry for asking about the roses. I made you sad. Bai Shui paused then smiled. It's not your fault. It's me. I haven't let go yet. She looked down at her hand silent for a while then said softly. That black rose was planted by my mother. Lin An held his breath. My mother was also a vampire, a very powerful one, Bai Shui continued. But she fell in love with a human, my father. That was forbidden in the vampire world. They faced much opposition and persecution. Her voice was calm as if telling someone else's story. Later my father died. Humans have short lives, there's nothing to be done. But my mother couldn't accept it. She shut herself in the garden tending to that black rose every day. It was a gift from my father. Then my mother also left. Not dead, vampires don't die naturally. She was tired and chose eternal slumber. The black rose withered soon after she left. No matter how I cared for it, it wouldn't recover. She raised her head, her crimson eyes meeting Lin An's. So you see, some things can't be kept no matter how much you want to. Flowers wither, people leave. Even an endless life can't change that. Lin An didn't know what to say. Comfort, a vampire who had lived over 2,000 years, experienced countless partings. It would be too hollow. He simply walked to the bed and gently took her hand. Her hand was cold, icy cold. But Lin An didn't let go. At least now, he said. I'm here. I might leave soon, might not be able to help much, but at least now I'm here. Bai Shui looked at him, her eyes reddening again. But this time she didn't cry. Thank you, Lin An. She held his hand back perhaps a bit too tightly, but Lin An didn't pull away. You're welcome, Lin An said. You took me and treated me kindly. I want to be kind to you too. It was his honest feeling. Though he was still afraid and uneasy, he could sense Bai Shui's goodwill. And goodwill deserved to be reciprocated. Outside the rain grew louder, thunder rumbling faintly. But this time neither of them was afraid. They just sat quietly holding hands, listening to the rain. At that moment, race, age, past wounds, all seemed unimportant. What mattered was that on this rainy night two people kept each other company. Even if it might be fleeting. But at least it was real. Tickle game. After the garden cleanup, life in the castle settled into a lazy rhythm. Lin An gradually grew accustomed to this secluded routine, regular hours, simple chores, plenty of reading time, and various games with Bai Shui. One afternoon Lin An was in the study flipping through a book on European heraldry, trying to identify which family the silver brooch Bai Shui occasionally wore on her collar belonged to, though he suspected it wasn't from any human lineage. Lin An! A cheerful call came from the doorway. Lin An looked up to see Bai Shui leaning against the doorframe, holding a small wooden box, her crimson eyes sparkling with a familiar mischievous glint. What's up? Lin An asked warily. Whenever she wore that expression, trouble was never far behind. Let's play a game. Bai Shui bounced in and placed the box on the desk. I designed it. Tickle challenge, best of 5. Lin An's face fell. Tickling again. Didn't we agree last time? Last time was last time, today is today. Bai Shui opened the box, revealing 5 folded cards. Simple rules, each card has a body part written on it. You draw one and I tickle that spot for 30 seconds. If you can hold back from laughing or flinching, you win that round. Best of 3 wins the match. Win and you get a prize. Lose. She drew out the word, showing her tiny fangs. Then you have to do me a favor. What favor? Lin An asked cautiously. Can't say now. You'll find out if you win. Bai Shui pushed the box toward him with a grin. What do you say? Up for it. Lin An stared at the 5 cards, his mind in turmoil. He certainly didn't want to be tickled, but the prize piqued his curiosity. Bai Shui's prizes probably weren't bad. And what if he won? What's the prize? He asked. Bai Shui pondered. If you win, I'll teach you a little vampire magic. A very useful little spell. Like making a candle light itself or making a book flip pages on its own. That temptation was indeed great. Lin An hesitated. Just 30 seconds and you can try your best to hold back. Bai Shui coaxed. Maybe you'll win. And even if you lose, my request won't be too much, I promise. Her smile was too bright, her tone too sincere. Even though Lin An knew it was a trap, he inexplicably nodded. But first, he added, no excessive force, no more than 30 seconds, and no especially sensitive spots. Don't worry, the spots on the cards are all normal. Bai Shui patted her chest. Come on, draw the first one. Lin An took a deep breath and pulled a card from the box. He flipped it open. In elegant handwriting was written palm. He breathed a little easier. The palm was ticklish, but compared to the waist or sole it was manageable. Palm, huh? Bai Shui nodded and extended her hand. Give me your hand. Hesitantly Lin An offered his hand. She held his wrist and the index finger of her other hand gently landed on his palm. Ready. Time starts now. Her fingertip began to move, very lightly, very slowly, tracing circles on his palm. The ticklish sensation wasn't sharp, but a dense prickly numbness that made him want to clench his fist. Lin An bit his lower lip, forcing himself to endure. He could feel his hand trembling slightly, but Bai Shui held it steady. 10 seconds. Bai Shui announced, her fingertip changing direction to draw horizontal lines. The ticklishness intensified. Lin An's face reddened, his breathing quickened. He desperately tried to think of other things, math formulas, historical dates, anything to distract himself. 20 seconds. The fingertips sped up like a feather, brushing quickly. Lin An finally couldn't hold back. A laugh escaped him and he instinctively tried to pull his hand back. Ah, violation! Bai Shui released him, shaking her head regretfully. You laughed and tried to dodge. This round is mine. Lin An panted, looking at his still tingling palm. You sped up at the end. The rules didn't say I couldn't change speed, Bai Shui said innocently. Come on, draw the second card. Second card, ankle. Lin An's heart sank. The ankle was much more sensitive than the palm, especially the inner side. Lie down, lie down. Bai Shui cleared the long sofa in the study. Lin An resigned himself to lying down, removing his shoes and socks. Bai Shui knelt beside the sofa, gently holding his ankle with one hand, her other index finger slowly approaching. I promise to keep a steady speed this time, she said. But you must promise not to move. Moving means you lose. Lin An nodded, his whole body tense. The fingertip landed on the thinnest skin of his inner ankle, lightly stroking. Lin An nearly jumped. It was too ticklish. The sensation shot straight to his brain, making every hair on his body stand on end. He bit his lip hard, clenched his fists, and curled his toes. 10 seconds. Bai Shui's voice was calm, her fingertips still moving at a steady pace. Lin An felt like he was going to explode. He forced himself to think of other things. What fertilizer should he use for the roses in the garden? What was the name of that ancient kingdom in the book he read yesterday? Anything as long as he could get through it. 20 seconds. The ticklishness didn't diminish, it became even more unbearable with the continuous stimulation. Sweat broke out on Lin An's forehead, and his body began to tremble slightly. 25 seconds. Just as he thought he couldn't hold on, Bai Shui suddenly stopped. Time's up. She released him, smiling. You won this round. Well done. Lin An collapsed on the sofa, gasping, feeling as if he had run 1,000 meters. And not bad, he said weakly. Rest for a minute, then draw the third one. Bai Shui handed him the box. Third card, nape of the neck. This spot surprised Lin An. The nape? Could it be ticklish too? He sat up, turning his back to Bai Shui. He felt her cool fingers gently part the hair at the back of his neck, then her fingertip descended. It was a completely different kind of ticklishness. Not sharp, but tinged with numbness, and a strange comfort, like a kitten's tail lightly brushing against him. Lin An even relaxed a little. 30 seconds passed quickly. This round is yours too, Bai Shui announced. Not bad, now it's 1-2, you're winning. Lin An regained a bit of confidence. Maybe he could actually win. Fourth card, ribs. Lin An's face turned pale again. His ribs were one of his most sensitive spots. Whenever his cousin tickled him there, he would laugh until he was out of breath. Lie down. Bai Shui's tone carried a hint of anticipation. Lin An stiffly lay back down, instinctively crossing his arms over his chest. Hands away or it's a foul, Bai Shui reminded him. Lin An slowly moved his hands aside, closing his eyes with a look of resigned martyrdom. Bai Shui's fingers landed on his side, feeling the coolness through his thin t-shirt. She didn't start tickling immediately, instead she pressed gently, as if searching for the best spot. Then her fingers moved. Not drawing circles, not making lines, but like playing a piano, lightly tapping one by one along his ribs. Ha ha! Lin An broke, instantly laughing so hard he curled up, tears streaming. He tried to dodge, but Bai Shue's hand held his waist firmly, immobilizing him. 10 seconds. Bai Shue's voice held laughter, her fingers relentless. Ha ha, stop, I surrender. Surrender. Lin An laughed until he couldn't breathe. But Bai Shue didn't stop, continuing to count. 20 seconds. 25. 30. Done. She released him and Lin An collapsed onto the sofa like a puddle, laughing until he was limp, face flushed. This round is mine, Bai Shue said with satisfaction. Now it's 2-2. The final round decides the winner. Lin An took a while to recover and sit up, staring at the last card, his hand trembling slightly. He drew it and flipped it open. It read ear. Lin An froze. Ear. Could tickling an ear be ticklish? Ears are very sensitive. Bai Shue leaned in, her warm breath brushing his ear. Especially the inner rim and the earlobe. Lin An instinctively shrank his neck. Just sit still. Bai Shue moved behind him, gently cupping his face with both hands to steady his head. Don't move. Her thumbs pressed against his temples while her index and middle fingers gently pinched his earlobes. Lin An held his breath. Her fingers began to move, very gently, very softly, like a massage. First the earlobe, lightly kneading, then along the rim, upward, scraping the hollows of the cartilage with her fingertips. Finally her fingertips brushed the opening of the ear canal, just a light sweep, not deep. A strange sensation, a mix of ticklishness and numbness, spread from his ear through his entire body. Lin An shivered, but this time he didn't laugh, it just felt comfortable. Yes, comfortable. The gentle, cool touch actually relieved the fatigue from laughing so hard. 10 seconds. Bai Shue's voice was very close, right next to his ear. Her fingers continued moving to the other ear. The same gentleness, the same care. Lin An almost wished time would slow down. 20 seconds. 25. 30. Time's up. Bai Shue released him, came around to face him, her crimson eyes examining him. You didn't laugh. It was a little ticklish, but not uncomfortable, Lin An said honestly. Actually, it felt quite nice. Bai Shue stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. Interesting. You have a high tolerance in your ears. All right, this round is yours. Best of 3, you win. Lin An could hardly believe it. I won. Yes, you won. Bai Shue sat back in her chair, chin resting on her hand. So what little magic do you want to learn? Lin An thought for a moment. Can you make things float? Levitation. Sure, it's a basic spell. Bai Shue extended her hand, palm up. Watch closely, I'll only demonstrate once. Above her palm the air slightly distorted. A quill pen rose from the desk, floating steadily about 10 centimeters above her palm. The core of vampire magic is willpower and energy control, Bai Shue explained as the quill rotated with her intention. You need to imagine an invisible thread connecting you and the target, then command it to move. Now you try. She let the quill fall back to the desk. Lin An imitated her, stretching out his hand, staring at the quill desperately, thinking rise, rise, rise. The quill didn't budge. Don't force it too hard. Relax, Bai Shue instructed. Imagine it's part of your body. When you want to lift your hand, it lifts. Same principle. Lin An took a deep breath, relaxed his shoulders, and tried again. This time, instead of desperately commanding, he imagined the quill was very light, like a feather, and his hand could generate an upward current. The quill's tip lifted a millimeter, then fell back with a clink. It moved, Lin An said excitedly. Not bad at all for a first try. Bai Shue praised, nodding. Practice a few more times and you'll get it. Remember, the key is relaxation and imagination, not force. Lin An tried a few more times. The quill could lift at most 2 or 3 millimeters, holding for less than a second. But he was already satisfied. This was magic, real magic. Thank you, he said sincerely. You're welcome, it's your prize for winning. Bai Shue put the box away and winked. But next time we play, I won't go easy on you. Looking at her mischievous smile, Lin An suddenly felt that being tickled wasn't so terrible after all. At least it earned him a chance to learn magic. And her touch wasn't really unpleasant. That thought made Lin An's face heat up slightly. He quickly lowered his head, pretending to continue reading. Practicing levitation. The quill trembled on the desk, much like his heartbeat at that moment. The prank of the light-catching vine. After mastering the knack of basic levitation, Lin An's interest had been fully ignited over the past 2 days. Whenever he had a spare moment, he practiced on various small objects, a quill, an eraser, a bookmark, and even managed to make a fallen leaf float in his room for a full 5 seconds. Bai Shue was surprised by his progress. Humans usually take much longer to adapt to vampire magic, she said. Your talent is better than I imagined. Lin An scratched his head sheepishly. Maybe, because the teaching is good. Such a sweet tongue. Bai Shui laughed and ruffled his hair. Then today I'll show you something more interesting. She led him to a room on the 3rd floor of the ancient castle that he had never entered before. The room had no windows and the walls were embedded with luminescent ores that provided a soft glow. In the center of the room stood stone platforms, each bearing potted plants, but not a single one was a normal species Lin An had ever seen. Some leaves swayed gently on their own, others emitted a faint halo, and one plant bore several glowing translucent little fruits on its branches. Are these magical plants? Lin An leaned in curiously toward a blue glowing fern-like specimen. And them's some little things I've collected. Bai Shui walked to a stone platform where a vine climbed on an exquisite iron trellis. The vine was silvery white with slender leaves and a faint golden luster flowing through the veins. This one is called the light-catching vine, Bai Shui introduced. It loves light and actively grows toward its source. And she reached out a finger and gently touched one of the vine's leaves. As if awakened, several slender tendrils slowly rose, curling gently around her finger like tentacles, then quickly released and returned to stillness. It's very docile and likes to play with people, Bai Shui said. But sometimes it plays a bit rough. Lin An cautiously approached and extended a finger to touch it. Just as his fingertip was about to touch the leaf, the light-catching vine's tendrils suddenly lashed out, wrapping around his wrist with astonishing speed. Ah! Lin An was startled and tried to pull his hand back, but the vine held tight and more tendrils extended from the trellis, coiling around his forearm. Don't be nervous. Bai Shui watched with amusement. It's just playing with you. The more you struggle, the tighter it holds. Lin An forced himself to relax. Sure enough, the vine's grip loosened slightly, though it remained firm. The silvery white tendrils writhed slowly on his arm, ticklish but not uncomfortable. Then, how do I make it let go? Lin An asked. When it's done playing, it will let go on its own. Bai Shui walked to another stone platform, inspecting a plant with small purple blossoms. Or you give it something more attractive. Something more attractive. Light. Bai Shui said without turning. The light-catching vine loves brightness. If you have something luminous nearby, it might shift its attention. Lin An remembered the moonstone. He hadn't brought it with him today. Then how long will it take? Depends on its mood. There was laughter in Bai Shui's voice. Sometimes minutes, sometimes hours. Lin An was dumbfounded. Trapped by a plant for hours. But don't worry, it won't hurt you. Bai Shui finally turned back, her crimson eyes gleaming with mischief. Just think of it as experiencing a plant hug. Lin An looked helplessly at the vine on his arm. The light-catching vine seemed to have taken him as a new toy, and a few tendrils tentatively touched his cheek, cool and smooth. Does it have consciousness? Low-level awareness. Bai Shui walked back and tapped the vine's main stem. It can sense light, touch, and temperature, and makes simple responses. But not thought. As she spoke, one of the vine's tendrils suddenly released Lin An's arm and turned toward Bai Shui, or rather toward her white hair. The tendril gently brushed her hair ends, then carefully wrapped around a small lock. It seems to like your hair, Lin An said. Because white hair is more noticeable in dim light. Bai Shui let the vine coil around her hair as she pulled a small bottle from her pocket and sprayed the light-catching vine a few times. The bottle emitted a faintly scented silver mist. Upon contact with the mist, all the tendrils danced excitedly, finally releasing Lin An and Bai Shui. What is that? Lin An asked, rubbing his slightly reddened wrist. Moon dew. Bai Shui shook the little bottle. Dew condensed from moonlight with some special spices added. The light-catching vine's favorite. Indeed, all the vine's tendrils stretched toward the bottle as if begging for more. Bai Shui sprayed a little more, then put the bottle away. All right, playtime's over. Time for business. I'll take you to the basement. Bai Shui winked. You've been curious about it, haven't you? Today I need to fetch something so I can show you around. Only the outer areas, of course. Lin An's heart skipped a beat. The basement, the place Bai Shui had always been tight-lipped about. The two left the magical plant room and returned to the first floor. Instead of heading to any obvious door, Bai Shui led him to an inconspicuous storage room next to the kitchen. The storage room was cluttered with odds and ends. She moved aside a few empty wooden crates, revealing a heavy iron door embedded in the wall. The door had no keyhole, only a palm-shaped depression. Bai Shui pressed her hand against it and murmured a phrase in a language Lin An didn't understand. From inside the iron door came the clicking of mechanical gears, then it slowly swung inward, revealing stone steps descending. A chill rose from below, carrying the scent of old dust and an indescribable, ancient smell. "Stay close to me." Bai Shui descended the steps first, holding a lantern that had appeared in her hand. Its flame was not fire but a floating stable white orb of light. The stone steps were steep and spiraled downward. The walls were rough stone with faint blurred carvings here and there like marks left long ago. The deeper they went, the lower the temperature became. Lin An couldn't help shivering. After descending about 3 stories, the steps finally ended. Before them stretched a wide corridor lined with heavy wooden doors, each hung with a rusty large lock. "This is the storage area." Bai Shui raised the lantern to illuminate the corridor. "Things that are not often used but can't be thrown away." She walked to a door, placed her hand on the lock, and it clicked open automatically. Pushing open the door, inside was a modest room filled with wooden boxes and clay pots of various sizes. "I need to find a special soil fertilizer." Bai Shui entered and began searching for the roses in the garden. "You can wait at the door or look around the corridor, but don't touch any doors." Lin An chose to wait in the corridor. By the lantern light he examined the doors on either side. Each looked similar, but the wood grain and lock styles differed slightly. At the far end of the corridor there seemed to be more space, but the light was too dim to see clearly. Just as he craned his neck curiously, a soft sound came from behind him. Lin An turned to see Bai Shui emerging with what she needed, a small clay pot. She carried it out, and the lock clicked shut again. "Found it," she said. "This fertilizer is made from special ores from the vampire territory, enriching the soil with magic which helps magical plants grow." "Are those roses magical plants?" Lin An asked. "Not exactly," Bai Shui replied, carrying the pot back. "But they are an ancient variety, difficult to thrive in ordinary soil. A little additive brings them back to life." The two retraced their steps. As they climbed the stone stairs, Lin An couldn't help asking, "Is the basement only the storage area?" Bai Shui's steps faltered. "No," her voice echoed slightly on the stairs. "But the other areas aren't suitable for you now. Later, maybe later." Her tone was calm, but Lin An could hear the finality in it. Back on the first floor, they closed the iron door, rearranged the crates, and the storage room returned to its original state. Sunlight streamed through the kitchen window, dispelling the chill from the basement. Lin An suddenly felt a sense of unreality. Those short 10-odd minutes felt like entering another world. A world closer to Bai Shui's true identity. "What are you daydreaming about?" Bai Shui's voice pulled him back. "Come on, let's fertilize the roses." In the garden, the few surviving roses had visibly improved after several days of care. The leaves regained their emerald green and the branches stood sturdier. Bai Shui carefully opened the clay pot, revealing grayish-white powder. She took a small amount and sprinkled it evenly around the roots of each rose, then watered them. "Now we wait." She stood up, satisfied with her work. "If all goes well, we should see buds next month." "Next month?" Lin An calculated. "By then summer break will almost be over." "Yes." Bai Shui turned to look at him, her crimson eyes flickering with something. "You should start thinking about what to do then." This question Lin An had deliberately avoided. But time would not stop for his evasion. "There's still a month," he murmured. There's still a month," Bai Shui repeated softly. "So enjoy this time." She reached out and gently patted Lin An's shoulder. "Let's go, time for lunch. This afternoon. I'll teach you something new." "Something new?" "Magic again." "No." Bai Shui smiled, revealing her small fangs. "I'll teach you how to make dessert. I saw something called tiramisu in a human cookbook yesterday. It looks delicious. Want to learn?" Lin An blinked, then nodded. "Yes." From the mysterious basement to learning to make desserts, this stark contrast was the everyday routine with Bai Shui. Never knowing what would happen next. But Lin An found himself starting to love this uncertainty. Danger in the garden. The process of learning to make tiramisu went surprisingly smoothly. Bai Shui had somehow procured all the ingredients and tools: ladyfingers, mascarpone, cheese, coffee, liquid cocoa powder, and even a small bottle of expensive coffee liqueur. "Do vampires have a sense of taste?" Lin An asked curiously while separating egg yolks and whites according to the recipe. "Yes, and it's more acute than humans." Bai Shui was handling the cheese with a dexterity that didn't seem like a first attempt. "We just don't have a strong need for ordinary food. Blood is our staple, other things are snacks." "What snacks do you like?" Dark chocolate, the very bitter kind. And red wine, poached pears, heavy on the wine." Bai Shui thought for a moment. Oh, if human blood contains alcohol or caffeine, the taste becomes interesting. But that's bad for the donor, so I rarely get to drink it. She said it so naturally that Lin An no longer felt the same creepiness as before. Now he was mostly curious. Do different people's blood taste very different? Worlds apart. Bai Shui handed him the mixed cheese mixture. Like wine, different regions, different vintages, different varieties, completely different flavors. Health, mood, diet, all affect the taste of blood. She paused, then added, your blood smells very pure. Like mountain spring water, crisp and sweet yet with a warmth of sunlight. It's the most special I've ever smelled. Lin An's face flushed slightly, and he quickly lowered his head to stir the cheese mixture. They worked together, and soon completed the assembly of the tiramisu. The final step was to dust with cocoa powder and place it in a refrigerator, a cold storage room Bai Shui maintained with magic. It needs to chill for at least 4 hours, Bai Shui said, glancing at the old but precise clock on the wall. We can eat it after dinner. For the rest of the afternoon, Bai Shui suggested checking on the other residents of the magical plant room. Lin An was naturally eager. He was full of curiosity about these supernatural plants. Besides the light-catching vine, the plant room housed 7 or 8 other magical plant species. Bai Shui introduced them one by one. This is the dream-speaking flower. It emits a murmuring sound at night, said to induce prophetic dreams, though I think that's nonsense. That's the shadowclaw grass. Its shadow moves like claws under certain light, but it's harmless, just a bit spooky. The pot in the corner is timesand. The dew on its leaves evaporates very slowly, so I use it as a clock. Lin An listened with fascination. Each of these plants had peculiar abilities or traits, completely overturning his understanding of vegetation. Finally they stopped before a seemingly ordinary green plant. It resembled a common spider plant, but with thicker leaves and tiny silver spots on the surface. This one is called spirit-binding grass, Bai Shui said with a note of warning. It may look plain, but it has a temper. Its vines carry a mild paralytic toxin. If you get tangled, you go numb all over and can't move. Does it actively grab people like the light-catching vine? Not actively, but if you touch its sensitive spots. Bai Shui pointed to a few particularly tender green leaves at the center. Touch those and it will retaliate. Just as she spoke, the plant room door was blown open by a gust of wind. Perhaps a window hadn't been closed properly. A strong draft rushed in, stirring the leaves of the spirit-binding grass. One of the tender leaves lightly brushed against Lin An's arm, which was extended nearby. The next second the spirit-binding grass activated like a switch, and 5 or 6 green vines shot out, instantly wrapping around Lin An's arm, waist, and leg. Wait! Before Lin An could finish, a tingling numbness spread from the bound areas like a mild electric shock. It wasn't painful, but his muscles immediately lost strength. Worse, one vine had entangled his thigh. The very area he had admitted was his most sensitive. Bai Shui couldn't help laughing. Don't laugh, help me. Lin An's voice cracked. The sensation of the vine around his thigh was too strange. The numbness mixed with the friction of the creeping tendril made his hair stand on end. All right, I'll help you. Bai Shui stepped forward but didn't act immediately. Instead, she carefully observed the entanglement. Once the spirit-binding grass latches on, pulling it off forcibly will hurt it. We have to make it release on its own. How? Wait for the paralytic effect to wear off. When it feels the threat is gone, it will let go naturally. Bai Shui crossed her arms, looking thoroughly entertained. About 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Lin An felt like collapsing. The sensation on his thigh grew more intense. He could clearly feel the tiny bristles on the vine scraping against his skin. The numbness made the area's perception both fuzzy and acute, contradictory to the extreme. Can you speed it up? His voice was pleading. Bai Shui tilted her head. After a moment of thought, he said, It's not entirely impossible. Spirit-binding grass detests a specific frequency of sound. If we stimulate it with that sound, it might loosen its grip ahead of time. What sound? Let me think. Bai Shui wore a pensive expression, then her eyes suddenly lit up. I remember now. It despises human laughter, especially the kind that's uncontrollable, helpless laughter. Lin An had a foreboding feeling. True to his suspicion, Bai Shui extended a finger and pointed vaguely at the knee area of his other leg, which remained unbound. Right here. It's probably ticklish too, isn't it? What? What are you planning? Helping you. Bai Shui looked innocent. I'll tickle you, you'll laugh, the sound will agitate the spirit-binding grass and it will release you. Flawless. What kind of plan is that? Lin An's face flushed all the way to his ears. Having his inner thigh entangled by vines was already awkward enough. Now he was to be tickled. Then you can wait 10 minutes. Bai Shui shrugged. I'm in no hurry anyway. With that she walked to a nearby stone platform, sat down, and pulled out a small book to read. Time ticked by. Lin An could feel the vines tightening, or perhaps it was the numbness making his muscles relax, giving the sensation of increased tightness. The strange discomfort in his thigh tormented him until sweat beaded on his forehead. Finally he surrendered. Fine. Fine. Hurry up. Bai Shui immediately put down her book and approached with a smile. That's better. Don't worry, big sister will be gentle. Her fingers descended, landing on Lin An's other leg just above the knee, and gently traced a line. Lin An gasped sharply. Though that leg wasn't bound, it was still highly ticklish. He bit his lip, straining to hold back. That won't do, you have to laugh out loud for it to work. As she spoke, Bai Shui quickened her fingers, tracing circles on that area. Pfft. Ha! Lin An finally broke laughing out loud. The sound of laughter echoed through the quiet plant room. Strangely, the spirit-binding grass vines entwined around him truly began to loosen. First to release were the vines around his arms and waist, and finally the one around his thigh. It seemed reluctant, lingering for a few more seconds before slowly slithering away. Once the vines fully released, the numbness began to fade. Lin An's legs gave way and he nearly collapsed, but Bai Shui caught him just in time. Are you all right? She asked, her voice still carrying a hint of amusement. Lin An leaned against the stone platform, gasping for air, his face flushed crimson, half from the laughter, half from sheer embarrassment. You definitely did that on purpose, he accused. No way, I was clearly helping you. Bai Shui blinked and handed him a bottle of water. Drink some water, calm your nerves. Lin An took the bottle and drank a few sips, feeling much better. He looked down at the areas where the vines had bound him. Faint red marks remained on his skin, but they were already beginning to fade. The paralytic effect of spirit-binding grass is temporary with no lasting side effects, Bai Shui explained. But next time be careful not to touch its sensitive zones. Next time? Lin An shuddered at the thought. Who knows? Bai Shui smiled and patted his shoulder. Come on, time to prepare dinner. There's tiramisu tonight, so cheer up. Lin An watched her light-footed retreating figure, then glanced at the now quiescent spirit-binding grass, and suddenly felt that this life of being teased from time to time wasn't so bad. At least it would never be dull. At dinner, the tiramisu was indeed the highlight. Its velvety texture, rich coffee liquor aroma, and perfectly balanced sweetness. Even Bai Shui had a few extra bites, though she largely stuck to her artificial plasma. Tastes good, doesn't it? She asked smugly. It's delicious, Lin An praised sincerely. It's amazing you could make it this well on your first try. That's because big sister is smart. Bai Shui was unapologetically confident, then added as if a thought struck her. Oh, tomorrow how about we go mushroom picking in the forest? This season should have quite a few edible varieties. Mushroom picking? Lin An's interest was piqued. Can you tell which ones are safe to eat? Of course, after living this long I have a bit of common sense, Bai Shui said. And some mushrooms in the forest are magical varieties with exceptionally delicious flavors. If we're lucky we might find moonlight mushrooms. They make a wonderful soup. Magical mushrooms. Do they have special effects when eaten? Moonlight mushrooms give humans very vivid dreams. For vampires they're just delicious. Bai Shui thought for a moment. Some magical mushrooms do have hallucinogenic or strengthening effects, but we won't pick those. Too dangerous. Lin An nodded, already looking forward to tomorrow's mushroom expedition. After dinner the two read books in the study. Outside the window the sky gradually darkened and candles were lit in the castle. Lin An's eyes traced the words on the page, but his mind wandered elsewhere. It had been over a week since he arrived. The initial fear and unease had slowly faded, replaced by a strange sense of belonging. This castle, this forest, this white-haired, red-eyed vampire girl. He still missed home and worried about the future, but at this moment of peace and warmth, was real. Lin An, Bai Shui suddenly spoke. How's your levitation spell coming along? I can make a bookmark float for 10 seconds. Not bad. Bai Shui closed her book and walked over to him. Want to learn something more practical? More practical? Like what? Like. Bai Shui extended her hand, palm up. A candle on the table lit itself, the flame burning steadily. The basics of fire control. Though you can't generate flames like a vampire, you can still learn to control existing fire sources. The candlelight illuminated her face, her blood-red eyes appearing especially deep in the firelight. Lin An looked at the flame, then at Bai Shue's expectant gaze, and nodded. I want to learn. The flame danced gently in her palm as if responding. Outside the window the forest sank into the night, while the light within the castle remained warm and bright. The mushroom-picking incident. The next morning a thin mist shrouded the forest. Sunlight filtered through the vapor, casting dappled hazy patches of light. The air was filled with the scent of damp earth and vegetation. The foundation of fire control is sensing and guiding, not creating. Bai Shue's voice was especially clear among the trees. She stood before a small pile of twigs, her palm hovering over it. With a soft puff, a steady orange flame flickered to life at the center of the pile. Humans have limited magical affinity. Directly generating fire consumes too much energy. But if you can sense an existing spark and gently guide its combustion. She gestured for Lin An to come closer. Lin An imitated her, suspending his hand above the flame, closing his eyes and concentrating on feeling it. At first there was only heat. But as he focused, following the breathing and mental techniques Bai Shue had taught him, the flame in his perception seemed to become clearer, no longer just a heat source but a vibrant energy with its own subtle rhythm. Try to imagine your will as a gentle breeze very softly brushing over it. Bai Shue's voice guided him from nearby. Lin An did his best to imagine. The breeze of his will swept over the flame, and it actually tilted slightly, the fire licking toward him. It worked! Lin An opened his eyes, delighted. Not bad. You managed to influence it on your first try. Bai Shue nodded approvingly, then casually closed her hand, extinguishing the flame, leaving only a wisp of smoke. Remember that feeling. In the forest, if you ever get lost or need to signal, being able to steady a small campfire is more valuable than anything. But be extremely careful not to start a wildfire. Today's mushroom expedition also served as a practical lesson. Bai Shue carried an elegant wicker basket while Lin An shouldered a plain cloth bag. As they walked, she pointed to various plants and explained. See those with gray-brown caps and scales? Those are common gray mushrooms, non-toxic but bland. We're looking for these. She crouched down, parted a patch of ferns, and revealed several mushrooms with pale golden caps and slender stems. Moonlight mushrooms. They prefer shady spots in forest humus that occasionally receive moonlight. They're characterized by a faint luminescence on the cap and darkness and dense, neat gills. Take a sniff. Lin An leaned in and caught a cool, faint scent reminiscent of rain-washed stone. Edible magical mushrooms typically have a pure aroma, either sweet or cool. If there's a pungent, sour, or overly cloying smell, it's likely problematic. Bai Shue carefully cut the mushrooms with a small silver knife and placed them in her basket. Try not to damage the mycelium when picking so they can grow back. They continued slowly through the forest. Bai Shue's knowledge was astonishingly vast. She not only identified various mushrooms but also could tell the age of surrounding trees and the habits of small animals that occasionally darted by. Lin An listened, fascinated, asking questions from time to time, and his previous reserve melted away in this relaxed learning atmosphere. That tree. Lin An pointed at an exceptionally tall ancient tree with silver-gray bark. Looks especially stout. That's a silver vein tree, one of the oldest residents of this forest, about 800 years old. Bai Shue patted the rough bark. Its sap is an excellent magical solvent, and its hollows sometimes serve as temporary homes for little sprites. But during the day they're all asleep. Little sprites. They're real. What do they look like? All sorts. Some look like glowing little insects, others like miniature humans, and some are just conscious masses of energy. Bai Shue smiled. Most are very timid and dislike being disturbed. But if you approach with good intentions, you might occasionally see them. Lin An imagined those fairy tale creatures and found the forest even more mysterious and enchanting. Around noon they reached a deeper, even more secluded area of the forest. The trees were taller, the light dimmer, and the ground covered in thick soft moss and fallen leaves. Bai Shue's basket was already over half full of moonlight mushrooms along with other edible fungi she had identified. Let's rest here. Bai Shue chose a dry spot at the base of a tree and sat down, taking out sandwiches wrapped in oil paper and water from her basket. In the afternoon we'll head east a bit. I recall a small stream valley there that might have dewdrop orchids, not mushrooms, but they make excellent tea. They ate a simple lunch amidst the chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves in the wind, peaceful and serene. Lin An felt that if he ignored Bai Shue's non-human identity and the strangeness of the forest, this was almost like a perfect outdoor excursion. After the meal, Bai Shue looked at the sky. I'll go ahead to the stream to get some water and confirm the location of the dewdrop orchids. Stay here or wander within 20 or 30 paces to see if there are any more moonlight mushrooms you missed. Remember, don't go far and don't touch any unfamiliar brightly colored mushroom or fruit. Okay. Lin An nodded. Bai Shui picked up her water bottle and her figure quickly disappeared into the deep forest. Lin An rested for a while, then got up and searched carefully around him. He kept Bai Shui's instructions firmly in mind, only looking for the pale golden fine-gilled mushrooms. Soon behind a fallen log he found several plump moonlight mushrooms and carefully picked them, placing them in his cloth bag. After picking those, he straightened up and scanned his surroundings. Suddenly he spotted a flash of richer gold behind a dense clump of shrubs with small purple flowers. More! Elated, Lin An subconsciously took a few steps toward it. Parting the shrub branches, he saw a damper depression beyond, where several unusually large moonlight mushrooms grew quietly on a patch of moss, their caps seemingly a purer gold than the others. He crouched down to pick them but suddenly froze. A low menacing growl came from the shadows on the other side of the depression. Lin An slowly raised his head, his heart seized by terror. Two glowing green eyes were fixed on him from the darkness. It was a creature, a wolf-like beast but bulkier. It had coarse dark gray fur, rippling muscles, a snout shorter and broader than a wolf's, bearing white fangs and drool dripping from its jaws. Most terrifying were its eyes, filled with primal savagery and hunger unlike any ordinary animal. Lin An's mind went blank, his body frozen stiff. He remembered Bai Shui mentioning magical beasts. The beast, or magical beast, pawed the ground, its growl growing louder, body lowering, a prelude to a pounce. Run! Run! The instinct for survival finally broke through the paralysis of fear. Lin An jerked backward, scrambling and rolling away, letting out a shout. His voice, twisted by terror, cut sharply through the silent forest. The beast, enraged by the cry, lunged. Its massive body, borne on powerful hind legs, shot toward him with a rush of foul air. Night of the blood moon. A stench of decay swept over him. The beast's speed was beyond Lin An's imagination. He could almost see the saliva glistening on its white fangs, smell the pungent odor of rotting meat and wild animal. This is it. In that split second a white figure blurred between him and the beast, Bai Shui. She made no dramatic blocking motion, she simply raised a hand clad in a black glove, fingers spread, and pressed it lightly toward the leaping beast. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. The next moment the ferocious beast crashed into an invisible elastic wall, accompanied by a dull thud and a faint crack of bone misalignment. It flew backward faster than it had come, slamming heavily into a tree trunk several meters away, shaking down countless leaves. The beast struggled to rise, howling in pain and fury. But Bai Shui was already moving. Her form blurred in Lin An's vision, appearing beside the beast in an instant. He didn't even see what she did, only that her hands seemed to brush lightly across the creature's neck, a gesture as delicate as dusting off a speck of dirt. The beast's hull cut off abruptly. Its massive body convulsed violently, then went limp, the ferocity in its eyes dimming into the emptiness of life, fading away. A thin trickle of dark blood oozed from a tiny wound on its neck. From the moment Lin An was in danger to the beast's death, only 2 or 3 seconds had passed. Lin An sat collapsed on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, his heart still pounding, his mind blank from the shock. He could only stare dumbly at Bai Shui. Bai Shui turned around. Her blood-red eyes swept over the beast's corpse, coldly confirming its death before looking at Lin An. The icy sharpness in her eyes melted away the moment they met Lin An's pale face, replaced by the familiar concerned expression. "Are you all right?" She hurried over, crouched down, and studied him carefully. "Are you hurt? Did it touch you?" "No. No." Lin An's voice still trembled. It didn't touch me. You. He wanted to ask. "Did you kill it?" But the question seemed redundant. The beast was clearly dead. "A low-level shadow wolf beast probably wandered in from deeper in the mountains." Bai Shui's tone was calm, as if she had just swatted an annoying insect. She extended her hand. She reached out, her icy fingers gently brushing across Lin An's cheek, wiping away the cold sweat from his temple. "Scared?" Lin An nodded, then shook his head, his chaotic emotions rendering him unable to form a complete sentence. "My fault. I shouldn't have let you go alone. Occasionally some reckless creature slips through in these fringe areas." Bai Shui's side rose to her feet and casually pulled Lin An up as well. "Come on, let's head back. No more foraging today." She paid no attention to the corpse of the shadow wolf beast, simply took Lin An's hand and led him back the way they came. Her hand was still icy cold, yet at this moment that chill oddly calmed Lin An's unsettled heart, soothing it slightly. On the way back to the castle, Lin An remained silent for a long time until he caught sight of the black wooden door's outline. Only then did he ask in a low voice, "Do those things appear often?" "This forest is covered by my aura. High-level magical beasts usually stay away. But these low-intelligence, instinct-driven lesser creatures occasionally wander and by mistake." Bai Shui pushed open the door. "I'll be more careful from now on, won't take you too deep. Or..." She glanced back at Lin An. "I could teach you some more practical self-defense tricks, not just how to control a flame." Back in the warm, brightly lit living room of the castle, seated in the familiar armchair, Lin An finally felt completely relaxed. The belated exhaustion and weakness in his legs washed over him. Bai Shui poured him a glass of hot water, adding a bit of spice she called calming, which gave it a sweet, refreshing taste. "Do those things require vampires to deal with them too?" Lin An asked, holding the cup, the warmth seeping through the porcelain into his palms. "Of course. The territories of vampires also need to be cleared of such nuisances." Bai Shui sat across from him, holding her ever-present glass of red beverage. A long time ago, protecting human settlements from magical beasts was even one of the foundations of cooperation between certain vampire clans and humans. It's just that modern human society is highly developed, and ordinary people rarely venture into the wilderness, so such encounters have diminished. Lin An recalled the agreement she had mentioned before. Then, when vampires feed on blood, is it all really based on consent now? Bai Shui took a sip, her blood-red eyes looking at him over the rim of the glass. "Through official channels, yes. There are strict laws within vampire society. Harming humans without cause is a serious crime. There are several main ways to obtain blood: special channels from hospitals or blood banks, of course paid and legal, ancient pacts of sustenance with specific human families, and extremely rare cases of truly voluntary individual donors." She set down her glass, her fingertips tapping lightly against its rim. "For high-ranking vampires, long-term consumption of processed artificial blood or stored blood can sustain them. But the best is always fresh blood taken directly from a living source brimming with life force. It's not just food, it's a replenishment of power, even a kind of pleasure." Her gaze swept across Lin An's neck almost imperceptibly before quickly shifting away. "You said earlier that being bitten doesn't hurt?" Lin An asked, unconsciously touching his own neck. "That depends on the vampire's skill and intention." Bai Shui tilted her head slightly, revealing a sly smile. "Low-level vampires unable to control their instincts might make it painful and messy, leaving ugly wounds. But for someone as experienced as your big sister here..." She parted her lips slightly, revealing those two iconic fangs. In the candlelight of the living room, the tips of the teeth gleamed with a cold, sharp light. "Our saliva contains special components," she explained. "An enzyme that efficiently numbs local nerves, ensuring there's almost no pain upon penetration. At the same time, it secretes other substances. Well, how to put it, that stimulate the brain to produce feelings of pleasure and relaxation. So theoretically, for the one being fed upon, a perfect blood-drinking experience should involve only a slight icy sensation of entry, followed by gradually spreading numbness and comfort." "Comfort." Lin An repeated the word, his face heating up. "Yes, comfort. Relaxation, warmth, a slight dizziness, a state similar to being tipsy." Bai Shui's tone was matter-of-fact, as if stating a scientific fact. "It's both a privilege the vampire grants to its food and a form of self-protection, to relax the target and reduce resistance and struggle. Of course, this effect also depends on the physique and psychological state of the one being fed upon." She stood up and walked to the window. Night had already fallen. The sky tonight was exceptionally clear, with a full moon hanging high, but the moon seemed slightly redder than usual, taking on a dark, bloody hue. "A blood moon," Bai Shui murmured, gazing out the window. "The magical tides will be quite active." Lin An also looked at the crimson moon, feeling an inexplicable unease in his heart. He suddenly felt a bit warm, his heart beating faster than usual and his mouth dry. He attributed it to the afternoon's fright and the topic they had been discussing. Bai Shui turned around, backlit by the moonlight. Her white hair seemed to absorb the dark red glow, appearing eerily pale. Her blood-red eyes shone brighter than usual in the dim room, fixed unblinkingly on Lin An. She leaned down, bracing her hands on the armrests of the chair, enveloping Lin An in her shadow. The faint, sweet-scented aroma became distinct. "Lin An," she said, her voice so soft it was almost a whisper. "Your blood smells even more fragrant than usual right now." Lin An's breath caught. He could clearly see Bai Shui's face, so close to his, could see the longing swirling in her eyes, more intense than ever before, and the tip of her rosy tongue unconsciously licking across her fangs. Was it because of the blood moon's influence? Or because the afternoon encounter had sent his adrenaline surging, altering the scent of his blood? He remained frozen in the chair, unable to move. Fear. A little. But strangely what he felt more was a tense mixed sensation of shame and an indescribable flutter. He recalled Bai Shui's description of the icy sensation of penetration. He opened his mouth, his voice dry. Bai Shui's gaze locked onto his neck where the artery pulsed faintly beneath the skin. Her breathing seemed to quicken as well, her chest rising and falling gently. The living room was terrifyingly quiet save for the occasional crackle of the candle flames. Just then a distant, unidentified night bird's cry came from outside the window. Bai Shui closed her eyes abruptly. When she opened them again, the craving in her gaze was forcibly suppressed, returning to greater clarity. She straightened up and stepped back, creating distance. "I'm sorry." She took a deep breath and turned away. "I lost my composure a bit. The blood moon's effect on vampires is stronger than I thought. You go back to your room and rest. Lock the door tonight." Her voice carried obvious restraint, even a faint, barely perceptible tremor. Lin An looked at her tense silhouette, his heart still pounding. Slowly, with legs feeling weak, he stood up. "Oh, okay. Good night, Bai Shui." He practically fled the living room, returning to his room. Closing the door, he leaned against the bed, still able to hear his own racing heartbeat. The spot on his neck seemed to retain the burning sensation of her gaze. He walked to the window and looked at the blood-red moon. Hearing footsteps approaching from outside, he knew that tonight would be a sleepless one. The first blood-drawing experience. Just then he heard an extremely faint click. The sound came from the direction of the door. Lin An instantly held his breath, his entire body stiffening. He remembered Bai Shui saying that only she could open this door from the outside. In the darkness, the door was pushed open silently, just a crack. A slender white figure slipped silently into the room, gently closing the door behind her. It was Bai Shui. She didn't light a lamp, but the vampire's excellent night vision allowed her to move freely in the dark. She stood by the door, quietly gazing toward the bed. Even from a distance, Lin An could feel the two burning lines of her stare. He was so nervous his palms were sweating, unsure whether to speak or pretend to be asleep. But Bai Shui spoke first, her voice lowered, carrying a husky, magnetic quality different from usual. "Awake." Lin An knew he couldn't deceive her, so he answered softly. I. Bai Shui seemed to hesitate for a moment, then slowly approached the bed. She was still wearing the black clothes from earlier, her white hair flowing with a dark red sheen under the blood moon's faint light. Her eyes were astonishingly bright, like two suppressed flames. "I tried to hold back. Drank 3 glasses of plasma. No use." She sat down on the edge of the bed, close enough that Lin An could smell the sweet scented aroma, stronger than usual, along with a faint metallic odor. Was that the smell of artificial plasma? The blood moon's influence combined with the change in your blood scent after being frightened during the day. Bai Shui's voice was very soft, carrying a strained rationality. They mixed together. Like the most exquisite bait. Lin and I. She reached out, her fingertips icy cold, gently touching Lin An's cheek. Lin An flinched. Her blood-red eyes gazed deeply into his, filled with a craving that was almost out of control, but also a clear struggle and a plea. "May I, Lin An?" Her voice was almost a whisper. "Just a small sip. I promise it will be very gentle, very quick. If you feel uncomfortable, you can push me away at any time." Lin An's heart raced wildly, almost pounding against his ribs. Reason screamed to refuse, but his body seemed spellbound by those red eyes, unable to move. He thought of her shelter, her protection, her teachings, her playful yet harmless pranks. And now, despite barely restraining herself, she still suppressed her urge and came to ask for his consent. "All right." The word was squeezed out from Lin An's dry throat almost without conscious thought. The moment the word fell, an astonishing brilliance burst forth in Bai Shui's eyes, but it was quickly covered by a deeper tenderness and restraint. "Thank you?" she whispered, her voice carrying a relief and gratitude that felt like a weight lifted. She leaned in one hand, gently cupping Lin An's face, turning it slightly to expose the curve of his neck. Her other hand cradled the back of his head, making him more comfortable against the pillow. Her movements were gentle, with a hint of cherishing. Lin An nervously closed his eyes, every muscle tense, bracing for the anticipated sting. First he felt her warm breath spraying onto the sensitive skin of his neck, sending a series of tiny shivers. Then a soft, moist touch, the tip of her tongue gently licking over that patch of skin. Lin An shuddered. The next second a pinpoint of icy cold pressed precisely against the most engorged spot of his carotid artery. It was her fangs. Then came the faintest pressure and a peculiar soft pop of penetration, more a clear sensation of a foreign object entering than actual pain. Indeed, there was no pain, only a sudden piercing coldness. Yet the moment the fangs pierced through, an indescribable sensation burst outward from the point of entry. First an intense numbness, as if that small patch of skin and the underlying muscles and blood vessels had lost all feeling. Then a warm current flowed back into his body from the contact point. It was Bai Shui's saliva. As the saliva spread, the numbness mixed with an increasingly apparent tingling and relaxation like weak electric currents coursing through his limbs. Tension and fear melted away like snow under the sun, replaced by a heavy, drowsy comfort. His mind grew dizzy yet oddly pleasant, like soaking in warm water or being slightly tipsy from a little alcohol. His heartbeat seemed to slow, his body felt light and airy. So this was the comfort she had mentioned. Lin An unconsciously let out a very faint sigh, his body completely slackening. He could clearly feel the flow of blood being drawn away. Time seemed to blur. He didn't know how long it lasted, maybe only a dozen seconds, maybe a minute. Lin An felt the icy cold leave his skin. Then a soft, warm, wet thing gently licked over the puncture point, the tip of Bai Shui's tongue. A slight sting came, but soon the small wound seemed to stop bleeding and heal under some force, leaving only two barely visible tiny red dots, and a patch of skin around them that was strangely sensitive. Bai Shui raised her head, a trace of fresh red staining the corner of her lips. She extended her tongue and with extreme slowness and care licked away that trace of red. Her blood-red eyes were half-lidded, filled with deep satisfaction and a near-intoxicated glow. A faint blush seemed to rise on her cheeks as well, her entire aura softening into a languid contentment. But when she looked at Lin An, the intoxication was immediately replaced by concern. Lin An's condition was clearly not right. His eyes were unfocused, his cheeks flushed with an unnatural red, his body limp on the bed, breathing shallowly, looking as if his mind had wandered far away. Lin An. Bai Shui gently patted his cheek. How do you feel? Dizzy. Lin An answered vaguely, trying to focus his gaze. Feels light. Sleepy. Blood loss reaction combined with the relaxing effect of the saliva. Bai Shui diagnosed immediately, her tone laced with regret and concern. Sorry, I might have taken a bit too much. For your current constitution. She got up, walked quickly out of the room, and returned shortly with a glass of warm water and a damp towel. She helped Lin An sit up, letting him lean against her, and carefully brought the water to his lips. Drink some water slowly. The warm water went down and Lin An felt a bit more alert, but the pervasive weakness and heavy drowsiness lingered. Bai Shui used the damp towel to gently wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and his still flushed cheeks. Her movements were incredibly careful, as if handling a fragile treasure. Sleep now. She helped him lie down properly, tucking the blanket around him carefully. Get a good night's rest, you should be mostly recovered by tomorrow morning. I'll stay here with you. Lin An was already too sleepy to keep his eyes open. He only vaguely felt Bai Shui sit down by the bed, and her icy fingers gently clasped his hand that rested on the blanket. In the last moment before sinking into sleep, he dimly felt something soft and cool very lightly touch his forehead. Like a kiss. The night deepened, the blood moon's light gradually obscured by drifting clouds. In the room only the steady breathing of two people remained. One content and peaceful. One weak but at ease. A gentle care. Morning light cut a golden line across the wooden floor through the gaps in the heavy curtains. Lin An was awakened by a faint tickle, something like a feather or a cool stream of water brushing across the tip of his nose again and again. He opened his eyes groggily, his vision first filled with a sea of white. The cascade of white hair covered half the pillow, and a few strands at the ends gently brushed against his face with each breath he took. Looking up, he saw Bai Shui's delicate jawline, her closed eyes casting small fan-like shadows under the morning light, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile at the corner of her lips. Lin An's mind went blank for 3 seconds. He found himself loosely encircled by a pair of arms, his head resting on a soft yet cool arm. Bai Shui's other hand rested on his waist, her fingertips precisely at the edge of his shirt, and through the thin fabric he could clearly feel the coolness of her fingers. Had he been held all night long? This realization made Lin An's face instantly burn. He tried to inch backward quietly, but as soon as he moved the hand on his waist, she tightened her embrace. Bai Shui's eyelashes fluttered a few times before slowly opening, her blood-red eyes veiled with the mist of recent awakening, lacking their usual cunning and instead holding a languid satiety. Good morning. Her voice carried the hoarseness of dawn like silk brushing against the ear. Did you sleep well? Lin An stiffened into a board, forgetting even to breathe. He wanted to retreat, but her arms trapped him. He wanted to speak, but only meaningless syllables rolled from his throat. Finally he could only bury his face deep into the quilt like a startled hamster. From above his head came Bai Shue's low laughter, the vibration of her chest transmitted through the blanket. "What are you hiding from?" She deliberately tightened her arms, pulling him closer. "Sister won't eat you. I already did last night." She spoke those last words lightly and quickly, with a breathy tone like a feather brushing against Lin An's heart. He shuddered, revealing a pair of eyes from under the quilt just in time to meet her mischievous smile. "Aye." Lin An's voice was muffled under the quilt. "You held me all night." Hum. Bai Shue admitted frankly, rubbing her chin against the top of his head. "You had a nightmare last night, clung to me and wouldn't let go, and used my hair as a pillow." She deliberately shook her head, her white hair brushing across Lin An's cheek. "Since you like it so much, sister will reluctantly accompany you." Lin An didn't remember having a nightmare. He only recalled that in the days of the night there were icy hands wiping the sweat from his brow, a gentle song echoing in his ears, and a sweet tangy fragrance lingering at his nose, giving him a sense of peace. He stealthily glanced up and saw a very faint shadow under Bai Shue's eyes. Vampires did not tire, but that mark existed like proof of a sleepless night. "You didn't sleep?" he asked softly. "I slept," Bai Shue answered quickly, her fingertip lightly tapping on his lower abdomen. "Don't change the subject, little sleepyhead. Get up now or breakfast will get cold." The coolness of her fingertip penetrated his pajamas, sending a jolt through Lin An. Only then did he feel the emptiness in his stomach, a hunger he had never known churning within. "I'm so hungry," he murmured. Bai Shue sat up, her white hair cascading down. "I'll get some food. You stay put." A moment later she returned with a tray bearing a steaming cup of brown sugar water and several delicate little cakes. "Drink this first." She brought the crystal cup to Lin An's lips, her gaze focused. "It replenishes blood." Lin An took small sips, the warm sweet liquid sliding down his throat, the sweetness reaching his heart. Bai Shue sat on the edge of the bed, propping her cheek on one hand, watching him. From time to time she reached over to wipe away the moisture at the corner of his mouth. "Is it good?" she asked. Lin An nodded. "Thank you." "What for?" Bai Shue poked his forehead with her fingertip. "Sister taking care of her brother is only natural." She stood up and placed the tray back on the table. With her back to Lin An, her white hair covered her expression. But Lin An clearly heard her let out a very soft sigh, one filled with contentment yet tinged with a trace of emotion he could not decipher. Outside the window came the chirping of birds, and sunlight fully illuminated the room. Lin An looked down at his own hands, his palms still retaining the sensation of her grasp from the night before. He suddenly recalled the cool kiss on his forehead before he lost consciousness. "Bai Shue," he called. She turned back, her blood-red eyes like two translucent rubies in the sunlight. "Last night. Did you kiss me?" The moment the words left his mouth, Lin An regretted them, his face hot enough to fry an egg. Bai Shue blinked and then suddenly smiled. That smile was mischievous. "You guess." A few days before the start of school, this kind of life lasted for an entire week. One afternoon Bai Shue suddenly asked, "Feeling bored?" "Staying in the castle all the time?" Lin An thought for a moment and honestly replied, "A little. It's very quiet here, very safe. But it feels completely cut off from the outside world." He thought of school, of his parents, though those memories were not entirely pleasant, they were still his own real world. Bai Shue propped her cheek on her hand, her blood-red eyes thoughtful as she looked at him. "Yes, for you this place is like a beautiful cage. Though sister wants to protect you, keeping you locked up all the time doesn't seem right either." She stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the lush forest outside. "You still have about a month of summer vacation left. Hiding here and running away is not a solution. Moreover," she turned around, her gaze sharpening slightly, "yesterday's appearance of that shadow wolf reminded me. Though the edge of this forest is influenced by my aura, it's not absolutely safe. Low-level monsters might wander in, and the scent of your blood might attract some trouble." Lin An's heart tightened. Then, what to do? Bai Shue's face broke into that familiar, slightly cunning and eager smile. "Sometimes the most dangerous place is the safest. Human cities with their huge population, complex sense and information flow are the best cover. Moreover," she walked back to Lin and bent down slightly to meet his eyes, "you should go back to school, shouldn't you?" Lin An was stunned. Go back to school? With you? Of course." Bai Shue straightened up, snapped her fingers, her eyes shining with the light of a plan fulfilled. "I checked. Your school has a transfer student slot for next semester. I'll disguise myself as a transfer student from abroad and rent a place near the school. Can this really be done? Won't we be discovered? Lin An was a bit worried. Bai Shui proudly lifted her chin. A vampire who has lived this long, if I can't even handle a small matter like this, I'd be useless. Identity documents, household registration records, bank accounts. All of these will be arranged properly before dawn, absolutely able to withstand any routine investigation. As for the school side, she winked. A generous sponsorship fee or letting the school board member have a good dream, there are plenty of ways. So, Bai Shui clapped her hands, making a decision. We'll leave tomorrow. First go back to the city, settle down. You go home to report your safety, say you stayed at a kind classmate's place catching up on lessons. Then when school starts we'll go to school together. She looked at Lin An, her blood-red eyes carrying both unquestionable arrangement and a hint of inquiry. What do you think? Lin An looked at the light flickering in her eyes, a mixture of protectiveness, playfulness, and anticipation for the upcoming new game, and the unease about returning to normal life in his heart was suddenly replaced by a strange sense of peace and faint anticipation. With her by his side, even returning to the school and family that put so much pressure on him no longer seemed so frightening. Okay, he nodded. Bai Shui smiled even more happily, reaching out her hand. Then classmate Lin An, please take care of me in the coming campus life. Lin An took her cool hand. This time he didn't hesitate at all. Entering campus life the next morning, the castle was exceptionally peaceful in the morning mist. Lin An packed his simple luggage, actually just a few clothes he had brought plus a few changes of clothes Bai Shui had prepared for him. Looking at this room where he had lived not too long yet already felt so familiar, a trace of reluctance welled up in his heart. Don't look like you're saying goodbye forever. Bai Shui's voice came from the doorway. She had already changed into a set of modern casual clothes, slim black jeans, a simple white t-shirt under a thin black biker jacket, her white hair tied into a neat high ponytail, and even a pair of plain glasses on her nose, slightly masking the eerie beauty of her red eyes and adding a touch of scholarly elegance. She looked completely like a fashionable and somewhat cool high school girl. We're not never coming back. She walked in, easily lifting Lin An's seemingly weightless backpack. This will always be your room. On weekends or holidays you can come back anytime you want. Really? Lin An's eyes lit up. Of course. This is my home, and now you. Bai Shui paused, her red eyes curving behind the lenses. Are also a part of the family. These words warmed Lin An's heart. Home. That word seemed to have taken on a new meaning for him lately. The process of leaving was much simpler than Lin An had imagined. Bai Shui simply locked the black wooden door, then took Lin An's hand and traced a few casual gestures in the air with her other hand. Lin An only felt the scene before him twist slightly, the surrounding forest trees blurring into elongated shadows that rushed past, wind whistling in his ears, yet his body felt no movement. In just a few seconds the light stabilized and they were already standing at the familiar alley mouth on the edge of the city, the very place where they had first met. The city was just waking up in the early morning, the sound of early buses in the distance. Lin An looked around, feeling as if a lifetime had passed. Come on, let's go see our new home first. Bai Shui naturally took his hand, this time more like she was preventing him from getting lost in the crowd. The identity issue was settled last night. I'm now your classmate named Bai Shui. My parents are researchers who work overseas all year, and I'm being looked after by a friend here. As she walked, she narrated the setup smoothly as if it were the truth. I've also arranged a place to stay. It's an old residential complex near the school, 1 bedroom, 1 living room, simple environment, won't attract too much attention. Bai Shui added with a sly tone. Of course the rent and deposit have been paid in a reasonable way. My bank card also has enough parental remittance for us to live on. They took a bus passing through streets that were gradually growing lively. After about 20 minutes they got off at the entrance of a complex that looked a bit old but still tidy. Bai Shui led him into one of the buildings, climbed to the 5th floor, and used a brand new key to open an ordinary security door. Behind the door was a small living room connected to an open kitchen. The furniture was simple but complete, looking clean and tidy as if it had just been carefully cleaned. Sunlight streamed in from the balcony, and the room smelled of new furniture mixed with cleaning agents. Here it is. Bai Shui walked in, placing the backpack on the sofa. Though it's not as spacious as the castle, it has everything we need. The bedroom is over there. Lin An followed her into the bedroom. The room was small, just enough for a double bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. The bedding on the bed was brand new, printed with simple stripes. His gaze fell on the only double bed, and his ears grew warm. Sure enough. Bai Shui followed his gaze and let out a soft laugh. What embarrassed. We slept together in the castle, didn't we? Don't worry, sister won't eat you. Well, not for now. She deliberately dragged out the word. For now. And seeing Lin An's face redden even more, she contentedly changed the subject. You get settled first, rest a bit. This afternoon I'll go home with you to report to your parents. We'll follow the script we just discussed. The afternoon's home visit went exceptionally smoothly. When Lin An's parents saw their son return safely, they first breathed a sigh of relief. Then, seeing the poised and self-introducing Bai Shui following behind him, they were visibly taken aback. Bai Shui's appearance and temperament were too outstanding, her speech and manner polite and proper, and with her story about parents overseas returned from abroad, she quickly dispelled Lin's mother's wariness, who even enthusiastically invited her to stay for dinner. Though Lin's father was still displeased with Lin An for leaving home without permission for several days, he didn't say much in front of an outsider, only his expression remained stern. Lin An followed the script he and Bai Shui had agreed upon, admitting his impulsiveness, explaining that he had stayed at a classmate's home for a few days to reflect, and his attitude was sincere. Lin's father grunted, letting it pass for now. After dinner, Bai Shui politely took her leave. Lin's mother secretly slipped Lin An some pocket money and whispered to him to get along well with your classmate, don't cause her any trouble. Stepping out of the house, Lin An let out a long sigh. This hurdle had been cleared. When they returned to the castle, it was already dark. The two washed up briefly and sat side by side on the sofa. The curtains weren't drawn tightly, and the urban night sky glowed a dull red with no stars visible. School starts tomorrow, Lin An murmured, staring at the ceiling. Nervous? Bai Shui turned sideways to face him. In the darkness, her red eyes glowed faintly. A little, Lin An admitted honestly. I don't know what everyone will think of you. And us going to school together like this. Afraid of gossip. Bai Shui chuckled softly. Don't worry, sister has seen it all. As for you. She reached out and poked Lin An's armpit through his clothes, making him flinch. Just act normally. Remember, at school we're classmates who just met but get along well. Leave the rest to me. Her tone was full of confidence, carrying a reassuring power. Lin An responded, his unease gradually calming. With her around, it seemed there was really nothing to fear. In the darkness of the night before school, Lin An felt a strange peace and anticipation. New life was about to arrive with the morning light. Good night, Bai Shui. Good night, Lin An. See you at school tomorrow. The first day of school. At 6:30 in the morning, just as Lin An woke up, he heard a voice. Morning. A slightly hoarse, lazy voice came from beside him. Lin An turned his head and found Bai Shui propping her head on one hand, looking at him with a smile. Her blood-red eyes, just awakened, still held a trace of misty moisture, but had already regained their all-seeing clarity. In morning, Lin An sat up and went to wash up. Bai Shui's efficiency was as swift as ever. By the time Lin An finished washing and changed into his uniform, the small dining table was already set with 2 simple breakfasts, fried eggs, toast, and milk. Bai Shui had also changed clothes, a girl's school uniform from the same school as Lin An, a white shirt, navy blue blazer, and plaid skirt. She seemed unused to such conventional attire. Her white hair was tied back in a neat high ponytail, losing some of the mysterious languor of the castle, and gaining a fresh, crisp elegance befitting a high school student. The plain glasses still sat on her nose, slightly veiling her overly striking red eyes. Pretty convincing, huh? Bai Shui spun around her skirt, flaring slightly. Lin An nodded. He had to admit she looked good in anything. Breakfast was simple but tasty. The two ate quietly, then cleared the dishes. Slinging their backpacks over their shoulders, standing at the door, Lin An took a deep breath. Let's go. Bai Shui patted his shoulder naturally and opened the door. Classmate Lin An, please take care of me. The early morning neighborhood was already bustling with people heading to work and school. When Lin An and Bai Shui walked out of the building side by side, they inevitably attracted many glances. Even with her disguise, Bai Shui's appearance and demeanor stood out among ordinary people like a crane among chickens. Curious, admiring, and probing gazes came from all directions. The walk to school was not far, about 15 minutes on foot. Along the way, Bai Shui, like a genuinely curious transfer student, asked Lin An questions about the school, the layout of the teaching buildings, the main courses, the teachers' styles, the cafeteria food. Lin An answered them one by one, and his initial nervousness gradually dissipated in these everyday conversations. At the school gate, many students had already gathered, noisy and bustling. When Bai Shui and Lin An appeared, it was like a drop of water into a boiling pan of oil, instantly causing a small stir. Look over there. That girl. So pretty. A transfer student. Never seen her before. Who's that next to her? Lin An. Do they know each other? It's Lin An. How are they walking together? Murmurs drifted faintly. Lin An felt countless gazes prickling his skin like needles. Just then Bai Shui suddenly tilted her head slightly, leaning close to his ear, and whispered quickly in a voice only the two could hear. Ignore them. Follow me. Having said that, she acted as if she hadn't heard the surrounding whispers at all, stepping into the school with a composed demeanor, her stride steady and back straight. Lin An watched her back. The white ponytail swayed gently with her steps in the morning light like a small flag guiding the way. He quickened his pace and followed, striving to keep his expression natural. Bai Shui seemed already familiar with the campus layout, heading straight toward the teaching building. On the way, a few boys who seemed about to approach her for a chat were met with only a polite and distant nod from her without breaking stride. Under her calm yet subtly oppressive gaze, they awkwardly stepped aside. This is it. Bai Shui stopped in front of a classroom, looking up to confirm the door plate. Most of the students had already arrived inside, and the buzz of chatter could be heard through the door. She turned back and gave Lin An an encouraging smile, her blood-red eyes glinting behind the lenses. Are you ready, classmate Lin An? Let's go in, Bai Shui. Classmate. The two exchanged a glance, and Bai Shui reached out to push open the classroom door. A brand new school life, accompanied by countless gazes instantly converging on them, officially began. When the classroom door was pushed open, the originally noisy air seemed to have been muted. Dozens of gazes simultaneously turned toward the doorway, or more precisely toward Bai Shui standing beside Lin An. Time seemed to freeze for 2 seconds. Then murmurs erupted like a tidal wave, several times more intense than what had been heard in the hallway just moments ago. Oh my God! Is this a new student? She's so beautiful. Is her hair real? Dyed? How did she come together with Lin An? Lin An actually knows a girl of this level. Lin An felt as if he was being roasted under a spotlight, his cheeks burning and palms slightly sweating. He could even sense the movements of a few boys behind him craning their necks. Instinctively he wanted to lower his head, but recalling Bai Shui's words, he forced himself to maintain a normal expression, merely letting his gaze drop slightly to stare at the floor. In contrast, Bai Shui's reaction was a textbook example of composure. She seemed completely oblivious to those gazes, almost tangible with admiration, curiosity, and even a hint of envy, and simply swept her blood-red eyes, slightly softened by the lenses, calmly around the classroom. Then she turned her head to Lin An and said, not loudly but clearly enough, "Lin An, where are our seats?" Over there." Lin An pointed to a seat by the window in the back row, the corner he had always occupied last semester, a secluded spot that didn't attract much attention. All right. Bai Shui nodded and stepped toward the back of the classroom. Her pace was neither fast nor slow. Her heels, of a style permitted by school rules, struck the floor with crisp rhythmic sounds, standing out clearly against the gradually subsiding yet still ongoing murmurs. As she passed, the students in the front rows involuntarily shifted slightly, their eyes following her. Lin An followed behind her with a forced bravado, feeling as if he were walking down a long runway. He could catch clear fragments of the discussions. Her figure is too good. Her aura is so unique, like a celebrity. That kid Lin An is so lucky. Finally they reached the back row. Bai Shui naturally stopped at the outer side of the seat by the window, that is next to Lin An's original seat, and placed her bag on the desk. This seat had originally been empty. You sit inside? She asked Lin An. Ah. Okay, sure. Lin An was a bit surprised, but obediently went around behind her and sat in the inner seat by the window. Thus Bai Shui sat between him and the aisle. This subtle arrangement warmed Lin An's heart a little. By sitting on the outside, she seemed to shield him from many direct gazes and potential disturbances from the outside world. After sitting down, Bai Shui took out brand new stationery and textbooks from her bag, arranging them neatly on the desk with unhurried movements. Her presence was too strong. Even when she was just quietly sitting and organizing her things, she still attracted many glances stolen from every corner of the classroom. Lin An tried to appear as natural as possible, also taking out his books. He could feel the gazes from a few boys nearby, usually with whom he had little interaction, mixed with curiosity and a hint of something indescribable. Just then the preparatory bell for morning self-study rang. The homeroom teacher Wang, a middle-aged woman with a slightly plump figure wearing black-rimmed glasses, walked in holding a lesson plan. She obviously noticed the unusual atmosphere in the classroom, and the overly conspicuous new face. Silence! Teacher Wang tapped the podium. The classroom quickly quieted down, but many couldn't help letting their eyes drift to the back row. Teacher Wang adjusted her glasses. Now everyone start your morning reading. Many new students have joined our class. Later each of you will introduce yourselves to get to know each other. The sound of reading rose sporadically but clearly half-hearted. Lin An opened his English book but couldn't take in a single word. He could feel Bai Shue's calm presence beside him and the continuous scrutiny from around. This long day had only just begun. And he knew that because of this person beside him his peaceful, or rather invisible high school life was likely to be completely changed. The bell ending the morning self-study seemed to lift some kind of ban, and the commotion that had just been suppressed in the classroom showed signs of reigniting. However, under the stern gaze of homeroom Teacher Wang, everyone remained relatively restrained. All right, before the formal class begins, as per tradition, the new students will introduce themselves so everyone can get to know them, Teacher Wang said from the podium. Thus a round of quick and formal self-introductions began. The first to stand up was a boy in the first row by the wall wearing black-rimmed glasses, speaking slowly and methodically. Hello everyone, my name is Li Hua. I'm very glad to be classmates with you all. I usually enjoy reading and I hope to get along with everyone. After saying that, he sat down properly. A typical model of a good student. The girl next to him stood up, her voice gentle with a faint smile. Hello classmates. I'm Zhang Ro. I have a relatively gentle personality, and I'm looking forward to spending wonderful campus time with everyone. When she smiled, her eyes curved, making her look very approachable. In the third row, a sturdy boy stood up with a hua and a loud voice. My name is Wang Chang. I have one trait: I'm loyal. From now on, if anyone has a problem, come to me, Wang Chang, and I'll handle it without hesitation. He then patted his chest, drawing a few low laughs and agreements from the surrounding boys. Behind him at an angle, a boy wearing the school uniform but with the zipper open and hair slightly messy stood up lazily, his tone stiff. I'm Zhao Gang. You'd better all be careful and don't mess with me or you'll be sorry. Then he plopped back down, his eyes scanning the classroom with a hint of impatience. A boy next to him, also with a casual posture, stood up immediately, speaking in a sloppy manner. Hi everyone, I'm Sun Hao. Whatever, just don't bother me. The two were clearly from the same clique. Next came a girl dressed exquisitely with neatly styled hair, standing up with her back straight. I'm Lu Mei. My family condition is quite good and I hope to meet more good friends here. Her tone carried a hint of reserved pride. Behind her, a shy-looking girl said softly, Hello everyone, my name is Chenli. I come from an ordinary family and I will work hard to study. Her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. A boy wearing glasses with a confident expression stood up. I'm Zhou Ming. I have excellent academic performance. If you have any study questions in the future, you can ask me. His tone was assertive with a hint of the natural superiority of a top student. Another boy from Zhao Gang's row stood up, curling his lip. I'm Wu Yong. I don't like dealing with those bookworms, I only hang out with interesting people. His eyes deliberately glanced at a few classmates in the front rows who were buried in their books. A thin, small boy stood up, almost with his shoulders hunched, his voice trembling. My name is Lin Xiao. I'm quite timid. I hope everyone won't bully me. After saying that, he quickly sat down, his head lowered deeply. A boy with dark skin and a sturdy build stood up cheerfully. I'm Zheng Hui. I just love sports. If anyone likes sports, you can join me. His personality seemed very outgoing. Another girl wearing obviously branded shoes raised her head with a hint of pride. I'm Guofang. My family is very rich. Don't even think about taking advantage of me. After saying that, she glanced at Lu Mei, who was diagonally ahead. A boy with a fierce-looking face next to Zhao Gang stood up with glaring eyes, his voice gruff. I'm Ma Jun. If anyone dares to mess with me, I'll make sure they regret it. His eyes swept around with a warning. A quiet, elegant girl stood up with a smile. Hello everyone, I'm Su Jing. I really like painting and I hope to communicate with classmates who share the same hobby. A very introverted boy lowered his head and said in a muffled voice. My name is Su Jia. I don't talk much, but I'm kind. He immediately sat down, his presence minimal. A girl with a ponytail looking full of energy stood up. I'm Huan Yan. I like singing and dancing. If there are activities in the future, you can find me. Another boy in the back row, who had been slouching with a smug expression, stood up, his tone even more aggressive than Zhao Gang's. I'm Zhu Wei. In this school, I'm in charge. You all have to listen to me. These words immediately drew unfriendly glances from Zhao Gang's group, and the atmosphere in the classroom stiffened slightly. A girl who looked very serious stood up. Hello everyone, I'm Han Mei. I will strive to contribute to the class. A grinning boy then stood up. I'm Li An. I just like to joke around. Don't mind me. The last boy stood up with a serious expression. My name is Zhang Feng. I hope everyone can abide by school discipline and jointly create a good learning environment. He seemed like a candidate for the discipline committee. Bai Shui stood up. She was wearing a well-fitted school uniform today with the white shirt buttoned up to the collar, a navy blue blazer outlining her slender shoulders, and a pair of straight long legs under the plaid skirt. Her long white hair was tied in a high ponytail. Everyone's eyes were fixed on her. Hello everyone. Her voice was clear and pleasant with a peculiar rhythm that made people want to listen carefully. My name is Bai Shui. Due to my parents' job transfer, I've transferred from another city. I hope to quickly integrate into the new group. Please take care of me. After saying that, she gave a slight nod to everyone. When it was Lin An's turn, he stood up nervously and said quickly, Hello everyone, I'm Lin An. Nice to meet you all. Then he immediately sat down, his ears red. He could feel many gazes moving back and forth between him and Bai Shui beside him. The self-introduction session ended and Teacher Wang began to explain the new semester's precautions and school rules. However, the minds of many in the classroom were clearly no longer on the blackboard. Lin An listened to the teacher's voice, but his mind unconsciously flashed back to the faces and words from just now. This class was like a small microcosm of society. There were those who buried themselves in study, those who flaunted their personalities, those who formed cliques, those from wealthy families, and also those like him with negligible presence. Everyone had their own place, their own way of survival. And Bai Shui's arrival had undoubtedly disrupted some existing balance. Her beauty, uniqueness, and the natural closeness she showed toward him, a little nobody, though it might just be a facade, were like pebbles thrown into a calm lake. The obvious impatience and faint hostility in the eyes of Zhao Gang's son Hao Ma Jun, and their ilk the undisguised arrogance and indifference of Zhu Wei the assessment, and comparison that flashed in the eyes of girls like Lu Mei and Hua Fang, and many more complex gazes interwoven with curiosity, envy, and jealousy. Beside him, Bai Shui still sat upright, her gaze calmly fixed on the podium, as if she were completely unaware of everything about to come, or simply didn't care at all. Lin An quietly took a breath and tightened his grip on the pen. The first day of the new semester had thus arrived. The bell for the formal class finally rang, and the first period was math. The lecturer was an elderly teacher with graying hair and a rigorous teaching style. He pushed up his glasses and began to explain the final exam paper from last semester. Most of the students put away their distractions and began to listen attentively or take notes. After all, it was the first class of the new semester, and they wanted to leave a good impression on the teacher. Bai Shui sat very straight, resting her chin on one hand, her gaze on the blackboard ahead, while the other hand occasionally wrote a few words on the open new notebook, looking both attentive and elegant. The faint, unique fragrance from her body always drifted into Lin An's nostrils, inadvertently disturbing his thoughts. What made it even harder for him to concentrate was that he could always feel the occasional glances drifting from other directions in the classroom. Some were blatantly turning back to sneak a look at Bai Shui, while others were scanning between him and Bai Shui with curiosity and doubt. The math class passed in peace. The bell rang, the teacher left, and the classroom immediately filled with noise again. Many students began to move around and chat, with more glances directed toward the back row. Just then the classmate in front of Lin An turned around. He was a boy with thick glasses named Qinming, usually the type who buried his head in study. He glanced at Bai Shui curiously and then asked Lin An, Lin An, do you know the new classmate from before? This question immediately caught the attention of a few nearby classmates, and they all pricked up their ears. Lin An suddenly became nervous, unsure how to answer, but Bai Shui beside him had already naturally taken over the conversation. I ran into him near the school before. Bai Shui's voice was gentle and polite, with no flaw detectable. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that we ended up in the same class and even sitting nearby. Oh, I see. Qinming pushed up his glasses, seemingly accepting the explanation, and then asked curiously, which school were you at before? Why transfer at this time? I was at the international department in a neighboring city before, and I transferred temporarily due to some family arrangements. Bai Shui's answer was still flawless, explaining the timing of the transfer while also implying a background of not convenient to elaborate, making it hard for others to probe further. She spoke with a composed demeanor, even with the appropriate politeness and a hint of distance expected of a transfer student, without making anyone feel she was deliberately showing off or hiding anything. A few eavesdropping classmates also nodded, didn't press further, and turned to chat about their summer experiences. Lin An secretly breathed a sigh of relief, admiring Bai Shui's ability to handle the situation. The second period was English class. The English teacher was a young female teacher, and the classroom atmosphere was relatively lively. When practicing group dialogues, the teacher randomly called on pairs. Lin and you and Bai Shui can be a pair. You're sitting close and the new student can get familiar quickly, said the English teacher. Lin An's heart skipped a beat. To have a situational dialogue with Bai Shui in class. Bai Shui, however, had already turned to him with a smile, speaking softly in English, her voice pleasant and pronunciation nearly perfect. Lin An quickly responded, trying hard to recall the dialogue template. The practice process was a bit agonizing for Lin An. His spoken English was already mediocre. Under the tension and the subtle gazes around him, his words came out even more haltingly. Bai Shui, however, spoke English with the fluency of a native speaker, not only completing the dialogue flawlessly but also naturally guiding Lin An, and gently correcting a few minor grammatical errors with a patience that never made him feel embarrassed. Your pronunciation is good, you're just a bit nervous. It'll get better with practice. After the exercise, Bai Shui encouraged him softly, her eyes carrying a hint of a smile. Lin An nodded, his face reddening, feeling both a little embarrassed and a little warm inside. He suddenly felt that having such a desk-mate might not be all pressure. The morning classes passed in a subtle atmosphere. No conflict arose. Bai Shui handled all the attention and curiosity with her composure and grace. The lunch bell rang and the classroom instantly became lively. Lin An, Bai Shui packed up her books and looked at him. Want to go to the cafeteria together? I'm not familiar with this place yet. Her invitation was natural, as if it were the most ordinary request between desk mates. Yet under the gaze of countless eyes, this simple invitation seemed to carry extraordinary significance. Lin An looked into her calm, slightly questioning blood-red eyes behind the lenses, and his heart, which had just settled, began to race again. He knew that from the moment he agreed to step onto campus with her, this kind of life would be his new normal. Okay. Zhao Gang's provocation. The afternoon sun cast long slanting shadows across the desks through the classroom windows. The afternoon classes were history and self-study, relatively relaxed. Bai Shui maintained her impeccable demeanor as a top student, listening, taking notes, and occasionally, when Lin An was puzzled, offering a simple hint in a voice only the two of them could hear. The bell for the last self-study class rang, signaling the official end of the first day of school. The classroom instantly erupted into chaos. The noise of packing bags, the chatter of planning where to hang out, endless laughter. Lin An let out a sigh of relief and began to slowly organize his books. He noticed several boys in the front rows frequently turning to look at them, whispering, their eyes filled with a mischievous eagerness and ill intent. His heart sank. He had a bad feeling. Sure enough, as Lin An and Bai Shui packed up and got ready to leave, several figures blocked the aisle. At the forefront was Zhao Gang. He still wore his baggy school uniform, hands in his pockets, an unlit cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth, clearly just for show, his head tilted as he looked Bai Shui up and down with a gaze that mixed scrutiny and frivolity. Beside him stood Sun Hao and Wu Yong, both wearing a slouchy demeanor and smirks of anticipation. Ma Jun leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed, a fierce look on his face like a gatekeeper. The students who hadn't left the classroom fell silent, slowing their movements, watching the commotion at the back with open or hidden interest. A subtle, unsettling excitement filled the air. Yo, new classmate, Zhao Gang said, his voice deliberately drawn out. How do you like our class on your first day? Bai Shui stopped and looked at him calmly, showing neither panic nor disgust, just a pure observational calmness. She even nodded slightly and replied politely. It's pretty good. Everyone is very friendly. Her businesslike attitude seemed to catch Zhao Gang off guard, and he felt a bit slighted. He snorted, stepped closer, and let his gaze sweep over Bai Shui's face and figure more blatantly. How about it? After school, come hang out with us. Let me show you the real campus life. Behind him, Sun Hao and Wu Yong let out a few suggestive laughs. Lin An's heart leaped into his throat. He instinctively wanted to step forward and shield Bai Shui, but his body was frozen with tension. Just as the tension was about to snap, Bai Shui turned her head slightly and said to Lin An in a natural tone. Lin An, didn't you say last night you wanted to buy a notebook at the convenience store today? Shall we go now? She completely ignored Zhao Gang standing in front of her as if he were nothing but a bothersome cloud of air. Zhao Gang's face darkened instantly. He had never been so thoroughly ignored, especially in front of so many classmates. Hey new girl, I'm talking to you. Zhao Gang raised his voice, laced with obvious displeasure and threat. Don't be ungrateful. What's so fun about that boring mute next to you? Come with us, I promise you'll He couldn't finish his sentence. Because Bai Shui turned her head back. She locked eyes with Zhao Gang. No anger, no fear, not even any emotion he had anticipated. It was an extreme icy calmness. Deep in her pupils a non-human glint flickered, like the chill of a deep pool, like the pure, dispassionate appraisal of a predator sizing up its prey. Zhao Gang's voice got stuck in his throat. He felt as if he had been suddenly thrown into an ice cave, a chill shooting up from the base of his spine to the back of his head. Something in those red eyes instinctively warned him of danger, a primal fear of the incomprehensible far beyond the level of schoolyard scuffles. His arrogant flame was doused like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguished. He even subconsciously took a half-step back, avoiding her direct gaze. "I'm sorry." Her voice remained calm. "We still have things to do. Could you please let us through?" Her tone was polite yet carried an undeniable firmness. Zhao Gang stood frozen, his face alternating between red and white. He wanted to say something harsh to save face, but his throat was dry and the palpitation from before hadn't fully faded. Sun Hao and Wu Yong beside him also sensed something was off with their boss. They exchanged glances and dared not speak. Ma Jun, leaning against the doorframe, frowned, looking as if he wanted to step forward but hesitated after glancing at Bai Shui. The classroom was dead silent. Everyone held their breath, watching the scene. Finally Zhao Gang jerked his head, snorted heavily through his nose, and stepped aside, his movements stiff. He shot Lin An a fierce glare, but it was more of a displaced anger, lacking the earlier targeted aggression. "Let's go." Bai Shui acted as if nothing had happened, naturally linking her arm through Lin An's, a gesture that was slightly intimate for classmates, but not inappropriate, and pulled him through the gap. Zhao Gang had left her pace unhurried. The two of them walked out of the classroom under dozens of stares. Only when their figures disappeared around the corner of the corridor did the frozen air in the classroom seem to begin flowing again. "Gang, are you just letting them go?" Sun Hao asked quietly. Zhao Gang's face was ugly. He pushed him away irritably. "Shut up." His mind was in turmoil, the eerie feeling from those eyes lingered. He glanced at the classmates, still sneaking peeks at him, feeling humiliated but lacked the courage to immediately chase after them and pick a fight. "Damn creepy," he muttered under his breath, kicking a desk leg. "Let's go." Meanwhile in the corridor, Lin An, still with Bai Shui's arm linked through his, only realized after walking a distance that his heart was pounding like a drum. "Thank you?" "Just now," he said quietly, his voice still unsteady. "It's nothing." Bai Shui released his arm, her tone light. "This kind of troublemaker just needs a little scare. He probably won't bother you again from now on." She turned to Lin An with a smile, her blood-red eyes behind the lenses curving. "I told you I'd have your back, right, Lin An?" The setting sun tinted the tips of her white hair a pale gold. Lin An looked at her, smile, and the lingering fear in his heart gradually gave way to a solid sense of security. He nodded firmly, and for the first time today a truly relaxed smile appeared on his face. The breath of life. Leaving the school gates, shaking off the overt and covert stares and whispers, Lin An and Bai Shui walked side by side along the evening street. In the early September evening the summer heat lingered, but a gentle breeze brought a hint of coolness. The stream of students after school poured out of the campus, merged into the street, and soon dispersed. Lin An found that he was no longer as sensitive to the surrounding gazes as he had been in the morning. Perhaps it was the strange sense of calm that came from having Bai Shui beside him, perhaps it was the subtle deterrent effect of Zhao Gang's group being put in their place, or maybe it was simply that he was gradually getting used to this life on the periphery of attention. "Let's go to the supermarket first," Bai Shui planned naturally. "We need some daily necessities at home and some ingredients to cook dinner tonight." The word home rolled off her tongue so naturally that Lin An's heart stirred softly. That rented apartment was indeed becoming a kind of home for them. The supermarket was on the way home, a fairly large chain store. In the evening it was crowded with residents buying dinner ingredients and office workers getting off work. The air was a mix of steam from the fresh produce section, the aroma of the deli, and the chatter of people. Pushing a shopping cart through the aisles was a novel experience for Lin An. In the past, when he went shopping with his parents, they always went straight for what they needed and got it done quickly. But with Bai Shui the pace was completely different. She seemed to be curious about human products in the way of an observer. She would pick up a rare spice in the seasoning aisle and carefully read the label, comment on the flashy packaging of puffed snacks in the snack aisle with a remark like, "Human creativity is really interesting." And even in the household section she picked up a mug printed with a cartoon rabbit, and seriously asked Lin An, "Does this look good?" Lin An watched her holding that overly cute mug, her blood-red eyes looking especially focused under the bright supermarket lights. He felt a bit amused but also found her kind of adorable. Not bad, he answered honestly. Then we'll take it. Bai Shui decisively placed the mug into the shopping cart. For you. It suits you. Lin An looked at the rabbit mug, his ears slightly warm, but he didn't object. The items on the shopping list were quickly found: fresh vegetables, eggs, noodles, some basic seasonings, as well as milk, fruit, and so on. Bai Shui selected ingredients with a dexterity and efficiency that surprised Lin An. She could even tell how fresh the vegetables were. When you've lived long enough, you have to learn a few life skills, she explained casually as she placed a bunch of green bok choy into a bag. Besides, occasionally cooking something by hand is a kind of enjoyment. At the checkout, the cashier, a young girl, couldn't help but glance at Bai Shui a few extra times while scanning the items, then at Lin An, her eyes full of friendly curiosity. Bai Shui returned a polite smile, her demeanor completely at ease. Carrying 2 heavy bags out of the supermarket, the sky had darkened and the street lights were coming on one by one. Is it heavy? Let me take some, Lin An said, reaching out for the bag that looked heavier in Bai Shui's hand. No need. Bai Shui effortlessly switched the bag to her other hand. This weight is nothing to me. Just hold on to yours. The two of them carried their spoils back to the home on the 5th floor of the old apartment complex. Climbing the stairs, opening the door, the interior still had that empty feeling of a new environment, a remnant of the morning. But placing the shopping bags on the kitchen counter, turning on the light, the warm yellow glow bathed the small living room and a sense of life began to quietly permeate. Only one bed. After putting away the supermarket purchases, the tiny kitchen was soon filled with the atmosphere of daily life. Under the warm yellow light, Bai Shui rolled up her sleeves and began to prepare dinner. Her movements were swift and practiced, washing vegetables, cutting tomatoes, beating eggs, all in one smooth flow, as if she had been doing this for ages, not like a new transfer student at all. Lin An couldn't help much, so he stood at the kitchen doorway watching. The sound of running water, the rhythmic thud of the knife on the cutting board, the pleasant sizzle of food hitting the pan, all wove together into a mundane yet comforting melody. The air gradually filled with the sweet and tangy aroma of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Set the tableware, Bai Shui instructed without looking back. And wipe the table. Okay. Lin An responded, fetched a cloth, carefully wiped the small dining table, then set out 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks along with the newly bought mug with the cartoon rabbit. That was his. Bai Shui used a simple white bone china cup she had brought from the castle. Soon 2 steaming bowls of tomato and egg noodles were placed on the table. The noodles were cooked to perfection with golden egg flakes, bright red tomatoes, a thick broth, and a sprinkle of green scallions on top. It looked appetizing enough to make anyone's mouth water. Try it, Bai Shui said, sitting down and handing Lin An a pair of chopsticks while she picked up her cup, which Lin An now knew was some kind of specially formulated synthetic blood drink. Lin An picked up a strand of noodles and brought it to his mouth. The taste was surprisingly good, the noodles smooth, the broth tangy and appetizing, the eggs tender and flavorful. It seemed to have an extra hint of something special that even his mother's cooking didn't have. Delicious, he praised sincerely. Glad you like it. Bai Shui smiled, taking small sips of her drink. The two ate in quiet, only the soft sounds of eating breaking the silence. Occasionally the sound of a neighbor's TV or children's laughter drifted in from outside the window, accentuating the tranquility of this small corner of the world. As Lin An ate, the lingering tension that had been with him since school seemed to be soothed by the warm food and peaceful atmosphere. After the meal, Lin An insisted on washing the dishes. This time Bai Shui didn't object, just leaned against the kitchen doorframe watching his clumsy but earnest efforts, a faint smile in her blood-red eyes. Don't use too much dish soap. Right, rinse it clean. She occasionally offered a few pointers. After tidying up the kitchen, it was still relatively early. They sat on the small sofa, a moment of silence. The air grew quiet, and some issues that had been temporarily pushed aside resurfaced. Lin An looked at the simple clock on the opposite wall, his fingers unconsciously picking at the edge of the sofa. How are we going to sleep? He finally asked the question that had been hanging over him since they returned from the supermarket. Bai Shui turned to him at his words, her blood-red eyes particularly bright under the light. Instead of answering directly, she stood up, walked to the bedroom door, pushed it open, and stepped aside to let Lin An see inside. As you can see, she said in a very ordinary tone, even with a hint of innocence. 1 bedroom, 1 living room. Only 1 bed. The double bed stood out conspicuously in the not-so-spacious bedroom, with fresh bedding neatly laid out. Lin An's face started to heat up uncontrollably again. Though he had mentally prepared himself, being confronted with it so bluntly still made him feel embarrassed. I can sleep on the sofa? he immediately proposed, pointing to the fabric sofa beneath him, which wasn't very long. The sofa. Bai Shui raised an eyebrow, walked back, and gestured with her hands. Are you sure? This sofa is probably shorter than you are. Sleep on it for one night and your neck and back will be complaining tomorrow. She paused, a hint of teasing in her tone. Or is it that Lin An would rather be sore all over than share a bed with his big sister? And no, that's not what I meant. Lin An quickly denied, his face reddening even more. I just thought it might be inconvenient. What's inconvenient? Bai Shui sat down beside him at a distance that was neither too close nor too far, but he could clearly smell her faint fragrance. Didn't we sleep together in the castle? Why didn't you say it was inconvenient then? That was different. It's different, Lin An murmured softly. The situation was special back then, and the bed in the castle was much larger. How is it different? Bai Shui tilted her head, leaning in closer, her blood-red eyes fixed on him as if observing some amusing reaction. The bed is smaller, so sister becomes a man-eating tiger. Her breath brushed against Lin An's earlobe, carrying a hint of coolness, yet it made that patch of skin feel exceptionally hot. Lin An instinctively shrank back, his heart beginning to race again. I'm going to take a shower. He abruptly stood up and rushed toward the bathroom, almost as if fleeing, as if it were a safe haven. Bai Shui watched his retreating figure, her smile widening, a glint of mischievous triumph flickering in her blood-red eyes. The bathroom door closed, and soon the sound of rushing water could be heard. Bai Shui lounged on the sofa, listening to the water. She looked around the humble yet cozy little room that had become warm through their shared efforts. In the bathroom, warm water cascaded over his body, steam rising in white clouds. Lin An stood under the showerhead, trying to let the water wash away the heat on his face and the turmoil in his heart. He finished showering quickly and dried himself with a towel. A change of clothes lay on the chair outside the door, a soft cotton t-shirt and pajama pants prepared by Bai Shui in advance. After putting them on, they smelled of sunshine and fabric softener, very comfortable. He opened the bathroom door, releasing a wave of humid steam. In the living room, Bai Shui was sitting cross-legged on the sofa watching TV, a dull evening news program. Hearing the noise, she turned her head. Freshly showered Lin An's hair was still dripping wet, his cheeks flushed from the steam. Clad in loose loungewear, he looked less restrained than usual, with a gentle boyish air. Bai Shui's gaze lingered on him for 2 seconds, a faint, unfathomable glint passing through her blood-red eyes before she returned to her normal expression. Done. My turn. She stood up, picking up the neatly folded change of clothes that had been placed nearby, a black silk nightgown. As she passed by Lin An, the unique sweet bloody scent mingled with the steam from the bathroom, becoming exceptionally distinct. Lin An instinctively held his breath and stepped aside. The bathroom door closed again. Soon the sound of water, clearer than before, came through. Lin An sat on the sofa, remote in hand, but completely unable to focus on whatever was playing on TV. His attention was irresistibly drawn toward the bathroom. The continuous sound of water was occasionally punctuated by the faint clink of bottles being picked up and set down. Unbidden images crept into his mind, the sight of Bai Shui's white hair wet and clinging to her bare back. He shook his head violently, trying to dispel those inappropriate thoughts, but his cheeks grew even hotter. He stood up, paced aimlessly in the small living room, then went to the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water. The cold liquid slid down his throat, slightly alleviating the inexplicable restlessness. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Silence. Lin An's heart inexplicably beat a little faster. He sat back on the sofa, pretending to be engrossed in the TV. After a while, the bathroom door opened. Bai Shui stepped out. Her white hair was wet and draped over her shoulders, the ends still dripping, darkening the shoulders of her black silk nightgown with water stains. The nightgown was simple in style, knee-length, revealing her shapely calves and bare feet. Her skin under the warm bathroom light and the living room lamp was almost translucent, her cheeks carrying a natural flush from the bath. She wasn't wearing her plain glasses, leaving her blood-red eyes completely exposed, moist and bright like rubies immersed in water. She didn't immediately dry her hair, instead she casually rubbed the ends with a towel, her gaze falling on Lin An. Fresh from her bath, she appeared less mischievous and clever than usual, carrying instead a hint of languor and an indescribable, almost seductive purity. Lin An felt his breath catch. His gaze, as if scalded, hastily averted from her, fixed on the TV screen, his fingers unconsciously tightening. What are you watching? Bai Shui walked over and naturally sat down in the empty space beside him on the sofa, bringing with her a moist, cool scent mingled with the fragrance of body wash and her own essence. And nothing, just browsing. Lin An's voice was a little dry. Bai Shui seemed not to notice his discomfort, or perhaps she noticed but didn't care. She continued drying her hair, slowly looking at the TV. Occasionally damp strands of her hair brushed against Lin An's bare arm, bringing a cool ticklish sensation. Lin An's body went rigid, afraid to move. On the small sofa, the distance between them was very close, so close that he could clearly feel the cool temperature emanating from her, and smell the even more intense moisture-laden fragrance. This scent seemed to disturb his nerves more than usual. The air grew subtly tense. Only the emotionless voice of the TV host echoed in the room. Bai Shui's movements in drying her hair gradually slowed. Her gaze shifted from the TV screen to the line of Lin An's neck, which was slightly tense due to nervousness. The skin there looked very thin, faintly revealing the blue veins beneath pulsing slightly with his accelerated heartbeat. The color of her blood-red eyes seemed to deepen, her focus sharpening. The sweet bloody scent in the air also seemed to become more pronounced as her attention concentrated. Lin An felt her gaze on him. That look was not like her usual playful or probing glances, it was something more direct, more predatory. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up, and a familiar feeling, a mix of tension and fluttering, rose again. He remembered the look in her eyes when she had approached his neck on the night of the blood moon. Darkness enveloped the small bedroom, with only the faint halo of a distant street light filtering through the gap in the half-drawn curtains, casting blurred patches of light on the wall. Beside her, Lin An's shallow, steady breathing was clearly audible in the silence. Bai Shui's eyes were open, her blood-red orbs like two faintly glowing embers in the dark, holding no trace of sleepiness. Too close. So close that without even trying to sniff the pure warm scent of Lin An's blood, to her as intoxicating as the finest vintage, wrapped around her in strands, irresistibly teasing her long-dormant instincts. Not just the fragrance of his blood, but also the clean, fresh smell of soap from his just-bathed skin, and the warm body temperature unique to a vibrant young life. Amplified by the darkness and silence, all of this was magnified countless times. She could hear the subtle sound of blood flowing beneath his steady heartbeat like the most exquisite melody. She could feel the warmth radiating from his body like a small warm light attracting a moth. An ancient craving deep-rooted in the very essence of her blood, almost as old as her existence, grew silently and roared in the darkness. Claim. Sip. Mark. Let this unique human boy, from his blood to his scent, be thoroughly stained with her imprint. These thoughts were so intense that her fingers resting at her side unconsciously curled, almost piercing the skin of her palm. She needed to exert several times more mental effort than usual to suppress the impulse to immediately turn over, pull him into her arms, and sink her fangs into that thin, tender skin to drink deeply. She had promised him. No forcing. The thread of reason was taut. Yet desire surged like a tide pounding against the dike, wave after wave. In the darkness she silently turned on her side, facing the boy who looked defenseless in sleep. Her gaze greedily traced the blurred outline of his profile, settling on the curve of his neck that rose and fell with his breathing. Beneath it the warm liquid flowing held a fatal attraction for her. No. If this continues. She needed something else to divert this overly focused, dangerous desire. Something that wouldn't truly harm him, but would allow her to touch him in a small way. Just like she had always enjoyed doing. As soon as the thought arose, her action outpaced her thinking. Half asleep, Lin An suddenly felt a cool body pressing against him from the side. Before he could fully wake, an arm with an irresistible force gently yet firmly encircled his waist, pulling him back into a cool yet soft embrace. Lin An was completely jolted awake, all drowsiness gone, his body instantly stiff. It was Bai Shui. She was hugging him from behind. Her arm was wrapped around his midsection, her palm resting lightly against his sensitive waist. Her chest pressed against his back, her cool body temperature seeping through their thin pajamas, making him shiver involuntarily, yet a strange flutter rose amidst the tremor. A few strands of her white hair fell into the hollow of his neck, causing a faint tickle. Bai Shui. Lin An's voice carried obvious panic. Don't move. Bai Shui's voice came from right behind his ear, lower than usual, carrying a suppressed and commanding tone. The arm around his waist seemed to tighten a little. Lin An's heart pounded wildly, his mind a mess. This embrace was too sudden, too intimate, far beyond their usual playful interactions. He could feel a certain coiled, ready power in the body behind him, and the abruptly intensified dangerous sweetness in the air. Her gaze fell on the small patch of skin exposed at the edge of his pajama collar. Then slowly she leaned forward, her breath falling on Lin An's sensitive skin. Lin An's whole body trembled violently, as if struck by an electric current. He couldn't help twisting, trying to escape the tight embrace behind him, but her arm was like an iron hoop. This intimate contact left him at a loss. He could feel Bai Shue's gaze firmly locked on the back of his neck, a gaze so tangible, burning and focused. Bai Shue's chin rested lightly on his shoulder, her cool lips almost touching the skin at the side of his neck. Her breathing became more noticeable, a little uneven, a little quick. In the air the sweet bloody scent of desire reached its peak. Lin An. Her voice was extremely low, carrying a raw, no longer concealed longing. Can I? She didn't specify what can I meant, but her blood-red eyes, glowing intensely in the dark, were fixed on the pulsing vein at the side of his neck, the craving in her gaze making everything clear. Lin An's body was still trembling slightly, his heart thundering like a drum. He could clearly feel the almost bursting instinctual desire of the vampire girl behind him, dangerous, alluring, and directed solely at him. He closed his eyes, his thick lashes trembling in the darkness. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his voice was as soft as a sigh, yet carried a quiver of determination. Dawn light was faint, the city's hustle not yet fully awake, only the distant sound of an early bus passing by. Lin An was awakened by a fine ticklish sensation. At first he lingered on the edge of sleep, feeling something gently moving at his waist like a feather brushing or a small bug crawling. He reached out groggily to scratch, but touched a cool, soft hand. Consciousness snapped back instantly. He opened his eyes wide to meet a pair of blood-red eyes close by, sparkling with mischievous laughter. Bai Shue was lying on her side next to him, one hand propping up her head, the other had slipped under the hem of his pajama shirt, her fingertips tracing circles on his waist with precise, teasing pressure. Awake! Her voice carried the languor of just waking up and undisguised mischief. Good morning, time to get up, it tickles. Lin An's face flushed red and he hid his body under the blanket, but his legs were left exposed. Still not up? Bai Shue raised an eyebrow, grabbed his exposed ankle and scraped her fingernail across the sole of his foot. Ha! Stop. Stop tickling. I'll get up. I'm getting up right now. Lin An laughed, his whole body shaking, both embarrassed and flustered, trying to struggle free with all his limbs, but he was no match for her strength. His sensitivity seemed higher in the morning, the fine ticklish sensation almost penetrating to the bone, nearly bringing tears to his eyes from laughter. Good boy. Bai Shue finally withdrew her hand with satisfaction, and even gave his flushed cheek a gentle pinch. Freed Lin An collapsed on the bed, gasping, the heat on his face lingering for a long time. He watched Bai Shue, who had already walked to the window and was pulling open the curtains with a swoosh. Morning light flooded and gilding her white hair with a pale gold, her black silk nightgown outlining her slender figure. She turned back, silhouetted against the light, her smile bright and unclouded, as if the vampire girl who had revealed intense possessiveness and desire in the dark last night was just Lin An's illusion. Hurry up or you'll be late. She walked into the small bathroom and closed the door. Lin An lay in bed for a few more seconds before slowly sitting up. He raised his hand and touched his neck, smooth with no marks. Everything from last night, the brief restrained encounter, felt like a hazy dream. Only a faint lingering sense of satisfaction deep in his body, and the residual palpitations of his heart, reminded him that it was not an illusion. They took turns washing up and changing into their school uniforms. Bai Shue made breakfast with astonishing speed, simply toasted some bread, fried eggs and bacon, and warmed 2 glasses of milk. After breakfast they tidied up and left the house together. The old residential area in the early morning was full of life, elderly people walking their dogs, residents rushing to work, and students like them carrying backpacks. Walking side by side on the familiar route to school. By the way, Bai Shue suddenly remembered something halfway there, took a brand new thermos from her bag's side pocket and pressed it into Lin An's hand. This is for you. It's honey red date tea, good for nourishing blood and energy. You need to replenish. She didn't finish the sentence, but Lin An understood, his face warming slightly as he gripped the warm cup in his hand. The cup still carried the cool temperature of her palm, and the warm liquid inside transmitted heat through the wall, spreading warmth all the way to his heart. Thank you, he said softly. Bai Shue smiled, didn't say anything more, but naturally adjusted the strap of his backpack, which had slipped off his shoulder. Around the corner the outline of the school appeared in view. Many students were already gathered at the gate, their voices carrying faintly. Holding the warm thermos, Lin An looked at the unhurried Bai Shue beside him, and the last trace of anxiety in his heart about the new semester and new environment quietly settled. The new campus life had truly begun. And between him and her a bond deeper than classmates, deeper than friends, was quietly growing in every morning's playfulness, every unfinished instruction, every silent companionship. One day during a break, the sports representative Zheng Hui rushed into the classroom with a stack of registration forms, slapping them on the podium with enthusiasm. Classmates, the autumn sports meet is coming up. Here are the events, everyone sign up. It's time to win glory for our class. The originally noisy classroom was instantly ignited, buzzing with curious and excited discussions. Zhenghui, a sports fanatic, began introducing each event in a loud voice. Track and field, long jump, high jump, those are standard. This year there's a new 3-legged race and 4x100 mixed relay that really tests teamwork. And there's a fun quiz contest. Many people crowded around talking, and he asked about the details. Wan Chang was the first to respond, shouting in his loud voice. The 3-legged race sounds fun. Count me in. Howsy, shall we pair up? Sun Hao lazily made an okay gesture. Who's taking the relay race spots? Huan Yan eagerly asked. Me. I'm decent at sprinting. Another girl raised her hand. Zhang Rose smiled gently. I can try the long jump or throwing. Even Zhou Ming, who usually buried himself in studies, pushed up his glasses and showed interest in the quiz competition. Zhao Gang still wore a disdainful expression, but when he heard that the 3-legged race was competitive, he exchanged a glance with Ma Jun and curled his lips. The registration form was passed around the classroom, with names being filled in one by one. Zhenghui leaned over to Lin An and asked, Lin An, which one are you signing up for? Lin An looked at the list of events requiring strength, speed, or coordination, and his heart sank. His physical education scores had always been mediocre. He couldn't run fast, jump high, and his coordination was average. For him, the sports meet had always meant sitting in the stands as a spectator. He quickly waved his hand. I can't, I'm terrible at sports, I'll drag the class down. Just try, treat it as fun. Zhenghui continued to encourage. At that moment the registration form reached Zhao Gang's side. Zhao Gang glanced at it, snorted, and deliberately raised his voice. Some people just know how to hide in the back. After all, with such thin arms and legs, going up there would just be an embarrassment. His gaze swept over Lin An with deliberate meaning. Ma Jun followed with a snort. A few boys around let out low snickers. Lin An's face instantly flushed red. He lowered his head, his fingers unconsciously picking at the edge of his textbook. He had long been accustomed to this kind of invisible neglect, but being publicly ridiculed like this still made him feel humiliated. Just then a fair hand reached out from beside him, taking the registration form that had been passed nearby. It was Bai Shui. With a calm gaze she scanned the form, picked up a pen, and smoothly wrote down both of their names under the 3-legged race and 4x100 mixed relay events. The action was fluid and without a hint of hesitation. The classroom quieted down considerably, with many eyes focusing on them. Lin An panicked. I can't run fast. Bai Shui held his hand and comforted. It's all right, I'm here. I'll help you practice after school. Lin An looked into her calm and confident eyes behind her glasses, and the pounding in his heart strangely began to settle. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end just nodded and whispered, Okay. Zhou Ming frowned beside them and whispered to his deskmate. The 3-legged race is no joke, it requires high coordination and rhythm. Practicing at the last minute might. His implication was clearly not optimistic. Zhao Gang, as if seeing something extremely amusing, grinned and said, Hey, don't cry on the field then. He turned to Zhenghui and shouted, Sports committee, it's the 3-legged race, right? Ma Jun and I will sign up too. Zhenghui glanced at Bai Shui, then at Lin, and then at Zhao Gang, who wore a look of schadenfreude and had no choice but to write it down on the form. He vaguely felt that this event at the sports meet might not be very peaceful. The registration form continued to be passed around, and in the end almost everyone signed up for at least one event. The bell rang and the students dispersed with chatter. Lin An looked out the window at the figures beginning to appear on the track for practice, feeling a mix of anxiety and a strange warmth in his heart. A slightly cool hand gently patted his shoulder. Starting from today, after school special training. Bai Shui's voice sounded by his ear with a faint hint of a smile. Get ready, Lin An. Lin An turned his head and saw the familiar eager light in her eyes. Suddenly he felt that maybe he could give it a try. Practice after school? After school the playground was dyed orange-red by the setting sun, and the air still held the lingering warmth of the day. A few groups of people were practicing on the track, while the open space near the basketball court became Lin An and Bai Shui's temporary training ground. An ordinary strap tied their ankles together side by side. For the first time Lin An tried walking in this conjoined manner with another person, feeling extremely awkward. He instinctively wanted to step in his own rhythm, but was immediately thrown off balance by the restraint his body swaying. Don't rush. First unify the command. Bai Shui's voice was very steady. Listen to my count: 1 step with the tied foot, 2 step with the outer foot. Come on, try. 1. Lin An struggled to keep up his movements stiff. 2. His steps faltered and he almost tripped himself, but Bai Shui quickly wrapped her arm around his waist, preventing him from falling. Her arm was firm and steady through the fabric of the school uniform. He could feel the cool touch of her palm. Lin An's face flushed, and he quickly straightened up. Sorry. Focus. Bai Shui let go, her blood-red eyes looking at him without reproach. Again. 1 2 1 2. After repeating a few times, Lin An began to get the hang of it, and started trying to walk slowly. But when they sped up a bit or turned, the coordination problem immediately surfaced. During a left turn, Lin An suddenly got distracted. His steps didn't keep up and his body tilted uncontrollably, falling to the side. The expected pain didn't come. Bai Shui's reaction was incredibly fast. The moment he felt her arm again encircled his waist, steadily pulling him back. But this time, as her arm tightened and pulled him back to balance, her cool fingertips swiftly brushed across the sensitive area just below his ribs on his side. A sharp ticklish sensation suddenly hit him. Lin An's whole body jolted and he almost went limp again, letting out a short gasp. Bai Shui steadied him but didn't immediately withdraw her hand. Instead, she lightly rested it on the side of his waist where she had just touched, her fingertips barely brushing the fabric. She tilted her head slightly, leaning close to his ear, and whispered with a hint of teasing. See, if you get distracted you'll fall. Next time you fall I'll tickle you. Her breath brushed his ear and his side was lightly poked in a threatening manner. Lin An's face instantly turned crimson, partly from the tickling, partly from this ambiguous and warning closeness. I'll focus. Lin An quickly promised, his body instinctively tensing, pouring all his attention into the steps under his feet and her commands. In the following practice, Lin An's concentration improved by more than a notch. His eyes were fixed firmly ahead, his ears pricked up to catch every succinct command from Bai Shui. 1 2. Turn, slow down. That's right, steady. Accelerate. 1 2 1 2. Under the setting sun their shadows stretched long. At first they stumbled and weaved but gradually became coordinated. The number of falls decreased, transitioning from walking to jogging. Although the speed wasn't fast, their steps gradually unified. Sweat soaked Lin An's forehead hair, and his breathing became rapid. But he didn't complain of fatigue, trying harder each time to keep up with the rhythm. He could feel that Bai Shui was deliberately accommodating his speed and stamina, always keeping it within a range where he could barely keep up without being too overwhelmed. Rest for 5 minutes. After completing a round of jogging practice, Bai Shui untied the strap. Breathing heavily, Lin An walked to the sidelines and picked up his thermos. Inside was still the red date tea Bai Shui had prepared for him that morning, now at just the right temperature. He gulped down a few mouthfuls, the warm liquid soothing his parched throat. How do you feel? Bai Shui asked. Harder than I imagined, Lin An admitted honestly. But I think I'm starting to get the hang of it. You're making fast progress. Bai Shui nodded, a glint of approval in her blood-red eyes. Your body coordination is actually not bad, you just lack practice and confidence. Continue tomorrow. Okay. Lin An replied, the earlier anxiety in his heart considerably diluted by this simple affirmation. He looked at the other students still running hard on the track in the distance, then at the calm and composed Bai Shui beside him. Suddenly he felt that with her around, even the most difficult things seemed possible to attempt and accomplish. The sun sank lower, gilding their figures with a warm golden edge. Training continued. The strap was tied again and the commands echoed rhythmically across the empty playground. This time Lin An's steps were noticeably steadier, and any occasional stumble was promptly and firmly caught by Bai Shui. When she caught him, her fingertips would occasionally, accidentally, brush over his side or ribs, the most ticklish spots, causing Lin An to both blush and laugh. Sweat trickled down his temples and their breaths mingled in the warm air. After another perfectly synchronized step, Lin An quietly let out a sigh of relief. He suddenly realized that the initial awkwardness and shyness had somehow transformed into a clumsy yet steadfast trust. He was no longer just afraid of falling, instead he began to learn to trust. Trust the clear commands in his ear, trust the hands that would always catch him around his waist. The strap connected not just their ankles but also a silent promise they were becoming a true team, fully prepared for everything that was to come. The sports meet begins. On the day of the sports meet, the autumn sky was clear and the sun was bright. Colorful flags fluttered on campus, energetic music played from the loudspeakers, and the air was filled with excitement and competition. After the opening ceremony, various events began one after another. The 100-meter preliminaries were underway on the track, the long jump competition was contested at the sandpit, and the dull thuds of shot put echoed from the area. The stands were packed with cheers, shouts, and announcements blending into a seething ocean of sound. Lin An and Bai Shui sat side by side in their classes area. Lin An's palms were a bit sweaty and his gaze kept drifting to the venue where the fun quiz competition was being prepared. It was the first non-track and field event of the morning, with each class sending 2 participants. Their class had sent Zhou Ming and Bai Shui. Zhou Ming was the acknowledged top student, and he was now holding a thick notebook for last-minute review, his expression serious. Bai Shui, on the other hand, looked very relaxed, even a bit absent-minded, her gaze sweeping over the noisy arena without settling anywhere. The quiz began. The host read out the questions, which were indeed diverse, from obscure historical event dates to rare biological terminology explanations to the original origins of ancient proverbs. The difficulty of the questions made many in the audience whisper and look confused. Zhou Ming could handle a few questions at first, but as the questions became more obscure, sweat began to form on his forehead, his note-flipping speed increased, and his answers became hesitant. Twice he even gave wrong or inaccurate answers, drawing sighs of regret from the audience. When it was Bai Shui's turn, the situation was completely different. No matter how obscure or strange the question, she could answer clearly, accurately, and with a steady pace, almost without needing to think. Not only were her answers correct, but she occasionally added a bit of background information that even the host might not know, her tone as flat as if stating, "The weather is nice today." One question about a sacrificial ritual of a lost civilization left even Zhou Ming completely dumbfounded, but Bai Shui clearly listed 3 main procedures and their symbolic meanings, causing the history teacher on the judging panel to push up his glasses in surprise and exchange whispers. The whole venue gradually quieted down, with all eyes focusing on the white-haired girl. She stood there poised and composed, as if she weren't in a tense competition but rather a relaxed casual QA game. Sunlight fell on her white hair tips and serene face, naturally exuding a wisdom and demeanor beyond her years. In the end, without any suspense, Bai Shui secured the first place in the quiz session for her class with an overwhelming advantage. In the stands, Lin An watched Bai Shui walk back to the class area amidst applause, his heart beating a little faster. It wasn't nervousness, but a feeling mixed with pride, awe, and some deeper stirring. He knew she was special, knew she knew a lot, but witnessing her so effortlessly display knowledge far beyond the ordinary in front of everyone, the shock was still profound. Bai Shui returned to sit beside him as casually as if she had just gone for a drink of water. "We won," she said simply, then took out a thermos from her bag and handed it to Lin An. "Drink some water, your lips are a bit dry." Lin An took the cup, his fingertips touching her cool hand, and his heart skipped again. He lowered his head to drink the warm red date tea, its familiar sweet aroma unable to suppress the heat in his heart. The loudspeaker began announcing that participants of the 3-legged race should gather at the check-in area. Lin An's heart, which had just calmed a bit, instantly raced again, this time with genuine nervousness. He put down the cup, his fingers unconsciously tightening. "It's our turn." Bai Shui stood up, her blood-red eyes looking at him with the familiar reassuring calm. "Let's go, Lin An. Just remember the rhythm from practice." Lin An took a deep breath and stood up with her. He could feel the glances from his classmates, some concerned, some curious, and also Zhao Gang's undisguised look of glee. The moment he stepped onto the track, the noise seemed to fade a little. Bai Shui skillfully knelt down and tied the strap around their ankles. Her fingers were steady and strong, her movements fluid. "It's okay." After tying the strap, she looked up and smiled at him, the smile especially dazzling in the sunlight. "Just run like we practiced every day." Lin An looked at her face so close with its encouraging smile, and nodded firmly. The starting gun was about to fire. His eyes were fixed on the track ahead, his ears filled with Bai Shui's steady breathing and his own drumming heartbeat. Zhao Gang's dirty trick. On the starting line, the atmosphere was completely different. The 6 groups that advanced from the preliminaries lined up side by side. 2 groups were school track team athletes with bulging muscles and sharp eyes. Among the other 3 groups were Zhao Gang and Ma Jun. Zhao Gang fastened the strap on his foot, rotated his wrists, and cast a sidelong glance filled with undisguised malice and provocation. Ma Jun stared at the ground with a fierce expression. The clamor from the surrounding stands seemed unable to suppress the tension on this track. Lin An took a deep breath, trying to ignore that hostile gaze, focusing his attention on the strap at his feet and Bai Shui beside him. He could feel his heart racing, but strangely, when Bai Shui's arm gently encircled his waist, steadying their final stance with a supportive posture, that panic seemed to be soothed by a cool, gentle force. "Remember the rhythm." Bai Shui's voice was low and clear only for him to hear. The starting gun fired. All 6 groups dashed out from the starting lines simultaneously. The athlete combinations were indeed strong, taking a half-step lead from the start with large coordinated strides. Zhao Gang and Ma Jun were not to be outdone, shouting and charging forward with considerable speed. Lin An and Bai Shui were in the middle. Lin An was completely focused, hearing only Bai Shui's succinct 1-2-1-2 commands, his body striving to match her steps. The effect of practice was showing. Though not the fastest, their steps were steady, their rhythm clear, and they were not thrown off by the other groups. Halfway through the race they entered the curve. This was the most prone to mishaps, and the best place for dirty tricks. As they merged lanes, the distance between groups was compressed. Zhao Gang and Ma Jun happened to be running diagonally behind Lin An and Bai Shui. Now was the moment. A fierce glint flashed in Zhao Gang's eyes. In the midst of running, he extremely covertly thrust his outer foot outward, the tip aimed precisely at Lin An's ankle, about to land. If the trip were successful, Lin An, running at high speed, would definitely lose balance and fall hard, and Bai Shui would also be affected. Someone in the stands noticed this dangerous move and let out a cry of alarm. However, the expected collision and fall did not happen. At the very moment Zhao Gang's toes extended Bai Shui's arm around Lin An's waist with a motion imperceptible to the naked eye. With a subtle amplitude she swiftly and yet with extreme precision gently pulled it toward herself. At the same time her steps seemed to make a subtle adjustment for a fraction of a second that defied common sense of physics. The result was that Lin An felt a gentle yet irresistible force at his waist, which naturally and lightly lifted his body a small distance, perfectly avoiding the insidious foot that had been stretched out. His stride was not disrupted, he followed the force and landed steadily on the inner lane. Meanwhile Zhao Gang, who had been exerting all his effort to trip him with his center of gravity leaning forward, missed his step and due to excessive force lost his own balance. "Ai yo!" Exclamations and cries of pain sounded almost simultaneously. Zhao Gang pitched forward and Ma Jun, who was tied to him, caught off guard, was pulled into a stagger by the huge inertia. The two fell in a heap, rolling a few times on the track before stopping, stirring up a small cloud of dust. The referee's sharp whistle signaled that something had happened. All this occurred in the blink of an eye. Most spectators only saw Zhao Gang and Ma Jun suddenly fall on their own, while Lin An and Bai Shui's team seemed to have anticipated it, nimbly dodging with a smooth little leap, and even took advantage of the small inward displacement to gain a slightly favorable position at the curve. Loud noises erupted from the stands, some surprised at Zhao Gang's sudden fall, others admiring Lin An's team's clever evasion. Bai Shui seemed oblivious to the chaos behind her. Her gaze remained fixed ahead, and her voice reached Lin An steadily. "Speed up, sprint!" Lin An didn't even have time to think about what had just happened. His body instinctively responded to her command. On the final straight his steps achieved an unprecedented synchronization with Bai Shui's, and their speed suddenly surged. They overtook another pair who had hesitated from surprise and closely pursued the leading sports student team. The finish line was right ahead. The sports student team broke the tape first with their powerful explosive force. Right after, Lin An and Bai Shui, almost side by side, edged out another group by a narrow margin and crossed the finish line second. The moment they crossed the finish line, before the strap was even untied, Lin An felt a burning pain in his lungs. His legs were terribly weak, and his heart was pounding as if it would leap out. He bent over, propping his hands on his knees, gasping for air. A cool hand gently patted his back. Bai Shui untied the strap around their ankles and then stood in front of him. Lin An lifted his head while panting, and what met his eyes was Bai Shui's smiling face. Sunlight fell on her white hair tips and glistening sweat beads. Her blood-red eyes, especially bright in the excitement after exercise, were now gazing at him intently, unblinking, filled with clear approval and delight. She extended her hand, palm up. Lin An, still breathing heavily, looked at her hand, then at her eyes, and slowly lifted his own still slightly trembling hand and gently placed it on hers. "Well run," Bai Shui said with a smile, tightening her fingers to hold his hand. The surrounding cheers and the voices of classmates rushing to congratulate them seemed to become a blurred background noise at that moment. In Lin An's vision there was only Bai Shui's smiling face, the lingering sensation of her cool skin in his palm, and the reassuring strength transmitted through that brief handshake. For the first time after such intense exercise he felt a deep fatigue, yet even more so an unprecedented excitement, and a strange sense of fulfillment. Not for the second place, but for the fact that they had accomplished this together. Not far away, Zhao Gang, who was being helped up limping with a livid face, cast an extremely venomous glare. At this moment the next event was about to start. Overwhelming victory. The enthusiasm of the sports meet reached a new climax in the afternoon. One of the final events, the 4x100 meter mixed relay, was about to begin. This was the event that most tested the class's overall speed and coordination, and also one of the most exciting to watch. Class 2-3's team consisted of 2 boys and 2 girls. The first leg was Wang Chang's strong explosive power, the second leg was Huang Yan, the third leg was Lin An, and the fourth leg without a doubt was Bai Shui. At the check-in area the atmosphere was tense. Wang Chang was warming up, Huang Yan was repeatedly adjusting the starting blocks, and Lin An felt his heart, which had just calmed down, beginning to race again. He was not a sprinter, and the third leg bore great responsibility, linking the front and back. Bai Shui stood beside Lin An and said to him, "Don't be nervous. Just run steadily and leave it to me." That said, when he stood in the third leg handover zone and saw Huang Yan on the second leg struggling to catch up on the curve but still falling behind the opponents, Lin An's palms began to sweat. Their class was currently in 4th place, and the gap with the first was already significant. Huang Yan gritted her teeth and charged over, breathing heavily, forcefully shoving the baton into Lin An's hand, shouting, "It's up to you, Lin An. Give it to Bai Shui." Lin An gripped the baton tight, turned around and sprinted with all his might. He could feel his speed. Even with utmost effort he could only barely maintain the distance from the runner ahead, unable to close it. The wind roared in his ears, the track flew backward under his feet, and he could hear the anxious shouts of his classmates from the stands. Faster! Faster! When he extended the baton to pass it, he could almost feel that the first-place runner had already run several meters ahead. However, the moment his fingertips touched that cool, steady, and powerful hand, all his anxiety seemed to be cut off instantly. Bai Shui's baton handover was so smooth that not a fraction of a second was wasted. The instant she grasped the baton, she was like a fully drawn bow suddenly released, or like a black bolt of lightning splitting the air. Shua! Starting, accelerating, stride, running. Her movements were so fast they dazzled the eyes, yet carried an elegant beauty. The black sports vest clung to her slender yet explosive figure, and her white hair streamed behind her. In barely the time of a breath she had caught up to the second-to-last runner. In another blink she overtook the third-place runner. Gasps rose like a tidal wave from the stands, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they watched that figure rapidly closing the huge gap. The second-place runner tried to resist, but when entering the final straight he was also effortlessly left behind by Bai Shui. Now only the originally far ahead first-place runner remained in front of her. The opponent seemed to feel the terrifying pressure closing in from behind, sprinting with all his remaining strength, his face contorted. Bai Shui's expression, however, remained calm. In the last 30 meters she accelerated again, and with a relaxed posture made a clean overtake from the outer lane. Broke the tape. Leading the second place by at least 5 meters. Hua! The entire venue erupted. Screams, cheers, and whistles almost lifted the roof off the stands. The area of Class 2 to 3 was in an uproar. Wang Chang and Huang Yan jumped up excitedly. Bai Shui gradually slowed down, and stopped, her chest rising and falling slightly, but her breathing quickly steadied. She turned around, her gaze crossing the crowd, and precisely found Lin An, who had just finished the third leg, and was now leaning on his knees gasping for breath. She walked up to Lin An. Lin An raised his head, his face still flushed with exertion and sweat, but his eyes were sparkling, full of excitement and lingering awe. He had witnessed with his own eyes how she reversed an almost impossible defeat with absolute power. Bai Shui looked at him, then suddenly extended her hand, not for a high five but to gently wipe away a drop of sweat sliding down his temple with her cool fingers. Her gesture was natural and intimate, without any hesitation, in front of everyone. Wang Chang's loud voice rang out beside them. "Damn! Bai Shui, you're amazing! That final speed was inhuman! And you, Lin An, not bad, no screw up!" Bai Shui then turned around, offering a polite smile to the excited classmates, accepting their congratulations. But her posture standing there, along with that natural sweat-wiping gesture, had silently declared to everyone the extraordinary closeness and connection between her and Lin An. At that moment she had reversed not just a race but had also firmly placed Lin An within her circle of protection and focus in a dazzling and indisputable manner. The announcement began to broadcast the results, and Class 2 to 3 unsurprisingly won the mixed relay championship. Amid the cheers Lin An watched Bai Shui's profile surrounded by classmates. The slight disappointment he had felt from the race's lag had long vanished, replaced by an unprecedented solid sense of security, and a hint of secret not fully understood flutter. Glances from the shadows. The clamor of the sports meet settled in the afternoon, and the campus during the lunch break was enveloped in a weary yet contented stillness. Lin An followed Bai Shui, familiar with the way through the empty corridors and up the stairs to the rooftop. Pushing open the heavy iron door, the spacious platform opened up before them. The clear autumn sunlight poured down unobstructed and a gentle breeze brushed their faces, carrying the distant murmur of noise which only accentuated the tranquility here. Tired, Bai Shui walked to a sheltered yet sunny corner, took out the exquisite double-layered lacquered wooden lunchbox from her bag and gently placed it on the clean cement surface. Lin An did feel some soreness in his limbs, especially in his shoulders and arms, the marks left by the tension of the three-legged race and the all-out sprint of the relay. He nodded and sat down beside the lunchbox. When the lunchbox opened, it was like unfolding a still-life painting. The upper layer contained sushi rolls like works of art and translucent fruits. The lower layer had golden tamagoyaki crispy tempura and a small bowl of steaming soup. Compared to the cafeteria food, it was from another world. "Replenish your energy," Bai Shui said, handing him chopsticks, and she took out her special drink. The deliciousness of the food amazed Lin An once again. He ate quietly, the warm sun on his back seeming to relax his tense muscles. After finishing a piece of tamagoyaki, he unconsciously moved his somewhat stiff right shoulder. This subtle movement was caught by Bai Shui. "Tired?" she asked, putting down her cup. A little," Lin An admitted honestly. "Maybe I pushed too hard during the run." Without saying a word, Bai Shui moved behind him, and before he could react, her cool hands gently rested on his shoulders. Lin An's body stiffened. "Relax." Bai Shui's voice came from above with a gentle yet undeniable force. "Let me massage you a bit. It'll feel better." Her fingers began to move with moderate pressure, precisely pressing on the tense muscles of his shoulders and neck. At first Lin An felt a bit awkward, but the perfect kneading quickly relieved the soreness, and he unconsciously relaxed his body, even closing his eyes slightly. The sun warmed the back of his neck, while the cool yet skillful pressing on his shoulders created a strangely comfortable contrast. Her technique seemed professional, starting from the trapezius muscles of the neck and shoulders, slowly kneading along the edges of the shoulder blades, gradually loosening the tense muscle groups. Occasionally her fingertips brushed the sensitive area near the back of his armpit, bringing a faint sensation mixed with comfort, and a subtle tickle, causing Lin An to involuntarily shrug his shoulders and his breath to catch slightly. "Is this area tense too?" Bai Shui asked playfully, but her hands didn't stop. Her fingertips lingered a bit longer on that area, applying even lighter pressure, no longer pure pressing but a slow massaging with a probing intent, the pads of her fingers brushing the most sensitive skin folds. That feeling was too strange. It wasn't entirely the sharp stimulation of tickling, it was more like a continuous fine tingling numbness, as if being repeatedly brushed by a feather on the edge, mixed with the comfort of relieving soreness, making one both want to shy away and yet crave that comfort. Lin An's face gradually reddened and his body instinctively tensed up more, but not from pain. It's fine," he said, his voice a bit strained, trying to inch forward to escape that annoying and ambiguous touch. But Bai Shui gently pressed on his other shoulder, which hadn't been attended to, preventing him from moving. "Don't rush, the side isn't done yet." But Lin An could feel that her fingertips near his sensitive area, that barely their teasing kneading, hadn't completely stopped, only becoming more subtle and brief, like accidental touches. This was more heart-racing and disconcerting than direct tickling. Lin An could only remain stiff, feeling the comfort of the soreness being relieved, interwoven with those occasional sneaky, face-flushing, heart-fluttering subtle tickles tormenting his nerves. Fortunately, this massage didn't last too long. After about a minute, Bai Shui withdrew her hands at the perfect moment, as if it had all been genuinely for his relaxation. "There, it should feel better now." She sat back down opposite him, took a sip from her cup, her blood-red eyes clear, and smiled. Lin An secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He moved his shoulders, they did feel much looser, but the heat on his face hadn't subsided, and his heart took a while to fully calm down. "We can go back after the closing ceremony this afternoon," Bai Shui said while packing the lunchbox. Lin An nodded, looking at the clear autumn sky in the distance. The excitement of the sports meet, the thrill of sprinting side by side, the tranquility of the rooftop at this moment, and the indescribable intimate interaction all intertwined into a full and solid sense of pleasure. At this moment sinister gazes came from the shadows downstairs. At the stair corner connecting to the rooftop, Zhao Gang was glaring up with a dark expression, the medicinal plaster on his wrist emitting a pungent smell. He listened to the faint, indistinct, relaxed voices of Lin An and Bai Shui, and saw the light and shadows leaking through the door cracks, symbolizing that the two were sharing sunlight and space. His face livid. Ma Jun stood beside him, also with an unpleasant expression. The other two lackeys also lowered their voices, speaking with indignation. "Brother Gang, are we just going to swallow this?" One of the lackeys spat. "Swallow?" Zhao Gang sneered through gritted teeth. "I lost face in front of the whole school, how can I swallow that?" There were too many people at the sports meet, they got lucky. He swept his fierce gaze over the crack of the rooftop door. After the heat dies down in a few days, the back alley of the commercial street outside school, convenient for business at night. Go tell Brother Hu to bring a few more tough guys and bring some handy tools. This time we must send that kid to the hospital and let that pretentious bitch know who's boss. They whispered a few more plans, then cast one last venomous glance at the rooftop before slithering down the stairs like snakes, disappearing back into the shadows inside the teaching building. The ambush after school. Dusk was deepening, the street lights had not yet fully lit up, and the street was enveloped in a gray-blue haze. The excitement after the sports meet had long faded, and the after-school crowd had thinned considerably. When Lin An and Bai Shui turned into the relatively quiet back alley of the shops that led to their rented house, several figures emerged from the shadows and blocked the alley entrance. The leader was Zhao Gang. Beside him, besides Ma Jun and the two lackeys seen during the day, there were three more rough-looking, thuggish street youths. One of them was large, with a menacing face, holding a short club in his hand that should be the so-called Brother Hu. Several of them were holding weapons, either sticks or chains, gleaming coldly in the dim light. The other end of the alley was also blocked by two figures. Their retreat was cut off. Zhao Gang's face wore a look of vengeful satisfaction and cruelty. He shook his wrist, still covered with a plaster. Yo, the two big stars of the sports meet coming home so late. Lin An's heart sank. His hand instinctively tightened on the strap of his backpack. He hadn't expected the other side to move so quickly and to have called in outsiders from outside the school. Bai Shui did not pause, nor did she show the slightest surprise. She simply and naturally pulled Lin An behind her, shielding him with her own body. Her gaze swept calmly over the group before her, her blood-colored eyes appearing especially deep and somber in the dim light. Move aside, she said, her voice not loud, yet it carried clearly through the narrow alley imbued with an unyielding coldness. Move aside. Zhao Gang sneered as if he had heard a joke. Bitch, you showed off at the sports meet, and now you think you're something special. If I don't teach that loser next to you a lesson today, my surname isn't Zhao. Brother Hu, it's this girl, she's damned creepy. The burly man called. Huga looked Bai Shui up and down, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. Little sis, you're pretty good looking and you've got quite the temper. Brothers, let's teach her how to talk to people properly today. He hefted the club in his hand and stepped forward. The thugs behind him closed in, their eyes vicious. Lin An was so tense he held his breath. He wanted to say something, but Bai Shui gently pressed his arm. The moment Huga stepped within 2 meters of her and raised his club, Bai Shui moved. Her movements were so fast that they surpassed everyone's visual perception. In the dim alley it was as if only a blurry shadow flickered for an instant, accompanied by several nearly simultaneous dull thuds. Bang! 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 The sound of impact, along with suppressed cries of pain and grunts. Time seemed to have passed only a second or less. When Lin An and the others came to their senses, the 7 people, including Huga and Zhao Gang, were already lying scattered on the ground, curled up and groaning in agony. Their weapons were strewn about, some even twisted out of shape. Huga clutched his stomach, his face as red as a pig's liver, unable to utter a sound. Zhao Gang hugged his own calf, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Bai Shui stood still, seemingly not having moved much at all. Her school uniform was still neat, her breathing steady. She merely tilted her head slightly, fixing her gaze on Zhao Gang, who was struggling to rise. She raised her foot, and her black school shoe lightly pressed down on the steel pipe Zhao Gang had dropped. A faint teeth-grinding crack sounded. Under the horrified stares of the crowd, the solid steel pipe was slowly and effortlessly bent by the sole of her shoe. At the same time, the concrete floor tile beneath her foot emitted a barely audible fragile cracking sound, and a web of fine fissures spread from the point of her shoe. The alley fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the heavy, painful breaths of those on the ground. Bai Shui leaned down, her blood-colored eyes meeting Zhao Gang's terrified, dilated pupils up close in the dim light. Her voice was very soft, like an icy wind seeping into the marrow on a winter's day, each word clear and distinct. Zhao Gang, listen carefully. This is the last time. Zhao Gang's body trembled violently. Even his groans of pain got stuck in his throat, leaving only boundless fear. The others dared not even breathe loudly. Bai Shui straightened up and no longer looked at the group on the ground as if they were nothing but trash that had accidentally blocked the way. She turned around and naturally took the hand of the still-stunned Lin An. Let's go, time to head home. Held by her, Lin An walked somewhat stiffly, passing by the thugs who were lying around and fearfully making way for them. Only when they emerged from the alley and stepped into the relatively bright light of the street outside did he dazedly realize that everything was over. It was unbelievably fast then. Unbelievably calm. He hadn't even seen how she did it. "It's okay." Bai Shue's voice came from beside him, returned to its usual gentle tone. "With me here no one can bully you." Back in the rented room the warm yellow light turned on, making the small space feel cozy. Bai Shue put down her school bag and walked into the kitchen as usual, starting to prepare dinner, as if the brief and terrifying conflict had never happened. The clatter of spatulas and the aroma of food being cooked soon filled the air. Lin An sat in the living room and the last remnants of his shock slowly dissipated. Shu Wei's conspiracy. The night was deep and most of the city was gradually falling asleep. But in a middle-class residential area on the other side of the city, inside a room with drawn curtains, the cold light of a computer screen illuminated Zhu Wei's ever-changing expression. On the screen before him a short video was playing on a loop, a shaky poor-quality clip secretly recorded on a phone. The footage showed a dim back alley in the evening with a few figures faintly visible on the ground and a blurred motion of someone bending down to step on a steel pipe. The person filming was clearly far away, hiding around a corner. The image was full of noise, but the key parts were barely discernible. The video had been looped over a dozen times. Zhu Wei pressed pause, zoomed in, and stared at Bai Shue's blurry silhouette and the visibly bent metal pipe under her foot. His fingers tapped unconsciously on the mouse, his eyes devoid of the usual arrogance and frivolity, replaced by a complex expression of shock, wariness, and intense interest. "Such power," he murmured to himself, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "If I could make her serve me." Once this thought arose, it grew like wild weeds. Zhu Wei formed cliques at school and knew some so-called friends on the street outside, but he was well aware that those were just petty games. He yearned for true power, something that could make people fear him and open up broader prospects. And Bai Shue, this suddenly transferred student, seemed like a tailor-made opportunity. Forceful seizure. Coercion. Those were the stupidest methods. Zhao Gang's fate was proof. To deal with someone like her, one must tame a wild beast, show means, cater to her tastes, and firmly grasp her weakness. Lin An was that most obvious weakness. Zhu Wei dragged the video file into an encrypted folder and saved it. He decided to wait and see for now. Meanwhile, far from the city's lights and noise, at the edge of a nature reserve adjacent to the forest where Bai Shue's ancient castle stood, a more primitive and secluded area. The forest was eerily silent tonight. Even the usual summer sounds of insects and frogs were sparse, as if suppressed by some invisible pressure. The air was thick, carrying a faint sweetish bloody scent unlike any common plant, mingling with the smell of decaying leaves and earth to form an unsettling atmosphere. Moonlight filtered through sparse clouds, spilling onto a clearing in the forest. Yet the light seemed distorted by some force, casting grotesque swaying tree shadows on the ground. Rustling. Low shrubs moved without wind, leaves rubbing together producing faint sounds. A dark shadow skimmed rapidly across the ground. It had no fixed form, more like a flowing mass of deep gray mist with tendril-like wisps extending from its edges. Where it passed, the grass visibly lost moisture, turning yellow and withered. Perched on a nearby treetop was a creature about the size of a fox. It had a purplish-black, smooth, hairless hide, long, slender limbs, and sharp, hooked claws. Its head had no eyes, only a huge mouth that split from ear to ear, filled with rows of dense, tiny fangs. It turned its head slightly, as if observing the area below with some sense beyond hearing. In the center of the clearing, an adult hare, out foraging, sensed danger, pricked up its ears and tensed its hind leg muscles. But it was already too late. The gray mist suddenly accelerated, lunging at the hare like a living thing, enveloping it instantly. The hare only managed a short, mournful cry before its body rapidly shriveled inside the mist. Its fur lost its luster, and its flesh seemed to be drained and dissolved in an instant. In just 2 or 3 seconds the mist dispersed, leaving behind a nearly skin-and-bones carcass and a few lingering wisps of gray vapor that seeped into the soil. The eyeless creature on the treetop seemed uninterested in the feeding. It tilted its head slightly toward the moonlight, its huge mouth opening and closing silently a few times, as if inhaling something. Then, with a push of its long limbs against the trunk, its figure vanished like a ghost into the deeper darkness of the forest, leaving behind a stronger, sweetish, bloody scent. Similar scenes were occurring simultaneously or successively in several hidden corners of the deep forest. Common local nocturnal animals, field mice, shrews, and even an owl chick that had strayed from its nest, became prey to these silently emerging, oddly shaped intruders. Their deaths varied. Some were drained dry, some corroded by an acidic substance, some torn apart by invisible forces. But the commonality was that they happened extremely fast and with almost no sound. These creatures were out of place in the environment, exuding an uncanny sense of being not of this world. They moved silently as if they were part of the shadows themselves, only revealing their ferocity at the moment of the hunt. The moonlight still cast coldly upon the forest, witnessing this silent, brutal slaughter. These visitors from a distant realm seemed not to be aimless. They roamed, probed, and hunted in the darkness like hyenas drawn by a signal or scent. Meanwhile, in deeper, more concealed places, they left behind barely perceptible traces of energy disturbance, like ripples spreading from a stone thrown into a calm lake slowly expanding toward the direction of human settlements. And the shadows deep in the forest were slowly but inexorably creeping toward the edge of the light. A new storm, unnoticed by anyone, had already begun to brew the first uneasy currents of air. Campus life after the sports meet seemed to have returned to a peaceful routine. The warm autumn afternoon sun dispelled the morning chill. In physical education class, after basic warm-up exercises, the teacher divided the class into groups for basketball passing drills. Lin An was grouped with a few boys, including Wang Chang and Li Yang. Although his ball skills were average, he could handle basic passing and catching. He focused intently on the ball. Wang Chang passed to him, jumped to catch it, but when he landed, he stepped on a small pebble that had somehow rolled to the edge of the court. His foot slipped, and he lost his balance. "Watch out!" Li Yang shouted from beside him. But it was too late. Lin An stumbled forward and, to brace himself, instinctively put his hands out to catch his fall. The rough concrete ground scraped against his palms, causing a sharp burning pain. Someone helped him up. It was Wang Chang. "You okay, Lin An?" Lin An opened his palms. A large patch of skin was scraped off his right palm, and fine beads of blood oozed slowly from the broken skin, mixed with dust, looking rather messy. The wound was not deep, just a common abrasion, but it bled a little more than usual, the bright red color glaring in the sunlight. "Tisket's broken skin. Go to the infirmary and get it treated," Wang Chang said. Lin An nodded and was about to report to the teacher when suddenly, an extremely sharp hoarse screech, as if piercing the eardrums, came out of nowhere from high above. "Caw! Caw!" The sound was unbearably harsh, carrying an unnatural, frantic quality. Everyone on the playground was startled and looked up. Above the playground, at about the height of 7 or 8 stories, 4 or 5 unusually large crows were circling. Their feathers were not pure black, but shimmered with an eerie, oily, deep purple, almost black luster in the sunlight. Their wingspans were astonishing, easily a size larger than ordinary crows. Most unsettling were their eyes, crimson-red, glittering with a greedy, chaotic light under the sun, locked onto the area below, specifically on Lin An's position. Their flight paths were erratic and hurried, emitting a continuous, piercing chorus of cries. The sound of their wings beating the air was unusually heavy, as if carrying a restless craving. Such birds had never appeared near the campus before. Their appearance and behavior exuded an instinctive, repulsive eeriness. "Holy crap! What kind of bird is that? It's huge!" a boy exclaimed. "It looks terrifying. Are they looking at us?" The PE teacher also frowned and waved his hand to shoo them away. "Shoo! Shoo! Stop cawing here!" But the crows did not leave. Instead, as Lin An moved his bleeding hand slightly while looking up, they circled more frantically. One even began to descend, its crimson eyes locked onto the bright red blood. At this eerie and unsettling moment, a white figure dashed across the playground at astonishing speed, instantly arriving beside Lin An. It was Bai Shui. Her expression was unprecedentedly stern, her blood-colored eyes sharp and cold, devoid of any usual laziness or playfulness. Without even glancing at the ominous birds above, she grabbed Lin An's injured right wrist. Her movement was so fast that Lin An didn't react. He only felt a tight grip on his wrist, and then a white handkerchief carrying a faint, cool fragrance, and a barely perceptible sweetish, bloody scent was pressed firmly against his bleeding palm. The fabric of the handkerchief seemed special, cool to the touch. When pressed against the wound, the sharp, burning pain quickly subsided. More strangely, the faint metallic smell of his own blood, which he had just been able to detect, seemed to be completely masked and neutralized by the scent of the handkerchief. Almost the moment the handkerchief was applied, the restless black-winged crows in the air simultaneously let out a high-pitched, disappointed screech. Their circling stopped, the greedy light in their crimson eyes quickly dimmed, turning into a confused bewilderment. They flew around the playground twice more, their cries no longer directed downward, and then, as if they had lost their target, they flapped their wings and flew away toward the suburbs, soon disappearing behind the buildings. The playground fell silent, leaving only the students' frightened murmurs. "What the hell was that? Scary as hell, those birds had red eyes." The PE teacher walked over, looked at Lin An's hand pressed with the handkerchief. "You're hurt. Is it serious?" Go to the infirmary to disinfect and bandage it. He glanced at the sky again, still shaken. Those birds. Really creepy. Bai Shui had already returned to calm, nodding to the teacher. I'll accompany him to the infirmary. Her voice was steady, but the grip on Lin An's wrist tightened for a moment. Lin An looked up at Bai Shui. The lines of her profile were somewhat tense. Behind her glasses, deep in her blood-colored eyes, a trace of unshakable cold sharpness remained, a gaze he had never seen before, the look of a predator on alert. His heart beat faster, not just from the shock but from the bizarre scene just now and Bai Shui's unusual tension. He vaguely sensed that those eerie black birds had come for him. For the insignificant trace of blood on his hand. Bai Shui seemed to sense his unease. She turned her head, met his eyes, and the coldness in her gaze quickly faded, replaced by the familiar reassuring calmness. It's okay, she said softly, only for him to hear. Let's go. She never released the handkerchief pressing on his wound, nor did she let go of his wrist. In a nearly protective posture, she led him away from the playground. Behind them, the students were still discussing the unexpected visitors. No one noticed that before turning away, Bai Shui's gaze briefly swept across the sky where the black birds had disappeared. In the direction of his gaze, deep within those blood-red eyes, a trace of solemn worry flickered. The city was already beginning to grow restless. Anomalies and dangers. After school, walking home along the usual path. The setting suns stretched their shadows long, yet the atmosphere was far from the usual ease. Lin An finally couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Bai Shui. Those birds just now. A low-level demonic creature typically active only in desolate places with relatively dense spiritual energy. Lin An's heart sank. They were attracted by my blood? Bai Shui replied briefly without denying it. She turned her head to look at Lin An, her blood-red eyes appearing somewhat profound in the sunset. Your blood is special, as you know. She paused, a hint of coldness creeping into her tone. And they have appeared in the city. This is not a good omen. Lin An understood her implication. The trouble might be far from over, and it was drawing closer. Returning to the rented apartment, he closed the door, shutting out the clamor. The warm yellow light flickered on, somewhat dispelling the gloom in his heart. Bai Shui fetched the medical kit. She had prepared it since moving in, and its contents were far more comprehensive and advanced than a typical family kit. She had Lin An extend his injured right hand. The wound had stopped bleeding, but the edges were slightly red and swollen. Using a cotton swab dipped in a light blue herb-scented antiseptic, she gently recleansed and disinfected the area with extreme care. Her movements were focused and meticulous, her fingertips occasionally brushing against his palm or wrist, sending a faint tremor through him. This medicine accelerates healing and reduces scarring, she explained, her voice much softer than on the road. After treating the wound, she did not immediately apply a new dressing. Instead, she reached into the inner pocket of her small black bag and retrieved something. It was a silver brooch of antique and exquisite craftsmanship. The overall workmanship was extremely fine, carrying an ancient and mysterious beauty, clearly no ordinary item. Carry this with you, Bai Shui said, handing the brooch to Lin An. It can help stabilize and conceal your aura, especially the scent of your blood. Think of it as a continuously active, more powerful barrier. As long as you wear it, low-level demons like today's should no longer be easily drawn to your blood energy. Lin An gripped the brooch tightly. Its cool, hard touch brought him a strange sense of reassurance. Bai Shui gently took his injured right hand palm up. Her thumb, with a soothing intent, gently stroked the intact skin on the inside of his wrist close to his pulse. This gesture was more intimate than the wound treatment, carrying a silent comfort and a sense of possession. Lin An could clearly feel the delicate coolness of her fingertips and the hidden strength within them. His heart skipped a beat involuntarily, and his cheeks flushed slightly. Don't worry. Bai Shui raised her eyes, her blood-red gaze fixed on him from close range. I'm here. These are just minor troubles. I'll handle them. Her voice was soft yet carried immense weight. Lin An looked into her blood-red eyes, which reflected his own image, and felt the steady, cool touch on his wrist. The unease stirred by the black-winged night ravens and unknown threats miraculously settled within him. He nodded, his other hand clutching the silver brooch more tightly. I trust you. The night deepened and the city lights flickered on one after another. At that moment, on the edge of an old residential building's rooftop. So this is his weakness, he muttered to himself, his voice carrying suppressed excitement. Through days of careful stalking and observation, he had basically figured out Lin An's and Bai Shui's routines. Bai Shui was not always by Lin An's side, especially during class hours. That girl was too mysterious and dangerous. A head-on confrontation would be the stupidest move. But Lin An was different, an ordinary person with obvious weaknesses. Zhu Wei put away his camera, took out his phone, dialed an unsaved number, and quickly typed a message sent. The message was soon read, but there was no reply. Zhu Wei knew it had been received. He cast one last glance at that window, his eyes dark and sinister. Power, true power, might not be directly seized from the girl named Bai Shui, but it could be indirectly obtained, utilized, or even leveraged by controlling the people she cared about. The night breeze brushed across the rooftop, carrying the early autumn chill. Zhu Wei's figure silently disappeared into the darkness of the stairwell, as if he had never been there. Only the light from that distant window remained warmly glowing, oblivious to the looming shadow. Zhu Wei's kidnapping plan. The next day the autumn sun shone brightly and the campus was as usual. The sounds of reading bells and laughter intertwined as if yesterday's shadow was just an illusion. Lin An wore the silver brooch which rested near his heart, bringing a constant coolness that reassured him. He attended class and took notes, as usual, unaware that several brief glances from different directions had lingered on him, confirmed, and then disappeared. During a break shortly after, Lin An went to the restroom as usual. The corridor was crowded. Autumn sunlight streamed through the glass windows, casting patches of light and shadow on the floor. Lin An made his way through the noisy crowd toward the men's restroom on the west side of the teaching building. It was relatively secluded and usually less crowded. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, a mix of disinfectant and dampness hit him. The restroom was quiet save for the steady drip of a faucet. 6 stalls, their doors half open. Then he heard faint footsteps outside. More than one person. Lin An didn't think much of it. People came during breaks. He was about to press the flush valve, when a gray towel suddenly dropped from the gap above the stall. The towel fell with alarming speed, carrying a pungent chemical smell. Before Lin An could react, the towel was pressed tightly over his mouth and nose. Shock and fear exploded instantly. Lin An struggled instinctively, trying to pull the towel away, but the force behind it was immense. The smell invaded his nostrils. His vision began to blur, the ceiling lights turning into fuzzy spots. Consciousness quickly faded. In those final seconds he heard a low voice outside the stall. "Hurry, drag him out through the back. Is the service passage open?" "Yes, the car is at the back door." Then darkness swallowed everything. When Lin An regained consciousness, the first thing he felt was jolting. His body swayed left and right, the back of his head pressed against cold hard metal. His eyes were blindfolded with coarse cloth, the rough fibers rubbing against his eyelids. Something was stuffed in his mouth, probably a cloth gag carrying a smell of oil and dust. His wrists and ankles were bound tightly with rope, the rough fibers chafing his skin. He was moving. In a car. Fear spread like ice water from his spine to his limbs. He remembered the towel, the smell, the shadow above the stall. A kidnapping. He had really been kidnapped. The van's engine hummed, occasional horns sounded in the distance, quickly fading behind. The speed was high. When turning, he would slide uncontrollably to one side. Someone was sitting beside him. He could feel the heat of their body and hear heavy breathing. "Awake!" a voice said, deliberately lowered, but Lin An found it somewhat familiar. He couldn't answer, only managing a muffled whimper. "Don't move. Stay still," another person said, impatience in his tone. "Move again and I'll give you another dose." Lin An froze. His heart felt as if gripped by a hand suffocatingly tight. The van took another sharp turn and Lin An's head banged against the side wall. A dull pain shot through him, but he couldn't even groan. Under the blindfold the darkness was absolute, without a single glimmer of light. This absolute darkness was more terrifying than the pain. He didn't know how much time had passed, where he was being taken, or even who had kidnapped him. The car finally stopped. The engine cut off. The sound of the sliding door. Fresh but stale air rushed in, carrying the smell of rust and mold. "Get him out!" 2 pairs of hands roughly dragged him out of the vehicle. As soon as his feet touched the ground, his legs gave way, nearly buckling. Someone grabbed his arms and practically dragged him forward. The ground was uneven like gravel. He stumbled, his knees and elbows hitting hard objects several times, stinging with pain. After about 2 minutes the surrounding temperature dropped noticeably. As if entering a building. Clang! The heavy iron door was pushed open, its echo reverberating in the empty space. He was shoved inside and pressed down onto something to sit. A chair, cold metal with a hard back. Someone untied the rope around his ankles, but quickly tied each ankle to the chair legs. His wrists were also resecured, this time tied behind the chair back. No one spoke throughout, only the rustle of rope and heavy breathing. Then the cloth gag was pulled out. Lin An gasped for air, his throat dry as if cracking. "Who are you?" His voice was hoarse. In response came the sound of tape being torn. The next second his mouth was sealed again with tape. The blindfold remained. Dead silence. Lin An could hear his own heartbeat fast enough to shatter his ribs. He could also hear the breathing of several people nearby and occasional footsteps. What were they waiting for? Time stretched into a torment in the darkness. Every second felt like sinking. Lin An sat on the chair, the cold metal seeping through his thin school uniform pants. Fear spread throughout his body. At that moment, 200 meters from the abandoned warehouse at a street intersection, a figure in a black trench coat stood in the shadow of a utility pole. The figure observed for a few seconds, then turned and silently merged into the shadows of the alley behind, disappearing without a trace. A lightning-fast rescue. The classroom light had grown somewhat lazy during the afternoon lessons. The blackboard was dense with formulas, the teacher's voice carrying a habitual, even rhythm. Most students were either attentively listening or secretly daydreaming, maintaining the superficial calm of the class. Bai Shui sat by the window waiting for Lin An to return to the classroom. Suddenly her phone, which was in her desk drawer, vibrated very faintly. It was a threat message. Bai Shui's fingertips paused almost imperceptibly. The teacher at the podium turned around and began writing a new example problem on the board. Just as the chalk tapped rhythmically against the blackboard, Bai Shui moved. She didn't even rise from her seat. One moment she was sitting steadily, the next the seat by the window was empty. Only the pages of the book in front of her were gently lifted by a breeze that slipped in through the window. The entire process was faster than the limits of human visual perception. No student in the classroom, not even the teacher, noticed anything unusual. Above the city the autumn sun was still bright. But for someone trapped in a warehouse in an abandoned factory district, time crawled like coagulated asphalt. Lin An didn't know how long it had been. The plastic zip ties around his wrists and ankles had gone numb, losing all sensation, leaving only a deep burning pain embedded in his flesh. The warehouse grew darker, the light from the small window high above shifting from pale to dusky yellow. Zhu Wei and his lackeys were stationed near the warehouse entrance, muttering among themselves, occasionally letting out suppressed laughs, their gazes sweeping over Lin An like brooms with undisguised contempt and a sense of control. They seemed confident that the prey was hooked, waiting only for the target to walk into the trap. Lin An kept his head down, trying to minimize his presence. Waves of fear surged over him again and again. Just then the heavy rusted iron door of the warehouse let out a faint creak. The sound was soft, but in the dead silence of the warehouse it was piercingly clear. The conversation at the door stopped abruptly. Zhu Wei and the others turned their heads in unison toward the door, excitement flashing across their faces. They tightened their grips on the clubs and steel pipes hidden behind them, ready to use Lin An to intimidate Bai Shui. Without any warning or sound. The lackey on Lin An's left, who was about to raise a steel pipe, suddenly felt as if struck by an invisible giant hammer. He was sent flying backward without any resistance, crashing heavily into a pile of discarded tires with a loud thud. He didn't even grunt, simply collapsing, the steel pipe clattering to the ground. Almost simultaneously the lackey on the right met the same fate. Before he could even fully register a terrified expression, he felt an indescribable force seize his chest and hurl him violently against the side wall of iron sheets. After a muffled impact he slid down the wall, crumpled to the floor, and lost consciousness. All of this happened too fast, like a frame that had been skipped. Zhu Wei and the last remaining lackey were completely frozen, their eyes wide as if about to burst, the color drained from their faces. They hadn't seen what happened, they only saw their companions suddenly fly up, crash, and go, still defying the laws of physics. A deathly silence fell over the warehouse. Dust particles drifted slowly in the beams of light. Then a figure, as if precipitated from the boundary between dim light and thick shadow, appeared silently in the center of the warehouse, right in front of Lin An. It was Bai Shui. She was still wearing her neat blue and white school uniform, her white hair falling perfectly over her shoulders, not a strand out of place. Her face was expressionless, she didn't even glance at the unconscious men on the floor or at Zhu Wei, who stood at the door, as if facing a great enemy. She merely lowered her head slightly, her blood-red eyes fixed on Lin An, who was bound to the chair, his face full of shock and disbelief. Her gaze swept over him quickly, confirming that he had no obvious severe injuries. But when she saw the deep marks on his wrists and ankles, the smudges of dirt on his pale face, and his frightened expression, something extremely dark silently congealed and settled in the depths of her calm blood-red eyes. Only then did she finally turn her gaze toward the two remaining people at the warehouse entrance, Zhu Wei. Her look was calm, without anger, without killing intent, without even a hint of emotional fluctuation. But beneath that calm was a coldness more suffocating than a raging storm. The moment her gaze swept over him, Zhu Wei felt a chill shoot from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head, as if his blood had frozen. He wanted to step back to run, but his legs felt like lead rooted to the spot. You! Zhu Wei forced the word through clenched teeth, only to find his voice trembling violently. Bai Shui didn't give him a chance to finish. She took a single step forward. The muscles on Zhu Wei's face twitched violently. Terror had completely consumed his reason. He remembered the rumors of Zhao Gang and his crew being easily taken down the bent steel pipe. But it wasn't until now, facing it firsthand, that he truly understood. This was simply not a power that humans could contend with, beyond even his comprehension. He wanted to beg for mercy, to explain, but his throat could only produce strange guttural sounds. Bai Shui walked up to him, just one step away. She didn't even raise her hand. Zhu Wei felt an overwhelming, irresistible pressure descend upon him, and his knees gave way, dropping him to the ground with a thud. The cold of the cement floor seeped through his pants, but it was nothing compared to the 10,000th of the fear in his heart. Bai Shui looked down at him as if at a worm crawling at her feet. She extended her right foot and stepped on the back of Zhu Wei's right hand, which was pressed against the ground. Then she applied a slight amount of pressure. Crack! A crisp, scalp-crawling sound of bone fracturing erupted abruptly in the silent warehouse. Zhu Wei's eyes bulged violently, his mouth agape, yet from the extreme agony and terror he couldn't even emit a scream, only a suppressed beastly whimper squeezed from the depths of his throat. Sweat the size of beans instantly dotted his forehead, his body curling up and trembling violently. Bai Shui leaned down, her blood-red irises meeting Zhu Wei's pupils contorted by pain and fear. Her voice was soft like a frigid snowflake falling, yet every word stabbed unmistakably into Zhu Wei's crumbling consciousness. You shouldn't have touched him. With that she withdrew her foot. Zhu Wei collapsed limply, cradling his shattered hand, bereft of even the strength to groan, leaving only the involuntary twitching of his body. Bai Shui paid him no further heed. She turned and walked back to Lin An. With a casual flick of her fingertip, the plastic zip ties binding Lin An were severed silently, as if by the sharpest blade, falling in two pieces to the ground. With the restraints gone, a sharp sting from the restored blood flow made Lin An grunt. He tried to stand, but his legs gave way. Bai Shui reached out and steadied him. Her arm was steady and strong, supporting most of his weight. With her other hand she gently, almost instinctively, patted his slightly trembling back in a soothing gesture. It's okay now, she said softly. Leaning against her, Lin An caught the familiar scent mingled with a cool, sweet tang, and his taut nerves finally relaxed. The overwhelming relief of survival and a profound sense of safety surged together, making his eyes burn. He nodded firmly but couldn't speak. Bai Shui supported Lin An as they slowly walked out of the abandoned warehouse, thick with the smell of rust, dust, and faint fear. The sun had completely sunk below the horizon, leaving only a dark red ember glow on the edge of the sky. The deserted factory grounds were empty, only the wind moaning. Vow of the night. The aroma of dinner dispelled the chill of the night and the last shadow of the conflict. On the table were simple dishes, 2 dishes and a soup steaming hot. Bai Shui's cooking was as superb as ever, even ordinary home-cooked meals were exceptionally delicious. Since much had happened today, Lin An quickly went to wash up and sleep. He lay down, pulling the covers over himself. A dim bedside lamp was the only light in the room, warm and tranquil. The day's clamor and the evening's conflict settled into this peace. Lin An slept deeply, the exhaustion of the sports meet plunging him into dreamless slumber, his breathing even and long. Bai Shui, however, was wide awake. She rose silently, barefoot on the cool floor, and walked to the window. She pulled the heavy curtain aside. A crack, the cold, bright moonlight poured in like liquid mercury, casting a frosty white patch on the floor. Tonight the moon was nearly full, its radiance exceptionally bright, yet tinged with an eerie pallor. The magical tide in the air seemed more active than usual, like undercurrents beneath a calm sea, only perceptible to someone as sensitive to energy as she was. Her blood-red eyes fixed on the full moon, her brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. This fluctuation didn't match the natural periodic pattern. Too regular, it seemed deliberate, like a resonance or perhaps a summoning. Her perception, like invisible tendrils, slowly extended outward from the rental apartment. The city's nocturnal chaotic energy field, electromagnetic waves from appliances, residual human emotions, faint pulses of the Earth's veins, intertwined into a chaotic background noise. But beneath this noise she caught several extremely faint traces of foreign energy that echoed the anomalous moonlight, and carried a distinct sense of searching. They were like transparent jellyfish gliding in the deep ocean, fleeting, their origins hard to pinpoint, but their very existence was enough to put Bai Shui on high alert. These auras, unfamiliar yet carrying an ancient cold essence. Neither human nor any of the low-level demons or alien races she knew to be active in this area. Could the target be her? Or? Her gaze involuntarily turned to the sleeping youth on the bed. Lin An lay on his side, the moonlight outlining his soft profile, his dark hair falling loosely over his forehead, his sleeping face innocent and unguarded. The pure warm scent of his blood, even more restrained in sleep, was still like a warm jade in the dark night, fatally alluring to her, and perhaps would attract other things. A fierce, almost sharp protectiveness mingled with a profound possessiveness surged within her cold heart. Unlike the playful teasing on ordinary days or the calm guardianship during the track meet or the alley fight, this was a more primal persistence etched into her blood and the solitude of long years. She would not allow it. Under no circumstances would she permit any existence to take away or defile this warmth and light she had accidentally obtained in her long, lonely life. Bai Shui gently closed the curtain, shutting out the moonlight. She walked back to the bedside, staring at Lin An's sleeping face in the dim light. After a long while she leaned down, her movements so gentle they didn't stir the air, and pressed her cool lips against his forehead, a feather-light restrained touch. A fleeting caress, almost an illusion. Then she straightened up, her blood-red eyes shining with a resolute icy gleam like the finest rubies tempered with frost. Facing the sleeping youth and the intangible threat outside the window, she whispered in a low, resolute voice, each word distinct. No matter what comes from where or with what purpose, I will never let anyone or anything take you from me. The vow was soft yet weighty, sinking into the silent night, and into her eternal promise. She lay back down, but no longer attempted to sleep, her eyes open, her blood-red irises keeping a vigilant watch in the darkness, her perception like the most precise radar covering the small rental apartment and the sleeping youth within. Outside the window the moon still cast its ominous pale glow, slowly moving across the sky. The night was still long, and some shadows drawn by the moonlight might be slowly opening their eyes in the distant other side. Silent protection. The morning light filtered through the curtain gap, falling on Lin An's eyelids. He opened his eyes first, seeing the familiar ceiling, then feeling the even breathing beside him. He turned his head. Bai Shui was lying on her side next to him, facing him, her eyes still closed, her white hair spread over the pillow. One of her hands was outside the covers, resting on the sheet between them, fingers slightly curled. Lin An lay still, not moving. In the morning silence, memories slowly surfaced, the dimness of the warehouse, the plastic zip ties biting into his wrists, Zhu Wei's twisted face. And then her figure, the only reassuring presence in that dead silence. He unconsciously moved his right hand. The spot where he had been tied last night still bore faint bruises. Almost at the same time the person beside him fluttered her eyelashes and opened her eyes. Her blood-red eyes were clear in the morning light without the drowsiness of waking. Bai Shui looked at him, her gaze settling on his face, pausing for 2 seconds, then naturally reached out and took his right hand, resting beside him. Bai Shui didn't let go immediately. She gently touched the bruises on his wrist. Does it still hurt? Not as much, Lin An said. They both got up to wash up in turn. When changing into school uniforms, Lin An lowered his head to button his shirt. Bai Shui, already dressed, came over and naturally straightened his collar. Her fingertips brushed his neck cool. Breakfast was simple toast and milk. Lin An ate quietly while Bai Shui sat opposite, chin resting on one hand, watching him eat, her other hand on the table, fingers tapping lightly. Sunlight slanted in from the kitchen window, illuminating her white hair tips. When leaving, Bai Shui changed shoes at the entrance, turned around and reached out to take Lin An's hand as they walked downstairs. Lin An felt a little awkward at first, but Bai Shui held his hand naturally, her step steady as if this was the most ordinary thing. He gradually relaxed his fingers, unconsciously tightening a little in return. At the school gate the crowd thickened. The noise rushed at them. Bai Shui didn't let go, leading him through the crowd and into the teaching building. Along the way classmates greeted them, but her hand never released. Only when they entered the classroom and reached their seats did she let go. Yet the feeling of being held seemed to persist. During class Lin An could feel her gaze. Not constant staring, but when he was distracted spinning his pen or looking down to take notes, occasionally looking up, he would always meet her eyes. During the break Lin An got up to get water. As soon as he stood, Bai Shui also stood. Together, she said, naturally walking beside him. The corridor was crowded. Bai Shui walked on the outside, her shoulder gently blocking the oncoming flow. At the water dispenser she took Lin An's cup and filled it for him. At noon, queuing in the cafeteria, the noise was deafening. Bai Shui stood close behind him. When the person ahead moved back, she lightly used the back of her hand to shield Lin An's back, preventing him from being pushed. Afternoon classes ended and the bell rang for dismissal. On the way home the sunset was beautiful. Their long shadows trailed behind them, and where their hands were joined the shadows also merged. Back home, homework, dinner, washing up. Everything as usual. When Lin An lay down to sleep, she lay beside him, facing him. In the darkness she reached out and hugged Lin An. "Sleep," she said. "Actually, you don't have to keep watching me like this." Lin An stammered, his face red. Bai Shui hugged him tighter. "I won't let you be bullied again. You're mine. I must protect you." Duke wailed on in the shadows. Zhu Wei's consciousness emerged from a sea of cold, shattered agony. First he felt the softness beneath him, a fabric of exquisite smoothness carrying a faint, strange scent of old books and cold sandalwood. Then came the dull, bone-deep pain in his right hand. The last image from his memory flashed, the absolute coldness beneath those blood-red eyes and the distinct crack of his hand bones shattering. Was he still alive? He snapped his eyes open. What met his eyes was a very high vaulted stone ceiling carved with intricate grotesque reliefs, seemingly depicting some ancient ritual or battle scene, flickering and shifting in the dim dancing firelight as if about to come alive. The air was cold and dry with the peculiar smell of an underground space. This was an extremely spacious bedroom, or perhaps a palace chamber. He lay on a massive four-poster bed with deep purple velvet curtains. The furniture in the room was ancient and heavy, all made of dark wood and metal, a style belonging to no modern nation he knew. Outside the window, there was no window. Only thick stone walls with candelabras set into the walls, white candles burning silently. "You're awake," a voice sounded. The timbre was an elegant low baritone speaking pure Chinese, yet with an indescribable non-native rhythmic cadence, cold and smooth like silk wrapped around chilled iron. Zhu Wei's eyes laboriously turned toward the source. In the deep shadows of the room on a high-backed chair sat a figure. The candlelight only outlined a vague silhouette, a tailored dark suit, crossed legs, and a crystal goblet filled with a dark red liquid slowly swirling in one hand. His face was mostly hidden in shadow, but when the candle flame flickered one could glimpse a pale jawline and thin lips that seemed to hold a hint of a smile. "Who are you? Where is this?" Zhu Wei's voice was hoarse and cracked like a broken bellows. "I am your longtime benefactor, Mr. Zhu Wei. You may call me Duke Weilong." The figure in the shadows leaned forward slightly, and the candlelight finally illuminated his face. It was an exceedingly handsome yet unnaturally pale face. His deep purple eyes gleamed in the firelight like two bottomless dark springs, fixing upon Zhu Wei with a gaze of appraising value. His smile was perfectly placed yet utterly devoid of warmth. "As for here, it's one of my properties. Don't bother with details. My physician has already treated your injuries. Although that hand will never be capable of fine work again, at least it's saved." "Benefactor. Duke." Zhu Wei's chaotic mind struggled to piece together the information. That shadowy boss of his. Was this man who looked so inhumanly elegant and sinister? Why save me? Zhu Wei wasn't stupid. He didn't believe in gratuitous charity, especially after his mission had failed completely, and he was nearly a cripple. Why? Duke Weilong took a delicate sip of the liquid in his goblet, the dark red shimmering with a gem-like luster in the candlelight. "Because although you were reckless, foolish, and underestimated the target, your actions did bring me unexpected precious information." He set down the goblet, fingertips touching to form a steeple beneath his chin, his posture as leisurely as if appraising a play. "That girl." The Duke's purple eyes narrowed slightly. "You felt it, didn't you? That power far beyond ordinary humans, that non-human aura." Zhu Wei's pupils contracted. The ghostly figure in the warehouse, the overwhelming force, the icy killing intent, that was not something human. "What? Is she the same as me?" Duke Weilong said calmly. "An ancient proud race that feeds on blood, possessing long life and extraordinary power." "And that boy?" For the first time his tone revealed a distinct, almost greedy interest. "His blood emits a fragrance so pure and powerful that even I find it astonishing." "That is a priceless treasure, Mr. Zhu Wei." "Vampire." A chill ran through Zhu Wei. "And you?" Duke Weilong's voice pulled him back to reality. "You discovered this treasure for me, albeit in the most foolish way. So I've given you a second chance, and the last chance. I'm already a cripple." Zhu Wei looked at his right hand, heavily bandaged and still throbbing with pain. A body can be broken, but hatred and desire are better driving forces. Duke Wei Lan rose, walking slowly to the bedside, his shadow falling over Zhu Wei. You hate them. You hate that vampire girl who crushed you and stripped your dignity, don't you? Zhu Wei didn't speak, but his eyes couldn't help churning with venom and fear. That's enough. Duke Wei Lan nodded with satisfaction. I won't ask you to confront them now. That would be suicide. More importantly, both she and I are bound by certain ancient agreements forbidding us from running rampant in human cities. He leaned down, his purple eyes staring into Zhu Wei's up close, his voice lowered like a serpent's hiss. I want you to be my eyes, my ears. Go back to your place, assume a new identity. Observe, record, but never approach actively and never provoke. I need to know their daily habits, social circles, frequented places, any subtle pattern. At the same time, keep an eye out for any other unusual signs in the city. My people will continue to assist you in the shadows, providing necessary support and protection just as before. Use your brain, not brute force. Accumulate power. Waiting for the opportune moment. When the rules show cracks or they reveal their own vulnerabilities. He did not finish, but the determined gleam in his eyes said it all. I understand. Zhu Wei closed his eyes. He understood he had no choice. From the moment he stepped into this room and learned these secrets, he had boarded this pirate ship with no turning back. Fear still lingered, but a twisted excitement mingled with a thirst for revenge and a desire to cling to a powerful existence began to take root in his heart. Very well. Duke Wei Lan straightened up and clapped his hands. A figure in a black butler's uniform with a blurred face seemed to seep out from the shadows of the wall, appearing silently beside the bed. Escort Mr. Zhu back and erase all traces. The Duke ordered, then cast a final glance at Zhu Wei. Remember, patience and survival are your only value now. Don't disappoint me again. With that, he turned and melted back into the shadows of the room's depths as if he had never existed. Zhu Wei sat on the luxurious yet cold large bed, staring at the eerie reliefs on the dome. The sharp pain in his right hand was unmistakably clear. His world had changed completely. An abyss darker, more dangerous, yet containing twisted opportunities had opened its maw beneath his feet. In the distant ordinary city, the youth and the vampire girl, enjoying a peaceful weekend morning, were unaware that a venomous snake had already flicked its tongue and deeper currents were gathering in the distant shadows. Relaxed play. The weekend sunlight, lazier than usual, filtered through the curtain gaps, casting warm patches of light on the wooden floor. When Lin An woke up, the spot beside him was empty. He lay still in bed, staring at the ceiling. A few days had passed since the warehouse incident. The bruises on his wrist had almost faded to invisibility, and the physical discomfort had long disappeared, but that sense of tension, like an invisible film, occasionally wrapped around him, especially in quiet moments of solitude. Subtle sounds came from the living room, by Shui preparing breakfast. The aroma drifted faintly. He lay in a daze for a while before slowly getting up. After washing up, he walked to the living room where breakfast was already laid out on the table, perfectly fried sunny-side-up eggs, lightly toasted bread, and warm milk. Bai Shui sat across the table. Hearing the sound, she looked up. Awake. Eat. Lin An sat down opposite her and picked up his chopsticks. They ate breakfast in silence, with only the faint clinking of utensils. The sunlight was beautiful, falling on Bai Shui's white hair, creating a soft halo. After breakfast, Lin An helped clear the dishes, then returned to the living room and sat down on the sofa. He picked up the remote, turned on the TV, and mindlessly changed channels. News, commercials, boring variety shows. The images flickered, the sounds were chaotic, but none of it entered his mind. He lay back down, staring at the television screen, his gaze vacant. His thoughts uncontrollably drifted back to that dim alley, that warehouse filled with the smell of rust. And even earlier, the eerie black crows circling during gym class. This world seemed different from what he had previously known. Beneath its calm surface lay too many things he could neither understand nor control. Suddenly a cool hand covered his forehead. Lin An startled, snapping back to reality, and saw Bai Shui had somehow sat down on the edge of the sofa, looking down at him with a hint of curiosity in her blood-red eyes. No fever. She withdrew her hand and asked softly. You seem listless. Are you sick? Lin An felt embarrassed and averted his gaze. No, just a bit out of energy. Bai Shui felt Lin An had indeed been through too much lately, and decided to take him out to relax. Out of energy? Bai Shui raised an eyebrow. Suddenly she reached out and with lightning speed poked his soul gently. Ah! Lin An jerked violently, curling up on the sofa. See, you have energy now, Bai Shui said calmly, looking at him with a sly curve at the corner of her mouth. She leaned and closed her hands, darting with lightning speed toward his ribs. Wait. Don't. Before Lin An could finish, her fingers precisely found the soft spots where he was most ticklish and began to tickle him with moderate pressure. Pfft. Ha! Stop. Bai Shui. A sharp, dense, ticklish sensation shot through his body like an electric current. Lin An couldn't control himself, laughing and twisting his body to try to escape, tears almost coming out. The sofa was cramped, leaving him nowhere to flee. He could only futilely try to block with his hands, but Bai Shui easily brushed them aside. Don't dodge. I'm treating you, Bai Shui said slowly while continuing her motions, her blood-red eyes gleaming with the delight of a successful prank. Her force was perfectly controlled, not enough to hurt him but enough to make him unbearably ticklish. Ha! Stop! Lin An was laughing so hard he went limp, gasping for breath, repeatedly begging for mercy. Bai Shui, seeing he could barely take it anymore, withdrew her hands with satisfaction. Lin An collapsed on the sofa, panting heavily, his face still flushed, his hair tousled. The little frolic had dispersed much of the heavy gloom in his heart, leaving only the memory of the tickling and an accelerated heartbeat. Get up. Let's go out and play, Bai Shui said with a smile, patting him. Where to? Lin An sat up blankly. Amusement park. Bai Shui was already heading toward the bedroom, her voice drifting back. The weather's nice. Good for a walk. Lin An froze. Amusement park. This very ordinary leisure activity seemed a bit mismatched with Bai Shui's image. He didn't object, and a faint anticipation stirred within him. Half an hour later they stood at the entrance of the city's largest amusement park. It was the weekend, so the crowd was thick, filled with laughter, and a lively scene of parents with children. The giant Ferris wheel turned slowly, the roller coaster track twisted like a dragon, and screams mixed with music full of vibrant life. Bai Shui still held his hand, naturally blending into the crowd. Today she wore a simple white shirt and dark trousers with a beige trench coat over them, and her long hair tied in a low ponytail. Her striking figure and aura still attracted some glances, but they were soon drowned in the more boisterous scene. Bai Shui pointed at the distant winding roller coaster track that elicited screams. That! Dare you! Lin An bluffed. What's there to be afraid of? While waiting in line, hearing the shrieking of the cars and deafening screams overhead, Lin An began to feel regret and nervousness. When it was their turn, the staff checked the safety bar. Lin An took a deep breath and gripped the handle in front of him. The car slowly climbed, reached the top, paused briefly, and then plunged down sharply. An intense sense of weightlessness seized his heart instantly. The wind whipped fiercely against his face, the surrounding scenery blurred backward, and screams uncontrollably escaped his throat. Lin An felt his left hand being steadily held by a cool hand. That hand didn't apply force, it simply rested loosely on the back of his hand. When the train finally glided back into the station and the safety bar lifted, Lin An's legs felt weak, his face pale, but his eyes were bright. He unbuckled his seatbelt, swaying a bit as his feet touched the ground. Bai Shui supported his arm. You okay? Lin An nodded, his voice still a bit unsteady. I'm fine. Bai Shui smiled. Good. They stayed in the park until the lights came on. They watched the parade and under the brilliant lights and fireworks slowly walked out with the crowd. After a whole day of fun, fatigue set in, but a warm lightness filled his heart. Those shadows seemed temporarily dispelled by the sunshine, laughter, and the sweetness of ice cream. On the ride back, Lin An leaned against the window, drowsy. The carriage swayed and his head unconsciously tilted to one side, accidentally resting on Bai Shui's shoulder. He groggily tried to shift away but felt an arm pull him closer, making him more comfortable. Sleep? A familiar voice whispered near his ear. I'll wake you when we arrive. So Lin An fell into a deep sleep. Outside the window, the city's neon lights were dazzling and colorful, reflected on his closed eyelids, blurring into a warm patch of color. Autumn mountain hiking. The autumn sky was clear and high, sunlight filtering through sparse clouds, bringing a perfect warmth. The school-organized autumn mountain hiking activity was headed to Lan Shan on the outskirts. The mountain wasn't steep, but the woods were lush and the scenery pleasant, a suitable place for student group activities. When the bus stopped at the foot of the mountain, the students cheered and poured out. The fresh air and open mountain views immediately ignited everyone's spirits. After the homeroom teacher emphasized the assembly time and safety instructions, the group began to ascend along the main hiking trail in 2s and 3s. Lin An carried a light backpack with water and some snacks. Just as he got off the bus, his hand was naturally taken. Bai Shui was wearing simple black sportswear today, her white hair tied in a neat high ponytail, and she wore a pair of plain glasses hiding her conspicuous blood-red eyes. She looked no different from the surrounding students on an autumn outing except for her overly calm demeanor. "Let's go," she said, taking his hand and following the crowd onto the bluestone paved path. At first the mountain path was gentle and easy with neat stone steps flanked by maple trees beginning to turn yellow, and still green pines and cypresses. The students chatted and laughed, the atmosphere relaxed. Wan Chang and the young, a few energetic boys, had already rushed ahead. Huan Yan and Zhang Ro were taking photos as they walked while Zhou Ming discussed the plant species they saw along the way with some classmates. Bai Shui held Lin An's hand all the way, her pace unhurried. Her palm was cool, her grip not tight, but it couldn't be easily shaken off. Lin An had grown accustomed to this guidance, even unconsciously squeezing back when the path was uneven. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows in the forest. After about half an hour of walking, the mountain path became steeper, the stone steps turning into a dirt path mixed with gravel, requiring more effort. Lin An's breathing grew heavier and fine sweat beaded on his forehead. He could feel Bai Shui's pace had deliberately slowed, always keeping pace with him. "Tired?" Bai Shui turned her head to look at him, her ponytail swaying slightly with the movement, her eyes behind the lenses gentle. "I'm okay." Lin An didn't want to appear weak, taking a deep breath. Just then an unusual sound came from the dense woods on the right. At first it was a sharp crack of branches being violently hit and broken, followed by the heavy, agitated roar of some animal. The sound was clearly aggressive, far from ordinary birds or beasts. Then more similar roars and commotions came faintly from different directions, as if a group of animals were restlessly moving through the forest, seemingly not far away. "What's that sound?" A girl ahead stopped, turning back nervously. "Sounds like wild boar," a boy said uncertainly, his face pale. There were indeed records of wild boars appearing in Lanshan. "Could they charge at us?" Another girl's voice trembled. The originally relaxed atmosphere suddenly tensed up. Everyone stopped, warily looking toward the direction of the dense forest from which the sounds came. The trees there were deep and dim, with only swaying branches and occasional blurred shadows, the roars coming and going, adding to the terror. Lin An's heart leaped to his throat. His hand unconsciously tightened on Bai Shui's. He could feel his palm sweating. He thought of the earlier crows, sending a chill down his spine. Bai Shui gently squeezed his hand in return. Her gaze quickly swept over the agitated forest, then glanced at the slightly panicked classmates ahead, and the winding mountain path further up. "Teacher," she suddenly spoke, her voice not loud but clearly reaching the leading teacher. "Lin An is feeling a bit unwell, probably didn't eat enough breakfast, a bit of low blood sugar. I'll accompany him to rest a little, let him recover before catching up." The homeroom teacher, a middle-aged woman, was also tense from the animal sounds. Hearing Bai Shui's words and seeing Lin An's indeed somewhat pale face, mainly from nervousness, she quickly nodded. Okay, you two be careful, don't stray too far from the group. Rest well and catch up soon. There's a viewing platform just around the bend ahead, we'll gather and rest there." "Okay, teacher." Bai Shui responded, then took Lin An's hand and left the main path, heading toward a nearby relatively flat open area with a few large rocks to sit on. This spot wasn't far from the main path, but temporarily out of the somewhat panicked crowd. Urged by the teacher, the other students didn't spare much attention, and quickened their pace upward, wanting to leave the seemingly unsafe stretch of mountain road as soon as possible. After they walked away, the wild animals seemed to decrease. "Can you still walk?" Bai Shui asked, reaching out to help him. Lin An used her support to stand up, trying to walk a couple of steps on his own, but frowned. It wasn't just weak legs, the fatigue accumulated from the earlier hike now surged up, plus the feeling of exhaustion after the scare, making every step feel especially heavy. From here to the teacher's mentioned viewing platform there was still a considerable and steeper mountain path. He gritted his teeth, wanting to persevere. Before he could finish, Bai Shui had already stepped in front of him, tilting her head slightly to look at him, a faint smile lingering at the corner of her lips, tenderness in her eyes. "Don't be stubborn," she said softly, then without warning bent down, one arm under his knees, the other around his back. "Hey! Wait!" Lin An's voice changed pitch in surprise. In an instant he was lifted off the ground, held steadily in Bai Shui's arms in a bridal carry. Bai Shui. Put me down. I can walk on my own." Lin An's cheeks flushed, not knowing where to put his hands and feet. "You're too slow." Bai Shui looked down at him, her blood-red eyes curving into a gentle arc behind the lenses, her tone tinged with playful reproach. "By the time we get up there, the teacher will be worried. Hold on tight, I'm not responsible if you fall." She deliberately loosened her grip a little, making Lin An hurriedly wrap his arms around her neck. This action pressed him even closer against her, clearly feeling her cool body temperature and the familiar faint scent. Bai Shui seemed to chuckle softly, saying no more, and carrying him she turned and stepped onto the mountain path. Her steps were fast and steady, even more agile than when they had walked together. The steep stone steps, loose dirt slopes, and protruding tree roots seemed non-existent under her feet. She walked so calmly that she even had the leisure to adjust her hold on him, making him more comfortable, and looked down to ask, "Is this height scary?" Lin An buried his burning face in the crook of her neck and shoulder, not daring to look up nor able to answer. His heart beat fast and wildly. At the same time, being held so securely in her arms away from the cold ground and the possible dangers of the forest gave him an unprecedented, almost absolute sense of safety. The mountain breeze brushed past, stirring the fine hair on her forehead, also cooling some of the heat on his face. He secretly glanced up only to see the elegant line of her jaw and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth. Her expression was relaxed, even with a hint of pleasure, as if she were not carrying a weight up a mountain but enjoying a leisurely stroll. After leaving the mountainside, the wild animals gradually decreased. Before long the familiar sounds of chatter reached them. The viewing platform was near. By the bushes at the entrance of the platform, Bai Shui stopped and gently set Lin An down. Lin An's feet touched solid ground, his legs still a bit unsteady, his face still flushed, his head lowered, not daring to look at her. Bai Shui brushed off the slight dust on his clothes for him, then smoothed his sweaty, disheveled hair, her movements natural and gentle. "All right, we're here," her voice carried. With a smile she asked, "Is your hypoglycemia better now?" Lin An only then recalled the excuse he had used earlier, his face flushing even more as he could only mumble an in response. "Then let's go, the teacher is probably about to call roll." Bai Shui naturally took his hand again and led him onto the observation deck. Already gathered on the platform were many classmates who had arrived earlier, drinking water, resting, taking photos, and enjoying the view. Seeing them come up, Wang Chang immediately exclaimed, "Lin An, are you okay? You still look a bit pale." "I'm fine, I feel much better after resting a bit." Lin An tried to make his voice sound normal. Huan Yan also expressed a few words of concern. The homeroom teacher, seeing that they had arrived safely, breathed a sigh of relief and called everyone to gather and count heads. The dense forest at the foot of the mountain had long regained its tranquility, as if the terrifying roars of wild beasts had never occurred. Yet these anomalies among the beasts portended that something significant was about to happen. Sinister ripples. The wind atop the mountain was fierce, carrying the crisp chill of late autumn, howling past exposed rocks and low shrubs, causing everyone's hair and clothes to flutter noisily. Standing atop Lan Mountain, the view opened up dramatically. The outline of the entire city appeared faintly through the thin mist, rivers winding like silver ribbons, and farther away layers of smaller mountains undulating until they merged into the pale blue horizon. Students scattered across the not-too-spacious summit platform, taking photos, cheering, sharing snacks, and excitedly pointing at the scenery below their feet. The clamor was dispersed by the wind sounding somewhat distant. Lin An stood at a corner near the cliff railing, his hands still held by Bai Shui. The wind seeped into his collar, bringing a chill, but the cool touch of her palm and the steady grip insulated him from the cold. He gazed at the shrunken scenery below, tall buildings like toy blocks, streams of cars like ants. A sense of insignificance mingled with a slight achievement of reaching the summit floated in his heart. But more than that, there was a lingering subtle heaviness. After a moment of silence, the wind continued to blow, carrying the faint sounds of distant classmates' laughter. "Bai Shui," Lin An suddenly spoke, his voice low, almost carried away by the wind. He lowered his head, looking at the tips of their shoes that were very close together. His voice grew softer, tinged with hesitation and a barely noticeable dejection. "Am I always holding everyone back?" The wind seemed to die down a little at that moment. Bai Shui did not answer immediately. She turned her head, her blood-red eyes looking at his lowered profile through her lenses. The boy's eyelashes were long now, slightly drooping, casting a small shadow under his eyelids. The tip of his nose was a bit red from the wind, and his lips were gently pressed together. The next second, Bai Shui wrapped her arm around his waist and gently pulled him backward. Caught off guard, Lin An was drawn into Bai Shui's embrace. Bai Shui's arm encircled his waist, holding him in her arms. Her chin gently rested on his shoulder, her cheek almost against his ear. Her white hair was lifted by the wind, a few strands brushing against the side of his neck, bringing a faint tickle. This embrace was more intimate than any before. "You are not a burden," Bai Shui's voice sounded close to his ear. "Lin An." Her arms tightened a little, holding him more securely in her embrace, as if to embed him within her aura. "You are mine. Just stay by my side," she continued. "Leave the rest to me." The mountain wind continued to howl past the cliff, stirring their hair and clothes. The noise of the distant classmates seemed to be cut off by an invisible barrier, becoming muffled and far away. The entire world seemed to shrink to this corner of the cliff, this small space of tight embrace. Lin An's stiff body within her embrace gradually softened. The heat on his cheeks had not subsided, his heart still raced, but that heavy sense of powerlessness was strangely replaced by a more surging, unfamiliar emotion, a sense of peace, of shyness, of palpitation, and a faint, all-encompassing feeling of being accepted and belonging. He slowly relaxed his tense shoulders, leaning closer into her embrace. He even very lightly and tentatively leaned his head back, resting it in the hollow of her shoulder. This subtle movement made the arm around his waist tighten further. The two of them stood there in the wind, silently embracing, gazing at the vast scenery below. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting light upon them, projecting their overlapping shadows onto the rough rocky ground. Yet amidst this tranquility and tenderness, Bai Shui's chin resting on Lin An's shoulder lifted slightly. Her blood-red eyes over his head looked toward the distant city skyline. In the depths of her crimson pupils behind the lenses a trace of icy sharpness, like a hidden current beneath ice, flickered briefly. She sensed it. It was not the agitation of nearby mountain beasts or low-level demons occasionally attracted by Lin An's blood, but something farther away from the direction of the city they lived in, every day a faint, eerie ripple. The ripple was extremely subtle. Was it coincidence? Or had someone already noticed something? The youth in her arms was unaware of it, simply leaning against her trustingly, his breathing gradually steadying. His warm breath brushed against her neck, carrying a sense of complete trust and relaxation. The coldness in Bai Shui's blood-red eyes slowly settled, turning into a deeper darkness. She showed no sign of anything unusual, only pressing her cheek closer to Lin An's ear as if to absorb the warmth from him. Then her arm around his waist tightened silently, yet with unwavering determination. The wind atop the mountain remained fierce. The shadows of distant clouds were slowly drifting toward the city. The Duke's move. At the other end of the city, on the top floor of an inconspicuous old residential building, the curtains were tightly drawn day and night. Inside, the room was dim, filled with a strange odor mingling instant food, uncleaned garbage, and some cheap air freshener. The computer screen was the only light source, casting a ghostly blue glow on Zhu Wei's haggard and gloomy face. He looked thinner than before, with deep-set eyes and heavy dark circles underneath. His right hand was still wrapped in bandages, hanging at an unnatural angle at his side, with his fingertips occasionally trembling uncontrollably. He had not been to school for a long time. As for his family, Duke Weilan's men had used some means to fabricate a convincing medical certificate and an acceptance letter from an overseas rehabilitation facility, easily brushing things off. Now, in official records and in the minds of most people, Zhu Wei was abroad receiving long-term treatment for severe hand fractures and nerve damage due to an accident. The real him, like a rat in a sewer, was hiding in this shabby apartment rented under a fake identity, his only task being observation. The computer screen was divided into several windows. Some were blurry footage from school area road surveillance cameras obtained at a high price and processed by the Duke's men. Some were everyday photos posted by classmates on social media that occasionally captured Lin An and Bai Shui's backs or profiles, and some were seemingly unrelated streams of information like weather data and traffic reports. His task was to extract patterns from these: what time they usually left, which routes they took, which shops they frequented, where they might go on weekends, which classmates they interacted with more often. At that moment, a strange-shaped black communicator with no brand logo on the table suddenly emitted a very faint buzz, and its screen lit up with a dim green light. Zhu Wei's body jolted as if struck by a whip. He quickly sat up straight, tremblingly picked up the communicator with his left hand and pressed the answer button. There was no image, only a voice. "State your observations." It was Duke Weilan, or more likely one of his agents in charge of this line. The Duke himself rarely contacted directly. Zhu Wei swallowed, trying to make his voice sound steady. "They are always together. There is no chance for any solo action. The protection is very tight." There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the communicator. The silence made Zhu Wei feel suffocated. "So," the voice spoke again, colder than before, even carrying a trace of barely perceptible disappointment. "After nearly a month of observation, the core information you can provide is merely they are inseparable. Mr. Zhu Wei, your value seems to be rapidly diminishing." Sweat formed on Zhu Wei's forehead. "Your Grace, I was just following your instructions, avoiding any alert. That female vampire, she is too vigilant. Given your current state," the voice coldly interrupted, "your usefulness ends here for now." The communication was cut off and the green light went out. The room fell back into darkness with only the blue glow of the computer screen illuminating Zhu Wei's twisted and despairing face. He had been abandoned. Like a tool that had become dull, casually tossed into a corner. Fear did not disappear, instead it mixed with a deeper sense of humiliation and powerlessness gnawing at his heart. Far away overseas, deep within the gloomy castle, Duke Whalon put down the communication terminal, a crystal ball-like object with flowing light inside, his deep purple eyes devoid of any emotion. On the huge black obsidian desk in front of him lay thick intelligence summaries including extremely blurry energy residue images and aura analysis reports captured from a distance through magical means. The Duke's long pale fingers gently tapped the desk, producing a regular rhythm. Before him floated a magical miniature map of the city where two closely intertwined points of light were conspicuously bright, representing Bai Shui and Lin An. Pure physical protection coupled with a certain degree of aura concealment might be enough to deal with low-level harassment. But exposing such an obvious weakness so blatantly is itself a massive flaw. He picked up the crystal goblet beside him, took a small sip of the thick dark red liquid inside, and a calculating gleam flickered in his eyes. That vampire. Her power is probably not low. A direct confrontation, even if victorious, would violate the treaty and invite unnecessary trouble. He murmured to himself as if weighing options. But her weakness is all too obvious. That boy. The fragrance of his blood even from this distance through indirect perception is so enticing. No wonder she is so tense. He set down the goblet, his gaze turning to the boundless, unnaturally dark mist rolling outside the castle window. Patience is a virtue, but excessive waiting can tarnish the treasure. The light in Duke Whalon's purple eyes intensified like a predator before the hunt in the night. It's time to make a move. The darkness outside the castle seemed to grow even denser. The true storm was only just beginning to brew. Bounty in the black market. Between the human world and the vampire world there exist certain gaps. They usually cling to weak nodes in reality, deep within ancient tombs, abandoned subway tunnels, forgotten post-war bomb shelters, or crossroads where urban legends and restless emotions have gathered for years. Through specific rituals, inherited keys, or sufficiently powerful magical distortions, these places are expanded and stabilized, becoming corners outside the rules, gray zones where desire and danger intertwine. These places, collectively known as the black market, trade in items unimaginable under the sunlight. The air is perpetually cold and damp, mixed with the pungent odors of aged spices, damp rock, cheap tobacco, some chemical stabilizer, and a hint of a musky feline-like scent that is never fully dispelled. Light comes from phosphorescent moss cultivated on the walls, emitting a pale cold glow, and from a few stalls with flickering tallow candles or sealed glass jars containing steadily burning green ghost fires. Sounds are largely absorbed by the thick stone walls and invisible soundproofing barriers, leaving only the rustle of clothing, deliberately hushed brief conversations, and the clinking of metal or glassware. Most of the passing figures are wrapped in dark cloaks, oversized old-fashioned windbreakers, or hooded raincoats, their faces hidden in shadows, masks, or simple illusions. They walk with hurried steps, their eyes scanning the stalls on either side or passing companions with alert swiftness, rarely lingering. Here excessive curiosity and unnecessary conversation are dangerous luxuries. At this moment, on a message board made of roughly polished natural obsidian in the center of the market, a new bounty notice had quietly appeared a few minutes ago, like cold dew seeping from the stone itself, condensing into words. The message board itself glowed with a faint magical light, covered with layers of new and old bounty notices, purchase orders, and recruitment ads of various materials. A new notice appearing was not unusual, but its position, relatively conspicuous central upper area, the speed of its refresh almost instantly replacing an old notice that had dimmed just yesterday because the target was dealt with, and the eye-catching reward amount annotated in the concise text made it like a stone thrown into a seemingly calm stagnant pond, sending out secret and rapid ripples within certain sharp-scented circles. The bounty content was extremely brief. No image, no specific age, height, or appearance description. Only a name, race, approximate age, a vague geographical range, and the core most attractive feature: blood with a distinctive quality. For some beings who have long haunted this place, this information was enough to ignite greed. Special blood is always hard currency in the black market. Whether used as a core material for certain forbidden rituals, a tonic for powerful beings to extend their lives or break through bottlenecks, or a top-tier catalyst coveted by alchemists, its value is immeasurable. And high-quality life aura often implies youth, health, and perhaps an ancient or mutated bloodline, which usually signifies higher purity and greater potency. The restrictions of no large-scale disturbances and must be generally alive seemed quite acceptable in the face of the astonishingly generous reward. After all, dealing with a human youth, even with a vampire guardian, was far from the most difficult task in the eyes of many experts in stealth ambush and kidnapping. What truly made some veterans narrow their eyes was the unknown combat power of the guardian, and the overly generous reward. Something must be amiss when things are too abnormal. The information scrolled silently, scanned by many eyes hidden under hoods or shadows. Some whispered to their companions, pointing and discussing some silently noted key details, and turned to disappear into passages leading to different exits. Others merely cast a cold glance, and paid no further attention, judging that the risks did not match the rewards, or sensing the scent of a deeper trap. In a relatively quiet corner not far from the message board, two figures leaning against the cold stone wall noticed the new bounty almost simultaneously. They wore no cloaks, only ordinary dark outdoor jackets stained with some dried mud, but their stance and eyes were out of place with the surroundings. One was tall and thin like a taut bamboo pole, with large knuckles and a few unremarkable but oddly shaped throwing knives on his belt, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. The other was short and stocky, with rough dark skin, a hideous old scar on his neck that disappeared into his collar, and a bulging canvas bag on his back that seemed to contain hard objects. They were hunters, a loose professional title that roamed the edges of human law and the shadows of the supernatural world. Their livelihood came from taking various gray or black bounties, from finding people or objects, debt collection and revenge, to guarding and escorting, handling troubles, or capturing specific targets. One hunter scanned the bounty content, pausing briefly on the phrase, "human male youth appearance," and the astonishing reward amount. A faint, almost invisible smile of contempt tugged at the corner of his mouth. "'Tis big game." "Meaning," he said in a voice so low it carried a sandpaper-like rasp, "a human brat is worth this price. Likely some spoiled little master who stole something he shouldn't have, or a special medicinal ingredient." He clearly leaned toward the latter, considering the transaction an exceptional bargain. The other hunter, however, frowned as he stared at the bounty. "The reward is absurdly high, yet the target description is suspiciously vague. This job, the waters might run deep." "Deep?" The first hunter let out a sneer, his voice dropping even lower. "How deep can it go?" "Our line of work is about catching them off guard and striking fast. We find a moment when they're alone, a strong tranquilizer dart, and we snatch the kid and go. Clean and swift. This reward is enough for us to take a break for half a year and upgrade our gear." The other hunter still hesitated. His hunter's instincts made him uneasy. But what the first hunter said made sense, and the reward was simply too tempting. In the end, the desire for the generous bounty outweighed the vague unease. "All right. But the plan must be thorough. We gather as much intelligence as possible first, and if we don't have at least 70% certainty, we don't act. Don't worry." Without another word, the two of them moved in tacit agreement toward an inconspicuous small booth near the information wall. There sat a withered old man, the one in charge of registering and accepting bounties at the market administration. They registered their temporary code names and trust marks, receiving a more detailed dossier containing encrypted communication channels and preliminary intelligence. Just as they completed their registration and melted back into the flowing shadows of the market, at the very end of the bounty notice on the information wall, an extremely tiny watermark-like dark emblem flickered for a moment. A silhouette of a bat concealed among thorns and cobwebs, belonging to an ancient family that rarely showed its face directly in the black market. In an ancient castle, only a single antique silver lamp illuminated the study. Before Duke Violin, a mirror reflected the brief subtle commotion at the black market information wall, along with the backs of the hunters as they left after registering their acceptance. He leaned elegantly against his high-backed chair, idly playing with a perfectly cut ruby, his deep purple eyes utterly devoid of emotion, as if he were merely watching a dull, silent film. He didn't truly expect these ragtag mercenaries, these motley mobs driven by greed, to successfully capture the boy. The female vampire who guarded Lin An, even if her identity remained unclear, the very fact that she could conceal her tracks so perfectly, remain in the human realm for an extended period, and restrain herself, spoke of extraordinary strength and temperament. The chances of these black market hunters succeeding against her were negligible. But their purpose was never about success. Cast a wide net, catch many fish. What he wanted was for these fish to stir the seemingly calm surface. Their snooping, reconnaissance, probing, and even their reckless actions would be like stones thrown into the water, creating ripples. Those ripples themselves would bring him more information. More importantly, the release of the bounty, and the vague rumors about high-purity ancient blood, or like blood bait thrown into a school of sharks. It would attract more greedy gazes toward the boy named Lin An. Chaos was the best cover and could create the most rare opportunity. When the water was murky enough, one or two truly formidable fish would take advantage to strike, or when the guardian grew exhausted from endless harassment, and a gap appeared in their mind, that would be the perfect moment for him, the true fisherman, to cast his net and reel in the catch. A cold, expectant smile curled at the corner of his lips. Outside the window, the eternal night of the castle was thick as ink. In the distant city, the sun was slowly sinking below the horizon, staining the sky a warm, fleeting orange red. They had just finished dinner. Lin An was washing the dishes in the kitchen, the sound of running water loud and clear. Bai Shui leaned against the kitchen doorframe, an apple in her hand, taking slow bites. Her crimson eyes watched Lin and slightly bent back, her thoughts unknown. Outside, the last light of day filtered through the glass, dancing on her white eyelashes. Daily life remained peaceful. But the shadow of change was already closing in like the quietly spreading darkness. The first wave of probing claws following the scent of money and greed would likely soon approach this seemingly tranquil haven of light, silently and stealthily. The autumn days were growing shorter. Barely past 6 in the evening, the sky was already a somber indigo, with a faint trace of dull orange-red lingering at the edge. The streetlights hadn't fully come on yet, making the small path connecting the school's back gate with the old residential district particularly dim and secluded. The footsteps of the two echoed on the empty path, one light, one heavy. Lin An's schoolbag was a bit heavy, stuffed with several review books. He was walking with his head down, thinking about a physics problem he hadn't quite grasped during the day, his fingers unconsciously curling into Bai Shui's cool palm. The wind seemed stronger than usual, rustling the dry leaves overhead, drowning out other subtle sounds. Just as they were about to reach the middle of the intersection, suddenly everything changed. Two extremely faint, almost wind-muffled sharp whistles came from two completely different directions. One came from a second-floor window of a low building to the front right. A barely visible icy blue glint in the dim light, as fine as a cow's hair, aimed straight at the side of Lin An's neck. The other came from the bushes to the left rear, slightly slower but with a more wicked trajectory. A palm-sized crescent-shaped throwing knife with an ominous green glow along its edge, spinning toward Lin An's lower back. The timing of the attack was precise, the angles vicious, blocking the main avenues of evasion, clearly a premeditated, coordinated strike. The target was clear, Lin An. The purpose was equally clear: to incapacitate or severely injure him instantly, then snatch him away. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Lin An hadn't even registered the danger his pupils had just contracted at the sight of that icy blue flash, his body still frozen in place. But Bai Shui moved. Her movements didn't seem fast, even appearing somewhat unhurried. In Lin An's eyes, she simply turned her body, naturally positioning herself between him and the direction of the flying needle, while gently pulling his hand backward and toward her side. Lin An felt a gentle yet irresistible force, stumbled, and involuntarily spun half a circle to the left rear, causing the needle originally aimed at his neck to brush past his arm by a hair's breadth and bury itself deep into the mottled brick wall opposite. At almost the same instant, Bai Shui's empty left hand had somehow already risen, her index and middle fingers casually reaching forward. The throwing knife was caught firmly between her two fingers. In the moment it was caught, the knife seemed to struggle, emitting a low hum, but then it was frozen, as if by an invisible force, falling completely silent. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. But Lin An's heart was in his throat, his back drenched in cold sweat. He pressed tightly against Bai Shui's side, feeling the tension in her body, a coiled cold fury. Bai Shui's gaze instantly locked onto the positions of the two attackers. The two hunters clearly hadn't expected the guardian beside the target to react so quickly and predict so accurately. They instantly realized the vast gap in their strength, and without a second thought they twisted their bodies to retreat, already gripping their smoke bombs for escape. But it was too late. Bai Shui raised her empty left hand. The motion didn't seem fast, she simply made a gentle inward grasping motion with her fingers toward the hunters. Both of their bodies froze simultaneously. It was as if two invisible giant hands had gripped their throats, hearts, and even their souls from afar. A red light flashed in Bai Shui's eyes, and then the two of them silently disintegrated and vanished in place, as if erased from the world by an eraser, leaving only the wind-blown debris on the balcony. From the moment the two launched their second attack to their complete annihilation, the entire process took less than 3 seconds. The street fell into dead silence. The evening breeze blew, swirling up a few fallen leaves, brushing over the two insignificant piles of ash, then scattering them without a trace. The poison needle stuck in the wall and the knife on the tree also seemed to have weathered through ages, silently turning to dust. Everything happened too fast. Lin An stared blankly. Until a faint sting came from his arm. He looked down at his right arm in confusion. The school uniform sleeve when he was pulled aside during the first dodge had been cut by the passing poison needle, leaving a small slit less than 2 centimeters long. The wound was very shallow, only a tiny bead of blood oozing out, forming a small dark red dot on the light blue fabric. He hadn't even felt any pain. Bai Shui. Lin An's voice was hoarse and trembling. Bai Shui turned to look at him, and the terrifying crimson and killing intent in her eyes receded like a tidal wave. She looked at the wound on Lin An's arm. Scratched. Her voice was filled with concern, her fingers gently stroking the edge of the wound. Does it hurt? Do you feel anything wrong? She lowered her head, leaning close to the tiny wound. Poison. She uttered, her voice lower than usual, carrying a chill. Lin An's face turned pale instantly. Poison. Don't be afraid, it's okay, I'm here. Bai Shui picked him up. Let's go home right now, I'll take care of it. With that, the two quickly returned to the rented apartment. The light in the apartment was on a warm yellow glow, filling every corner, dispelling the deepening night outside and striving to drive away the lingering shock in Lin An's heart. He sat on the sofa, his body still somewhat stiff, his right sleeve carefully rolled up to the elbow. The tiny scratch was clear under the fluorescent light, the skin around the wound faintly red as if it had been accidentally cut by a piece of paper. Yet such an insignificant little cut had kept his nerves taut. Bai Shui reached out and took Lin An's arm in her hand. Her lips gently pressed against the wound. It wasn't a hurried sucking but a slow, soothing touch. Lin An could feel her warm breath on his skin, followed by a strange, slightly ticklish suction. This process lasted for over 10 seconds. Then she slowly licked away the tiny trace of blood around the wound with the tip of her tongue. When Bai Shui lifted her head, a hint of relief flickered in her crimson eyes. The tiny scratch visibly contracted and healed, leaving only a fine line slightly lighter than the surrounding skin, almost imperceptible, unless closely examined. She turned sideways to face Lin An, one leg bent, her elbow resting on her knee and her chin propped on her hand, her crimson eyes looking at him softly. Who are they? Lin An asked quietly. They are blood hunters, Bai Shui said, reaching out to gently hold Lin An's hand, her palm cool yet reassuring. A group of people who operate in the gray zone, willing to take on any dangerous job for money. Their work is to find people with special blood or certain valuable beings and then capture them for the black market trade. Her tone was calm, neither downplaying nor overly dramatizing, simply stating a fact. The black market. It's like a hidden underworld where you can trade all kinds of things you don't normally see and also place shady commissions. Bai Shui squeezed his fingers. Someone posted a bounty on you in the black market, so they came. But don't worry. She paused, her crimson eyes looking seriously into Lin An's. No matter how many come, I'll deal with them all. Lin An looked down at their intertwined hands. Is it because my blood is special? Bai Shui tilted her head slightly, her white hair sliding over her shoulder. And very special. To me it's a warm and pure scent, she said, a faint smile curving her lips, her crimson eyes softening into a gentle arc. She shifted her position, holding Lin An's hand between both of hers, then began to speak slowly, her tone as calm as if sharing a distant piece of history. About over 600 years ago, a catastrophe swept across the entire biological world. Later generations called it the Twilight. The details of that calamity are rarely mentioned now. It almost destroyed several kingdoms and drove several races to the brink of extinction. Her voice was steady, her crimson eyes gazing into the void as if recalling yellowed records on pages. After the disaster, the remnants of human forces and several major non-human races finally realized that endless conflict would only lead them all to extinction together. So after 13 years of arduous negotiations, filled with countless probes, betrayals, and even small-scale conflicts, a pact called the Twilight Covenant was born. What does the Covenant say? Lin An asked softly. The core is simple: separate territories, mutual non-aggression. Bai Shui explained. Humans recognize the autonomy of non-human races in specific hidden areas and promise not to organize large-scale persecution. In return, non-human races promise not to openly use supernatural powers to cause chaos or panic in major human settlements, not to interfere massively in human society, and not to treat humans as a resource for plunder. Her words were clear and objective, as if narrating a fixed historical fact. But Bai Shui sat up straight, stretched her arms, her graceful figure silhouetted against the light. You don't need to worry about this. I'll handle it all, she suddenly said. Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you a few things. Teach me. And then teach you some basic self-defense techniques. Her voice was very soft. Lin An was stunned. He had never thought he could learn these things. He opened his mouth, his voice a little hoarse. I'm afraid I won't be able to learn. Then we'll learn slowly. Bai Shui's tone was light and accepting. Then she stood up and reached out her hand to him. All right, we've talked enough for tonight. Time to rest. Sleep. Her voice sounded in his ear gentle as moonlight. Have sweet dreams tonight. Starting tomorrow you'll learn a lot of new things. I promise it'll be fun. Lin An leaned into her cool yet reassuring embrace, closing his eyes. The spot on his arm where the wound had completely healed still seemed to retain the gentle touch of her lips. Fear had dissipated, replaced by a strange sense of anticipation. At the outskirts of the city on the weekend the sky was a washed-out azure with a few lazy strands of cloud drifting. Far from the city's clamor this small patch of grassland surrounded by sparse woods was exceptionally quiet, only the rustling of wind through grass and distant birdsong. Lin An stood on the grass, moving his hands and feet a little nervously. He wore a convenient hoodie and long pants with old but clean sneakers on his feet. The morning air was crisp, carrying the scent of earth and grass. Bai Shui stood a few steps away facing him. Today she had tied her long hair into a neat high ponytail, still wearing those plain glasses, her crimson eyes behind the lenses calm and focused. She had also changed into a dark sportswear set, making her skin look even paler. Nervous? She tilted her head, a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. A little, Lin An admitted honestly. He had no idea what these so-called basic self-defense techniques would be like. Relax. Bai Shui stepped closer, naturally reaching out to smooth his hair, which was slightly tousled by the wind. We'll start with the simplest, sensing danger and basic evasive awareness. Her fingertips brushed his forehead. Cool. Sensing. Lin An was puzzled. Not with your eyes but with your body. Bai Shui stepped back a little, hands behind her back, her crimson eyes watching him. For example, if I suddenly wanted to tickle you, where do you think I'd tickle? Lin An was taken aback, his face suddenly flushing. What? What kind of training is this? Before he could finish, Bai Shui's figure suddenly moved. Not very fast, at least in his eyes. Her movements were clearly visible. She stepped forward half a step and her right hand shot toward his side like lightning. That spot was one of the most ticklish places on him. Almost reflexively, Lin An's entire body shrank to the side, flailing his hand to block his cheeks, instantly turning crimson. Bai Shui's fingers stopped just before touching his clothes, hovering in midair. She maintained that position, her blood-red eyes glinting with mischief. See? That's a pretty quick reaction, isn't it? Lin An gasped, still shaken. Danger doesn't give you a heads-up. Bai Shui withdrew her hand, her tone relaxed. Remember that feeling just now, the instinctive tension and urge to dodge when the body perceives a threat. That's a good thing. Don't suppress it, learn to guide it. She paced slowly around Lin An, speaking in a steady voice. True dodging many times isn't about moving after seeing clearly with the eyes, but relying on this instinctive premonition combined with subtle adjustments of steps and center of gravity. Especially when the opponent uses a weapon or moves very fast. Come on, try again. She stopped, facing Lin An. This time I'll move even slower and try to attack different spots on you. Still tickling okay? Lin An nodded, took a deep breath, concentrated, and stared intently at Bai Shui's hands. Bai Shui moved. Her movements were indeed very slow. Her right hand extended, index and middle fingers together like a slow sword, pointing toward his left lower rib. That spot was equally sensitive. This time Lin An was prepared. He quickly sidestepped to the right, while instinctively raising his left hand to block in front of him. Bai Shui's fingers lightly tapped his forearm, a faint ticklish sensation. Yeah, that's right. Use a non-vital part to block and protect yourself. She nodded approvingly, then slowly reached her left hand toward his right waist. Lin An hurriedly dodged to the left, using his right hand to block. His movements were still somewhat stiff and clumsy, but at least he didn't freeze completely like the first time. For the next 10+ minutes, Bai Shui used this method to guide Lin An in practicing basic sidesteps, retreats, blocks, and simple body twists. Each time she attacked a different spot, sometimes the waist, sometimes near the armpit, sometimes the outer thigh, all relatively ticklish or vulnerable areas on the human body. The speed of the attacks gradually increased from extremely slow to a bit faster, but always within the range Lin An could react to. At first Lin An was flustered, his dodging movements exaggerated, consuming a lot of energy, and sweat beaded on his forehead. But he was serious, his eyes following Bai Shui's hands closely, trying to predict her next move. After a few times he began to get the hang of it. When Bai Shui's fingers aimed at his side again, he didn't dodge widely, instead he slightly contracted his abdomen, and gently flicked his palm outward, deflecting her fingers. Very good. Bai Shui's eyes curved, but the attack didn't stop. This time her speed suddenly increased a notch and her fingertips swept toward his neck, which wasn't particularly ticklish but close to the artery, a vital area that needed protection. Lin An's heart tightened. Relying on the muscle memory he had just built, he jerked his head back and raised his left arm to protect his neck. Bai Shue's fingertips brushed past the back of his hand. Stop! Bai Shue withdrew her hand and smiled. Reaction passes. Lin An let out a sigh of relief, only then realizing his back was covered in a thin layer of sweat and his heart was beating a little fast, not just from nervousness but also from a faint sense of achievement from having done something right. Rest for 5 minutes. Bai Shue took a thermos and water from her backpack and handed them to Lin An. Lin An took the water, drank a few sips, the warm liquid soothing his throat. He sat down on the grass looking at the rolling waves of grass in the distance. How do you feel? Bai Shue sat down beside him and took a sip of water. More tiring than I imagined. Lin An wiped his sweat. He flexed his arms and shoulders. Those seemingly simple dodges and blocks actually engaged many muscles he rarely used. The interesting part is still to come. Bai Shue winked, then suddenly reached out and with lightning speed lightly grabbed his unsuspecting outer thigh. Lin An, caught off guard, sprang up like he'd been electrocuted. You! I thought we were resting. It's a vigilance test. Bai Shue said with a straight face, but the laughter in her eyes was unmistakable. You can't completely relax even during breaks. Real danger often comes when you feel safe. Lin An blushed, but he had no way to deal with her. He could only sit back down grumpily, but his body unconsciously tensed up a bit more, and his eyes secretly watched her movements. Bai Shue was amused by him, and reached out to ruffle his hair. All right, no more teasing. Next, let's practice something a little different. After the break, the training continued. This time Bai Shue began to add simple footwork combinations and how to use the environment, or one's own posture, to create a tiny safe space while dodging. She still used tickling as the attack method, but the angles and combinations of attacks became more varied, sometimes a feint followed by a strike to a different spot, sometimes a series of attacks on different positions, forcing Lin An to react continuously while moving. Lin An studied earnestly, though he still often got hit. Whenever her fingers successfully touched a ticklish spot, even a light brush, he would involuntarily shudder, his movements faltering, and then Bai Shue would point out where he needed improvement. But every time he was punished, he would try harder to remember that flaw and do better next time. Sweat soaked his hair and back, and his breathing grew heavy. The sun outside rose higher, warming the body. He fell a few times, scraping his palms on the grass, a stinging sensation, but he didn't call for a stop. Once, while trying to evade Bai Shue's fingers aiming for his ribs, his footwork got tangled, and he tripped over his own feet, about to fall. A cool hand steadily caught his arm. Center of gravity. Bai Shue's voice sounded in his ear, tinged with a hint of helpless laughter. When dodging, make sure your feet are planted firmly. Again. She helped him steady himself, then stepped back and continued. The training lasted nearly 2 hours. When it ended, Lin An was so exhausted he nearly collapsed onto the grass, panting heavily, his face flushed, his whole body drenched in sweat, but his eyes were bright, carrying a tired yet satisfied light. Bai Shue walked over, crouched beside him, and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead with the towel. Good performance. Lin An looked at her face so close to his, the clear approval in her blood-red eyes making the small sense of accomplishment in his heart quietly swell. He grinned, a bit embarrassed. The setting sun slanted, casting long shadows of the two. The training finally came to an end. Lin An was too tired to speak, lying directly on the grass, his chest heaving. Bai Shue sat down beside him, handed him water, and watched him drink small sips. Bai Shue's hand landed on his tense shoulder, kneading the stiff muscles. After we get back, I'll give you a massage. Lin An closed his eyes. Relaxing massage. Training became a daily routine integrated into the rhythm of their lives. In the evening, after washing up, Bai Shue ran hot water in the bathroom, then took out several small glass bottles from her seemingly bottomless black bag and dripped a few drops of different colored liquids rich in the scent of herbs or minerals into the bath. The hot water instantly turned into a translucent light amber color, steaming with a strange medicinal fragrance. Get in and soak for 20 minutes. Bai Shue tested the water temperature and gestured to him. What is this? Lin An looked at the oddly colored hot water, hesitating. Medicinal bath. Bai Shue pushed him into the bathroom and closed the door, instructing. Relax and soak. Don't fall asleep. The water temperature was just right, slightly hot. As he soaked in, a wave of warmth immediately seeped in through his skin, flowing to his limbs and bones. The sore muscles from the day's training gradually relaxed in the warm current. The medicinal fragrance was not pungent. After a while it even had a calming effect. Lin An leaned against the edge of the tub, closed his eyes and let the warmth envelop him. After 20 minutes the water had cooled a bit. He dried himself, changed into clean pajamas, and walked out feeling much lighter. His skin was slightly flushed, glowing with a healthy sheen. Bai Shui was already waiting by the bed, holding a small white porcelain jar. "Lie down and relax." Lin An obeyed and lay face down. The jar opened, revealing a milky white ointment with a cool minty and another indescribable plant scent. Bai Shui scooped some out, rubbed it in her palms to warm it, then began to massage his back and shoulders. Her technique was professional, with even pressure, her fingers precisely pressing and kneading the knots and sore spots in his muscles. At first there was a slight ache, but as she patiently worked, the ache gradually dissolved into a comfortable relaxation. Her fingers seemed to carry a gentle energy, leaving warmth wherever they passed. Lin An was so comfortable he almost moaned, his body completely relaxing after a day of tension, and his consciousness grew hazy. Just as he was dozing off, the massaging hands suddenly slid to the area below his ribs on his side, and her fingertips lightly, but not too lightly, scraped along the row of sensitive bones. Lin An jolted awake, all drowsiness gone. His body shuddered and he couldn't help but burst out laughing, instinctively curling up. "Stop! That tickles! The muscles here are a bit tight too." Bai Shui's voice carried laughter, but her fingers didn't leave. Instead they lingered in that area, pressing gently in small circles with her fingertips, very light pressure. "Ha! Stop! Really tickles! Bai Shui!" Lin An's shoulders shook with laughter, flustered and embarrassed. He tried to dodge but was gently held down by her hand. "Relax, relax." Bai Shui's voice was right by his ear with a mischievous laugh. "This area also needs to be relaxed, okay? Bear with it." "Bear with it," she said, but her fingers only intensified, sometimes lightly scraping with her nails, sometimes pressing with her fingertips, targeting the most sensitive spots. Lin An laughed so hard tears almost came out, twisting and turning on the bed, but because of his prone position and her hold there was no escape. "I surrender. I surrender. Really. Ha! It's killing me," he begged for mercy repeatedly. Only then did Bai Shui withdraw her hand with satisfaction, and even lightly pinched his reddened ear. After the medicinal bath and massage, the soreness in his body would be greatly reduced the next day, and his spirit would be better. This kind of life continued for several weeks. The changes were subtle yet real. When Lin An looked in the mirror, he noticed that his originally somewhat thin figure seemed to have changed slightly. The lines of his shoulders were no longer so slender, the muscles in his arms and legs became firmer. Although still far from strong, the sleek lines of strength were faintly visible under his skin. His once pale complexion now showed a healthy rosy glow. A physical fitness test. Late autumn, the air crisp and cool, carrying a chill as it entered the lungs. Many things had happened recently. But campus life continued. The boys gathered at the starting line of the track, preparing for the 1,000-meter test. The PE teacher held a stopwatch and blew his whistle to urge warm-ups. The whistle blew sharply. The crowd surged forward. Lin An didn't compete, he followed the rhythm he had practiced during training, adjusted his breathing, and started to stride. The plastic track had some spring under his feet. The wind brushed past his ears, bringing the panting and footsteps of his classmates. Halfway through the first lap his breathing grew heavier, and his legs began to feel heavy. He glanced to the side. Bai Shui had moved closer to the track, her eyes following his movement. The second lap was the hardest. His throat was dry and painful, his chest felt like a stone was pressing on it, each breath took effort. Several people who had been running ahead slowed down and started walking. Lin An gritted his teeth, trying to maintain his stride frequency. His mind was blank, just staring at the lane line not far ahead, mechanically moving his legs and swinging his arms. The 200-meter mark appeared ahead. The PE teacher shouted from the side. "Sprint. Last stretch." Lin An took a deep breath, though he couldn't really get a deep one, and mustered all his remaining strength to accelerate. His lungs burned painfully, his legs felt like lead or like walking on cotton, his vision blurry. But he didn't stop. In his mind flashed the feeling of being cornered by Bai Shui's tickling attacks during training, having to dodge with all his might. The finish line grew larger in his sight. He crossed it, stumbled forward a few more steps before barely stopping, bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for air. His vision went black and burst, sweat dripped from his temples onto the ground. 3 minutes 51 seconds. The PE teacher pressed the stopwatch, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Lin An, not bad. Great improvement." This score wasn't top in the class, but it was definitely far from the bottom, even in the upper middle. More importantly, he had run the whole way without walking a step. At that moment a figure walked over and stopped in front of him, blocking the somewhat glaring sunlight. It was Bai Shui. She held a clean light gray handkerchief and a bottle of mineral water with the cap already opened. The cool handkerchief gently pressed against his forehead, meticulously wiping the sweat-soaked hairline, temples, and the beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. The movements were unhurried, the pressure gentle. The handkerchief carried a faint cool fragrance unique to her, distinct amidst the smell of sweat and the track's rubber. After wiping his face, Bai Shui brought the water bottle to his lips. "Drink slowly." Lin An took a few small sips from her hand. The cool water slid down his burning throat, relieving the thirst. He took a few sips and shook his head to indicate enough. Bai Shui took back the bottle, screwed the cap on, and then continued to wipe the sweaty back of his neck. Her fingers occasionally touched his skin, the cool sensation especially noticeable on his heated body. After wiping the sweat, Bai Shui folded the handkerchief and put it in her pocket. Then she naturally reached out and supported Lin An's still weak arm. "Can you walk? Let's go rest in the shade over there." I can." Lin An steadied himself with the support of her arm. His legs were still a bit weak, but much better than before. Bai Shui helped him like this, slowly walking toward the shade under a large tree at the edge of the track. She didn't look back at anyone. Sitting on a bench under the tree, Lin An leaned back and slowly calmed his breathing. His heartbeat and panting finally eased and the fatigue of his body set in, but strangely it wasn't unpleasant, rather it was a post-exercise comfort. "You ran well," Bai Shui suddenly spoke, her voice carrying a very faint softness that Lin An could hear. Lin An turned to look at her. Her face was turned sideways, her gaze resting on the classmates still taking other tests on the track. Her blood-red eyes were calm, but there was the faintest hint of an upward curve at the corner of her mouth. "Really?" Lin An couldn't help asking. The little sense of achievement in his heart swelled a bit more because of her words. Bai Shui turned her head, her blood-red eyes looking at him, and nodded seriously. "Your pacing was well controlled and you didn't mess up the final sprint. Your endurance has improved significantly." She reached out and lightly poked his still warm cheek from running. "Deserving of praise." Fingertips. Fingertips. Slightly cool with a touch of intimacy. Lin An's face grew even warmer, unsure if it was the lingering flush from exercise or some other reason. He lowered his head, took another sip of red date tea, and let out a muffled hum as if to cover his feelings, yet his heart felt as if it had been smoothed by the warm tea, cozy and sweet. The distant whistle of the PE teacher calling for assembly echoed. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dancing patches of light on the ground. A breeze carried the noise of the playground and the scent of fresh grass. Lin An put down his cup, feeling his strength returning. He stood up and stretched his legs. Bai Shui also rose naturally, extending her hand. Lin An placed his hand into her slightly cool palm. Hand in hand they walked toward their class formation. The school bell rang, signaling the end of classes. As they left the teaching building, the evening breeze carried a chill. Lin An's hand was held in hers, her palm transmitting a steady slight coolness. "What do you want to eat today?" Bai Shui asked, her voice light. "To celebrate your improvement in the physical test you can order a dish." Lin An thought for a moment. Sweet and sour ribs. He remembered Bai Shui had made them once, and they were delicious. "Sure," Bai Shui laughed, pinching his fingers. "Then let's go to the supermarket first to buy the ribs." The two walked hand in hand, merging into the stream of students leaving school. Duke Wieland's conspiracy. Deep within the ancient castle, the door to the study was pushed open silently. The azure crystal lamplight reflected off the mirror-smooth obsidian floor, casting distorted, blurred shadows. The air was thick with the scent of old books, cold sandalwood, and a faint lingering hint of the rusty smell of aged blood. Duke Wieland sat behind a massive carved desk, his deep purple eyes half closed, his gaze fixed on a just-arrived encrypted report from a magical messenger which was slowly turning to ash. The ashes dispersed in the air, and the last faint glow of the dark red runes completely faded. The study was so quiet that one could hear the rhythmic ticking of the ancient clock on the distant wall, and the faint crackling of the magical flames in the fireplace. The trusted confidant standing before the desk, a figure whose face was hidden in the shadow of a hood, and whose stature was slightly stooped, remained in a slight bow, motionless as a stone statue. He had just finished his report. 3 batches of independent hunters or small teams who had taken the bounty had all lost contact completely within a short time after arriving at the target area. The last traceable magical marks or communication feedback terminated abruptly and cleanly, with no violent energy residue of battle, no distress signals, as if they had been gently wiped from the world by an invisible hand. The resources invested, The advance payments, the intelligence support provided, and the advertising effect that might have alerted other covetous parties, all seemed to have gone down the drain. Without even a decent splash. The Duke's fingertips tapped lightly twice on the smooth desktop. Clean. Ha! He let out an extremely faint, almost pleased chuckle. It seems our clansman is even more cautious and also more formidable than anticipated. The rabble drawn by the black market bounty couldn't even make her take them seriously. He raised his eyes, his purple pupils glinting with cold, calculating light in the azure glow. Relying solely on these greedy but incompetent people is no longer feasible. The confidant remained silent, awaiting instructions. The Duke leaned back, slightly resting against the soft cushion of the high-backed chair, his gaze drifting to the huge oil painting hanging on one wall of the study. It depicted a magnificent scene of a vampire legion charging under moonlight on some ancient battlefield, yet cleverly concealed the specific image of the enemy, leaving only a symbolic chaos of shadows. The treaty. The Duke slowly uttered the word, a cold smile curving at the corner of his mouth. The Dusk Covenant. It draws boundaries, sets up fences, and restricts the unbridled release of power. It is the fragile eggshell that protects the mortal world. His gaze shifted back to the confidant, the light deep in his purple eyes turning sharp. But chains can often become weapons. The key lies in who better understands how to use their weight and inertia. The confidant lowered his head a little more. Please enlighten me, my lord. That white-haired guardian is powerful and cautious. She strictly adheres to the unspoken rules of the treaty, at least on the surface. She only deals with direct threats and does so cleanly, leaving no evidence, and not causing large-scale panic or attention. The Duke's voice was unhurried, as if deducing a delicate mathematical formula. This shows that she does not want or cannot bear the consequences of openly violating the treaty. Those consequences could be the involvement of the arbitration tribunal, the backlash of certain ancient oaths, or simply breaking her current seemingly peaceful facade of life. Whichever it is, she strenuously avoids them. Then he interlocked his fingers and placed them under his chin. We will create a scenario for her. A beautiful dilemma. Your meaning? A scenario where she must choose between abiding by the treaty and remaining hidden and protecting her precious possession. The light in the Duke's purple eyes grew more intense. We need to expose that boy in a sufficiently public, sufficiently conspicuous and high-density human gathering. Then create a reasonable chaos, a seemingly ordinary crisis to involve the boy and place him under seemingly accidental danger. He leaned forward slightly, his tone carrying the certainty of one controlling the chessboard. If she stands by, the boy will be taken away by our people amidst the chaos. If she acts? In that situation, under the watchful eyes of countless ordinary people, and when the crisis has not yet clearly escalated to a supernatural level, any display of power beyond human limits will constitute a potential violation of the core clauses of the treaty. As long as our people operate properly, and leave evidence, even if it's just blurry images or horrified descriptions from numerous witnesses, it will be enough to land her in big trouble. The confidant immediately understood. At that time she will either be exhausted dealing with the pressure from the treaty, or reveal more flaws under the pressure. Then we can seize the opportunity. Exactly, the Duke nodded with satisfaction. I have already chosen the location. He raised his hand, pointing to another spread-out detailed report on the desk, his fingertip landing on a line of red-marked text. The winter celebration, the perfect stage. He looked at the confidant and issued orders. Summon 4 shadow fangs. Devise a detailed infiltration and action plan. During the celebration, create an opportunity to strike at Lin An. The method should focus on stealth and inducement. Lure that vampire girl into taking the initiative, then create a big commotion when fighting her. Yes, my lord. The confidant bowed in acknowledgement, his figure seeming to blend even more into the shadows of the study. Shadow fangs excel at stealth and such precise operations. I will ensure the plan is foolproof. Remember, the Duke warned, finally, his purple eyes cold, we must skillfully use the rules to shackle her. The confidant retreated silently, and the study door closed again. Duke Wieland sat alone behind the large desk, his gaze returning to the ancient war painting, the cold curve at the corner of his mouth never fading. The pieces were set, the stage was about to be built. He was curious. How would that clansman who guarded her treasure so carefully choose when faced with this meticulously designed pressure based on the rules themselves? Would she bare her fangs and invite the hounds to encircle her? Or would she endure the pain of retreat and watch her treasure tarnished? Either way, for him it would be an interesting development. In a long life there are not many dramas worth anticipating. The winter celebration. The season had entered deep winter. The sky was often a leaden gray, the sunlight thin, the air dry and cold, with every breath instantly turning into white mist. The sycamores and ginkgo trees on campus had long lost their leaves, leaving bare branches stubbornly reaching toward the sky, with a few tenacious withered leaves occasionally hanging at the tips, rustling in the cold wind. The end of the semester was accompanied by thicker review materials and more frequent tests, filling the air with a peculiar atmosphere mixed with fatigue, tension, and faint anticipation. Amidst this busyness, the preparations for the annual end-of-year winter celebration began to draw students' attention and enthusiasm like little lights gradually brightening in the gray winter days. The notice board displayed a poster meticulously crafted by the Student Council, a cartoon-style snowman, gift boxes, twinkling stars, and a striking title, Warm Winter Wonder Year and Joy. The event was divided into two main parts. Various classes and clubs would set up themed booths with games, snacks, and handicraft displays. In the evening, a formal cultural performance would be held in the auditorium featuring programs prepared by each class and special invited acts. I heard there will be a cotton candy machine at the carnival this year. The stage play rehearsed by the arts department seems quite interesting. It seems there's also a games session. I love hide and seek the most. Similar discussions were heard everywhere during breaks. Lin An and Bai Shui walked side by side through the corridor plastered with posters. Lin An looked at the colorful patterns, feeling a little anticipation in his heart. High school life was mostly filled with coursework, and such a lively school-wide event always made one relax involuntarily. Bai Shui, does our class have any arrangements? Lin An asked. He had been focusing on training and studying recently and was not very familiar with class activities. The Life Committee member is organizing it. Bai Shui held his hand, her fingertips lightly scratching his palm with her usual mischievousness. It seems they're setting up a simple lottery and hot drink stall. But for the evening performance, our class doesn't seem to have a show, so we can go watch freely. Do you want to go? Lin An nodded. He actually didn't like too noisy and crowded environments, but with Bai Shui it didn't seem so repulsive. As the celebration date approached, the decorations on campus gradually increased. Colorful paper chains, cartoons, snowflake cutouts, twinkling little string lights. Although they looked a bit shabby during the day, imagining the effect when lit up at night still brought a bit of festive warmth. Bai Shui still held Lin An's hand every day to and from school, inseparable during breaks. Her demeanor was the same as usual, languid, composed, occasionally teasing him and watching him blush. But only she knew that the vigilance hidden beneath the calm was silently escalating. Ever since the alley attack last time, her energy perception of the campus and surrounding environment had become more detailed and sustained. Like the most precise radar, an invisible perception field centered on her maintained a low-intensity scan 24 hours a day. She could sense that the restless stirrings of those wandering low-level monsters occasionally attracted by Lin An's blood scent in the city air had recently calmed down considerably, perhaps due to the season, or perhaps her continuously emitted warning-laden aura had taken effect. However, another more subtle, more orderly sense of dissonance began to quietly spread like ink drops in clear water. Very faint, almost imperceptible. It was not the wild aura of monsters nor the chaotic emotional fluctuations of ordinary humans. Rather, it was a presence that had been deliberately restrained and disguised, yet still carried non-human traits and cold intentions. They were like drops of oil mixed into clear water, slowly and dispersely seeping into the field of the campus and its surroundings. Few in number, scattered in locations, extremely cautious in movement, they hardly emitted any energy fluctuations, actively just quietly existing like octopuses lurking in the crevices of reefs, almost blending into the environment. If not for Bai Shui's perception being almost abnormally acute, and her maintaining the highest level of vigilance, it would probably be difficult to detect these abnormalities that were barely heavier than dust. Were they new pawns sent by the mastermind behind the scenes? Not the reckless hunters from before, but more like professional lurkers. Their target was undoubtedly still Lin An, choosing to infiltrate at this time. The purpose was obvious. The winter celebration. In the depths of Bai Shui's blood-red eyes a cold, sharp gleam slid silently. She held Lin An's hand, unconsciously tightening it for a moment. Bai Shui cast her gaze toward the distant auditorium where workers were busy hanging colored lights on ladders. The lively decorations, cheerful posters, the excited chatter of students. Everything seemed filled with ordinary joy and anticipation. But beneath this approaching seemingly safe, joyful clamor, cold shadows had already silently seeped through the cracks of the embankment like a silent tide. She needed to plan more carefully. The celebration, with many people and complex environment, was indeed a good time for the enemy to strike, but it also meant restrictions, for them and for her as well. Protect Lin An, eliminate threats while maintaining the surface normalcy as much as possible without causing panic, without crossing boundaries. A bit challenging. But she liked challenges. Especially when the challenge involved her unique possession. She held Lin An's hand and continued forward, her steps steady, her expression relaxed as if she were simply immersed in the light-hearted atmosphere of the approaching end of semester break. Only her blood-red eyes, usually smiling but now as deep as an ancient well, reflected the grey winter sky and the gradually brightening celebration lights below, which carried a trap-like sweetness. The calm before the storm is often the most deceptive. Preparations before the celebration. The light in the rental apartment seemed especially warm in the winter night, like a fuzzy orange star carefully cradled by the window frame. A thin layer of water vapor clung to the windowpane, blurring the cold, sparsely lit street with hurried pedestrians outside into a vague, dim background, painting completely cut off. Just after showering, Lin An came out of the bathroom, wiping his hair, leaving a few slightly darker water marks on the floor with his slippers. His body was still enveloped in rising steam mixed with the simple clean scent of cheap soap slowly permeating the slightly warm air of the living room. Bai Shui was already lounging on the sofa in a rare posture of leisure. Her blood-red eyes were lowered, her thick lashes casting two shallow trembling shadows on her pale cheeks under the slanting lamplight like resting butterflies. Hearing the sound, she looked up, her gaze landing accurately on him, and then she smiled at him, a light smile that instantly made her eyes brim with warmth. She patted the soft indented spot beside her, signaling him to come over. Lin An. Lin An turned his head, the towels still draped over his damp hair. Bai Shui turned sideways, fully facing him, tucking one leg up and resting her arm casually on her knee. The soft fabric of her loungewear followed her movements, outlining relaxed lines. Her expression was very relaxed, even with a hint of lingering smile at the corners of her mouth, but the look in her blood-red eyes held a clear, unmistakable seriousness, like a quietly gathering vortex beneath a calm lake surface. "There's something I need to tell you." Her voice was very soft, very steady, yet like a small pebble thrown into Lin An's heart it stirred up layers of ripples. Lin An's heart inexplicably skipped a beat, his hair-drying motion stopped, and his fingers unconsciously tightened on the slightly damp cotton towel. "What is it?" He heard his own voice, calmer than he expected, but only he knew that his fingertips were turning slightly cold. "I sense," Bai Shui tilted her head, a few strands of silver hair slipping over her shoulder, "that some restless kin intend to take advantage of the crowded and chaotic school celebration tomorrow to do something." She didn't specify what, but the tension hidden beneath her calm narration was enough to indicate the nature of the problem. Tension like silent icy water suddenly flooded over his feet, bringing a slight numbness. A sense of urgency gripped Lin An as he instinctively tightened his grip on the towel, the soft fibers digging into his palm. "What can we do?" he asked. "I can't deal with them directly in front of so many teachers and students at the school like last time." Bai Shui shook her head slightly, a cold gleam of calculation flickering in her blood-red eyes. "That would ruin the celebration and cause unnecessary trouble and panic. So," she suddenly leaned in closer, narrowing the distance between them until they could clearly feel the difference in each other's body heat. Her blood-red eyes sparkled, that familiar hint of mischief emerging again, softening the previous gravity like a tiny flame igniting within dark rubies. "We need a solution. One that solves the problem without scaring our classmates or ruining the celebration." She paused, then added, "A solution that requires both you and me to work together." Spurred by her words, "we," and the vibrant light in her eyes, Lin An's thoughts began to flow. The cold tension was quietly replaced by a strange, slightly warm anticipation and sense of involvement. "What plan?" he asked, also lowering his voice as if conspiring on something monumental. Bai Shui didn't answer immediately, but gestured with her eyes for him to come closer. Lin An obediently leaned in. Bai Shui brought her lips to his ear, her warm breath carrying her unique, slightly cool and sweet scent brushing against his ear like a feather, sending a faint shiver through him. Her plan was not complicated, but it required tacit cooperation and precise timing. Lin An listened quietly, his mind quickly sketching out the scene of tomorrow as she spoke, his heartbeat gradually adjusting from its initial irregularity to a clear, anticipatory rhythm. When Bai Shui finished speaking and drew back a little, looking at him with her smiling, expectant, blood-red eyes, Lin An had already absorbed the key points. He nodded, his gaze steady and resolute. "I understand," he said. "Nervous?" Bai Shui tilted her head, reaching out to twirl a strand of his semi-dry hair around her fingertip, absently rubbing it, the touch cool and soft. "A little," Lin An admitted honestly. After all, facing the unknown danger, even with her by his side, the instinctive human trepidations still lingered. Seemingly keenly aware of the subtle tension in his muscles and the slight change in his breathing rhythm, Bai Shui suddenly moved. She reached out with a force that was irresistible yet gentle, pulled Lin An toward her, and with a light tug they both sank into the soft bed beside them. Caught off guard, Lin An let out a soft grunt as he was drawn into her arms. Her arm circled his shoulders, her other hand gently stroked his still damp hair, and her chin rested softly on the top of his head. Her voice sounded close to his ears, softer and lower than usual, carrying a reassuring certainty. "Don't be afraid. Trust me." She paused, pulling him even tighter, leaving almost no gap between them. Those words landed like a heavy assurance in his heart, like a warm, steady flame suddenly illuminating the dark corners, instantly dispelling the last trace of lingering unease and doubt from Lin An's mind. He closed his eyes, his cheek pressing against the cool fabric of her clothes, and nodded gently in her embrace. The tip of his nose was filled with her cool yet inexplicably reassuring scent, and his ears were filled with her steady, deep breathing and calm, powerful heartbeat, a rhythm slower and more ancient than a human's. The tension of tomorrow still lingered like a bowstring slightly taut, but it was now tightly wrapped in a complex warmth of complete trust, the expectation of fighting side by side and the comfort of this moment's embrace settling into a quiet strength. Outside the window the winter night passed silently, inside the lamp glowed warm as before. Tomorrow would surely be a long and extraordinary day. The battle of the celebration. In the winter afternoon sunlight which struggled through the sparse clouds, the campus was bathed in a thin warmth. The afternoon garden party of the celebration was at its peak. The main road was crowded with people, each stall surrounded by students and parents. Laughter, shouts, and music mingled into a sea of joy. The four shadow fangs used advanced light refraction and aura concealment techniques to blend completely into the environment. To ordinary eyes the space they occupied merely appeared slightly blurred with a faint distortion of light, like looking through a barely visible shimmering layer of heat. Only those with extreme focus or special vision could barely make out the transparent humanoid outlines that matched the ambient color temperature almost perfectly. On the quieter west side of the campus, a small grove of trees adjacent to the playground was relatively peaceful. This was the venue for the hide-and-seek game. The trees were mostly evergreen pines and bare phoenix trees with a thick layer of fallen leaves that rustled underfoot. Simple ribbons marked the boundaries of the grove. Students gathered in the central clearing, chattering eagerly. The game rules were simple. In the first round, Wang Chang would be it, counting to 100 with his back to everyone in the center of the clearing, while the others scattered into the grove to hide. Those found would return to the clearing, and the last three not found would win small prizes. Lin An followed by Shui running into the grove with the other students. He could feel his heartbeat was faster than usual, his palms slightly sweaty, but his breathing was steady. According to the plan, after entering the grove they tacitly separated, heading in two different directions. Lin An walked toward a low-lying area with large exposed tree roots and a few rocks. At that moment Shadow Fang no. One felt a flicker of contempt. He's let his guard down. I'll take the credit for this operation. When he was about to act, Bai Shui's ghostly figure had already appeared behind him. What? Shock like ice water poured over him. How did she find me? When did she get behind me? He decided to confront her head-on and create a big disturbance. Force her to use large-scale power. As long as she displayed abilities beyond human cognition here near so many students, the Duke's goal would be achieved. But the aura emanating from Bai Shui made it almost impossible for him to move. Damn, she's this strong. This Shadow Fawn knew the operation could not proceed smoothly, and decided to signal his teammates to retreat, but it was too late. Bai Shui's fingers closed slightly. Silently, the invisible body of the Shadow Fawn instantly exploded into a mist of blood which was absorbed by Bai Shui. At the same time, Lin An had already hidden behind a rock, crouching down. This location was a blind spot for the static positions of the three remaining Shadow Fangs. Only by moving could they gain a clear view. Then Shadow Fang no. Too due to the obstructed view, decided to slightly adjust his observation position. He began to move extremely slowly, almost imperceptibly to the side, trying to circle to an angle where he could see Lin An's hiding spot. Just as he moved about 2 meters, stepping out of the shadow of the bushes and into a brief, open space between two natural covers, his invisible body suddenly stiffened. An icy, bone-chilling sense of crisis, as if it could freeze the soul, surged over him. This feeling was so intense, far surpassing any near-death experience he had ever had. He didn't even have time to think about where the crisis came from. His instinct screamed for him to flee. But it was all too late. A shadow seemed to slice directly out of the void, passing through the position of his neck. No sensation of touch, no resistance. Shadow Fang no. Tu only felt his vision spin, tumble, then rapidly dim. In the last fragments of consciousness he seemed to catch a glimpse of a strand of white hair and a pair of calm, blood-red eyes inches away. Then eternal darkness. At that moment Lin An and Bai Shui simultaneously moved toward their agreed meeting point. Just as Lin An walked beside the locust tree, his figure briefly obscured by the trunk. Bai Shui stepped out naturally from behind the tree as if she had been waiting there all along. She reached out and took Lin An's hand. Lin An's tightly strung nerves relaxed most of the tension at that moment. He looked up at her, meeting her smiling, encouraging blood-red eyes. She said nothing, walking out of the path with a composed expression toward the clearing. Their appearance was so natural, their hand-holding so smooth, their smiles so relaxed that any onlooker would think they had never been apart. And in the eyes of the remaining two shadow fangs it looked the same. They calmly analyzed. The target and the guardian haven't separated. They don't know we're here. At the same time, Lin An, held by Bai Shui, felt the steady coolness of her palm as they walked through the sparse trees. Wang Chang sharp-eyed spotted Lin An and Bai Shui. He dashed over laughing heartily and grabbed Lin An's arm. Ha! Got you! Next round, Lin An, you're it! The Battle of the Celebration Part 2. The hide-and-seek game entered the second round. All right. Lin An nodded, walking to the center of the clearing. Same rules. Lin An, turn your back to everyone and count to 100. Everyone else find a place to hide. Wang Chang announced loudly. Go! The students laughed and scattered into the grove, their footsteps and playful shouts quickly fading. The clearing soon became empty, leaving only Lin An standing alone in the center. He turned around facing the grove, closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The cold winter air filled his lungs, carrying the scent of earth and dead leaves. The surroundings fell silent, with only the distant noise of the garden party as a faint background. He began to count loudly, his voice echoing distinctly through the open grove. Just as Lin An started counting, the two hidden shadow fangs felt a surge of excitement. Perfect opportunity. The target is completely isolated and unprotected. Without hesitation, they both moved at the same instant, like two streaks of black lightning suddenly springing into action. Pouring all their power into speed, in this single strike their bodies left two blurred, nearly imperceptible afterimages in the air, carrying a fierce, unmatched killing intent, charging from two different angles straight toward Lin An in the center of the clearing. Their speed was so great that the air around them was torn, producing a low, shrill howl. A distance of 20 meters for them at full burst was crossed in the blink of an eye. At the same instant they launched their attack, a figure appeared like a ghost beside one of the shadow fangs. She seemed to have been standing there all along, only now illuminated by the light. Her appearance was without warning, even faster than the two shadow fangs thought of initiating the attack. She threw a punch at Shadow Fang No. 3 on the left. Only then did he realize with horror what. He had no time to dodge, barely managing to raise an energy barrier with his right hand in front of him. But it was useless. Bai Shui's fist pierced through his hastily formed barrier without any hindrance, and landed squarely on his chest. The next moment his entire body, like a weathered sand sculpture, began to rapidly disintegrate from the point of impact into fine black ash, scattering in the wind, disappearing completely in an instant. And almost simultaneously as she threw the punch, her other hand casually waved in another direction. All this happened too fast. The last Shadow Fang didn't even notice the disappearance of his comrade. His entire focus was on Lin An, who was now only inches away. He could already envision the reward for capturing the prey. Just as his fingertips were about to touch Lin An sensed the danger approaching. Like a startled rabbit, he quickly dodged forward and to the right. This instinctive evasion allowed him to avoid the claw that was about to grab him. The Shadow Fang's claw missed and anger surged within him. But he had no time to adjust his posture or react further. A dark energy stream arced through the air from the side and rear, striking the Shadow Fang's back with precision. Boom! A dull thud. The Shadow Fang's body shook violently, his forward momentum abruptly halted. He staggered a step, his face instantly losing color, as a bone-chilling force invaded his body, madly eroding his life force. He turned his head with difficulty, looking at Bai Shui, who had somehow appeared beside Lin An, his eyes filled with disbelief and despair. This power. It's not ordinary. His last thought unfinished, his legs gave way, and he fell heavily to his knees. His body began to turn into black ash, scattering in the wind, leaving no trace. Thus all 4 shadow fangs were annihilated. The clearing returned to calm. The sunlight remained, the fallen leaves remained, as if the deadly attack had never occurred. Lin An lay on the ground, breathing heavily, his heart pounding. He looked up blankly at the clearing, where there was nothing now, only a few dry leaves stirred by the recent movements, drifting slowly down. Bai Shui crouched beside him. She gently brushed away the grass and dust from his hair, her fingertips cool and movements soft. Then she helped him up. "Are you hurt?" she asked with concern. Because it was the first time Lin An had felt such intense hostility up close. In that split second he had sensed the icy malice approaching. Almost instinctively he curled forward, shrinking into Bai Shui's embrace. Bai Shui lifted him from the ground, supporting him, gently patting his back with one hand while softly stroking his hair with the other. She whispered soothingly in his ear, "It's okay, it's all over." Her voice gradually calmed his racing heart and tense nerves. Lin An buried his face in her shoulder, letting out a muffled, Lin An, have you finished counting? Why are you so quiet?" Wang Chang's loud voice came from deep in the grove, tinged with confusion and impatience. A few students who hadn't hidden very well and had been waiting with no movement curiously poked their heads out from their hiding spots, looking toward the clearing. Then they saw the two of them tightly embracing. The air was silent for a second. "Whoa! What are you doing? No wonder there's no sound. In broad daylight. Under the open sky. Watch your behavior, you two. Feeding us dog food again. No mercy for singles. Can we even play this game? Forget it, I'm done." Laughter and teasing exploded instantly, filled with joy and good-natured banter. The winter afternoon sunlight filtered through the branches, dappling the embracing pair, the atmosphere lively and vibrant. Lin An's face flushed crimson, even the tips of his ears burning. He scrambled to break free from Bai Shui's embrace, but she held him tighter, a smile on her lips. The laughter grew louder, dispelling the last lingering chill in the grove. The atmosphere was warm and lively. The end of the celebration. When night fully fell, the campus turned into another world. Lin An and Bai Shui walked hand in hand, moving with the crowd. Her hand held his while his other hand held a cup of hot milk tea, the warmth passing through the paper cup to his palm, warming his heart. Everywhere were bright lights, delicious food, and laughter free of shadows. "Want to eat that?" Bai Shui pointed to a stall selling takoyaki with a long line, steam rising and aroma wafting. Lin An nodded. The two joined the line, slowly moving forward with the crowd. Bai Shui naturally pulled Lin An in front of her. She pulled him closer, using her body to shield him from the crowd behind. Lowering her head slightly, her chin almost touching the top of his hair, her blood-red eyes observed with interest as the vendor deftly turned the balls. "Human snacks really have so many varieties," she whispered near his ear, her warm breath brushing his earlobe, carrying a hint of laughter. After waiting for 7 or 8 minutes, it was finally their turn. Golden glistening takoyaki were placed in a paper box sprinkled with bonito flakes and seaweed powder, still trembling slightly. Bai Shui picked up one with a skewer blue on it and brought it to Lin An's lips. Lin An's face flushed. He glanced around. Fortunately, everyone was focused on their own food. He opened his mouth and took a careful bite. The outer skin was slightly crispy, the inside soft and piping hot with chewy octopus pieces and rich sauce. As the warm, delicious food went down, a sense of happiness seemed to become a little more tangible. "Is it good?" Bai Shui asked. She also picked one up, took a bite, and her blood-red eyes narrowed with satisfaction. Lin An nodded, his voice a bit muffled as he still had food in his mouth. The two shared the same box of takoyaki, continuing to stroll through the sea of lights and the crowd. They watched the ring toss game and stopped at a handicraft club booth, observing dexterous students crafting various cute animals out of wool felt. The music from the hall grew impassioned. The evening cultural performance seemed to have begun. Instead of going in immediately, they found a relatively quiet corner on the spacious steps outside the hall and sat down. From here they could see the faint stage lights and the bustling figures inside the hall, as well as the dark red night sky above, tinted by the campus lights, and the even more dazzling city neon lights in the distance. The night wind was colder than during the day. Lin An involuntarily shrank his neck. Bai Shui noticed and naturally let go of their joined hands, then extended her arms, encircling him in her embrace from behind. Her arms wrapped around his waist, her palms covering his hands resting on his knees. Lin An's body stiffened slightly, then he relaxed and leaned back into her embrace. He could feel the contour of her chest and the steady rhythm of her heartbeat against his back. This position was even more intimate than holding hands, making his ears burn slightly on the steps where people occasionally passed by. "Are you cold?" she asked softly, her chin rubbing against the top of his head. "Not cold," Lin An replied quietly. Indeed, held by her like this, the chill seemed to be shut out. Just then, from the direction of the distant city, a sharp sound of whoosh suddenly came. A silver bright streak of fire pierced the night sky, bursting with a bang, at its highest point transforming into a huge resplendent golden chrysanthemum that illuminated a part of the sky. "Fireworks!" someone nearby exclaimed in surprise. Immediately after, more points of light ascended, accompanied by continuous crackling, blooming one after another in the night sky. gorgeous purple star waterfalls, spinning red reeds, exploding green willow branches. Multicolored lights continuously painted on the dark canvas, turning the sky above the campus into a dreamlike stage. At the moment each firework bloomed, the brilliant light illuminated the countless upturned faces below the dome of the hall, the fairy lights entwined on the branches, and the two embracing on the steps. Lin An tilted his head back, eyes wide open, watching the ever-changing feast of light. The shifting colors reflected in his pupils, bright and focused. The explosions echoed in their ears, mingling with the crowd's gasps and cheers, filled with the festive hustle and vitality. Bai Shui was not watching the fireworks. She tilted her head slightly, her blood-red eyes quietly gazing at Lin An's upturned profile. The fireworks' light flickered in his clear eyes, casting shifting shadows on his straight nose and slightly parted lips. That expression of focused pure joy made it even harder for her to look away than any fireworks. She could feel the relaxation and warmth of the body in her arms, could hear his heartbeat quicken slightly with each burst of fireworks. She tightened her arms around him, gently pressing her cheek against his temple. Without saying a word, she just held him like this, immersing together in the warmth and clamor of this worldly fireworks. The fireworks display lasted about 10 minutes, culminating in a series of rapid, dense explosions, and a grand rain of flowers that nearly lit up the entire night sky, then slowly came to an end. The night sky regained its depth, leaving only a faint smell of gunpowder and the lingering admiration of the crowd. The lights at this moment seemed warmer. The Duke's fury. In the study deep within the castle, the candle flame seemed to burn slower than usual, the light devoured by thick, almost tangible shadows, the air as stagnant as lead. Time here lost its meaning, only the occasional flickering images within the crystal ball and the silent trickling sand of the hourglass testified to the flow of the outside world. Duke Violin sat behind his large obsidian desk, leaning slightly forward, his deep purple eyes fixed unblinkingly on the crystal ball at the center of the table. The 4 shadow fangs he had sent were like 4 drops of ink merging into the sea, not stirring any unusual ripples. Crack! A faint yet clear snapping sound. A small crack appeared on the wall of the crystal goblet filled with dark red liquid in Duke Violin's hand. He did not look at the cup, his purple eyes still fixed on the now empty campus scene within the crystal ball, as if a ghostly purple ice storm was silently brewing in the depths of his pupils. Then he slowly tightened his 5 fingers. Smack! The crystal goblet shattered completely in his palm, sharp fragments cutting into his pale skin. Dark red wine mixed with a few even deeper dark liquid trickled through his fingers, dripping onto the smooth obsidian tabletop with a faint sticky drip sound. Yet he seemed to feel nothing. Failure. Not a setback, not exposure, but a thorough, silent, clean failure, so absolute it was chilling. The 4 shadow fangs, along with any information they might have obtained, were completely erased the moment the plan was launched. Not a trace of struggle, not a warning signal, not even a residual magical remains for analysis was left. The opponent not only saw through the infiltration, not only defused the crisis, but did so in a manner that was almost humiliating, with absolute control. In such a crowded and complex environment they precisely located and eliminated all threats, while perfectly maintaining the surface calm, without alarming a single ordinary human, without leaving a single clue for tracing. What terrifying power did that require? What acute perception? What precise control? The Duke slowly opened his hand, letting the blood-stained fragments and liquid fall onto the table. He picked up a velvet handkerchief and leisurely wiped the wound and wine stains on his palm, his movements still elegant, but the coldness in his purple eyes had become so intense that the already thin air in the study seemed about to freeze. He had underestimated her. Greatly underestimated her. That female vampire was far more than just strong in power. The feeling of defeat gnawed at the Duke's proud heart like a viper. But stronger still was a flame thoroughly ignited, a mixture of obsession and greed. The more so, the more it proved. It proved that the preciousness of that human boy named Lin An's blood might far exceed his initial estimate. Worthy of such a mysterious and powerful being, going to such lengths to hide almost perfectly in human society, guarding him carefully by her side. The secret or power contained in that blood might not only be attractive to vampires, but could involve more ancient origins, more fundamental mysteries. How could such a collection not drive one mad with desire? On the now clean palm the wound had begun to close under the vampire's powerful healing ability. The Duke tossed aside the soiled handkerchief, his purple eyes refocusing the anger within, forcibly suppressed, transforming into even colder, more profound calculation. This could not continue. In the human city constrained by that damned covenant of twilight, he was like a man with his hands and feet tied, fighting an opponent in full armor. The opponent could fully use the rules as a shield while his every attack was restrained and any misstep would bring unnecessary trouble. That female vampire was clearly well versed in this, even reveling in it. The battlefield must be changed. To our world. The vampire world. There were no fragile humans to protect, no cumbersome treaties hanging overhead. Power was the only law and shadows were the natural curtain. There she would lose her greatest advantage, and he would be able to mobilize more resources and employ more direct means. The corner of the Duke's mouth slowly curved into a cold and cruel arc. A collector's patience is limited, and when a treasure displays unimaginable value, any strategy and costs are worth reconsidering. This would take time, require more meticulous arrangements. In the study the candlelight flickered, casting the Duke's shadow on the wall, twisted and elongated. The shadow seemed to open its mouth, revealing a silent, greedy smile. The last day of the semester felt as if it had been gently erased by an eraser, leaving only a faint pencil trace in memory. The report cards wouldn't come for a few days, but the air of winter break had already eagerly filled the classroom corridors, carrying a taste of freedom and laziness. His backpack was lighter than usual. As Lin An walked out of the school gate, he felt that even the cold wind blowing against his face was less sharp than before. Bai Shui held his hand, her fingertips casually drawing circles on his palm. The first 2 days were spent in complete idleness. Waking up naturally, curtains drawn, unable to tell whether it was morning or noon. The room was well heated, so wearing thin pajamas didn't feel cold. Sometimes Lin An would wake up before Bai Shui. He would lie on his side, watching her sleeping face up close. Her white eyelashes were long, trembling slightly with each breath, her cheeks sinking into the pillow, making her look even a bit childlike. After watching for a while, her eyelashes would flutter, and without opening her eyes her arm would reach out, accurately pulling him into her embrace, her chin resting on top of his head, mumbling vaguely, "Sleep a little more." The voice was thick with sleepiness, and warm breath brushed over his head. Lin An then stayed still, letting her hold him, his nose filled with the clean, cool scent of her, listening to each other's heartbeats and breaths, and his consciousness gradually drifted off again. The real morning, or rather late morning, began after the end of lounging in bed. Washing up casually, grabbing something to eat, and then the day unfolded in a leisurely manner. The living room sofa became the main base. The cushions were plush, the blankets soft, and when the sun was good a square patch of light would stream through the window, falling on the wooden floor warm and cozy. That afternoon the two broke into a fight over the TV remote. Lin An wanted to continue watching a movie he hadn't finished the night before. Bai Shui, however, held the remote, her fingers pressing rapidly, the screen flashing as it jumped from news to a variety show, then to a brightly colored animated movie. "This looks quite interesting," she said, pointing at the cartoon animals singing and dancing on the screen. "You find everything interesting?" Lin An sighed, reaching for the remote in her hand. Bai Shui turned her wrist, easily dodging, while her other hand shot like lightning toward his waist. Lin An contracted his abdomen, agilely leaning back onto the sofa backrest, dodging that familiar attack route. Pretty quick reaction. Bai Shui raised an eyebrow, her blood-red eyes glinting with eagerness. She simply threw away the remote and pounced on him. Lin An tried to dodge, but the sofa space was limited and she easily pinned his legs. He twisted his body, trying to break free, the two tangling on the sofa like a mix of fighting and playing. The blanket was kicked to the floor, the cushions toppled to one side. "Admit defeat and I'll give you the remote," Bai Shui declared triumphantly, straddling his waist, restraining his flailing arms, her long hair falling messily and brushing against his cheek, tickling. Lin An was panting, his face flushed from the playfulness and the overly intimate position. You get up first." "No way." Bai Shui drew out the word, her free hand with 5 fingers spread hovering above his ribs, fingertips moving slightly, full of threat. "Say it, do you admit defeat?" Lin An stared at the hand so close. He knew exactly how terrible it was, and struggled again, but indeed could not move. The weight and force she applied were perfectly controlled, not enough to actually hurt him, but absolutely preventing him from escaping. "I admit defeat." He turned his face away, his voice muffled, his ears burning hot. "Good boy." Bai Shui laughed, but did not immediately get off him. Instead she leaned down close to his red ear and lowered her voice. "But even if you admit defeat, you still have to accept punishment, Lin An's unfinished question turned into a short, startled cry. That hovering hand landed on the upper outer side of his thigh, 5 fingers working together quickly and lightly, scratching and tickling. "Ah! Ha! Stop! There! Bai Shui!" Lin An was caught off guard. The sharp, unfamiliar ticklish sensation on the outer side of his thigh made him burst out laughing instantly. His body twitched uncontrollably, but she held him firmly so he could only twist in vain, laughing until tears came out. So this spot is ticklish too, a new discovery. Bai Shue's voice carried the pleasure of a successful prank. Her fingers kept moving, sometimes scratching, sometimes lightly scraping that sensitive skin with her nails. Ha! Stop! Stop! I admit defeat. Really? Ha! It's so ticklish. Lin An laughed until his whole body went limp, embarrassed and anxious, reaching out to block, but his wrist was caught by her other hand. Punishment time isn't over yet. Bai Shue was unmoved, even escalating, her free hand also joining in, applying the same method to the same spot on his other leg. The dense, sharp, ticklish sensation on both legs at once nearly drove Lin An crazy. He laughed until he couldn't breathe, his body twisting into strange shapes on the sofa, unable to even form coherent pleas. After an unknown amount of time, just as Lin An felt he was about to laugh himself unconscious, Bai Shue finally stopped. Lin An lay limp on the sofa, gasping for air, his face wet, unable to tell if it was tears from laughing or sweat, his hair messy, his skin flushed. He stared unfocused at the ceiling, still immersed in the aftermath of the intense ticklish sensation, and embarrassment trembling slightly. Bai Shue climbed off him, sat to the side, reached out to tidy her messy long hair, her blood-red eyes sparkling as she looked at his disheveled yet adorable appearance, unable to hide the smile at the corners of her mouth. She picked up the remote that had fallen on the floor, weighing it in her hand. Lin An, having caught his breath, muttered with a red face. Bullying! Hum. Bai Shue admitted generously, then switched the TV back to the channel Lin An liked. She put the remote aside, let Lin An lean against her, and wrapped her arms around him in a comfortable position. Let's watch together. Lin An was stunned, leaning in Bai Shue's arms, feeling completely relaxed from the inside out, warm and lazy. In the evening, after a simple dinner, and cleaning up the kitchen, the two curled up on the sofa again. Bai Shue suddenly said, Let's go out and play. Lin An turned to look at her. Where to? I don't know. Bai Shue curled up on the sofa, her chin resting on her knees, her blood-red eyes watching the flickering images on the screen. Anywhere. Lin An thought for a moment, and nodded. Okay. Want to go to the mountains or the seaside? She got interested, reached for the tablet nearby, and started swiping. The mountains are quiet, maybe it's snowing. The seaside is cold but open. Either is fine, Lin An said. The holiday was still long, like a slow-flowing endless river. And they had just decided to take a small boat together, and explore the scenery along the next stretch of the riverbank. The warm beach. The next morning, sunlight pierced through the curtains earlier than usual, casting bright patches of light on the wooden floor. At the breakfast table, Lin An sipped the warm soybean milk in small mouthfuls, but his eyes couldn't help glancing at the clear sky outside the window. The vague idea of traveling from the night before, instead of fading after a good night's sleep, had become clearer and more buoyant. Throughout his life, the farthest he had ever traveled was to the city's suburban park. A true trip had never occurred. Bai Shue sat opposite him, peeling a boiled egg with deliberate slowness. Her blood-red eyes caught his restless demeanor, and the corners of her mouth curled slightly. To see the sea? Lin An nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling. Yes. All right then. Bai Shue placed the peeled egg into his bowl. After breakfast, let's see where to go. The rest of the morning filled the rented house with a different kind of bustle and laughter. The laptop was open on the coffee table, the web page showing a travel website. Bai Shue operated the mouse, quickly browsing through information on several southern coastal cities, occasionally asking Lin An for his opinion. How about this one? The beach is said to be very fine. This one has an old town to explore. This one. The seafood seems quite famous. Lin An nestled close to her, watching the azure sea, golden sand, and diverse architecture on the screen, feeling dazzled. Every place looked wonderful, and he wanted to go everywhere. You decide, I'm fine with anything. He finally said, his face reddening, feeling as if he couldn't help at all. Bai Shue turned her head, gently poking his cheek with her fingertip. What if I pick a really boring place? You want? Lin An said softly but firmly. Whatever you choose will be good. Bai Shue smiled, and her blood-red eyes rippled with tender light. She finally settled on a small southern city that wasn't the most popular but had good reviews and relatively convenient transportation. Then she started booking train tickets and searching for accommodation. Lin An sat beside her, helping to record information or passing her a glass of water. Watching her skillfully handle everything, a sense of being well taken care of mingled with excitement for the unknown journey, making his heartbeat light and quick. The process of packing was inevitably accompanied by Bai Shue's teasing. She picked up the cartoon-patterned towel Lin An was about to stuff into his bag and raised an eyebrow. Such a cute towel. Lin An's face flushed as he tried to snatch it back. It absorbs water well. Bai Shui dodged with the towel and he couldn't reach it, jumping in frustration. She tickled his side and he laughed and begged for mercy before getting it back. The day of departure was a dry, clear winter day. The train station was bustling with people, the air a mix of luggage, food, and the crowd's scent. Lin An followed Bai Shui, nervously clutching his backpack straps. In contrast, Bai Shui appeared calm and composed, holding his hand as she moved through the crowd, accurately finding the waiting room and ticket gate. Boarding the train and finding a window seat, watching the rapidly receding and increasingly unfamiliar scenery outside, Lin An's heart slowly settled. The rhythmic clatter of the tracks, the low murmur of conversations in the carriage, and the steady sound of Bai Shui's breathing all became the background music of the journey. He leaned against the window, watching the bleak winter landscape of the north gradually take on richer shades of green, filled with a sense of novel anticipation. The journey wasn't long, just a few hours. But when they stepped out of the southern station, the warm, humid air enveloped them, instantly dispelling the dry cold of the north. Lin An couldn't help but take a deep breath. The sunlight was bright and gentle, the sky a clear blue. On both sides of the road were lush, unnamed evergreen trees adorned with small light purple or red flowers. The reserved inn was not far from the sea, a white 3-story building with a small courtyard full of blooming bougainvillea. The landlady was a warm, middle-aged woman with a strong local accent. She checked them in with a smile and recommended several authentic seafood eateries. After dropping off the luggage and freshening up, Lin An was bursting with impatience. Bai Shui looked at his sparkling eyes, smiled, and took his hand. "Come on, let me take you to see the sea." They passed through a few narrow, lively streets, and the scent of the sea grew stronger, a unique blend of salty brine moisture and sunlight. Then the view opened up. The boundless azure sea spread out before them without warning. Sunlight scattered on the water, breaking into countless dancing golden scales that stretched to the horizon, merging with the pale blue sky. The sand was a light golden color, fine and soft. Waves rolled in layer by layer, turning into white foam on the shore, accompanied by a gentle, soothing rhythm. Completely different from the gray winter sky and biting cold wind of the north, everything here was warm, bright, and full of life. Lin An stood at the edge of the beach, momentarily stunned. The sea breeze brushed his face with moist warmth, stirring his hair and clothes. The real vast sea was even more breathtaking than the pictures. He tentatively walked toward the shore, the cool seawater washed over his feet, bringing a refreshing chill. A slightly larger wave surged, and he stumbled, losing his balance. Bai Shui reached out to steady him. "Be careful." She laughed, but she kept holding his hand, slowly leading him deeper into the water until the sea reached his calves. The waves came and went, causing their bodies to sway slightly, creating a strange floating sensation. At first Lin An was nervous, tightly gripping Bai Shui's hand, but soon he was captivated by the novel experience, a relaxed and curious smile spreading across his face. Bai Shui looked at him, her blood-red eyes appearing especially soft in the sunlight. She suddenly let go of his hand. Panic surged in Lin An's heart. He lost his footing and nearly fell, flailing his arms to keep his balance, splashing water everywhere. "Want to learn how to swim?" Bai Shui asked, moving closer. Lin An's eyes lit up and he nodded eagerly. In the following moments, the relatively calm, shallow water became an impromptu training ground. Bai Shui's teaching method was quite unique. She explained the essentials concisely, but in practice accidents kept happening. "Sweep your arms like this, not too hard," she demonstrated, but just then a wave came. Lin An focused on mimicking the movement, didn't notice the water, and was pushed backward by the wave. Bai Shui quickly reached out, wrapped her arm around his waist, and pulled him back. Her arm was steady and strong, her chest pressed against his wet back. Lin An's face instantly flushed crimson, partly from swallowing a bit of water and partly from the overly intimate contact. "Careful, don't get swept away." Bai Shui's voice came with a smile close to his ear. Instead of letting go immediately, she kept him in that embrace, gently swaying with the next wave. "Pay attention to the current." Lin An's entire body stiffened, his heart pounded wildly in his chest. All he could smell was her cool, fragrant scent mingled with the saltiness of the sea. How could he concentrate on the current? When he finally escaped from that embrace, practicing floating, Bai Shui supported his back and waist, letting him lie flat on the water. The sunlight was a bit dazzling. He closed his eyes, trying to relax, feeling the strange sensation of being buoyed by the water. Suddenly a ticklish sensation came from his side. Her fingertips lightly poked him underwater. "Ah!" Lin An's body convulsed, his balance shattered instantly, and he sank, swallowing water. He scrambled to his feet, coughing and red-faced. Relax, Bai Shui said innocently. "I was just checking if you were tightening your abdomen." Lin An glared at her, half embarrassed, half annoyed, but couldn't speak. He just wiped the water from his face. Seeing the barely concealed amusement in her eyes, he knew she had done it on purpose. The lesson continued in this half-instruction, half-playful atmosphere. He didn't learn much swimming, but laughter and exclamations never ceased. The sea was slightly salty, the sunlight warm, and their bodies soaked in the cool water. All senses were filled with this new delightful experience. At dusk the seawater gradually turned cold. They returned to the beach, rinsed their feet with fresh water, and put on shoes. The sunset dyed the sky and sea in magnificent shades of orange, red, and purple-pink, the clouds like burning brocade. There were fewer people on the beach, and the sound of the waves seemed clearer and more prolonged. They strolled slowly along the shoreline, leaving a trail of deep and shallow footprints that were soon smoothed over by the incoming tide. Their hands naturally intertwined, both palms slightly wrinkled from the seawater, yet warm and dry. Few words were exchanged, they just walked, watching the light and clouds shift over the sea, listening to the eternal rhythm of the tides. Occasionally they exchanged a glance and smiled, feeling that everything was understood without words. Night fell and scattered lights appeared on the beach from nearby bars and restaurants. They had a simple dinner at a seaside barbecue stall, fresh grilled squid and shrimp paired with sweet coconut water. On the way back Lin An was a bit tired but in high spirits, his eyes still holding the blue of the sea and the glimmer of starlight. He quietly tightened his grip on Bai Shui's hand. This day, sunshine, beach waves, laughter, and the person beside him, everything was as beautiful as a warm, reluctant-to-wake dream. Yet under the warm night of this resort, in an unnoticed corner, an extremely subtle anomalous fluctuation, one that did not belong to this peaceful world, emerged like the breath of deep-sea fish, then rapidly vanished. Anomalous cracks. The holiday time slipped away like sand blown by the sea breeze. During the day they explored this small coastal city. They wandered through the old streets with a Nanyang Southeast Asian ambience, narrow alleys flanked by faded arcades with potholes and drying laundry hanging from balconies, and residents sitting at their doors fanning themselves and chatting. They tasted the smooth kwai teo soup from a street stall, sweet desserts, and out of curiosity tried a local specialty ice cream with a strange flavor blending herbs and some spice. Lin An was so spicy he stuck out his tongue, while Bai Shui found it amusing. They also went to a slightly farther bay with fewer tourists. The seawater there was clearer, revealing colorful coral reefs and small fish swimming beneath. Bai Shui pointed out several species and casually mentioned some ancient, obscure scientific names Lin An had never heard. Most of the time they simply wandered, sunbathed, or sat under the old banyan tree in the inn's courtyard, listening to the landlady tell local legends and anecdotes in her accented Mandarin. The pace was so slow that they forgot the date, the cold of the north, and temporarily the shadow of danger that had once been so close. On the afternoon of the second-to-last day of the trip they walked back from a relatively secluded stretch of coastline known for its peculiar rocks. The area was some distance from the main tourist zone, with jagged rocks, uneven paths, and few visitors. The setting sun cast long grotesque shadows from the huge rocks. Waves crashed against the stone walls with hollow roars. Lin An walked ahead, carefully stepping on the slippery stones. Bai Shui followed a few steps behind, her blood-red eyes casually scanning the surrounding jagged rocks and churning sea. The sea breeze carried the salty smell and the coolness of dusk. Suddenly her steps paused almost imperceptibly. Her gaze fixed on a section of rock face that was inward curving and shaded by a higher rock. There the texture of the air was off. Very subtle distortion, like the wavering of distant objects under summer heat, but more regular, more thin. An ordinary person wouldn't even notice, perhaps mistaking it for an optical illusion. But in Bai Shui's perception, a minuscule yet exceptionally clear crack had appeared in the spatial structure of that area. It wasn't a physical fissure, but an unstable fold in the fabric of space. Very small, probably just big enough for a cat to slip through, its edges rippled with extremely faint energy remnants not of this world, a hint of chaos, a trace of blood, a familiar aura belonging to certain low-level shadow realms. She immediately associated it with the anomalous demonic activity she had sensed near the edge of the city forest. Those black-winged night crows and other things that shouldn't have appeared in human settlements. Could it be that the source was not singular? These tiny, unstable spatial fissures were the back doors through which those things occasionally slipped. Thoughts raced. Such fissures were usually extremely unstable, appearing briefly at random locations, making them hard to track. But this one, though tiny, had energy residue fresher than expected, as if it had formed recently or something had just passed through. Almost instinctively a plan emerged: mark it, trace its energy lines, and perhaps reverse locate to the relatively stable end of the fissure, or even find its exit on the other side. If she could stabilize or close it from there, she could cut off a potential source of trouble. The thought lasted only a moment before she dismissed it herself. The reason was simple: Lin An Tracking and handling such a space-level issue, even if not too difficult for her, required focus and time, and would likely involve entering the territory of the vampire world. She couldn't leave Lin An alone in this unfamiliar place even for a short while. Although the bounty in the black market had temporarily quieted, the shadow of Duke Violin had never truly left. Who knew if other eyes were watching? Taking him to the vampire world. That thought made her blood-red eyes darken. That world itself, with its bizarre sights, different rules, and the ever-present greedy instinct for pure blood. Lin An's mind was not yet ready to face those. She didn't want him to be exposed too early to that cold, cruel reality so different from the gentle image she presented to him now. Moreover, a human, especially one with such special blood, entering certain vampire territories would be like a walking pastry, attracting unnecessary trouble. The weighing of pros and cons took only an instant. Bai Shui's relaxed expression didn't change at all. She didn't even let her gaze linger on that anomalous rock face for half a second. She quickened her pace, caught up with Lin An, and naturally reached out to steady his arm, warning, "Be careful, the stones are slippery here." Lin An responded with an his attention on the ground, completely unaware of the seemingly ordinary shadow behind him. They continued walking, soon leaving that rocky area behind. The setting sun cast their long shadows on the sand. The sound of waves continued. Bai Shui held Lin An's hand, feeling the warmth of his palm, her blood-red eyes calmly looking at the small town ahead where lights were gradually appearing. In her mind, however, she firmly memorized the location and characteristics of that fissure. For now she would ignore it. Lin An's curiosity. The window of the inn room was open, and the salty night breeze gently stirred the white gauze curtains. From the distant beach, faint music and people's laughter mingled with the chirping of insects in the nearby courtyard, forming the unique background sound of this southern small town at night. After showering, Lin An, dressed in a clean t-shirt and shorts, sat on the bed drying his half-wet hair. Only one dim bedside lamp was on, casting a soft, warm glow. Bai Shui sat in the rattan chair by the window. A mix of contentment and a faint reluctance to part lingered in the air. Perhaps because the upcoming end of the trip had relaxed his guard, or maybe because the past few days had shown him a world so different from the north. A wider, more vibrant place. A corner of Lin An's heart where curiosity had been carefully suppressed quietly poked through. His hair-drying motion slowed, and his gaze unconsciously drifted toward Bai Shui by the window. The warm lamplight outlined her delicate profile. Her white hair fell loosely over her shoulders. Her blood-red eyes were lowered, focused on the fruit in her hand, her expression a rare peaceful softness. She looked like a particularly beautiful and exceptionally capable person her age. But Lin An knew it was not. She was a vampire, a being with an eternal lifespan and extraordinary power. She hailed from a world utterly foreign to him. What was that world like? Once this thought arose, it was difficult to suppress. He recalled the ancient clans and territories she occasionally mentioned, the miraculous skills and knowledge she possessed, and also the hunters and shadow fangs that had attacked them, beings equally beyond ordinary humans. After hesitating for a moment, Lin An spoke softly, breaking the stillness of the room. Bai Shui. Bai Shui responded without looking up, handing him a piece of peeled fruit. Lin An took it, the cool, sweet taste melting in his mouth. He chewed the fruit, organizing his thoughts, his voice lighter than usual, tinged with cautious inquiry. Where do you vampires usually live? I mean those who don't live in human cities. Bai Shui lifted her blood-red eyes to look at him. Under the lamplight her gaze was gentle, as if she had long expected his question. She leaned back into the rattan chair, her posture relaxed as if preparing to tell a long story. Most of them, she began, her voice as soft as a night sea breeze, especially the older, larger clans have their own fixed territories. Those places are usually where humans can hardly reach, or even if they wander nearby they cannot perceive or enter them. Lin An listened intently, leaning forward unconsciously. For instance. He pressed. For instance. Bai Shui tilted her head, her blood-red eyes gazing into the deep night sky outside the window as if reminiscing. Some territories lie hidden in the deepest primeval forests, shrouded by ancient barriers and mist. From outside one might see only ordinary cliffs or swamps, but once inside you see sprawling castle clusters built of black rock and pale ancient wood, with towering spires perpetually wreathed in lingering thin mist and moonlight. Lin An imagined such a scene, serene, mysterious, with an inhuman solemnity. And some clans' territories might be at sea, she continued, her voice carrying a distant note. Far from normal shipping lanes protected by thick fog. Perhaps a rocky island that suddenly rises from the seabed, upon which stand eerie pale buildings of strange architecture. The images she painted were bizarre and dazzling beyond Lin An's everyday cognition, yet strangely captivating. Splendid, somber, ethereal, magnificent, Every adjective pointed to a realm utterly different from the world he knew, a place of magical colors. Then, are these places beautiful? Lin An asked hesitantly, using the word beautiful, though he felt some might be closer to terrifying. Bai Shui smiled, her blood-red eyes curving. Aesthetics differ. Some are indeed astonishingly luxurious. Floors paved with gems, magical flames burning eternally, heaps of artwork. But others, well, they might emphasize practicality or ancient ritualistic feel with a rougher, colder style covered in runes and totems incomprehensible to outsiders. Still under eternal moonlight, or their own crafted light, each has its unique atmosphere. She paused, looking at Lin An, her tone growing warmer. Curious, are you? Lin An's face flushed slightly, and he nodded, his eyes bright. It just sounds amazing. The world Bai Shui described seemed to step directly from the oldest legends and fantasies. Yes, it's very different, Bai Shui murmured, her blood-red eyes flickering with an elusive emotion like nostalgia or a kind of detachment. That is our homeland, or perhaps nest is more fitting. Rules, concepts of time, ways of seeing things, all differ from the human world. Some places are beautiful, but coldly so. Some are filled with knowledge and power, but also with ancient stubbornness and strife. She did not elaborate, but Lin An could faintly sense the complexity and depth of that world from her calm tone. It was not a fairy tale kingdom suitable for sightseeing. Yet his curiosity was not extinguished, instead it was stirred even more. He wanted to know more about the world she came from, the long years she might have experienced, and the true magic hidden behind the veil of reality. Lin An looked up at her face so close to his, a warm current surging in his heart. At the same time he felt a complex emotion toward that homeland she spoke of, a mixture of awe, curiosity, and a faint, inexplicable longing. The night deepened, the distant clamor gradually subsided. Bai Shui closed the window and drew the curtains. Sleep, she said, lying beside him, and reaching out an arm to embrace him as usual. Lin An nodded in her arms, closing his eyes. Outside the window the stars in the night sky were sparse, seeming even more blurred than usual. A longing to see for himself. The morning sunlight filtered through the inn's thin curtains bathed the room in a soft, golden glow. The air still held the faint saltiness of the sea breeze from the night before, mingled with the cloying fragrance of some tropical flower blooming early in the courtyard. Lin An woke earlier than usual, perhaps due to the faint melancholy of the approaching end of the holiday, or perhaps the ripples from last night's conversation still stirring in his heart. He lay on his side, watching Bai Shui's peaceful sleeping face. Morning light danced on her white eyelashes, casting small fan-shaped shadows. The skin of her cheeks was almost translucent in the light with an inhumanly delicate perfection. The descriptions of vampire territories from last night had planted a strange seed in his mind. Images of mist-shrouded castles deep in the forest, underground cave cities glowing with light, mobile fortresses at sea. These visions intertwined with the tranquil, warm reality before him, creating an intense sense of unreality yet irresistibly alluring. He wanted to see for himself. Up so early? Her voice was a little hoarse. Lin An said, sitting on the edge of the bed, his fingers unconsciously twisting the corner of the blanket as he gathered the courage to speak. Bai Shui sat up, her white hair cascading over her shoulders. She looked at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly reached out and pinched his earlobe. Something you want to say? Her perceptiveness flustered Lin An, but it also gave him the courage to speak. He took a deep breath, lifted his head and looked into her eyes, speaking seriously. Bai Shui, about those places you mentioned yesterday. I want to see them. Lin An's fingers tightened unconsciously. I want to know. I want to know where you come from. Bai Shui looked at him for a long moment, then reached out and gently smoothed his clenched fingers. Lin An, she said, her voice very soft but each word clear, you must understand that the fragrance of your blood will be to those beings like a most exquisite, tempting pastry placed before a starving man. You will attract many gazes, most of which may be ill-intentioned. That world is far more dangerous than the human world and far more direct. Fear, greed, the law of the jungle, these are the more common rules. Her words were like a basin of cool spring water dousing part of Lin An's feverish longing. The magnificent and mysterious scenes he had imagined were instantly veiled with a shadow of real danger. The light of anticipation in his face dimmed a little, his fingers tightened, and deep in his heart the familiar fear of unknown danger stirred involuntarily. Seeing the tension and unease in his eyes, Bai Shui's fingertips slid to his chin, gently lifting it so he would look at her. Scared? She asked, her blood-red eyes meeting his directly. But if you really want to go, her tone softened, a hint of smile appearing, I'll be with you. I won't let any harm come to you, she continued, her voice low and gentle but with undeniable strength. Since you want to see, we'll go and see. As it happens, She drew back slightly, her blood-red eyes narrowing as a barely perceptible gleam of coldness slipped through. "We can take the opportunity to deal with some sources of unpleasantness lurking in the shadows, always emitting an unpleasant aura." Her words were pointed, clearly referring to more than just the ordinary greedy gazes. Bai Shui turned her head to look at the tense Lin An, and the coldness in her blood-red eyes was quickly replaced by a warmer smile. She reached out, pulled him into her arms, and rested her chin on the top of his head. In the time that followed, the atmosphere in the hotel room shifted from lazy holiday mode to a methodical pre-war preparation. The return tickets were rebooked, and the new destination pointed to a small town Lin An had never heard of near the border between two countries vaguely marked on the map. Bai Shui began to take out some even more unusual items from her magical black bag. No longer simple ointments, or ordinary clothes, but pieces of metal that shimmered faintly, engraved with runes, several small vials of liquids in various colors sealed with unknown materials, and 2 dark-colored cloaks of ancient style, cool and silky to the touch. As she organized them, she casually introduced the basic precautions Lin An might need to know when entering vampire territory. First, do not stare into the eyes of unfamiliar vampires or other races for long, especially when their eyes glow or have unusual colors that may carry mental influence, or be seen as a provocation. Lin An listened seriously and nodded. Do not accept food or drink from strangers, no matter how tempting it looks. It might be laced. Lin An silently memorized each rule. They sounded surreal, but he knew Bai Shui would not give such warnings without reason. "How do we get there?" he asked curiously. Bai Shui smiled mysteriously. "You'll know tomorrow. Entering the other world." The next day, Bai Shui led him to an abandoned industrial area on the edge of the city. The factory buildings were dilapidated, overgrown with weeds, and the silence was broken only by the moaning wind. Holding the nervous, curious Lin An's hand, she walked into a half-collapsed red brick building where thick dust and broken glass littered the floor. Before a seemingly ordinary wall covered in old graffiti, Bai Shui stopped. She traced a line with her fingertip on the wall. A faint, extremely subtle dark red glow appeared at the edge of the mark. There was no dazzling light, no deafening sound. Lin An only felt the air around them hum very faintly like a plucked string. Then the wall before them rippled like water, its color fading, its texture becoming like translucent gel. "Let's go," Bai Shui said, holding his hand and stepping unhesitatingly toward the rippling wall. Lin An instinctively closed his eyes, feeling a very brief sensation like passing through a cold film of water. His foot missed the ground for a moment, then immediately landed on solid earth. The whistling wind in his ears vanished, replaced by a strange stillness and an indescribable sense of being inside a vast empty building with a faint echo. He opened his eyes. They stood on a winding street paved with irregular bluestone slabs. The street was not wide, flanked by buildings of wildly different styles. There were pointed-roofed houses built entirely of huge rough gray-white stone blocks with narrow windows like medieval fortresses, wooden stilt houses leaning against thick ancient trees with dried herbs and strange bone wind chimes hanging from the eaves, and a few relatively modern shops with clean glass windows displaying glowing ores, specimens sealed in crystal, or thick books with no text on their covers. The buildings were crammed together without any order, yet strangely formed a chaotic harmony. On the walls and roofs of many houses grew deep blue or dark purple moss and vines that emitted a faint glow, becoming one of the main light sources in this dim world. The street had few pedestrians, and most walked with hurried steps. Lin An saw several men and women with unusually pale complexions, exquisite deep-set features, dressed in classical or minimalist modern attire. These were vampires. He could sense the cold aura similar to Bai Shui's, yet distinct. Occasionally he spotted a few humans, but their temperament was utterly different from those in the ordinary world. Their eyes were alert and steady, and they often carried various strange amulets, or weapons, moving swiftly. The entire town was eerily quiet. No market bustle, no children's laughter, even footsteps were soft. Conversations were barely audible, as if everyone maintained a deliberate silence under some invisible rule. The air was filled with a complex scent, a mixture of old paper, damp stone, cold spices, and a faint trace of rust, cold and oppressive. Lin An could clearly feel that since stepping into this place, countless hidden gazes had been cast from all directions, landing on him. Those gazes carried undisguised scrutiny, assessment, curiosity, and a tangible greed that made his skin prickle as if he were a walking piece of rare, fragrant prey. He instinctively moved closer to Bai Shui, almost pressing against her, his fingers gripping hers tightly, his palms slightly sweaty. This place felt utterly alien. The only sense of safety came from Bai Shui, who held him firmly. Bai Shui seemed to sense his tension. She squeezed his hand slightly, gently tapping the back of his hand twice with her fingertip, an act of reassurance. She did not look at the gazes directed at them but simply led him straight toward a relatively ordinary 3-story stone building in the middle of the street. At the entrance of the building hung a lantern of ancient design burning a blue flame. On the lintel several twisted characters were inlaid in some dark metal. Pushing the door open, the interior was more spacious than it appeared from outside. The main hall was dimly lit, relying on the glowing moss on the walls and a few small lanterns. The furniture was mostly dark wood of ancient style. A middle-aged woman in a dark purple dress, her hair combed meticulously, her face bearing the pale weariness of time, was leaning behind the counter polishing a crystal-clear goblet with a soft cloth. Hearing the door, she looked up. Her gaze first fell on Bai Shui, and her languid expression instantly tightened, a clear flash of surprise and respect in her eyes. She set down the glass and cloth and bowed slightly. "My lady, welcome back. Your room is always kept for you." Her voice was a little hoarse but exceptionally clear. Bai Shui responded indifferently, leading Lin An to the counter. "This is my companion Lin An." Their room was on the top floor with a small window overlooking part of the street. The room was simply furnished but clean, with a large soft bed that carried the dry scent of sun-dried bedding, a rare luxury here. The walls were thick with excellent soundproofing. After closing the door, the unsettling silence outside seemed somewhat muffled. After setting down their simple luggage, Bai Shui walked to the window, pulled aside a corner of the heavy dark curtain, and looked out at the town under its eternal twilight. "This is Yeshi," she said, her back to Lin An, her voice calm. "A transit station on the edge of vampire territory, and one of the few places relatively open to outsiders. A mixed crowd, well informed but still, with rules." Lin An came to her side and looked out the window as well. Under the dim red light, the few sparse figures on the street moved silently like characters in a mime. In the distance, the outlines of larger buildings hidden against the dark red sky loomed faintly, and the magical fluctuations emanating from them were more pronounced, stirring a sense of awe. "First get used to it," Bai Shui said, letting the curtain fall and turning to look at him. Her blood-red eyes in the dim light held a depth that was both reassuring and unfathomable. The room seemed exceptionally bright. "Rest a bit, and I'll take you out for a walk to get familiar with the place and see what specialties they have here." Her tone was light, as if they were truly just on a shopping trip. But Lin An knew better. He nodded, striving to suppress the lingering tension that the unfamiliar environment stirred within him. They stayed in the small town of Yeshi for 2 days. Bai Shui took Lin An like two genuine travelers from another world and strolled leisurely along the town's few streets. They visited a material shop filled with the scent of strange herbs and dried biological specimens. The owner, a half-elf with pointed ears and sharp eyes, was quite courteous to Bai Shui but only cast a perfunctory glance at Lin An. Lin An saw glowing, writhing gelatinous substances sealed in glass bottles, dried insects with 3 pairs of wings, and oars that flickered with unstable arcs of electricity. They also passed an information house with heavy curtains at the entrance, and no signboard. Bai Shui didn't enter, merely telling Lin An that it was a place for trading information where the price was often not monetary. In a shop that resembled an antique store, they saw old weapons engraved with runes, books bound in unknown leather, and several ancient paintings depicting bloody battlefields or eerie rituals. The atmosphere was oppressive and mysterious. Lin An stayed close to Bai Shui, observing mostly in silence, striving to adapt to everything around him. The gaze of curiosity and greed that fell upon him never diminished, but under Bai Shui's obvious and silent protective stance no one dared to approach or provoke him. He began to slowly distinguish the auras of different races and learned to recognize the obscure signs hanging outside certain shops, each carrying a different meaning. On the 3rd day, Bai Shui decided to take him away from the town and venture deeper. They passed through an invisible barrier at the town's edge. Lin An felt the sensation of passing through a water membrane again, and truly stepped into the wilderness of the vampire domain. The scenery instantly became surreal. Underfoot was a soft carpet-like moss that emitted a faint blue luminescence. Huge trees with crystal-clear translucent branches grew sparsely, their boughs bearing lantern-shaped silver fruits. In the air flowed a visible pale purple mist of magical energy, like a living river slowly converging toward a certain direction. In the distance, jagged rocks floated in midair, upon which were built small, oddly styled pavilions. Occasionally blurry figures trailing luminous tails darted swiftly and silently through the mist and glowing plants. Bai Shui led him through this bizarre landscape with steady steps. After walking for about half a day, a relatively orderly area appeared ahead. The luminescent moss had been carefully trimmed into intricate patterns, paving a path. At the end of the path, nestled against a smooth, mirror-like black cliff, stood a courtyard. The courtyard was not large but exquisitely crafted. The main building combined pale stone and dark wood, its lines elegant and flowing, bearing a classical beauty without excessive ornamentation. Arched windows, intricately carved pillars, and in the center of the courtyard a dry fountain made of black marble, its basin lined with luminous white gravel. Several strange plants with leaves as translucent as obsidian grew quietly in the corners. It was quiet here, even more silent than the wilderness. An intangible ancient aura of oppression permeated the air, not sharp but so heavy that one involuntarily held their breath. "This is," Lin An whispered, awed by the solemn yet cold atmosphere. "This was once an old road leading to the outer territories of a small vampiric court," Bai Shui explained, her gaze sweeping over the stone pillars. "Later that family declined and their domain gradually fell into ruin. This road is rarely traveled now." "Halt!" A cold, imperious male voice came clearly from the courtyard, piercing the usual silence of the wilderness. Lin An stopped abruptly and instinctively looked toward the sound. The tightly closed metal gate of the courtyard, engraved with intricate patterns, had opened a crack without him noticing. Two figures stood in the shadows just inside the gate, looking toward them. They were two male vampires. Their attire was luxurious, ancient, impeccably tailored dark robes that even under the dim reddish light revealed the extraordinary quality of the fabric and craftsmanship. Their faces were pale with deep-set handsome features, but their brows carried the sharpness of long-term privilege and the predatory keenness of those accustomed to hunting. The vampire on the left, slightly taller with dark brown curly hair, wore a faint, mocking smile. The one on the right was sleek black hair combed back, and a colder demeanor narrowed his eyes like icy probes. Their gazes almost instantly bypassed Bai Shui and locked onto Lin An. The curly-haired vampire stepped forward half a pace, emerging from the shadow of the gate into the glow of a few blue lanterns on the courtyard wall. His eyes roamed unabashedly over Lin An's face, neck, and finally settled on the hand tightly held by Bai Shui, a flicker of undisguised greed flashing in his gaze. "What a rare visitor," he said, his voice carrying the characteristic drawl of nobility and a hint of feigned warmth. The black-haired vampire beside him remained silent, but also scrutinized Lin An intently, his nostrils flaring almost imperceptibly, a strong desire for possession burning deep in his dark crimson eyes. Bai Shui stopped. She did not respond immediately, but turned slightly, positioning Lin An more fully behind her, and calmly looked at the two at the courtyard gate. This gesture seemed to provoke the curly-haired vampire's displeasure. The fake smile faded from his face, and his tone took on a commanding edge. "No need to be nervous. We mean no harm. It's rare for anyone to pass by here. The two of you passing through is a kind of fate. Why not step inside and rest for a while? Perhaps we can have a good talk." His gaze flickered toward Lin An again, the implication unmistakable. Lin An's heart tightened. He could sense the cold intentions and undisguised arrogance beneath the other's words. Bai Shui still did not move, nor did she let Lin An move. Her voice rang out in the silence, not loud but exceptionally clear. "We are traveling and won't disturb you." The refusal was blunt. The black-haired vampire's face instantly darkened. He seemed to have exhausted his patience, or perhaps took the other's lack of appreciation as an affront to his dignity. "Traveling?" he sneered, his gaze piercing Bai Shui. "Wandering the wilderness with such a treasure is hardly wise. This place may be remote, but rules still apply. Passing by the master's gate without even basic courtesy." He deliberately emphasized master and treasure, his threat and demand blatantly obvious. At the same time, a more pronounced and icy pressure like an invisible tide mixed with the mental oppression of his words swept toward Bai Shui and Lin An's position. It was a common tactic among vampire nobles, using the gap in rank and power to force the other into submission, fear, even surrender. Lin An's breath caught as if instantly plunged into an ice cave with invisible pressure squeezing him from all directions. But the hand gripping his once again transmitted a steady, gentle force like a warm barrier shielding him from the cold pressure. Lin An staggered slightly, then steadied himself. His heart pounded violently in his chest, half from lingering fright, half from unconditional trust in the person beside him. Faced with this direct provocation and oppression, Bai Shui finally reacted more noticeably. She did not step back, nor did she release a similarly powerful magical force to counter. Instead, she raised her eyelids slightly. Those calm blood-red eyes looked toward the two arrogant vampire nobles at the courtyard gate. The moment her gaze settled, an indescribable pressure, as if originating from the very rules of the world, suddenly descended. The moment that pressure appeared, the two vampire nobles felt an irresistible, terrifying shudder from the depths of their bloodline, like the coldest lightning bolt reversing along their own emitted aura and striking deep into their souls. "Ah!" The curly-haired vampire's arrogance and calculation instantly froze, his pupils contracted to the extreme, filled with incredulous horror. The power he had exerted was easily erased, and what returned was an absolute majesty he had never experienced before, one that nearly shattered his soul. It was not merely a gap in power, it was an insurmountable chasm in the very level of existence, and hierarchy of being. He wanted to speak, to move, but found he could not even stir a single finger. Only short gasps escaped his throat. His knees weakened, and with a thump he uncontrollably knelt on one knee, his body trembling violently as if bearing an invisible crushing weight. The black-haired vampire beside him fared even worse. The moment Bai Shui's gaze swept over, he was frozen stiff, as if encased in the hardest ice, unable even to tremble. His coldness and calculation had long been replaced by boundless fear and confusion. His mind was blank, leaving only his soul instinctively screaming and wailing, offering the most abject submission to the source of that gaze. He could not even comprehend what had happened, only knew that the seemingly ordinary traveler harbored an existence so terrifying that even to gaze upon it was a blasphemy for someone of his level. Just a single glance. The two blue lanterns at the courtyard gate seemed to dim for an instant. The wind of the wilderness blew, rustling the leaves of low shrubs, making the deathly silence of that area even more striking. Bai Shui withdrew her gaze as if she had merely glanced at a stone by the roadside. Her expression remained unchanged, still that calm demeanor. She took Lin An's hand again, turned, and continued along the path she had originally intended to take. Her steps were steady, unhurried, as if the silent confrontation that had left two ancient vampire nobles prostrate and frozen in terror was merely brushing away a speck of dust from her sleeve. Only long after their figures disappeared around the corner of the glowing shrubs did the suffocating pressure at the courtyard gate slowly recede like a tide. The curly-haired vampire collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily, cold sweat soaking his luxurious robes. His face was drained of color, leaving only the extreme terror of having survived a calamity. The black-haired vampire, as if all strength had been drained from him, staggered back a few steps, supporting himself against the cold stone gate. He looked at his companion with equal horror and lingering fear. They exchanged a glance, both seeing in the other's eyes endless regret and bone-deep chill. They dared not even recall the sensation of that moment, nor speculate on the true identity of the white-haired girl. Some beings merely passing by can, with a single inadvertent glimpse of their true form, shatter the pride of the arrogant. The wilderness returned to silence, only the wind of the eternal twilight blowing through ancient roads and abandoned courtyards, wailing like a lament. After bypassing that unpleasant area, Lin An was led by Bai Shui along a gradually descending slope. His heart had not yet fully calmed, and his mind replayed the silent yet shocking scene. Bai Shui, just a single glance. They won't follow us anymore. He couldn't help but ask softly, glancing back. The courtyard was already hidden by the terrain and mist out of sight. She paused, her tone gentle. Don't worry. They might be praying never to meet us again. We're almost there. There's a place ahead with a nice view, we'll rest a bit. Lin An nodded, asking no more, only gripping her hand more tightly. The warmth and strength in her palm were his sole and absolute safety. The courtyard fell back into deathly stillness, their footsteps echoing faintly on the smooth stone. Stepping out of the metal gate, the eternal twilight light of the wilderness surged in, seeming even brighter than inside. They did not linger in the town. Setting off again, they headed north toward a vast forest that appeared even more profound, as if even the dim skylight was devoured. Walking along the border between wilderness and forest, the luminous moss underfoot was gradually replaced by dark, damp humus. The magical mist in the air seemed thicker, carrying the mingled scent of decaying plants and a cold, bitter aroma. The rift we're looking for, Bai Shui said as they walked, her voice clear in the open wilderness edge, is an unstable point in the spatial structure. Lin An stayed close, listening intently. Her hand held his, her fingertips slightly cool, her grip steady. Such rifts can be very small, inconspicuous, but troublesome. Bai Shui continued, her blood-red eyes calmly scanning the forest ahead. They leak energy between the two worlds and sometimes let some restless things slip through or suck some of our small things over. They disrupt the balance and may attract unwanted attention. As they spoke, they reached the edge of the forest. Giant trees rose from the ground, their trunks so thick they required several people to encircle. The bark was a dull bluish-gray, the deep grooves like frozen ancient tear tracks. The canopies were extremely high, dense, and overlapping, branches nearly completely blocking the dark red false moon above. Only a few slender beams of light managed to pierce through the layers, casting faint, nearly invisible columns of pale light on the forest floor. Light was absorbed and diluted here. The interior of the forest was shrouded in a deep, almost tangible gloom. The air was colder and damper, mingling the scent of soil, fungi, and aged wood. The moment they stepped into the forest, the surrounding sounds seemed filtered. The distant faint sounds of magical currents and rustling of strange creatures from the wilderness vanished, replaced by a deeper silence like the slumber of a giant life form. Underfoot was a thick soft layer of fallen leaves yielding no sound. Lin An instinctively held his breath, his fingers involuntarily tightening. The darkness and silence here were different from the oppressive orderliness of the town, more primal, more possessing an unknown pressure. Bai Shui's steps showed no hesitation. She seemed accustomed to such environments, leading him along a faint path that might have been worn by large creatures over years deeper into the forest. Her blood-red eyes glowed faintly in the dimness, scanning every tree and shadow like the most precise scanner. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, Bai Shui suddenly stopped in the center of a small, relatively open mossy clearing. She closed her eyes slightly, tilted her head back, and her white hair fell silently. There was no sound around, not even the wind seemed to stir. But Lin An could sense an extremely subtle ripple different from magical energy spreading outward from Bai Shui like ripples on water permeating the surrounding forest. That ripple was formless yet caused a very slight stagnation in the air, as if time had slowed down here. She stood motionless, her blood-red eyes tightly shut, her long lashes casting shadows on her pale cheeks. Lin An watched quietly, not daring to make a sound. At this moment she exuded an aura completely different from her usual languid or gentle demeanor, calm, focused, as if merging with the dark forest and the ancient power flowing beneath this land. After a moment, Bai Shui slowly opened her eyes. A glint of understanding flickered in her blood-red gaze. "We have a general direction." She walked back to Lin An and took his hand again. "Deeper and slightly northeast. The traces of energy leakage are faint, but they are indeed there." Her fingertips were a bit cold, but her tone carried the relief of completing a preliminary survey. Lin An breathed a sigh as the fear of the unknown darkness was dispelled by her calm demeanor. They continued forward, following the direction Bai Shui had sensed. The forest seemed endless, with giant trees arranged in no discernible pattern, layers of dense shadows overlapping. Occasionally Lin An caught glimpses of eye-like specks shimmering in the faint light, flickering behind tree trunks or bushes, vanishing so quickly he wondered if it was an illusion. After walking a bit further, Bai Shui stopped again. This time she crouched down, her gaze fixed on a small cluster of ferns growing beside a decaying tree root. The fern leaves, which should have been dark green, now had an unnatural charred black at the edges, curled and withered. More importantly, the leaf surfaces were covered in an extremely thin grease-like dark substance, nearly invisible in the gloom, but upon closer inspection its texture stood out against the surroundings. Bai Shui extended two fingers and with extreme caution pinched a tiny bit of the dark substance from a withered leaf tip. A pale white flame smaller than a candle flame flickered at her fingertip, and gently scorched it. No smoke rose, but the substance emitted a faint sizzling sound like a drop of water hitting hot oil, then vanished, leaving a faint, unpleasant, sweetish metallic scent in the air. "Residual otherworldly energy," Bai Shui said as she stood up and brushed off her hands. "Though heavily diluted by the natural magic here, the traces remain. It seems we're on the right track, and the rift should still be leaking, albeit very slowly." Lin An looked at the withered ferns, gaining a more concrete understanding of the abstract concept of a rift. It was not merely a hole in space, but also something that could pollute the environment. Just as they were about to move on, a howl suddenly echoed from deep within the forest from an extremely distant place. The sound was indescribable. Neither wolf nor leopard, but more prolonged and hollow, as if passing through layers of rock and time, carrying a pure meaningless pain or agitation, rumbling dully through the woods. Though not loud, it instantly pierced the heavy silence of the forest, sending a chill down the spine. Lin An froze, instinctively moving closer to Bai Shui, his back almost touching her arm. Bai Shui tightened her grip on his hand, her thumb gently stroking the back of his hand in a soothing manner. "It's okay," she said in a low voice yet clearly audible to him. "It's still far away. And it doesn't sound like it's coming for us." Lin An took a deep breath of the cold forest air and slowly relaxed his tense shoulders. He nodded, indicating he was fine. The howl did not come again, and the forest returned to its deep, unsettling silence. But after this experience, Lin An gained a more intuitive understanding of the dangers lurking in this dark domain. He no longer relied solely on sight, but began to learn, like Bai Shui, to use all his senses to listen and perceive everything around him. The subtle shifts in the wind, the faint vibrations in the soil, and the omnipresent cold flow of magic. Bai Shui took his hand and stepped forward again, steadily penetrating deeper into the forest heartland toward the northeast, where the unstable rift lay hidden, and where more unknown perils might lurk. The darkness swallowed their figures slowly. Scenery of the otherworldly forest. As they advanced, the forest's appearance underwent subtle changes. The spacing between the giant trees seemed to widen, the canopy's cover no longer impenetrable, allowing the faint crimson glow above to seep through, casting large, blurred, trembling patches of dark red light on the forest floor, no longer pure pitch black. The light was still dim, but enough for Lin An to see more details. The ground beneath had also changed. Among the thick fallen leaves, vast carpets of fungal communities began to appear. They were not a single color, some were a faint luminous blue, others a deep dark purple. The caps undulated gently, emitting a soft glow that did not illuminate the surroundings. Stepping on them felt extraordinarily soft and springy, like walking on clouds. At the edge of a patch of blue fungus, Lin An noticed several peculiar plants. They had no leaves, only slender straight stalks topped with bowl-sized flowers. The petals were not solid but completely transparent, like the purest crystal with visible veins. When Lin An's gaze fell upon them, or even when his breath brushed past, the transparent petals would tremble in unison, producing a faint, almost hallucinatory tinkling sound like ice chips colliding. "Those are echo orchids." Bai Shue's voice came from beside him, carrying a light, informative tone. "Their petals are highly sensitive to vibrations and energy fluctuations. The slightest breeze or anything passing with significant energy will make them sound off. Consider them natural alarms in this forest, though they usually only respond to large creatures or strong energy signatures." Lin An understood, watching the crystalline flowers tremble faintly in the silence, as if breathing, finding them both wondrous and beautiful. Continuing on, something seemed to move in the shadow of a gnarled ancient tree on the left. Lin An looked closely, but only saw a shifting tree shadow. But the next second it appeared at the base of another tree a few steps away. A creature about the size of a house cat, covered in silver-gray fur with short limbs and two bright black dots for eyes. It seemed to be observing them as well, its body pressed close to the ground, perfectly blending with the tree root shadows. If not for its occasional movements, it would be nearly invisible. "That's a shadow mink," Bai Shue said casually, also noticing it. "Very timid, skilled at hiding in shadows and short-range teleportation. Their fur is excellent material for making high-grade concealment talismans, but they are hard to catch, and there's usually no need to bother them." As if understanding the comment, the shadow mink's glossy black eyes glanced at them, then its figure flickered and vanished, reappearing in the shadow of a fallen log further away before disappearing completely. The entire process was silent, like a drop of water merging into the sea. Lin An watched in awe. Even a seemingly harmless little creature in this world possessed such extraordinary abilities. In a slightly brighter clearing, the scene became even more dreamlike. Many fist-sized, translucent, jellyfish-like creatures floated silently at half a man's height above the ground. They had no apparent organs, their bodies like inflated lanterns with faint purple mist swirling inside, contracting and expanding in a breathing rhythm, slowly absorbing and expelling the surrounding air, creating an imperceptible current. These lanterns, scattered in the air, emitting a hazy purple glow, illuminating the clearing like a dream. Bai Shue pointed to the floating creatures. "These jellyfish live by filtering magical particles from the air. The mist they exhale has a mild hallucinogenic effect. At low concentrations it can slow down nearby creatures and cause hallucinations, their way of self-defense. But if collected and processed, they can be used as auxiliary ingredients for several calming potions." She took his hand and naturally weaved through the slowly drifting haze jellies. Lin An nervously watched the nearly transparent bodies float past, feeling the faint sweet-scented airflow from their breathing brush against his skin, cool and refreshing. "Want to touch them?" Bai Shue suddenly asked, pointing to a cluster of moss growing on a damp rock. The moss was not the usual green, but a warm goose yellow, each clump like a small fluffy cloud, emitting a soft, non-glaring glow. Lin An hesitated, then under Bai Shue's encouraging gaze carefully extended a finger and gently touched one clump. The texture was unexpectedly warm, soft, and slightly damp like fine velvet. The spot he touched seemed to brighten for an instant before returning to normal. No danger occurred, only a comfortable warmth and a wonderful texture at his fingertip. "This is warm light moss. It likes to grow in damp places with gentle magical flow. Nothing special, just pleasant to touch. Occasionally some vampires transplant it into their dwellings as decoration." Bai Shue explained, watching his cautious touch with amusement in her blood-red eyes. Lin An withdrew his hand, feeling the lingering warmth on his fingertips. In just a short distance he had seen flowers that raised alarms, minks that could turn invisible, floating jellyfish that exhaled hallucinogenic mist, and luminous moss that felt warm to the touch. The forest of this vampire world was far more bizarre and filled with incredible life forms than he had imagined. The initial fear and oppression in the face of these wonders gradually gave way to a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. However, Bai Shue's tone shifted as she glanced around at the seemingly peaceful scenes, her blood-red eyes narrowing slightly. The state of some things isn't quite right. She took his hand, no longer pausing to admire the wonders but quickened her pace, following the increasingly clear dissonant energy traces deeper into the forest. Lin An glanced back one last time at the dreamlike clearing with the floating haze jellies, the purple glow hazy as if foretelling a more bizarre and unpredictable journey ahead. The light gradually dimmed again and darkness reclaimed dominance. This time some previously unseen unpleasant things began to appear among the trees. The attacking monsters, the forest landscape subtly turned treacherous. The giant trees still stood, but large patches of unnatural charred black spots appeared on their bark, as if licked by invisible flames, emitting a faint pungent smell mixing sulfur and rotting flesh. On the ground the warm glowing goose yellow warm light moss was almost gone, replaced by a dark red fleshy thick vine that crawled out from cracks in decaying leaves and tree roots, winding and climbing its surface covered with dense vein-like protrusions, occasionally oozing a sticky sweetish transparent liquid. Some deformed, never-before-seen flowers grew abruptly among the twisted vines or on charred roots. Their petals were thick-colored and unsettling dark purple or dirty yellow with bizarre shapes, some like festering wounds, others swollen into translucent tumors with viscous liquids slowly flowing inside. The air grew thicker, the originally clear bitter forest scent replaced by a cloying sweetness mixed with the smells of iron and decay. Bai Shui's pace did not slow, but Lin An noticed that an extremely thin, nearly invisible dark red glow always surrounded her body. The light formed an oval intangible barrier that enveloped both of them. This barrier had obviously been there all along but had remained invisible in the relatively peaceful environment earlier. Now in this polluted area it became the only stable safe zone. Lin An pressed close to Bai Shui, almost feeling the unpleasant, sticky, malevolent energy field outside the barrier. "Stay close, don't stray more than half a step from me," Bai Shui said, her voice lower than before, her blood-red eyes alertly scanning the path ahead where light was dimmer and vines and deformed plants intertwined like a maze. Her hand tightly gripped Lin An's, the pressure stronger than usual, a firm resolve that allowed no mistakes. Lin An's heart pounded heavily in his chest, each breath carried the cloying, nauseating odor. He focused all his attention, his eyes straining to adapt to the dim light, his ears catching any abnormal sound. Beneath the beautiful and fantastic surface of this world the cold, cruel undercurrent was gradually revealing itself. Just as they rounded a particularly lush, slime-oozing dark red vine, a roar filled with pain and fury erupted without warning from the shadow of a charred tree trunk and twisted bushes on the left. The sound was right next to them, rattling Lin An's eardrums. A massive black shadow tore through the darkness, carrying a foul wind and a violent aura, charging straight at them. It was a wolf-like creature, but far larger than an ordinary wolf, its shoulder height, almost reaching Lin An's waist, covered in steel needle-like dark gray short fur. Most horrifying was its back, a row of pale white sharp bone spikes extending from the nape of its neck to the base of its tail, each one grotesquely protruding. Now the monster's eyes were blood-red, completely devoid of reason, with drool madly dripping from its gaping, fang-filled mouth. Bai Shui's hand holding Lin An moved slightly, pulling him further behind her. Just as the demon wolf's sharp claws and fangs were about to reach Lin An, a dull crash like a giant hammer hitting thick leather resounded. The demon wolf slammed violently into the invisible dark red barrier. At the point of impact a blinding red light burst forth, but the barrier remained completely still without even the slightest ripple. Instead, the enraged demon wolf let out a painful howl, thrown back by the immense rebound force, rolling into the tangled vines behind, crushing a patch of deformed flowers and splattering thick liquid. Several bone spikes on its back showed fine cracks from the impact. But the pain and the barrier's obstruction did not deter it. The trace of Lin An's blood aroma, which had leaked through both the barrier and the brooch's concealment, acting like a deadly lure for the berserk creature, had completely burned away its remaining reason. The demon wolf shook its massive head, struggled to its feet, its blood-red eyes locked onto Lin An, emitting a low, continuous, threatening growl. It no longer charged blindly, but began to lower its body, circling the barrier slowly, its steel needle-like fur bristling, searching for any possible weak point. Bai Shui frowned slightly. Her blood-red eyes coldly swept over the pacing, growling demon wolf, as if looking at a stain that needed cleaning. She raised her free right hand, index finger pointing at the agitated demon wolf, and gently tapped the air. For a moment the air seemed to freeze. A long needle about the length of a finger, crystal clear as if carved from the purest blood crystal, materialized 3 inches before the demon wolf's forehead. The wolf's circling motion abruptly halted, its blood-red pupils contracting to the extreme, reflecting the deadly beautiful ice crystal. The next second the blood crystal needle silently sank into its forehead without even a ripple. The demon wolf's massive body convulsed violently, then became completely still. The red in its eyes rapidly dimmed and extinguished. Then a pale white flame, without any heat, a silent flame, ignited from the tiny near-invisible wound on its forehead, instantly spreading over its entire body. The fire burned extremely fast, only 2 or 3 breaths. No smoke, no stench, not even much visual effect. When the pale flame quietly died out, only a little dust slightly lighter in color than the surrounding ash drifted away in the wind, leaving no trace of even the grotesque bone spikes. As if the massive frenzied demon wolf had never existed. The air outside the barrier remained undisturbed. Bai Shui lowered her hand as if flicking away an invisible speck of dust from her sleeve. She turned to face Lin An, whose face was pale and breathing rapid. The coldness in her blood-red eyes quickly faded, replaced by the familiar gentleness. She reached out and gently placed her palm on Lin An's back. A steady, cool temperature seeped through the fabric. Her fingertips gently patted his back, a soft motion. "Don't be afraid," Bai Shui said, her blood-red eyes curving as she looked into his startled gaze. "Stay close to me. They can't get in." Lin An looked at her face so close to his, feeling the reassuring pressure from her palm and the invisible yet tangible solid barrier around them. His wildly pounding heart gradually calmed and the dryness in his throat eased a bit. He nodded, wanting to say something, but found his throat tight. Bai Shui seemed to sense his change in mood, offering him a faint, encouraging smile. Then she took his hand and led him deeper into the forest, toward the region where the sweet, rotten stench thickened and the chaotic, viscous magical energy grew denser. The faint glow of the barrier was like the only stable boat in the darkness, carrying them toward the source of the rift's energy leak. Silence once again enveloped the twisted forest clearing, with only the dark red vines slowly oozing viscous sap. Deep into the forest the distortion reached its peak. It resembled a ruin eroded by time and malice together. The ground was paved with massive stone slabs that had long since cracked, covered in filthy moss and dark red vines. From the crevices deformed and ugly fungi stubbornly sprouted, their caps dotted with unsettling pus-filled bumps. Several broken thick stone pillars etched with indecipherable reliefs stood tilted around like the dead ribs of a giant beast. At the center of all the twisted scenery, above the remaining circular base of an altar, space itself was torn. A rift about 2 meters long, its edges violently writhing and flickering with unstable purple-black light, hung in the air like a living creature. It had no fixed shape, its edges resembled shattered glass or molten asphalt, constantly trying to extend tiny lightning-like forks outward, only to be pulled back by some invisible force. Through the surging purple-black light one could vaguely glimpse the other side, a completely different chaotic space churning with thick dark red mist. Within the mist indescribable massive shadows seemed to slowly writhe, emitting low unwilling hums. Bai Shui let go of his hand and said softly, "Stay here. Don't move." She walked forward, stepping over the charred area, and stopped about 3 paces from the rift. Her white hair stirred without wind, slightly floating, the tips seemingly dyed by the surrounding dim light. The laziness and tenderness on her face vanished, replaced by an extreme calm focus. Her blood-red eyes fixed on the restless spatial rift, and deep within her pupils a dense pattern of dark gold like ancient runes flashed briefly. She raised her hands, slender fingers with tips facing each other, placed before her chest. Slowly and steadily she began to form one complex, profound hand seal after another. The movements were not fast, yet each gesture carried a gravity and precision of immense weight, as if plucking invisible strings of the world. Dark red and silver-white light surged from her palms like awakened sleeping streams. The light was not dazzling, but carried a cold, weighty texture like liquid moonlight interwoven with congealed blood. The radiance did not scatter chaotically under her will, it quickly stretched, extended, and wove into countless fine yet incredibly resilient energy threads. The threads interwove in the air, emitting a nearly inaudible whisper like the gentle tug of the finest silk. They crisscrossed quickly, forming a large net that spread toward the purple-black rift. A dark red and silver glow flowed along the net's threads. Wherever it passed, the chaotic magical currents in the air seemed smoothed, and the sweet rotten scent was partly dispelled by a cool, refreshing fragrance. The energy net gently covered the rift's surface. 1. The purple-black rift suddenly trembled violently. Like a scorched living thing, it emitted a grating screech somewhere between metal grinding and a creature's shriek, setting teeth on edge. The light at the rift's edges flickered wildly and expanded, trying to tear through the binding net, even attempting to corrode the light threads in reverse. The shadows and the dark red mist on the other side writhed more intensely, sending clearer, more violent, and unwilling roars. A surge of chaotic foul energy tried to rush through the rift. Bai Shui's figure remained perfectly still, but the dark gold patterns in her blood-red eyes grew brighter, almost overflowing. She kept her arms spread, her fingers slightly curling inward as if grasping something heavy in the void. Faint, almost invisible crystal beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, yet her breathing remained steady. Under her continuous urging, the energy net began to slowly contract. The dark red and silver light threads as if alive dug tightly into the rift's purple-black flesh. With each fraction of contraction the rift's screech grew sharper and its resistance fiercer. Where the net threads met the rift's energy tiny sparks and crackling sounds burst forth, but the light threads were incredibly tenacious, showing no sign of corrosion or breakage. Time passed slowly in the stalemate. Finally, as the energy net contracted close to the center of the rift, the purple-black light visibly dimmed and the struggle weakened. The screeching became intermittent, and the roars from the other side also showed signs of decline. Light blazed in Bai Shue's eyes, and she suddenly brought her arms together. A soft sound like a bubble popping. The last stubborn traces of purple-black light were utterly annihilated. The ugly wound that had torn space was forcibly smoothed and flattened within the interwoven dark red and silver light net. The churning dark red mist and twisted shadows vanished. The space on the other side returned to the dim scenery of a normal forest, though equally polluted, but at least belonging to the same world. The energy net fulfilled its mission, its radiance retracting, dispersing into specks of dust in the air. Above the altar only a patch of charred ground darker than the surroundings remained, with the air slightly distorted before gradually calming, evidence that a rift to the chaotic realm had once existed here. Silence fell again. Even the movement of the deformed plants seemed to pause. Bai Shue slowly lowered her arms and let out a soft breath which condensed into a faint white mist in the cold air. She closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them the dark gold patterns in her blood-red eyes had faded, returning to their usual clarity. Only a trace of faint weariness flickered deep in her eyes, quickly dissipating. She turned to look at Lin An, and the reassuring, slightly relaxed smile reappeared on her face. "The rift is fixed." She turned her head to look at Lin An, her blood-red eyes sparkling as if filled with crushed diamonds. A bright smile curved her lips, carrying a hint of pride and a strong desire to share. "Lin An," she leaned in closer, lowering her voice as if sharing an exciting secret just for the two of them. "Since we've come this far." She paused, her eyes shimmering with undisguised anticipation and a hint of joy, like showing off a treasured possession. "Would you like to see my home here?" Bai Shue's smile grew even brighter with a touch of intimate pride. "It's a territory under the Bay Wanting called Jiayue Slope." Her tone turned light and yearning. "It's so beautiful there. There's a forest of moonlight crystal that sings a spring that forever flows with starlight, and a castle in silver white and ice blue tones, its spires seeming to touch the low-hanging glowing clouds. I promise it's more interesting than any fairy-tale castle you've heard of, much more than those gloomy places we just passed." She looked at him, her eyes unblinking, brimming with expectant light, like a child eager to show her best friend her most prized collection. "Anyway, it's on the way, and once we get there it's safer and the environment is better. You can rest well. So, do you want to go?" Lin An looked at her face so close, full of enthusiasm and invitation, and listened to her description of those dreamlike scenes. The unease he felt about the unknown territory was unknowingly replaced by a strong curiosity and longing. Her home. A home in this world. He barely hesitated, meeting those sparkling blood-red eyes, nodded, and couldn't help but smile with anticipation. In the depths of Duke Wei Lan's castle, within the shadow corridor, time seemed to flow more slowly and viscously than the eternal twilight outside. Heavy curtains blocked most of the light, leaving only crystal vessels and magical lamps to emit a cold, hard glow outlining the expensive yet somber furnishings in the study. Duke Wei Lan was not sitting behind his massive obsidian desk as usual. He stood before a magical map that covered the entire wall, his deep purple eyes fixed on a flickering light point representing the eastern border region known as the Yongmen Forest Sea. Beside the light point was a brief message just transmitted via the highest priority channel. Below the message, an extremely blurry, noisy residual image was attached. It was this blurry image in brief text that caused the elegant, calm Duke Wei Lan had maintained for centuries like a frozen lake to crack completely. At first there was a deathly silence. The knuckles of his fingers holding the parchment turned slightly white. Then a faint, almost inaudible tremor escaped from deep in his throat. The sound quickly swelled and amplified, finally erupting into an uncontrollable, triumphant, and greedy roar of laughter. Hee. The laughter echoed in the empty study, bouncing off stone walls and heavy tapestries, carrying a spine-chilling, ecstatic joy. The Duke's shoulders shook slightly. The frozen calculation in his purple eyes completely melted, replaced by a blazing, retina-scorching heat. He strode back behind the desk but did not sit down. He placed his hands on the smooth, cold surface, leaned forward, and his eyes held a terrifying light. "Here, all those treaties made for weak humans are worthless pieces of paper." He could use all his power without any pretense. He could dispatch true combat elites, and if necessary even descend himself. The advantage had never been so great. Greed like the sweetest poison flowed through his limbs and bones. The fragrance of that boy's blood seemed to have pierced the barrier of space lingering at the tip of his nose. It was not just a collectible, it was a key, a possibility to greater power, a higher rank, and even unlocking certain ancient secrets. It must be obtained. At all costs. The ecstasy gradually settled, transforming into a colder, more resolute killing intent and possessiveness. Duke Wei Lan straightened up. The smile on his face had vanished, returning to his usual pale, handsome features, but deep in his purple eyes a storm more terrifying than ever before raged. He raised his hand, his fingertip tracing a line in the air, leaving a briefly lingering dark purple light trail. That was the highest level signal to summon his trusted subordinates. Almost in the next second after the light trail appeared, the shadow in the corner of the study writhed like a living thing. The figure of the steward, always shrouded in blurry mist, silently emerged, bowing to await orders. "Issue the order." The Duke's voice was steady, without a ripple, yet carried a chill that froze to the bone. "Recall Eric. I need him to depart immediately. At any cost intercept and capture the human boy named Lin An." "Yes, my lord." The steward bowed, his voice dry. "Go." The Duke waved his hand. The shadow writhed again, and the steward vanished. The study fell silent again. Duke Wei Lan slowly sat back in his high-backed chair, his gaze returning to the vast dark Yongnan forest sea on the map, his fingers unconsciously tapping the desk in a steady rhythm. A cold, determined curve slowly crept onto his lips. The rules of the game had changed. The hunting ground had shifted. Now it was time to understand who the true apex predator was in the real dark jungle. Push her to the brink. The training ground deep beneath the castle had no windows. The air was thick with a mixture of rust, sweat, and aged blood. Magic torches fixed on the rough stone walls burned with steady pale flames, casting a stark bright light across the vast space, yet unable to dispel the bone-chilling cold. In the center of the field an unusually tall figure was moving. His movements were not fast, even somewhat heavy, each swing carrying a dull sound of tearing air. They were two massive double-handed axes like door panels, yet in his hands they felt as light as extended limbs. The blades swept through the pale firelight, reflecting a dull red glow, the color of countless blood drinking that could never fade. There were no forms, no patterns, only the simplest, most direct chops, cuts, sweeps, and slashes. Each strike contained the power to crush fine steel armor along with the flesh and blood inside. He was clad in lusterless dull plate armor, its surface covered with tiny scratches and dents, the joints stained with dark, indistinguishable marks. A bucket-shaped helmet completely concealed his face, leaving only two narrow eye slits from which ice-blue, utterly emotionless light shone. Even while performing such violent movements, his breathing remained terrifyingly steady. Only the joints of his armor made extremely faint metallic scraping sounds, nearly drowned out by the wind of his axes. Eric. This name carried a far more direct deterrence among the low-level warriors and enemies of the Shadow Corridor than any noble title. It did not symbolize birth or relate to history, it only represented one existence, the most thorough and ruthless executor of the Duke's will, a heavy hammer that existed solely to crush obstacles. The shadow at the edge of the training ground silently split open, and the figure of the steward, shrouded in mist, emerged, maintaining a sufficient distance. He did not speak, simply waiting quietly. Eric finished the final diagonal slash, the giant axe freezing in midair, its blade less than an inch from the ground, perfectly still. He slowly withdrew his stance, crossing the two axes and bearing them on his back, the movements smooth and natural, as if the terrifying weight did not exist. Then he turned to the steward, his bucket helmet tilting slightly, ice-blue gaze falling on the other. The steward felt a faint chill rise on his skin, as if scraped by invisible blades. He bowed his head and repeated the Duke's order in a dry, steady voice. "His Grace commands you to depart immediately and at any cost intercept and capture the human youth named Lin An." The training ground fell into dead silence, only the crackling of torches breaking the stillness. Eric stood still, showing no reaction. He asked no details, confirmed no target features. He stood there, his heavy armor like a cold iron-cast statue under the pale firelight. Then he moved. Without a nod or a word, he simply turned and walked toward the heavy iron door on one side of the training ground that led to the armory and exit. His steps were steady, each one sending a dull vibration through the ground, the combined effect of his own weight and armor. Iron boots struck the stone floor, the sound clear, rhythmic, carrying an undeniable crushing sense of forward motion. The steward stood still, watching the tall figure gradually recede. Even though long accustomed, each time he faced Eric he still felt an instinctive tension. It was not fear, but an overwhelming pressure, like facing an irresistible natural disaster. Eric did not speak, did not communicate. His very existence was a declaration: absolute focus on the mission, total disregard for obstacles, and efficient execution of destruction itself. The iron door slid open automatically before Eric, emitting a heavy grinding sound. The passage outside was even darker, illuminated only by sporadic fluorescent moss embedded in the walls. He did not pause, striding straight into the darkness. The sound of iron boots echoed through the corridor, gradually fading away until it was absorbed by the thick stone walls and fell into silence. Only the steward remained in the training ground. The pale flame still flickered, but the invisible pressure in the air lingered for a long time, refusing to dissipate. At the end of the passage was a secluded exit at the base of the ancient castle. Beyond the heavy iron-bound wooden door lay the barren cliff, engulfed in eternal twilight. When Eric pushed open the door, 5 figures stood like stone statues, waiting in the thin light outside. They were well equipped, their demeanor cold and hard. No greetings, no confirmation of orders. Eric's gaze swept over the 5, his ice-blue pupils flickering faintly behind the slits of his helmet. It was but a brief pause, hardly a moment of eye contact. Simultaneously, the 5 team members moved silently, adjusting their positions to form a wedge formation with Eric at its tip. The movements were perfectly synchronized, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Eric stepped forward, heading toward the edge of the cliff. Below was a steep, rocky slope, and beyond, the endless outline of the eternal dark forest was gradually swallowed by lead-gray clouds. He did not use any magic or tools, simply stepping forward off the cliff. His heavy body plummeted downward, the iron armor whistling as it cut through the air. Just as he was about to crash into the protruding rock below, he flexed his waist, twisted mid-air, and slammed his feet heavily onto the rock face, shattering stones. Leveraging the force, he sprang forward, his body arcing like a boulder launched from a catapult, landing on another ridge dozens of meters away, again shattering the rock surface and continuing to bounce downward. Each landing was precise, each use of force perfectly timed. The seemingly cumbersome armor did not hinder him in the slightest, instead it imbued his descent and impact with a devastating momentum. The Bone Crusher squad followed closely, racing down the steep cliff with the same efficiency and ruthlessness, like 5 shadows clinging like malignant tumors. At the foot of the cliff lay a barren stretch of rubble and sparse strange plants. Eric landed for the last time, his iron boots sinking deep into the gravel, sending up a cloud of dust. He paused briefly, his barrel helmet turning toward the northeast. There the eternal dark forest sprawled like a crouching black beast, stretching to the horizon under the perpetual twilight. He began to run. At first the steps were heavy, soon he accelerated. Iron boots crushed rocks and ground dead branches, his speed increasing, the heavy footfalls blending into a muffled thunder that echoed across the wasteland. Each stride far exceeded that of an ordinary man. His figure blurred into a faint afterimage in the dim light, and the dark red edges of the twin axes on his back traced a heart-stopping trajectory as he moved. The Bone Crusher squad spread out to his flanks and rear, following with the same high speed and silence. They did not attempt to keep pace with Eric, but maintained a precise distance, like a pack of wolves following their alpha as it lunged at its prey. The wind of the wasteland kicked up dust, and the lead-gray clouds hung low. The tall, dark figure leading the formation of death cut into the chaotic shadows at the edge of the eternal dark forest with an unstoppable momentum. Where he passed, even the turbulent magic in the air seemed to be briefly split and frozen by that pure, icy, killing intent. The hunt had begun. The mad swarm. After Bai Shui repaired the fissure, she tried to leave this deeply contaminated area as quickly as possible. Lin An pressed close to her, walking faster than before, eager to breathe the relatively normal air outside. However, just as they passed the edge of a low-lying marsh filled with murky puddles and strange pink mist, a sudden change occurred. At first there was an extremely faint hum, like countless tiny metal sheets vibrating in the distance. The sound rapidly grew louder and closer, surging in from all directions like a tidal wave. Then the pink mist that had been drifting slowly around them began to churn violently. From deep within the mist, dense, hair-raising black specks emerged. It was not mist, but insects. Endless, sky-darkening flying insects. Each one was the size of a palm, with jet-black glossy carapaces edged with an ominous blood-red glow. Their compound eyes reflected countless points of crimson malevolence in the dim light. The sound of their wings vibrating at high speed merged into a piercing, ear-splitting torrent of terrifying noise. The black-red cloud of insects, like living asphalt, madly charged at the dark red barrier. Bang, 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 bang. A suffocatingly dense series of impacts exploded instantly. It was not the sound of rain on banana leaves, but the dull thuds of countless tiny, hard carapaces smashing into the invisible barrier at a furious speed, like hail falling at 100 times the density and velocity. The surface of the barrier rippled with unprecedented intensity. The pale golden runes that had only occasionally appeared now flickered wildly, flashing and shifting, desperately resisting this terrifying assault of numbers far beyond the earlier wolf attack. The swarms surged forward, fearless of death. Those that were stunned or shattered on the barrier were immediately submerged and pushed aside by the oncoming horde. More and more insects layered on top, gnawing with their mouthparts and ramming with their bodies. In an instant the view was completely blocked. Beyond the barrier there was only a madly writhing wall of red-black light which kept thickening. The light was entirely cut off, leaving only the dim golden glow of the barrier itself flickering precariously under the pressure of the swarm, and the all-pervasive, soul-shattering hum. Lin An's face strained of all color the moment the swarm appeared, turning as pale as paper. His pupils contracted sharply, then dilated, reflecting the boundless, surging black-red nightmare. His breath caught, then became rapid and shallow. His chest heaved violently, but he could not draw in much air, as if an invisible hand were strangling his throat. His legs lost all strength, trembling as if the bones had been removed, barely able to support his body. Dense, layered, endless, each insect's compound I was like a bottomless, malevolent hole. Countless such holes merged into a squirming ocean pressed against the barrier just inches away. A powerful wave of dizziness surged over him. Cold sweat instantly soaked through the clothes on his back, clammy and sticky. His fingers gripped Bai Shue's arm tightly, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, producing a faint clicking sound. He shrank back involuntarily, as if trying to curl into a non-existent safe corner, his eyes hollow and filled with pure terror. Bai Shue sensed his abnormality the moment his breathing became disordered. Her blood-red eyes swept over the hair-raising insect tied outside the barrier, then fell on Lin An's pale, sweating face. She instantly understood that he was not merely afraid but had triggered some deeper, almost sanity-shattering terror. The frenzy of the swarm also exceeded her estimation. The residual energy fluctuations from repairing the fissure, the subtle allure of Lin An's blood, and the awakening of the dormant swarm in this special swamp environment had combined to create this near-catastrophic scale. Though the barrier could hold them off temporarily, it consumed tremendous energy, and the swarm seemed to be growing more violent under some special stimulus. Continuing the stalemate was not a good option. They had to leave immediately. Her eyes sharpened without a moment's hesitation. "Hold me tight." Her voice cut through the maddening hum, clear and calm, reaching Lin An's ears. Bai Shue's free arm wrapped tightly around his trembling waist, securing him firmly to her side. The next moment she bent her knees slightly, and her entire aura suddenly shifted. A blinding blood-red radiance burst from Bai Shue, enveloping her and the linen in her arms, transforming them into a meteor of interwoven crimson and dark gold. The ground beneath her toes sank and cracked from the force. Using the recoil, she shot upward, carrying Lin An, charging into the sky. The crimson meteor smashed into the black-red wall several meters thick and composed of countless maddened insects. Wherever it passed, the swarm instantly vaporized and annihilated, exploding outward like butter pierced by a red-hot iron rod. It carved a brief temporary vacuum channel through the impenetrable insect tide. And Lin An, held tightly in her arms, experienced something beyond the limits of any words. First an extremely brief but intensely powerful feeling of weightlessness. Then an unimaginable acceleration. The speed brought not only physical impact but a subversion of perception. He had never imagined reaching such a terrifying speed. His mind went blank, leaving only the instinct to hold her tight, and a trembling that was a mix of extreme fear and strange reassurance, almost paralyzing. How long did this wild flight last? Perhaps only a dozen seconds or even less. But to Lin An it felt like an eternity. Until the maddening hum of the insect swarm suddenly receded and vanished, until the sharp wind howl gradually subsided into the relatively steady airflow of the high altitude, until the terrifying pressure of weightlessness and acceleration slowly faded. Bai Shue's speed decreased. Lin An still clung to Bai Shue, his face buried in her shoulder, his body trembling uncontrollably, his breathing heavy and ragged. Lin An, afraid of insects. Bai Shue carried him, descending toward a relatively flat highland. Her movements were steady and gentle. Finally his feet touched solid ground. Lin An's legs gave way and he almost collapsed, but Bai Shue steadied him. She supported him as he walked to a large flat rock, helping him sit down slowly. The view from the highland was much more open. The lead-gray clouds seemed thinner, letting through a dim, hazy light. In the distance stretched the winding line of the forest, while nearby lay a rugged expanse of gray-white stone formations, silent and still. Compared to the nightmare of the swamp just moments ago, this place was almost peaceful. Lin An sat on the rock, his hands on his knees, his fingertips still trembling slightly. His face was still pale, his temples and hair damp with cold sweat sticking to his skin. He panted heavily, trying to calm the heart that was almost leaping out of his chest, and the lingering dread deep in his soul of the infinite dense mass. A cool hand gently touched his forehead, wiping away the cold sweat. The motion was soft, carrying a soothing intent. "It's all right, Lin An." Bai Shue's voice sounded at his ear. "We've already left the forest." Her fingertips slid from his temple to his cheek, lightly touching his still pale skin, then she withdrew her hand and sat down beside him, her blood-red eyes quietly watching him, waiting for him to slowly recover. Lin An closed his eyes, then opened them again, his gaze somewhat unfocused, looking into the distance. His breathing gradually steadied, but the deep boneless trembling in his body had not yet completely subsided. Bai Shue tilted her head to look at him, a mischievous sparkling smile playing on her lips. She curved her mouth into a playful arc. "So you're afraid of bugs? This scared?" She poked Lin An with her finger. Lin An's pale face, visible to the naked eye, began to flush, a burning red spreading from the roots of his ears. I'm not." He tried to deny, but his voice was weak. He instinctively wanted to dodge her mischievous finger, but his body was still limp and lacked strength. "Not what? Not afraid of bugs, but hugged me so tight." Bai Shue persisted, changing the spot and lightly scratching him again. The subtle tickling mixed with embarrassment strangely diluted the terrifying images in his mind and pulled him out of the post-escape feeling of weakness. "Stop poking." Lin An's voice dropped with a hint of pleading. His cheeks were deeply flushed but no longer pale. Bai Shue laughed and withdrew her hand, then casually rubbed Lin An's head as if soothing a frightened little animal. Lin An took a few deep breaths, the cold air of the highland filling his lungs, bringing a sense of clarity. Strength was slowly returning to his legs. He pursed his lips, supported himself on the rock, and stood up slowly. His legs were still a bit weak, but he could stand steadily. He moved his arms and legs, looked toward the distant forest edge where the skyline seemed a bit brighter. "I'm fine now." This time his voice was clearer, though still a bit hoarse. He turned to Bai Shue, his gaze becoming resolute again. "Let's hurry. We don't want to be caught by anything else strange." Bai Shue also stood up, walked over to him, and naturally reached out to smooth his disheveled hair, which had been mussed during the flight, and then straightened the collar of his clothes. Her movements were meticulous and gentle, her blood-red eyes sparkling as she watched him regain his spirit, even eager to move on. She nodded with satisfaction. "Okay," she said, taking his hand, her fingers warm. "Let's go. The destination is not far ahead." Her hand was steady, her smile warm. Lin An held her hand back and nodded. The scenery of Jiayue's slope. Emerging from the highland at the edge, the terrain ahead gradually opened up. Rolling hills spread out like the soft back of a sleeping giant, their gentle curves unfolding under the eternal twilight. Then Lin An saw it. On the distant horizon, a cluster of buildings nestled quietly among the hills. It was not the chaotic, crowded sprawl of Yeshi town, nor the gloomy grandeur of the abandoned courtyard in the wilderness. It was a tranquil existence that seemed to have condensed from moonlight itself, imbued with rhythm and breath. The main color was silver white, not a glaring white, but a warm pearlescent white that seemed polished by time and moonlight, interspersed with deep gray-blue tones like the shadows of the night sky. The buildings were arranged gracefully along the curves of the hills. Tall, slender spires seemed to pierce the low-hanging clouds, tinged with a faint silver glow. Lower dwellings nestled like shells on the hillside, their rounded domes and arched windows gleaming softly in the reddish twilight. What drew the most attention were the ubiquitous lights, a faint radiance emitted by the strange stones embedded in the building's surfaces, eaves, and even the paths. The light was very soft, yet pure silver white, with a hint of barely perceptible ice blue enveloping the entire cluster in a hazy gauze-like glow. Even from a distance, Lin An could feel the tranquility and purity brought by that light, as if it could wash away the sweet decaying smell of the eternal dark forest that clung to him. Many of the building's walls and roofs were covered with large patches of luminous vines. The leaves of those vines were not the ghostly blue or dark purple seen in the forest, but a nearly transparent silver green, their veins as clear as eye sculptures, emitting a soft green glow even gentler than that of the moonlight stones, blending with the building's own silver-white radiance to form a dreamlike interplay of light and shadow. There was no noise, no hurried figures. That domain was as quiet as a carefully preserved dream, only occasionally broken by unknown birds gliding from above, trailing long silver light tails slicing through the stagnant air and leaving a fleeting trail. The wind blowing from that direction carried an extremely crisp, refreshing scent mixed with a cold floral fragrance and clean moisture unlike any air he had breathed before. It entered his nostrils, even clearing the drowsy mind caused by tension and fatigue. Lin An stopped in his tracks, staring blankly at the scene that seemed to belong to another world, momentarily lost for words. In his chest the tightness that had never fully relaxed since entering the vampire world now strangely and slowly began to ease. "Is this," he murmured, his voice very soft as if afraid to disturb the tranquility, "your hometown?" Bai Shui stood beside him, also looking into the distance. Her profile, illuminated by the distant glow of the domain, appeared exceptionally soft. Her blood-red eyes reflected the silver-white radiance, as if fine starlight flowed deep within them. She did not answer immediately. She tightened her grip on his hand slightly, and her fingertips gently stroked the back of his hand. After a moment she spoke, her voice carrying a subtle relaxation of returning to a familiar place and a hint of faint pride. "One of the domains of the Bay King's Court Gus Slope. How about it?" Lin An nodded vigorously, his eyes still reluctant to look away. "It's beautiful." Bai Shui turned her head to look at him, her blood-red eyes curving with a smile full of delight. She reached out her fingertip, tapping his slightly parted lips in amazement. "Already stunned? The inside is even more beautiful. There is the Yongtan corridor, naturally formed by moonlight crystals. When you walk inside, the crystals emit light and sound of different tones according to your steps and breath. There is the Jinghu Lake, where the Xinxia spring flows eternally, its bottom covered with fluorescent sand that changes color with the water currents. And there is the tallest Guanqing Tower. Standing on top you can see the entire domain and even faintly glimpse the outline of the royal city Yongye City. Of course, only when the weather is exceptionally clear." With each word she spoke, Lin An's eyes brightened. Those names sounded full of poetry and mystery, completely different from the treacherous forest and eerie town he had experienced before. This place did not resemble a foreign territory full of conflict and danger, but rather a serene realm carefully guarded and detached from time. "Can I go in?" he asked, both eager and a little cautious. After all, this was Bai Shui's home and he was a human. "Of course." Bai Shui's reply was without a hint of hesitation. She took his hand and began to walk down a path that was clearly maintained, paved with light-colored gravel. "I told you I'd bring you to see my home." The moment his foot stepped onto the path, Lin An felt the texture underfoot change. The gravel was smooth, making walking steady. The crispness in the air became more pronounced. On both sides, low, neatly trimmed glowing shrubs appeared, their leaves silver blue like scattered stars fallen to the ground. As they drew closer, the details of Gus Slope became clearer. He saw the intricate reliefs on the walls of the buildings, mostly patterns of stars, crescent moons, vines, and exotic flowers with smooth and graceful lines. He saw the arched bridges connecting the buildings, their slender railings also inlaid with luminous stone. He saw on some open platforms elegantly shaped stone tables and chairs surrounded by more glowing flowers and plants, quiet and empty, yet as if always welcoming someone to rest there. The entire domain was enveloped in an absolute, almost sacred stillness. There were no wary glances from Nitrast Town, no unknown threats from the wilderness. Even the wind had become gentle, carrying only the cool fragrance of flowers and the faint ethereal music from far away, perhaps a natural harmony created by wind passing through special architectural structures. Lin An's heartbeat gradually calmed, replaced by a sense of novelty, peace, and even a faint belonging. He couldn't help but tighten his grip on Bai Shui's hand. Bai Shui seemed to sense the change in his mood. She turned her head and smiled at him, her blood-red eyes appearing exceptionally clear and gentle under the silver radiance of the domain. "Almost there," she said, pointing to the entrance of the valley surrounded by hills, where stood an exceptionally tall archway entirely built of a milky white crystalline stone. On either side of the arch were elegant stone statues with spread wings, and at the top a crescent moon emblem carved from glowing crystal quietly emitted a soft light. "That's the main entrance to Gus Slope." Hope was right ahead, peace and safety within reach. Lin An took a deep breath of the crisp air, quickened his pace, and walked side by side with Bai Shui toward the front. Crisis was about to descend. Viewed up close, the milky white stone was warm and smooth like jade, with extremely fine wave-like silver ripples flowing across its surface. The archway was 10 meters high. The stone statues with spread wings on either side were not birds of prey, but unknown birds of elegant form with a mysterious and tranquil aura. Their eyes were inlaid with deep sapphires that glowed faintly in the dim light. Inside the arch, a wide, smooth main road paved with the same light-colored glowing gravel could be seen winding into the depths of the domain surrounded by hills. Along the road stood simple silver-white lampposts topped with eternally burning moonstones that cast a soft carpet of light. A serene atmosphere rushed toward them. They could even faintly hear a pleasant wind chime-like crisp sound from within the arch, regular and soothing like the steady heartbeat of the domain. The tense nerves were almost completely relaxed at this moment. Less than a mile to go. Bai Shui's pace remained steady, but Lin An could feel that the fingertips of the hand holding his seemed to relax almost imperceptibly for an instant. Even the layer of invisible vigilance that she had always maintained around her relaxed slightly, merging into the natural tranquility of the domain's edge. Hope was as clear and visible as the light spilling from the arch. However, just as their steps were about to enter the last relatively open flat stone plain formed by huge gray-white rocks, 50 meters ahead in the center of the stone plain, without any warning, the ground suddenly exploded upward. Tons of hard rock were hurled into the air and shattered by a brutal force erupting from underground like a volcanic eruption. Debris shot out in all directions like a rainstorm. The largest piece was as big as a millstone, hurtling toward them with a shrill whistling sound and crashing down. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Bai Shui's blood-red eyes contracted sharply. She pulled Lin An's hand forcefully backward while simultaneously swinging her other hand forward. Boom! 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 She barely managed to withstand this sudden physical assault. The smaller debris was deflected, whistling past the edge of the barrier, and leaving deep pits in the surrounding rock walls. Stone dust and smoke filled the air, obscuring vision. But a presence far more terrifying than the flying stones had already surged up from the center of the explosion like a beast breaking free from its cage. It was an abnormally tall figure wrapped in a thick, almost materialized dark red blood aura, leaping out of the blasted pit like a cannonball, and then landing heavily like a meteorite right in front of the two. Thud! Where it landed, the rock ground within a radius of several meters sank and cracked in a spiderweb pattern. A heavy shockwave carrying debris and dust spread out in a ring, causing Lin An's clothes to flutter and making it almost impossible for him to keep his eyes open. The smoke and dust cleared slightly. At that moment, Lin An's heart felt as if it had been seized by an invisible hand, stopping its beat. In his field of vision, a heavily armored warrior like an iron tower slowly straightened up from a kneeling impact posture. The armor was a lusterless dark black, astonishingly thick, with vicious metal spikes at the joints. The plates were covered with countless fine scratches, dents, and dark stains, marks left by years of slaughter that could not be cleaned. His shoulders were exceptionally broad, and on his back were crossed two massive double-bladed battle axes like door planks. The axe blades were dark red, as if sated with blood, and even when still they exuded a chilling, murderous gleam. The most suffocating thing was the aura that spread with his appearance. It was not a magical pressure, but something more primitive and direct, a fierce killing intent mixed with an overwhelming smell of blood, the cold hardness of grinding steel, and the dead silence of a survivor of countless battles like eternal ice. The air seemed saturated with this aura, becoming thick and cold. Even the faint wind chime sound from the distant arch seemed to be cut off. Then, from the shadows of the jagged rocks on both sides of the stone plain, 5 figures emerged silently like phantoms. They were also wearing standard dark light armor, well equipped, their faces hidden under visored helmets, only revealing pairs of cold, focused, emotionless eyes. Their position seemed casual, but instantly formed a perfect semicircle, with the central heavy-armored warrior blocking all possible routes for evasion. Their movements were uniform and terrifyingly silent. The central heavy-armored warrior slowly raised his gauntlet hand and grabbed the edge of his bucket-shaped helmet. Click! With a soft sound, the helmet was removed. What was revealed was a face that seemed carved from rough rock and old scars. The skin was pale from long lack of sunlight, marred by several vicious scars across his cheeks and forehead, those scars dark in color like centipedes coiled there. His eyebrows were sparse, his eye sockets sunken. His pupils were a pure, non-reflective dark red like two pools of frozen, congealed blood, devoid of any emotion belonging to a living being. No anger, no excitement, no contempt, only an empty, absolute focus on the prey. His gaze passed over Bai Shui in front, and like two ice-cold awls it fixed firmly on Lin An. The moment that gaze fell on him, every hair on Lin An's body stood on end. A chill shot from his tailbone to the top of his head. He instinctively wanted to step back, but his legs felt like lead, unable to move. He could only grip Bai Shui's arm tightly in front of him. On the dead silent stone plain, the killing intent was like a bowstring stretched to its limit. Battle before Jiaoyu's slope. At that instant, on the face of Ai Likes, expressionless as if carved from rock, his dark red pupils suddenly contracted into a pinpoint of extreme ferocity. The rock beneath his feet exploded completely. His originally heavy advancing steps, the moment the third foot landed, transformed into a frenzied charge of extreme violence. His tall, heavy body dragged a blurry dark red afterimage as if the 50-meter distance was crossed in one step. The air was brutally rammed open, emitting a roar like a train whistle. The massive axe that had been dragging on the ground as he charged shifted from one-handed drag to two-handed grip, swinging a devastating arc. The dark red blood aura condensed on the axe blade was like boiling magma coiling and rolling, scorching the surrounding air until it distorted. Pure physical strength was amplified by the blood aura to an unimaginable degree. This axe stroke had no fancy techniques, only the most primitive and violent, a chop. Before the axe arrived, the condensed killing intent and bloody pressure had already slammed into Lin An like an invisible anvil. Lin An felt a tightness in his chest, and even hallucinations appeared before his eyes. Mountains of corpses, seas of blood, broken weapons, roars and wails. These were fragments imprinted in AI Lika's killing career, pouring out along with the killing intent. However, the torrent of killing intent that could crush an ordinary person's will upon reaching the 10-meter range in front of Bai Shui crashed into an invisible, perfectly smooth wall, instantly being diverted and dissipated. The swirling dark red energy around her suddenly accelerated, emitting a faint hum. Bai Shui positioned Lin An behind her, completely outside the tangent of her own charged path. At the same time, she raised her free left hand, index and middle fingers together, and gently traced a line toward the side of the massive axe blade that was tearing through the air and already within inches. There was no loud clash. A hair-thin yet extremely solid dark red energy thread instantly formed along the trajectory of her fingertip, precisely sticking to the side of the wildly descending axe blade. Time seemed to stretch at this moment. How violent was AI Lika's charge, how fierce was the downward force of the axe. But at the instant the dark red thread touched the axe blade, the trajectory of the axe's descent underwent an extremely subtle yet game-changing deflection. Like a cannonball flying at full speed, gently brushed on the side by a perfectly placed spider silk. SSS. The axe blade with a teeth-grinding screech sliced down violently through the air half a meter away from Bai Shui and Lin An. Boom! The axe blade deeply embedded into the hard rock layer behind where they had stood, splitting open a terrifying crack several meters long and bottomless. Debris exploded outward like a fountain, smoke and dust filled the air. The axe missed. AI Lika's previously calm dark red pupils finally showed a trace of extremely subtle fluctuation, not surprise but more like confirming some data. His massive body rotated with the momentum of the chop, pulling the great axe out of the rock without any resistance, sending up a cloud of stone dust, and immediately delivered a powerful sweeping strike. At the same time, his free left hand had somehow clenched into a fist, the knuckles condensing highly compressed dark red blood aura like a fired battering ram driving straight toward Bai Shui's midsection. He used both axe and fist, leaving no blind spot. And almost simultaneously with AI Lika's first round of attacks, the 5 squad members who had been lying in ambush like vipers moved. They did not all rush in together, but like precise gears they instantly completed their division of tasks. 2 of them, one left and one right, their figures melted into the shifting light and shadows on the stone plain like phantoms disappearing from sight. They were assassins skilled in stealth and assassination. The other 3 spread out in a triangular formation, each revealing a strangely shaped weapon, a long whip burning with ghostly green flames, a serrated short blade that emitted a low-frequency hum and distorted the surrounding light, and a finely crafted hand crossbow already drawn, its arrowhead flickering with an ominous purple glow. The long whip, like a viper's tongue, struck first, moving so fast it left after images its target directly aimed at Lin An's lower body, who was protected behind Bai Shui. In an instant from the front came AI Lika's berserk axe and fist combination, from the ground came insidious restrictions and disruptions, from the side came deadly surprise attacks, from afar came precise sniping, and 2 assassins had vanished into the shadows waiting for an opportunity. The coordination was seamless, the tactics more vicious than any enemy encountered before. Lin An's heart almost leaped out of his throat. He clung tightly to the back of Bai Shui's clothes, his eyes wide with terror, straining to follow the figures and attack trajectories that were too fast to see clearly. AI Lika's pure primordial violence combined with the insidious and precise coordination of the squad members wove into a net of death descending upon them. The air screamed from the violent agitation of energy, and the killing intent like tangible ice water seeped into his marrow. If not for the invisible force field that Bai Shui had been emitting, firmly protecting him, the mere aftermath of this battle and the intertwined killing intent would have been enough to shatter his mind. Facing this three-dimensional and deadly siege, Bai Shui still showed no sign of panic. In response to AI Lika's sweeping axe and pounding fist, she simply used the hand holding Lin An to gently pull him to her side, and like a willow catkin in the wind she slid half a step back, lightly following the gaps between the axe wind and fist pressure. The timing of that half-step was exquisite to the extreme. The tip of the great axe grazed her flowing hair and the gust from the fist stirred her clothes, but neither touched even a fraction of her skin. At the same time her free left hand, like playing a zither, made a series of extremely graceful tapping motions in the air. Whoosh! 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 3 solid thumb-sized dark red energy bullets condensed out of thin air in front of her fingertips, then shot out at a speed beyond visual capture. The first one precisely hit the tip of the whip that was curling toward her feet. Puff! There was no violent explosion. The ghostly green flames, as if meeting their nemesis, extinguished instantly. The whip itself seemed to be swept by an invisible high temperature, with a small section at the contact point directly vaporizing and disappearing. The whip wielder let out a muffled grunt, the backlash from the damaged weapon causing him to pause. The second bullet shot toward the serrated short blade, attacking from the side. The force field distorting light around the short blade crumbled like a soap bubble upon contact with this pure, highly concentrated dark red energy bullet. The energy bullet struck the blade with a crisp ding. The obviously extraordinary serrated short blade was actually dented, its attached energy structure instantly disrupted. The wielder's forward momentum was broken, and he staggered backward. The third bullet aimed directly at the crossbow-wielding shooter in the distance. The shooter's pupils contracted sharply. At the instant the energy bullet appeared, he instinctively pulled the trigger. The purple crossbow bolt left the string hurtling toward the oncoming dark red energy bullet. However, the dark red energy bullet during its flight executed a bizarre micro-adjustment in its trajectory, as if it were alive, grazing past the purple crossbow bolt and continuing straight toward the shooter's face. The shooter was horrified, frantically twisting his head to dodge. With a sizzling sound, the energy bullet grazed past his helmet, instantly melting a smooth round hole through the side. The metal at the edges vaporized directly, and the searing heat scorched his cheek and ear. The crossbow bolt, thrown off target by the shooter's hasty movement, struck the adjacent rock wall at a skewed angle, exploding into a small cloud of corrosive purple smoke. With a few seemingly casual gestures, 3 attacks not only neutralized lethal threats from 3 directions, but also severely wounded 3 members of the Bone Crushers, shattering their weapons and disrupting their attack rhythm. And only now did the 2 assassins who had melded into the shadows finally seize what they believed to be their opportunity. At the instant when Bai Shui had just launched her attack, when her old strength was spent and new strength had not yet arisen, they simultaneously stabbed out from the shadows on both sides behind Bai Shui like scorpions, flashing their stingers, 2 pitch-black daggers coated with deadly poison and devoid of any reflection, moving in utter silence. One aimed to slash at Bai Shui's fair neck, while the other treacherously thrust toward the ribs of Lin An, who was protected behind Bai Shui's flank. Their timing could not be called more vicious, nor their stealth skills more masterful. Unfortunately, they were facing Bai Shui. Even before the tips of their daggers had fully emerged from the shadows, Bai Shui's blood-red eyes, which reflected everything on the battlefield, had already detected the faintest fluctuations of energy and killing intent. She did not even turn her head. The countless dark red particles of energy that had been swirling around her, as if receiving a silent command, a small portion of them abruptly changed course like a school of piranhas catching the scent of blood, swarming toward the positions where the 2 shadows were about to surface. 2 soft sounds like bubbles popping were heard. In the shadows, the 2 assassins who had just revealed half of their forms did not even have time to show expressions of shock before they were completely engulfed by the dense dark red crystals, which contained terrifying powers of erosion and annihilation. There were no screams, no blood. Their bodies, along with the daggers in their hands, melted and vaporized in an instant within that dark red halo, like wax figures thrown into blazing fire, leaving not even a trace of ash, as if they had never existed. All of this, from Eric's charge to the annihilation of the 2 assassins, occurred within less than 2 breaths. On the stone plain the dust had not yet fully settled. Eric withdrew his axe and turned his dark red pupils locked tightly on Bai Shui, who still stood calmly in place, and on the pale-faced but unharmed human youth behind her. For the first time he truly saw the strength of this white-haired girl, an almost absolute control over energy that no ordinary high-ranking vampire could possess, and an unfathomable composure. Of his 5 subordinates, 1 had his weapon destroyed and suffered minor backlash injuries, another had his weapon damaged and energy in chaos, a third had his helmet destroyed and his face burned. The 2 companions who were most skilled in stealth and assassination had already fallen silently. Bai Shui still held Lin An's hand, her posture barely changed despite the lightning-fast clash just moments ago. Only the dark red crystals swirling around her seemed to spin faster, emitting even more unsettling energy fluctuations. Her blood-red eyes calmly regarded Eric. Eric was silent for a very brief moment. His scarred face remained expressionless, but something deep within his frozen blood-red eyes seemed to ignite. It was not anger but a cold excitement, the killing instinct fully awakened upon encountering a true formidable foe. He slowly adjusted his stance, gripping the axe with both hands. The dark red blood energy around him began to contract and compress inward like a living thing, becoming increasingly viscous and heavy. A more dangerous and ferocious aura was brewing within his towering body. Bai Shue's blood-red eyes narrowed slightly, and the dark red light swirling around her fingertips deepened by a shade. In the center of the stone plain the air seemed to freeze once more. Settlement and reckoning. The dark red blood energy that had contracted and condensed around Eric no longer radiated outward but instead coated his heavy armor like a constantly flowing viscous dark glaze. The air was oppressed by his very presence, emitting a low moan. He no longer rushed to charge but held his giant axe horizontally before him, blade outward, assuming a seemingly defensive stance. Yet anyone could sense that beneath that stance lay a more violent and unstoppable prelude to a counterattack. The remaining 3 squad members, though wounded, showed no sign of retreat. They quickly repositioned themselves, forming a triangle again, but this time they did not rush to attack. Instead they aimed their damaged weapons at Bai Shui and Lin An, the residual energy on the weapons flickering unsteadily, clearly preparing some kind of coordinated interference, or restraining attack to create an absolute opportunity for Eric. At that moment Eric moved. Not a charge but a tremor. His tall body vibrated with an extremely subtle high-frequency oscillation, and the solid rock beneath his feet instantly turned to powder around him. At the same time the 3 bone crushers, as if receiving a silent command, struck simultaneously. The long whip, burning with residual ghostly green flames, lashed through the air, not at the enemy but at the air in front of Eric, exploding into a violently disturbed energy vortex accompanied by a mental shriek. The wielder of the serrated short blade drove it deep into the ground, and a chaotic field that distorted vision and disrupted energy perception erupted outward violently. The archer with the damaged crossbow pulled the trigger, releasing not a physical bolt, but a chaotic stream of purple energy condensed from most of his remaining power, aimed directly at the space beside Bai Shui, intending to create an energy vacuum, or trigger a magical detonation. The 3 coordinated with a clear purpose: at all costs create a moment of maximum battlefield disruption and chaos. And at the center of this eruption of interference, Eric's constantly compressed and condensed dark red blood energy exploded outward. Not spreading out but following a highly concentrated conical trajectory, it all poured into the giant axe in his hand. The blade instantly blazed blindingly bright, the dark red light almost turning pure black, as if it could devour even light itself. His heavy armor emitted a faint metallic groan of strain, and tiny blood-red sparks even burst from the gaps at the joints. He had activated a forbidden technique that burned his blood energy, temporarily surpassing his body's limits. A low beast-like roar like that of a wounded animal finally burst from his throat. It was the cry of flesh and will together when pure power shattered its limits. The next instant he vanished. In that moment, with the cover of multiple interferences, and the boost of his own forbidden technique, his speed reached an extreme that the naked eye could barely track. Lin An only saw a blur before his eyes. A straight space-tearing dark red afterimage burned into his retina. The afterimage ignored the mental turbulence created by the whip, tore through the distortion field set by the short blade, and even split the purple energy stream fired by the crossbow archer right down the middle. It charged straight toward him with a resolute, unstoppable, crushing determination. This time Eric's target was unprecedented in its clarity and focus. All the interference, all the bursts, all the skills and power, all for this single axe strike. This strike condensed his lifetime of killing experience, his savage strength, and the extreme speed bought by burning his blood energy at this moment. Where the blade passed, space itself seemed briefly torn by the extreme ferocity and power, leaving a blurred, trembling black trail. Fast. Fierce. Absolute. The 50-meter distance was crossed in an instant. The dark red, almost black blade, carrying a deathly aura that could freeze the soul, was already within 10 meters of Bai Shui. This was the true full-power strike of the Butcher. Yet, facing the seemingly unstoppable blow, Bai Shui's blood-red eyes, which reflected the rapidly approaching death blade, rippled with a clear, cold wave. She raised her right hand. Her 5 fingers were slender and fair. She pushed forward toward the giant axe blade that had already swung down to her front, its fierce wind almost cutting her bangs. The movement was casual and effortless, like brushing away a dewdrop from a petal. The moment she acted, a dark red singularity, finer than a needle tip, yet seeming to concentrate all the light and weight of 1,000 dying stars, silently materialized. Then it gently touched the menacing giant axe blade. There was no earth-shattering explosion. No clash of energy tides. Time and sound seemed to be swallowed at the instant of that contact. Then a low extreme hum, as if echoing directly in the depths of the soul, erupted abruptly. It was not sound but the wail of the spatial structure being locally perturbed by extreme force. Centered on that point of contact, a visible dark red ring-shaped shockwave spread outward silently yet violently like ripples from a boulder dropped into a calm lake. The first to bear the brunt was Eric's giant axe, which had concentrated all his essence, energy, and spirit, and was unleashed with his burning blood energy. The violent dark red, almost black energy on the blade began to dissolve and disintegrate without any resistance the moment it touched the dark red singularity. A crisp, heart-stopping sound of shattering. That giant axe, as wide as a door plank, began to crack and break apart from the center of the blade. The shattered metal fragments did not explode outward. Instead, the moment they separated from the axe body, they were completely annihilated by the residual power of the dark red singularity, reduced to the finest dust. In the same instant the giant axe shattered. That terrifying force traveled along the axe handle, instantly transmitting to Eric's hands, arms, and even the front half of his body covered in heavy armor. A guttural cry of agony escaped him. For the first time, Eric's face, usually as silent as rock, twisted into an almost contorted expression of pain. He let out an uncontrollable roar of pain, and the armor on his arms emitted a dense grating sound of metal twisting and shattering under the impact of that force. Dark red substantial cracks instantly covered the surface of his armor, with his own blood energy bursting from the gaps along with threads of real dark red blood. His massive body, as if struck head-on by an invisible giant hammer, flew backward at a speed faster than his charge. His feet plowed 2 deep furrows in the rock, sending stones flying. The spreading dark red ring-shaped shockwave did not stop. It swept evenly across all areas within a 30-meter radius in front of Bai Shui. The 3 squad members who had just launched their interference attacks without time to retreat or react were lightly brushed by this ripple. In the instant the ripple passed, they turned to ash, leaving no trace of their existence. Only Eric, by relying on the extreme power gained from burning his blood energy, and at the moment his giant axe shattered and his arms were wounded, cost-dependently contracted and condensed all remaining blood energy on his body's surface, forming a fragile but crucial temporary shield, barely managed to survive that terrifying ring-shaped shockwave. Even so, he was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing heavily into a massive rock before stopping, the rock behind him covered in cracks. He knelt on one knee, his helmet long lost in the impact, revealing a face covered in scars, now pale as paper, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The armor on his arms was completely twisted and shattered in many places, the exposed skin of his arms covered with horrific lacerations and burn marks dripping with blood, clearly unable to exert force for the time being. That heavy dark plate armor was also covered with fine cracks. The dark red ring-shaped ripples slowly dissipated in the air. In the distance, Eric raised his head. His frozen dark red blood eyes, through the lingering smoke and the energy aftershocks that had not yet completely dissipated, fixed a deep, unwavering gaze on Lin An, who was protected behind Bai Shui. That gaze carried no emotion, only a pure cold lock. Like a hunter making one final confirmation of the prey's location before retreating. Then his heavy wounded body shot backward. He dashed toward a region of jagged rocks and intertwined shadows at the edge of the stone plain. His movements were resolute and desperate, abandoning the fight. Eric's figure bounded among the rocks a few times, and then completely vanished into the dim shadows, disappearing from sight. Only the trailing bloodstains and shattered armor pieces left on the stone ground testified to his existence, and the haste of his escape. The stone plain fell into a deathly silence. Bai Shui slowly lowered her right hand, the dark red energy at her fingertips long gone. She turned around immediately. "It's all right." Bai Shui smiled at him. She took his hand, pulled him closer, and gently touched her forehead to his. It was not until this moment that a squad of about 10 silver-armored guards finally rushed to the scene. They wore silver-white armor with a simple, elegant design bearing the emblem of a crescent moon, and moved swiftly. The leader was a middle-aged male vampire with a hard face and sharp eyes. He saw the devastated battlefield as if struck by a meteor, the 3 blank human-shaped traces, the residual terrifying energy fluctuations, and then Bai Shui, who was safe and of extraordinary bearing, and the human youth behind her. His eyes shook violently. But his face showed no extra expression, he simply raised his hand quickly. The guards behind him immediately dispersed. Half of them pointed their weapons cautiously toward the direction of Eric's escape and the surroundings, while the other half quickly began to examine the battlefield traces, moving professionally and silently without making any unnecessary sound. No one approached Bai Shui to speak, as if she were merely a coordinate point on the battlefield that needed to be verified. The leading guard captain's gaze lingered on Bai Shui for a moment, then swept over Lin An and finally settled on the shattered armor pieces and bloodstains belonging to Eric on the ground. He crouched down, dipped a finger in the not yet fully coagulated dark red blood, sniffed it, and then carefully examined the patterns and damage marks on the armor pieces. He began directing his subordinates to conduct a more detailed investigation of the scene. Bai Shui showed no reaction. She neither expected nor intended to have much interaction with these local guards. She took Lin An's hand and without lingering headed straight toward the city. Bai Shui held his hand warm and steady. Deep in her blood-red eyes the cold gleam that had risen from Eric's final glance had not completely faded. Beneath that cold gleam lay a decision already made unchangeable. Villain de la Tour. His hand had already reached her doorstep. This game was due for a final reckoning. The Duke's scheme. Deep within the shadow corridor castle the air in the blood treatment room was thick with a nauseatingly sweet cloying scent mingled with the bitterness of ancient herbs, and the peculiar scorched feeling of magic overexertion. The light here was always deliberately dimmed with only a few ghostly purple crystal lamps set into recesses in the walls providing illumination casting a sickly halo over everything in the room. Eric was placed on a treatment table carved from a single piece of dark stone in the center of the room. The armor on his upper body had been carefully removed and the shattered pieces lay scattered beside him like the scales of a defeated giant beast in the dim light. The exposed body was a gruesome sight on his right side from shoulder and neck to waist and abdomen. Large patches of skin showed a terrifying bluish black with twisted and necrotic muscle texture. It was held together only by tendon skin and spells with irregular protruding bone fragments visible beneath the skin, a shocking sight. Eric lay on his back, his rock-like face. The scar-laden face was now as pale as a corpse, his lips pressed into a rigid straight line. The dark crimson pupils, vacant and unfocused, stared at the intricate somber reliefs on the ceiling, devoid of pain, anger, or any sign of life, only a deathly stillness. The heavy metal door of the treatment room slid open silently. Duke Violin entered, still clad in his luxurious deep violet velvet house robe, his silver hair impeccable, his countenance handsome and pale. Yet his gait lacked its usual languid rhythm. Within the depths of his violet eyes a dark vortex seemed to spin inaudibly. He did not glance at the two bowing physicians, his gaze fixed directly on the body lying on the treatment table, nearly half destroyed. The room was filled only with the faint hiss of blood energy flowing and the heavy yet unnervingly steady breathing of Eric, a rhythm forged by a will tempered through countless trials, one that even excruciating pain could not disrupt. The Duke stood before the treatment table silent for a moment. His gaze swept over the blackened necrotic muscles, the limp ruined right arm, and finally settled on Eric's vacant dark crimson pupils. "Speak!" the Duke commanded, his voice low yet smooth and cold as silk soaked in ice water. Eric's eyes rotated with agonizing slowness, his focus struggling to latch onto the Duke's face. He opened his mouth, a rasping sandpaper-like sound escaping his throat. Then word by word, in a hoarse voice devoid of inflection yet dripping with the scent of blood from every syllable, he began to recount the battle report. There were no embellishments, no emotional coloring, only the starkest fragments of crucial facts stacked together. Each word struck the Duke's ears like a venom-laced icicle. The dark vortex in Duke Violin's violet eyes swirled with increasing intensity. He asked no further questions. He simply stood there, shifting his gaze from Eric to the flickering ghostly purple shadows on the wall of the treatment room, sinking into a prolonged silence. After a long while the Duke spoke again, his voice colder and softer than before. "Keep him alive. Use the wailing blood pool. Continue until he can lift his axe again." "Yes, Your Grace." The two physicians, relieved, quickly bowed in acknowledgement. The wailing blood pool was one of the family's most elite treatment resources, its immersion excruciatingly painful but supremely effective. By issuing such an order, the Duke evidently had not abandoned Eric, his blade. Duke Violin lingered no longer. He turned and left the blood treatment chamber. The heavy metal door closed behind him, sealing off the rich scent of blood and agony within. He did not return to his study. Instead, he followed the spiral ancient stone steps downward, descending into a forbidden zone deeper beneath the castle, the family archive. Here it was even more silent than the blood treatment room. The air was thick with the mingled scents of aged parchment, magical ink, and fine dust. Towering obsidian bookshelves stood like silent giants, stretching into the impenetrable darkness. They were crammed with scrolls, tomes, and secret records written in various ancient languages and even pure magical imprints. A ghostly light flickered in the Duke's violet eyes. He needed neither illumination nor an index. Guided by the resonance of bloodline knowledge, he strode directly to a remote corner of the archive. The shelves there were made of older, darker material, housing records that concerned other ancient clans, buried history, and certain forbidden knowledge. His fingers brushed over the spines of countless heavy tomes, finally stopping at an ancient scroll bound in pale magical beast hide and tied with dark silver thread. The scroll bore no text on its surface, only an abstract emblem, a tangle of countless shadows, which was the secret insignia of the White Knight Court. Only the rulers of a very few ancient families knew of its existence, and had the authority to consult related records. The Duke unfastened the casing and carefully unrolled the yellowed resilient scroll. What it contained was not the detailed secrets of the White Knight Court, those could never be divulged, but rather vague accounts, fragmentary observation reports, and analytical inferences based on specific energy signatures and behavioral patterns. These fragments of information came from the long-distant history of contact between the Shadow Corridor and the White Knight Court over millennia, as well as occasional intersections at the edges of major events. His eyes swept rapidly over the ciphered text written in an ancient vampiric language, his fingertips occasionally pausing on a line or a symbol. The scroll mentioned some universally recognized traits of the core members of the White Knight Court. The more he read, the darker Duke Violin's expression became, and the more complex the light in his violet eyes grew. Anger like a venomous serpent gnawed at his rationality. Eric's failure, the annihilation of the squad. This was not merely a loss of combat power, it was a blatant challenge and humiliation to his authority. The enemy clearly knew who Eric represented, yet they had delivered a killing blow, sparing only Eric to deliver the message. This was itself a contemptuous condescension. But fiercer than the anger was the greed that reignited within him, burning so intensely it made his soul tremble. For the White Knight Court, that notoriously low-key, mysterious, and internally disciplined ancient clan, to dispatch such a high-level being, risking exposure to act as a near guardian for a human youth. That boy named Lin An, the value of his blood must far exceed even his wildest initial imaginings. Fragments of the legend of the primordial blood flashed through his mind. Certain ancient records nearly dismissed as myth began to sharpen into focus. Could it be? Not merely a matter of purity, but something touching upon the origins of vampiric power, even the fundamental laws of this world. The White Knight Court must know something. Their excessive mobilization proved precisely the priceless nature of this blood. Duke Violen slowly rolled up the scroll, sealed it, and returned it to its place. He stood among the endless shelves of archives, the ghostly purple light casting his tall shadow into a twisted, solitary form. His anger gradually settled, solidifying into something colder, harder. A faint, utterly cold curve lifted the corner of his mouth. "White Knight Court," he murmured to himself, his voice echoing in the empty archive. "You've hidden yourselves deep indeed. But since you have shown your claws, don't blame the hunter for adjusting his strategy." He turned his steps more resolute, and more dangerous than before. In his violet eyes the light of calculation rekindled, deeper, greedier, and more insane than ever. Prince Corrido. Duke Violen stood alone before the round table, his deep violet eyes fixed on the silvery blue glow, his fingertips tapping absently on the cold surface. The intelligence brought back by Eric combined with the deductions from the archive ground like two heavy millstones in his mind, crushing and refining his thoughts. The White Knight Court. This pool was far deeper than he had estimated. A direct assault on their territory. That would be tantamount to declaring war on the entire White Knight Court. Even if the Shadow Corridor did not fear them, it would be a reckless move that Violen's line alone could not bear the consequences of. Especially since the enemy was clearly prepared and the Guardian's strength was unfathomable. But to simply give up. That would be worse than death. The secret that might lie within Lin An's blood, like the sweetest poison, had seeped into every fiber of his being. Moreover, with things having reached this point, the other side would not let the matter rest. He must take the initiative. He raised his hand and traced a complex rune in the air against the blank wall on one side of the round table. The liquid night on the wall rippled, recessed inward, and revealed an ancient silver mirror as tall as a man, framed with irregular pieces of obsidian. The mirror's surface did not reflect the scene before it, instead it resembled the deepest night sky, with specks of starlight drifting within like countless tiny eyes opening and closing. This was the highest level encrypted communication medium within the Shadow Corridor, connecting core members scattered across the realm, especially the decision-makers deep within the court. Duke Violen smoothed his already immaculate lapels, cleared his throat, and instantly suppressed the obsessive fervor and icy rage on his face, replacing them with a look of measured gravity laced with just the right amount of concern and resolve. He faced the mirror and slowly infused a thread of pure magical power. The starlight deep within the mirror accelerated its swirl, rapidly coalescing and spinning until it formed a blurred scene as if viewed through a heavy curtain. It appeared to be an even more imposing and gloomy hall, its light extremely dim. Only the outlines of massive, twisted, shadowy pillars could be seen, and at the far end of the hall a tall figure sat on a huge bone thrown its back to the mirror. The figure was shrouded in impenetrable darkness, revealing only the broad outline of shoulders that seemed capable of bearing the weight of mountains. A low, slow voice imbued with the supreme authority of accumulated ages and a hint of faint displeasure resonated through the mirror directly filling the strategy chamber, as if the speaker were standing beside him. Violin. The voice uttered his name without any prefix or honorific, plain yet weighty as a mountain. The ripples you have stirred are spreading faster and farther than anticipated. The White Knight Court's guards have begun reinforcing patrols along the border. Prince Corrido, one of the current spokespersons of the Shadow Corridor within the Eternal Night Court, and the greatest support and constraint of this bloodline within the Power Core. Duke Violin bowed slightly, his posture respectful but not servile. Your Highness, the situation has taken an unforeseen turn. He omitted all pleasantries and prefatory justifications, cutting straight to the core. Violin's voice lowered, carrying a tone of mingled excitement and gravity. That human youth Lin An. The White Knight Court dispatched a being of such caliber for personal protection. Their level of emphasis is extraordinary. Combined with my earlier reports on the abnormal purity of his blood and certain, nearly forgotten vague records in ancient scrolls. Your Highness, I suspect that what we have discovered may not be merely a person with a special constitution. He paused, letting the next words carry greater weight. It could very well be a clue related to the primordial blood, even to the more ancient origins of our power. The words primordial blood were like a stone cast into a still lake. Even through the shadow word mirror, Violin could sense an extremely subtle fluctuation in the deep abyss-like aura on the other side. The voice in the mirror was silent for a moment. When it spoke again, the displeasure seemed to have faded slightly, replaced by a cautious inquiry. Violin, do you know what those 4 words signify? It is not merely legend, it involves certain taboos and power balances that even the court avoids discussing. If your judgment is mistaken, we will not only become outright enemies with the White Knight Court but may also provoke other more ancient entities. The White Knight Court is far more resilient than you imagine. Precisely for that reason, Your Highness. Violin's voice rose slightly, carrying an unshakable conviction. The White Knight Court's excessive mobilization proves exactly the value of this treasure. They want to monopolize this secret that could rewrite the power structure. If we back down now, we will hand over the initiative entirely. Is the Shadow Corridor willing to watch the White Knight Court surpass us in the future thanks to this potential? He skillfully conflated his personal greed with the competition of the family, and the struggle for power. Silence fell again on the other side of the mirror, longer this time. Only the silhouette remained in the dim light like an eternal, unchanging sculpture. After a long while, Prince Corrido's voice finally came through, lower and slower than before, each word seemingly weighed with immense gravity. Violin, your ambition and instincts have always been known to me. But decision-making requires more than instinct, it needs irrefutable evidence, and reasons that can convince all. Words like possible suspicion, clue. These are insufficient grounds for the Shadow Corridor to open a full-scale war with the White Knight Court. Violin's heart sank slightly, but he was not surprised. This was the best possible response he could have expected. No outright rejection meant there was an opportunity. I understand, Your Highness. His tone regained its steadiness. I am not requesting an immediate war. But we need closer observation, we need irrefutable evidence. Eric brought back only the experience of defeat and a description of the enemy's energy signature. We need to know what exactly makes that boy's blood so special. So, Prince Corrido's voice was unreadable. Please, Your Highness, authorize the deployment of Shadowblade. Violin stated his request. No large-scale operation, just the most elite reconnaissance team. Their mission is to infiltrate, observe, and sample, if possible. The operation must be absolutely covert, prioritizing intelligence gathering and avoiding direct confrontation with the enemy's guardian. Once we obtain concrete evidence, whether regarding the secret of the blood or the depth of the White Knight Court's involvement, we will have a sufficient reason for the next move. Shadowblade was a special force directly under the Shadow Corridor's court, specializing in stealth espionage and covert operations. Its members might not match Eric's pure killing efficiency in individual combat, but they were top-tier in concealment, infiltration, and information gathering. Deploying them meant that this matter had officially entered the court's high-level attention, and also that Violin had obtained limited tentative support. The silhouette in the mirror seemed to nod slightly. Agreed. Prince Corrido finally consented. I will issue an order to dispatch a Shadowblade squad under your temporary command. Remember, Violin, their role is to be eyes and ears, not swords. Until I and the Council of Elders are presented with verified evidence, any action that escalates the conflict will be your own responsibility. The White Knight Court is not one of those wandering clans you can toy with. As Your Highness commands. Duke Violin bowed deeply, a gleam of triumph flashing in his violet eyes. With Shadowblade he now had sharper feelers. The communication ended and the shadow word mirror returned to its deep night appearance. Violin straightened up, his respectful expression instantly vanishing, replaced by cold calculation. He walked to another side of the strategy chamber where a seemingly ordinary wall stood. He bit his fingertips, smearing a drop of faintly purple glowing blood onto an inconspicuous stone in the wall. The stone sank silently inward, revealing a narrow passage just wide enough for one person, from which an even older, colder aura emerged. He stepped into the passage, descended about 100 steps, and arrived at a completely sealed, lightless small chamber. At the center of the chamber stood an ancient chest, also made of shadow star iron. This was one of his private vaults, storing items of extreme value, or those not suitable for public display. He opened the chest. Inside there was no glittering treasure, only a few seemingly unremarkable objects. His gaze fell upon one item, a neatly folded cloak of deep gray made of a material that was neither cloth nor leather. Its surface bore no ornamentation, and light seemed to be absorbed upon contact, giving it an utterly muted, lifeless quality. Night Stalker. A secret treasure passed down from an ancient ancestor proficient in shadow and concealment. When worn, as long as one did not exert power beyond a certain threshold, it allowed near-perfect integration into any shadowy environment, and could shield against most perception detection abilities below the prince level. This was one of his ultimate tools for survival and infiltration, never used lightly. He took out the cloak, his fingertips brushing over its cold, lifeless surface. Shadowblade was the overt piece, the probe, the tool for gathering evidence. As for himself, Violin de la Tour Duke had never truly intended to entrust such a crucial matter entirely to others. Left to others' hands. When the Shadowblade drew the attention of the White Knight Court and that guardian, it was then that the true hunter, donning the Night Walker, would personally approach the prey, seeking the moment for a fatal strike. He needed it to ultimately fall into his own hands. The chessboard had been set, the open pieces and hidden pieces were all in place. Now he only waited for the prey to reveal the slightest flaw in its supposedly safe lair. A cold and elegant arc curled at the corner of the Duke's lips. This time he would not fail. Visiting Jiayua slope. The moment Lin An stepped through the crescent arch, he instinctively held his breath. It was not due to tension or vigilance, but a pure sensory impact and transition, gentle yet impossible to ignore. Outside the gate, the stone plain still carried the cold, killing atmosphere of gunpowder smoke and blood, with the air filled with chaotic magic power and dust. Inside the gate it was as if stepping into a dream that had been washed by moonlight 1,000 times. The first thing he sensed was the air. It was no longer the murky, sweet stench at the edge of the eternal dark forest, nor the stifling mix of staleness and oppression of Night Rest Town. The air here was as crisp as the valley after the first snowfall of early winter. When inhaled, it carried a faint, cool sweetness. Upon closer examination, one could taste the cold fragrance of night-blooming flowers, the scent of moist earth, and a gentle, pure, almost minty freshness unique to the magic particles. The concentration of magic power was noticeably higher than outside, yet it was exceptionally docile and gentle. When flowing through the body, it caused no discomfort, but instead felt like the softest massage, soothing the nerves that had been tensed from earlier fright and strain. Next came the light. Inside the arch was a wide main road paved with a smooth, polished unknown stone in a light silver gray. In the crevices between the stones grew tiny light blue moss that emitted a soft, fluorescent glow. On both sides of the road at intervals stood elegant and simple silver-white lampposts. Atop the posts was not flame but floating fist-sized, perfectly round and flawless moonlight stones. They emitted a constant soft silver-white glow, illuminating the entire road like a flowing river of milk. But this light was not harsh. When it fell on the skin, it carried a very subtle, comforting warmth, dispelling the bone-deep chill brought by the eternal twilight of the vampire world. Lin An couldn't help but lower his head to look at the back of his hand. Under the silver radiance, his skin seemed even more translucent. On both sides of the main road were orderly buildings. Most were 2 to 3-story stone buildings, their main bodies in silver white or light gray. The styles varied yet harmonized, featuring elegant arched windows, carved balconies, and sloping roofs. On the walls of many buildings and even on the roof tiles were embedded moonlight stones or other luminous crystals of various sizes. They were not randomly placed but arranged into elegant patterns of stars, crescent moons, and vines. In the night they quietly emitted their own glimmers, interweaving with the lamplight to form a serene and resplendent tableau. In the corners of some buildings or in courtyards grew trees with strange postures. Their trunks were an elegant silver gray with sparse branches and leaves. The leaves were not green but a nearly translucent silver blue shaped like elongated feathers. There was no wind, yet those leaves trembled faintly of their own accord extremely slowly. With each tremor a ring of barely visible silver ripples rippled from the leaf edges while emitting ethereal crisp tiny notes like crystal wind chimes lightly touching each other. Countless such trees produced notes of varying pitches, yet they miraculously wove together into a soothing tranquil background music, without a fixed melody but full of natural harmony, lingering in the ears. This place was too quiet, too orderly. Unlike the oppressive silence of Night Rest Town, it was a tranquility full of life yet adhering to rules. Occasionally one could see vampire residents in various attires strolling on the streets, or quietly doing something behind open windows. Their gazes would also fall on Bai Shui and Lin An, who had just entered the city. But in those glances curiosity outweighed scrutiny, respect clearly for Bai Shui outweighed greed, and a few elders even nodded slightly to Bai Shui in greeting before returning to their own affairs, not coming forward to disturb. There was no crowding, no clamor. Everyone seemed to follow some silent rhythm, living peacefully within this domain bathed in silver light. Held by Bai Shui's hand, Lin An walked slowly on the smooth pavement, feeling like a mortal who had stumbled into a fairyland. His eyes and ears couldn't take it all in. The earlier carnage, AI-like suffocating gaze, the nightmare of the insect swarm. Before this excessively beautiful and peaceful scene, they truly seemed to become fading distant nightmares, gradually washed away by the crisp air and soft light before him. "This is Jinyu Square." Bai Shui's voice sounded beside him, softer than usual, as if afraid to disturb the tranquility. She pointed to an open circular plaza beside the main road. The ground was paved with silver stones of varying shades, forming a complex pattern of celestial movements. In the center was a small fountain from which flowed not water but a soft, misty silver light stream. At the edge of the plaza were some stone benches. Several pairs of vampire men and women sat quietly there, whispering or simply gazing at the light mist in the center. "People like to meet here, chat, and sometimes play chess. Not your human chess or Go, but a small game using magic-driven light and shadow pieces. I'll teach you another day." She then pointed to a building on the other side of the plaza with large arched windows and an appearance like an open book. "That is the Starlight Library. It houses many books, not only vampire magic and history but also literary works, scientific texts, and even some popular novels collected from the human world. I remember that adventure series you mentioned wanting to read last time. The latest volume should be in there. Wanna go see?" Lin An turned to her in surprise, not expecting her to remember a casual remark he had made. He shook his head. Now he wanted to take in more of this incredible place. Next time," he murmured, his gaze again drawn to what lay ahead. They left the main road and turned into a slightly narrower but more exquisite stone-paved path. On both sides of the path were meticulously tended gardens planted with many luminous plants. Lin An had never seen pendulous pale purple flowers like small lanterns, ferns with leaves like blue fluorescent silk, and clumps of low shrubs like twinkling stardust. The cold fragrance in the air became more pronounced. At the end of the path appeared a well. The well curb was built of milky white jade-like stone, also inlaid with tiny luminous particles. Beside the well were several smooth polished buckets of the same material. What caught Lin An's attention was the well mouth. There was no cover, but inside was not a deep darkness, instead it rippled with a layer of liquid like melted crystal. The liquid displayed an extremely pure color between silver white and pale blue, emitting a soft light that illuminated the well walls. The light fluctuated with the gentle ripples of the liquid as if it were breathing with life. "This is the moon well." Bai Shui led him to the well, released his hand, bent down to pick up a silver cup with a long handle, reached into the well and scooped up half a cup of the crystalline liquid. The liquid in the cup still emitted a charming halo, incredibly clear with no impurities visible. "It's not ordinary water. It's moonlight dew formed by the special veins and moonlight stone deposits beneath the domain, infused over years with pure moonlight energy and gentle magic power. Drinking a little helps calm the mind and relieve fatigue. Long-term consumption can even slowly improve constitution, allowing non-vampires to better adapt to the magic environment here." She handed the cup to Lin An, her blood-red eyes smiling as she looked at him. "Try it, the taste is special." Lin An took the cool silver cup, hesitated as he looked at the glowing water. But out of complete trust in Bai Shui, he brought the cup to his lips and took a small cautious sip. The liquid was icy cold, exceptionally smooth, almost weightless on the tongue. The taste was indescribable. Not sweet, not sour, but an extremely fresh starlit coolness, as if melting the purest night sky and first snow on the tip of the tongue. The moment he swallowed, a gentle warmth spread from his stomach, quickly flowing through his limbs and body. The slight shock from the earlier battle and the fatigue of the long journey were indeed smoothed away by this warmth, and his mind became clearer. "It's delicious." His eyes brightened and he couldn't help taking another sip. This time the sensation was more pronounced. The warmth made his cold hands and feet warmer. Bai Shui watched his expression as if he had discovered a new world, and the smile at the corner of her mouth deepened. If you like it, you can drink a little every day from now on. But not too much at once, your body needs to gradually adapt. She took the empty cup and put it back. They continued strolling, passing through a small garden arch, and suddenly a serene lake opened before them. Under the ubiquitous silver glow of the domain, the lake water presented a deep ink blue color that seemed to have absorbed the entire starry sky, yet it was crystal clear to the bottom. The lake shore was covered with fine soft white sand with a pearly luster. The most magical thing was the lake surface. In the shallow waters near the shore, many palm-sized, nearly transparent jellyfish-like creatures floated. They had no eyes or mouths, their bodies were carved from the purest crystal. Inside, tiny nebula-like silver specks slowly rotated and flowed. They gently rose and fell with the lake's ripples occasionally extending slender hair-like light tendrils to touch the water's surface, creating tiny rings of silver ripples. Several young vampires who looked like human children of 7 or 8 years were playing barefoot in the shallow water, trying to catch the glowing jellyfish with their hands. The jellyfish seemed unafraid, dodging nimbly. Occasionally, when lightly touched, the nebulous specks inside spun faster, emitting a brighter light, drawing clear bell-like laughter from the children. One of the young vampires with deep brown curly hair noticed Lin An and Bai Shui approaching. His gaze first fell on Bai Shui with reverence, then landed curiously on Lin An, an obvious human appearing deep in Jiao's slope, which was clearly rare. The young vampire blinked, his big eyes ran out of the water, leaving a trail of wet footprints on the white sand. He ran up to Lin and tilted his head, scrutinized him without concealment, then reached out a small cool hand still wet with water, as if wanting to touch the fabric of Lin An's clothes, which differed from vampire attire. Bai Shui gently, but with a hint of imperceptible authority, stopped the young vampire. Lin An felt a lightness in his heart that he had never experienced since entering the vampire world. He looked around. In the distance, buildings built along the mountain rose in layers, the light of moonlight stones like stars falling to earth. Nearby the lake was tranquil, exotic flowers and plants silently blooming. The air was filled with crisp fragrance and faint ethereal music. Everything was orderly and unrealistically beautiful, forming a stark contrast, like heaven and hell, with the treacherous, chaotic, greed and murder-filled corner of the vampire world he had experienced before. Bai Shui walked to his side and naturally took his hand. "Do you like it here?" she asked softly, her voice lighter than the ripples on the lake. Lin An nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling under the silver light. "I like it. This place is really wonderful." Bai Shui did not speak immediately, but tightened her grip on his hand and led him slowly along the lakeshore. After walking a distance away from the occasional passers-by, she spoke again, her voice low as a whisper yet clearly penetrating Lin An's heart. "Later, when everything is settled, we can come often." A surge of warmth mixed with an indescribable thrill rose in Lin An's chest. He turned his head to look at her, but she just gazed ahead, her profile impossibly soft under the moonlight stone's glow, only a faint yet utterly real curve at the corner of her lips. He didn't answer, only tightened his grip on her hand. The warmth of their palms blended together, as if silently affirming a warm and peaceful promise about the future. Bai Shui's residence. Leaving Mirror Lake, passing through several more secluded paths lined with tall silver-leaf trees, the terrain gradually rose. Finally they stopped before a relatively secluded hillside. The slope was not steep, covered with a thick layer of soft meadow that emitted a faint silver glow like a huge breathing silver carpet. On the hillside following the natural terrain stood a building. It was a 3-story silver-white stone house. The stone house had simple flowing lines without any elaborate or exaggerated decorations, yet it possessed an indescribable elegance and harmony, as if it had naturally grown on this hillside, blending with the glowing meadow and swaying tree shadows. The walls were a warm pearl white, reflecting a soft luster against the moonlight and the meadow's glimmer. The roof was a gentle slope covered with dark gray tiles, each tile's edge inlaid with tiny diamond-like luminous particles, making the entire roof resemble a flowing river of stars in the night. In front of the stone house was a small but meticulously tended courtyard. Low silver-gray stone walls enclosed the space, the walls covered with dense vines, the very moonlight roses Lin An had seen before. At this moment countless bull-sized roses were in full bloom. Their petals were nearly transparent, silver-white, layered upon layers, with the center showing a faint, elegant pale gold. Each flower quietly emitted a soft, pure halo, enveloping the entire courtyard in a misty, romantic light. The fragrance of the roses was cool and lasting, drifting in waves with the night breeze. The courtyard gate was ajar. Bai Shui pushed it open and led Lin An inside. Underfoot was a path of fine white pebbles winding toward the main entrance of the stone house. On both sides of the path, besides the rows of moonlight roses, were several stone mortars placed at intervals, planted with some luminous low plants, and moss like tiny starry rivers on the ground. Everything was serene and beautiful, full of life yet not contrived. "This is your home in Jua Slope?" Lin An asked softly, his eyes taking in the beautiful residence. This was far from the gloomy castle or cold palace he had imagined. It's one of my resting places." Bai Shui's tone carried the relaxation of returning to a familiar environment. She pushed open the heavy oak door carved with simple crescent patterns. "However, it's the one I've stayed the longest and loved the most." Inside the door was a spacious foyer, the floor covered with dark wooden planks polished like a mirror, reflecting the moonlight stone glow from outside the window. The air had a faint pleasant scent of old books, dried flowers, and a fresh aroma like cedar. Bai Shui gave him a brief tour of the first floor. The living room was spacious and bright, with furniture mostly combining light-colored wood and dark fabric, simple and comfortable in style. A large floor-to-ceiling window faced the courtyard. The curtains were drawn open, and the light mist of the moonlight roses filtered through the glass, adding a dreamy hue to the room. The fireplace was unlit, but on the mantelpiece were several oddly shaped crystals and a few open books. On the nearby shelves besides books were several globes, one with a standard world map, the other with completely different landmasses, and some artifacts Lin An couldn't name but looked quite old. "You sit for a while. I'll get us something to eat." Bai Shui led him to the soft sofa in the living room and pressed his shoulder. She gestured for him to sit. "After all that walking and the scare, you should eat something." Lin An wanted to offer his help, but Bai Shui had already turned and walked into the kitchen. He had no choice but to obediently sit on the sofa, his gaze unable to resist curiously surveying the surroundings. This place was too normal. So normal that it didn't resemble the residence of a vampire elder who had lived for countless years and possessed terrifying power, but rather the home of a human scholar or artist with exquisite taste and a love for life. The pervasive tranquility, warmth, and pursuit of knowledge and beauty powerfully washed away Lin An's preconceived notions of vampires. His gaze was drawn to a slightly ajar door on the other side of the living room. Behind that door there seemed to be more bookshelves. After a moment's hesitation he stood up and gently pushed the door open. It was a study. The entire wall from floor to ceiling was lined with heavy dark wooden bookshelves, densely yet orderly, filled with books. The scripts on the spines were diverse, including the elegant and intricate vampire script that he could not decipher. In the center of the study was a large solid wood desk. Several books and a roll of parchment were spread open on the desktop, with a quill pen resting on the ink bottle beside them. What caught Lin An's attention most was the open manuscript at the corner of the desk, its handwriting graceful and fluid. Draped casually over the arm of the chair behind the desk was a silver-gray knitted shawl. By the window stood an astronomical telescope that looked quite old, its lens pointed toward the deep star-studded night sky outside. This place was filled with traces of Bai Shui. He left the study and walked up the stairs to the second floor. On the walls of the staircase hung several paintings of various styles, landscapes, still lifes, and portraits. Lin An stopped in front of a small oil painting. The pigments on the canvas seemed to have weathered long years, with some colors having settled, but the image remained clear. It depicted a lonely steep mountain peak shrouded in cold moonlight, surrounded by surging seas of clouds. At the highest point of the peak a solitary figure stood with its back to the viewer. The figure had long snow-white hair that was almost indistinguishable from the snow in the moonlight, and wore a simple white dress of ancient style. The hem of the dress and her hair were blown backward by the high-altitude wind. She stood there quietly gazing at the endless sea of clouds and the distant blurred mountain shadows. Her back was straight, yet it exuded a sense of solitude. The painting did not reveal her face, but Lin An was almost immediately certain that it was Bai Shui. It was a moment from her long life frozen on canvas. That sense of loneliness was so intense that Lin An was somewhat lost in thought. Subconsciously he wanted to lick his dry lips, but accidentally bit them with his teeth. A small cut appeared on his tender lip from the bite. Lin An pressed his lips together, not thinking much of it. "Lin An, you can come down and eat now." Bai Shui's voice came from downstairs, carrying a touch of homely warmth. He responded and turned to go downstairs. In the dining room the crystal vase on the long table had been filled with fresh moonlight roses still bearing dewdrops. Several candles were lit on the silver candelabra, their flames steady and warm. On the table were simple dishes: 2 perfectly pan-seared steaks, golden brown soft bread, a plate of green vegetable salad that Lin An didn't recognize, and 2 bowls of steaming hot mushroom soup. The food was not overly lavish, but it was made with great care and delicacy, and the aroma was enticing. Bai Shui had untied the plain apron she had put on at some point, and was arranging the knife and fork. The candlelight illuminated her profile, softening her features, and warm points of light flickered in her blood-red eyes. At this moment she bore none of the aloofness of a superior or an ancient being. She was like any ordinary woman preparing dinner for her family, radiating an aura of peace. "Sit down quickly, eat while it's hot." She looked up and smiled at him, pointing to the seat opposite. Lin An walked over and sat down. Looking at the food before him and then at the beautiful gentle face across the candlelight, his heart was filled with a vast overwhelming warmth. The life and death crisis he had experienced today, the treacherous dangers of the vampire world, all of it was firmly shut out by this simple yet warm dinner, and this home filled with her presence. This place was safe. This place was warm. Here. There was her. The two ate in quiet companionship, occasionally exchanging a few low words about the food, the garden flowers they had seen earlier, or the interesting book in the study. The atmosphere was as peaceful as the most ordinary family evening. After the meal, Bai Shui did not immediately clear the table. Instead, she picked up her wine glass filled with some kind of sweet fruit juice, gently swirled it, and fixed her gaze on Lin An's face through the candlelight. "Today, were you terrified?" she asked softly, her blood-red eyes filled with clear concern. Lin An nodded honestly. "At first, yes. But later with you here." He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. Bai Shui smiled, and the smile was especially moving in the candlelight. She put down her glass and reached across the table, placing her hand over his, which rested on the tabletop. The candlelight flickered, illuminating their clasped hands as well as the quiet, brilliant bloom of moonlight roses in the garden outside the window. A nighttime confession. The time after dinner flowed slowly and quietly. Bai Shui cleared the dishes. Lin An wanted to help, but she pressed him back onto the sofa in the living room and handed him a book from the study, a beautifully illustrated botanical atlas of the human world. "Just look at this to help with digestion," she said while humming a soft, unknown tune as she washed the dishes in the kitchen. Lin An wasn't really paying attention to the book. His attention was involuntarily drawn to Bai Shui's figure. Through the open-plan space he could see her rolling up her sleeves, revealing her fair, smooth forearms. The water danced over her fingertips, and the silverware seemed especially docile in her hands. The glow of the moonlight roses in the garden outside filtered through the glass, casting a hazy halo around her. This scene was too ordinary, too warm, causing a certain place in his heart to soften completely, and swell with fullness. After washing up, the two returned to the third-floor bedroom. Only a wall lamp was lit, casting a dim, soft glow. The rocking chair by the window was empty, and the curtains were drawn open, revealing the deep night sky outside. The night sky of the vampire world was different from the human world. There was no moon except for the eternal twilight's dark red light source in another direction, but it had extraordinarily clear and dense stars. They didn't seem as distant and cold as those seen from the human world. Instead, they looked like countless tiny multicolored diamonds embedded in black velvet. The arrangement of some constellations was also completely different. A band of varying width with a faint silver-purple glow stretched across the sky, a star stream that had no counterpart in the human world. Bai Shui walked to the window. On the small table beside the rocking chair, 2 glasses of water had appeared at some point. She picked up one and handed it to Lin An, who had followed, then took the other herself, leaning against the window frame and looking up at the starry sky. Lin An took the glass. It was warm. He sipped it and followed her gaze. The starry sky here was magnificent, yet carried a hint of strange eeriness, but it was strangely awe-inspiring. "The stars here are different," he said softly. Bai Shui replied, her blood-red eyes reflecting the starlight. The two stood quietly by the window, gazing at the stars, neither speaking again. Time seemed to lose its meaning. Only the starlight slowly drifted, and occasionally 1 or 2 particularly bright meteors streaked across the sky with long tails, vanishing in an instant. The dim yellow light of the wall lamp cast fan-shaped shadows under her long white lashes. Her blood-red eyes appeared especially bright in the shadows, clearly reflecting Lin An's slightly dazed face and the brilliant starry river outside. Her breath softly brushed his cheek, carrying her unique, clean, slightly cool scent. Lin An's heart began to race uncontrollably, and his ears started to burn. This posture, this distance, and the focused look in her eyes that seemed to see through him, all of it made him feel a strange thrill and nervousness, yet he couldn't bear to look away. Bai Shui looked at him for a long moment before slowly releasing her hand. Her fingertips, as if casually, lightly brushed across his cheek. "Go to sleep." She turned and walked toward the large 4-poster bed, her voice lower than usual. Lin An nodded and followed. The bed was soft, carrying a dry scent like sunshine which was rare here and a faint cool fragrance from Bai Shui. The two lay down side by side and pulled the thin blanket over them. The wall lamp was extinguished by a wave of Bai Shui's hand. Only the eternal starlight and the faint glow of the star stream outside cast blurred shadows into the room through the window. In the darkness the sound of each other's breathing was clearly audible. Lin An's eyes were open, staring at the dancing star shadows on the ceiling, feeling no sleepiness at all. The scene by the window just now and the lingering sensation of her cool yet warm fingertips on his lips replayed in his mind over and over. The swelling emotion in his chest like leavening dough grew fuller and fuller, almost overflowing. He turned sideways, facing Bai Shui's direction. She seemed not to be asleep either, lying flat on her back. Her blood-red eyes in the dim starlight were like two finest rubies quietly gazing at the canopy above the bed. Bai Shui. Lin An began, his voice a little tight in the silence, carrying the unique shyness and timidity of youth yet exceptionally earnest. Bai Shui also turned her head slightly to look at him. Lin An took a deep breath, as if gathering all the courage of his life, and clumsily yet sincerely poured out the words that had been circling in his heart for a long time. I feel. Meeting you is really wonderful. He paused, organizing his words. His voice was very soft, but each word was clear and distinct. Before, I never imagined that life could become like this. It seems, starting from that rainy night, everything changed. Although sometimes I'm scared with bad people, bugs, so many dangers I don't understand. But most of the time I feel very at ease and very happy. He recalled the contract she made in the ancient castle, the time she held his hand while walking through the city streets, her dazzling figure at the sports meet, and her mischievous grin when she tickled him in private, her back shielding him during the warehouse ambush, the accident at the seaside when she taught him to swim, and her gentle face under the candlelight at dinner just now. You cook delicious food for me, bring me to such beautiful places, protect me, and also teach me to become stronger. His face burned fiercely in the darkness, and his voice grew softer yet more determined. I used to think living seemed meaningless. But now, every day I feel it's worth it. Because you are here. He finished, his heart pounding like a drum. He dared not look at Bai Shui's eyes, so he stared at the corner of the blanket, his fingers unconsciously twisting the sheet. The room was silent, only starlight flowing silently. After a long while he felt the mattress beside him sink slightly as Bai Shui's presence drew near. A cool hand reached out, gently stroking his cheek, fingertips tenderly caressing his burning skin. Then with a little more pressure she turned his face toward her. Under the starlight her face was inches away. Her blood-red eyes were no longer deep and unfathomable, instead they rippled with a tenderness he had never seen before, almost intoxicating. In the depths of that wave of tenderness the stars were reflected, and even more clearly his own shy yet brave expression at that moment. That gaze was so focused, so profound, as if it had crossed endless ages to finally find the only destination it wished to behold. Silly boy. Her voice was low and husky, carrying an indescribable tenderness like a sigh. Her fingertips slid from his cheek to his ear, gently pinching his burning earlobe. For me in this long life I have seen too many sights and experienced too many farewells and emptiness. Eternity sometimes is the most cruel punishment. Her thumb gently brushed the corner of his moist eyelid, and then realized that at some point his eyes had become hot and wet. But your appearance, she continued, her blood-red eyes fixed unwaveringly on his, is like a meteor suddenly falling into eternal darkness. So bright, so warm, carrying the vitality and fragility of life itself that I had almost forgotten. An unreserved trust and dependence. She lowered her head slightly, gently pressing her forehead against his, their noses almost touching, their warm breaths mingling. You said meeting me is wonderful. Her voice was as soft as a dream, yet carried the unmistakable weight of an oath. For me to meet you, to hold you, to protect you in this endless time, is the most luxurious and precious gift bestowed by fate. You are not a mere scenery along my long journey, Lin An. She spoke each word clearly, her warm breath brushing his lips. You are the future I have decided to stop for and want to share together. Bai Shui's gaze fell on his face, then stopped on his lips. When did you get hurt here? With that, before Lin An could react, she lowered her head and gently pressed her soft lips against his. Lin An's eyes widened abruptly, his mind going blank. On his lips he felt a soft, cool touch, carrying her cool scent, yet incredibly gentle. It was not just a kiss, it was more like a cautious touch, a solemn confirmation, a silent imprint more direct than any words. At first it was just a gentle press, tentative. Lin An was stiff, at a loss. But soon Bai Shue's lips moved slightly, pressing more firmly against his with a gentle force that brooked no refusal. After the initial shock, the inexperienced boy followed his instinct clumsily, and tremblingly beginning to respond. He closed his eyes, raised his hand, and hesitantly gently circled Bai Shue's neck. Bai Shue propped herself up, her hands on the pillow on either side of his head, looking down at him. Her white hair cascaded down like a waterfall, the tips brushing his cheeks and neck, bringing a faint tickle. The tenderness in her blood-red eyes had been replaced by a deeper, more dangerous, and more captivating flame, a flame burning with undisguised love. Her gaze slowly swept over his flushed cheeks and misty eyes. Bai Shue's lips curled up slightly, the smile no longer just gentle but tinged with a hunter's determined desire. She lowered her head, leaning close to his burning ear, her warm breath brushing the sensitive skin. "Tonight, let me properly enjoy this gift." Perception enhancement. Consciousness slowly rose from deep sleep. Lin An's eyelids fluttered but did not open immediately. The sensation in his body was strange. A light, airy relaxation, as if every cell had been soaked in hot spring water, spread throughout his body, but at the same time mixed with an indescribable subtle soreness. A cool finger suddenly touched his forehead, pressing gently. "Are you awake?" Bai Shue's voice carried the slight hoarseness of just waking up, along with a hint of obvious amusement close to his ear. Lin An slowly opened his eyes. His gaze met a pair of blood-red eyes filled with mischievous laughter. Bai Shue lay on her side beside him, propping her head with one hand. Her white hair was slightly tousled, spread across the pillow, with a few strands playfully resting on her bare shoulder. Further down, Lin An quickly averted his gaze. Seeing his embarrassed look, as if he wanted to bury himself, the amusement in Bai Shue's blood-red eyes deepened. She extended the same finger that had touched his forehead, this time gently poking his cheek. The tip was cool, but the sensation made Lin An so sensitive that he involuntarily shrank his neck. "Didn't sleep well last night." She deliberately drew out the tone, and her finger moved to his earlobe, either lightly nor. She pinched it firmly. "Why do you look a bit tired?" Lin An felt a wave of unease under her, teasing. The spots her fingers touched seemed to carry a subtle current, making him both itchy and numb. He caught her mischievous hand, holding it in his palm. It was cool and smooth. Turning his face away, his voice came muffled from under the blanket. "No." Bai Shue let out a soft laugh, a slight tremor running through her chest. She didn't tease him further, allowing him to hold her hand while she reached out with the other to gently brush away the damp strands of hair from his forehead. "Stay in bed a little longer. I'll get us something to eat," she said, stepping out lightly. Only when the bedroom door was softly closed did Lin An dare to fully relax, letting out a long sigh. He lay on his back, staring at the pale patches of morning light on the ceiling, feeling as if he were still immersed in a dizzying sweetness and shyness. Strangely, he sensed an unprecedented clarity. Not a physical recovery, but a subtle shift in the realm of perception. He tried to calm his mind. From outside the room, the faint, crisp clatter of utensils came from the kitchen. Bai Shue seemed to be preparing something. Further away in the courtyard, the delicate drip of dew sliding off the petals of the moonlight roses seemed a little clearer than before. His hearing, his vague perception of energy, it all felt sharper. As his thoughts drifted, the bedroom door opened again. "Get up and have something to eat." She placed breakfast on the small table by the window, then walked over and naturally reached out to pull him up. Lin An propped himself up, sat on the small sofa by the window, and took a sip from the warm cup. The drink had a milky aroma and a hint of sweetness, soothing his dry throat. After finishing the last bite of bread, he hesitated, then spoke. "Bai Shue, I think I feel a bit different." Bai Shue was sipping her drink, raising her eyes to look at him with a questioning gaze in her blood-red pupils. "It's just, I can hear things more clearly, feel the surroundings more distinctly." Lin An tried to describe his sensation, a little uncertain. Bai Shue put down her cup and looked at him thoughtfully. She reached out, her fingertips gently resting on his wrist. A thread of extraordinarily gentle dark red energy seeped in like the softest tendrils, circulating once through his body. After a moment she withdrew her hand. A flicker of understanding and a trace of barely perceptible surprise passed through her blood-red eyes. "It might be because of the well water you drank yesterday." "Well water?" Lin An recalled the glowing water he had drunk yesterday. Bai Shue nodded. "It's good for calming the mind and nourishing the body." "But your constitution is very special." She chose her words carefully, her blood-red eyes fixed on him. "Your blood itself has a natural affinity for high-purity energy. The well water you drank yesterday might have activated some dormant characteristics of your blood." She took Lin An's hand, her fingertips tracing gently on his palm in a soothing gesture. Don't worry, this is a good thing. It means your potential is slowly awakening. Your control over yourself and your environment will gradually strengthen. This is just the beginning. As you understand and adapt to your own power, this enhancement will stabilize, and you could even try to actively control it. Control. Lin An's eyes lit up. After all, who wouldn't want to become stronger, at least not be such a burden? Yes, the simplest way is to focus your attention. Bai Shui pointed out the window. On a distant hill, a tall spire silhouetted against the hazy sky. Try to focus your perception like concentrating light onto that tower. Don't use your eyes, use your feeling to see it. Lin An was a little nervous, but he followed her instructions. He closed his eyes, striving to banish distractions, and concentrated his mind on the direction of the distant tower. At first everything was blurry, only a chaotic background of light and magic. He adjusted his breathing, imagining his perception extending outward like tendrils. Slowly from the chaotic background a relatively clearer outline of a luminous mass emerged. Its structure was denser and more stable than the surrounding environment, bearing distinct architectural features. The sensation was extraordinarily peculiar, like seeing a sketch composed of energy and aura with closed eyes. He opened his eyes excitedly. I felt it. A rough outline. Bai Shui's blood-red eyes curved with approval. Excellent. To achieve this on your first try shows that your talent and basic perception have indeed improved. Remember this feeling. Practice more and you'll be able to see more clearly, and the range of your perception will gradually expand. With the affirmation, a sense of accomplishment surged in Lin An's heart, but a flicker of unease followed. But is this change because of my blood? Could it bring trouble? He recalled Eric's greedy gaze and Duke Willen's relentless pursuit. Bai Shui's smile faded slightly. She rose, sat on the armrest of the sofa beside Lin An, and gently pulled him into her embrace, her chin resting on the top of his head. Trouble. Bai Shui's blood-red eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing. Any claw that dares to reach out, I'll chop one off. I'll make them pay a price they'll never forget. Her tone was calm yet carried an undeniable strength and resolve to protect. Leaning in her arms, listening to her steady heartbeat and resolute words, Lin An's unease gradually smoothed away. Yes, he had her. She would guide him, protect him. He looked up at Bai Shui's beautiful face so close, his eyes regaining their brightness and determination. I'll work hard to learn. To control this perception. Bai Shui's blood-red eyes were almost overflowing with tenderness as she watched him rally. She leaned down and gently pressed a kiss to his forehead. Good. Then Her gaze swept across the room, a mischievous curve touching her lips. Let's start today. Lesson 1. Perception Training. Lesson 1. Lin An was curious and a little nervous. What do we need to do? Bai Shui didn't answer immediately. Instead, she walked to the center of the bedroom, looked around, then went to the wardrobe. She took out a soft dark silk tie, turned to Lin An and beckoned. Come here. Lin An walked over. Bai Shui gestured for him to stand in the center of the room, then circled behind him. Using the silk tie, she gently blindfolded him, tying it at the back of his head. His vision plunged into darkness, and his other senses seemed amplified. He could hear her subtle breathing more clearly, feel the faint air currents stirred by her movements. Enhanced perception isn't just about seeing farther. Bai Shui's voice came from beside him, close with a hint of pedagogical seriousness. More importantly, it's about improving the anticipation of danger and control over bodily reactions. Often the eyes can be deceived, but energy fluctuations, changes in air currents, even the presence of killing intent, all leave traces. Her fingertip suddenly tapped lightly just below his left rib. Caught off guard, Lin An instinctively sprang to the right, his hand shielding the spot. This is the consequence of relying on sight and habit. Bai Shui's voice held a smile. I was speaking on your right, but the attack came from the left. Now forget your eyes. Use your ears to hear my footsteps and breathing, use your skin to feel the air's movement, use your newly enhanced perception to sense my attacks. Lin An steadied himself, trying to relax his tense body, focusing entirely on his senses in the dark. He attempted like before when he saw the tower to spread his perception around his body. A profound silence. Suddenly a minuscule disturbance in the air came from the right rear. Lin An tried to dodge left, but as he moved, a cool finger precisely tickled a spot behind his left armpit. He yelped with a laugh, twisting his body. He had completely misjudged the direction. For the next while, Lin An was thrust into a sea of torment. Blindfolded, he was like a clumsy living target. Bai Shui's attacks had no pattern, sometimes as light as a feather brushing his neck, sometimes a swift graze across his ribs, sometimes ambushing his ankle, or even the sole of his foot. Her movements were fast, precise, and utterly silent. Often by the time he sensed the air current, or caught a trace of energy, the attack had already landed. Ha! Stop! I can't take it anymore. Lin An was laughing so hard his body went limp, tears streaming down his face. He kept begging for mercy, flailing his arms in the dark in a futile attempt to block, always a beat too slow. He collapsed onto the carpet, panting heavily. The silk blindfold was dampened by tears of laughter. Bai Shui stopped. Lin An heard her approaching footsteps, then felt her sit down beside him. Catch your breath. Her voice carried a smile, and she handed him a glass of water. Lin An fumbled for it, took a big gulp, and slowly calmed his breathing and laughter. Amid the repeated attacks he began to vaguely grasp a feeling. Again. He put down the glass, wiped his face, stood up, and assumed a wary stance. Bai Shui seemed a little surprised, then a glint of appreciative amusement rippled in her blood-red eyes. Good. The training continued. This time Lin An tried not to anticipate, but instead spread his perception like an invisible net more evenly and openly around himself. He no longer focused only on the possible direction of attack, but attempted to capture every subtle change in the entire space. Another air disturbance from the right, even fainter than before. Lin An leaned slightly to the left. In a flash he abandoned the instinct to dodge left, engaged his core, and awkwardly fell backward. Swish! Her fingertip brushed past the fabric on his chest, missing. But immediately, because of his backward fall, he lost balance, and landed on Bai Shui, who instantly tickled his side with her other hand. He collapsed laughing again, but this time a surge of excitement rose in Lin An's heart. He had successfully predicted one. Even if it was just the simplest direction prediction, it proved his perception was really working. In the following training he was still tickled into a tumbling mess, laughter never ceasing, but the number of successful evasions or blocks began to slowly and steadily increase. From one success in 10 tries to 2 or 3, and occasionally making 2 correct judgments in a row. His body also began to learn to respond more quickly and precisely to the signals from his perception, still awkward but no longer purely passive. He gradually entered a strange state. The darkness no longer unnerved him, instead it allowed him to focus more on hearing, touch, and that mysterious energy perception. In his perception, Bai Shui's figure was no longer a fixed point, but a soft yet core-condensed energy source. Every subtle movement of hers, every raised hand left ripples in the surrounding ambient energy and air. He strove to interpret these traces, though most of the time he was still too slow to react, but the feeling of catching them filled him with motivation. After an unknown amount of time, Lin An collapsed onto the carpet. He lay there gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, his hair stuck messily to his forehead. No. I can't. I really have no strength left. He begged for mercy between breaths, not even wanting to move a finger. Bai Shui sat down beside him and reached out to untie the blindfold. As light returned, Lin An squinted, adjusting to the brightness, then turned his head to look at Bai Shui, who sat nearby with strikingly bright blood-red eyes. A bit of resentment from being teased all morning suddenly flared up in Lin An. He rolled his eyes, and when Bai Shui wasn't paying attention, he lunged forward, trying to tickle her side. His hand was fast, but just as his fingertips were about to touch the soft fabric, a hand seemingly already waiting there caught his wrist precisely. Bai Shui turned her head, her blood-red eyes glinting with an knowing smile. Just this little trick! Lin An's heart skipped a beat. He knew it was trouble. He tried to pull back, but it was too late. Bai Shui pressed forward, her other hand mercilessly attacking his waist and ribs. Ha! I'm sorry. Bai Shui. Spare me. Ha! Lin An was completely defenseless, curling into a ball on the carpet, laughing and twisting. Bai Shui laughed too, not her usual gentle or languid laugh, but a bright, vivid one full of the joy of a successful prank. The two of them tumbled and laughed together on the carpet. Finally Lin An was completely spent, staring blankly at the ceiling, his body flushed and trembling without even the strength to beg for mercy. Only then did Bai Shui stop. She leaned over, looking at his disheveled, pitiful state, and the smile in her blood-red eyes softened with tenderness. She reached out to smooth his damp hair, then mustering her strength pulled him up from the carpet and let him lean against her. Lin An was limp in her arms, allowing her to hold him. His nose was filled with the cool, clean scent of her, mingled with a hint of warmth from the exertion. He felt nothing but immense peace and happiness. You did well today. Bai Shui's voice came from above, carrying a smile and a hint of barely perceptible adoration. Lin An nestled in her embrace, murmured a muffled, even though he had been mercilessly tickled, even though the training was exhausting. But this time together, working hard, laughing, playing, was truly wonderful. The emergence of shadows. Yongye City, the main city of the Shadow Corridor's royal court, lay in the deepest part of the Yonglan Forest Sea within a giant rift valley shrouded in eternal darkness. Here there was no soft glow of moonlight stones, no luminescent plants. Instead, the rugged cliffs and massive buildings were covered in poisonous moss that emitted a cold purple or dark blue light, along with countless stone lanterns floating in midair, burning with undying pale soul fire. The architectural style was rough and somber, mostly constructed from enormous black rock and a dark purple metal. Spires rose like broken spears toward the seemingly solidified black sky, while huge arches and window openings gaped like the eye sockets of giant beasts, silently swallowing all light and sound. At the city's heart stood a colossal black castle that seemed to grow directly from the rift's bottom, the Shadowbone Hall. Deep within the hall, in the throne room, the light was dimmer than anywhere else in the city. Prince Caligula sat upon a massive throne forged from a single piece of shadow star iron and countless ancient creature bones. His tall figure, even seated, exuded a mountain-like pressure. His face was hidden in the natural shadows of the throne, revealing only the angular lines of his jaw and a pair of eyes that gleamed with a deep dark purple light even in the darkness. He wore a heavy deep purple cloak trimmed with dark metal and tiny skulls. One hand rested casually on the armrest, his fingertips tapping rhythmically on the cold bone surface. Beneath the throne a figure knelt on one knee, clad in tight dark gray leather armor. The figure wore a smooth black mask with no features, revealing only two eyes that looked hollow like a lifeless puppet. He was the captain of the Shadow Blade squad, codenamed Yuhen. He had maintained this posture while reporting for nearly a quarter of an hour, his voice flat and emotionless, as if reciting an unrelated document. After the report, Yuhen lowered his head again, blending into the shadows like a part of the floor, emitting no sound. The throne room fell into a long dead silence. Only the faint subtle sound of the pale flames burning in the soulfire lanterns. A faint, almost imperceptible hissing sound accompanied by the rhythmic tapping of Prince Caligula's fingers against the bone. Primal blood. From the shadows, Prince Caligula repeated the two words in a low voice, each syllable carrying a weight like rusted iron. Deep within his amethyst eyes, beneath the placid surface, something that had long slumbered began to stir. Violin had indeed unearthed something extraordinary this time. Not merely a special human blood source, but a forbidden substance that might touch the very source of power. No wonder the White Knight Court had mobilized so heavily. The White Knight Court. Caligula's thoughts drifted to a more distant past. The Shadow Corridor and the White Knight Court, as the most ancient and powerful forces among the vampires, had entanglements dating back to the primordial age, when vampire civilization was still unformed and they fought for survival against even older enemies. Initially, the two clans had clashed countless times, openly or covertly, over territory, resources, and the discourse on the evolution of vampires. The most intense period of conflict even saw a brutal war that nearly led to the decline of both clans. The turning point came when the legendary White Knight Queen made her last public appearance. The Shadow Corridor had gathered several peak powerhouses, planning a decapitation strike aimed at crippling the core of the White Knight Court. However, when the operation was near success, it was thwarted by the mysterious White Knight Queen single-handedly. The records in the archives were vague, filled with reverence and an indescribable fear. Since then, the White Knight Queen had never been seen again. The Shadow Corridor was also severely weakened and forced to retract its claws. Over the long ages, the two clans maintained a cold and fragile balance, with constant friction but no full-scale war. The affairs of the White Knight Court were ostensibly managed by the regent known as White Radiance, a man of superb skill and formidable strength who kept the court in order yet never again displayed the overwhelming, despair-inducing power of the Queen of old. Over time, within the Shadow Corridor, including Caligula himself, there was a growing inclination to believe that the fearsome queen had either fallen in some unknown calamity or left this world to pursue a higher level of power. White Radiance was the pinnacle of the White Knight Court today. But now, the vampire maiden who appeared at Crescent Moon sloped the nature of her power, that exquisitely pure control over dark blood and that effortless composure, vaguely reminded Caligula of the cryptic descriptions in ancient scrolls. Could it be? She has returned. No, impossible. If she had truly returned, the White Knight Court would not be so calm. But regardless, Violin's judgment was likely correct. That boy's blood might indeed be the key to unlocking some ancient power. Caligula's tapping fingers ceased. In his deep amethyst eyes, ambition and caution clashed fiercely. Violin wanted to use the family's power to fulfill his personal desires, that was clear. but this matter itself had transcended the scope of personal desire. If the shadow corridor could grasp the secret of primal blood, even just a part of it, it might break the balance held for countless years with the White Knight Court, or even reclaim dominance. The risk was enormous, of course. Openly challenging the White Knight Court, especially when it might touch their core interests, could very likely trigger a full-scale war. White radiance was not to be trifled with, and the mysterious guardian was also of unfathomable strength. But the opportunity was equally unprecedented. Moreover, this might be a rare chance. The White Knight Queen had been absent for a long time. Was the White Knight Court truly monolithic internally? Why was the powerful guardian hiding in the border territories? Did it mean there were concerns or divisions within the White Knight Court? Most importantly, they seemed to believe that hiding the boy at Crescent Moon's slope under the protection of a strong guardian was foolproof. Such confidence might itself be a flaw. In the shadows, a cold and cruel smile slowly curled at the corner of Prince Caligula's lips. Violen wanted evidence, wanted the family's power. Then give him a chance, and give the shadow corridor a chance. Issue the order. His voice rang out colder and harder than the rocks of the Eternal Night City. Beneath the throne, Shadow Mark raised his head slightly. Permit Duke Violen de la Tour to mobilize a portion of the Legion and all remaining forces of Shadowblade. Caligula spoke slowly, each word as if chiseled from an ice cellar. Target Crescent Moon Slope. Mission: capture the human named Lin and obtain his blood samples and evidence of his existence. If encountering resistance from the White Knight Court, authorize forceful elimination. He paused, his amethyst gaze seeming to pierce through the hall's walls, looking toward the distant border hills shrouded in silver light. A flicker of the slightest ripple passed through Shadowmark's eyes, then he bowed his head. As you command, your highness. Tell Violen, Caligula added finally, his voice carrying a note of unmistakable warning and expectation. This is his chance to prove his worth. I want to see solid evidence of primal blood, and I want to see whether there are cracks in the fortress of the White Knight Court. Don't disappoint me. Yes. Shadowmark's figure melted like water, silently vanishing into the shadows of the throne room. Prince Caligula sat alone on the massive bone throne, his amethyst eyes flickering uncertainly in the darkness. The shadows that had been dormant too long were time to stretch their claws again. Whatever secrets lay hidden at Crescent Moon's slope, the shadow corridor would not retreat easily this time. After all, the queen who once made the shadows tremble had long become a distant legend. And legends are always meant to be broken. Deep within the Eternal Night City, more hidden shadows began to writhe. The gears of war silently meshed, pointing toward that serene silver-white territory bathed in false moonlight. Choosing to act. In the study, only a crystal desk lamp was lit, casting a warm yellow glow over the spread-out map, and stacked books turning the dust motes in the air into floating golden particles. Outside the window, Crescent Moon's slope was immersed in a peaceful silver-white night. From the direction of Mirror Lake came the occasional distant sound of water ripples, everything so tranquil it seemed isolated from the world. But Lin An knew this was only an illusion. Eric's attack, Duke Violen's greedy gaze, and the more forces of the shadow corridor that Snow White mentioned might be mobilizing were all like undercurrents lurking beneath the calm surface, ready to surge at any moment. He sat on a low stool opposite the desk, looking at Snow White. She was leaning over an ancient map drawn on some kind of tough leather, her finger moving slowly along the line that wound through the eternal dark forest and wasteland regions. Her blood-red eyes, focused brows slightly furrowed. She had changed into a dark gray outfit suitable for movement, her white hair simply tied back, losing some of her languidness and gaining efficiency and a killing aura. She straightened up, looked at Lin, and her blood-red eyes gleaming with calm light under the lamp. Passive defense, waiting for his move is too passive. Lin An's heart tightened. He vaguely guessed what Snow White was about to say. Sure enough, her next words cut through the study's silence clearly. Instead of waiting for him to bring more trouble to our doorstep, we might as well take the initiative and go to him. Her voice was calm but carried an unquestionable resolve. Go to the edge of the shadow corridor's territory, find a chance to find him, and completely eliminate the root of the trouble. At least make him unable to extend his claws for a long time. Lin An's breath caught. Take the initiative to find that terrible Duke. Venture deep into the shadow corridor's territory. The mere thought made his scalp tingle. Duke Violen's cold cruelty, Eric's berserk slaughter, and the unknown, perhaps even more massive dark forces, fear wrapped around his heart like icy vines. But at the same time, another emotion grew in the depths of his heart. It was resentment at always being protected behind her, feeling like a burden, and a desire to stand shoulder to shoulder with her, facing the storms together. He looked at Snow White. Her gaze was firm. She was going to eliminate the greatest threat for her, and for him. Lin An opened his mouth, his voice a little dry. I'm going too. Snow White seemed unsurprised, her blood-red eyes quietly watching him, waiting for him to continue. I know I'm weak and might hold you back. Lin An gathered his courage, meeting her eyes, his hands unconsciously gripping his knees. But I don't want to just hide behind you and watch you take risks. I want to go with you. Even if it's just to help look at the road. His voice grew softer, his cheeks burning, knowing his words were clumsy yet utterly sincere. Snow White didn't speak. She walked over to him, crouched down, and looked him in the eye. Her gaze was gentle, carrying both scrutiny and approval. It will be very dangerous, more dangerous than anything before, she said softly. The Shadow Corridor's territory has more naked rules with eyes and traps everywhere. Violent himself is by no means a warrior who only knows brute force like Eric. He is cunning, cautious, and ruthless. I know. Lin An nodded, his palms sweating, but his gaze didn't waver. But if you go alone, I'm even more afraid. This blunt statement made Snow White pause. Then an extremely tender smile bloomed in the depths of her eyes, like a warm current surging beneath a layer of ice. She reached out and took Lin An's slightly trembling hand. All right, she agreed readily. I'll take you. But, her tone turned serious, you must promise me 2 things. First, stay close to me at all times, never leave my side beyond 3 steps. Second, follow my orders in everything. Her tone brooked no argument. Lin An immediately nodded emphatically. I promise. That's right. Snow White smiled, squeezed his hand, and stood up. Then we need to make some preparations. She walked to a bookshelf on one side of the study, pressing several places between thick tomes. The bookshelf emitted a faint click, sliding aside a short distance, revealing a hidden niche behind it. The niche was small, containing a few neatly arranged items. Snow White made him take down the silver thorny rose brooch. She gathered a bit of dark red light at her fingertip, more condensed than before, and with the precision of embroidery added several subtle runes to the complex microarray on the back of the brooch. When done, the aura-isolating field emanating from the brooch seemed more seamless and natural, almost blending into the surroundings. Adjusted it a bit, the concealment effect is stronger. As long as you don't bleed profusely or have strong emotional fluctuations that trigger abnormal blood activity, even if you stand before a high-ranking vampire, as long as they don't specifically skin you with detection spells, it will be hard for them to notice anything unusual. She pinned the brooch back inside Lin An's collar. Preparations proceeded methodically. Snow White spread out the map again, using a quill dipped in special ink to sketch out the planned route. We won't cross directly through the core area of the Shadow Corridor. That would be walking into a trap. We'll go west from Crescent Moon Slope, take a detour, and pass through this ancient border zone. The environment there is complex, relatively easy to conceal our tracks. Then we'll approach from the side and rear to the edge of the eastern wasteland where Violin is likely active. She explained clearly, and Lin An tried hard to memorize the unfamiliar place names and route. Finally, Snow White wrote a brief note, sealed it with candle wax, called a guard from the Crescent Moon Slope stationed outside the courtyard, and gave a few low-voiced instructions. The guard saluted respectfully, and withdrew to the governor's mansion. They did not reveal their true purpose, only saying they needed to go out to investigate some border anomalies and would return at an uncertain date. When the first clearer light of day began to dispel the deepest shadows of the eternal twilight, the two were ready. Standing at the courtyard gate, Lin An took one last look back at the silver-white building, the moonlit roses blooming in the windows, and the distant quiet lake and spires. This was the first place he had felt true peace and belonging since arriving in the vampire world. And now, to protect that peace, he was willingly stepping into danger. Snow White took his hand. Her palm was warm and steady. Let's go. Their figures merged into the brightening dawn, and the lingering mist silently passing through the sleeping streets, exiting the crescent arch, leaving that silvery dream behind, and stepping into the more primeval, unknown, misty periphery of the eternal dark forest. Lin An took a deep breath of the cold air outside, tinged with the scent of the wilderness, tightened his grip on Snow White's hand, and followed her steps with determination. Tavern in the wasteland. Leaving the silver radiance of Crescent Moon Slope, the surrounding scenery quickly became rough and desolate. The light of the eternal twilight seemed dimmer here, the sky oppressive leaden gray, as if forever brewing a rain that would never fall. Beneath their feet were no longer smooth roads or soft glowing moss, but bare wind-eroded gray-brown rocks of bizarre shapes, with thorny low shrubs and dull-colored drought-resistant plants growing tenaciously in the crevices. The air was dry, carrying dust, and the faint distant smell of unknown beasts howling. They continued according to plan. Snow White's pace was fast but not beyond Lin An's ability to keep up. With his previous training and the gradual improvement in his physique, his stamina and adaptability to rough terrain had improved. But after nearly half a day of rapid travel crossing a dry riverbed strewn with gravel and hidden crevices, he still felt obvious fatigue. His calves ached and his breathing became heavier. Snow White noticed. She stopped behind a relatively sheltered rock slope. "Rest a bit. There's a stop ahead not far from here. We can replenish some water and you can catch your breath." The so-called stop was a building roughly constructed from irregular gray stone, and the pale ribs of some giant creature at the edge of a wasteland studded with weathered rock pillars. The building was crooked, barely 2 stories high. At the entrance hung a wooden sign weathered almost beyond recognition with the words, "Rust, Blade and Whisper," scrawled in crooked vampire script. Through a few narrow windows a dim yellow light flickered and the faint sounds of noisy voices and the smell of cheap alcohol drifted out. This was a typical wasteland tavern, providing a brief rest stop and a place for exchanging information for travelers, mercenaries, smugglers, and various outcasts who couldn't find a place in civilized territories crossing this dangerous region. Snow White pushed open the creaking wooden door covered in scratches and suspicious stains. The noise and a more complex, intense odor rushed out. The smell of cheap ale, sweat, old leather, blood, and some pungent odor like sulfur mixed together, creating a frown-worthy atmosphere. The interior of the tavern was more spacious than it looked from outside, but the light was extremely dim, relying on a few smoky oil lamps on the walls and a pungent greenish fire burning in a central stone mortar for illumination. Rough wooden tables and benches were scattered haphazardly, filled with all kinds of patrons. There were mercenaries in battered leather armor, their weapons casually leaning against the tables, loudly boasting of adventures of dubious authenticity. There were wandering vampires with flickering eyes, their faces hidden under hoods, sitting alone in corners with only a cup of murky liquid before them. There were bulky, rough-skinned non-human races with obvious bestial features, arm wrestling with companions, letting out low growls, and there were a few cart drivers who looked like they had been transporting dangerous goods, dusty and talking in low voices. Their entrance caused a brief stir of sidelong glances. A high-ranking vampire woman whose demeanor was utterly incongruous with the surroundings, her hair as white as snow and her features exquisitely delicate, followed by a figure whose hooded cloak concealed most of his face but whose stature clearly marked him as a human youth, was indeed an eye-catching pair in this place. Various gazes swept over them, bearing scrutiny, curiosity, appraisal, and some less than friendly investigation. But soon most of those looks withdrew. Those who could survive in such a place possessed basic discernment. Although the white-haired woman suppressed her aura, her composure, and the hint of pristine cleanliness that stood in stark contrast to the foul surroundings itself signaled that she was not to be trifled with. Better to avoid trouble than to invite it. Baishua seemed familiar with the place, heading straight for a relatively quiet, empty table in the deepest corner of the tavern, its back against the rock wall. Lin An followed closely behind her, trying to keep his eyes straight ahead, but the coarse laughter, strong odors, and the faint probing glances from all around made him feel uneasy and tense. He sat down next to Baishua, his hand secretly clenched into a fist under the table. A stooped old vampire with skin like withered bark and long pointed ears shuffled over, cast a murky glance at them, and said nothing. Baishua tossed 2 small dull coins onto the table. The old vampire pocketed the coins and after a moment brought 2 cups of clear water, at least it appeared to be water, set them before them, then shuffled away again. Lin An was indeed thirsty. He lifted the cup and took a cautious sip. The water was very cold with a taste of rock and bitter grass, but it was relatively clean. He sipped slowly, covertly surveying his surroundings. This place was completely different from the Yeshi town and Jiayue slope he had seen, more primitive, chaotic, and brimming with a wild, dangerous aura. He even saw several leather pouches with traces of blood not yet fully cleaned on a nearby table, beside which 2 mercenary-looking individuals were examining some oddly shaped claws and scales. Just then a stronger stench of cheap liquor wafted over. A figure staggered toward their table. He was a typical wandering vampire, clad in filthy, tattered clothes of indeterminate color, with matted, greasy hair, an unhealthy grayish complexion, and bleary, bloodshot eyes. He still clutched a nearly empty clay wine jug in his hand, his steps unsteady, yet his gaze was fixed on Lin An with a disturbing, sticky intensity. More precisely, it was fixed on the spot of Lin An's neck. Lin An's overly pure life aura and the instinctive allure of his blood to lower vampires seemed to leave a faint trace which this vagrant, whose senses were dulled by alcohol yet magnified by hunger and desire, had caught. "Hey, little one!" The wandering vampire grinned, revealing uneven blackened teeth, muttering indistinctly as a foul stench hit them. "So tender. Let me have a sniff." He stretched out a withered grimy hand with dirt under its nails reaching directly toward Lin An's cheek and neck, his bleary eyes filled with nothing but greed and appetite. Lin An froze, a chill climbing up his spine to his scalp. He wanted to dodge, but his body was stiff from the sudden fear and revulsion. That filthy hand stopped half a foot from Lin An's cheek. It was not that Lin An had dodged nor that Bai Shui had blocked it. Bai Shui had not even risen from her seat nor turned her head, nor paused the hand holding her cup. She merely lifted her eyelids slightly, and those blood-red eyes cast a cold glance at the wandering vampire. No light flashed, no energy erupted. But the moment her gaze settled, the wandering vampire's outstretched hand froze mid-air, as if instantly seized by an invisible frost. The drunkenness and greed on his face receded like a tide, instantly replaced by boundless, bone-deep terror. His bleary eyes bulged to their utmost, pupils constricted to pinpricks, and a strange cackling sound like a broken bellows emerged from his throat, as if an icy hand had clamped around his neck, strangling all sound and breath in his throat. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, not a shiver of fear but a spasm born from the crushing of life hierarchy, a convulsion where even his soul seemed to wail. The next second his eyes rolled back, and without even a single cry he collapsed backward like a boneless mass, crashing onto the hard, rough stone floor with a thud. The broken wine jug in his hand shattered, splashing liquor everywhere, while he lay motionless, unconscious. The entire process was silent and swift, happening in the blink of an eye. The tavern's original clamor was abruptly cut short for a moment, as if by an invisible hand. All sounds vanished, leaving only the crackle of oil lamps and the eerie hiss of the green bonfire. Countless gazes once again converged on this corner, but this time the content of those looks was entirely different. The earlier scrutiny and curiosity had all transformed into shock, wariness, and deep-seated fear. No one had seen clearly what happened, but they all knew that the seemingly harmless white-haired woman had utterly crippled a vampire, albeit a down-and-out one, but a vampire nonetheless, with just a single glance. This exquisite control over power and the terrifying application of life force pressure far exceeded their understanding. After a brief silence, various sounds of conversation, clinking glasses, and laughter cautiously resumed, but the volume was noticeably lower, and no gaze dared to openly look toward that corner anymore. The stooped old vampire bartender emerged from somewhere, expressionlessly dragged the unconscious vagrant by one leg like a sack of trash toward the back door of the tavern, and quickly disappeared into the darkness, as if the chilling scene had never occurred. Only then did Bai Shui withdraw her gaze, as if brushing away a speck of dust before her. She lifted her cup, took a sip of clear water, her blood-red eyes calm and unruffled. Lin An slowly unclenched his fist, his palm soaked with cold sweat. He looked at Bai Shui's calm profile, his heart pounding like a drum. In that moment he truly understood what absolute power and silent deterrence meant. No flashy moves, no fierce confrontation, just a single look was enough to send a wrongdoer's soul fleeing in terror. He realized once again how cruel the world he inhabited was and how direct a standard power was. And he himself was being firmly protected by one of the most powerful beings in this world. The tension gradually faded, replaced by an indescribable sense of security and a flicker of desire to grow stronger, at least so that she wouldn't always have to act on his behalf. He lowered his head and began to pay attention to the hushed conversations around him. Some fragmented words drifted into his ears. These scattered pieces of information couldn't form a complete picture, but Lin An could sense that this wasteland and the broader region beyond were not peaceful. The activities of the shadow corridor seemed to be intensifying, and the air was thick with the oppressive sense of an impending storm. Bai Shui had obviously heard it too, but she showed no reaction, simply finishing her water calmly and standing up. Enough rest, let's go. Lin An quickly stood up as well. Under the awed and avoidant gazes of all the patrons, the two walked out of the rust blade and whisper, re-emerging into the leaden-gray daylight and the ceaseless wind of the wasteland. The tavern behind them soon receded into an insignificant speck. But the brief, thrilling episode and the fragments of conversation they had heard served as a warning bell, reminding them of the dangers and uncertainties ahead. Bai Shui took Lin An's hand, her grip steady. "Are you afraid?" she asked. Lin An thought for a moment, shook his head, then nodded. "A little. But with you I'm not so afraid." Bai Shui smiled, her blood-red eyes gazing at the deeper, more hazy horizon at the end of the wasteland. "Hold on tight. The road ahead is still long." The emotions of the ancient battlefield. Leaving the murky, clamorous air of the tavern, the wind of the wasteland felt particularly biting and clear. They continued along the traces of an ancient road almost buried by wind-blown sand. The soil beneath their feet gradually shifted from gray-black to a somber dark red, as if the bloodstains of countless dried years had deeply penetrated the rock's texture. The scattered stones also displayed unnatural fracture patterns with sharp edges as if they had been violently torn apart by immense force. The terrain became open but utterly lifeless. As far as the eye could see, there were no luminous plants or active magical currents, only an expanse of desolate silence. The leaden gray clouds pressed low on the horizon, motionless, as if they too had laid a heavy coffin lid over this land. Some enormous unrecognizable white objects were half buried in the red earth. Massive bones weathered over countless years, with some ribs arching toward the sky like gateways and some skulls eye sockets deep as caves, silently telling of the breathtaking size of their owners in life. Scattered here and there were twisted metal objects, almost rusted into one, with the dark red rocks vaguely recognizable as the remains of some giant weapons, broken sword blade, shield fragments covered with dense and thick gears that once belonged to siege engines. Further away there were a few rock foundations whose regular lines could barely be discerned, like the last traces of some fortress or temple. It was too quiet here. Even the wind seemed weakened in this place, turning into a low lingering whimper that slid across the ground. The concentration of magical energy in the air was abnormally thin, so thin that those accustomed to a magical environment would feel a mild discomfort akin to oxygen deprivation. But in its place a heavier, more indescribable aura settled in every inch of air and soil. It was not a smell but a sensation, a blend of rust, ashes, oblivion, and a certain profound sorrow. "We have entered the site of an ancient battlefield." Bai Shui's voice sounded beside him, lower than usual, as if affected by the environment. She did not let go of Lin An's hand, slowed her pace, and slowly swept her gaze over the barren, desolate scene. "A long time ago, so long that even the current vampire historical records are only vague fragments. There was a conflict here. Of vast scope. It involved not only vampires but also other ancient races that have since declined or vanished. The scale and brutality of the battle were beyond imagination. The death and dissipated energy completely transformed the land and magical structure here." She paused, as if recalling or organizing her thoughts. "Such places, because they have accumulated too many intense emotions erupted by beings at extreme moments: fear, rage, tragic heroism, determination, madness. These emotional imprints combined with dissipated energy over the years, forming a unique emotional deposition field. Like an invisible history book." Lin An listened, somewhat entranced, yet felt a trace of inexplicable chill. He tried, as Bai Shui had taught him, to spread his slightly enhanced perception outward to sense this land. At first it was only the heavy, oppressive silence. But gradually something vague and indescribable began to seep into the boundaries of his perception. It was not images nor sounds, but a kind of emotional ripple. Beneath his feet there seemed to be a faint yet distinct tremor, not a physical vibration but a surge of fragmented thoughts mixed with boundless fear and final desperate struggle, like icy water unexpectedly flooding over his ankles, making him shudder violently. As a gust of wind passed over the exposed giant bones, amid the whimper he seemed to hear a sigh, extremely distant, utterly weary, yet carrying an unshakable determination, as if some soul that had held its ground to the very last moment was still silently guarding something. As his gaze swept over a relatively flat area that might once have been a plaza, a brief, fervent collective excitement inexplicably surged in his heart like war drums beating in his chest, but in an instant it was swallowed by an even vaster, deeper sorrow and emptiness, leaving a hollow, dull ache. Chaotic and uneven in intensity. Fierce grief and rage like a red-hot iron searing the tip of his heart, desperate howls echoing hollowly in the depths of his mind, occasionally a flash of twisted, triumphant ecstasy, quickly covered by more blood and death, and more indistinct blended sensations of pain, confusion, attachment, and release. These fragments of emotion, like murky rivers of varying temperatures, slowly washed over his perception from all directions. They had no specific direction, merely part of the land's memory, yet their pure emotional intensity gave them the power to pierce through time. Lin An felt a tightness in his chest, and his breathing involuntarily became rapid. His eyes uncontrollably grew hot and astringent, as if he could empathize with the most intense emotions that those beings long vanished into the dust of history had burst forth in their final moments of life. He saw the tips of his fingers, which were resting on a weathered boulder beside him, trembling slightly. A clear, unmistakable resentment-filled and violent killing intent suddenly stabbed into his mind like a cold dagger. Lin An shuddered violently, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead, his steps faltering, nearly letting go of Bai Shui's hand. "Steady!" Bai Shui's voice sounded in time, gentle yet firm. She tightened her grip on his hand, guiding him, her voice steady. "Try to distinguish them. Like distinguishing different colors of light." He touched, a lingering thought, one filled with attachment to a place behind that must be protected, and a determination that bordered on burning life itself in the face of destructive power. Tragic yet clear. His heart throbbed, moved by this guardian will that transcended time and space. Soon after, another fragment swept by, filled with twisted pleasure and destructive desire, cold and slimy, causing a discomfort in his stomach. He tried to separate it from his own current feelings, recognizing that it was merely a fragment from the other side of the battlefield, part of history, but not his. Walking on this forgotten battlefield, every step seemed to tread on the nerve endings of history. Lin An's perception was like rough iron thrown into a grindstone, undergoing chaotic yet genuine refinement. The tightness in his chest and the heat in his eyes did not completely disappear, but a strange clarity was added. He began to vaguely realize that behind those mighty powers and grand wars were countless such vivid moments of individuals filled with emotions and choices piled up together. Victory and defeat, glory and annihilation, all ultimately settled into the silent whimpers and heavy sighs of this land. Bai Shui had been holding his hand all along, walking steadily ahead. After walking for an unknown time, the dead wasteland ahead seemed to show a subtle change. The heavy, emotional deposition, feeling in the air had imperceptibly become denser and more restless. The desolate scene of the ancient battlefield gradually blurred behind them, and ahead they could faintly see the twisted, gnarled black outlines of normal woodland. The oppressive weight on their chests seemed to ease a little. Lin An let out a soft sigh, his nerves that had been tense from dealing with the historical emotional barrage relaxing slightly. Though weary, this journey of walking and sensing had given him a deeper understanding of his newfound ability. The feeling of subtle resonance with the environment was both strange and oddly captivating. However, just as his mind relaxed slightly and his foot was about to step beyond the last edge of this dark red land, without any warning, as if one foot had stepped into an invisible boiling cauldron of oil, a surge of emotional fragments far more intense than all before. A torrent far more intense, purer and darker, like a long lurking beast, abruptly surged from the deep earth beneath his feet, crashed into his consciousness through his perception. It was not the chaotic echoes of the battlefield, but a highly concentrated extreme pain belonging to a single existence. Despair bottomless, like falling into an eternal abyss. Hatred scorching and viscous, directed at everything including itself. The urge to destroy madly growing, wanting to tear apart everything seen, felt, and even its own existence, into nothingness. An indescribable extreme venom of being betrayed, abandoned, and tortured by endless pain until the soul twisted. Ah! Lin An let out a short pained groan as if struck by an invisible heavy hammer on his head and heart. His vision instantly went black, filled with chaotic, twisted dark red and black spots. Intense pain exploded from his temples, instantly spreading throughout his skull as if countless red-hot steel needles were churning inside. Accompanying it was the suffocating sensation brought by that torrent of negative emotions, his heart-clenched lungs unable to inhale the cold despair drowning him like a tide over his head. His legs went weak, completely losing control, and he fell forward onto his knees. His hands instinctively clutched his head, fingers digging deep into his hair, his body convulsing and trembling uncontrollably. Cold sweat burst out, instantly soaking his clothes, the cold, clammy sensation clinging to his skin. His teeth chattered and broken, meaningless gasps forced their way from his throat. His face was deathly pale, drained of all color. "Lin An!" Bai Shui's voice rang out, carrying a rare hint of urgency. She reacted almost the instant he fell. There was no panic, only action of the utmost speed. She quickly crouched down without hesitation, pulling his trembling, convulsing body tightly into her arms. One arm wrapped around his back, steadying him, while the other quickly pressed against his cold, sweat-soaked forehead, her palm warm and steady. "Relax." Her voice sounded close to his ear, low, clear, with an undeniable guiding power that pierced through the roaring pain and chaos in his mind. At the same time, a gentle yet pure dark red energy, like the most agile and delicate tentacles, flowed from the palms pressed against his back and forehead. This energy did not forcefully assault or suppress the torrent of negativity raging within him, but instead, like a skilled navigator, quickly found the core nodes of his perception that had become disordered and tangled due to overload, and gently yet firmly combed them apart. Her energy guided his perception. Amidst the extreme pain and chaos, Lin An, relying on his unreserved trust in her, struggled to grasp the rhythm she transmitted. He no longer tried to forcibly resist the invading torrent with his will, that only doubled the pain, but instead learned as she guided to observe, to discern the nature of these emotions while striving to maintain the core clarity of his self-awareness. The process was slow and arduous. The concentrated negative emotions were extremely stubborn, like a bone-deep toxin constantly trying to erode his reason and evoke his deepest fears and negative memories. Several times Lin An nearly lost himself in the waves of pain, his convulsions intensifying, whimpering pain sounds. But Bai Shui's energy steadily supported him, her voice never ceasing, sometimes sternly reminding him to focus, sometimes gently encouraging him to persevere. She was like the most patient teacher guiding a student to learn balance on the most dangerous cliff edge. Gradually Lin An began to find a foothold. He saw those invading dark emotions under the skillful intervention of Bai Shui's energy begin to show subtle separation, like mist illuminated by sunlight. The purest, wildest urge to destroy was drawn out bit by bit, guided to the periphery. The deep, viscous despair was gently wrapped and diluted. Those sharp hatred and venom under the soothing touch of a higher, cooler energy gradually lost their edge. He was no longer a passive vessel of suffering but had gradually become a channel with preliminary filtering ability. Although the pain remained and the mental burden was still so heavy that it left him utterly exhausted, the panic of being completely devoured and broken slowly receded. Time passed in extreme focus and confrontation. After about a quarter of an hour, Lin An's violent trembling finally began to subside. His hands, which had been clutching his head, fell limply, and his entire body, as if pulled from the water, went completely limp in Bai Shui's arms. His breathing was still heavy, but the rhythm had steadied, no longer the agony of suffocation. His face was still bloodless, cold sweat continuing, but his eyes had regained basic clarity, filled only with extreme fatigue and a hint of lingering bewildered shock. Most of the invading extreme negative emotions had been skillfully guided and stripped from his perception by Bai Shui, like clearing obstructing filth from a river, allowing them to dissipate back into the surrounding environment of the ancient battlefield, no longer directly impacting him. Bai Shui still held him, not letting go immediately. With her other hand she produced a leather water skin from somewhere, pulled out the stopper, and carefully fed the cool liquid to his lips. Lin An instinctively took small sips. The refreshing liquid moistened his dry, parched throat and brought a gentle energy that replenished his nearly depleted spirit. After drinking a few mouthfuls he seemed to catch his breath properly, leaning weakly against Bai Shui's shoulder, lacking even the strength to lift a finger. "What? Did we step on?" His voice was hoarse, barely audible, carrying the lingering fear of escaping death. A core point where emotional sediment is extremely dense and intensely negative. Bai Shui's voice also carried a trace of barely perceptible fatigue but remained steady. She gently patted his back, helping him steady his breathing. Perhaps a being of no low rank suffered great pain here or fell with extreme resentment. Its final thoughts combined with the scattered energy formed an emotional trap far more intense and dangerous than ordinary battlefield echoes. After your perception improved, your sensitivity to such things greatly increased. Stepping into its range without protection was like having your ears suddenly pressed to the most piercing noise source. She paused, looked down at his pale face, a flicker of tenderness in her blood-red eyes, but more so seriousness. This is one of the risks you may face after enhancing your perception, the resonance risk. Especially in the world of vampires, many ancient places retain powerful imprints of thought or energy. Your constitution makes you more likely to receive them, but if you don't know how to filter and guide, you can easily suffer from mental overload, or even trauma, as just happened. Lin An nodded with lingering fear. At that moment he truly thought he would go mad or his head would explode. However, Bai Shui's tone softened, carrying a hint of approval. "You did better than I expected. After the initial instinctive resistance, you quickly learned to follow my guidance, trying to guide rather than fight head-on. That is crucial. When facing this kind of mental impact, brute force often backfires. Guiding and resolving is the correct path. You have initially mastered this technique, which is a very important growth." Hearing her affirmation, the lingering fear in Lin An's heart was somewhat diluted, replaced by a faint sense of achievement. Although the process was unbearably painful, he seemed to have crossed another hurdle. "Rest for a while. We will soon leave this area." Bai Shui helped him lean against a relatively clean large rock, then sat beside him, still holding one of his hands, transmitting a steady, reassuring energy. Lin An closed his eyes wearily, feeling the remnants of his perception now combed through. Though weak, they seemed a bit more flexible than before, like steel wire tempered in fire. The outline of the forest ahead appeared deep and mysterious under the crimson twilight. He knew the journey was far from over and more unknowns and dangers might lie ahead. But after that ordeal he had gained a more complex and deeper understanding of himself, of her, and of their journey forward. Power comes with risk, growth with pain. And the person beside him, holding his hand tightly, was his only and absolute guide and harbor in exploring all this. The Duke's preparation. Duke Violent stood before the sand table, his deep purple eyes fixed on the area representing the moonlit slope where a soft silver light flickered continuously. His fingertips unconsciously traced the cold hard edge of the sand table. He still wore his luxurious deep purple formal attire, now covered only by a dark gold-trimmed cloak symbolizing military authority. His face seemed even paler under the light of soul flames, but deep within his purple eyes barely suppressed flames danced. A messenger entirely shrouded in shadow appeared silently at the entrance of the hall, knelt on one knee, and held up a flat metal box made of shadow star iron, its surface etched with complex thorns and skull motifs. "My Lord Duke, a secret order personally issued by His Highness Prince Corrido." The messenger's voice carried no emotion. Duke Violin turned slowly, his purple eyes falling on the metal box, his pupils contracting almost imperceptibly. He stepped forward and took the box. It was heavy and cold in his hand. The lid bore the unique mark of Prince Corrido, an inverted crown entwined with twisted thorns gleaming dully under the soul flame light. He dismissed the messenger and walked back alone to the war table. His fingers pressed a specific indentation on the edge of the lid. With a nearly inaudible click of the mechanism, the lid slid open silently. Inside were no letters. Only 2 items. A palm-sized teardrop-shaped dark red crystal seal, its interior seeming to entrap flowing lava, radiating a powerful and stable aura of authority. This was the highest authority seal for temporarily mobilizing a part of the Gloom Tide Legion and its subsidiary forces. And a smaller pitch-black bone token like the deepest night with an eyeless eye carved on its front. Duke Violin's breathing quickened for a moment. He reached out his slender fingers, carefully picked up the dark red crystal seal, and rubbed its warm, smooth surface with his thumb. An indescribable sense of satisfaction, and an even greater ambition like the sweetest poison, instantly flowed through his limbs. This was no longer merely his private hunting ground. This was an official operation, having obtained at least part of the family's, Prince Corrido's, power. The pursuit of that boy, the evidence of the primordial blood, was no longer confined to fulfilling his personal collector's obsession and thirst for power, but was firmly tied to the future interests of the Shadow Corridor, to breaking the suffocating balance with the White Knight Court, and even to his own advancement in power within the family. Prince Corrido's ambition had been aroused. And Violin was the sharpest spear of exploration in the prince's hand. Risk. Of course it existed. The White Knight Court was not made of clay, and that mysterious guardian was a tough nut to crack. But the opportunity was equally unprecedented. As long as he successfully brought back the boy himself, the name Violin de la Tour would no longer be merely the ancient duke, but the meritorious one, who opened a new era for the Shadow Corridor. At that time, power, strength, glory, everything would be within easy reach. The fire in his purple eyes burned even fiercer, almost scorching through his elegant, restrained facade. He gently set down the seal, then picked up the pitch-black blind eye token. The cold touch slightly cooled his boiling blood. The frontal force of the Legion was not enough. The infiltration and intelligence capabilities of the Shadow Blade were crucial. More importantly, he needed a trump card of his own, known to no one. His gaze involuntarily drifted to the shadowy corner of the command post, where the narrow leather case he always carried with him stood silently. Inside lay the Night Walker cloak. A cold, perfect plan outline quickly took shape in his mind. He turned to the empty hall entrance, and said in a deep voice, "Summon Draken, commander of the 7th Assault Regiment of the Gloom Tide and the current head of Shadow Blade, to see me immediately." The voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority clearly transmitted outward. Moments later, 2 figures entered the hall almost simultaneously. The one on the left was nearly 2 meters tall, with a mountainous, sturdy build. He wore a lusterless dark gray heavy plate armor with ferocious bone-spike guards at the joints. His helmet was tucked under his arm, revealing a square granite-carved face, dark red short hair standing up like steel needles, and cold, sharp, eagle-like eyes. He was Draken, a vampire general renowned for his silence, efficiency, and expertise in assaults and positional warfare. The one on the right remained shrouded in that indistinct gray shadow, his face unclear. He was the Shadow Blade leader, Shadow Trace, who had reported to Prince Corrido earlier. "My lord!" Draken clenched his right fist and struck his left breastplate heavily, producing a dull thud. Shadow Trace merely bowed slightly. Duke Violin displayed the dark red seal and the black bone token, wasting no words, getting straight to the point. "His Highness Prince Corrido has authorized this operation. Draken, your 7th Assault Regiment is now under my full command." A gleam of light flashed in Draken's eyes, and he struck his chest again. "Understood. The 7th Regiment is ready to tear through any obstacle." Duke Violin nodded, walked to the war sand table, and pointed to the location representing the Bone Pass. "Our primary target area is here. This is a hub connecting several key paths into the depths of the wasteland, and also an important material transfer point for our side. If the people of the White Knight Court want to probe deep into our sphere of influence, or conduct other activities, this is a likely passage or temporary stronghold." He paused, his purple eyes scanning the two. "Draken, your main legion sets out at dawn. Shadow Trace send elite infiltration squads of Shadow Blade ahead to scout the area around the Bone Pass, especially paths suitable for hiding ambush or rapid passage. Once you find trace of the target, report immediately, but strictly avoid alerting the enemy. Duke Violin's voice rose slightly, carrying a solemn leading by example demeanor. Will personally lead an elite assault team advancing in coordination with Draken's Legion and deliver the fatal blow to the target when necessary. Draken showed approval on his face. A commander at the front always greatly boosts morale. Shadow Trace remained expressionless like a stone sculpture. Only Violin himself knew that the so-called personally leading the elite assault team was more of a gesture. His real plan was to blend in with the Legion, quietly don the Nightwalker. Like the deadliest shadow, break away from the main force, rely on the cloak's concealment ability, approach the prey, and seek the most critical and safest opportunity. Frontal clash. That was Draken and the Legion soldiers' affair. Summon all officers above the rank of Centurion as well as the heads of Shadow Blade and the mage squads to assemble at the fortress square in 1 hour. Duke Violin finally commanded, his purple eyes gleaming with cold, excited light. It is time to let our guests feel the true hospitality of the Shadow Corridor. An hour later, the broad black stone-paved central square of Blacktooth Fortress was filled with a murderous, oppressive atmosphere. Hundreds of fully armed soldiers of the 7th Assault Regiment of the Gloom Tide stood in neat phalanxes, their dark armor forming a black metal sea with only the points of light gleaming from the eye slits of their helmets. Dots of crimson light flickered like sparks. They stood silent as mountains, with only the banners snapping in the wind. Before the formation stood dozens of fierce-looking officers along with mages in deep purple robes wielding bone staves and several riders who drove low, sturdy rock-like creatures covered in heavy armor, the so-called Dixing Beasts. Duke Waylon ascended the temporarily erected platform before the square. He had changed into a more agile dark purple hunting suit trimmed with gold, draped with the cloak that symbolized command. His silver hair was immaculate, and under the glow of soul fire and the dim crimson sky he appeared noble and imposing. Without using any amplification magic, his clear, cold voice reached every corner of the square. Warriors of the Enchanting Corridor. His gaze swept over the silent army below. We gather here not for pointless conquest. Before us, on that land shrouded by false moonlight, the Bay Court has hidden a treasure that does not belong to them. His voice gradually rose, carrying a stirring power. Prince Caligro has granted us authority and a mission. This is not a personal vendetta, it is a glorious battle for the future hope of our family. Our deeds will be recorded in the annals of the Enchanting Corridor. He suddenly drew the ornate longsword from his waist, its blade pointing diagonally toward the northeast. Draw your weapons, polish your armor. Follow my banner and we shall cross the wasteland, smash through the passes and seize that treasure firmly in our hands. Let the Bay Court understand that wherever the shadow reaches, the will of the Enchanting Corridor shall not be defied. Those who succeed will receive the personal commendation of His Highness the Prince, titles, lands, power. Anything is possible. The Enchanting Corridor never forgets the warriors who fight and bleed for her. Delican raised his battle-axe high, his face flushed with excitement. The officers' eyes glinted with the thirst for glory. Even the silent mages beneath their hoods had sharpened their gaze. Duke Waylon looked down with satisfaction at the fully mobilized legion, but deep in his violet eyes lay a cold calculation. Lin An leaned against a large rock covered with a thin blanket that Bai Shui had taken out at some point. The sky had shifted from a dim crimson to a deeper, darker blue. The night of the eternal twilight had fallen, and the silver-purple star stream in the sky became exceptionally clear and brilliant, with countless tiny stars studding the deep night. He blinked not, immediately rising, but first closed his eyes to look inward, sensing his own condition. The fatigue still lingered, his spirit felt like it had been drained after a long journey, yet within that exhaustion lay an unprecedented clarity. He tried to spread his perception as usual. It was different. If his previously enhanced perception was like looking at the world through frosted glass, seeing outlines but missing details, then now the frost on that glass seemed to have been gently wiped away, clearing most of it. He heard the wind passing through a low shrubbery nearby with serrated leaves. It was not just the wind, he could faintly discern the extremely subtle frequency-varying vibrations of each leaf as the air current brushed over them, as if he could feel the different toughness and shapes of the leaves. Further away, in a rock crevice about 100 meters off, he detected a faint but steady life fluctuation, likely a small nocturnal creature resting in its nest. He could even faintly sense its steady heartbeat rhythm. He could even attempt to discern the extremely faint emotional colors lingering in the air. The ground beneath him at the edge of this ancient battlefield still exuded a somber underlay of dark red and gray-black, representing sorrow and heaviness. but compared to the violent impact he had felt when at the core, these residual emotions now seemed like faded murals, still able to influence the atmosphere yet no longer possessing direct corrosive power. And further toward the wasteland his perception caught some even thinner fragments of thought, weariness, fatigue, greed, from other travelers or creatures that might have passed through here not long ago. Lin An opened his eyes, let out a long breath, his gaze carrying surprise and a hint of excitement. He looked at Bai Shui, who was sitting a short distance away poking a small lit campfire with a twig. The flame was a pale gold, burning a thumb-sized black block she had taken out. It produced almost no smoke, only emitting steady light and comfortable heat. The firelight illuminated her profile, softening her features. Against the deep blue night sky and the brilliant star river she was beautiful like a dream. Awake! Bai Shui did not turn around but seemed to know he had woken. How do you feel? I feel much better. Lin An propped himself up to sit, the thin blanket sliding off, and he moved his stiff neck. And I feel like I can see things more clearly. He eagerly shared his new discovery, describing the details of what he had just perceived, his tone like a child's delight in discovering a new world. Bai Shui listened quietly, the twig in her hand pausing. She turned her head, her blood-red eyes shimmering with a warm glow in the firelight, a soft smile on her lips. Bai Shui took out a small metal pot, placed it on a stone by the fire, poured in clean water, then added a few pieces that looked like dehydrated vegetables and dried meat along with a pinch of unknown spices. Soon a reassuring steam rose with a faint savory aroma. Let's have a simple warm meal and rest well tonight. Tomorrow we will enter a relatively normal forest area not far from our target zone, Bai Shui said as she gently stirred the soup in the pot with a wooden ladle. While waiting for the food to cook, Bai Shui asked him to turn around and naturally reached out to tidy his hair, which had been tousled by the wind during the journey. Her fingers ran through his soft hair, gentle and meticulous, occasionally brushing against his scalp, bringing a pleasant slight tickle. Lin An sat quietly, feeling the warmth of her fingertips and the unspoken intimacy, his heart filled with peace and contentment. The hot soup was ready, simple in flavor yet heartwarming. The two shared the simple but warm dinner by the firelight. Lin An, while sipping soup, was still excitedly trying to observe everything around him with his newly enhanced perception, the steady trajectory of energy in the flames, the subtle air currents from the evaporation in the pot, and even the calm flow of Bai Shui's restrained yet vast Starsea-like energy field. Bai Shui looked at his sparkling eyes and couldn't help but chuckle. After the meal, Bai Shui tidied up simply. The campfire continued to burn quietly, dispelling the darkness and chill within a small area. Lin An, wrapped in a thin blanket and cloak, leaned against Bai Shui. Bai Shui naturally extended her arm, pulling him into an embrace, making him more comfortable. The two huddled together, looking up at the magnificent, brilliant night sky of the vampire world. The star river turned, radiating boundless brilliance. Countless stars were like diamonds scattered on black velvet, so close they seemed within reach. There was no moon, but the starry sky itself was a breathtaking, vast beauty. In the ear were the occasional crackling sounds of the campfire, and from deep in the wasteland came one or two long, indistinct animal calls, further accentuating the camp's tranquility. Bai Shui's embrace was warm and steady. Her heartbeat, calm and strong, came through the fabric like the most reassuring drumbeat. Lin An burrowed deeper into her arms, the cool yet comforting scent of her lingering around his nose. There were not many words. After the exhausting journey, the relief of survival, the joy of ability growth, and the warmth of being together, all was conveyed without speech. Lin An felt his heart filled with an unprecedented, full sense of peace and happiness. It was as if the dangerous, treacherous vampire world outside had temporarily receded, leaving only this small campfire, this starry sky, and the person holding him tightly beside him. Sleep! Bai Shui's voice was soft like the night breeze. I'll keep watch tonight. Lin An wanted to say he could watch for a while, but his eyelids involuntarily grew heavy. The dual exhaustion of body and mind combined with the absolute sense of security made drowsiness surge like a tide. He murmured a vague found a more comfortable position in her arms and closed his eyes. Almost the moment he closed his eyes, his consciousness sank into a warm, dark sleep. Bai Shui still sat quietly, her arms securely holding the sleeping youth in her embrace. Her blood-red eyes gazed at the dancing pale golden flames. But most of her thoughts remained on the warmth of the body in her arms, breathing evenly, trusting her completely. The campfire crackled, the star river silently turned. The night on the wasteland was cold and long. But this small patch of the world enclosed by firelight and guardianship was as warm as spring and as peaceful as a dream. The morning light filtered through the sparse branches and leaves, coating the thick gray-white mist with a hazy glow. After leaving the warmth and tranquility of last night's campfire, they had advanced only a little over half an hour when the scene before them suddenly changed. They stepped into a forest that was perpetually shrouded in dense magical fog. The fog presented an unnatural gray-white thick as milk, reducing visibility to less than 10 paces. The tall trees were reduced to blurry, twisted black silhouettes in the mist like silent ghosts. The air was filled with a damp, cold smell mixed with rotting leaves and a faint rust-like metallic tang. The most unsettling thing was that the fog seemed to be more than just water vapor. It was mixed with chaotic magical currents that, like invisible tentacles, interfered with normal energy perception. Even sound propagation became muffled and distorted as if passing through thick cotton. "Stay close." Bai Shue's voice came through the thick fog clearer than usual, as if carrying a power that could pierce the mist. She still held Lin An's hand, but her pace had slowed considerably, each step firm and cautious. Her blood-red eyes glowed faintly with a dark red light in the fog like two small, unquenchable lanterns. Lin An immediately heightened his vigilance, spreading his enhanced perception as far as possible around him. Under the interference of the fog, the clarity of his perception was indeed affected, like looking through frosted glass, but his newly acquired toughening and precision came into play at this moment. He strove to discern the abnormal stagnation points within the chaotic magical currents, capturing any subtle temperature differences and life fluctuations in the air. Deep in the fog, all was silent except for the rustling sound of their own footsteps on damp leaves and soil, amplified and distorted. The silence itself carried an ominous aura. Suddenly Bai Shue stopped. She did not turn around but tightened her grip on Lin An's hand and said in a low voice, "There's something. More than one. They hide using the fog, they're very good at it." Lin An's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately focused his perception on the direction Bai Shue was alertly facing. At first it was all chaos, only gray-white fog and a turbulent magical background. He held his breath, forced himself to calm down, and slowly combed through the energy flow of that area with his perception like a fine-toothed comb. Soon he sensed it. The fog flow in several places seemed more viscous than the surroundings, as if encountering an invisible obstacle, forming extremely subtle, almost imperceptible distortions. At the same time, at the centers of those distortions he caught several very faint heat sources, slightly warmer than the ambient temperature. Those heat sources were small and well hidden, carrying a cold, focused intent, the silent killing intent unique to a predator locking onto its prey, blending patience and bloodlust. "Mist shadow leopards." Bai Shue's voice was as soft as a whisper but carried certainty. "They rely on the fog and their own camouflage. Their aura and energy fluctuations almost merge with the environment. They are excellent ambush hunters." She turned her head, her blood-red eyes beneath the hood looked at Lin An, not with tension but with a hint of testing expectation. "Lin An, use your perception and try to point out their positions and distances. Don't be afraid of mistakes, just feel." Lin An took a deep breath of the damp, cool air and poured all his mind into his perception. "Left front. About 20 paces, slightly lower. On the trunk at about a man's height there is one." He closed his eyes, sketching a vague outline with his perception. His voice was a bit tight from tension, but he tried to keep the description clear. "It's moving slowly, very subtly. Seems to be adjusting its posture. Directly ahead, slightly right. About 30 paces near the ground, two are crouching very close together." He continued, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Distinguishing multiple targets while maintaining precision was a considerable mental strain. "They haven't moved much, as if waiting. And right rear 15 paces on top of that large rock to the side. There is one too." After reporting the positions, he opened his eyes and looked at Bai Shue with some uncertainty. The fog was thick, his naked eyes could not see those things at all. Bai Shue did not hesitate for a moment. She raised her free hand and with her 5 fingers, as if strumming a harp string, she elegantly flicked in the air. Swoosh! 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 4 dark red energy threads, thinner than a hair yet condensed to the extreme, shot silently from her fingertips and vanished into the thick fog. They were unimaginably fast, their trajectories perfectly straight with no light leaking out, like silent invitations from death. From the moment Lin An reported the positions to the 4 energy threads being released, and the disappearance of all targets, auras, the entire process took no more than 2 or 3 breaths. The fog remained thick as if nothing had happened. Only in the air the subtle sense of distortion that had existed in those spots had vanished, and the chaotic magical currents seemed to have calmed down a little. Bai Shue lowered her hand as if merely flicking away non-existent dust from her sleeve. She turned around to face Lin An, and a clear, approving smile spread in her blood-red eyes beneath the hood. "Very accurate," she praised, her voice filled with genuine satisfaction. The distance, direction, even their approximate posture, all judged very well. Especially the one on the right rear. It was almost assimilated with the rock's magical texture. The fact that you detected it shows that your perception, precision, and discrimination have indeed improved qualitatively. With her affirmation, Lin An's anxious heart finally settled completely. His tense nerves relaxed and a strong sense of achievement and grounding followed. He had really done it. Not hiding behind her but using his newly acquired power to provide her with crucial information and jointly face the lurking danger. It was just luck, Lin An said, a bit embarrassed, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help rising. The feeling of fighting side by side and being affirmed was wonderful. Not luck but your effort and talent, Bai Shui corrected, reaching out to ruffle his slightly damp hair. The application of perception in actual combat is crucial. Often it is more reliable than the eyes. Remember the feeling just now and keep it up. She took his hand again and continued forward. Her steps were still cautious, but Lin An could feel that her trust in him seemed to have increased a bit more. The two, one after the other, disappeared once again into the boundless milky white curtain. Beneath their feet was solid vibrant earth, behind them was the gradually receding mysterious realm of fog. A new journey unfolded under the sun, and the brief fog they had just experienced had become the first clear and solid mark of his growing power. The damp, cold, sticky mist of the Mijang forest was left completely behind, and the more typical landscape of the Yonglan Linhai unfolded before their eyes. Tall, twisted black trees formed a gloomy canopy with both luminescent and non-luminescent plants beneath them. Strange plants wove fantastical shadows beneath the dim crimson sky, and the active flow of magical energy in the air, though still intricate, seemed to follow clearer patterns. Walking beside Bai Shui, Lin An felt that after the battle in the mist his perception had been meticulously honed, allowing him to distinguish between normal and abnormal energy fluctuations in the environment with greater clarity. They advanced along an ancient path almost entirely overgrown with moss and vines, heading unerringly toward the bone pass marked on the map. Bai Shui would occasionally pause, touching an inconspicuous trace on the ground with her fingertips or listening intently to distant sounds carried by the wind, her blood-red eyes gleaming with analytical calm like a seasoned hunter deciphering the forest's silent whispers. The forest was not peaceful. They skirted a patch of eerily beautiful flowers that emitted a cloyingly sweet, dizzying scent, and witnessed a brief, bloody skirmish between two ferocious demonic beasts over territory, their dull roars and the shockwaves of clashing magic echoing from 100 meters away. But thanks to Bai Shui's precise route selection and early warnings, these potential threats became nothing more than thrilling but harmless background. Lin An gradually grew accustomed to this rhythm of cautious advance on the edge of danger. His main task was to use his enhanced perception to scan for abnormal energy and life fluctuations in the near and mid-range, while Bai Shui controlled the overall direction and dealt with potential high-level threats beyond his capabilities. A tacit understanding formed between them. Sometimes a subtle glance or gesture sufficed to convey the other's intent, words unnecessary. Yet on the other side of this vast forest a much larger, more organized and malevolent undercurrent surged steadily forward like a tide long held in check. At the edge of the Shadow Corridor's controlled territory, about a day and a half's journey northeast of the Blacktooth Fortress, at the border zone between a relatively open wasteland and sparse woods, a force of nearly 300 soldiers like a heavy black torrent crushed the ground covered in rubble and thorns. The main body of the force consisted of assault regiment soldiers in uniform, dark armor armed with standard weapons. They marched in phalanxes of 100, their steps uniform, heavy and powerful, the friction of metal plates merging into a low oppressive roar that beat against the silence of the wasteland. This was the main force of the Legion, directly commanded by General Draken. They made no attempt to conceal their movements. The thorny skull war banner of the Shadow Corridor fluttered under the crimson sky. The ranks were orderly and grim, and wherever they passed weaker demonic beasts fled in terror, while larger groups were coldly crushed or driven away. At the core of the Legion, inside a closed command carriage pulled by 4 tall magnificent nightmare steeds with blazing black flames in their eyes and adorned with intricate shadow heraldry, Duke Violin reclined on a seat upholstered in soft abyss fur. Before him floated a pale purple light screen maintained by magic, on which information from forward scouts, Shadow Blade intelligence nodes, and the Legion's own reconnaissance units was updated like flowing water. Dots flickered, lines extended, and brief rune reports sketched the dynamic picture of the vast area ahead. Duke Violin's purple eyes were deep, his fingertips tapping silently on the armrest. The fragmentary information on the screen was quickly assembled and analyzed in his mind. A cold, satisfied curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. As expected, they had not chosen to cower in Jiayue's slope. She had taken the precious target out voluntarily, and their direction of travel seemed to be heading toward the sphere of influence of the Shadow Corridor. This suited him perfectly. Entering a preset hunting ground was far less laborious than storming a fortress. He was not in a hurry to order the legion to advance at full speed. On the contrary, he instructed Draken to maintain a steady pace of advance, even considering brief halts when encountering complex terrain, putting on an appearance of methodical, cautious search. He wanted to apply enough pressure to force the target to move along a predictable path, but not so much as to startle the prey into fleeing. And his true lethal strike was not within this grand overt army. Violin's gaze seemed to drift casually to the unremarkable narrow leather case in the corner of the carriage. The Nightwalker cloak inside that case was the find he had prepared for himself for the hunt. Draken's legion was the obvious piece, the heavy weight to attract all attention, compress space, and force movement. Shadow Blade was the eyes and ears, ubiquitous in the darkness. And he himself, Duke Violin, would at the moment, when the prey was driven to the right position and its attention was maximally occupied, shed the illustrious guise of a noble commander, don the cloak of absolute shadow, and become the most lethal and hard to guard against surprise attack. He could almost picture the scene, the legion making contact with the target, perhaps a small-scale chase and skirmish. All of the target's attention would inevitably be drawn to the frontal or flank forces of the legion, requiring full concentration. And at that very moment he would break away from the main force like a true shadow, relying on the Nightwalker's near-perfect concealment, bypass all direct lines of sight, and strike from the most unexpected, weakest angle. The target was only one, the human youth with the primordial blood. A single moment of contact, one successful binding or stunning, and he would secure his prize. Then immediately retreat, leaving the chaos and possible wrath to be borne by Draken's legion. Risk. Of course it existed. The true strength of that guardian was still a mystery. But the Nightwalker was an ancient artifact capable of effectively shielding perception below the level of a prince. This was his greatest reliance for daring such a risky move. As long as the timing was perfectly seized and the action was decisive and swift, the chance of success was not slim. At this thought a flicker of burning greed and cold calculation passed through Duke Violin's eyes. The hunting net had been cast, the bright and dark pieces were in place. What he needed now was patient waiting. Waiting for the prey to step further into the carefully chosen area, waiting for that fleeting optimal moment to arrive. No matter what power that guardian possessed, before the war machine of the Shadow Corridor and the trap personally woven by Duke Violin, ultimate victory would belong to the shadows. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, on another more hidden and difficult path, Bai Shui stopped. She turned her head slightly, her blood-red eyes gazing southwest toward the zone where the wasteland and deeper forest intertwined, the edge where the power of the Shadow Corridor extended like tentacles. Their figures side by side silently accelerated amidst the dappled light and shadow in the forest, heading toward the predetermined direction, and also toward that silently closing shadow net with its hidden fangs, walking steadfastly and fearlessly. In the air an invisible tension was accumulating and tightening with every step. The view in the forest. After passing through the oppressive gray curtain of the misty forest, the view suddenly opened up. A relatively open clearing appeared ahead, with sparse black trees and low shrubs bearing rust-red leaves growing between them. The light of the eternal twilight could now fall more freely, casting dappled patterns on the ground. The air also seemed to circulate better, losing some of the forest's oppressive stuffiness. The moment they stepped out of the last edge of thick fog, about 100 meters ahead, dozens of shadowy figures suddenly emerged from behind the bushes and the shadows of the trees. Those figures wore uniform dark armor, almost blending into the background under the crimson light, but their orderly ranks and the cold gleam of their weapons proved they were no mere stragglers. They were soldiers of the Shadow Corridor, and an organized advance unit. The enemy clearly spotted the two emerging from the mist at the same moment. After a brief pause, their trained reactions took over. Halt. This is a military control zone. A low authoritative command came from the enemy formation, carrying the characteristic cold tone of a vampire officer. Simultaneously, the originally loose formation quickly tightened and transformed. The front soldiers crouched, slamming their large tower shields heavily onto the ground with a dull thud, instantly forming a simple shield wall. Between the gaps in the shields, spears glinted like a forest thrusting outward. The rear soldiers raised hand crossbows or began to gather, the glow of shadow magic, the faint twang of bowstrings, and the hum of gathering mana were especially clear in the silent clearing. At least 100 men. And their reaction was swift, their formation strict. Lin An's heart tightened violently, and he instinctively grabbed Bai Shui's arm, his fingertips cold. Despite having faced the mist shadow leopard, the sheer killing intent and pressure of confronting a fully armed vampire army was incomparable to a few monsters. Bai Shui stopped, but not from fear. She gently pulled Lin An behind her, her movements steady, even carrying a hint of faint weariness. She looked up, her blood-red eyes calmly sweeping across the rapidly forming battle formation, settling on the commander in officer's armor who had issued the command. "Get out of the way or die." Her voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly across the 100 meters, reaching the ears of every soldier. There was no fluctuation of emotion, just a simple statement, as if shooing away an obstructing ant. This attitude thoroughly enraged the enemy commander. His face darkened and murder flashed in his eyes. Without further words, he raised his sword and slashed it down sharply. Fire! Dozens of crossbow bolts tipped with anti-magic coating left the strings tearing through the air with a shrill howl like a swarm of deadly hornets converging on the two. At the same time, several shadow mages at the rear of the formation completed their incantations, and several pitch-black energy chains reeking of binding and corrosive power shot out from the ground or through the air, arriving just after the bolts, trying to entangle and restrict Bai Shui's movements. Faced with this instant lethal combined assault, Bai Shui did not even twitch an eyebrow. She simply raised her right hand, fingers spread and pressed gently against the empty space in front of her. No dazzling light erupted. Only a translucent arc-shaped energy barrier with a faint dark red glow formed instantly in front of herself and Lin An like an inverted bowl. A dense thudding sound echoed as the bolts slammed into the barrier. The anticipated penetration or explosion did not occur. The arrows, powerful enough to pierce light armor, had their kinetic energy instantly absorbed and nullified upon contact. The arrowheads twisted, the shafts snapped, and then they fell weakly, piling up into a small heap of debris before the barrier. The sinister dark binding chains followed, but like earthworms falling into hot asphalt, they trembled, twisted violently upon contact with the dark red glow, and then were directly erased from head to tail by a higher force, not even leaving a wisp of black smoke. All this happened in the blink of an eye. The enemy formation seemed to falter, and for the first time doubt appeared in the soldiers' eyes. Bai Shui gave them no time to react. The moment the barrier deflected the first wave and before it had fully dissipated, her figure moved. Not fast, but vanished. No, not vanished. It was speed pushed to a limit the naked eye could not track, leaving only a faint fading white afterimage at her original position. In the next instant she appeared directly in front of the shield wall, less than 10 meters away. "Stop her!" The commander's voice, a mix of shock and fury, cracked. The front shield bearers roared, throwing their full weight behind their shields, trying to block with the dense wall. Spearmen thrust fiercely from the gaps. Bai Shui did not even look at the thrusting spears. She simply raised her hand again toward the thick, magic-enchanted metal shield wall. This time it was not defense. In front of her palm the air suddenly collapsed inward and twisted. A fist-sized energy ball with dark red lightning roaring silently inside coalesced instantly, and she gently pushed it forward. The energy ball flew not very fast, even seeming a bit ethereal. But wherever it passed the air groaned under an unbearable pressure, and the very lights seemed to be devoured and distorted. The shield-bearers only saw an unremarkable small dark red orb floating lazily toward them. A flicker of absurdity just rose in their minds, then the next second a thundering roar erupted. It was not the loud sound of an explosion, but a more muffled, bone-deep, terrifying rumble, as if space itself was being violently crushed and torn. The moment the dark red orb touched the shield wall it did not explode. Instead, like a red-hot iron ball into snow, the metal shields at the point of contact along with the soldiers' arms and torsos behind them silently vaporized and annihilated. A terrifying hole over 3 meters in diameter with neat smooth edges appeared instantaneously in the seemingly impenetrable shield wall. The metal at the edges of the hole showed a twisted state of melting and then instant cooling. The soldiers behind, not even having time to scream, disintegrated into fundamental particles and dust along with their shields. The front of the formation was forcibly excavated of a large chunk. This horrifying scene completely shattered the courage of the ordinary soldiers. Fear exploded like a plague through the ranks. But Bai Shui's movements did not pause. Her figure flickered like a ghost through the formation. Each flicker was accompanied by a faint flash of dark red light. Sometimes a thread-thin energy line swept through, silently cutting several soldiers and their armor in two. Sometimes a point of her finger from afar left a bloody hole in the forehead of a mage trying to channel a large spell. The light in his eyes extinguished instantly, and the backlash of the spell threw several nearby comrades into the air. Sometimes merely the residual wave of dark blood energy carrying her will as she passed by was enough to send nearby soldiers staggering back as if struck by an invisible heavy hammer, their armor dented, spitting blood. There were no prolonged struggles. Each strike was concise, precise, and brutally efficient, like the grim reaper swinging his scythe to harvest wheat. To the Shadow Legion soldiers she was no different from the mist shadow leopard earlier. Lin An stood behind Bai Shui watching this almost one-sided slaughter. His eyes strained to follow the white figure flickering through the formation, his heart pounding, his palms clammy. This was different from the fight against Eric's squad at the entrance of GRUS Slope. That was a small-scale elite duel. This was true battlefield domination. What Bai Shui displayed now was a nearly cold, efficient war art for eliminating groups of enemies. She was no longer just a powerful guardian, she was a precise, deadly killing machine unleashing her power unrestrained in the wild. The shadow formation collapsed visibly. Soldiers abandoned their armor and weapons, fleeing in terror backward and to the sides, no longer caring about formation or orders. The commander, attempting to organize a counterattack, had his throat easily cut by a dark red thread that appeared at his neck, his eyes frozen in shock and resentment. In less than 2 minutes, the originally grim and orderly advance force of 100 had turned into a mess of wreckage and fleeing backs. The clearing was thick with the smell of blood and the scorched air of annihilated energy. Bai Shui stopped, standing in the center of the clearing, her white hair and robes untouched by dust. She frowned slightly. Her blood-red eyes were not relaxed, they looked in the direction of the fleeing soldiers and deeper into the forest, where it seemed larger, more condensed energies were converging. This should be the main force of the Legion to which this advance unit belonged. Her perception, like an invisible radar, rapidly spread over a wider range, scanning for any potential hidden threats. A deeper, more concealed threat. The battle just now had cost her negligible energy, but since she was already exposed, she needed a clearer grasp of the overall situation. It was precisely because of that momentary focus, directed more toward the distant approaching tide and the scan for battlefield remnants, that she did not immediately devote her utmost attention to the seemingly tranquil shadow behind her side, where only a gentle breeze rustled the bushes, a calmness too perfect to be natural. Lin An breathed a slight sigh of relief and took a few steps closer to Bai Shui, intending to join her. He too looked around with lingering fear, gaining a more intuitive understanding of Bai Shui's power, his heart filled with awe and dependence. Yet just as he was 7 or 8 paces away from Bai Shui, and her perception swept past him, focusing mainly on the direction of the distant Legion, suddenly a change occurred. Sensitivity to danger. That shadow, when it rose from the ground beneath a rust-red bush less than 30 meters from Lin An's side, a bush indistinguishable from its surroundings, gave no warning. No energy burst, no spatial fluctuation, not even a noticeable disturbance in the air current. It was as if a concentrated darkness had peeled away from the earth itself, instantly transforming from stillness to motion at a speed beyond visual capture, leaving only a blurred, almost non-existent twisted trail, its target directly aimed at Lin An's nape. It was Duke Vilin. Clad in the night walker, he had suppressed his presence and energy fluctuations to the extreme, like a true ghost, seizing the perfect moment, when Bai Shui had just cleared the vanguard, her perception drawn by a greater threat, with Lin An in a relatively isolated and unsettled position to launch a decisive ambush. Simultaneously, from 3 different directions, 3 equally well-concealed figures abruptly emerged, hurling black spheres they had prepared earlier toward the ground and air between Bai Shui and Lin An. 3 globs of ink-like energy interfering and sensory-blocking shadow smoke exploded instantly, spreading rapidly, not only obscuring vision, but also violently disrupting the mana field and sound propagation within the area. And Duke Vilin's figure, in the last moment before the smoke rose, slipped through the gap in the forming barrier, his fingertips gathering a violet light imbued with forced slumber and energy suppression, now less than 5 meters from Lin An's neck. For an existence of his level, 5 meters was within arm's reach. However, just as Duke Vilin's fingertips were about to touch Lin An's skin, and a hint of triumphant sneer emerged in his mind, Lin An's hair stood on end. An unprecedented, piercingly sharp sense of crisis, like a red-hot branding iron, seared deep into his perception. It was not heard or seen, but a frantic alarm of extreme malice directly at the soul level. 100 times stronger than when he sensed the mist shadow panther, or when he was caught in the emotional torrent of the ancient battlefield. His brain had no time to think. The instinct formed through countless training sessions, to dodge danger as swiftly as possible, overwhelmed everything. Behind. Something's there. Lin An shouted with all his might, even as his body lunged forward recklessly, his posture awkward but just barely shifting his vulnerable nape away from its original position. Almost at the same instant his shout left his lips and his body surged forward. Bai Shui moved. Duke Vilin only saw a blur. The white figure that should have been briefly delayed by the smoke and interference from his personal guards completely ignored those obstacles, appearing as if by teleportation between him and the fallen human youth. Time seemed to stretch and freeze in that moment. Duke Vilin saw those blood-red eyes so close. No panic, no hesitation, only a pure, absolute, icy killing intent that could freeze all things, and a soul-shivering fury like a dragon whose scales had been touched. Bai Shui did not even look at Duke Vilin's incoming fingers shimmering with violet light. Her left hand swept back with lightning speed, catching Lin An's off-balance body, as he fell, steadying him securely in her arms. At the same time, her right hand rose, fingers slightly spread, and without using any ranged energy she struck out her palm directly at Duke Wieland's arm, which was inches away, and aimed at capturing Lin An. This palm strike seemed casual, not even stirring a violent gust. But in Duke Wieland's perception, as that fair slender hand came at him, it felt as if the weight of the entire world had condensed into that palm. Where the edge of her palm passed, space emitted a faint grating groan of unbearable strain. Her palm collided fiercely with Duke Wieland's arm, which was wrapped in violet light. A sickening clear sound of bone cracking rang out. The violet suppression light condensed on Duke Wieland's arm, shattered like fragile glass. The very bones of his entire right arm twisted and broke at a grotesque angle upon contact with her palm. A violent, unimaginable dark blood energy bearing the attribute of absolute annihilation surged into his arm through her palm, rampaging wildly, tearing muscles, corroding blood vessels, and charging toward his torso. Duke Wieland was struck as if by lightning, spewing a mouthful of dark red blood laced with his own source power. The shock on his face turned completely into extreme terror and agony. His concealment state was shattered, revealing his face instantly pale as paper and twisted with pain. He felt as if he had not been struck by a hand but hit head-on by a falling star. Leveraging the violent impact from that terrifying palm, he twisted his body and retreated without hesitation, equally fast, while issuing a highest priority frigid soul command to the 3 personal guards struggling to maintain the smoke and interference barrier: hold the rear. Self-destruct. Stop them at all costs. As a seasoned schemer and survival expert, Duke Wieland made the correct decision the moment the plan was exposed and the ambush failed. Abandon. Retreat immediately. As for Bai Shui, while sending Duke Wieland flying with a single palm strike, she tightened her left arm, holding Lin An, pulling him closer to protect him, using her back to shield against any possible shockwaves and flying debris. Her figure did not even recoil half a step from the recoil of that palm. The 3 personal guards who had just thrown the smoke bombs and were about to execute the self-destruct command had not yet taken any action before Bai Shui's gaze swept coldly toward them. She made no additional move. But in that instant of her gaze sweeping over an invisible yet vast as the sea, terrifying pressure mixed with icy killing intent like a solid iceberg crashed down upon the 3 guards. Ugh! All 3 grunted simultaneously, their eyes instantly losing all light, their bodies stiffening, and the self-destruct energy that had just been ignited within them was forcibly snuffed out and annihilated under this higher level will before it could fully erupt. Then their bodies crumbled like sand sculptures, dissolving into the finest dust, dispersing into the not yet cleared shadow smoke, leaving not even a trace. Bai Shui slowly withdrew her gaze, looking down at Lin An in her arms. The icy killing intent receded like a tide, and the frost in her blood-red eyes melted, instantly replaced by deep concern and lingering fear. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Her voice carried a barely noticeable tremor, her fingers gently brushing over his cheeks, neck, and back, checking him, anxiously afraid he had suffered any harm. Lin An held tightly in her arms, breathed in her cool, reassuring scent, and could clearly feel her heartbeat slightly faster than usual beneath her chest. Everything that had happened in that flash of lightning was so fast he had barely seen it. He only remembered being caught steadily by her the moment he fell, then a muffled thud and the Duke's scream. I'm fine. He shook his head, his voice still a bit tight. Bai Shui looked at him with concern, patting his back. At that moment Duke Wieland desperately drove his remaining power, pushing his speed to the limit, even burning his own source blood, his figure turning into a faint twisting shadow, fleeing for his life toward the deepest darkness of the forest opposite the direction of the Legion's main force, vanishing among the intricate trees and shadows in the blink of an eye. Bai Shui looked up, locking on to the direction of Duke Wieland's escape. Though the Night Walker's concealment effect still interfered, the trace of terror and source blood fluctuation leaked by the Duke in his frantic flight left a brief but clear trajectory in her vast perception, like a wisp of smoke in the dark night. Pursue. Without a moment's hesitation, her voice was as cold as a blade. She scooped up Lin An, who had just steadied himself, and was still shaken, holding him by the waist, her movements lightning fast. Hold tight. The whisper sounded in Lin An's ear as Bai Shui's figure turned into a dark red streak barely visible to the eye, shooting toward the direction where Duke Wieland had disappeared. Such speed left a slowly expanding ripple of air in place, rustling the remaining bushes. Lin An instinctively clung to Bai Shui's neck, burying his face in her shoulder, the fierce wind roaring past his ears, the scenery before him blurring and receding rapidly. He could feel the cold, immense power surging around Bai Shui, operating at an unprecedented intensity. Clearly Duke Wieland's sneak attack had thoroughly enraged her. In the distance, the heavy footsteps and energy fluctuations of the Shadow Legion's main force approached quickly, but Bai Shui paid them no heed. She had only one target, that venomous snake who had dared to extend its claws toward Lin An and nearly succeeded. The dark red streak wove through gaps in the forest and between giant branches at impossible angles and speeds, tightly locking onto the faint yet still stubbornly flickering shadow trail ahead. Duke Wieland's heart was filled with distress. He could clearly feel the terrifying aura behind him clinging like a shadow rapidly closing in. The Night Walker's concealment was not infallible, especially under such high-speed movement, and when the opponent had precisely locked on to the initial direction. He desperately activated secret techniques trying to change direction and used the complex terrain to shake off the pursuer, but the aura behind him remained ever-present, the distance even slowly shrinking. Damn it! Duke Wieland's violet eyes flashed with a mix of ruthlessness and panic. He had not expected the opponent's pursuit to be so decisive and swift. He glanced at the Night Walker cloak, its light dimmed from overuse, and sensed his own considerable consumption of blood energy. Gritting his teeth, he charged toward a more dangerous area in his memory where the energy environment was extremely chaotic. Trying to force me into a dead end. Let's see who gets lost first in that land of disorder. Duke Wieland's fall. The fierce wind howled sharply in his ears, the surrounding scenery already reduced to a blurred stream of light. The trail left by Duke Wieland's frantic escape and Bai Shui's vast perception was like a meteor streaking across the night sky, with a tail of panic flickering intermittently due to the Night Walker's interference, but never truly breaking free of lock. The terrain ahead grew more complex and rugged. They left the relatively open forest and entered a labyrinth of countless massive gray-black stone pillars, stalagmites, and collapsed rock formations, a stone forest. Here the mana environment was abnormally chaotic, energy currents of different attributes cutting like invisible blades through the gaps between rocks, emitting faint hissing sounds. Many stone pillars bore strange eroded shapes from repeated scouring, and the air carried a faint mixed odor of sulfur and rusted metal. The land of disorder. The thought crossed Bai Shui's mind, but her speed did not diminish. Wieland clearly intended to use the complex environment and energy interference to shake off pursuit, perhaps even hoping to lure her into more dangerous areas. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated. Against Bai Shui's absolute perception and speed, these obstacles were as good as non-existent. Her figure weaved through the jagged stone forest at angles that defied physical laws, refracting, sometimes skimming along rock walls, sometimes darting through narrow crevices barely wide enough for one person, her dark red streak leaving a dizzying afterimage against the gray stone backdrop, always tightly locked onto the fading yet frantically changing shadow ahead. The distance was closing. Duke Wieland's heart was now frozen. He could feel the terrifying aura behind him, like the shadow of death relentlessly pursuing the gap ever narrower. The Night Walker's concealment effect under such high speed and intense energy consumption was becoming increasingly unstable, with faint, uncontrollable energy ripples even appearing at the edges of the cloak. What made him more desperate was that no matter how sharply he turned, dived into seemingly dead-end crevices, or even risked crossing several areas of particularly violent energy currents, the aura behind him always managed to lock back on with a shorter route and greater precision. How is this possible? Is she immune to the currents here? Duke Wieland's violet eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead with both excruciating pain. His broken right arm throbbed and deep-seated fear. He desperately squeezed the remaining blood energy from his body, even beginning to burn part of his source power just to be a little faster, to gain a little more distance. Finally, a narrow stone valley appeared ahead, relatively straight, with high smooth rock walls on both sides, seeming to be one of the shortcuts through the stone forest. Wieland steeled himself and charged in without hesitation. Just as he entered the middle of the valley, thinking that the straight line might allow him to temporarily shake off pursuit, the light at the valley mouth seemed to twist slightly. The next moment, a white figure, as if condensed from the air, stood quietly at the exit of the stone valley, blocking all paths. She stood there, her white hair gently stirring in the chaotic air currents of the valley, her blood-red eyes calm and unruffled, yet seeming to reflect the entire stone forest's coldness and deathly stillness. The vast restrained pressure around her, like an invisible wall, instantly filled the entire narrow valley, making the air heavy and viscous. Duke Wieland abruptly halted, the twisted shadow of the Night Walker rippling violently, finally unable to hold, peeling away from him like receding tide, converging back into his own form. He tore off the cloak, now dim, and even showing fine cracks at the edges, tossing it aside, revealing his handsome face, pale as paper, and twisted with pain, shock, and fury. His right arm hung limp, bent at an unnatural angle, dark red blood soaking through his sleeve. His violet eyes stared fixedly at Bai Shui, blocking the way, a mix of mad rage, unwillingness at failure, and a trace of disbelief and horror. He had not expected the opponent's speed and tracking ability to be so terrifying, moving through this land of disorder, as if on flat ground. Good. Very good. Duke Wieland's voice was hoarse and dry, thick with blood energy. The White Knight Court indeed hides dragons and crouching tigers. For a human you would go this far. Bai Shui did not speak, only looked at him calmly, her blood-red eyes void of emotion, as if regarding a dead object. This utter indifference was more humiliating and chilling than any mockery. Do you think killing me will end things? Wieland forced his presence, trying to find a glimmer of hope through words, or at least to disturb her mind. Prince Carey has already learned everything. The secret of the primordial blood, the shadow corridor, will never give up. His death will only become the spark for a full-scale war. White Knight Court, are you ready to bear the fury of the shadows? At that time not only will this boy be lost, but your territories, your clansmen will all. His words were cut short. Because Bai Shui did not wait to hear his threat, her figure vanished from the spot. Duke Wei Lan's pupils contracted sharply, all words caught in his throat. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. He roared wildly, swinging his remaining left hand forward, unleashing the last remnants of his blood energy and magical power without reservation. Several dark purple energy spikes imbued with strong corrosive and soul-piercing properties materialized out of thin air and shot forth like a swarm of venomous bees toward the trajectory where the target might appear. Simultaneously he pushed off the ground, retreating rapidly to widen the distance, his left hand groping toward his waist, where the last precious talisman stone capable of an instantaneous short-distance spatial jump remained. Yet all his movements seemed frozen in slow motion to Bai Shui. Her figure appeared 3 steps to the left of Wei Lan, perfectly evading the range of all energy spikes. Those spikes struck the rock wall behind, exploding into patches of corrosive purple smoke and deep holes, but they did not even touch the hem of her garment. Despair like icy tides completely drowned Duke Wei Lan. He realized that before absolute power, any technique, any artifact, any threat was utterly futile. Bai Shui gave him no more chances. Her figure closed in like a specter once more, this time appearing directly in front of Wei Lan, mere inches away. Wei Lan could even see his own terrified, distorted reflection in the depths of her cold blood-red pupils. Bai Shui's right hand formed a blade, and in her palm coalesced a dark red energy sphere, extremely condensed yet seemingly capable of devouring all light. She pressed it gently against the last faint purple shield that Wei Lan had hastily summoned before his chest. The motion appeared slow and gentle, yet carried an irresistible weight, as if a rule of existence itself was advancing. At the instant of contact between the dark red and the faint purple there was no earth-shattering explosion. That faint purple shield vanished like a soap bubble under sunlight, annihilating silently without even a ripple. The dark red energy sphere unimpeded stamped itself onto the center of Duke Wei Lan's chest. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Duke Wei Lan's body stiffened abruptly, his purple eyes dilated to the utmost. All emotions within, rage, greed, terror, reluctance, froze in an instant, then shattered like broken glass, swiftly dimming and dissipating. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no sound came out. The next moment centered on the struck chest, fine web-like dark red cracks spread instantly across his entire body, skin, muscles, bones, even the luxurious garments. No blood, no flesh. Duke Wei Lan's entire form under the spreading dark red cracks began to silently disintegrate and dissipate like a sand sculpture weathered for eons, crumbling into the finest ash, slightly darker than the surrounding dust fluttering down. Finally even that ash vanished completely in the air, leaving no trace. In the distance beyond the stone forest, the restless commotion and energy fluctuations of the main Shadow Legion force could faintly be sensed, as if they had detected the abrupt end of the high-level battle and the complete loss of their commander. Yet intimidated by the possible unknown terror, they dared not rashly venture deeper into this daunting, unordered land. Bai Shui paid no further attention. She turned and looked behind. Lin An was still waiting for her there. The distant fury. Bai Shui walked up to him, crouched down, and studied his face with her blood-red eyes as if to confirm he was truly unharmed. She reached out her fingertip, brushing away a speck of dust that had somehow clung to his forehead, her movement gentle. Wei Lan has been completely erased from this world. Lin An nodded, his heart a mix of emotions. Relief at the elimination of a direct threat, shock at witnessing the fall of a powerful enemy, and lingering fear over the perilous moment just past. If not for his own sudden crisis premonition, if not for Bai Shui's lightning-fast response, he dared not imagine the consequences. Bai Shui seemed to read his thoughts. Gently she pulled him into an embrace, her chin resting on the top of his head, her voice low and soft, yet carrying a reassuring strength. Don't be afraid, it's all over. You did well, Lin An. At the most critical moment your warning saved yourself. Your perception is growing faster than we expected. Her affirmation flowed like a warm current, dispelling the last chill and tangled emotions from Lin An's heart. He returned her embrace, burying his face in her shoulder, inhaling deeply the cool, calming scent of her presence. What do we do next? After a moment Lin An lifted his head and asked. In the distance the heavy, murderous aura of the Shadow Legion could still be faintly sensed, though it seemed thrown into confusion and hesitation by Wei Lan's disappearance, still a threat. Bai Shui released him, took his hand, and stood up. Her gaze fixed on the deeper reaches of the wasteland, toward the vast uncharted territories of the eternal dark forest, also the direction of the Shadow Corridor's infiltration. Though Wei Lan is dead, the troubles he represents are just beginning. Bai Shui's voice returned to its usual calm analysis. Your primordial blood will become increasingly active in this environment, like a beacon in the night, attracting more and more moths, some even more powerful and troublesome than Wei Lan. She turned to Lin An. Our initial plan is complete. We should not linger here any longer. We go back. Lin An immediately understood her meaning. Just as their figures were about to disappear into a low thicket of thorns, Lin An couldn't help but look back one last time at the stone forest that had swallowed Duke Wei Lan, and further away the faint outline of the Shadow Corridor's border fortress under the leaden sky. The air in the Shadow Bone Hall of Eternal Night City seemed to have congealed for a millennium now, filled with an even deeper, more ferocious low pressure. The pale soulfire lamps flickered and dimmed, casting the twisted reliefs and bone decorations between the thrones into a hellish scene of dancing demons. Prince Kali Duo still sat on his massive throne, forged from shadow star iron and ancient creature bones, his form shrouded in dense shadow. Only his deep purple eyes, like two storm clouds about to erupt, gleamed with terrifying light in the darkness. Before him knelt Yuhen of the Shadow Blade, and a scout captain who had just fled back from the front, his armor damaged and his aura chaotic. The report had ended. Duke Wei Lan de la Tour and all his personal guards had their soul fires completely extinguished, leaving no trace. The vanguard elite force, personally led by the Duke, had suffered a devastating blow in the target area, nearly wiped out. Only a few fringe scouts managed to escape, bringing back fragmented descriptions filled with terror of a white death and unstoppable might. Multiple Shadow Blade teams had lost contact, and preset tracking marks were easily erased. The targets, the white-haired guardian and the human boy, had vanished without a trace after causing massive destruction, as if they had evaporated into thin air. A failure. A thorough, costly, and disgraceful failure. Crack. A faint but clear sound. A hard black crystal symbolizing the loyalty of some subordinate tribe which Prince Kali Duo had been toying with in his hand was crushed to powder by his long, powerful fingers. Fine crystal fragments trickled through his fingers, catching the last cold gleam of the soul fire before fading. A deathly silence fell over the throne room. Even the hissing of the soul fire seemed suppressed by the invisible wrath. Yuhen and the scout captain kneeling below trembled involuntarily, not daring to breathe. After a long pause, Prince Kali Duo's low, slow voice sounded, each word carved from eternal eyes carrying bone-chilling cold and unassailable fury. Wei Lan! This fool! He did not mourn Wei Lan's death, but raged at the complete collapse of the plan, the trampling of the Shadow Corridor's dignity at the border, and the far greater strength and resolve displayed by the White Knight Court than anticipated. A Duke, hundreds of elite soldiers, Shadow Blade teams, just swept away like trash. His voice rose slightly thunderous with anger. And the enemy might not even have a decent scratch. Good, very good. White Knight Court, you have truly given me a great surprise. He slowly rose from his throne. The shadow cast by his tall figure instantly engulfed most of the throne room. The terrifying pressure of a peak prince was no longer concealed, spreading like a tangible tide, suffocating the two below. In his deep purple pupils the storm raged unabated. There was no longer any caution about possibly provoking ancient beings. Only the most direct, bloodthirsty vengeance of a provoked overlord against the challenger. White Knight Court! Prince Kali Duo finally looked out beyond the hall, as if piercing through thick rock and eternal darkness to see the silver-lit territory. He spoke each word like a verdict. Must pay for this humiliation 100-fold, 1,000-fold. This game is no longer that simple. From now on this is war. The chilling frozen echo reverberated through the empty, deathly silent Shadow Hall, heralding the gathering and surging of even more massive, more dangerous undercurrents in the deepest parts of Eternal Night City. The air in the depths of the Shadow Bone Hall seemed to have congealed for a millennium. Pale soulfire wavered silently in bronze lamps, casting the ancient bones embedded in walls and pillars into hideous, twisted shapes. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, the entire hall resembled the inner cavity of some giant beast, every inch exuding a cold, heavy, blood-soaked majesty aged by time. Prince Kali Duo sat on the massive throne forged from shadow star iron and the spine of an unknown creature. He did not conceal himself in shadow as usual, but fully revealed his form, tall, lean, dressed in a perfectly tailored dark purple noble robe, his silver hair meticulously tied back. His features were handsome to the point of eeriness, his skin pale as marble, with only his deep purple eyes reflecting the cold data flowing on the pale purple light screen suspended before him. On the light screen the last line of runes slowly emerged and then froze. Target confirmed. Duke Wei Lan de la Tour Soulfire mark completely annihilated at the third quarter of dusk on the 17th of Mist Moon Eternal Dark Year 9724. No residual trace. His personal guard squad 12 persons annihilated simultaneously. Associated soul marks all extinguished. In the hall there was no sound other than the faint hiss of soulfire. Below the throne 4 figures stood on either side. The leader on the left, draped in a deep gray hooded robe, had a blurred form that seemed to merge with the surrounding shadows. He was the current chief of the Shadow Weavers, codenamed Yu-Hen. To his right stood a Blood Clan general, massive as an iron tower, clad in pitch black heavy armor, his helmet tucked under his arm. A hideous scar ran diagonally from his forehead to his jaw. This was General Draken, commander of the 1st Legion of the Tide of Gloom. The leader on the right was an elderly man in a luxurious dark red formal suit holding a jeweled cane. His face was kindly like a grandfather, but the occasional sharp glint in his eyes betrayed his true nature. Marquis Morton, the Internal Affairs Chief of the Shadow Corridor, responsible for resource allocation and diplomacy. Beside him stood a younger female Blood Clan member with a monocle clutching a heavy record board, the scribe Elena. Time ticked by. Finally Prince Kali Duo slowly raised his right hand. His fingers were long nails neatly trimmed with a faint dark purple sheen on the tips. He made a gentle swipe across the light screen. The screen rippled like water and all data flowed away into nothingness. So, the prince spoke, his voice low and calm yet cutting like a blade of ice across metal, making the 4 below stiffen their spines simultaneously. One of our ancient dukes with his most elite personal guard under the cover of the 7th Assault Regiment not only failed to achieve the set objective. He paused, his purple eyes scanning the 4 in turn. But instead turned himself, his guards, and at least 100-man vanguard into insignificant dust somewhere in the eternal dark forest. Not even a fragment of the Night Walker, that secret treasure, could be brought back. General Draken bowed his head lower, the scar twisting in the soulfire light. I failed in my duty. I failed to provide timely support, nor did I. Your failure lies in underestimating the enemy. The prince interrupted him, his tone still calm, yet it made sweat bead on Draken's forehead. You thought Wei Lan's plan was foolproof, thought the enemy was just an ordinary White Knight Guardian. But on the battlefield there is no thought. He turned his gaze from Draken to Yu-Hen. Losses among the Shadow Blade. Yu-Hen's voice came from under the hood, hoarse and ethereal. 7 peripheral observation teams lost contact and 37 preset tracking marks were erased simultaneously within the same time frame. The method was clean and efficient, with no signs of resistance or any warning transmitted back. In other words, the prince's fingertips tapped lightly on the armrest. The enemy not only defeated Wei Lan head-on but also conveniently cleared all the eyes around. Perhaps they had even discovered those eyes long ago and deliberately waited until that moment to deal with them. This inference seemed to lower the temperature of the hall by a few more degrees. Interesting. The prince's lips curled into a cold arc, a smile devoid of any warmth. When did the White Knight Court cultivate such a figure? Or rather conceal such a figure? Internal Affairs Chief Marquis Morton stepped forward half a pace and bowed slightly. Your Highness, according to scattered descriptions from the surviving soldiers, the target's characteristics are female, young appearance, white hair, blood-red eyes, dressed in white. Her combat style primarily involves extremely condensed dark red energy manipulation coupled with ultra-high-speed movement and spatial interference capabilities. Assessment. Strength far exceeds the standard Duke level, suspected to touch the threshold of a prince. Threshold of a prince. The prince's purple eyes narrowed. Among the existing prince-level blood clans in the White Knight Court, apart from the long-missing queen, who else is there? Elena quickly flipped through her record board and answered. On the surface, the White Knight Court is currently led by Regent Bai Hui, who is at the peak of Duke level, not yet a prince. The remaining council members are also at most high-level dukes. Princes not recorded on file or in a state of concealment. Theoretically, according to the Blood Covenant, all major clans must report any prince level or higher existence to the Council of Elders. However, the White Knight Court has not updated its roster for over 300 years. 300 years? The prince repeated in a low voice, his tapping ceasing. How long has it been since the White Knight Queen last appeared publicly? Around the year 9350 of the Eternal Dark Calendar, toward the end of the last border conflict with us. Marquis Morton answered accurately. After that she gradually withdrew, with Bai Hui acting as regent. It is commonly speculated that she may have left this realm to pursue a higher path, or her power declined over the long ages, leading her to choose slumber. So, the prince leaned forward slightly, his purple eyes gleaming with insight. This suddenly appearing powerful white-haired guardian is most likely a direct blood descendant of that queen. Or a secretly cultivated. A weapon of war. He seemed to be asking, but his tone was already conclusive. Logically, it's the most reasonable. I agree, Yuhen concurred. Only a direct descendant of the prince or a carefully nurtured heir could possess such power beneath a relatively young exterior. The White Knight Queen had ample time to lay her plans before she went into hiding. Prince Calido leaned back into his throne and closed his eyes. After a moment he reopened them, all emotions within settled, leaving only cold resolve. Then the rules of the game have changed, he said slowly. Violence, death is a blatant trampling of the Shadow Corridor's dignity, a provocation against our military might. The White Knight Court must pay for this. His gaze was sharp as he began issuing orders. Yuhen. Here. All nodes of the Shadow Weaver activate at maximum authority. 3 prongs. First, trace every trace of the target before entering the vampire world. I want to know her disguised identity in the human world, her social connections, and her frequent activity areas. Second, monitor all known stable and unstable passages to the human world, especially around Nightfall Town. Third, intensify infiltration of all secondary territories, trade routes, and intelligence stations on the periphery of the White Knight Court. Understood. Draken. Your subordinate is here. The general straightened his body. Eastern border. The 1st, 3rd, and 5th Legions advance to 50 kilometers outside the White Knight Court's territory. Conduct live-fire exercises, maximize the fluctuations. I want every resident of Bright Moon Slope to feel the shadow pressing down upon them. Yes. Morton. Your old servant listens. 2 matters. First, through all black markets and secret channels, increase the bounty. The key of the primordial blood plus the reward for killing or capturing the white-haired guardian. Set it as the 10-year mining rights of a small magical crystal mine. Let those greedy hyenas and self-righteous lone wolves stir. Marquis Morton's eyes flickered with sharp light. Such a heavy reward will likely attract many troublesome characters. That's precisely the point, the prince said coldly. The murkier the water, the easier the fish panic. Second, draft a formal diplomatic letter. Harshly worded on the grounds that members of the White Knight Court crossed the border to assassinate our Duke, destroy organized military units, and loot important property, demanding they hand over the murderer and stolen property within 10 days. Otherwise it will be considered an act of war. Alina quickly recorded. Marquis Morton hesitated slightly. Your Highness, this is tantamount to an ultimatum. Of course they won't accept it. The prince smiled a cold and cruel smile. What I want is for them to refuse. That way our next move will be a just counterattack. He waved a hand signaling the orders were complete. The 4 bowed deeply and withdrew in silence. The vast Shadow Bone Hall was once again left only with Prince Calido, and the countless silent soul flames and bones. From a hidden compartment in the armrest of his throne he took out a small dark purple crystal the size of a fingernail. Inside the crystal a faint, almost dissipated crimson vein could be seen moving. This was the last remnant imprint that Violin had sent back through a secret soul link before his complete annihilation. Within it, besides the fear and unwillingness of death, there remained a trace. So faint it was almost imperceptible, yet it made the depths of the prince's bloodline throb. Primordial blood. So pure, so alluring. No wonder Violin went mad. The prince murmured, his purple eyes fixed on the crimson thread. Even a wisp of its aura through the soul is so moving. If one were to taste it directly. 10 days. He declared coldly to the empty hall, as if to an unknown enemy far away. Within 10 days I want results. Eric's return. Darkness. Viscous warm darkness rich with the primal scent of iron and life. Eric floated within it, his consciousness like a rock sunk at the bottom of the deep sea. No sense of time, no sense of space, only endless falling and envelopment. Then pain began to awaken. Not a sharp sting, but a dull, persistent grinding sensation spreading from the deepest marrow of his bones. Especially his right arm, Their countless tiny venomous insects seemed to gnaw at his marrow, while under some external force the shattered bone fragments were forcibly pieced back together. He remembered that finger. White, slender, seemingly casually pointed out. Then the world became pure, overwhelming force. His full-powered punch condensed from centuries of combat experience infused with all his blood energy enough to collapse a small fortress shattered before that finger like a dried leaf. No loud sound, no explosion. Only the clear, teeth-gritting sound of bones cracking starting from the fist spreading and exploding along every inch of the arm. Then his body was struck by an invisible giant hammer sent flying backward, crashing through countless ancient trees and embedding into a cliff face. The last image, before unconsciousness, was that white figure, not even sparing him a second glance, as if casually flicking away an annoying insect. Disgrace. Deeper than the pain was the shame that burned through his soul. Ugh! A low beast-like growl of pain escaped Eric's throat. He opened his eyes. His vision was first blurred with blood, then gradually cleared. He was immersed in a dark red viscous liquid, slightly warm, with tiny bubbles rising from the bottom and bursting, releasing faint life magic. This was a cylindrical transparent container, its material seeming like crystal or some biological keratin. Outside was a dim hall with runes glowing with an eerie green light embedded in the walls. His right arm was externally fixed by a complex magical metal frame from which dozens of silver conduits as thin as hair extended, piercing the skin and connecting to several metal spheres outside the container engraved with intricate patterns. The spheres pulsed with a regular dark red glow, forcibly infusing pure blood energy and restorative power. Through the liquid and container wall he could see several figures in deep gray robes busy outside recording data and adjusting the output of the magic arrays. This was the Flesh Regeneration Hall, one of the core areas of the Shadow Corridor. Only high-ranking generals or those who had rendered great service were eligible to use it. Eric tried to move his left hand. It worked. But his right arm was completely unresponsive, only the continuous maddening grinding pain. He closed his eyes and began to mobilize his consciousness to examine his injuries. It was a gruesome sight. The bones of his right arm from the fingers to the shoulder blade were almost completely comminuted. Worse, a domineering foreign energy bearing the property of absolute annihilation lingered at the wound, continuously obstructing the vampire's self-healing ability. The treatment in the regeneration hall used powerful external energy to slowly disperse that lingering energy while forcibly promoting bone growth. At this rate, full recovery would take at least a month. And his strength now was probably only 60 to 70% of his prime. Duke Violin is dead. A calm, aged voice sounded outside the container, transmitted through magic. Eric opened his eyes again. Outside the container stood the chief physician elder, an ancient vampire with a withered face but unusually bright eyes. Eric listened in silence. The liquid inside the container rippled faintly with his emotional fluctuations. So, he spoke, his voice hoarse and low from prolonged silence and the liquid barrier. She won. A complete victory. From the results, yes. The physician elder nodded. The strength assessment needs to be significantly upgraded. His Highness the Prince has taken over the matter. Eric did not ask about Violin or the legions. Instead, he pondered who that white-haired woman really was. He had never encountered an opponent like this. Suffocatingly powerful, incomprehensibly strong. But it was precisely this incomprehensibility that ignited the most fundamental desire of a warrior dormant for centuries: to challenge the peak, to surpass limits, or to die on the path to the limit. I want to get out, Eric said. The physician elder frowned. Your right arm has only recovered 30%. Forcibly interrupting treatment will leave permanent damage, even affecting your future promotion potential. Out, Eric repeated, his tone brooking no argument. Without the prince's or I said out. Eric suddenly clenched his left fist and slammed it against the inner wall of the container. Not an attack, but a release. The entire container shook violently, the dark red liquid churned inside, and the external conduits and magic arrays flickered with chaotic light. The physician elder and other healers changed expressions slightly. They could feel the sudden eruption of fierce, wounded, ancient beast-like aura within the container. After a few seconds of standoff, the physician elder sighed and waved a hand. The magic array stopped. The dark red liquid level began to drop, rapidly draining through bottom pipes. The top cover of the container slid open, slowly letting in cold air mixed with the hall's special scent of herbs and stale blood. Eric stepped out of the container bare-chested. Water droplets slid down his steel-cast sinewy muscle contours. His right arm was still fixed by the metal frame, with unnatural bulges and purple-black bruises visible under the pale skin. He ignored the dry robe offered by a nearby healer, walking straight to the weapon rack, where his damaged armor and the iconic black greatsword, its blade serrated, rested. With his left hand alone he lifted the heavy greatsword. The movement was somewhat stiff but as steady as a rock. Then he began to swing the sword. Without using blood energy, only the most basic chops, cuts, sweeps, and upward slashes. Wielding this heavy weapon, which required both hands for dexterity with only his left arm, was clumsy and laborious. Especially those techniques requiring waist and abdominal power to drive the whole body, which were severely distorted due to the right arm's inability to cooperate. With each swing an excruciating pain shot through the broken right arm, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat mixing with residual liquid dripping continuously. But he did not stop. One swing, then another. The movements were slow, but each time more stable, each time better at finding the awkward balance of powering only with the left arm and body coordination. The hall was dead silent, only the dull sound of the heavy sword cutting through the air and Eric's heavy, suppressed breathing. The physician elder watched with a complex expression. He had seen too many severely wounded individuals, some despondent, some irritable, some eager for quick success. But not many were like Eric, who with an almost useless arm silently and stubbornly picked up his weapon again in the most primitive and clumsy way, trying to regain the feel of combat. This was a pure warrior. Perhaps savage, perhaps mad, but his will was as hard as the deepest obsidian of the eternal night city. After countless swings, Eric finally stopped. He planted the great sword on the ground, his left hand trembling slightly, his whole body soaked with sweat and cold sweat from the pain. But he stood very straight, the light in his blood-red eyes sharper and clearer than when immersed in the life essence liquid. At that moment the hall's door was pushed open. A vampire dressed in the attire of a high-ranking messenger of the Shadow Corridor strode and saluted Eric with his right hand over his chest. "Lord Eric, His Highness the Prince summons you. Please follow me immediately to the Shadow Bone Hall." Eric turned his head slowly, sweat dripping down his angular face. He asked no questions nor gave any unnecessary response. He simply used his left hand to hang the greatsword back on the rack, then walked to the damaged armor and began to fasten the pieces onto himself one by one, laboriously yet methodically with one hand. The messenger and the physician elder watched silently, no one stepped forward to help. It took 3 times longer than usual for Eric to barely put on the main pieces of armor. Many joints were loose because he couldn't fasten them with one hand. Finally he grabbed the dark red, blood-stained and dusty, tattered cloak and draped it over his shoulder. He looked at the messenger, his face expressionless, but the dark fire burning in his pupils revealed the turbulent magma within. "Lead the way." 2 words, hoarse yet heavy as 1,000 pounds. He took a step toward the door. His gait was slightly faltering due to the drag and pain of his right arm, but every step was planted firmly. His figure disappeared into the dim corridor outside the door. Shortcut and price. The messenger did not lead Eric through the familiar corridors to the Shadowbone Hall. They descended, passing through several thick mithril gates requiring complex bloodline verification, and so wave matching along winding ancient stone stairs. The air grew cold and viscous, yet the concentration of magic rose anomalously, carrying a primitive, chaotic texture. And whispers. Not actual sounds, but murmurs directly affecting the consciousness, as if from the depths of the abyss, mixed with agonized screams, mad laughter, and cold oaths. At the end of the stairs was a seamless black stone door completely unadorned. Shadows flowed like living things on its surface, constantly morphing into ferocious faces and twisted runes. The messenger stopped before the door, bowing to indicate Eric should enter alone. Eric pushed open the stone door with his left hand. Behind the door was not a hall but a space. A huge hemispherical cavity over 100 meters in diameter. The walls were not rock but solidified bottomless darkness, with dark purple energy veins pulsating slowly like blood vessels, providing the only light source. Beneath his feet was a black crystal floor, smooth as a mirror, reflecting the pulsing dark purple light above and Eric's incomplete figure. In the center of the cavity was a circular platform about half a meter high, engraved with a massive, dizzying magic array. At the core of the array were 3 small energy pools arranged in a triangle, each containing viscous liquids of scarlet, pitch black, and dark purple, emitting distinct yet equally heart-stopping auras. Prince Kalados stood at the edge of the platform, back to the entrance, hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the thickest darkness at the top of the cavity wall. He was not wearing his ornate robes, but a simple dark purple close-fitting outfit, his silver hair loose, his figure appearing even more elongated and dangerous in the dim light and shadow. "Close the door." The prince's voice came calm and flat, yet caused a faint echo in the sealed space. Eric pushed the stone door back into place. The moment the door closed, all external perception was completely cut off, making this an absolutely sealed domain. "Come here." The prince still did not turn around. Eric stepped forward. His footsteps echoed clearly on the smooth floor. With each step he could feel the ancient chaotic aggressive power pervading the space, as if countless eyes were staring at him from the darkness, appraising every inch of his flesh and soul. He stepped onto the platform and stopped 3 paces behind the prince. Silence lasted for a moment. "Violent was a collector, a schemer, an ambitious man." The prince spoke slowly, his voice devoid of emotion. "But he was never a qualified warrior. He liked to play tricks, calculate gains and losses, yet forgot that the most fundamental rule of this world is always power." He turned around, his purple eyes falling on Eric, pausing briefly on his right arm fixed in the frame. "So he died. Killed by an absolute disparity in power." The prince stepped closer, now only 2 paces away from Eric. The aura of his peak, restrained yet vast as an abyss, spread like an invisible tide. It caused every muscle in Eric's body to instinctively tense, suppressing even the pain from his severed arm. "And you, Eric," the prince said, gazing at his blood-red eyes, "are the purest and sharpest blade that our shadow corridor has honed through blood and slaughter over the past centuries. Violent's foolish plan not only destroyed himself but also wasted your potential." A rare acknowledgement spoken from the lips of this cold-hearted prince. Yet on Eric's face there was neither joy nor excitement, only a profound silence. "In your current state, if you encounter her again," the prince gestured at Eric's right arm, "the outcome will remain unchanged. It might even be worse." Eric's jaw tightened, his Adam's apple bobbing, but he said nothing. "But the war has already begun." The prince turned and walked toward the 3 energy pools. The shadow corridor needs a sharper blade, one capable of tearing through the White Knight's defenses. He halted before the 3 pools, pointing at them in turn. "Conventional recovery and training are too slow for you. I have prepared a shortcut." He first pointed to the pool churning with a liquid as crimson as boiling blood. Above it floated a fist-sized dark red crystal, its interior seeming to roil with a sea of blood, exuding a violent life force and blood energy fluctuations. "The blood marrow crystal, refined over 3 years. Absorb it, and in an extremely short time your total blood energy and recovery power will be pushed to the level of a middle-rank duke, and the reconstruction of your right arm's bones will be greatly accelerated." Next he pointed to the pool, as black as ink, its surface constantly extending shadowy tendrils. On a stone platform by the pool sat a black crystal bottle engraved with twisted runes, its liquid writhing slowly like a living thing. "The Shadow Erosion Potion. Its main ingredient is the core of a light devourer beast, a lord-level creature from the Shadow Sea in the deep layers of the Shadow Plane, refined with 13 forbidden materials. Once consumed, your combat prowess will rise to the level of a half-step prince. And the price," he repeated, his tone icy and clear, "is the forfeiture of future potential, the loss of perception and emotion, and the risk of soul annihilation. In this life you will never again glimpse the threshold of the prince level." The platform fell into utter silence. Only the gurgling of the 3 energy pools and the low hum of the magical arrays could be heard. Eric's gaze swept over the blood marrow crystal and the shadow erosion potion in turn. His face remained largely expressionless. Only deep within those blood-red eyes a dark crimson flame burned steadily, growing ever brighter. The prince awaited his answer, as if watching a blade decide whether to cast itself into the furnace, enduring the hammering and quenching even at the risk of shattering. Time passed. Finally Eric raised his left hand, not to take any of the items but to begin dismantling the complex magical metal brace on his right arm. His movements were slow, for he could only use his left hand, but he performed them with extreme focus and steadiness. One by one tubes were pulled out, metal components removed, clattering onto the black crystal floor. With each piece removed, the unhealed bones of his right arm sent a sharp, excruciating pain that would have made an ordinary person faint, yet he did not even frown. When the last brace fixing his shoulder blade was taken off, his right arm hung limply, its pale skin revealing a shocking pattern of purple-black bruises and protruding bone fragments. He rolled his left shoulder, then stepped forward to the black energy pool. His left hand reached out and grasped the black crystal bottle. The bottle was ice-cold to the touch, and within the liquid seemed alive, instantly coiling around his fingers. Eric pulled out the stopper. There was no scent, but from the mouth of the bottle emerged a pure light-devouring darkness. He tilted his head back and down the thick asphalt-like liquid, as cold as the abyssal ice, in one gulp. Ugh! The moment the liquid touched his throat, Eric's eyes flew wide open. It was not pain, but a sensation of dissociation from existence. It was as if countless cold, slimy shadow tendrils were frantically burrowing into every corner of his body, through his esophagus, his blood vessels, his nerves. Wherever they passed, flesh, bones, and even parts of his soul were being forcibly assimilated and stained black. His tall frame trembled violently, and on his skin, visible to the naked eye, a web of black patterns spread like cracks. Where the patterns touched, his skin turned cold, lost its color, and even became slightly translucent, as if shadows were flowing beneath. He clenched his teeth tightly, suppressing the roar that almost escaped his throat. The veins on his neck and forehead bulged, and the red light in his blood-colored eyes was constantly eroded and covered by the surging darkness. His figure began to blur and flicker, sometimes solid, sometimes seeming to merge into the shadows cast by the surrounding platform. An aura of cold, deathly stillness and invasive aggression radiated uncontrollably from him. Prince Kirito watched all this indifferently, his violet eyes devoid of any emotion, only the precise calculation of an assessment. When the spread of shadow patterns on Eric's body began to slow, and his trembling subsided, leaving him kneeling on one knee, head bowed, emitting a beast-like suppressed breath mixed with pain and some newfound power. "Remember why you fight." The prince's icy voice pierced through the hum of energy, and the soul-stirring shrieks imprinting itself directly into the depths of Eric's consciousness, which was gradually being eroded by shadow. "Remember this pain, and then turn them." A dark purple light completely engulfed Eric, and the blood marrow crystal transformed into a violent river of blood surging into his chest. "Into the power to tear your enemies apart." A suppressed roar of agony, as if a soul were being ground into pieces, finally exploded in the sealed space. The choice of the return trail. After passing through the last cluster of jagged, twisted stone pillars, the hard, rough rock underfoot gave way to soft, thick layers of pine needles. The mixed scent of sulfur and metallic rust in the air faded, replaced by the crisp fragrance of cold pine resin and damp earth. Before them lay a relatively open clearing in the coniferous forest. Tall, straight black spruces stood like silent sentinels, their crowns casting continuous shadows under the eternal twilight's dim red sky. The ground was covered with dry brown pine needles rustling softly underfoot, soft and springy. Baishua stopped. "Let's rest here for a while." She let go of Lin An's hand, her blood-red eyes quickly scanning the surroundings. Her perception spread like an invisible ripple, confirming that there were no large magical beasts or organized energy fluctuations within several kilometers. Lin An almost immediately let out a sigh of relief, sliding down to sit with his back against the thick spruce trunk. The tension that had gripped him for nearly a full day suddenly released, and a wave of intense fatigue surged from deep within his limbs. It was not merely physical exhaustion. From the ambush by the mist shadow leopard to facing the deadly formation of 100 soldiers, to Duke Violin's sudden soul-piercing fatal strike, and finally Baishua carrying him through the stone forest in a whirlwind pursuit and kill. In less than a day he had brushed death multiple times, his emotions swinging wildly like a roller coaster. What drained him even more was the overuse of his perception. Whether distinguishing multiple invisible targets in the mist, or sensing the extreme crisis warning just before Violin's attack, it was like twisting his mind into a fine thread and stretching it to its limit. Now that he relaxed, a dull, persistent ache in his temple set in like the aftermath of overexertion. At the same time, he clearly felt that his sensitivity to anomalies in the environment had been permanently enhanced. Without deliberate concentration, he could vaguely hear the subtle frequency differences of wind brushing against leaves of different shapes, feel the faint life fluctuations of insects slowly crawling in the soil beneath his feet, and even see the chaotic magic currents in the air flowing like background noise, while his consciousness automatically filtered them, only reacting to abrupt malice or gaze. It was strange and also exhausting. Like suddenly being able to hear too many sounds that were previously inaudible. "Headache?" Baishua's voice sounded beside him. Lin An looked up to find her sitting right next to him, her blood-red eyes watching him with concern. "A little," he admitted, rubbing his temples. "It feels like too much stuff is crammed in my head and it won't calm down." Baishua reached out her cool fingertips, gently pressing on his temples, massaging with just the right pressure. A gentle, cool energy seeped in like a spring flowing through a dry riverbed, effectively relieving the swelling pain and noise. "A leap in perception always brings this initial discomfort," she explained softly, her fingers moving with meticulous care. "Your mental threshold has been forcibly elevated in a short time. It needs time to consolidate and get used to." "When we return." Lin An seized on that word, looking at her. "Are we going straight back to the human world? How long will it take?" Baishua withdrew her hand, her blood-red eyes gazing into the depths of the coniferous forest, as if calculating. "The nearest relatively stable cross-dimensional channel entrance is near the Sighing Pass at the northeastern edge of the Yong'an Lin Hai," she stated calmly. At our current speed, even if we travel at full speed avoiding main routes and known shadow outposts, it will take at least 5 days. 5 days, Lin An murmured. It didn't sound long, but after the ambush and pursuit they had just endured, crossing the hostile Yong'an Lihai in 5 days felt like a long adventure. Moreover, Bai Xue added, her tone more serious, Violent's death and his mobilization of the Legion must have already alerted Prince Corrido. The Shadow Corridor is likely to have raised border alert levels by now and may even have dispatched more search parties. The passage to the human world is a key area of surveillance. She paused, turning her head to look at Lin An. More importantly, your primordial blood will continue to increase in activity in the high magic environment of the vampire world. It's like a beacon in the dark night, growing brighter and brighter. Even suppressed by the brooch, it remains detectable by powerful beings with keen perception or large-scale energy scanning arrays. The longer the time, the higher the risk. Lin An's heart sank. He understood Bai Xue's meaning. The road back to the human world was not only long but also fraught with dangers. Then he hesitated. Bai Xue was silent for a moment, the seriousness in her blood-red eyes not fading but seeming to deepen. She appeared to be weighing something. Let's go back to Jiayue's slope first, she finally decided, her voice returning to its usual steadiness. You need real rest and adjustment. Long-distance travel under extreme fatigue increases the chance of mistakes. Jiayue's slope has a complete barrier and is relatively safe. We can rest there for a day or two and at the same time use the White Knight's intelligence network to get the latest information on the border passage, choosing the safest time and route. This decision was practical and prudent. Lin An agreed almost immediately, not only out of rational judgment, but also because of a sense of belonging he felt toward the home at Jiayue's slope. There was the tranquil moonlight crystal forest, the clear mirror lake, their little treehouse, and an atmosphere that brought peace of mind. He nodded, his body unconsciously leaning back against the trunk as fatigue washed over him again. Bai Xue looked at his pale face and the weariness in his eyes and sighed softly. She shifted closer, sitting nearer to him, then gently guided his head to rest on her shoulder. Sleep for a while, she said softly. I'll wake you when we arrive. Lin An's body tensed slightly, then relaxed. The tip of his nose was filled with the cool yet reassuring scent unique to Bai Xue, and through the fabric he could feel the softness of her shoulder and her warmth. All the tension, fear, and fatigue seemed to find a harbor to lean on at this moment. He closed his eyes, trusting his weight to her. Bai Xue adjusted her position to make him more comfortable. Her fingers rose again, not to massage this time, but to gently comb through his slightly damp hair, slow and rhythmic with a soothing intention. In her scent and touch, Lin An's consciousness quickly grew hazy. The taut nerves loosened like untied ropes, and a heavy drowsiness enveloped him. About half an hour later, Lin An was gently shaken awake. He opened his eyes groggily to see Bai Xue standing looking down at him. Time to go, she said, extending her hand. Lin An took her hand and stood up with her help, feeling that his energy had recovered somewhat, though fatigue remained. The sense of overdrawn exhaustion was gone. Without exchanging many words, the two tidied up and set off again. This time their direction was Jiayue's slope. Bai Xue led him, her figure weaving between the shadows of the conifers and the dim red patches of light, her steps light and steady, skillfully avoiding the soft ground that might leave traces and the dry twigs that would make noise. Lin An walked beside her, feeling the warmth and strength transmitted through her palm, watching her white hair flutter slightly as she moved. The return path was set. But somehow the unease that had briefly dissipated in the stone forest seemed to quietly creep back, deepening with the encroaching shadows of the forest. Beautiful glowing grass. After leaving the coniferous forest, the terrain gradually became flatter and more open, as if the Yong'an Lihai had deliberately relaxed its tense veins in this area. They followed an ancient animal trail almost entirely covered with luminous moss, entering the edge of a region known as the Youguang tundra. The scenery here was completely different from the dense, dark, and perilous forest they had just traversed, as if they had stepped into another world. The earth, no longer shielded by trees, was fully exposed under the dim, red yet translucent light of the eternal twilight. The ground itself seemed to be covered with an incredibly thick carpet, emitting a hazy, cool glow. It was Youguang moss, a low-growing symbiotic plant community. Its leaves, as small as a baby's fingernail, displayed layered colors of deep blue, dark purple, ink green, and silver gray, with a soft bioluminescence naturally flowing in the veins. Countless individuals clung tightly together, forming a vast undulating sea of faint light that seemed to breathe. The light was not glaring, but like pigment diluted in water with a moist quality. As a breeze brushed across the tundra, the light waves produced extremely subtle ripples, like the reflection of a starry river cast onto the ground. In the distance at the edge of sight sparse clusters of oddly shaped luminous shrubs stood. Their branches twisted like dancers' arms, their smooth surfaces reflecting the tundra's cool light, and between the branches hung translucent lantern-like berries or pods inside which a self-generated glow slowly pulsed and rotated like a breath. Further along the horizon the tundra's cool light mingled with the eternal twilight's crimson, creating a dreamlike serene yet surreal and eerie beauty. The air was cool and clean, carrying the fresh, moist scent of moss reminiscent of a forest after rain, along with a faint elusive sweetness like night-blooming epiphyllum mixed with the chill of a cold spring. More importantly, the magical environment here was exceptionally mild and stable. The chaotic magic currents that had plagued the forest they traveled through were almost entirely absent, replaced by a gentle natural flow like the calm waves of a deep lake. Walking through such an environment, Lin An felt his perpetually taut nerves soothed as if by a pair of gentle cool hands. The low hum of a perilous world that seemed to constantly linger in his ears vanished completely, leaving only the faint rustle of wind sweeping across the vast tundra, and the nearly absorbed sound of his own footsteps on the soft, luminous moss. His perception, aching from overuse, seemed to be comforted by the natural rhythm emanating from this tranquil, glowing land. The clamor in his mind and the throbbing in his temples receded like a retreating tide, replaced by a long-lost immersive stillness. Bai Shuai walked half a step ahead of him, her white figure a striking yet harmonious splash of brightness against the cool-toned canvas of light. She moved with unhurried ease, as if familiar with the place, her winding path precise and cleverly avoiding several patches that appeared similar to the surroundings, but concealed soft bogs or crevices beneath the moss. At first Lin An's attention was completely consumed by the majestic yet serene strange beauty. Like a child entering a fairy tale world for the first time, his gaze lingered greedily on the flowing sea of light beneath his feet, the distant luminous strange plants, and the dreamlike glow where sky and earth met. The eternal shadow forest always gave an impression of gloom, oppression, and peril, but here it revealed a gentle secret sanctuary showcasing an almost sacred beauty of another side of this world. However, as he walked on, when the initial shock had slightly subsided, a more delicate observation began to take effect. His gaze inadvertently swept across a low gray-white rock wall to the right, covered with traces of wind erosion and patches of dark moss. The rock wall was inconspicuous on the tundra, like the jagged spine of a sleeping giant. Then his steps halted and his breath caught. In a shaded depression at the base of the rock wall, right next to the thick luminous moss on the ground, grew a small cluster of plants. It was a kind of grass he had never seen before, beyond imagination to exist in this world, so beautiful it instantly seized all his attention. The cluster, no larger than a palm, seemed to have sealed a miniature coldest starry river within the rock crevice. The leaves were slender and supple, translucent and clear silver blue, not a dyed color, but as if the leaves themselves were carved from solidified moonlight and cold spring water. Each leaf's edge shimmered with a soft yet clear halo like moonlight, while the veins were crystal clear, as if liquid starlight flowed within, circulating and breathing in a slow ancient rhythm. A few leaves swayed gently, carrying an indescribable vitality that was both fragile and resilient. More wonderfully, around these grasses in the silent air floated some extremely fine glowing spores like the finest crystal dust. They were lighter than dandelion seeds, trailing pale silver dreamlike light tails, slowly rising and spinning in the space above the leaves like loyal satellites, orbiting a quiet mother star or a silent grand dance of light in a microscopic world. This small cluster of grass formed a stark contrast with the surrounding large patches of relatively dim luminous moss. The moss's light was collective background, earthy cold light, an extension of the earth, while the grass's light was condensed individual, a soft silver radiance reaching deep into the soul, more like fragments of heaven accidentally fallen to the mortal world. Lin An was irresistibly captivated. He heard a sound. No, not a sound. It was a natural rhythmic wave that acted directly on the spiritual level, far more fundamental than sound. It was extremely faint yet incredibly clear and pure. Like the almost imperceptible ripple caused by a perfect snowflake touching the ice on a still deep winter night. This was an instinctive attraction beyond rational thought. It was the natural yearning of humans for ultimate beauty, the deep craving of a weary soul for absolute tranquility, the instinct of a wounded being seeking comfort, unconditionally drawn to the perfect antidote. It touched the deepest, most fragile corner of Lin An's heart, which after too much fear and turmoil yearned most for peace and beauty. Rational warnings, don't stray from the path, be careful, were like small stones thrown into a deep pool, not even a ripple completely swallowed by the silver blue's soft halo. His feet had already chosen before his mind. His body turned slightly, his steps naturally deviated, heading toward the unremarkable rock wall, toward that solitary silver blue glow, step by step. He walked slowly, as if afraid to disturb a fragile dream, or like a pilgrim approaching a sacred place in his heart. The luminous moss sank softly under his feet, making a faint rustle, but even this sound seemed absorbed and dissipated by the grass's halo. Closer, ever closer. He could now clearly see the subtle changes in the light flowing through each crystalline vein of the leaves, the finer structures inside the floating spores like miniature nebulae, and even felt the tranquil rhythmic wave become slightly clearer and gently enveloping as the distance shortened. A thought naturally arose in his mind. He stopped before the rock wall, slowly crouched down, and extended a finger. The tip approached the starry silver blue, the cold soft light, almost touching his skin in advance. Just as his fingertip was an inch away from the dreamlike leaf, a sudden change occurred. A minor accident. Just as Lin An's attention, mind, and even soul seemed drawn to the dreamlike light grass, his body leaning forward due to the crouch, all his focus and anticipation on the fingertip about to touch the beauty, his left ankle unexpectedly and solidly tripped over an obstacle. It was a perfect disguise. A tree root, black as ink, rough and twisted like an old python, half hidden under the thick luminous moss. The moss's cold light blurred its outline, its perfect fusion with the rock wall's shadow deceived his vision, and Lin An's total concentration completely blocked the little caution he should have had underfoot. Ah! His body instantly lost balance. The forward momentum plus the tripping force sent him plunging forward as if pushed by an invisible hand. In panic, he instinctively tried to extend his hands to break the fall to avoid his face smashing into the moss, but his right arm was only halfway up when the falling's speed exceeded his reaction. He felt the world spin, the flowing silver-blue starlight in his vision became blurred streaks, and then the cool, damp, luminous moss rushed toward his face. In the moment of falling forward, his left leg involuntarily kicked sideways, trying to find support. His entire left leg from mid-thigh down slid with a schlup into an extremely inconspicuous, narrow, deep, natural crevice at the base of the rock wall. Everything happened in a flash. Lin An was sealed before the rock wall in an extremely awkward, embarrassing, even comical pose. His upper body almost completely fell onto the moss beside the moonfire grass, his cheek even brushing against a few cool luminous leaves, the crisp scent of the grass in his nostrils. His lower body from mid-thigh, his left leg was tightly stuck in the crevice, which was less than 10 centimeters wide but jagged inside. The worst was his ankle. The side of his boot was exactly wedged into an indented rock edge, forming a perverse but effective mechanical lock, making his leg immovable as if welded. But at that moment physical discomfort was far overwhelmed by another surging emotion. His mind was a chaotic roar, leaving only one clear, repeating thought: how embarrassing. Especially when Bai Shui was nearby. She must have seen it. The whole thing. After the initial stiffness and blankness, survival instinct began to struggle. He frantically tried to free himself. He pushed his upper body up with his hands, tightened his core, tensed his left leg, and tried to forcefully pull it out of the crevice. He grunted, using all his strength. But the crevice's locking design, though unintentional, was exquisite. The indented rock edge at his ankle formed a fulcrum. A simple upward or backward vertical pull only made the boot edge jam deeper and tighter. He struggled twice, but his left leg didn't budge. Instead, the rough rock wall chafed his calf and ankle, bringing a burning sensation to his skin. Sweat instantly beaded on his forehead, mixing with the damp moss he had brushed against. He was both anxious and ashamed, his face flushed purple. He tried a different angle, twisting his ankle to see if he could slide out, but the space was too narrow, and his boot was somewhat rigid. The attempt failed again. Just as his eyes were reddening with desperation and he was considering the more troublesome operation of removing his boot, a familiar flawless white hem like a light cloud silently drifted into the edge of his despairing, downcast vision. Then the pair of feet in simple boots he knew so well stopped silently on the moss beside him. Finally, the figure with a cool aura which he now desperately wanted to avoid gracefully, and with a calm demeanor he could almost imagine, crouched beside him. Lin An's entire body stiffened. He even held his breath, his heart pounding wildly in his chest, making his eardrums ache. He wished the rock crevice would instantly widen into a bottomless pit so he could fall in with all his shame, never to come out. Time seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Bai Shui crouched beside him, very close. She tilted her head slightly, her blood-red eyes fixed on him. In those eyes was a faint but unmistakable smile. That smile was like ripples spreading from a stone thrown into a still lake, swirling in the depths of her eyes, making the beautiful crimson especially vivid. She still didn't speak, but her gaze, carrying that smile, moved leisurely and deliberately from his burning red face to his left leg stuck in the crevice in a helpless, clumsy pose, then back to his stiff face that screamed life is over, social death. "Are you hurt?" she asked softly. Lin An immediately froze, even his breathing became lighter, but his face turned even redder. Being examined so closely by her only increased his shame. Bai Shui checked, confirmed he wasn't injured, then slowly withdrew her examining hand, composedly placed her hands back on her knees, her blood-red eyes locked onto Lin An's red face, the smile at the corners of her mouth no longer concealed. See what happens when you run off. Her voice carried a clear, undisguised tease. So mesmerized your soul was stolen. You couldn't even see a tree root under your feet. Lin An opened his mouth to argue but found himself speechless, so he just buried his burning face lower. Seeing him curled up like that, Bai Shui's eyes almost overflowed with amusement. Since you're not hurt, it seems you need a lesson to remember. Bai Shui's pale, slender fingers cooled to the touch, aimed precisely, lightly, and accurately at Lin An's right waist. A gentle poke. Like a weak electric current, it instantly pierced through all his psychological defenses and physical rigidity. His whole body trembled violently, as if shocked. A strong, sudden tingling, ticklish sensation exploded from the spot, rushing straight to his head. That wasn't the end. The mischievous finger didn't withdraw, it stayed and began to nimbly, rhythmically, even with a hint of skill, tickle the area around his waist and ribs. The fingertip moved quickly, lightly scratching, poking at every ticklish spot. Ha ha ha. Lin An completely broke down. All the accumulated embarrassment, tension, and shame under this sudden, completely unexpected attack burst like a balloon, the emotions mixed with intense ticklishness erupting into uncontrollable loud laughter. He couldn't control himself at all, his body jerking, curling, writhing like a shrimp thrown into hot oil. Stop. Ha. Stop. Bai Shui. I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. First help me out. Ha. Help. It's so ticklish. Ha. Please. Spare me. He laughed, leaning back and forth, gasping for breath, tears uncontrollably streaming from his eyes while he begged, incoherently waving his hands in the air, trying to catch Bai Shui's wrist, but with his awkward posture and laughter-softened limbs he couldn't even come close. The whole empty, quiet tundra echoed with his loud laughter mixed with embarrassment and extreme ticklishness, startling a few glowing firefly-like creatures from the distant bushes. Lin An laughed until he was limp, his face as red as a ripe berry from the violent laughter and previous shame, his hair tousled into a mess with strands sticking to his sweaty forehead and cheeks. She withdrew her hand, composedly watching him like a fish out of water, lying on the luminous moss, panting heavily, his chest heaving, trying to calm his overloaded laughter nerves and chaotic breath. When his breathing had calmed a little, the flush on his face receded slightly, though still very red. Bai Shui reached out again. Her left hand gently pressed against the protruding hard rock at the edge of the crevice that trapped his leg. She moved the rock aside. At the same time, her right hand grasped Lin An's left ankle. The touch was cool and steady. She didn't use much force, just held it, then smoothly lifted it upward along the direction of the leg. Without the key edge locking it, and with the crevice opening widened, the leg's restraint was instantly released. Lin An felt his left leg become light, easily pulled out, even swaying slightly due to inertia. Bai Shui didn't let go immediately. Still crouching, she carefully rolled up his pant leg a bit, and examined his ankle and calf again. The skin was just a little red. It's fine, she said, releasing her hand, her tone returning to its usual calm, but Lin An could still hear a trace of lingering amusement. And a gentle tenderness. She reached out and helped him pull down his pant leg. Lin An quickly pulled his leg back, somewhat clumsily straightened his wrinkled shirt and messy hair, the heat still on his face. He didn't dare look directly into Bai Shui's eyes, just lowered his head and said, still a bit breathless, in a muffled voice, "Thank you?" Bai Shui stood up and at the same time extended a hand to pull him up. Then naturally she reached out to brush off the moss fragments, dust, and a few accidentally brushed off, now lusterless moonfire grass leaves from his hair and shoulders. Her movements were meticulous and patient, her fingers occasionally brushing past his ear or the back of his neck, bringing a cool touch. Finally her gaze, truly with a hint of appreciation, fell upon the cluster of silver-blue light grass that had caused this little disaster. Moonfire grass, she called its name, her tone carrying a hint of understanding. This kind of grass is quite rare. Lin An followed her gaze. The cluster of grass still stood there quietly, emitting a soft silver-blue glow. A few leaves slightly askew from being brushed by his fall did not mar its overall dreamlike beauty. In the dim light it seemed to wear a silent, pure smile. I just think it's beautiful," he explained in a low voice, his face still warm but no longer wishing to sink into the ground as he had moments ago. "Let's go." Bai Shui naturally took his hand again, stepping back into the boundless, flowing sea of faint light. His steps felt lighter than before. The last lingering, burning remnants of shame were quietly smoothed away by the reassuring warmth transferred through their palms and the cool, serene glow in his pocket. He even secretly thought that although the process was embarrassing and painful, being tickled and punished by Shui like this wasn't so bad. This realization, like a tiny worm seed, quietly fell into his heart. The night of Jiaoyue Slope was the most tranquil and gentle night Lin An had ever experienced in this world. It was not true darkness. Under the eternal twilight sky, the moonlight crystal forest emitted a hazy, pure silver-white glow that filtered through the window lattice, spreading a soft carpet of light across the floor. The air was tinged with a faint scent of plants mingled with the cool moisture from Mirror Lake in the distance, making every breath feel like a cleansing of fatigue. This was Bai Shui's home. It was the only place in the vampire world that could truly be called home. The sturdy tree trunk walls, the soft bedding, the small table by the window overlooking the swaying crystal forest, everything exuded a silent sense of security. Dinner was simple but enough to soothe body and mind after the long journey. Lin An ate contentedly and felt his strength largely restored. After the meal, Bai Shui walked to the window, quietly gazing at the silver-lit woodland outside. Her silhouette in the moonlight seemed somewhat lonely. Lin An did not disturb her. He quietly moved to the small table on the other side of the room and sat down, pulling out a small bundle carefully wrapped in a handkerchief from his pocket. He gently opened it. Several silver-blue leaves lay quietly, emitting a faint moonlit softness even in the dim indoor light. The light within their veins circulated slowly and steadily. He looked at the leaves, then at Bai Shui's white figure by the window. A surge of impulse rose in his heart, mixed with a hint of nervousness and shyness. This thing, after a day of bloodshed, pursuit, and battle, seemed so insignificant, even childish. But it was beautiful and quiet, like the most direct image of beauty and peace in a corner of his heart. And after experiencing all that cruelty, the first person he wanted to share it with was her. Taking a deep breath, Lin An began to try, based on a vague memory of watching a neighbor's grandmother weave ropes. Having no suitable thread, he simply tore a strip from the lining of his own clothes and twisted it into strands. The leaves of the weighing grass were tough yet pliable. Carefully he wound the leaf stems around his homemade thread, one leaf after another, interlacing and fixing them. His movements were clumsy, he nearly snapped the leaves several times or wove them crookedly. But he was patient and focused. The moonlight outside the window and the leaf light on the table illuminated his earnest, slightly youthful face. Time slipped away quietly. Finally, a simple, even somewhat crude bracelet was completed. Calling it a bracelet was generous, it was more like a ring woven from leaves and cloth strips. It was far from delicate, but the silver-blue leaves scattered among the cloth strips emitted a soft, continuous glow, giving it a rustic beauty. Lin An held it, weighing it in his hand, then held it up to the light. His heart beat a little faster. He stood up and walked toward the window. Bai Shui seemed to sense his approach and turned her head slightly. Her blood-red eyes were like rubies immersed in a clear spring. Lin An stopped in front of her, extending his hand palm open, revealing the glowing ring. His voice was a bit tight, his cheeks warm. This is for you." He paused, then added, "It's woven from that Yuan grass. I might not have done it very well." Bai Shui's gaze fell on his palm. She seemed to start slightly, and then in her usually calm, blood-red eyes a clear ripple spread, like a stone dropped into a deep pool. She reached out her fingertips first, gently brushing over the glowing leaves. The cool touched the soft halo flowing at her fingertips. Then she picked up the bracelet, raised it to her eye level, and examined it carefully. The silver-blue glow reflected on her fair cheeks and pupils, making the blood-red tint appear exceptionally deep and gentle. "It's beautiful," she said softly, her voice softer than usual, carrying genuine, unreserved fondness. Without a moment's hesitation, she slipped it onto her left wrist. The leaf's glow lay against the delicate skin of her inner wrist, silver-blue and snow-white intertwining, unexpectedly harmonious, even breathtakingly beautiful. She turned her wrist slightly, watching the glow flow, deepening the curve of her lips, her eyes brimming with joy that threatened to overflow. Then she looked up at Lin An, who still stood rooted to the spot. She did not say thank you, nor did she offer more praise. Instead, she naturally leaned forward, lowered her head slightly, and gently pressed a kiss on Lin An's forehead. The touch was cool, soft, carrying her characteristic ethereal scent, yet it was incredibly clear and real, branded onto his skin. Lin An's body froze instantly. His mind seemed to hit a pause button, going completely blank. But the small patch of skin on his forehead that had been kissed felt as if branded by a hot iron, rapidly heating up. The heat quickly spread to his entire face, ears, neck. He felt as if he were steaming. Bai Shui straightened up, her blood-red eyes clearly reflecting Lin An's current state. Frozen face, flushed eyes, wide mouth slightly open, looking utterly stunned. The curve of her lips deepened her eyes, adding a hint of mischief to the warmth, but more so a warm, almost indulgent emotion. She said nothing, merely reached out, gently touched his still warm cheek with her fingertip, then turned naturally and walked toward the door. Her white figure disappeared behind the door, leaving a composed, retreating silhouette. Lin An stood alone, unmoving for a long while. When Lin An woke, the window still showed the eternal twilight's reddish sky, but the silver glow of the crystal forest seemed clearer and brighter than at night. The air was fresh and cool, carrying the scent of morning dew and plants. He sat up, feeling as if his body had been thoroughly dismantled and carefully reassembled. The accumulated fatigue and muscle soreness had largely dissipated. His spirit was unprecedentedly full and clear, as if the dull ache and noise from overusing his perception had been soothed by the deep sleep. On the small table by the bedside stood a cup of something warm. Drawing closer, he saw it was a translucent pale silver liquid with a few tiny glowing crystals floating on the surface, emitting a pure sweet fragrance and a calming energy fluctuation. Moonlight dew. Lin An lifted the cup and took a sip. The cool, sweet liquid slid down his throat, transforming into a gentle stream of energy that spread swiftly to his limbs, especially into his mind, bringing a refreshing clarity and sharpness of thought. The lingering traces of drowsiness from waking were thoroughly dispelled. Cup in hand, he walked to the window. In the courtyard, Bai Shui was already there. She wore a simple white home outfit, her long hair loosely flowing, bending over to examine several glowing plants in a corner of the yard. The morning light, the reddish twilight, and the silver glow of the crystal forest interwove upon her, outlining a serene silhouette. Lin An watched, a warmth rising in his heart. Such a morning, such a scene almost gave him the illusion that the bloody chases, sinister schemes, and looming shadows of war were just distant, unreal nightmares. He finished the dew, pushed open the door, and stepped out. Bai Shui heard his footsteps, straightened up, and turned to look at him. Her blood-red eyes swept over his face, seeming to confirm he had rested well, and the corners of her lips lifted in a gentle arc. "Feeling much better?" she asked. "I slept well." Lin An walked over to her side and also looked at the plants. They were several oddly shaped low shrubs with translucent pale purple leaves edged with fine serrations. On the branches hung a few deep blue crystal-clear fruits the size of grapes, inside which star-like lights slowly rotated. "This is soul-soothing berry." Bai Shui pointed at the blue fruit. "Taken directly, it has a good effect on stabilizing emotions and relieving mental fatigue. Dried and ground into powder, it can be used to make calming incense." She then pointed to another plant with thicker milky white glowing leaves. "That's glow moss orchid. The sap from its roots is a basic material for many potions that treat mental trauma." Her voice was calm, as if imparting the most ordinary knowledge with a relaxed ease. Lin An listened attentively and at the same time naturally activated his activated perception. Immediately he sensed a difference. Not only did he capture more clearly the gentle or cool energy fluctuations emitted by these plants, but more notably there was a subtle change in the atmosphere of the entire Jiayue slope. In the air there was an extremely gentle but persistent energy field, like countless invisible soft ripples spreading from the core area of the domain, covering the entire Jiayue slope. This energy field was not aggressive, rather it carried a sense of soothing and purification. His perception extended outward along the courtyard. In the distance, on the streets within Jiayue slope, the number of walking residents seemed fewer than before, and most moved hurriedly, speaking in low voices. Patrol guards in silver light armor bearing the badge of the Thorny Rose appeared with noticeably higher frequency. Their steps were more regular, their eyes more vigilant, though they still maintained politeness and restraint. The entire domain still maintained a surface tranquility and beauty. The silver crystal forest swayed gracefully under the reddish sky, Mirror Lake shimmered, and the air was fragrant with flowers. Yet beneath this calm surface an intangible tension was spreading. Like a bow slowly being drawn, the string had silently tightened. She stepped closer, her fingers lightly brushing through his slightly tousled hair from sleep, a natural and gentle gesture. "The most immediate threat, Weilan, has been eliminated. You've fulfilled your wish to come and see. It's time to return." Lin An looked at her. In her eyes he saw not a trace of worry or fear about the so-called clouds of war, only a deep-sea calm and the composure of one who has achieved a set goal. As if any subsequent troubles were merely dust to be brushed away, insignificant. This absolute confidence rooted in her own power silently infected Lin An. The unease he had felt from sensing the domain's changes quietly dissipated. "Back to the human world," he confirmed. Bai Shui nodded. "The rules of the Dust Pact are more favorable to us. It's also more suitable for you to systematically study and master the power you've newly acquired." "The vampire world." She glanced at the silver blue bracelet on her wrist, her tone casual and indifferent. It's fine to visit occasionally for relaxation, but no need to stay long, let alone get entangled in their old grudges. She spoke so lightly, as if leaving the vampire world was just ending a short trip, not withdrawing from the center of a potential conflict. When do we leave? Lin An asked. Tomorrow morning, Bai Shui replied decisively. We'll go through Yeshi Town. She looked at Lin An, a gentle smile rippling in her blood-red eyes. Don't worry. The things that needed to be handled are already done. Seeing her calm and composed expression, Lin An felt completely at ease. Okay. He nodded firmly, a relaxed smile spreading across his face. We'll set off tomorrow morning. Bai Shui ruffled his hair again, then turned and walked inside. Go wash up and change your clothes. I'll get you something to eat. You can wander around nearby today, but don't go too far. Lin An responded with a light step, following her inside. The courtyard fell silent again, only the rustle of wind through the plant leaves and the distant rhythmic footsteps of patrols. The tension pervading the air still remained, a natural instinctive response of the White Knight Court based on duty and caution. But in Bai Shui's eyes it was perhaps just an insignificant interlude, a background noise that would quickly fade as they left. A true storm. In the flick of her sleeve it might never have truly gathered. The journey from Jiayue's slope to Yeshi Town was much faster than when they came. Bai Shui was clearly extremely familiar with this route. She chose paths that avoided all areas likely to encounter patrols or large groups of magical beasts, threading through the relatively sparse woodlands and ancient trails of the Yongnan Forest Sea. Lin An followed closely by her side, feeling as if he were on a silent forced march, but his steps were not hurried, instead they had a strange rhythm. His perception remained half on alert, neither overly draining nor missing the changes in the surrounding environment. He could hear small flying magical beasts fluttering overhead in the canopy, feel worm-like creatures slowly wriggling deep underground, and see the chaotic but traceable magical currents unique to the Yongnan Forest Sea flowing like background radiation. This clear grasp of the environment greatly eased his unease. He even began to notice details he had ignored before: fluorescent fungi parasitic on ancient trees shaped like miniature starry skies, moss on a rock surface arranged in nearly perfect spiral patterns. Bai Shui occasionally slowed her pace slightly to let him catch up, or when he looked at some strange sight a faint, almost indulgent smile would flicker in her blood-red eyes. But she did not stop. Her direction was clear and determined. When the rough forest floor gradually gave way to packed earth paths and the outlines of a few low rugged buildings appeared in the distance, Lin An knew they had reached Yeshi Town. However, unlike the mix of curiosity and cautious silence he remembered from his first entry, the Yeshi Town before him was shrouded in a heavier, more oppressive atmosphere. The streets were still the same winding cobblestone paths lined with the same eclectic crowded buildings. But the passers-by were pitifully sparse. The occasional figure that darted by was wrapped in tight clothing, head down, walking hurriedly, as if something was chasing them. The probing, greedy gazes once cast from behind windows and door cracks were now more concealed, colder, like snake tongues hidden in the shadows. The air, already tinged with the scent of old paper, damp stone, and cold spices, now carried a more noticeable tang of rust, along with a faint, almost imperceptible anxiety and panic. Lin An also noticed that there were many figures on the street who clearly did not belong to the local residents. Some wore patchwork leather armor adorned with trinkets from multiple races. Scarred and sharp-eyed as eagles, they leaned against walls or loitered outside taverns, appearing casual, yet their gazes constantly swept over every passerby. These were mercenaries and adventurers. Others were somewhat well-dressed, but with a sinister aura, murmuring to their companions, their fingers occasionally flashing with the faint glint of intelligence scrolls or small communication crystals, information brokers or eyes of certain factions. The whispers were slightly louder than before, but still kept to a level only audible to each other. He instinctively tightened his grip on Bai Shui's hand, his steps never faltering as he headed straight for the 3-story stone building he remembered. The lantern with a blue flame still hung by the door, but its fire flickered uneasily. Pushing the door open, the hall was even dimmer than last time. Behind the counter, the landlady in her deep purple dress lifted her head almost instantly. When she recognized the visitor as Bai Shui, the surprise in her eyes was even greater than before, then it transformed into a deeper expression mingled with reverence and concern. She swiftly emerged from behind the counter, her movements more decisive than before, and bowed slightly. "My lady, you have returned." Her voice was low, her gaze quickly scanning Lin An before returning to Bai Shui's face. "The town has been unsettled lately. The Shadow's eyes have multiplied like hyenas catching the scent of blood. And some reckless fools hunting bounties are prowling nearby." She paused, then added, "Your room is prepared. I've reinforced the silencing and jamming barriers. But please be cautious. Bai Shui responded indifferently, her face expressionless, as if the landlady had merely commented on the weather. She took Lin An's hand and walked straight toward the stairs. As they ascended, Lin An sensed at least 3 covert gazes, from across the street, the diagonal rooftop, and a nearby alley, briefly fix upon them as they entered the inn. Those gazes carried assessment, calculation, and a hint of greed, but upon touching Bai Shui's seemingly defenseless yet unfathomably abyssal back, they all recoiled as if burned, not daring to linger. Entering the top-floor room and closing the door, the heavy wooden door seemed to block out some of the oppressive outside, yet the intangible tension still seeped faintly through the walls. The room was as simple and clean as before. The windows were shut, the curtains half drawn. Lin An walked to the window, unable to resist lifting a corner of the curtain to look outside. The suspicious figures on the street had vanished, but the feeling of being watched hadn't entirely disappeared. "This place feels far more dangerous than last time." Lin An lowered the curtain and turned to look at Bai Shui, who was inspecting the room's corners. Having confirmed the barrier was intact, she walked to the table and sat down. Her blood-red eyes looked at him, calm and unruffled. "A few minor nuisances. Don't worry. When do we leave?" Lin An asked. The landlady had said it was unsafe, and his instinct was to flee this troubled spot as soon as possible. "Tonight," Bai Shui replied surprisingly quickly. "When it's darker during the shift change of the patrols outside town. From here to the passage entrance at our pace, we'll arrive by the latter half of the night." Just as he nodded and prepared to sit down and rest, conserving his strength, from the far darkness outside the window there came a very brief but exceptionally clear muffled collision of energy. Boom! It sounded like something exploding in the air or a hard barrier being violently shattered. The noise was not loud but carried a chilling penetrative force. Then followed several lighter, quicker sounds of air being torn and muffled groans before silence returned so fast that the earlier noise might have been an illusion. Lin An jolted his head toward the window, then looked at Bai Shui. She remained seated at the table, her blood-red eyes not even glancing toward the window, just picking up a glass of water that had appeared on the table and taking a small sip. "It seems the night won't be quiet," she said, setting down the glass, her tone still flat as if commenting on something trivial and unrelated. But Lin An noticed that the fingers of her left hand, which had been casually resting on her knee, curled almost imperceptibly. Then she stood up, walked to the window, replaced Lin An's position, and lifted a corner of the curtain. Her gaze was not directed toward the distant source of the sound, but toward a farther, deeper darkness, the approximate direction of Eternal Night City. Her blood-red eyes narrowed slightly. In her vast ocean-like perception, a massive, chilling, aggressive, and malevolent energy was slowly rising from that direction, like an ancient, ferocious beast awakening and stretching its limbs, its intangible pressure, and was spreading like an icy tide, gradually enveloping a wider area. This energy carried a clear, declarative intent. She released the curtain, letting the heavy fabric fall and cut off the view. When she turned around, her face was still that calm, unruffled mask, but deep in her blood-red eyes flickered a faint, almost impatient coldness. "Rest," she said to Lin An. "We leave in an hour." The light of the Silver Moon Hall was always cold and gentle. The tall arched dome was carved from a single block of moon crystal, its interior flowing with a natural silver radiance that illuminated the entire hall as if under a cloudless moonlit night. The walls were inlaid with exquisite silver reliefs depicting the ancient history and legends of the White Knight Court. The floor was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the flowing light of the dome, and the solemn figures standing within. This was the court council chamber of the White Knight Court, normally serene and dignified, but now shrouded in an invisible heavy pressure. Regent Bai Hui stood at the far end of the hall before the silver moon throne that symbolized the court's authority, but had always remained vacant. He stood tall, wearing a well-tailored silver-gray formal robe draped with a cloak embroidered with thorny rose patterns, his silver hair meticulously tied back, his expression calm and unreadable. Only his blood-red eyes, somewhat similar to Bai Shui's but lighter in color, were fixed on a pale purple light screen suspended in midair at the center of the hall. On the screen the emblem of the Shadow Corridor, adorned with thorns and skulls, rotated slowly, beneath which flowed lines of harshly worded text in ghostly purple runes. On both sides of the hall stood a dozen or more elders and high-ranking members of the White Knight Court. Most were dressed in garments representing their identities and duties, and now held their breath, their eyes fixed on the light screen, their expressions varied. Based on the above irrefutable facts, the Shadow Corridor formally presents a solemn protest and demand to the White Knight Court. A cold, authoritative voice resounded directly in the Silver Moon Hall via magical communication, the chief diplomat of Prince Corrido reading. Members of the White Knight Court in the region around the unordered lands have unprovokedly attacked and killed Duke Vian de la Tour of our Shadow Corridor, and his personal guard and destroyed the vanguard of our 7th Assault Regiment. The White Knight Court must make substantive compensation satisfactory to the Shadow Corridor for the severe loss of personnel and dignity caused by this incident. Specific terms are attached separately." The voice paused, then turned even more icy. "If the White Knight Court cannot meet the above demands or attempts to shield the murderer and refuse extradition, the Shadow Corridor will regard this as a blatant contempt and provocation against our dignity and interests. At that time, all subsequent developments and consequences arising from this shall be borne entirely by the White Knight Court." The reading ended, the words on the screen froze, and the ghostly purple emblem flickered with silent oppression. The hall fell into dead silence. After a moment, whispers spread like stones dropped into a still lake. "Enough!" A calm yet penetrating voice rose above all the arguments. Bai Hui, who had been silent, slowly turned to face the assembled elders. His face remained expressionless, but as his light blood-red eyes swept over them, they carried an undeniable authority. The hall instantly quieted. "All of you have valid points," Bai Hui said, his voice not loud but clear to everyone. He paused, his gaze again resting on the suspended diplomatic document emitting an ominous purple light. "The Shadow Corridor's accusations are based on their unilateral facts and interests. What they demand we hand over are our clansmen, our guests." Bai Hui's gaze slowly swept over each elder. "Consider if today we yield to pressure and hand over a strong one who fought back to protect a companion and an innocent youth. Tomorrow will the Shadow Corridor or any other faction use the same reason to demand any of you present here? Or even demand our lands, our freedom? Compromise never brings true peace, it only fuels greed and ambition." Bai Hui's voice echoed in the hall. "The foundation of the White Knight Court lies in guardianship and order. Protect those who should be protected, uphold the righteousness that should be upheld. If we abandon this foundation out of fear of war, the court would cease to be the court." He turned to the scribe standing by. "Record my reply." The scribe immediately bowed and held up the recording crystal. Bai Hui faced the light screen, his voice clear and steady, every word seemingly carrying the radiance of the silver moon and the weight of thorns. "To Prince Corrido of the Shadow Corridor. The White Knight Court has received your document. Regarding the events described, we have not yet obtained information that fully corresponds to your accusations. The eternal dark forest is vast and perilous conflicts occasionally occur, and each side's actions have their reasons. Unilateral accusations are unfair. The White Knight Court has always adhered to the spirit of the ancient covenant respecting the rights and dignity of all parties. We have strictly restrained our members and have never instigated or condoned any unprovoked attacks against friendly states. The murderer and property you mention lack evidence, we cannot acknowledge them, nor do we have anyone to hand over. Currently border frictions are frequent, and the atmosphere tense, which is detrimental to the peace of both peoples. We urge your side to exercise restraint, not to believe one-sided accounts, and not to escalate the situation. We propose candid communication through formal diplomatic channels regarding recent border incidents to clarify facts and resolve misunderstandings. If your side insists on baseless accusations and resorts to threats on this pretext, the White Knight Court, though loving peace, does not fear challenges. Our determination to protect our homeland and our members has never wavered. May the shadows and the moonlight each abide by their own boundaries." The reply finished. The ghostly purple emblem on the screen flickered a few times as if transmitting the message, then slowly dimmed and vanished. The silver moon hall fell silent again, only the flowing light of the dome pouring down soundlessly. The reply was carefully worded, leaving room for maneuver, but the core message was clear: deny the accusations, refuse to hand over anyone, and show no fear of threats. Bai Hui stood still for a moment, then waved his hand. "Dismissed. Strengthen border vigilance. Each to their duties." The elders exchanged glances, then bowed and withdrew. They knew that sending this reply was almost equivalent to rejecting the ultimatum. What lay ahead would likely be a more violent reaction from the Shadow Corridor, even the direct onset of war. When all had left, the Silver Moon Hall held only Bai Hui alone. He walked to the window, gazing toward the direction of Eternal Night City, his eyes revealing clear worry and exhaustion. Deep within the Shadow Bone Hall of Eternal Night City, Prince Corrido set down the purple memory crystal that recorded the White Knight Court's reply. Within the crystal, Bai Hui's steady, resolute voice seemed still to echo faintly, every word clear, the phrasing cautious and proper, but the core as hard as iron. No admission, no surrender, no fear. The prince stood still for a moment. Then he let out a low chuckle. At first it was just a slight vibration in his throat, then the laughter gradually grew louder, echoing in the empty, deathly still hall where only soul flames flickered, carrying a cold, almost gleeful mockery. As expected, He stopped laughing, but his purple eyes held no mirth, only a deep icy pool. A tough bone to crack. Just like their queen. The same temperament. He had long anticipated that the White Knight Court would not yield. That ultimatum, rather than genuinely expecting the other side to hand over the culprits, was more like a carefully prepared unavoidable reason for war placed in their hands. Now the reason was sufficient. He walked to the long table beside the throne, forged from a single block of shadow star iron. On the table lay a black scroll made from the tanned leather of an abyssal monster, its edges inlaid with dark purple magical metal radiating an ominous fluctuation. Beside it was a dark red quill, its tip polished from a nail shed by the prince himself and soaked in his own blood essence, and a small inkstone containing a thick ink-like substance that seemed to absorb light. The prince took up the quill, dipping its tip into the ink. The ink was not liquid, but more like solidified shadow trailing wisps of black mist from the nib. He set the quill to the scroll. The moment the tip touched the parchment, all the soul flames in the hall dimmed simultaneously, as if the light was being sucked into the scroll. Dark purple magical patterns spread from the point of contact between nib and leather, accompanied by a low hum like the wailing of 10,000 souls. Every rune he wrote seemed to have a life of its own, writhing and burning on the scroll, emitting a tangible aura of war and destruction. There was no lengthy manifesto, only the most concise, most ruthless declaration. The quill flew across the surface, runes linking into sentences gathering into a text. When the last rune with its sharp hooked tail was branded into the scroll, the entire parchment erupted in a blinding dark purple light. The light shot upward, directly piercing the thick dome of the Shadow Bone Hall, coalescing into a colossal war emblem of a thorny skull covering nearly a quarter of the city in the eternally gloomy sky of Eternal Night City. The emblem rotated slowly, each turn radiating visible magical ripples, accompanied by Prince Kirito's cold voice, amplified by magic resounding throughout the city and broadcasting through special channels to the entire Shadow Corridor territory and surrounding regions. The Shadow Corridor hereby declares. The voice rolled like thunder, crushing every corner of Eternal Night City, reaching the ears of every bloodkin retainer servant, and even creatures living in the shadows. Countless figures froze in their actions, looking up in shock at the huge war emblem in the sky. Because the White Knight Court shields the murderer, refuses to hand over the thief, and has repeatedly provoked it, has completely betrayed the spirit of the ancient covenant and the proper etiquette between clans. In the Silver Moon Hall, Bai Hui, who had just returned to his council chamber, abruptly raised his head, his light blood-red eyes constricting instantly. The crystal ball before him trembled violently, projecting the horrifying scene above Eternal Night City. As of this moment, in Yeshi Town, the streets that had been relatively orderly instantly fell into dead silence. All pedestrians, vendors, adventurers, and information brokers, regardless of race, stood frozen, their faces drained of color, their heads tilted as if waiting for the final hammer of judgment to fall. In the in-room, Lin An, who was packing, felt his fingers tremble, and a small bag of dried food dropped to the floor. He spun toward the window, though he couldn't see Eternal Night City. The wave of majestic and murderous declaration seemingly coming from the soul level poured down like icy water. Bai Shui stepped to the window in one stride, her blood-red eyes condensing into the deepest crimson, staring toward the eastern horizon. The Shadow Corridor and the White Knight Court. Prince Kirito's voice now rose to its highest pitch like a drawn sword, severing the last thread of hesitation. Are entering a state of war. All borders are war zones. Boom! The instant the last two words fell at the eastern border of Eternal Night City, the three already poised. Several main shadow legions simultaneously erupted with earth-shaking roars and magical thunder. Heavy footsteps shattered the ground, metal armor clashed like thunder, and the condensed killing intent of war soared skyward, echoing the massive war emblem in the heavens. Countless thorny skull war banners rustled in the dim crimson sky and under the glow of magical arrays like a black tide, steadily, unyieldingly, and unstoppably pressing toward the borders of the White Knight Court. Meanwhile, above the border, several prepositioned colossal composite magic arrays were fully activated. A dark purple light barrier like an inverted bowl rapidly spread and connected, forming a vast shadow canopy covering hundreds of kilometers of the front line. Beneath the canopy, light dimmed sharply, the ripples of communication magic were severely disrupted and distorted, and the effectiveness of reconnaissance spells was greatly weakened. This was the war curtain, a pre-offensive cover and a psychological burden imposed on the enemy. Non-combatants in Eternal Night City and the border areas had long received secret orders. Now, under the organization of officials at all levels, they began an orderly but rapid evacuation to the safe rear. Horses and carriages clattered, the flow of people was silent and hurried. The air was thick with suppressed panic and uncertainty about the future. Night Rest Town erupted into chaos. A piercing long wail erupted from the alarm array jointly erected by several large merchant guilds and local powers. The crowd on the streets snapped out of their stupor, and panic spread like a plague. War! It's starting! Get out! Leave the border! My goods! My shop! Cries, screams, curses, and urgings mingled together. The crowd rushed about like headless flies trying to dash back to their homes to grab valuables or directly surging toward the town's only exit leading to the relatively safe rear. The guards trying to maintain order shouted and shoved but with little effect. The Joint Control Agency, which had declared itself neutral, had just raised its protective barrier only to be battered by the surging tide of people teetering on the verge of collapse. The already intense tension in the air was now completely replaced by the smell of blood and gunpowder. White Knight Court, Silver Moon Hall. Before Baihui several communication crystals flickered urgently. Alerts and information from border outposts, reconnaissance squads, and array nodes poured in like snowflakes. Baihui's face was as heavy as water, but his eyes were exceptionally calm. He had long anticipated this moment. Issue the order! His voice, transmitted through the magic network, reached every general and key node clearly. The Moonlight Guard shall enter their respective defensive positions according to Plan 1. The Silver Blade Vanguard shall advance, harass the enemy's flanks, and slow their advance. All logistics, medical, and civilian transfer units shall execute their plans. Activate the Sanctuary's secondary protection. He paused, sweeping his gaze over the few corps generals and elders in the hall. The White Knight Court does not fear war. But this war is not for conquest, it is for protection. Tell every soldier that behind them lies their homeland. The orders were swiftly issued. Outside the Silver Moon Hall, the atmosphere on Bright Moon Slope and throughout the White Knight domain instantly transformed from an invisible tension into a tangible, killing stillness. More silver-armored soldiers appeared on the streets and fortifications. The glow of the barrier grew brighter, and a streak of biting cold light now intermingled with the originally soft silver radiance. War, that heavy word after long brewing, finally tore through the fragile peace at the edge of the eternal dark forest, hurling crimson and shadow ruthlessly between moonlight and thorns. And the fuse of it all, the wanted, Key, and his white guardian, were now at the heart of the violently shaking vortex named Night Rest, on the edge of the storm. Thunder from afar, the declaration of war was like ice water thrown into boiling oil, triggering a catastrophic chain reaction in Night Rest Town. In the in-room, listening to the noise around him, Lin An stood frozen. His fingers were still poised to pick up the bag of dried food, but his face had turned pale as paper. State of war. Those two words struck his heart like a heavy hammer. Though he did not fully understand the terrifying scale of a full-scale war among blood clans, the word war itself was enough to awaken the primal fear buried deep in human genes, the fear of mass slaughter, destruction, and chaos. It meant tens of thousands of soldiers would slaughter each other, powerful magic would tear the earth apart, peaceful homes would be reduced to ashes, and countless lives would be extinguished like weeds. Bai Shui stood by the window, her back to him. Her white silhouette set against the flickering light coming through the window, now distorted by the alarm glow and chaotic shadows, appeared exceptionally serene. But Lin An could sense that the air around her seemed to have solidified. It was not the freezing of fear, but an extreme state of focused perception. Then beneath his feet came a faint yet unmistakable tremor. It was not the vibration caused by the inn itself or the chaos on the street. The tremor came from deeper underground, from a farther direction, dull, rhythmic like the heartbeat of a giant beast, or the aftershock of countless heavy footsteps marching in unison. One step, then another, transmitted across the vast distance and thick earth, still reaching here. At the same time, Lin An raised his eyes toward the eastern sky outside the window. The monotonous crimson of the eternal twilight was now being eroded by a deeper, more ominous dark purple. The dark purple writhed and spread on the horizon like a living thing, obscuring the already sparse daylight, making the entire world's tone more somber and oppressive. Even from this distance one could see the turbulent magical currents, and occasional faint lightning flashes at the edge of the dark purple canopy, a sight that chilled the heart. War magic array. The shadow curtain that conceals the heavens. The town's alarm grew even more piercing and shrill, mingling with the increasingly out-of-control cries, running, and collisions on the street outside, forming a chaotic symphony that made one's scalp tingle. It was then that Bai Shui slowly turned around. Her face remained expressionless, but her blood-red eyes were now as deep as two bottomless crimson whirlpools. All emotions were restrained to the extreme, leaving only the purest calm and insight. She looked at Lin An, her gaze complex for a fleeting moment, but then returned to absolute composure. Bai Shui faced the window but did not open it fully. Instead, she extended her perception like the finest spider web centered on herself, reaching with all her strength toward the east, toward the direction of the dark purple curtain and the tremors. Her perception was astonishingly powerful. Even under the strong interference of the war magic array, it cut through the chaotic magical background noise, and shielding barriers like the sharpest scalpel, difficult but resolute probing toward the target area. First, she captured the vast tsunami-like energy of the legions advancing steadily. It was a collective fluctuation of killing and destructive will formed by thousands of shadow soldiers, war golems, aerial units, and large war machines. Heavy, viscous, carrying the coldness of metal and the scorching heat of blood, it was like a steel tide slowly rolling over the horizon. Where it passed, even the Earth's vain energy seemed to wail and become disordered. Next was the massive shadow magic array covering the sky itself. Its structure was complex and malicious, not only for obscuring and interference but also for drawing energy from the environment, applying negative statuses to non-shadow units within its range and amplifying shadow spells. It was a mobile war fortress, a massive domain-type weapon. All of this was within Bai Shue's expectations. Once the war machine of the Shadow Corridor started, it was naturally this imposing. However, as her perception probed deeper into more elite directions, several abrupt and sharp presences, like poisonous thorns in the dark, caught her high alert. They were several small, fast-moving elite units. Like daggers in the shadows, they nimbly wove through the edges of the energy frenzy stirred up by the legions, their trajectories erratic, their targets clearly aimed at several key strategic nodes, one of which was exactly the general direction of a hidden minor passage to the human world on the outskirts of Night Rest Town. Among these presences, one, Bai Shue's blood-red eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. That presence, violent, fierce, filled with destructive power, seemed even more condensed than before, and also colder. It had lost some of its pure blood heat, replaced by a viscous, corrosive quality like the shadow of the abyss. But the core will of the warrior, the obsession with challenge and slaughter, had not weakened. Instead, it was like a honed blade, sharper and more dangerous. Eric. He was not dead after all. And it seemed he had received some dangerous enhancement. His direction of movement carried clear purpose, not blind searching. Bai Shue withdrew her perception. She stood quietly by the window, and in the depths of her blood-red eyes the deep red rippled like a lake disturbed by a stone spreading cold ripples. War had erupted regardless of anyone's will. The Shadow Legion was pressing in. Elite hunters like Eric, like beasts released from cages, were already pouncing on possible targets. Bai Shue's dilemma. The chaos and noise outside the window seemed isolated by an invisible barrier. Bai Shue stood alone by the modest window of the in-room, her back to the simple bed, and Lin An, who was curled up on the edge of the bed, seemingly falling into a restless, shallow sleep. Her figure was straight, her white hair cascading like a silent snow waterfall, and the mottled, chaotic light filtering through the torn curtains. On her wrist the starlight grass bracelet emitted a faint blue glow, and beside it the moon firefly grass bracelet flowed with a silver-blue soft radiance. Two rings of light intertwined, casting dreamlike shadows on her pale skin. Her fingertips unconsciously over and over gently stroked the cool, supple texture of the moon firefly grass leaves. What her fingertips conveyed was not just the touch of the plant. It was also the faint residual warmth of the boy's fingers, as he clumsily and earnestly wove it, and the pure, unadulterated intention he had carefully offered. This faint warmth now burned like a red-hot iron in the center of her cold, turbulent heart, stirring not ripples but stormy waves. Duty. These two words, like the heaviest crown pressed upon the highest point of her soul. Through the long years they had become one with her existence. She was the queen of the White Night. The empty throne in the Silver Moon Hall was meant to be her vantage point for overseeing and protecting. Bai Hui was a loyal and capable regent, but in the face of total war the court needed not just a manager but a banner, a core in existence that could unite the belief and courage of all the people. Her subjects, those living under the silver light of bright moon slope, trusting the emblem of moonlight and thorns, were now gathering and preparing for battle because of this war indirectly caused by her. They might not know the true whereabouts of their queen, but they would go to the battlefield to defend their homes and the dignity of the court, and they might bleed, might sacrifice. Bai Hui could not find her. The Silver Moon Hall must be under immense internal and external pressure. She should return, sit at the center of command, and with the demeanor of a queen oversee the overall situation, direct with calm authority, and give the frontline soldiers the greatest confidence and support. This was her duty as a monarch, her response to countless trusting eyes. But her gaze seemingly casually fell on the slightly curled figure on the bed behind her. Take him back. That would mean bringing Lin An directly into the heart of the flames of war. Bright Moon Slope might be protected by a barrier, but war has no absolute safe zone. Stray arrows, magical aftershocks infiltrating elite assassination squads, even the tremors of large-scale Legion attacks. Any accident could cause this young man who had just begun to bloom to wither instantly. He had grown, yes. His perception was sharp, his will firm, and he could even provide crucial warnings at critical moments. But he was still human, his body still fragile, his heart still would tremble when facing large-scale death and cruelty. If he witnessed the battlefield devouring lives like a meat grinder, if he saw the coldness and efficient killing she might have to display to protect, would he be afraid? Would he look at her with unfamiliar eyes? She could almost picture him pale-faced, holding back his discomfort yet still trying to stand by her side. That image stabbed her heart like a fine needle, causing a dense, unfamiliar pain. Then send him back to the human world alone. But Prince Calido would never give up. Valen's death, the outbreak of war, would only make his obsession with the primordial blood more paranoid and insane. He would certainly mobilize the dark forces that operated in the gray areas. With the resources of a prince, weaving a dark net targeting Lin An would not be difficult. Just imagining him facing those unknown darknesses alone, the dangers he might encounter, the loneliness and helplessness he might feel. A nearly violent sense of rejection surged from the deepest part of her heart. She would not allow it. Never. In the depths of Bai Shui's blood-red eyes the usual calm and depth were shattered. A rare struggle surged like an undercurrent beneath the eyes, turbulent and fierce. She frowned slightly, her fingertips unconsciously tightening, almost digging into the supple grass blades. She had experienced war before. The last large-scale conflict with the Shadow Corridor. Though the memory was distant, some images remained clear, silver armor stained with blood, the moonlight dimmed, familiar faces shattered before her eyes, and after the crimson strike she unleashed under eternal night's city that could tear the sky and earth, what remained was not only the enemy's rout but also the undeniable casualties on her side and the scars of long years. War was a monster. Once released, it devoured everything greedily, including reason, tenderness, and the perhaps initially just cause. She loathed war. The grass bracelets on her wrist shone gently like the boy's pure, trusting eyes. How should she choose? Return to the throne and shoulder the queen's duty, but risk exposing the one she most wanted to protect to the flames of war and fear? Or sever her attachment, push him into a seemingly safe but actually more dangerous, unfamiliar world, enduring separation and endless worry? Or risk staying at the edge of the vortex and trusting both their fates to chaos and luck? Time passed minute by minute. The alarm outside seemed to weaken a little, but the distant dull thunder of the advancing legions and the magical agitation seemed to grow closer and clearer like the beat of a death knell. Bai Shui slowly closed her eyes, taking a deep, silent breath. When she opened them again, the struggle in her eyes had not completely subsided, but a desperate resolve began to crystallize in the deepest part like ice. She gently lowered her hand from stroking the grass bracelet, turned around and fixed her gaze on Lin An. Lin An's determination. Lin An had not actually fallen asleep. The declaration of war, the distant tremors, the chaos outside the window, and Bai Shui's unusually silent, heavy silhouette, all pressed like several heavy stones on his chest, making it impossible for him to rest. He had only closed his eyes, trying to regulate his breathing to calm his racing heart and the fear and chaotic thoughts churning in his mind. Yet, as he quieted, his senses became sharper. He could hear Bai Shui's nearly inaudible breath and feel the heavy, complex aura she emitted while standing by the window, different from usual. Within that aura were worry, cold calculation, and a loneliness that seemed to bear 1,000-pound burden which he could hardly comprehend. He secretly opened his eyes a slit. Moonlight filtering through the curtain gap outlined Bai Shui's silhouette as she stood by the window. White hair flowed with a faint luminescence, and the figure remained tall and upright. Yet for some reason Lin An perceived a subtle difference from its usual calm strength, a certain something that set it apart. That was loneliness. Not the loneliness of being alone, but a profound silent solitude, one that came from standing at the vortex of a storm-wielding power while being torn apart by duty, emotion, and the intricate web of circumstances. Suddenly many images flashed through his mind. The scrutiny and trace of interest in her blood-red eyes when they first met in the ancient castle, the earnestness when she said "I won't force you," the clumsy yet determined effort when she disguised as a high school student in the city, the smile in her eyes as she watched him run during the school's sports meet, the resolute way she shielded him the instant danger struck, the expectation in her gaze when she encouraged him to try against the mist shadow panther, the mischievous glint when she tickled him, the genuine soft surprise when she received the bracelet, the cool kiss on his forehead. And occasionally when she gazed into the distance, or fell into a brief silence, a fleeting depth in her blood-red eyes, a profoundness that seemed to span long years weighed down by something heavy. He had always known she was powerful, mysterious, and of extraordinary origin. But he had grown accustomed to her standing before him, accustomed to her handling every difficulty, accustomed to being the one protected and led. Only now, watching this slightly lonely silhouette in the dim, chaotic light, did he suddenly realize Bai Shui was not merely his guardian. She had her own world, her own identity, and responsibilities to bear, and far more things to protect than he had ever imagined. This war, like a sudden storm, had not only swept him into its vortex but had also pushed her to a more difficult, more torn crossroads. She was not only protecting him, she had to make painful choices between protecting him and fulfilling her other duties. This realization strangely loosened and transformed the lump of fear lodged in Lin An's chest. A mixture of guilt, heartache, and a strong impulse to share some of her burden quietly took root. He no longer pretended to be asleep, he slowly sat up. The faint sound made by Shui's shoulders by the window quivered almost imperceptibly, but she did not turn around immediately. Lin An pushed aside the thin blanket, stepped barefoot onto the cool floor, and stopped a short distance behind her. He did not approach too closely but spoke softly, breaking the suffocating silence of the room. Bai Shui, what are you thinking about? Bai Shui's back seemed to stiffen for a moment. After a pause, she slowly turned around. The chaotic light and shadow from the window cast shifting shades on her face, but the struggle and heaviness in her blood-red eyes were not entirely hidden when she turned to him. She looked at him silent for a few seconds, as if weighing her words, and finally chose the most direct honesty. The war has already begun. Her voice was lower and heavier than usual. The legions of the Shadow Corridor are advancing toward the White Knight Court. The paths we originally took to return to the human world are likely blocked or under strict surveillance. She paused, her blood-red eyes gazing deeply into Lin An's. I have several choices now, but none of them are completely safe. I'm thinking, which path to take. She did not elaborate on the options, but from the heaviness in her back just now and the rare hesitation in her eyes, Lin An could already guess that they must be extremely difficult choices, each closely tied to him. Then, among your choices, is there one that requires you to go back? He asked, his gaze fixed on her. Back to your people. Bai Shui's lashes trembled slightly. She did not deny it. If you need to go back, Lin An stepped forward, his voice not loud but carrying an unprecedented firmness, then go back. Bai Shui was slightly startled, surprise flickering in her blood-red eyes. I know I can't help much. I don't understand war at all. Lin An's words quickened, as if afraid he would lose his courage if he paused. But I think I'm a little more useful now than before. Maybe I can help with reconnaissance. Detect approaching danger in advance. Or distinguish which ones are enemies in disguise. As he spoke, his thoughts seemed to become clearer, his eyes brighter, even carrying a hint of a young man's eagerness and sharpness. I'm not afraid, he added, though his fingers curled slightly at his sides, betraying his inner tension, but his back was straight. I might have been afraid before, but now, I know you'll be by my side. And I can't always hide behind you. This trouble started because of me. At least, let me face it with you. Even if I can only do little things. He looked at Bai Shui, his eyes clear and determined, no longer filled with the previous panic but replaced by a resolve that had broken out, a willingness to stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Let's go back together, Bai Shui, he said finally, his tone almost pleading yet full of strength. Go back where you belong. I'll try not to hold you back, I'll try to protect myself, and I'll try to help. The room fell silent. The distant thunder outside the window and the nearby noise seemed to blur into a faint background. Bai Shui quietly gazed at him. At this young man who had been pale at the news of war not long ago, now standing with a straight spine, his eyes burning with the fire of a willingness to fight for her, and for this predicament. For a long time the icy struggle and heavy loneliness at the bottom of her eyes, like ice struck by sunlight, began to silently melt and shatter. A very faint but genuine warmth, like the first light of dawn, slowly rippled from the deepest part of her eyes. She said nothing but simply reached out and gently grasped Lin An's slightly cool hand. The warmth and strength transmitted through her palms spoke more than 1,000 words. The battle plan, the chaos in Night Rest Town, did not subside with time. Instead, under a strange tension, it took on a morbid order. The initial panic-stricken flight gradually gave way to more realistic dilemmas. The main roads to safe zones were reportedly rendered dangerous by patrols of the Shadow Corridor, or the residual effects of war magic arrays. The town's own defensive barrier, barely maintained through strained cooperation among various factions, could only block stray monsters and small bands of stragglers, but was useless against the real legion. Supplies began to dwindle, prices soared, and violent conflicts broke out frequently in dark corners. Rumors like mold proliferated wildly in the oppressive air. The inn was clearly no longer safe. Too many eyes and ears there the owner, and the waiter's looks had become increasingly shifty and inquisitive. In the darkest hour before dawn, Bai Shui led Lin An silently out of the cheap inn. She had changed into a dark grey traveler's outfit more suitable for movement, tied her long hair with a cloth of the same color, and applied a simple disguise to her face. Lin An also changed into inconspicuous clothes and carefully pinned the brooch inside his lining. Bai Shui's target was a hidden safe house deeper in Night Rest Town near the abandoned mine area. It was a temporary base she had set up long ago for a mission known to very few, remote in location, solidly built, and equipped with simple warning and concealment arrays. The two moved through the disorderly streets and alleys filled with fear and greed. Bai Shui's perception acted like a precise radar, avoiding all groups and patrols that might attract attention in advance, choosing the most concealed routes. Lin An followed closely behind her, also trying to mobilize his perception. Although his range and quality were far inferior to Bai Shui's, he could still detect some obvious malicious gazes or energy concentration points nearby in time to remind Bai Shui to adjust their direction. His performance occasionally earned a glint of approval from Bai Shui's eyes. The young man was adapting quickly and putting his newly acquired abilities into practice. The safe house was located at the edge of a partially collapsed mine pit, its entrance cleverly concealed by illusions and physical mechanisms. Inside it was not large but dry and tidy, with basic survival supplies and a miniature communication array. After temporarily settling down, the tense nerves relaxed a little. Lin An leaned against the wall sipping water, but his gaze kept falling on Bai Shui, who was inspecting the facilities inside. Bai Shui's movements were methodical, but Lin An could sense that her thoughts were clearly elsewhere. Her blood-red eyes would sometimes gaze into the void as if flipping through the scrolls of distant memories. At other times, they would solidify like ice flickering with cold, calculating light. The last full-scale war with the Shadow Corridor. The memory floodgates were pried open by the similar killing atmosphere. It was not a brief skirmish, but a decades-long war of attrition and bloodshed. Shadows devoured the moonlight, thorns tore at the silver radiance. She had witnessed loyal generals dissolve into specks of light before her eyes, familiar lands stained with charred black and crimson, and children's wails buried under the ruins. Beneath the eternal night city she had burned her essence, and unleashed the strike that tore the sky, severely wounding the then Shadow Grand Duke and forcing him to sign a treaty under the city walls. But the White Knight side had paid a terrible price, its strength greatly depleted, and she herself had fallen into a long period of dormancy and recovery. War had no true winners, only survivors and changed fates. Now the flames of war stirred by Prince Kalido, though perhaps not yet as large as that time, were likely even more insidious and ruthless. Once the conflict escalated into another protracted war of attrition, regardless of the final outcome, blood and sorrow would once again carpet the ground beneath the moonlight. And the core catalyst of all this, she and Lin An, were hiding here. A nearly insane but increasingly clear thought, like a venomous snake quietly emerging in the darkness, flicked its tongue decapitation. Since the root of the war lay in Prince Kalido's greed, and then the most direct and perhaps the fastest way to end or greatly weaken this war was to make this source disappear. Like solving Varen. But the target was far more powerful than Varen, and surrounded by layers of protection, the current leader of the Shadow Corridor. The risk. Incalculably high. Penetrating deep into the Eternal Night City or the enemy's core command area, facing unknown prince-level power, and the inevitable countless traps, guards, and prohibitions. She might succeed, she might fail, or she might be trapped. Every step of this plan was fraught with variables and deadly possibilities. Bai Shui's fingers unconsciously tapped the tabletop, the light and her blood-red eyes flickering on and off. Meanwhile, information from Night Rest Town was not completely cut off. Before leading Lin An to relocate, Bai Shui had quickly passed through the chaotic central square of the town. There, besides the official notice board, stood a rumor board for posting gossip, bounties, and mercenary recruitment, maintained by an intelligence dealer with a complex background. Now it was covered with various notes, true and false. Among them an inconspicuous scrawled note mixed in with countless requests for supplies, searches for lost relatives, and recruitment of guards made by Shui's eyes freeze instantly. Urgent reward confirmed, sighting of the Shadow Bone Breaker Squad entire team in abnormal state, extremely fast, heading straight toward Ghost Shadow Canyon. Suspected major operation target. Double reward for more detailed information. Scarred Lone Wolf. Ghost Shadow Canyon. That name struck Bai Shui's chaotic thoughts like a bolt of cold lightning. It was a region in the eternal dark forest with extremely complex terrain and chaotic energy fields, known for natural spatial weak points and multiple hidden paths. It was not only a favored passage for outlaws and smugglers, but more importantly one of its extremely secretive and unstable branch paths was said to bypass some conventional blockades and provide a relatively short cut to a desolate junction point in the human world. Eric and his squad at this time in this abnormal state heading straight for Ghost Shadow Canyon. Their target was almost self-evident: interception. Intercepting targets that might try to return to the human world through that hidden path. Prince Khalidо had indeed laid down multiple measures. Openly, a large army pressured covertly elite hunters were deployed, even considering such remote possibilities. Bai Shui slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, all hesitation, struggle, and complex weighing had been replaced by an icy sharpness. The plan to decapitate the prince was tempting, but it was a long-term solution that couldn't address the immediate crisis, and it was full of variables. The immediate danger, Eric's obviously enhanced elite hunting squad heading straight for their possible escape route, was pressing. She had to make a decision now. Her gaze fell again on Lin An, who was sitting quietly nearby watching her with worried eyes. In the young man's eyes were unwavering trust and a determination to share any danger with her. In Bai Shui's heart the dangerous bold plan quickly collided, merged, and adjusted with the immediate reality. A clearer yet more daring action outline gradually took shape in her mind. She walked to Lin and crouched down to meet his eyes, and her blood-red gaze flashed with irrefutable resolve. Lin and her voice was calm but carried immense weight. We may need to actively confront a pursuer. Then take this opportunity to do something that might end this war sooner. The ghost pupil in the canyon, Ghost Shadow Canyon, lived up to its name. The moment they stepped into its domain, Lin An felt as if he had stepped from a relatively normal world straight into the slowly digesting, convulsing stomach of a gigantic beast. The air was no longer flowing, it was thick and stagnant with a pungent smell of sulfur metal rust, and something even more indescribable, like the stench of space itself rotting. Light was distorted and swallowed. The twilight's dim red here was stained into a morbid dark purple and ink green, barely illuminating the jagged, serrated landscape ahead. On both sides were cliffs hundreds of meters high, nearly vertical, made of some pitch-black tar-like rock, their surfaces covered with honeycomb-like holes and vertical scars, as if torn by giant claws. The canyon floor was not flat but strewn with piles of rubble of various sizes and strange shapes, many stones as sharp as monster fangs. Even more terrifying were the chaotic and violent energy currents that filled every inch of space. They were not invisible. Visible to the naked eye were twisted bands of light, either blazing white, dark red, or ghostly purple, like living whips appearing randomly in the air, on the ground, and among the rocks, lashing wildly, and then vanishing abruptly. Where they swept past, the air emitted sharp crackles, and rocks silently turned to dust, leaving behind smooth, mirror-like cuts. Occasionally several currents would collide, causing small explosions and spraying dangerous energy sparks. The environment itself was the deadliest trap. Bai Shui, holding Lin An's hand, walked in front. Her steps were steady, each one precisely placed in the gaps between energy current bursts, or on seemingly dangerous but relatively stable energy depressions. A very faint, almost invisible dark red aura surrounded her, silently neutralizing and smoothing the occasional stray current that leaked through. Lin An concentrated, fully deploying his enhanced perception like the most precise radar. The world he saw was completely different from what his eyes beheld. No longer specific rocks and light, but an abstract painting composed of energy flows, dynamic and dangerous. Those violent currents in his perception were like brightly colored, madly writhing, venomous snakes. Their trajectories were not entirely without trace. In the instant before, an eruption, exceedingly subtle points of stagnation, or vortex, would appear in the surrounding energy field. He strove to capture these precursors, rapidly marking out in his mind the relatively safe path for the next few seconds, a crooked, ever-shifting dotted line. Simultaneously he scanned the terrain. Within the shadows of those massive rubble piles there might be naturally formed caves suitable for concealment. A seemingly solid cliff face had its internal structure long eroded by turbulent currents, brittle and liable to collapse under slight force. A narrow crevice barely wide enough for a single person to squeeze through might lead to a temporary haven at its end. What made him more uneasy was a faint, elusive emotional fluctuation drifting from deeper within the canyon. It was not clear thoughts but a more primal color, a mixture of pain, madness, bloodlust, and icy, killing intent. This sensation was somewhat familiar, similar to the violent aura he had sensed earlier from Eric, but more chaotic and unstable. It was as if something within the core of those auras was constantly gnawing and twisting. "It's here!" Bai Shui stopped on a relatively open gravel shoal surrounded by three massive rocks forming a triangular enclosure. Here the turbulent flows were relatively sparse, and the line of sight was still decent. If they want to go deep into the canyon to find that hidden path, this is one of the few nodes they must pass through. Time passed in tense preparation. The thunder, from the depths of the canyon, seemed to grow denser, and the mingled emotional fluctuations of pain and killing intent in the air became increasingly clear, like a tide with a rusted iron scent drawing ever closer. Fine beads of sweat oozed from Lin An's temples, a result of both intense mental concentration and the tension of the impending battle. Yet his eyes were bright, his perception network like a spider's web stretched to its limit, closely monitoring every energy anomaly within a radius of several hundred meters around them. Bai Shui stood quietly at his side, slightly ahead, her blood-red eyes half closed as if dozing, but the aura of extreme restraint around her, like a bowstring taut and ready to release, made the very air seem heavier. Suddenly several clusters of cold, violent stains emerged at the canyon entrance, entwined with shadows as sticky as living things. They moved with incredible speed, flitting through the gaps in the turbulent flows in a near-blinking manner, evading danger with practiced skill, but their trajectories betrayed an irrepressible, frantic urgency. The largest and deepest of those stains emanated the violent battle intent belonging to Eric, which Lin An remembered vividly. But now that intent was wrapped in a layer of icy shadow that seemed to devour light, causing extreme discomfort, and from its core came faint, glass-shattering fluctuations of pain. They had arrived. Eric and his Bone Crusher squad. Like shadows, sharks that had caught the scent of blood, they pounced straight toward this preset hunting ground. Lin An took a deep breath of the cold, turbid air, and through the faint mental link he clearly and swiftly transmitted to Bai Shui the perceived positions, distances, speeds, and the unstable signals revealed by the core emotional fluctuations of those shadowy stains. At the same time, with a slight movement of his fingertip, an almost invisible dark red dot silently landed on a seemingly ordinary gravel slope 20 meters ahead, beneath which the turbulent currents had already eroded a cavity. Bai Shui opened her eyes at the same moment. In her blood-red pupils the frozen killing intent suddenly thawed, transforming into two piercingly cold glints. Hunter and prey roles had silently switched the moment they stepped into the canyon. The true hunt begins now. Shattered shadow blade. Bai Shui's figure vanished from where she stood. The next moment she appeared outside the crevice. A Bone Crusher member who had just poked out half his head with eyes blazing in a mixture of purple and black flames couldn't even react. Bai Shui's right index finger lightly touched his brow. No sound. Only the flames in the member's eyes instantly extinguished, his pupils dilated. The writhing living shadows around him, like snow meeting boiling oil, hissed softly and vaporized in an instant. His body, starting from the touched brow, rapidly lost all color and texture, turning into the finest gray-white dust that pattered down, even the custom-made black light armor dissolving into ashes. The entire process took less than a heartbeat. Bai Shui's figure blurred again and returned to Lin An's side as if she had never left. Her fingertips were spotless, her blood-red eyes calm and unruffled, as if she had merely brushed away a fallen leaf. Bai Shui then raised her left hand, fingers spread toward an empty space, and gently plucked as if stroking invisible strings. Hum! The air emitted a low resonance. The two Bone Crusher members, who had just appeared like phantoms atop a conical boulder using their shadow-walking ability, suddenly froze. The shadows around them were violently seized by an invisible hand, twisted and compressed. Both faces showed extreme pain and horror as they tried to struggle, attempting some shadow escape technique, but the next moment. Puff! Puff! Two soft sounds like bubbles bursting. The two members, along with their boiling shadows, collapsed inward and annihilated like pricked balloons, leaving only two small puffs of rapidly dissipating black smoke and a few broken armor fragments. Another instant kill. Lin An saw clearly Bai Shui was not relying purely on brute force. Her timing was precise to the millimeter, striking exactly when the two had just completed their shadow jump, their new strength not yet born and the old exhausted. Her control over energy was exquisitely subtle. That gentle pluck seemed to resonate with the chaotic energy field of the canyon itself, using minimal expenditure to trigger the most thorough disintegration. This was Bai Shui's combat style. Elegant, efficient, cold, elevating killing to an art form. In the blink of an eye, the shadow-enhanced elites of the Bone Crusher fell silent, wiped away like casual stains. The entire process was so fast that even the energy turbulence of the canyon seemed not to have registered. But the largest stain, Eric's aura, did not panic or retreat at his comrade's instant death. Instead, it erupted like a beast thoroughly enraged. Roar! An inhuman roar mingled with pain, fury, and mad battle intent exploded from beyond the densest and most violent band of energy turbulence ahead. A figure tore through the turbulence and charged out. It was Eric, but utterly different from the state Lin An remembered, or even from what he had sensed earlier. His originally burly form seemed slightly leaner yet more compact, his skin taking on an unhealthy grayish-blue hue covered with black shadow patterns that writhed and bulged like living things. His right arm was intact, even thicker than before, and his fingertips extended into claws condensed from shadow. Most terrifying were his eyes. The original blood-red pupils were now largely invaded by surging black shadows, leaving only a single crimson dot at the center flickering with the chaotic light of a struggle between reason and madness. The shadows around him were as thick as substance, dragging black trails as he moved. Wherever he passed, even the energy turbulence seemed polluted, becoming sluggish and dim. "Found you, monster of the White Knight!" Eric's voice was hoarse and fractured like two pieces of rusted metal grinding together. He stared fixedly at Bai Shui, the remaining crimson in his eyes erupting with searing battle intent along with the instinctive hatred of light and life brought by shadow corrosion. He wasted no words, not even glancing at the direction where his comrades had fallen. His left foot stamped hard, shattering the hard rock, and his entire form turned into a black lightning bolt, skimming the ground, rushing at Bai Shui with a speed far beyond before his 5 fingers clawed, tearing the air with a shrill shriek and dense shadow corrosion black energy. Before the claw wind even reached the cold, corrosive, slowing negative energy spread like a tide. Bai Shui's blood-red eyes narrowed slightly, for the first time taking this opponent somewhat seriously. She did not dodge. Instead, she stepped forward, clenched her right fist, and threw a seemingly casual punch toward the tearing shadow claw. Fist and claw clashed. Boom! This time there was no silent annihilation. A terrifying explosion detonated in the canyon. The pure collision of strength generated a visible ring-shaped shockwave that spread wildly, violently pushing away nearby rubble and energy turbulence. At the center of the collision, dark red blood energy and thick black shadows intertwined, fiercely corroding and exploding. Eric's figure flew back faster than he had come, crashing heavily into the rock wall behind him, embedding himself several inches deep with cobweb-like cracks spreading from the impact. The shadow claws on his right arm shattered inch by inch, his arm twisted at a grotesque angle, his grayish-blue skin burst open, revealing dark black muscle fibers also corroded by shadow, but no blood flowed, only wisps of black energy leaked out. Bai Shui, however, only stepped back half a pace, causing fine cracks in the rock beneath her. She shook her right hand, on which a very faint, rapidly dissipating dark red glow coated her fist. The disparity was clear. But Eric seemed to feel no pain. His body embedded in the rock wall shuddered, sending rubble flying. He let out a low growl, and the shadow patterns writhing on his body suddenly lit up with a dim light. His twisted right arm under the surging black light forcibly straightened and repaired itself at a visible rate. At the same time his body blurred, and in the next instant he seemed to flow down from the rock wall, like merging into shadow, appearing 5 meters to Bai Shui's left. His intact left hand, fingers together like a blade condensed with an extreme shadow edge, silently stabbed toward her temple. Shadow jump. Short-range teleportation. Bai Shui didn't even turn her head, her left arm blocking backward as if by prescience. Clang! A crisp sound like metal clashing. The shadow blade collided with Bai Shui's forearm, covered in dark red energy, actually sparking material sparks. Eric, failing in his strike, blurred again, appearing like a ghost behind Bai Shui, above her to her right. Each appearance accompanied by a vicious shadow attack, claw, blade, stab, whip, combined with the elusive shadow jump and the shadow corrosion energy attached to his attacks, constantly tried to erode and slow Bai Shui's movements and energy circulation. This was Eric's true strength after enhancement. His shadow-ized body granted terrifying mobility and attack immunity. His shadow corrosion energy made each strike carry a malicious negative effect, and his warrior instincts and obsession with combat allowed him to utilize these abilities to the extreme. For a time, dozens of afterimages of Eric seemed to appear in the canyon surrounding Bai Shui's white figure. Dark shadows and red light clashed violently with continuous explosions, and the aftermath of the battle stirred the energy turbulence into even greater chaos. Lin An watched with a pounding heart, his perception locked onto the battlefield, but he found himself almost unable to keep up with Eric's phantom-like speed. He could only strive to maintain basic concealment, turning himself into a stone, while desperately trying to capture the extremely brief energy fluctuation precursors before each of Eric's shadow jumps, attempting to provide warnings to Bai Shui. But Bai Shui seemed not to need it. Amid the dazzling barrage, her figure remained steady. Every block, dodge, and counterattack was simple, precise, and perfectly timed. Her energy level was clearly far above Eric's. The dark red blood energy had strong resistance to shadow corrosion, even suppressing and purifying those shadow corrosion energies. She seemed more like she was observing, testing. testing Eric's limits after enhancement, testing the characteristics and weaknesses of the shadowization ability. Finally, when Eric, using a shadow jump from directly above, descended like a meteor with his full body weight and boiling shadow in a full force strike, Bai Shui got serious. She did not block or dodge again. She simply raised her right hand index and middle fingers together, and lightly traced a line in the air toward the shadow-clad Eric plunging from above. The motion was casual, like a painter casually sketching a brushstroke on canvas. But as this stroke fell, rip! A piercing sound like the toughest fabric being torn by an invisible blade rang out. The thick armor-like living shadow around Eric, which could largely nullify physical attacks, was easily split from head to toe by a thin yet extremely condensed dark red thread that appeared out of nowhere, as if meeting its nemesis. The shadow collapsed, revealing Eric's grayish-blue true form. His full-force descending strike instantly disintegrated, and he fell like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the ground and creating a shallow crater. On his chest, a vicious wound slanted from right shoulder to left abdomen, deep enough to see bone, was clearly visible. The wound edges had no blood but continuously emitted black shadow energy and dark red energy sparkles, as if the energy within his body was rapidly leaking from this gash. Ugh! Eric let out a painful roar, trying to struggle to his feet, but his body seemed to have lost most of its strength. The shadow patterns flickered wildly, fluctuating between light and dark, and the black and crimson in his eyes waged a frantic battle. Bai Shui walked slowly to stand before him, looking down at him. Her blood-red eyes held no contempt or mockery, only absolute calm. Eric lay on his back, breathing heavily, each exhalation releasing more dissipating energy sparkles. He stared fixedly at Bai Shui, the mad violence in his constantly shadow-corroded yet stubbornly struggling crimson pupils receding like a tide. After several attempts, he finally gave up trying to rise. He just looked at Bai Shui, the corners of his mouth twitching into a painful yet oddly relieved smile. Heh. Heh. He coughed out a few wisps of black energy, his voice hoarse and broken yet unusually clear. You are the strongest I have ever seen. The last trace of madness faded from his eyes, leaving only the clarity of a true warrior facing defeat. To fall by your hand is no disgrace. As his voice died away, the last remnant of crimson light in his eyes completely extinguished. The shadow patterns writhing on his body like vines out of control rebounded fiercely, instantly covering his entire form. The next moment, his body, like a weathered sand sculpture, began to rapidly disintegrate and collapse from the fatal chest wound, turning into countless flying black-gray ashes and dark red ember-like specks. Only a small irregular polyhedral dark purple crystal embedded in a fragment of broken shoulder armor on his left shoulder fell with a light ding onto the gravel after the ashes scattered. The crystal's surface was covered with cracks, but inside an extremely faint energy still seemed to flow, occasionally flashing with a mysterious purple light. The Bone Crusher squad was completely wiped out. Eric, their leader, one of the sharpest blades of the Shadow Corridor, after undergoing painful enhancement and arriving with an obsession to challenge the peak, ultimately shattered like a fragile shadow foam under the absolute moonlight. Bai Shui quietly watched the pile of ashes quickly scattered by the canyon breeze, then looked at the broken crystal on the ground. A flicker of contemplation passed through her blood-red eyes. Lin An emerged from concealment, came to her side, and looked at the empty battlefield and the solitary crystal, momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Shui bent down and picked up the dark purple crystal. Her fingertips touched it. At that moment, the faint purple light within the crystal flickered rapidly several times, as if in a final struggle, then completely dimmed, turning into a cracked, unremarkable stone. But she could sense that some incompletely destroyed encrypted information fluctuations still lingered within. Perhaps this was not merely a record of the battle. She put away the crystal and looked at Lin An. We should leave here. The commotion of the battle was considerable, it will soon attract other eyes. Lin An nodded, casting a final glance at the spot where Eric had been annihilated. There nothing remained except a few scorched marks. Only the eternal wind of the canyon, carrying the scent of sulfur and death, moaned as it blew past. The domain of eternal night. Darkness. Not the ordinary darkness of absent light, but a darkness with weight, texture, and vitality. It pressed in from all directions like cold, viscous seawater, not only depriving vision, but also eroding hearing, smell, touch, and even the perception of space and time. Lin An felt as if he had been cast into the deepest void of the universe, with no ground beneath his feet, unable to distinguish up from down, front from back. A fear of absolute nothingness and solitude stemming from the instinct of life quietly coiled around his heart like icy vines. More terrifyingly, he could clearly feel that his life force, spiritual vitality, and even the activity of the primordial blood, within him were being slowly but continuously extracted and eroded thread by thread in this endless darkness. This was a prince-level domain. A dark dimension completely dominated by Prince Caligio, independent of the main plane. Other powers would be greatly suppressed and weakened. The domain itself continuously absorbed, transformed, and devoured the energy, life force, and even will of the trap, turning them into a source of power to sustain the domain and strengthen the prince himself. "Don't be afraid." Bai Shui's voice, like a warm current breaking through thick ice, sounded clearly in Lin An's ear. It was not transmitted through the air, but a voice that resonated directly in his consciousness. At the same time, a warm and solid energy surged from beside him, quickly forming a semi-transparent egg-shaped shield with dark red runes flowing over its surface, enveloping both of them. Outside the shield, the viscous darkness churned wildly, attempting to penetrate inward. Inside the shield, though the light was still dim, basic vision and spatial perception were at least restored. The icy sensation eroding life force was also greatly weakened. Lin An could barely make out that they now seemed to be suspended above a boundless ocean of rolling shadows. Beneath their feet were shadowy waves that twisted continuously, as if countless anguished faces were sinking and wailing within them. Above there was a deeper, purer, dark firmament. And far ahead, at the center of that surging sea of shadows, the figure of Prince Caligio floated serenely, like a deity born of darkness itself. He still wore the dark purple robe, but within the domain his figure seemed to have become taller and more blurred, as if merging with the entire dark dimension. His silver hair stirred without wind, flowing behind him like streaming moonlight, yet a pale, cold moonlight. Those purple eyes, now the only and terrifying source of light in this absolute darkness, gazed coldly down at the two in the shield. "Struggle in the eternal night." The prince's voice came from all directions with echoes indistinguishable from any specific direction. "This is my kingdom. Every breath you take, every heartbeat provides me with power. And your power will eventually be exhausted." As if to confirm his words, the domain's first wave of assault was suddenly launched. The sea of shadows beneath their feet erupted into a tumultuous boil. Countless tentacles as thick as giant pythons formed from pure shadow and negative energy burst through the sea's surface, accompanied by a shrill, silent scream that directly attacked the soul and lunged from all directions to viciously strangle the dark red shield. On the surfaces of the tentacles, countless anguished, twisted faces appeared and disappeared, opening silent mouths emitting powerful waves of negative emotions like despair, fear, and hatred, attempting to directly assault and contaminate the spirits of the trapped. At the same time, a low, eerie soul scream, as if millions of wronged spirits were wailing in unison, ignored physical barriers, directly penetrated the shield and exploded in the depths of Lin An's and Bai Shui's consciousness. This scream was not a simple sound attack, it was also laced with chaotic fragments of thought and icy spiritual penetrations aiming to disrupt thinking and break down willpower. More insidious was a stream of negative emotion infusion, like a trickling current, pervasive and entering every crack. Loneliness, despair, self-doubt, suspicion of companions, fear of death. All kinds of dark emotions were amplified by the domain, attempting to dissolve the will to resist from within. Facing this all-around multi-layered domain assault, Bai Shui stood at the center of the shield, her blood-red eyes bright like a blood moon. She didn't even look at the strangling shadow tentacles, nor did she deliberately resist the soul scream and emotional infusion. She merely raised her hands slightly and formed a simple ancient hand seal before her chest. Hum! A low, vast hum emanated from within her. Then centered on her a torrent of dark red energy, vast, pure, as if originating from the most ancient source of life, erupted with a roar. This energy, using her as the hub, rapidly infused, strengthened, and animated the dark red shield around her. The shield's light suddenly became solid and thick, and the runes flowing on its surface, as if infused with life, swiftly moved and flickered. The strangling shadow tentacles slammed into the shield, producing a teeth-gritting, sizzling sound of corrosion, but could not advance an inch. Instead, under the backlash of the dark red energy, they rapidly melted, dispersed, and reverted to part of the sea of shadows. The intangible soul scream and emotional infusion upon touching the dark red runes flowing on the shield's surface were rapidly purified and dispelled like snow under a blazing sun, unable to penetrate a single bit. Bai Shui maintained the hand seal, her blood-red eyes calmly gazing at the distant prince. Her complexion was slightly paler than before, and fine beads of sweat again appeared on her forehead. Clearly, within this domain completely dominated by the enemy and suppressing other attributes, erecting and maintaining such a level of protection and purification was no small drain on her. But she stood steadily, her aura without any sign of disturbance. Lin An stood behind her, his fists clenched tightly. His perception was greatly suppressed within the domain, its range significantly reduced, yet his sensitivity to energy flow seemed heightened by the adverse circumstances. He could clearly see that the dark red energy released by Bai Shui seemed to be of a higher essential level than the prince's gloomy shadow power, thus allowing her to resist more with less, breaking quantity with quality. But at the same time he also felt with extreme clarity that the shield's energy was being continuously eroded and consumed by the domain, and Bai Shui's own energy reserves were not inexhaustible. After a prolonged assault with no success, the cold amusement in the distant prince's eyes finally turned into a deep solemnity. For the first time he truly regarded the white-haired woman before him as an opponent of equal level requiring his full effort. Very well. The prince's voice sounded again with less mockery and more killing intent. To be able to resist the erosion of eternal night devouring for so long and even purify soul-level attacks. The essence of your power exceeds my expectations. He slowly raised his hands and began to form complex ancient hand seals before his chest. With his movements the entire sea of shadows violently boiled and roared. The darkness everywhere within the domain became even more viscous and heavy, and the suppression force on non-shadow attributes abruptly increased by a level. Even the dark red shield erected by Bai Shui emitted a subtle hum of strain, its light dimming a fraction. But here after all is my domain. The prince's purple eyes flashed with a fierce light. You should be proud to have forced me to use this move. His hands abruptly brought the seals together. The sea of shadows beneath his feet, as if a red-hot boulder had been thrown into it, exploded with a thunderous roar. Countless shadows converged and rose, coalescing behind the prince into a 100-meter-tall blurry phantom of a dark giant god exuding a terrifying world-ending pressure. The phantom slowly opened its eyes, revealing two burning, all-devouring purple vortexes. Die here! The dark giant god phantom slowly raised its colossal palm formed of pure shadow and destruction rules, blotting out the sky, aiming at Bai Shui and Lin An within the shield. A powerful force. The shadow palm of the dark giant god, carrying the full might of the domain, slowly descended toward the dark red shield like a collapsing starfield. Where it passed, space groaned under the strain, and the surging sea of shadows was completely pushed aside and annihilated, revealing the even deeper, more void-like dark foundation beneath. This strike had transcended pure energy collision, embodying Prince Caligula's ultimate understanding of the eternal night devouring domain. Erasure. Erasure of existence, erasure of traces, turning the target completely into nourishment to sustain the domain's operation. Within the shield, Lin An felt his very soul tremble under the overwhelming pressure of this catastrophe, as if it would be crushed and assimilated in the next moment. He clenched his teeth, devoting all his mental focus to perception, not to observe the terrifying giant palm but to lock onto the state of Bai Shui beside him. He could see that the vast dark red energy within her was circulating at an unprecedented speed, resisting the pervasive erosion of the domain, while continuously pouring into the shield. But the shield's light under the pressure of the sky-covering giant palm had dimmed to its limit. The runes flowing on its surface flickered unsteadily, emitting faint but dense cracking sounds. Bai Shui still maintained that ancient hand seal, her blood-red eyes fixed on the descending giant palm, her face still expressionless. But Lin An keenly caught a glimpse of something extremely subtle, as if it had slept for eons, quietly awakening in the depths of her eyes. It was not an increase in power but a transformation of essence. Just as the shadow giant palm was less than 10 meters from the top of the shield, and the destructive pressure was about to crush both of them, and the shield into dust, Bai Shui gently closed her eyes. Then she opened them again. In that instant it was as if some invisible shackles quietly snapped within her. The aura around her underwent a earth-shattering transformation. No longer the profound depth of a restrained abyss, nor the sharp coldness of battle, but a majesty vast, ancient, noble, as if flowing from the source of the river of time. Like a sleeping dragon opening its eyes, like a hidden star bursting into light. The first change was in her appearance. That white hair, falling like a snow waterfall, rose without wind and wildly danced behind her. At the ends of her hair a flowing silver glow, as if condensed from moonlight, began to appear. This silver glow was not static, it spread and flowed upward along the strands like a living thing, giving her hair a dreamlike color, half snow-white and half flowing silver. Her whole body was also enveloped in a hazy sacred silver halo, like descending moonlight in this absolute dark domain, dazzling and inviolable. Her blood-red eyes did not change color, they remained that deep red. But if one looked closely they would find extremely subtle, extremely ancient silver runes quietly appearing and flowing in the deepest part of her pupils like stars moving across a blood-red sky, endowing those eyes with a supreme divinity that sees through all things and is indifferent to everything. The greatest change lay in the essence of her energy. That originally pure and vast dark red energy did not change color, but its quality and quantity underwent an astonishing leap. It became more condensed, each strand seeming to bear the weight of rules. It became more pure, all impurities eliminated, leaving only the most primordial, most ancient power characteristics, a noble and ancient pressure surpassing that of ordinary vampire prince energy, diffused like a tide with the release of energy. Even more strangely, within this vast torrent of dark red energy, countless tiny silver specks like stardust began to emerge. These specks blended perfectly with the dark red energy, far from being jarring, instead seeming to infuse it with soul and divinity, giving this power a contradictory beauty that was both sacred and profound, both inclusive and majestic. When this transformed aura truly belonging to her was released without reservation, the entire eternal night devouring domain shuddered violently. The slowly descending shadow giant palm, as if hitting an invisible, absolutely inviolable barrier, suddenly halted its downward momentum. At the edge where the palm contacted the dark red shield, a piercing screech erupted, as if two worlds were grinding and crushing against each other. Countless intertwined energy currents of shadow, dark red and silver, exploded violently, pushing back the churning sea of shadows around. The surging sea of shadows, as if encountering its natural enemy, became sluggish and cowering, even emitting low, fear-filled whimpers. The domain's own omnipresent, devouring and eroding power, upon touching the silver halo around Bai Shui, rapidly melted and retreated like snow under a blazing sun. In the distance, Prince Caligula, floating at the center of the sea of shadows, had his face as calm and cold, killing intent completely freeze in this moment. His pupils suddenly contracted to pinprick size. In the depths of his purple eyes, the confidence and arrogance of controlling all and looking down on all were shattered like fragile glass by this unbelievable scene before him, replaced by an undiluted shocked disbelief and a trace of a trembling named awe buried deep in memory, almost forgotten. This aura. The prince's voice for the first time showed obvious fluctuation, even carrying a barely noticeable tremor. He stared fixedly at Bai Shui, enveloped by silver glow and dark red energy, his gaze as if trying to penetrate the halo to see the true essence beneath. The impact of this realization shook Prince Caligula's mind far more than any gap in power. All his schemes, all his machinations, even the confidence to launch this war, now seemed so ridiculous and dangerous. Bai Shui paid no attention to the prince's horrified gaze and inner turmoil. She merely raised her right hand slowly, her movements still composed, yet carrying a weight that seemed to be able to move the rules of the world. At her fingertip, a small ball of energy began to coalesce. Not the previous vast outward-releasing torrent of energy. This ball of energy was extremely condensed, only the size of a fingernail, and entirely of a deep dark red color. But if one gazed into its core, they would find that it was not static. There was a tiny silver vortex, like a nascent universe, slowly rotating and collapsing. Each rotation of the vortex emitted a terrifying fluctuation that could freeze the soul, as if it could devour light, annihilate matter, and dissolve rules. She pointed the energy ball at her fingertip, which had condensed her true power after transformation, toward Prince Caligula, whose mind was trembling in the distance. Her blood-red eyes calmly gazed at him like a deity looking down on a presumptuous mortal. Her voice sounded in this dark domain, which had become sluggish and oppressive due to the release of her aura. It was not loud but extremely clear, each word carrying the weight of a verdict, as if branded directly onto the prince's soul. She paused, and the energy ball at her fingertip brightened slightly. "It's time to end this." The moment the words fell, that extremely condensed dark red energy ball with a vortex spinning at its center vanished from her fingertip. It appeared before Prince Caligula less than an inch from his brow. When that energy ball contained, when the dark red energy orb bearing the dual essence of destruction and rebirth, with a silver vortex swirling at its core, materialized like a ghostly apparition just an inch before his brow, Prince Caligula felt as if all the blood in his veins had frozen in that instant. The ultimate threat of death, like the iciest steel needle, ruthlessly pierced through all his pride, schemes, and terror. At the brink of life and death, millennia of combat instincts and survival desires overwhelmed everything. Roar! He let out an inhuman roar, a mixture of fury, shock, and madness. The boiling dark purple energy around him surged forward, recklessly condensing into an immensely thick, towering shield of dark purple energy covered in thorny skeletons and skulls before his brow. Simultaneously, the shadowy sea beneath his feet churned backward, violently transforming into countless heavy curtains of shadow layered thickly before him. He himself retreated at a speed that almost tore the fabric of space, throwing all his strength into a desperate sidestep. All these defenses and evasions happened in the blink of an eye, reaching the limits of his reaction. Yet, sizzle! A soft sound like a hot knife cutting through butter. That massive dark purple energy shield, infused with a significant portion of the prince's essence upon contact with the dark red silver gleaming energy orb, failed to withstand even a tenth of a second. It silently vaporized and annihilated from the point of contact like snow under the sun. Next came the layered curtains of shadow enough to withstand a volley from an entire legion. They met their bane unable even to slow the orb's speed. In the spreading silver halo they rapidly faded and dissipated like pencil marks erased by a rubber. The orb's speed seemed unhurried, yet it carried a strange fateful sense of inevitable hit. No matter how the prince retreated or changed his trajectory, it followed him like a shadow relentlessly locked onto his brow, its distance even slowly and steadily shrinking. No! Clear terror finally surfaced in the prince's violet eyes. He felt the terrifying power from the silver vortex at the orb's core, capable of utterly annihilating his soul's essence. At this critical moment of life and death he dared not hold back any longer, not even bothering to maintain the stability of the eternal night devour domain. He roared, clapping his hands together in front of his chest. The vast power of shadow law and his innate blood energy surged forth like a breached dam, constructing layer upon layer of more solid and complex barrier of rules before him, even burning a portion of his soul to summon the deepest power of the domain for a counterattack. Boom, 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 boom! Dense and muffled explosions erupted within the domain. The dark red silver gleaming energy orb collided with the prince's desperate defenses, layer by layer annihilating each other. Each collision triggered violent tremors in the domain space, blasting enormous holes in the shadowy sea. Even the phantom of the dark colossal god flickered as if on the verge of dissolving. Amid the wild energy currents the prince's figure was like a falling leaf in a storm, constantly flung and battered by the explosion's shockwaves. His magnificent dark purple robe was torn to shreds, and dark red blood, the blood of a vampire, began seeping from the corners of his mouth, his ears, and even his skin. His aura visibly withered, his face pale as paper. In contrast, Bai Shui remained still standing in place, surrounded by a halo of silver and dark red light, her wildly dancing hair gradually calming. She merely raised one hand, maintaining the energy output, her blood-red eyes, silver blood eyes, watching the prince's pathetic resistance and flight with indifference. The disparity was clear, the outcome was decided. Before the White Knight Queen, who had fully unleashed her true power, Prince Calido, despite the advantage of his domain, was ruthlessly crushed by the absolute gap in strength. Yet, in this seemingly one-sided situation, the prince, his senses sharpened by fear and desperation, caught a subtle but crucial detail. No matter how fierce the battle, no matter how she mobilized power to suppress and attack him, Bai Shui always diverted a trace of her will, extremely subtle but unwavering, toward the human youth she was fiercely protecting behind her. Lin An was her deepest, most vulnerable weakness beneath her powerful facade. This discovery, like a poisonous flame igniting in the darkness, instantly lit up Prince Calido's near-despairing heart. Since the chance of victory in a direct confrontation was slim, then a wicked, mad, desperate scheme rapidly took shape in his agonized, chaotic mind. The remaining fear in his violet eyes quickly gave way to a venomous, desperate madness. Caught again by the remnants of the dark red silver energy, the prince groaned, spitting a large mouthful of dark red, almost black blood. His aura plummeted once more. He staggered backward as if at the end of his strength, struggling even to maintain his hover, his figure swaying. His face showed extreme pain and unwillingness, his gaze unfocused, as if he were about to be utterly defeated. The energy light at Bai Shui's fingertips paused slightly, as if judging the opponent was helpless and readying for a final blow. Yet in that extremely brief moment before her energy was released. Now! Under his lowered eyelids a flash of mad light blazed. Feigning collapse, he retreated again, seemingly to widen the distance, but in reality to create a minuscule temporal and angular gap. As he retreated, as if his energy had gone haywire from severe injuries, he deliberately took a dark red energy strike from Bai Shui, a strike not fully powered, square on his chest. Ugh! Another mouthful of blood sprayed out, his chest robe burst open, revealing a charred wound. His aura instantly withered to its lowest, like a candle flickering in the wind. But in the instant he lowered his head to spit blood, shielded by the gushing blood and chaotic energy fluctuations. An extremely subtle wisp of dark purple light, almost without any energy leakage, pale to near transparency, like a venomous snake with a life of its own, silently peeled away from his brow. This wisp of light, as fine as a strand of hair, contained a small portion of the prince's soul imprint, and a most sinister, insidious, forbidden art. Shadow soul parasite. Its target was not Bai Shui. Instead, taking advantage of the brief moment when Bai Shui, distracted by his severe injury, slightly relaxed her attention, like a shadow arrow traversing the void at a speed surpassing thought, bypassing the violent energy currents between them, it followed an extremely cunning, nearly space-folding trajectory, silently shooting toward Lin An behind Bai Shui. The phantom of fear, that wisp of dark purple light as fine as a strand of hair, as faint as a shadow, perfectly concealed by the prince's gushing blood and the chaotic energy currents, crossed the boundaries of reality, an illusion without causing any spatial fluctuations or energy ripples. It was a direct, most insidious erosion of the soul. Lin An's full attention was captivated by the breathtaking peak duel before him. He witnessed the sacredness and majesty of Bai Shui Yizera as she unleashed her true power, feeling the overwhelming energy suppressing and tearing apart the dark domain. His heart was filled with awe and a stirring pride. At the same time, he was tense from the prince's desperate cornered beast counterattack. He was utterly unaware of the deadly crisis descending upon him. Until that wisp of light, like an invisible venomous needle, silently touched the surface of the dark red shield maintained by Bai Shui around him. The shield was highly effective against physical and energy attacks, but against this forbidden art of shadow soul parasite, driven by pure malice and curses and infused with the prince's soul imprint, its defensive power was greatly diminished. The wisp of light paused briefly, like mercury finding a crack, and then seeped into the shield in a strange way, not by force but as if recognized as harmless, or homologous, containing the prince's highly sophisticated soul disguise, allowing it passage. The next second, the light touched the skin of Lin An's brow. Cold. Not a physical cold, but a bone-chilling, soul-piercing cold that seemed to freeze thought itself. Lin An's entire body shuddered violently. The world before his eyes twisted and rippled like a stone thrown into a pond. The figure of white steadfastly guarding him, surrounded by silver and dark red light, began to blur and warp. Bai Shui's face, cold, beautiful, and now exuding infinite majesty, became strange and grotesque as if seen through a cracked frosted glass. Her silver blood eyes seemed to reflect a sinister purple light, and the corners of her mouth seemed to curl into a cold, mocking smile he had never seen before. The sacred silver halo around her seemed tainted with viscous darkness, becoming foul and ominous. The scene of the Shadow Fortress's main hall also began to change drastically. The walls, built of black crystal, began to ooze thick dark red blood, flowing down the walls and pooling into sticky blood puddles on the floor. Countless tormented human faces emerged on the wall surfaces, silently screaming, with blood tears streaming from their hollow eyes. The black crystal spine supporting the hall seemed to come alive, writhing slowly like a giant python, emitting a grating sound. The sounds of the peak duel, energy roars and domain tremors, quickly faded and blurred, replaced by other sounds. First a faint buzzing like countless whispers mixed with venomous curses and mad ramblings directly poured into his mind. Then a familiar shrill voice exploded like nails scraping glass. "It's all because of you. You killed me. You brought this all on. Give me your blood. Your soul." It was Duke Weilon. The voice was filled with the venom and unwillingness of the dying, echoing in Lin An's soul over and over. Not just Weilon. More voices joined the dying hisses of the mist shadow panthers annihilated in the fog, the screams of soldiers slain by Bai Shui in the formation, the muffled groans of fallen shadow blades, and even the countless despairing cries from the ruins on the scorched earth path. All these sounds merged into a chaotic, agonizing torrent of blame and hatred, violently assaulting his consciousness. The solid ground beneath his feet seemed to turn into a rotting quagmire, cold and sticky, with countless slimy, cold things like seaweed or tentacles winding up to drag him into the abyss. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood and decay. Every breath felt like inhaling shards of glass cutting his lungs. And his newly sharpened perception, which had grown remarkably, now became an amplifier of pain, an accomplice dragging him into hell. The world he could once clearly perceive, the flow of energy, the pulse of life, the colors of emotion, now completely collapsed, twisted and stained with the darkest hues. He saw countless surging malevolent soul fragments, and curses given form. He heard the death throes of all things and the greedy roars of predators. He felt the world's direct rejection and hatred for him. The external horrors and sounds acted like keys, violently unlocking the deepest emotional valves within Lin An, valves he had never fully acknowledged or dared to face. Fear of war, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, shattered homes, the heavy images of countless lives lost indirectly because of him surged uncontrollably. Guilt for dragging Bai Shui down. If not for him, she wouldn't have been caught in this war, wouldn't have faced such a powerful enemy, wouldn't have had to risk herself time and again. She was such a powerful, perfect existence, but protecting fragile him had tied her hands and even put her in danger. He was her burden, her weakness. Disgust for his own blood, this so-called primordial blood, what had it brought? Endless coveting, pursuit, war and death. It was like an inescapable curse, not only plunging him into despair, but also bringing danger to the most important people around him. Why him? Why did he have to possess this damn thing? Why did he have to possess this damn thing? These negative emotions, normally suppressed by trust, dependence, and growth, were now amplified and given form by the prince's forbidden art, turning into the sharpest blades, cutting into his reason, his faith, and his perception of the world from within. Lin An could no longer bear it. He suddenly released his clenched fists, clutching his head with both hands, his nails digging deep into his scalp as if trying to claw out the maddening visions and sounds flooding his mind. Reality before his eyes completely collapsed. Bai Shui's figure vanished, the fortress hall vanished, all true existence vanished. In its place was a boundless, endless prison of the heart, composed purely of fear, guilt, hatred, and despair. He saw himself being dragged from a pool of blood by countless pale, rotting arms, pulled toward a writhing, tooth-filled dark maw. He saw Bai Shui standing in the distance, her back to him, her silver hair stained with blood, her figure gradually becoming transparent, finally dissolving into specks of light, leaving only a cold, disappointed, "You brought this on me." He saw his own blood seeping from every pore, turning into burning flames, consuming not only himself, but also everything around him. Bright moons sloped the city, the castle, setting them ablaze and devouring them. Truth and falsehood, reality and illusion, past and present, fear and phantasm. All boundaries blurred and dissolved. He could no longer distinguish where reality ended and hell began. The dam of reason, under the assault of this terrifying torrent from within and without, finally emitted the last strained crack of collapse. "No. Not me. Let me go. Go away. All of you go away." He sobbed hoarsely, his words incoherent, his body trembling violently from extreme fear, his pupils dilated, his gaze losing all focus, leaving only pure instinct. In the overwhelming tidal wave of illusions that drowned everything, the last faintest spark of biological instinct, like a dying candle in a storm, flickered tenaciously. Escape. Escape this hell. Escape the hands grabbing him. Escape the maw about to devour him. Escape the source of all this pain. He didn't know. He just wanted to escape. The fatal trap. Lin An. Bai Shui sensed it the moment the wisp of light touched Lin An's brow. That wisp of light, though secretive, was instantly caught under her fully unleashed perception, which was subtly opposing the domain, especially her near-instinctive, all-encompassing vigilance over Lin An's safety. It was like a firefly in the dark night. Yet she was still a fraction too late. The prince's performance of struggling desperately and taking a hit was too convincing. The gushing blood and chaotic energy perfectly masked the light's trajectory and fluctuations. By the time she realized it wasn't merely a flare-up of injuries but a sinister, insidious strike, the light had already seeped through the shield and touched Lin An. The cold indifference in her blood-red eyes was instantly replaced by shock and a rare trace of panic. She immediately tried to withdraw some of the power suppressing the prince, to purify and dispel the vile, forbidden art that had invaded Lin An. But how could Prince Calido miss this golden opportunity? Ha! Too late! Though his aura was withered and his chest wound hideous, a mad, triumphant light blazed in his eyes. He had long anticipated that she would be distracted by that human boy. Just as Bai Shui's mind trembled and her power retreated. In that flash of lightning and stone, the prince forcibly mustered his last vestiges of life essence, heedless of the worsening injuries, and launched a long-planned, most ferocious counterattack against Bai Shui. He flung his arms wide, and the towering dark deity phantom behind him, which had been flickering unsteadily, let out a silent roar and abruptly exploded. It shattered into countless wailing, shadowy wraiths like a surging black torrent that had burst its banks, carrying the last remnants of the domain's power, engulfing the sky and earth as they swept toward Bai Shui. These shadowy wraiths were not corporeal, they were pure aggregates of negative energy and curses, specifically targeting the soul and energy structures, extremely corrosive and fearless, only seeking to delay her even for an instant. Simultaneously, the residual power of the shadow sea beneath the prince's feet surged wildly, transforming into countless resilient shadow chains that coiled from all directions around Bai Shui's ankles and wrists, restricting her movements. Faced with this sudden, near-suicidal counterattack, Bai Shui was forced to divert a significant portion of her mind and power to respond. Around her a dazzling radiance of silver and dark crimson flared. Her hands moved swiftly, conjuring condensed moon blades and dark blood shockwaves that annihilated large swaths of the oncoming shadowy wraiths while shattering the entangling shadow chains. Yet that brief moment of delay, less than a single breath, was enough for irreversible change to occur for Lin An. Escape! Escape! Lin An's eyes had completely lost their luster, consumed by boundless terror-induced hallucinations. His face was streaked with tears and mucus, his body hunching and trembling from extreme fear. Bai Shui's call. Lin An, which carried a powerful spirit-soothing force. reached his ears, but it transformed into the wailing of vengeful wraiths in the hallucinations, or the final sigh of Bai Shui before she vanished in disappointment, not only failing to awaken him, but intensifying his fear. He spun around abruptly, no longer looking at the center of the energy storm that made his soul tremble, actually the sight of Bai Shui, and the prince's clash, his gaze unfocused as it swept toward the rear of the main hall. Under the prince's preset perception hallucination overlay that was now subtly twisted by the residual domain power, what lay there was not a solid metal wall etched with defensive runes, but a gradually brightening peaceful passage exit filled with the promise of escape. It seemed that if he rushed in he could shake off all the terror and pain behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin An, completely dominated by hallucinations and instinct, let out a garbled whimper, and with all his strength stumbled and dashed wildly in that direction. This demonstrated the prince's insidious cunning and malicious scheming. He had calculated Lin An's reaction after being ensnared, twisted the sensory feedback of that area in advance, and disguised it as the only path to survival, luring Lin An into a trap. Bai Shui wanted to charge over immediately to stop him, but the prince's soul-devouring attack and shadow chains fueled by his burning life essence clung to her like the most viscous glue, holding her firmly in place. Each time she annihilated a shadowy wraith or shattered a chain, more would fill the gap. As Lin An drew closer to the metal wall disguised as a passage 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, he even reached out his hand as if to push open that door. Bai Shui's silver blood eyes suddenly blazed with piercing cold light. She could wait no longer. Even if it meant enduring a blow from the prince, she had to save Lin An. She bit her tongue fiercely, and a burst of blood containing pure queenly life essence spurted out, merging into the silver radiance around her. The protective aura instantly blazed violently, repelling the surrounding shadowy wraiths and shadow chains, creating a small gap. In that gap of less than a tenth of a second, the fingers of her left hand suddenly clenched in the air, grasping toward Lin An's fleeing back. A dark blood energy rope as solid as the purest blood crystal shot out from her palm like lightning. It precisely evaded several obscure energy interferences the prince had deliberately placed along the path, crossing nearly 100 meters, and in the instant before Lin An's fingers touched the deadly wall, the blood rope wrapped around his waist with perfect accuracy, and then tightened abruptly. However, Lin An's consciousness was now completely submerged by fear. In his distorted perception, the sudden restraint became the rotting arms reaching out from blood pools and the hallucinations trying to drag him into the abyss. "Let me go!" He let out an even more piercing scream, struggling wildly, trying to tear the restraint from his waist. Bai Shui pulled backward. A powerful force traveled along the rope, halting Lin An's forward momentum and sending him flying backward through the air. And in the same instant he was pulled from his original spot. Boom! Rumble! The seemingly ordinary metal wall ahead of where he had stood collapsed inward and opened. A circular hole over 2 meters in diameter with violent purple-black energy swirling at its edges abruptly appeared. The next second, like a volcano erupting after millennia of suppression, a blazing, blinding torrent of dark purple energy mixed with destructive power and high-temperature plasma burst forth from the hole like an enraged dragon. Where the torrent passed, the air was ionized, producing sharp explosions, and the solid metal floor and walls instantly melted and vaporized, leaving deep scorch marks and flowing molten metal. The energy torrent roared past Lin An's back as he was still midair, pulled back. The clothes on his back instantly turned to ash, his skin felt a searing pain, and he even smelled the stench of his own burning flesh. Had he not been pulled back in time, even a delay of 0.1 seconds, he would have been completely devoured by that terrifying torrent, leaving no trace. Thud! Lin An was dragged heavily back to Bai Shui's side, crashing onto the cold black crystal floor. The violent impact and the burning pain on his back caused a fleeting bewildered flicker in his unfocused eyes, but it was quickly swallowed by deeper terror hallucinations. He curled up on the ground, clutching his head, his body trembling violently, letting out unintelligible moans, his eyes vacant, still trapped in the prison of the mind. And almost simultaneously with Lin An's fall, a muffled sound. To save Lin An in the nick of time, Bai Shui had been distracted, and in the moment she pulled him back, she used her body to block the possible splash of the energy torrent. This caused an extremely minute yet exploitable flaw in her own defense, one that a master like the prince could seize. An attack like a shadowy spiral spike condensed from the prince's last venomous swoop pierced through the gap in the silver radiance, and slammed into the left side of Bai Shui's shoulder blade. Although she reacted quickly, immediately channeling energy to block and dissipating most of its power, the insidious corrosive force within the shadow spike still managed to invade her body. Bai Shui swayed slightly, letting out a muffled groan. The fabric on her left shoulder blade was corroded, revealing a hole. On her pale skin a small patch of dark purple bruise, wriggling like a living thing, began to spread rapidly. A thread of bright red blood slowly seeped from her tightly pressed lips stark against her pale skin. She slowly raised her hand, wiping away the bloodstain, her movements still composed. But her silver blood eyes were no longer calm or majestic. They had transformed into two patches of frozen blood-red ice that burned with cold fury. She raised her head, her gaze like the sharpest icicle locking onto the distant Prince Calido, whose aura had become even more withered after using his last sinister trick, yet whose face bore a twisted smile of triumph. Her voice low but carrying the weight of the entire eternal shadow forest, and the killing intent of condensed moonlight echoed word by word crystal clear in the shattered domain. You! The residual silver and dark crimson energy around her began to violently contract, compress, and boil like a powder keg ignited. A far more terrifying and destructive aura, like an awakened world-ending beast, slowly lifted its head. Are seeking death. Inner struggle. Boundless darkness and twisted hallucinations like the most viscous swamp enveloped every shred of Lin An's consciousness. He curled up on the cold ground, though his perception was distorted. A trace of bodily sensation remained real, trembling violently, his teeth chattering. Before his eyes were surging hellish scenes, pools of blood, rotting arms, the vanishing white figure, blazing flames. In his ears were Weilan's curses, the wails of countless souls, and by Shue's calls twisted into sighs or accusations by the hallucinations. Escape. Can't escape. It's all my fault. I caused it. All because of me. Whispers of self-denial and roars of fear intertwined in his mind. The prince's forbidden art acted like a most vicious catalyst, magnifying and manifesting the negative emotions buried deep in his heart, constructing an impregnable prison of the mind that trapped him securely. The lamp of reason flickered in the storm, on the verge of being extinguished, as if it would sink forever into eternal madness and darkness. Yet on the edge of the abyss where consciousness was about to be annihilated, something deeper, warmer, and more real, like mineral veins buried deep underground, began to stubbornly resist the erosion, and gradually emit a faint but steadfast light. The first thing to break through the darkness was touch. Around his waist, the restraint that had forcibly pulled him back from the brink of death, after the blood crystal rope dissipated, what remained was not the cold slipperiness of rotting arms from the hallucinations, but a trace of extremely subtle yet real warmth. That was the quality of Bai Shue's energy, cool yet firm, carrying her unique aura. This warmth pierced like a needle, tearing a hole in the hallucination. Then came fragments of memory, like fish swimming upstream, battering against the walls of the mind prison. No longer the distorted images of fear, but the most vivid, undeniable truths deposited in the deepest layers of consciousness. That cold, rainy night he was driven out of his home, curled up by a pile of trash, despair surging like a tide. Then a pair of clean, delicate boots stopped before him. He looked up, meeting a pair of calm blood eyes. She reached out her hand to him, her voice devoid of warmth, yet like moonlight breaking through the clouds. At school, Zhao Gang and his cronies cornered him, but Bai Shue, with just her gaze and presence, scared those thugs away. She stood before him, her silhouette not tall, yet seeming to shield him from all the malice in the world. He clumsily braided a starlight grass bracelet, and shyly handed it to her. She took it, examined it carefully, then put it on her wrist, a genuine tender smile spreading in her blood eyes, and said softly, "It's very beautiful." Every time they faced danger after a battle ended, her first instinct was always to turn to him, anxiously checking if he was injured. That unguarded concern was more real than any words. These images were like fireflies in the darkness, faint and scattered at first. But they were too real for the hallucinations to distort or cover. They carried the purest emotions: protection, trust, tenderness, cherishing, and love. They began to converge, automatically echoing each other, their light growing brighter, gradually forming a warm ocean of light, starkly opposing the surrounding cold fear hallucinations. No. Not like this. In Lin An's unfocused pupils the faintest glimmer of struggle began to appear. His hands gripping his head had their knuckles turning white from effort, but the trembling seemed to lessen. The hallucinations, sensing the threat, grew more violent. Weilan's curses became more piercing, more arms reached out from the pools of blood, the image of Bai Shue vanishing became more vivid. "Shut up. They're all fake." A weak but resolute voice sounded from the deepest part of Lin An's consciousness. It was his own voice, the voice of the youth who had grown through countless crises and had become braver under Bai Shue's protection. His activated perception having been tempered by the emotional torrent of the ancient battlefield, and acquiring the trait of toughening, did not collapse under the assault of the hallucinations. Instead, it began to reveal its true potential. It started to spontaneously distinguish and anchor. Perception was no longer a passive receiver of fear signals, it became an active sieve. It began to frantically analyze all incoming information, which were soul fragment fluctuations from external invasion filled with malice, which were phantom images produced by magnified and twisted emotions, which were undeniable imprints of truth deeply embedded in memory. Absolute trust in Bai Shui was the core running through all true memories, and also the strongest belief supporting him, preventing him from being completely swallowed by the hallucinations. She was right beside him. She had just risked her own safety to save him. She would never look at him with that disappointed cold gaze. She needed him. This thought, like a final spark, ignited all the gathered warmth and resilient will. I can't burden her anymore. I have to help her. With this intense thought, the power gathered in the depths of Lin An's consciousness, formed by the convergence of true memories and the unwavering belief in Bai Shui, finally reached a critical point. Boom! Not a physical sound, but a cataclysmic explosion within his spiritual world. A pure, resilient spiritual force imbued with blazing vitality and a strong protective will, like the first ray of sunlight piercing through thick clouds at dawn, or a volcano suppressed to its limit finally erupting, burst forth from the core of his consciousness. This force was not a chaotic surge, it had clear aim and direction. Using those true memories as coordinates, and his trust in Bai Shui as a guide, it instantly condensed into a sharp, blazing spear of the heart-mind, plunging fiercely toward the source of the invading soul and the vicious forbidden art that had built the prison of hallucinations, the prince's fragment of life essence soul and the evil technique. The terrifying hallucinations, piercing curses and distorted images under the impact of this spear of the heart-mind, containing all his positive will and faith, let out miserable soundless shrieks and began to rapidly dissolve and scatter. Wei Lun's face shattered, the blood pools evaporated, the rotting arms turned to smoke. The prison of the mind from within was torn open by this light of the heart. Prince Calido, who had been invigorated by Bai Shui's injury and was grinning ferociously as he prepared to launch a final assault to exhaust her power or force a greater opening, abruptly froze. He let out a muffled groan, staggering backward uncontrollably as if struck by an invisible hammer on his head, the shock from the severed soul fragment. The prince lifted his head sharply, his purple eyes filled with incredulous shock and fury, locking onto the distant youth who had stopped trembling and whose eyes were regaining clarity. How is this possible? His voice, hoarse and distorted from the soul wound, carried a rage beyond comprehension. A mere ant of a human could break my soul attack. This was completely beyond his understanding. A human spiritual will should be as fragile as paper before a vampire's, especially a prince's soul techniques. It was unreasonable, impossible. Yet the sharp pain and weakness from the depths of his soul mercilessly declared this incredible thing had indeed happened. One of his greatest assets, the insidious scheme targeting mental weaknesses, had not only failed utterly but had become a fatal mistake that backfired. And at this critical moment, when the prince, shaken by the soul backlash, lost control of his power, a pair of silver blood eyes burning with cold fury and resolute murderous intent had already locked onto him like a vice. Like a hawk fixated on its prey, it locked onto him. The final judgment. The subtle yet piercing backlash of the soul, like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, set off a chain of chaos far beyond expectations. Though the backlash was negligible compared to the prince's vast ocean of soul energy, its suddenness and targeted nature were crucial. It attacked not the quantity of the soul but the focus of intent that was highly concentrated and poised to deliver a fatal strike. Like a top-tier sniper at the moment of pulling the trigger, being precisely stung in the aiming eye by a wasp. The searing pain and unimaginable horror caused the shadow spear the prince had conjured to instantly dissipate, and his delicate control over the resentful spirit's shadow and the shadow chains suffered a brief yet irreparable lag and deviation. This lag in an ordinary battle might be fleeting and inconsequential. But when facing an opponent of Bai Shui's caliber, especially at a moment when her fury had reached its peak due to Lin An's peril, this flaw became a straight path to death. The instant the prince's aura showed the slightest disturbance, Bai Shui, like a hawk locking onto its prey, erupted with a cold light that pierced through all illusions. 1. An indescribable strange hum, as if the entire space was bowing to her, erupted from within her. The dark red energy that had been vast and overwhelming around her like a stellar core ignited, instantly surged to a terrifying height that made the soul tremble. The wildly dancing white hair with the silvery moon glow at the tips suddenly blazing transformed into burning silver flames fluttering behind her, completely dispelling and purifying the remaining darkness and shadows. She slowly brought her hands together in front of her fingertips, touching her movements solemn and slow as if holding something immensely heavy. As her hands converged, the terrifying energy that had reached its peak enough to easily tear apart a domain did not burst outward. Instead it contracted and compressed in a way that defied logic, gathering toward the center of her palms. The vast dark red blood energy spun, collapsed, and fused wildly between her palms, finally condensing into a beam of light as thin as a finger, no more than half a foot long, exhibiting a primordial chaotic dark silver-red hue. This beam was condensed to the extreme with no energy leakage. Even light seemed to be devoured by it, with only a faint ring of space-time ripples barely visible at its edges. It hovered silently between Bai Shui's converging palms, yet exuded a sense of finality that silenced all things and shattered the very rules. As if it were the embodiment of destruction and judgment. The moment that dark red beam took shape, the prince's soul was seized with terror. An extreme threat of death, as if his soul would be frozen and utterly erased, flooded him like icy seawater, drowning him from head to toe. He could even feel his very own eternal night devour domain under the faint fluctuations of that beam, beginning to emit the agonized groans of imminent collapse. No! The prince let out a desperate and unwilling roar. He no longer cared about his injuries or the backlash. The instinct to survive overrode all reason. He frantically and recklessly activated every last resort life-saving secret technique and forbidden method. Shadow doppelganger. He attempted to instantly transfer most of his soul and core power to a doppelganger puppet long hidden in the depths of the domain's shadow, leaving a hollow shell to absorb the attack. Soul transfer. He even burned more of his essence, trying to forcibly project his consciousness and soul imprint temporarily onto a backup control node in the Shadow Fortress, hoping to escape by shedding his skin. Absolute defense. He compressed all remaining Shadow Rule power and blood energy regardless of cost before him, constructing a thick layered dark purple-black rhomboid shield shimmering with countless thorn and skull runes. This was the strongest defense he could muster with his prince authority and domain enhancement, reputedly capable of briefly withstanding a full-powered strike from a being of the same rank. Yet, facing the dark red beam condensed with Bai Shui's full fury, all of the prince's struggles and defenses appeared as pale and powerless as snow under the sun. It locked onto the prince. Under the prince's horrified gaze, the dark red beam effortlessly passed through the dark purple-black rhomboid shield he had built, desperately, a shield capable of withstanding a volley from an entire army. As if it were no more than a series of phantoms, the shield offered no resistance. Finally it appeared right before the prince's chest. His roar was cut short. All the light of his frantically activated secret techniques extinguished. The dark purple energy boiling around him dissipated instantly, as if its source had been cut off. The twisted expression on his face, a mixture of horror, despair, madness, and unwillingness, froze completely. His purple eyes were wide open, and at the depths of his pupils the last reflection was the slender yet infinitely destructive dark silver-red beam, and behind it the pair of icy silver blood eyes as cold as an ancient abyss. Then his body stiffened. From the point on his chest where the beam had stamped, a strange and terrifying change began to spread silently. His skin, muscles, bones, internal organs, and even the tattered dark purple robe, everything began to lose color, texture, and the tangible sense of existence. As if weathered for eons or dissolved from the most fundamental particle level by the purest formless force. Starting from the chest, it spread rapidly throughout his body. Prince Kirito, one of the current leaders of the Shadow Corridor, ambitious, deeply calculating, the instigator of this border war. His body in the silent main hall under Bai Shui's cold gaze and in Lin An's gradually clearing weak vision, inch by inch turned into the finest pale lifeless ashes. The ashes scattered silently like the coldest dust in winter, swirling in the residual energy breeze, slowly falling toward the shadow sea below, which was beginning to churn violently and lose stability. The shadow throne falls. The drifting pale ashes had not yet fully settled. In the last instant before Prince Kirito's body was completely annihilated and his consciousness was about to vanish into nothingness, his remaining soul fragments on the verge of being erased by the power of finality captured a few final details that would overturn all his understanding. He saw that the wildly dancing white hair of the silver-haired woman, which had transformed into silver flames, did not simply emanate energy. The tips carried a primal imprint, ancient, majestic, capable of invoking the lunar tides once defining a glorious era of the entire vampire world. He sensed that when she executed that final blow, besides the icy killing intent, there was an aura of authority that transcended all races, treated rules as playthings, and could only belong to an existence that had weathered endless ages and held supreme peaks, a power deep in the soul. This aura, distant, vague, yet it suddenly burst open a door in the deepest recesses of his memory, buried in the dust of history, and the veiled fear passed down through generations. Fragments from ancient murals, crumbling history books, and the dying words of the first Shadow Duke, spoken with endless dread and reverence, flooded into his last remnants of consciousness like a dam bursting. Silver moonlight scattered across the battlefield, shadows routed. A figure seated high on a silver throne, face indistinct with only a head of moonlit hair, and a pair of blood eyes gazing indifferently at all beings. The ancient scepter adorned with moonlit patterns and thorny vines that had once made the previous Shadow Duke bleed and retreat, silencing the Shadow Corridor for centuries. And that name, gradually regarded as a legend over the long years, even doubted for its existence, representing the supreme authority and power of the White Knight Court. All the fragments, all the feelings, all the fear and reverence converged in that moment, pointing to a single answer that made even his soul shards tremble and collapse. No. Impossible. You are. The last trace of the prince's consciousness let out a silent soul scream filled with extreme horror and disbelief. This final belated realization, with endless regret, fear, and absurdity, vanished along with the complete annihilation of his consciousness into the boundless darkness and void. Only at the moment of death did he understand what kind of terrifying existence he had provoked. All his ambitions, schemes, greed for the primordial blood, and even the war he had launched, the moment he touched the reverse scale of this true queen, his fate was sealed to ashes. Clang! A crisp, hollow sound of metal striking metal echoed in the silent main hall, breaking the brief stillness. A fist-sized complex polyhedral prism, which should have been flowing with dazzling dark purple light and terrifying energy waves, fell from the center of the prince's annihilated ashes, slammed heavily onto the icy black crystal floor, rolled a few times, and finally stopped beside a small pile of pale ashes that had not yet completely scattered. This prism was the condensation of Prince Kirito's authority, and part of his core power, akin to his Prince Core or Power Source seal. In the prince's prime it shone brightly and exuded a commanding pressure, a symbol of identity and power. But now its surface luster was utterly dim, as if covered with thick dust. The crystal was filled with dense cobweb-like cracks, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch. Inside there was no trace of energy flow, utterly dead, like an ordinary piece of broken crystal that had lost all its magic. With the prince's complete death and the annihilation of his core, the eternal night-devoured domain, already teetering from the battle and heavily suppressed by Shue's power, could no longer be maintained. Crack! Crack! The sound of glass breaking came from every corner of the domain. The boundless dark sky above appeared with huge fissures shimmering with remnants of dark red and silver light. The surging shadow sea beneath their feet dried up, solidified, and cracked as if its life force had been drained. The rule structures supporting the domain crumbled inch by inch. Rumble! A muffled roar as if from the very depths of the earth, accompanied by violent tremors throughout the Shadow Fortress. Deprived of its master's control and core energy supply, this massive, monstrous, mobile demiplane fortress fell completely into a state of chaos. The complex internal energy circulation system went haywire, and various structures, unable to withstand the spatial backlash from the lost domain constraint and the impact of internal energy turbulence, began to groan and crack under the strain. The black spinal columns on the walls snapped and collapsed. The embedded dark purple rune lamps exploded one after another, sending sparks flying. The floor heaved violently, splitting into bottomless crevices from which uncontrolled magical currents and high-temperature steam erupted. In the distance came the piercing screech of twisting metal, followed by the muffled explosion of an overloaded large energy unit. This shadow fortress was rapidly collapsing from within. She had no time to catch her breath. The fortress was about to collapse. She had to leave immediately. Her blood eyes swept and instantly locked onto the dim Prince Core prism on the ground. Though severely damaged, it might still have some research value, at least as solid proof of the prince's fall. Her figure flickered and she appeared beside the prism. She bent down and picked it up. It was cold and heavy in her hand, with no sign of activity. She casually stored it into a spatial storage accessory. Then she turned and stepped over to Lin An, who was still curled up on the ground, pale-faced, his eyes clear but still weak and shaken. Around Lin An's waist, the blood-colored crystal rope, condensed from dark blood energy that had saved his life, was still wrapped around him, though its light had dimmed considerably. Instead of untying the rope, Shui raised a hand and waved. The rope extended and shifted like a living thing, securing Lin An more firmly in place. Then she bent down, extended her arms, and carefully lifted Lin An horizontally. Lin An's body stiffened slightly, and a faint, barely noticeable blush crept onto his pale face. But being held in her arms, he felt no heaviness or awkwardness, only a sense of total protection. "We are leaving this place." She transformed into a swift dark red streak, like an arrow shooting upstream, heading toward the dome of the main hall, which, due to the collapse of the domain, was now revealing the true fortress structure, with boulders and metal fragments raining down. She shot upward. Behind her, the dark hall was continuously collapsing, the shadow sea disintegrating, energy currents exploding in fury, and the entire shadow fortress was emitting the dying groans of increasingly dense and terrifying collapse. Victory in the war. On the eastern border of the Yongin Forest, the fierce battle was in full swing. The black tide of the Shadow Corridor centered on 3 main legions supported by a sky-darkening swarm of gargoyles, shadow bats, and various monstrous war golems continuously assaulted the silver defense line formed by the White Night Court's moonlight barrier. Magical bursts of light interwove and exploded in the sky, casting shifting eerie shadows, making the eternal twilight's crimson even more oppressive. The dull thuds of impacts, the crackling explosions of energy clashes, the death screams, and the cold orders of commanders through magical amplifiers mixed into a brutal and grand symphony of war. The Shadow Side's offensive was fierce and orderly. Though Prince Kirito was not at the front lines, through the remote command and real-time sand-table control of the Shadow Fortress, the 3 legions, like 3 well-coordinated venomous snakes, constantly probed, bit, and circled, seeking the weakest points in the silver defense line. The Thorn Skull war banners fluttered in the smoke and magical embers, representing the will of Shadow advancing with determination and coldness. The White Knight's side stood firm as a rock. Silver-armored soldiers relying on the barrier and pre-built fortifications formed a resilient line of defense. Their formation was not aggressive but maximized defensive advantages, repeatedly repelling and breaking the Shadow's assaults. Points of silver-white light and pale gold magical radiance lit up continuously along the line like steadfast reefs under the moonlight, unmoved by the black tide's battering. Regent Bai Hui commanded from the rear, calmly deploying forces via crystal ball and messengers, filling gaps and counterattacking enemy salients. The battle was temporarily deadlocked, but the pressure was evident. The barrier's light was less bright than at the start, under continuous assault. Yet at some unmeasurable moment, change occurred. First, the oppressive dark purple shadow canopy covering half the battlefield began to fluctuate violently without warning. The originally stable magical patterns twisted and became chaotic, like a lake surface disturbed by a massive boulder. The canopy's light dimmed sharply and its edges began to flicker and partially collapse, revealing the eternal twilight sky, which was originally crimson but now appeared comparatively bright. Then all soldiers, commanders, and even aerial units of the Shadow Legion at the same instant felt their hearts sink. As if some intangible but solid thing that supported their fighting spirit and connected their core will had snapped without warning. It was not physical damage, but a hollow, weightless feeling originating from the depths of blood and soul. Panic, like an invisible plague, spread almost in zero time. In just a few seconds it sprouted from every corner of the battlefield and spread rapidly. What's happening? The shadow canopy is collapsing. Can't contact the fortress. The command channel is full of noise. His Highness the Prince. The Prince's aura. Can't be sensed. Impossible. Shut up. Hold the formation. The shouts of the junior officers began to sound fierce but weak inside. Some of the shadow soldiers at the forefront, engaged in close combat with the Baiyi defenders, showed obvious slowness and stiffness in their movements, the fanatical battle intent in their eyes replaced by bewilderment and vague fear. The Baiyi side keenly caught the enemy's abnormality. In the Inu Hall, Bai Hui, who was intently watching the battle, suddenly lifted his head from the crystal ball, a sharp light bursting in his pale blood-colored eyes. He also sensed that the oppressive shadow aura enveloping the battlefield was rapidly declining, and even faintly perceived a violent tremor like a core collapse coming from a distant, huge and evil energy source, the Shadow Fortress. Although he didn't know exactly what happened, the opportunity was fleeting. Pass the order. Bai Hui's voice was resolute, instantly transmitted through the magical network to the entire army. The Moonlight Defense Force is to fully stabilize the defensive line. All reserves of the Silver Blade Assault Team, left flank, right flank, penetrate in. Crescent Moon Spear Magic Core, target the enemy's central command node, maximum power volley. All forces, counterattack. The order was conveyed like a gale. The silver defensive line, which had been standing firm like a rock, suddenly came alive. Countless silver-white figures like unsheathed swords surged out from the preset gaps in the defensive line. They were no longer content with defense. With skilled coordination and fierce attacks, they counter-penetrated into the shadow army formations that had fallen into chaos due to panic. In the sky, the silver-winged Pegasus Knights and Moonlight Mages who had been on the defensive also erupted with astonishing energy. Thick beams of moonlight tore through the dim shadow canopy, precisely striking the shadow side's gargoyle formations and ground concentration areas. Silver-white magical arrows poured down like a torrential rain. The Shadow Legion fell into complete disarray. Having lost the unified and powerful Supreme Command, the Prince's Fall Command link severed. The frontline commanders fought independently with contradictory orders. The low-ranking soldiers were stunned by the inexplicable fear and the sudden fierce counterattack from the enemy. The collapse of the shadow canopy made the Baiyi side's ranged attacks even more deadly. And that feeling of their pillar, of their bloodline origin collapsing fundamentally shook the fighting will of the Shadow Warriors. The rout began locally, then quickly turned into an avalanche sweeping across the entire front. The first to collapse was the central army area that bore the volley of the Crescent Moon Spear, Magic Core. The violent explosions and energy annihilation completely paralyzed the command system there, with soldiers falling in droves or fleeing backward. Immediately after, the troops on both flanks, which had been penetrated and divided by the Baiyi elite assault teams, also began to waver, their formations scattered. Retreat! Retreat towards Haishi Canyon! Maintain order! Don't panic! His Highness the Prince! What exactly happened? Never mind. Retreat first. Save your lives. The cries of retreat mixed with desperate shouts. The black tide began to flow backward, transforming from a surging wave of attack into a turbid current of flight. The thorny skull battle flags were discarded and trampled heavy war machines were abandoned in place, even becoming obstacles to escape. The formations of gargoyles and shadow bats in the sky also lost their discipline. Some tried to cover the ground retreat, while others fled into the distance on their own. The Baiyi side's morale soared, and they pursued in an orderly manner. They did not seek overly deep annihilation, but aimed to drive divide and inflict maximum casualties on the enemy's effective strength, and destroy their heavy equipment. The Silver Torrent pursued at the heels, further scattering and diluting the chaotic black tide. This border offensive, ambitiously launched by Prince Caligio after a brief and fierce engagement due to the sudden fall of its core figure, and the instantaneous collapse of the command system, quickly turned into a rout in a dramatic, almost disgraceful manner. The shadow, after all, failed to devour the moonlight. Instead, under the even more blazing silver radiance, it was utterly defeated, leaving behind a battlefield strewn with scorched earth and debris, and the backs of countless routed soldiers fleeing in panic towards the direction of Yongye City. The outcome of the war was already sealed the moment the core of the Shadow Fortress was annihilated. Far from that noisy and bloody battlefield, in a remote and perilous mountain area deep within the Yongin Forest Sea, a dark red stream of light like a meteor streaked across the dim sky, finally landing in a sheltered cliff hollow shrouded by a huge shadow. The light dissipated, revealing Bai Shue's slightly staggering figure, and Lin An held tightly in her arms. As soon as they landed, Bai Shue gently set Lin An down. The dark blood energy rope around his waist automatically loosened and softened, but still coiled loosely around him like a living snake, one end connected to Bai Shue's fingertip, as if afraid he might disappear or encounter danger again. Lin An's feet touched the ground, his legs buckled, and he nearly fell, quickly grabbing the cold, damp rock wall beside him. His face was still pale, the burns on his back, though briefly treated by Bai Shue with gentle energy along the way, and no longer bleeding, still stung fiercely. What consumed him more was his spirit. The struggle against the heart prison illusion and the final soul backlash had nearly drained all his energy. Now relaxed, he felt dizzy, utterly exhausted, and only wanted to collapse somewhere. He leaned back against the rock wall, slowly sliding down to sit, panting heavily, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Bai Shue stood before him, her blood-colored eyes fixed on him without blinking. Her complexion was also poor, having expended great energy. The dark purple bruise on her shoulder blade was still visible in the dim light, and the dried blood at the corner of her mouth had not been wiped away. But at this moment all her attention was focused on Lin An. Those blood-colored eyes, usually calm, dignified, or cold, now churned with extremely complex emotions. There was relief at surviving the ordeal, distress at seeing him injured, fear of the previous danger, but deeper still, a rare uncertainty almost never seen in her eyes, even a hint of nervousness. She looked at his pale, weak face, at his slightly furrowed brow from enduring pain, at his sweat-dampened hair. Just now in the fortress she had unreservedly revealed her true power. That cold, efficient, overwhelming posture, that disregarded rules and powerful enemies, that absolute indifference when judging life and death and annihilating all things, was a world apart from the Bai Shue who would tickle him, accept his clumsy gifts, and gently kiss his forehead in their usual interactions. Would he be afraid? Would he find that version of her strange, terrifying, and unapproachable? After all, he was just an ordinary youth raised in a peaceful world. Even after experiencing these hardships, his heart still retained a soft corner. And the her just now was almost the embodiment of violence and death itself. Silence spread between them. Only the howling wind outside the cliff and the distant muffled rumbling, whether a natural phenomenon or the aftershock of the fortress's complete collapse, could be heard. Finally Bai Shue's lips moved slightly. Her voice was very soft, even with a barely noticeable hoarseness breaking the silence. Just now. She paused, her blood-colored eyes lowered for a moment, then lifted to meet Lin An's eyes as if searching for an answer. Was I like that? Very frightening. She didn't specify what, but they both understood. She was asking whether her appearance during full combat, even in furious slaughter, had made him feel fear, alienation, or disgust. Lin An, who was lowering his head to steady his breathing, suddenly looked up upon hearing this. He was stunned. Not because of the question itself, but because of Bai Shui who asked it, her eyes. Those blood-colored eyes which always gave him endless security, and made him feel she was invincible, now actually carried a hint of cautious inquiry, a deeply hidden unease. It was like a child nervously showing their most secret, perhaps not so beautiful side, afraid of being rejected or distanced by the most important person. This realization, like a warm current, instantly dispelled Lin An's physical discomfort and lingering fear. Without thinking, he immediately shook his head vigorously. The movement was a bit too large, pulling at the wound on his back, causing him to wince in pain, but his eyes were extremely serious without any evasion. No matter what you become. His voice was a bit hoarse from weakness, but each word was clear. No matter how different you are in battle, you are Bai Shui. He looked into her eyes and added with even more determination, my Bai Shui. Then, as if remembering something, his eyes dimmed, a deep guilt surfacing, and his voice lowered. And it's because I'm useless I almost held you back again. If I hadn't fallen into that illusion, you wouldn't have been distracted and injured. I'm sorry. He lowered his head, looking at his hands covered in dust, and some bloodstains with marks from clenching his fists earlier in the crevices of his nails. Bai Shui stared at him fixedly. She looked at his lowered brows due to guilt, at the faint flush on his pale face from his eager explanation, listened to the unreserved trust and dependence in his words, and the foolish self-blame that took all responsibility upon himself. After a long while, the last thin ice of uncertainty in her blood-colored eyes, as if touched by warm sunlight, quietly cracked and melted. In its place was a warm ocean of tenderness, enough to dispel any chill. That tenderness was so deep, so real, it was almost overflowing. The invisible barrier in her heart, which she had always drawn due to her identity and power, was gently smoothed away by the boy's crystal-clear trust. She reached out with a hint of almost mischievous smile, her fingertips gently tickling Lin An's chin, like occasionally teasing a little animal. Good that you know. A genuine relaxed curve lifted the corner of her mouth, her blood-colored eyes shimmering with light. Next time you run off again. Lin An was startled by her sudden action, then the ticklish sensation on his chin made him shrink his neck involuntarily, a deep blush spreading from his pale face to his ears. The heavy sense of guilt from before was also largely dispelled by this familiar intimate punishment. I won't dare. He muttered softly, but his body involuntarily moved a little closer to her, as if instinctively seeking that unique sense of security. Seeing him like this, the smile in Bai Shui's eyes deepened. The light at her fingertip connecting to the dark blood energy rope flickered slightly. The blood-colored rope that had been loosely coiled around Lin An's waist transformed into specks of dark red light, quietly dissipating into the air. Lin An felt a release around his waist, and instinctively moved his slightly stiff wrist. The restored blood circulation brought a slight tingling sensation. He took a deep breath of the cool but free air by the cliff, feeling that his tense nerves could finally relax completely. However, amidst the relaxation, a question that had been lingering in his mind for a long time resurfaced as his consciousness cleared. He remembered the final soul-shattering scream filled with extreme horror and disbelief before the prince's annihilation. That scream seemed to still echo in his ears, carrying a shock that overturned his understanding. Lin An hesitantly looked up at Bai Shui, who was quietly regulating her breath, her blood-colored eyes gazing at the distant sky, her profile serene and beautiful in the shadows. Her white hair had returned to its usual snowy white and softness, her aura was restrained and calm, and aside from her slightly pale face and the wound on her shoulder, she looked no different from usual. But he hesitated, then spoke softly, his voice carrying confusion and a barely perceptible inquiry. Bai Shui. Before he died, called out, Queen of the White Night. Starlight before the return journey. The wind wailed and swirled in the cliff hollow, stirring up fine dust and dead leaves. In the distance, from deep within the Yongnan forest, came the occasional long indistinct roar of beasts, or the muffled sound of lingering energy dissipating, further accentuating the silence here. Lin An's question hung in the cold air. Bai Shui did not answer immediately. She still gazed at the distant sky, where the area was gradually fading from dark purple back to the eternal twilight's dim red, yet seemed a bit clearer than usual. That was the direction of the battlefield, also the location where the Shadow Fortress had completely collapsed and annihilated. The lines of her profile appeared somewhat blurred in the cliff's shadow, her long lashes slightly lowered, hiding the complex thoughts that flashed through her eyes. The silence was not long, but it was enough to make Lin An's heart skip a beat. He suddenly regretted asking. Perhaps it was a secret that should not be touched, perhaps it would break the rare tranquility after surviving the disaster. Her gaze fell on his face, her blood-colored eyes calm yet deep within. It seemed as if galaxies were flowing. Then she nodded very lightly, very slowly. She responded, her voice low but clear as ice beads falling on a jade plate. That was an identity I held long ago. There was no lengthy explanation, no recounting of glorious history, not even a mention of the authority, glory, or weight that title represented. She simply stated a fact in the most plain tone, as if speaking of an old story that happened in the distant past with little connection to the present. I didn't tell you before. She paused, her blood-colored eyes fixed on Lin An with no unease from being exposed, only a settled honesty. Because I thought it was unnecessary. Her fingertips unconsciously stroked her cuff, where the bracelet woven from stargrass and moonfire grass lay quietly against her wrist, skin emitting a faint blue and silver intertwined glow. Also, she added, her tone rarely infused with a faint, almost sighing softness, I didn't want you to face a more complicated situation. Lin An processed this information. Queen of the White Knight. The weight of this term, even though he did not have a deep understanding of the specific structure of the vampire world, could be glimpsed from the horrified scream of Prince Caligio before his death, from the absolute power and majesty Bai Shui displayed, and even from the peaceful and sacred atmosphere of Jiuyua's Slope, in the territory of the Baiyi royal court, which was so different from the Shadow Corridor. That was by no means comparable to an ordinary guardian or noble. It was a supreme existence at the pinnacle of a vast clan wielding the authority of moonlight and thorns, a legendary figure. However, strangely, when this answer was truly confirmed by Bai Shui, what surged in Lin An's heart was not the expected shock, fear, or alienation. There was no feeling of, so she is so high above. No inferiority of, what have I done to deserve this? And no resentment towards deception. Perhaps because along this journey, from their first meeting in the rain to now fighting side by side through war, the protection, tenderness, trust, and even those clumsy yet genuine interactions she had given him had long surpassed any relationship defined by identity labels. Her power might be unimaginably great, but she would worry because he was injured, would accept his humble gifts, and wear them with care, would unhesitatingly shield him when he was afraid, and would show that rare nervousness because she was afraid her battle form would scare him. Identity might create distance, but the bits and pieces accumulated day by day had already silently erased that distance. Bai Shui looked at the expression on his face. Change, from initial bewilderment to contemplation, and then to a gradually settling calm, even a hint of understanding. There was none of the anticipated negativity. Her heart too slowly settled with the shifting of his gaze. She asked softly with a trace of barely perceptible inquiry, like a feather brushing against the heart, now you know everything. Her blood-colored eyes gazed at him seriously. Are you afraid? Or do you feel pressured? Lin An almost immediately shook his head. Not afraid. His voice was very soft yet resolute and decisive. His eyes were clear, meeting hers with openness. It's just. He paused, a complex expression blending emotion and embarrassment appearing on his face, his voice dropping. It makes me admire you even more. On the other hand, I seem to have been holding you back all along. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been dragged into these wars, wouldn't have been hurt, wouldn't have. You're not a burden. Bai Shui interrupted him, her tone carrying an indisputable certainty. She reached out and gently took hold of his hand, which rested on his knee. Palm against palm, the cool temperature mingled with his slightly warmer warmth. Her fingers were slender and strong. Bai Shui's blood-colored eyes curved into a gentle arc, a genuine warmth spreading within them like a stream reflecting sunlight after the ice has melted. You've already helped me the most. She looked into his eyes, articulating each word clearly and solemnly. In the canyon, your perception warning helped us avoid the most dangerous traps. In the fortress, your backlash created a crucial opportunity. More importantly, she tightened her interlaced fingers, her voice dropping softly, carrying an indescribable cherished weight, because you are here, my reason for fighting is no longer just duty or hatred. Because of you, what I protect is not just the moonlight of the royal court, but the warmth and future within reach that belong to us. She did not say these words aloud, but Lin An felt them clearly from her deep blood-colored eyes and the tight grip of her hand. All the guilt, all the self-doubt seemed to be gently smoothed away in that moment by these simple yet powerful words and the warmth of their clasped hands. Lin An's nose tingled slightly. He squeezed her hand back firmly, then turned his face away with a bit of embarrassment, the tips of his ears reddening but the corners of his mouth lifted uncontrollably. The two of them quietly nestled together in the shadow of the cliff, hands clasped, gazing into the distance. The commotion and energy fluctuations from the battlefield were subsiding at an increasingly rapid pace. Faintly one could sense more as a residual impression from Lin An's activated perception that the collective aura of the shadows, oppressive and malevolent, was dissipating and retreating, replaced by a more crisp, steadfast silver radiance that was stabilizing and spreading. The tide of war was receding. "Let's go back," Bai Shui said softly, breaking the silence. In the following moments the two of them made their final rest at this temporary shelter. Bai Shui carefully examined the burn on Lin An's back, applying a second treatment with purer, gentler energy. The wound scabbed and healed visibly, leaving only a faint pink new layer of skin. She also meditated for a short while. The dark purple bruise near her shoulder blade gradually faded and contracted under the flow of silver radiance. Though it did not disappear completely, the corrosive momentum was thoroughly halted, leaving only traces that would slowly fade with time. Lin An sipped the warm water Bai Shui handed him, prepared with the last drops of moon dew concentrate. The mild, nourishing energy revived his depleted spirit and body. He leaned against the rock wall, watching Bai Shui's busy silhouette, feeling the gentle and vibrant flow of the primordial blood within him, and the slow recovery of his perception after extreme exhaustion, like a parched land absorbing rain. Night deepened. Above, the scattered glowing spores or magical lights unique to the Yongnan Forest Sea, along with the faint silver glimmer from the distant Jiaoyue slope, wove a tranquil and dreamlike backdrop. The two talked softly under the starlight, making simple plans for life after returning. Ordinary conversation, yet it sketched a deep longing for peace and normalcy. Having experienced life and death warfare and conspiracies, this simple, almost trivial planning of daily life felt incredibly precious and warm. When the last trace of chaotic energy fluctuation vanished from the distant horizon and the surroundings fell into the primal stillness of the mountains themselves, Bai Shui's meditation also came to an end. She slowly rose, her aura rounded and restrained. Except for a trace of weary pallor on her face, she had essentially recovered her usual state. She took one last look into the depths of the Yongnan Forest Sea, the direction where she once ruled as a queen, where the war had engulfed her because of him, and where she had finally ended the new shadow threat. A complex emotion flickered in her blood-colored eyes, but quickly settled into calm. Then she turned, facing the general direction of the human world. Beyond the cliff lay an endless expanse of forest and wilderness shrouded in eternal twilight. But at the edge of perception, beyond the rules, there existed that relatively normal world, a world with real sunrises and sunsets, with the ordinary warmth of hearth and home. She reached out her hand toward Lin An, who was sitting at the foot of the rock wall. The night wind stirred her white hair, and the grass bracelet on her wrist glowed gently. Her eyes were clear and resolute. In the depths of her blood-colored pupils the reflection of the boy's trusting and dependent face was visible. "Let's go home." Her voice was soft, yet carried the certainty of a journey through storms finally finding its way home. He took a deep breath and placed his hand in her palm. Cool yet infinitely reassuring. Returning under the night, the feeling was similar to entering, yet completely different. No longer stepping into a foreign land bathed in eternal twilight and teeming with active magic, but rather like abruptly breaking free from a bizarre, perilous long dream and returning to reality. After a slight sensation of weightlessness and the dizziness of spatial transition, the solid touch of normal earth returned under his feet. Lin An opened his eyes. The first thing to flood his senses was the air. Clean, fresh, carrying the dampness of night vegetation and a faint fragrance of soil. No trace of the ubiquitous viscous oppressive magic currents of the Yongnan Forest Sea, no smell of sulfur, metal, rust, or blood, only the purest breath of nature. He greedily took a deep breath. The cold air rushed into his lungs, bringing a near-painful sense of reality and relief. Next, the light. Above, not the unchanging dusky red sky, but a night sky as deep as blue-black velvet. A bright full moon hung high, pouring down silvery light like water, clearly outlining the dark blue contours of the surrounding mountain ranges, casting distinct yet soft shadows on trees and rocks. The stars were sparse but bright, like diamonds scattered on velvet. This moonlight, unlike the simulated silver radiance of the Jiaoyue barrier, was colder, more vast, more real, carrying the eternal tranquil rhythm of the main plane universe. Then sounds. All was silent yet full of life. Faint chirping of unknown insects in the distance, the rustling of night wind through pine trees nearby, and perhaps the soft murmur of a stream further away. No hissing of chaotic energy currents, no roar of war magic, no wailing of lost souls. Everything had returned to the most primitive, peaceful, natural rhythm. This was the human world. Some remote, desolate mountainous area far from civilization. Their landing spot was a relatively flat forest clearing with low weeds and sparse shrubs. Underfoot was slightly damp soil and broken grass. Trees stood in shadowy clusters around them. The moonlight poured down unhindered, bathing everything in a gentle silver border. Back. In just 1 month his life path had been completely overturned. He had experienced crises and growth that ordinary people might never encounter in several lifetimes. His spirit was already depleted and his body was covered in wounds. Previously he had held on by sheer will and by Shue's support. Now when true safety and tranquility descended, when his feet were firmly planted on the soil of home, everything he had forced himself to sustain collapsed like a sand castle deprived of its foundation. A strong dizziness struck his vision, darkened intermittently, and his ears rang. An irresistible soreness and heaviness spread through his limbs, every cell clamored for rest. His body swayed, his legs went weak, and he stumbled forward. A pair of strong arms reached out from the sides, steadying him in time. Bai Shui had been standing beside him all along, her gaze not on the moon but fixed on him. The moment his body swayed, she noticed. She did not try to help him stand, instead she swept her arm around him in a natural steady motion, lifting him horizontally. Lin An barely had time to react. He felt his body lighten and was drawn into a cool yet infinitely reassuring embrace. Once again her cool scent filled his nostrils, mingled with the faintest trace of the dust of battle and travel and a hint of something uniquely hers, a tenderness he was now too weary to distinguish. The last remnants of consciousness receded like a tide. The taut string completely loosened. He could not even utter a single word. He only moved slightly in her arms, finding a more comfortable position, burying his face in the curve of her neck and shoulder, and then fell into a defenseless, bottomless slumber. His breathing soon became even and long. His body relaxed completely, only occasionally twitching slightly from nightmares or pain. Bai Shui held him standing still. Moonlight flowed like water, outlining her delicate, cool profile and illuminating the peaceful, sleeping face of the boy in her arms. On his face lingered traces of dirt and dried tear stains from crying in fear during the heart prison illusion, and his brows were slightly furrowed even in sleep, as if he had not yet fully shaken off those terrifying memories. But more than that, there was a sense of exhausted serenity and reliance. Bai Shui lowered her head. The sharpness, majesty, killing intent, and even the queenly vastness in her blood-colored eyes all faded and settled in that moment, turning into a tenderness as deep as a tranquil ocean. That tenderness was so profound, so real, it nearly overflowed, enveloping the fragile yet resilient boy in her arms. She reached out her fingers with movements as light as if afraid to disturb a fragile dream, and gently, ever so gently, wiped away the dirt and tear stains on Lin An's cheeks. Her fingertips touched his warm skin, feeling the steady breath and heartbeat. The last trace of lingering post-calamity agitation deep in her eyes finally subsided. In its place came a profound sense of peace and a heavy, solid strength filled by the person in her arms. She was no longer the aloof queen seated on the silver moon throne overlooking all beings, bearing the rise and fall of a race. At this moment she was merely a guardian holding a treasure regained. Her world, because of the weight of the person in her arms, became infinitely concrete, infinitely real, filled with warmth and meaning within reach. The night wind brushed through the forest, bringing the scent of grass and trees from afar. Further beyond the layered silhouettes of mountains at the edge of the horizon, a faint glimmer of scattered lights from a human city was barely visible. Those lights were faint and distant, yet they represented order, ordinariness, and the daily life of humans they were about to return to. Bai Shui looked up one last time at the moon, which had witnessed countless farewells and reunions, then lowered her head to gaze at the sleeping boy in her arms for a moment. Then she tightened her arms, holding Lin An more securely, and turned around. Her white figure cast a long, determined shadow under the silvery moonlight. Her steps were steady and powerful, one after another, treading on the soft grass and broken leaves, steadily walking toward the direction of those distant lights. Her silhouette was still as straight as a pine, but no longer carried the aloofness and loneliness before the throne. Instead, it was filled with the calm after weathering storms, the steadfastness of a protective vow, and the gentle strength born of the person in her arms, a strength that would gladly tread through thorns. Sunlight. Real golden warm and life-giving dawn. It sliced through the gap in the slightly faded light blue curtains of the rented rooms, slanting into the room, casting a bright and warm strip of light on the slightly worn but clean wooden floor. In the strip of light, countless tiny dust motes floated and danced slowly like awakened spirits of a silent world. Lin An woke up just as the light strip shifted onto his eyelids. Consciousness rose slowly from the depths of an ocean, carrying the confusion and heaviness of waking. First he felt the softness and familiarity of the bed beneath him, the mattress he had slept on for months in this home in the human world. It was slightly sunken but had a unique scent and shape that belonged to him. Then the thin blanket that smelled of dried sunshine, and the pillow providing just the right support. Everything was so familiar, so normal. So normal that he felt a brief moment of disorientation. It was as if everything that had happened, the gloomy castle, the sky of eternal twilight, the glowing tundra, the grotesque stone forest, the shadow fortress that blotted out the sky, the icy dark domain, the endless fear and pain in the heart prison, and the final dark silver-red light, and the pale ashes of the prince's annihilation, were all just a long, chaotic, bizarrely unreal nightmare. He kept his eyes closed, not opening them immediately, lying still, trying to distinguish. But the lingering sensations in his body cruelly reminded him that it was not an illusion. A faint healed but still perceptible tightness, an itch on his back, the marks left by the energy torrent. Deep in his spirit a hollow feeling like a rubber band that had been stretched too far, and then barely returned. His perception felt sluggish and weary, far less acute than it had been in the vampire world. A dull, persistent pain throbbed at his temples, the aftermath of mental exhaustion and intense soul-level confrontation. And there was the heavy, almost centuries-long fatigue in his heart, and the nearly greedy cherishing of this ordinary tranquility after surviving the ordeal. All of this told him that the blood, shadows, moonlight, and slaughter were real. He slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that came into view was the familiar ceiling of the rented room with some fine cracks and a pale yellow water stain in the corner. Turning his gaze, he saw the golden sunlight streaming through the window, almost blinding him, and the faded simple patterns on the curtains. Then he turned his head. On the other pillow beside him by Shwe was sleeping peacefully. A ray of morning light happened to fall on her face, outlining her delicate features. Her white hair spread out on the pillow like a bolt of snow-white silk glowing softly in the sunlight. Her usually calm or majestic blood-colored eyes were now closed, her long eyelashes casting two small shadows under her eyelids, trembling slightly with each steady breath. Her sleeping face was rare, defenseless, serene, even carrying a hint of girlish innocence, a stark contrast to the cold, powerful, life-judging White Knight Queen in battle. Her left hand lay casually on top of the thin blanket. On her wrist the two bracelets woven from star grass and moon firefly grass, now in the sunlight, had their internal flickering light quietly faded, as if they had retracted all their brilliance, leaving only the simple blue and silver of the grass itself clung quietly to her fair, delicate skin. She lay there less than an arm's length away from him. Her breathing was even and long, and from her body emanated a cool, clear scent he knew so well, one that could instantly soothe all his unease. A tremendous sense of peace and reality, like warm and solid tides, instantly flooded the last trace of daze and palpitation in Lin An's heart. It was not a dream. The dangers were real, the fears were real, and the fighting side by side, the life and death dependence, were also real. Now they had returned. They had come back to this home, with real sunlight, an ordinary bed, and her sleeping peacefully beside him, that belonged to them. A mixture of lingering fear, as if a lifetime had passed, the relief of recovering something lost, and a deep-rooted sense of stability made Lin An's nose tingle slightly. He gazed at Bai Shue's sleeping face for a long time, until the ray of sunlight had completely left her cheek, and then he let out a barely audible long sigh. He carefully lifted the thin blanket, got out of bed barefoot. The floor was slightly cool, yet it felt incredibly real. He tiptoed to the window, and gently pulled the curtain open a little more. Brighter sunlight poured in, instantly illuminating the entire room. Outside the window was the familiar sight of an old neighborhood, with a few plane trees rustling their leaves in the morning breeze, and the distant sounds of early rising neighbors opening and closing doors, and faint bicycle bells. Everything was filled with trivial yet real earthly life. Lin An stood by the window, letting the sunlight bathe his whole body, and took a deep breath of the air which carried morning dew, and the faint smell of cooking oil from a breakfast stall. Then he turned and walked towards the kitchen. He wanted to do something. With somewhat clumsy movements he lit the stove, poured oil, and cracked an egg. The edges of the frying egg curled slightly in the hot oil, sizzling softly, emitting the unique aroma of heated protein. Bread slices went into the toaster, the timer set. Milk was poured into a small pot, heated slowly over the lowest flame. These simple, mundane actions brought him a strange sense of calm and satisfaction. As if through these everyday human acts he could truly shut the door on that world of magic, blood, and scheming, anchoring himself once more in this ordinary yet precious life. Just as he was carefully scooping the slightly overfried egg onto a plate, he heard the faintest sound behind him. He turned around. At the bedroom door, Bai Shue, somehow already awake, was leaning against the doorframe, quietly watching him. Her blood-red eyes, just awakened, looked especially deep in the backlight, and for a moment Lin An seemed to see the queen's sharp, all-seeing cold gaze, like a blade not yet fully sheathed. But that light flickered and vanished so quickly it felt like an illusion. When her gaze fell upon Lin An's back, clad in an ill-fitting apron, spatula in hand, looking somewhat flustered, and saw the slightly rough breakfast on the counter before him, that sharpness melted like snow, transforming into a warmth as soft as a lake in the morning. She said nothing, only walked over, naturally took the spatula from his hand, rescued another slightly burnt egg from the pan, and casually turned off the milk that was about to boil over. Her movements were practiced and fluid, as if she had done them 1,000 times. The two sat facing each other at the small dining table. Sunlight split the table into a bright half and a dark half. The simple fried eggs, toasted bread, and warm milk constituted the first meal after their survival. No words were exchanged. Only the subtle sounds of chewing, the occasional clink of utensils against bowls, and the intermittent noisy background of human mournings from outside the window. But in the silence flowed a wordless understanding and peace. It was as if all those thrilling adventures, life and death battles, and shocking revelations of identity were but a shared dream from the night before. Now awake, they were still the cousins in this ordinary rented room, living a simple, even somewhat frugal yet interdependent life. Halfway through breakfast, the phone that Lin An had left charging in the bedroom, which had automatically shut down when they returned last night, suddenly lit up. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A continuous dense vibration broke the room's stillness. Lin An put down his milk glass, walked over, and picked up the phone. On the screen beside the icons for unread messages and missed calls, the number kept jumping, finally settling at a somewhat startling figure. And at the top, the latest call reminder displayed clearly, Mother. The phone's vibration was especially jarring in the silent room. The screen's light reflected on Lin An's slightly stunned face. Those dozens of missed call alerts from the same name, like silent yet heavy weights, pressed down on his heart, which had just begun to feel lighter from returning to routine. Mother. This title had for him become complicated and distant for a long time. It no longer merely represented the bond of blood and familial warmth, but was tightly linked to the cold memory of being driven out of the house that rainy night, the long-standing estrangement from lack of communication and understanding, and the deliberate disappearance after he chose to follow Bai Shui. At this moment, after a life-and-death adventure across worlds and just setting foot back on real Earth, this call from his past life, from the place he once called home, left him at a loss for a time. He could even imagine the scene on the other end of the line: worry, anxiety, perhaps suppressed anger and confusion. He had been gone so long with no news at all, inexplicable by any ordinary logic. Bai Shui put down her milk glass and looked over calmly. She said nothing, but her blood-red eyes clearly reflected the hesitation and fleeting complex emotions on Lin An's face. She simply watched quietly, waiting for his decision. Lin An took a deep breath, his thumb hovering over the cool phone screen for a moment before finally pressing that familiar yet unfamiliar name, choosing to call back. Ring. Ring. The busy tone sounded regularly, each ring pounding on his heartbeat. The call was answered quickly, faster than he expected. Hello? Lin An. Is that you, Lin An? His mother's voice exploded from the receiver, carrying obvious urgency, hoarseness, and even a barely perceptible tremor, completely losing the usual deliberate calm and distance. Lin An's Adam's apple bobbed as he tightened his grip on the phone, trying to make his voice sound normal. Mom, it's me. You kid. Where have you been? No news for so many days. Can't get through on the phone. No reply to messages. Your father and I were worried to death. A barrage of questions came pouring down with unprecedented agitation mixed with deep concern and lingering fear. Lin An had briefly discussed the cover story with Bai Shui, now answering as calmly as possible. Sorry, Mom, for making you and Dad worry. I went on an impromptu trip with some classmates to a very remote mountain area. Hiking, that kind of adventure. He paused, then added deliberately, creating a tone of guilt and youthful regret. The signal there was terrible, almost non-existent. We didn't have much experience, got lost for a while, only found our way out this morning and just got signal. This excuse was full of holes, but to deeply worried parents, a child's reckless adventure leading to a lost connection seemed more acceptable than many other possibilities. Or rather, it was what they wanted to believe. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, only the sound of slightly labored breathing. Lin An could imagine his mother clutching her chest or pacing anxiously in the room. Mountain area. Hiking. Lin An, when did you become interested in this? Which classmates? Why didn't you say something beforehand? His mother's tone was still reproachful, but the sharp anxiety seemed to have eased somewhat, replaced more by confusion and lingering fear. Do you know how dangerous that is? If something happened. I know I was wrong, Mom. I'm really sorry. Lin An repeated his apologies in a low voice, sincere in tone. It won't happen again. We're all safe, just a bit tired. Another silence. From the earpiece came the faint sound of his father's low voice, followed by his mother's rapid, hushed explanation. After a while his mother's voice came again, seeming much calmer but with more fatigue. As long as you're okay. That's fine. Come back soon. When will you be home? Should I have your father pick you up at the station? No need, Mom. Lin An said quickly. I'm already on my way back. A classmate is giving me a ride, so it's pretty fast. I should be there by tonight. He glanced at Bai Shui, who was sitting quietly at the table, and she gave a slight nod. Well, okay. Be careful on the road. When you get there, come straight home. His mother's voice still held lingering worry, but also seemed relieved. The final "come straight home" had a tone of unquestionable command mixed with expectation. I know. Mom, you and Dad take care too, Lin An replied. The call ended. The busy tone sounded again, then fell completely silent. Lin An stood there, phone in hand, not moving for a long time. A complex surge of emotions welled up in his heart. There was guilt for hiding the truth from his parents, and weaving a lie. There was a deep ache in some corner of his heart when he heard the almost desperate anxiety in his mother's voice. But more than that, there was a deeper sense of confusion. Home. The "come straight home" his mother spoke of referred to the house where he had lived for over a decade, from which he was coldly driven out on that rainy night, and now he was to return. It had familiar rooms, a routine life trajectory. But after everything he had been through, could it still really be his home? He didn't know. An invisible barrier and sense of alienation like a thin mist quietly spread through his heart. At that moment a slightly cool and soft hand gently covered his, which was clutching the phone and somewhat stiff. Lin An looked up. Bai Shui had somehow come over and was standing right in front of him. She didn't look at the phone in his hand, nor did she ask about the content of the call. Her blood-red eyes were clear and calm, simply watching him as if she could see through the sudden confusion and heaviness in his eyes. Then with a slight movement of her fingers she gently pried his fingers from the phone and completely held his hand, white-knuckled from tension, in her own palm. Her palm was not very warm, but it carried a strange calming power. She didn't say "don't worry" or "I'm here." She simply held his hand, looking at him with those calm blood-red eyes, telling him with the simplest, most direct action, no matter what that home of blood ties was like, no matter how many disturbances and uncertainties lay outside here, this small space filled with sunlight with her, and it was the true harbor where he could anchor peacefully, needing no disguise or explanation now and in the future. Lin An looked into her eyes, feeling the warmth and strength transmitted through her palm. The complex fog in his heart seemed to be blown away a little by a gentle yet firm breeze. Yes. A drifting boat might feel attachment and guilt towards its old dock, but what truly makes it fear no more storms is the warm lamp that always shines for it on the boat, and the figure of the helmsman who walks side by side unwavering. He held Bai Shui's hand and returned the pressure, not strong but carrying a clear response. Then he let out a soft breath, casually placed the phone on the nearby table as if temporarily setting down an invisible burden. The breakfast is getting cold, he said softly, forcing a smile at the corner of his mouth. Though still a bit strained, his eyes had brightened considerably. Bai Shui's blood-red eyes curved slightly, and she nodded. The two sat back down at the table. The fried eggs and toast had cooled a bit, and the milk's surface had formed a thin skin. But neither of them minded. The sunlight was still bright, the sounds of the mundane world outside still bustling. When the morning sunlight once again filtered through the washed-out pale blue curtain, Lin An woke up. He turned over. The other side of the bed was empty, the quilt neatly folded, the pillow placed squarely at the head as if no one had ever lain there. Lin An was not panicked. He heard the faint, deliberately suppressed sounds from the kitchen, the rustling of a spatula against the pan, the sound of running water, and a very soft, almost inaudible murmur of confusion from the girl. Is this proportion right? He couldn't help but curve his lips, quietly got up and walked barefoot on the slightly cool wooden floor, making no sound. His perception, though not yet fully restored to the sharpness it had in the vampire world, was more than enough to sneak to the kitchen door and peek. In the kitchen the white-haired girl was standing at the stove, her back to him. Sunlight slanted in from the window behind her, gilding her silhouette with a golden edge. Her long white hair was loosely tied in a low ponytail at the nape of her neck, the tail swaying gently as she tilted her head. She wore a simple cream-colored knitted cardigan, dark gray casual pants, and a pair of Lin An's oversized cotton slippers with a cartoon bear pattern on them. This was her most common home attire in this rented room, a far cry from the silver-white battle robe she wore in the vampire world, or the silver-flame queen who judged life and death in the Shadow Fortress. At this moment this queen of the White Knight Court was facing a cookbook lying open on the counter, its cover adorned with tempting pictures of food and a bowl of batter. She had mixed herself its color an indescribable shade, and she fell into a brief silence. Lin An crept closer, peering over her shoulder. "What are you doing?" Bai Shui's shoulders stiffened almost imperceptibly. She turned her head, her blood-red eyes glancing at him calmly, her tone flat. "Pancakes." Lin An looked down, seriously examining the bowl of batter. The color, well, it wasn't the soft beige described in the recipe, but a shade closer to muddy shallows dyed by sunset. A few bubbles of varying sizes floated on the surface, occasionally bursting with a soft pop, emitting a strange aroma somewhere between caramel and something like a magic crystal solution he had smelled in the vampire world. Lin An nodded seriously. "Very experimental." Bai Shui didn't respond, ladling a spoonful of batter into the preheated pan. The moment the batter hit the pan, it made an unusually loud sizzle, and the edges quickly solidified into a lacy burnt brown. She tried to flip the pancake with the spatula, but it stubbornly stuck to the pan, refusing to separate with a near rebellious attitude. Another silence. "The pan might be a bit too hot," Lin An suggested cautiously. "The recipe says to preheat to medium-high heat." Bai Shui's tone remained calm, but her blood-red eyes fixed on the now abstract art pancake in the pan, her brow furrowing into a tiny, almost invisible crease. Lin An stifled a laugh. He remembered that the last time she said might be a bit hot was during a camping trip in the vampire world, when she had judged the interior of a dormant volcano with just a light touch of her fingertip. The degree of energy accumulation. That precision could decide the outcome of a war. Yet at this moment she was baffled by an ordinary frying pan and a lump of batter. This contrast sent a delicate, warm yet bittersweet tremor through a soft corner of his chest. He did not continue to guide her, nor did he attempt to take the spatula. Silently he turned down the stove flame, then took 2 new plates from the cupboard and waited quietly nearby. Bai Shui glanced at him, and something extremely gentle rippled in the depths of her blood-red eyes. She did not thank him, but when the next piece of batter hit the pan, the heat was noticeably better controlled. Though the shape was still far from perfect, at least it flipped successfully, presenting a rustic, edible appearance. When breakfast was finally served, the pancakes on the plate displayed a subtle spectrum of colors ranging from a barely passable light gold to a boldly tried deep brown. Accompanying them were apple slices cut into star shapes, secretly carved by Lin An with a somewhat dull fruit knife, taking him a full 15 minutes. When Bai Shui noticed the plate of star-shaped apples, her chopsticks paused. She said nothing, but picked up the most intact star, brought it to her mouth, and chewed slowly. Lin An lowered his head to drink the now lukewarm milk, the tips of his ears slightly red. The sunlight outside grew brighter, bathing the small dining area in a warm glow. The hum of the refrigerator ceased, as if it had completed its morning task and quietly entered its next resting cycle. From downstairs came the familiar call of the breakfast stall owner: soy milk, fried dough sticks, hot. Everything was very ordinary. As ordinary as any lazy, idle weekend morning when there was no need to go to work or school. And this very ordinariness in Lin An's eyes at this moment was precious to the point of being a luxury. At 10:30 in the morning the two went out for shopping. This was their first formal grocery store trip since returning from the vampire world. Lin An pushed the shopping cart, while Bai Shui walked slightly behind him to his side, her blood-red eyes sweeping over the dazzling array of shelves. Compared to her complete unfamiliarity with the human world upon first arrival, she could now calmly distinguish between light soy sauce and dark soy sauce, knew that buy one get one free did not mean she had to take 2 items, and had grown accustomed to the cashier's routine question, "Do you have a membership card?" Yet she would still occasionally pause, like now in the imported food section, where her gaze was drawn to an entire wall of beautifully packaged foreign candies. Those candies were housed in transparent glass jars, their wrappers reflecting red, blue, gold, and silver light sparkling like gems under the glow. When Lin An came back pushing the cart to find her, he saw her extending her index finger, gently tapping the glass jar toward one of the spherical candies wrapped in gold foil. That gesture was exactly the same as when she identified glowing plants on the bright moon slope, filled with exploration, focus, and a hint of pure, subtle curiosity. "That's a gold coin chocolate," Lin An said, stopping the cart beside her and following her gaze. "Inside is chocolate, the gold paper outside is fake and inedible." Bai Shui withdrew her hand, her expression unchanged. "I know." Lin An looked at her but didn't call her out. He took a small bag of those gold coin chocolates from the shelf and placed it in the cart. "What are you doing?" Bai Shui asked. "Just trying it," Lin An replied nonchalantly, pushing the cart forward. "It's pretty good and not expensive." Behind him Bai Shui there asked further nor objected. The cart continued forward. When they passed the fresh produce section, Lin An picked a few tomatoes, and Bai Shui pointed out that one had a slight bruise on the bottom. Lin An swapped it for another. When they passed the daily necessities section, Lin An picked up a new bottle of shampoo to smell it, but Bai Shui frowned, signaling him to put it back, then took a bottle with a more subtle fragrance from a higher shelf herself. This unspoken understanding had been quietly honed over hundreds of days and nights through countless moments of standing shoulder to shoulder and relying on each other. At the checkout, the elderly cashier took a second look at Bai Shui. A white-haired girl was bound to attract attention in any human gathering, but when her eyes met those calm blood-red irises, the words "Young lady, your hair dye is really pretty" that were on the tip of her tongue somehow vanished, and she simply scanned the items, collected the money, and bagged them, her movements even quicker than usual. The two walked out of the supermarket carrying shopping bags, the sunlight just right. Lin An suddenly remembered something. "Oh, we didn't buy toothpaste. It was on the list you made before going out." "Ah, I forgot." Bai Shui did not scold him. She simply took the heavier bag from his hand, turned around, and walked back toward the supermarket entrance. Lin An froze for a moment, then quickly trotted a few steps to catch up. The sunlight rendered her white hair almost translucent, the ends swaying gently with her steps. He saw the edge of her ear backlit, showing a faint, delicate, downy golden halo. He suddenly wondered, in those long years he had never shared with her, had she ever walked alone through a market in some other world, paused before a dazzling array of goods, and then quietly left? Had anyone ever picked up a glittering golden candy for her, and said, "Try it, it's pretty good"? He quickened his pace to walk beside her. "I'll remember the toothpaste next time," he said. And the dish soap is almost out too. Write it on the list." "What do you want for lunch?" "There's a new noodle shop at the supermarket entrance." The conversation was as plain as water, drowned in the hustle and bustle of the street. But Lin An knew that this was the greatest luxury he sought. In the afternoon, the two curled up on the sofa. The TV was on, playing a sci-fi movie with low ratings, full of plot holes and cheap special effects. Lin An had initially intended to make a few sarcastic remarks, but the sunlight outside was too warm, the sofa too soft, and the rustling sound of Bai Shui turning pages as she read quietly beside him too hypnotic. Before he knew it, his head tilted to the side, and he fell asleep. In his dream there was no shadow fortress, no sea of darkness, no cold violet eyes of the prince. Only sunlight, only the sound of pages turning, only a faint scent, a mix of laundry detergent and grass, the unique fragrance that belonged to Bai Shui. He didn't know how long he slept. When he woke, a thin blanket was covering him, his favorite gray-blue flannel blanket, which had somehow been taken from the bedroom. The TV had been muted, leaving only the silent, flickering images. The sunlight outside had turned into a gentle orange-red, a signal that dusk was approaching. Bai Shui was still sitting at the other end of the sofa, maintaining almost exactly the same posture as when he had fallen asleep. On her lap lay a book borrowed from the library, its cover bearing the title, A Brief History of 19th-Century European Architecture. She read with focused tenderness, her blood-red eyes lowered, long lashes casting quiet shadows on her eyelids. Lin An did not immediately sit up. He lay on the sofa, covered by the blanket, watching her quietly through the gaps of his lashes. The setting sun dyed her silhouette in a warm honey color, her white hair falling over her shoulders like melted moonlight. Occasionally her fingertips would rise, tracing an almost imperceptible arc in the air, a habitual gesture when she was thinking or conversing with herself, exactly the same as when she used to gaze into the distance from the castle window. She had finally found a place where she could lay down her crown and simply be Bai Shui. And he was blessed to be another anchor in this small harbor. After dinner, as they cleared the table, Lin An, emboldened by some unknown courage, quietly reached out from behind as Bai Shui turned to put away the dishes, toward her waist. But the moment his fingers touched the fabric, before he could even apply any force, his wrist was firmly grasped by a slightly cool hand. The next second the world spun. Lin An didn't even see how she turned, how she countered, and how she pinned him down on the living room carpet. The entire process was fluid. His hands were easily secured above his head, his waist exposed beneath her poised fingertips, completely at her mercy. Bai Shui looked down at him from above, a clear, mischievous smile rippling in her blood-red eyes. She didn't even speak, just raised an eyebrow slightly. The expression clearly said, "Is that all?" "Wait." Lin An's face flushed bright red as he made a final attempt to struggle. "This isn't fair. That's combat technique, and this is... What is it?" Her voice carried a hint of laughter, her fingertips ghosting over his waist, not touching, yet more threatening than direct tickling. Lin An's body tensed, laughing so hard he could barely speak. "It's family interaction." "Yes, interaction." Bai Shui thought for a moment, then nodded seriously. "Makes sense. Lin An didn't have time to relax before her fingertips landed on his most ticklish ribcage edge. Then let's try a different one, she said, her tone utterly calm. Ha ha. No. Not there. Bai Shui. Ha ha. The laughter and commotion nearly lifted the roof off. He writhed on the carpet like a fish pulled ashore, trying several times to break free, but her hand holding his wrist was as steady as a rock, while her other hand deftly changed positions, not too hard, not too soft, unhurried, a complete one-sided domination. I was wrong. Really wrong. Mercy. He finally gave up, struggling, laughing until tears seeped out his face, red, breathing heavily. Bai Shui stopped but did not immediately release him. She leaned over him, her white hair cascading down, forming a small private curtain around his face. Her blood-red eyes still held laughter, but deeper within was a more serene, gentler light. Lin An suddenly forgot to breathe. The next second she leaned down. An extremely light, soft kiss landed on his cheek. Warm, brief, like a feather brushing the water surface, or a tiny sweet grain of sugar slowly melting on the tip of his heart. She straightened up, casually released his wrist, and pulled him up from the carpet, even smoothing his messy hair with a pat. The dishes aren't done yet, she said, turning toward the kitchen. Lin An stood still, his face as red as the overcooked pancakes, his heartbeat so loud he could hear it himself. From the kitchen came the sound of the faucet running. He touched his cheek, then his chest. The beating was rapid but steady. The measurement of a new semester. At 6:40 in the morning, Lin An was awakened by his phone alarm. He didn't linger in bed but sat up, rubbed his eyes, and instinctively glanced to the side. Empty, but on the pillow lay a neatly folded school uniform which Bai Shui had taken out from the back of the wardrobe and re-ironed yesterday afternoon. He picked up the uniform and spread it open in the morning light. A white shirt, a dark blue tie, a navy blue western-style blazer with the school badge on the left chest, restitched a few stitches, the needlework fine and even. The craftsmanship spoke for itself. He dressed quietly, and in front of the narrow mirror on the wardrobe door he tied the tie 3 times before managing a decent knot. In the mirror the young man's face was still delicate, his build still slender, but somehow his posture was more upright, and his shoulders no longer habitually hunched inward. Was it an illusion? He wasn't sure. Pushing open the bedroom door, breakfast was already on the table. Today it was no longer experimental pancakes but standard, undeniably delicious fried egg toast and warm milk. Bai Shui sat at her usual spot wearing the same school uniform as his. When she ironed his, she had naturally ironed hers as well. The same white shirt, the same dark blue tie, the same navy blue blazer. Her long hair was tied into a low ponytail with a dark blue ribbon at the nape of her neck, revealing the elegant curve of her neck. Lin An sat down opposite her and took a bite of the toast. Nervous? Bai Shui asked without looking up, pushing the glass of milk closer to his hand. A little, Lin An admitted honestly. The late summer, early autumn morning breeze already carried a chill blowing on his face, with the faint bitter scent of leaves about to fall from the plane trees. There was a queue at the breakfast stall at the entrance of the residential complex. The oil sizzled and the sharp-eyed owner waved at them from across the crowd. Hey, the little cousin siblings. Long time no see. The usual. Bai Shui gave a slight nod but didn't slow her pace. Lin An smiled at the owner, a little embarrassed, and quickened his steps to catch up. The bus stop was crowded, mostly students in the same uniform, gathered in 2s and 3s, chatting about summer trips, games they played, and homework they'd caught up on. A boy who looked like a high school freshman noticed Bai Shui, nudged his friend's arm, and whispered a few words. Several pairs of eyes quietly converged on her, filled with admiration, curiosity, and that adolescent eagerness to venture. Bai Shui looked down at her phone screen, her fingers lightly swiping, her expression indifferent. Those gazes fell upon her like light on a timeless silent moonstone, stirring no ripples. Lin An stood beside her, leaning against the bus stop sign, saying nothing. He noticed that he had grown accustomed to all of this. Accustomed to her being watched wherever she went, to those probing looks, whether subtle or blunt, and to the fact that when he stood beside her he would occasionally be swept by those glances as well, no longer the shadow beside her but the person by her side. This realization did not make him proud or nervous. It just made him curl his lips slightly. The bus arrived and the crowd surged. Bai Shui put away her phone, naturally reached out, and took Lin An's wrist, pulling him onto the bus, finding a window seat for 2. He sat inside, she sat outside. Outside the window the street scene receded slowly. Lin An watched her profile reflected in the glass, then his own. The same uniform, the same destination, the same morning light. No different from this time last year. Yet completely different from this time last year. The moment they stepped through the school gates, that familiar air, mixed with chalk dust, disinfectant, and the scent of freshly cut grass from the sports field, rushed at them. Lin An instinctively took a deep breath. In the hallway, students hurried past carrying thick summer homework. Younger girls gathered in front of the notice board to look at club recruitment posters, and someone recognized by Shui exclaiming softly and nudging their friend's arm. Everything was as usual. Even the faded motivational quote poster on the corridor wall hadn't shifted an inch. Here time seemed to flow more slowly, more peacefully. Lin An suddenly felt a strange sense of unreality. Had those days and nights in the eternal shadow forest, those moments of brushing death in the shadow fortress that prince consumed by the dark silver-red beam, really happened? Or was it just a dream, too long, too vivid, in the last month of summer vacation? But the newly grown skin on his back, which hadn't fully faded, the lingering keener tentacles of perception deep within him, and the grass bracelet on the white-haired girl's wrist walking quietly beside him, its inner light subdued in the sunlight, all answered silently, not a dream. It was real. And he, carrying the weight of those truths, had returned here. The bell rang for the first class, math. Lin An opened his brand new textbook and, following the teacher's explanation, quickly jotted down key points in his notebook. He found that his concentration during class was unusually sharp. Those formulas and theorems that once required repeated chewing to digest could now be clearly understood in one pass, their logical threads grasped instantly. It wasn't an exaggerated photographic memory, but a state of thinking that was smoother, like a rusted gear that had been carefully cleaned and oiled, operating without obstruction. The same sensation persisted. He even had the leisure, after finishing the classroom exercises, to help the desk mate in front who had missed the steps due to daydreaming by pointing out the key to solving the problem. "Wow, Lin An, you've become a prodigy after just one summer break," the desk mate murmured in a low voice, half-jokingly. Lin An smiled without offering an explanation. During physical education class, it was free time. The boys spontaneously organized a basketball game, and Lin An was pulled in to make up the numbers. He hadn't touched a basketball in a long time, but as he ran, jumped, and shot, he discovered that his body felt lighter and more powerful than he remembered. That feeling wasn't a brute increase in muscle strength, but a more coordinated, more efficient control. He knew instinctively when to leap, how much force to use when passing, and how to find the most reasonable angle to shoot amidst a crowd of defenders. 3 shots, 2 made, 1 missed. Not spectacular, but his teammates were already patting him on the shoulder. "Not bad, you've been practicing secretly over the summer, huh?" The school bell rang and the setting sun painted the corridor a tangerine hue. Lin An packed his bag and walked to the entrance of Class 3 Grade 2, waiting for Bai Shui. She was having a brief discussion with the class monitor about the week's duty roster, her expression calm, her speech steady, the perfect image of a diligent transfer student and top performer. He leaned against the doorframe without any urgency. Just then a somewhat arrogant footstep approached from behind, mingled with a few low, distinctly provocative murmurs. "That guy doesn't look like much. Skinny and weak, probably fall over with one push. Hey, move aside." A hand landed on Lin An's shoulder with considerable force, clearly signaling a confrontation. Lin An turned his head. Behind him stood 3 male students. The leader was burly, his school uniform unbuttoned, revealing a black t-shirt underneath. His eyes held that excess of adolescent restlessness, urgently seeking an opponent to vent on. He was a familiar face, from last semester, who had been disciplined for fighting and was rumored to have returned to school this term. What was his surname? Lin An couldn't recall. Their eyes met. The boy's lips parted slightly, the ready opening line suddenly caught in his throat. What did he see? An ordinary sophomore boy in a neat uniform, not particularly tall, with features that were far from sharp. His face even carried a hint of that clean, gentle quality typical of good students. But those eyes, those dark, deep eyes that looked back calmly in the sunset light, held no panic, no concession, not even the tension or anger one would expect in response to a provocation. Only an almost indifferent calm. That calm wasn't feigned composure or bluffing. It was a kind of instinctive numbness toward the petty turbulence before him, born from having seen far deeper darkness. As if he wasn't looking at an impending conflict, but at a group of reckless young beasts jostling each other near the edge of a dangerous cliff. That gaze lingered for less than 2 seconds. Lin An turned back and continued leaning against the doorframe as if nothing had happened. He didn't even ask, "What's the matter?" The boy froze his hand on Lin An's shoulder, uncertain whether to withdraw or exert force. His companions also sensed the strange atmosphere, their murmurs gradually fading. Just then Bai Shui walked out of the classroom. She didn't ask what had happened, nor did she even glance at the 3 boys. She simply walked over to Lin An and said, "Let's go." Lin An nodded. The two walked side by side down the corridor, their shadows stretched long by the setting sun. Behind them the boy finally lowered his hand that had been frozen in midair. His throat bobbed, but he let out no harsh words and walked away in the opposite direction dejected. His companions hurried after him, murmuring with a relief they themselves couldn't quite explain. Forget it, it's the first day, don't stir up trouble." They didn't understand why they had backed down. Even Lin An himself didn't consciously notice. He simply felt that the provocation had come too lightly, too distantly, like watching an irrelevant rain through a glass window. He was no longer the boy who a year ago had cowered slightly in front of an unfamiliar school gate and habitually avoided gazes. The ripple of the subdued undercurrent. The strike force had precisely eliminated the majority, leaving behind a large amount of heavy equipment. The surviving soldiers were scattered across the vast wilderness and woodlands east of the eternal dark forest, requiring a long time to regroup. More fatal was the power vacuum. The Shadow Corridor was not a monolithic entity. While Prince Calido was in power, his absolute strength and iron-fisted rule suppressed several ancient dukes within who also coveted the throne. Now that the suppressor had vanished abruptly, those long-suppressed ambitions, like shadow beasts scenting blood, poked their heads out from every dark corner. Internal strife over wartime command, open and covert struggles for the prince's legacy, endless buck-passing and mutual recrimination over the defeat. Some even began to publicly question whether the prince's decision to launch the war had been too rash. As for avenging the prince, that slogan after the initial panic was drowned out by more realistic and ruthless power calculations. After all, the existence that could kill Prince Calido, whoever it was not someone they were willing to provoke at this moment. The White Knight Court seized this window. Militarily taking advantage of the Shadow Legion's rout and internal command, Chaos Elite Strike Forces coordinated with main defensive troops to steadily reclaim several contested areas that had been harassed or occupied by the Shadows, re-establishing the traditional border along the eastern frontier. At the same time, under Baihui's direction, there was no excessive pursuit or deep penetration into the heart of Shadow-controlled territory that would have reunited the several Shadow factions that were otherwise preoccupied with internal strife. A victory that was enough and stopped in time was far more beneficial to the court's long-term interests than greedy overreaching. In intelligence, several deeply dormant, sleep-level intelligence nodes were activated, beginning systematic collection of information on the dynamic strength assessments and points of conflict among the various ducal factions within the Shadow Corridor. After cross-verification and analysis, this intelligence would become an important basis for the next diplomatic moves. In diplomacy, after extremely cautious screening and secret contacts, the court finally established an indirect communication channel with a relatively rational ancient ducal family within the Shadow Corridor that had a long history of enmity with the Calido faction. The first batch of tentative messages had been transmitted through encrypted lines. The other side remained silent but did not refuse. In power struggles, silence often meant negotiable. And the foundation of all these actions, that core pivot like a stabilizing pillar. Baihui lowered his head slightly, looking at his left palm. There, a communication crystal with silver moon thorn motifs on its edge was maintaining an extremely faint one-way receiving link. Its other end connected to a distant existence beyond the barrier of rules, one he had never dared to actively call. 3 days ago, almost at the same moment when Prince Calido's complete annihilation and the Shadow Army's rout were confirmed, this long-dormant secret link had flickered with the first extremely faint thought pulse belonging to the Queen. There were no lengthy instructions. Only a few words, concise and calm, yet heavier than 1,000 pounds. Baihui read that thought message 7 times. Not because he didn't understand. Her Majesty's instructions were always succinct and clear in intent. It was just he needed some time to digest a certain subtle aura in the lines, vastly different from what he remembered. Strengthen border intelligence, handle aftermath orderly. That was the strategic judgment befitting the court's supreme commander. Not returning for now. That was Her Majesty's personal decision, which he had no right to question. Why? Baihui pondered for a long time. Then he recalled a certain detail. Shortly before that thought message arrived, he had just received a routine report of low priority from a covert observation node at Bright Moon Slope. The content was very brief. Her Majesty had briefly returned to her domain, staying less than 2 blood hours, then left with a human boy heading in the direction of the border passage. Then he closed the report. He said nothing. Now standing before the throne in the Silver Moon Hall, looking at the map showing the border defense line that had stabilized with no imminent large-scale war threat, at the colleagues in the administrative hall methodically handling the aftermath, at the communication bridge to the rational Shadow faction that remained silent, but had been quietly established, Baihui suddenly felt weary. Not physical weariness, but an indescribable complex emotion akin to My liege has finally found something more important than the throne. This emotion contained relief. She was no longer alone. And helplessness. It meant that he as regent would probably continue to act in that capacity for a very, very long time. And also a trace of barely perceptible envy which he himself was reluctant to admit. He sighed softly. He raised his hand, tracing a concise command in the air. Shadow corridor intelligence monitoring, adjust from active search to key filtering and deep analysis. Pay attention to distinguishing the movements of internal factions and initiate the second round of contact with the Valley family at an appropriate time. Specific plan to be reviewed. Border defense level reduced from highest combat readiness to level 2 alert. Rotation plan for all garrison units to commence immediately. The Queen's attention on this matter signal. Postponed. Release timing to be notified separately. The last item was his own unauthorized decision. But he thought Her Majesty would not blame him. After all she had said, not returning for now. Once that signal was released, it would be like a pebble thrown into a still lake, sending ripples throughout the entire vampire world. Countless eyes would refocus on the White Knight court, on the long-absent Queen. At that time, whether she was in the court or not, she would be pushed back to that solitary lofty throne where she had stood alone for endless ages. And at this moment, we imagine the scene of a crudely crafted, luminous plant bracelet alongside another already familiar stargrass ring whose origin he had never asked about, quietly worn together on Her Majesty's left wrist. Then he shut down all communication crystals, turned and once again gazed at the empty silver moon throne. At least, he murmured to himself, his voice so low it was almost drowned by the silver light flowing from the dome. This time you are not alone. The moonlight crystal's radiance poured silently, enveloping both the throne and the regent's figure in a cool and gentle silver glow. In the distance, officials in the administrative hall were still busy. The night of the eternal dark forest remained eternal. But the most turbulent crest of the undercurrent had quietly subsided in the unsensed silence. Nightrest Town, a black market intelligence exchange. That concludes the latest summary of the White Knight Court's recent movements. A low, raspy voice echoed in the dim cubicle. Military contraction, diplomatic probing, overall restrained posture. No signs of large-scale retaliation. And that one. Another voice, aged cautious with a barely concealed apprehension. The reporter paused for 2 seconds. No records of any public appearance or display of power. But, he hesitated. Some shadow generals who fled back from the rout mentioned in private that they sensed a certain extremely ancient, extremely oppressive aura on the battlefield. Though fleeting, they were certain it was not regent by we. Also, he added, the exact details of Prince Calido's fall remain a mystery. The only thing confirmed is that the Shadow Fortress collapsed from within, its core annihilated. An existence capable of that. He didn't finish. The other party didn't press further. In the cubicle, only the low hum of the mana purifier was audible. After a long while, the aged voice spoke, its tone flat yet carrying a deliberately maintained calm. Let the Shadow Corridor handle its own affairs. We will observe, not intervene for now. Reject all bounty orders involving the White Knight Guardian and the human boy in the near future. Yes. Furthermore, the aged voice paused. On my private behalf, send a message through that channel. Congratulations to the White Knight Court on winning the border war. Nightrest Town will continue to remain neutral and welcome all caravans for normal transit. The reporter looked up, surprised. But the other party had already stopped speaking, merely waving a hand to dismiss him. The cubicle fell silent again. Only a blue lantern burned quietly in the corner, casting its light on an old world map on the wall. On the map's edge, the marker line representing the boundary of the human world was like a silent dotted line. There was neither the thorny skull of the Shadow Corridor nor the silver moon rose of the White Knight Court. Only countless existences struggling in the cracks between the two worlds, seeking profit or shelter. At this moment they all, as if by common consent, retracted their feelers that had been reaching in a certain direction a few inches back. Like the tide receding, revealing rocks briefly submerged. The rocks were silent, but their positions had quietly shifted in the storm that no one had witnessed. White Knight Court, Silver Moon Hall. We finished the last urgent document of the day, rubbed his brow, and rose to walk to the window. Outside, the moonlight crystal forest on bright moon slopes still flowed with tranquil silver light. The mirror lake surface was smooth as glass, reflecting the simulated gentle and constant moon disk beneath the eternal twilight. In the distance, the silver armor of night patrol guards flickered in and out of the shadows, their steps steady, no longer the urgency and tension of wartime. Everything was returning to normal. The moonlight was silent as always. A day of relaxation. Saturday, 7 in the morning. Lin An woke up 15 minutes before his alarm. He didn't get up immediately. He lay on his back staring at the familiar fine crack on the ceiling and slowly curved his lips in the growing morning light. Outside the window early birds chirped crisply. Someone in the next unit was watering flowers on the balcony. The sound of splashing water separated by several floors was faintly audible. The refrigerator, after a brief silence, again emitted its characteristic hum like an old man clearing his throat. Everything was as usual. But today was different. He turned over and looked at the other side of the bed. Empty. The bedding was neatly folded, the pillow placed squarely at the head of the bed. But on the pillow lay a folded set of clothes. Not the school uniform. It was the dress they had seen yesterday evening at that small niche clothing store tucked deep in the alley, where the air from the window to the racks was filled with a faint scent of camphorwood. When she had tried it on, and stood before the mirror, he had blurted out, "This looks quite nice on you." It was a simple knee-length dress. The main color was a soft haze blue with a slightly gathered neckline, delicate pleats at the cuffs, and a waistline that was perfectly cinched, either too flashy nor too plain. The fabric draped smoothly, reflecting an extremely faint moon-like soft sheen under the light. She had stood quietly before the mirror for a moment, her blood-red eyes gazing at the reflection without saying whether she liked it or not. Only when leaving the store did she have this paper bag in her hand. At this moment the dress lay quietly beside his pillow, meticulously folded as if waiting to be worn, or perhaps a silent answer left for him. Lin An held the dress set. His was still yesterday's white shirt with a casual jacket, his clothes on the other side, buried his face in the soft cotton, took a deep breath, then sat up. His heartbeat wouldn't steady. "Never mind, I won't force it." He resignedly curved his lips, began to wash up and change clothes. At 8:15 the two left the house. Today's bus stop, the waiting crowd seemed unusually noisy. Several young men frequently glanced sideways, their eyes chasing the light blue figure that seemed draped in a soft filter under the morning light. Then, following her side, they saw the black-haired youth in a white shirt carrying a black shoulder bag standing calmly side by side with the white-haired girl. First stop, a large amusement park on the outskirts. This was a location Lin An chose after cramming last night, after flipping through dating guides for an hour and synthesizing various opinions. The guide said amusement parks effectively create shared memories, enhance interaction, and are suitable for taking photos to post on social media. He ignored the last point. They don't post updates. But shared memories are indeed needed. Lin An bought a combo ticket. He carefully folded the stub and put it in his pocket. "What should we play first?" he asked. Bai Shui glanced at the park map, her gaze pausing for half a second on the towering, screaming roller coaster track. Lin An immediately caught that half second. "Want to try that?" he asked. "Okay." Bai Shui's tone was flat. Lin An couldn't help but smile. He suddenly realized that he could now discern her subtle, almost imperceptible emotional signals, not through mind reading but through the instinctive rapport accumulated from countless days and nights together. That half-second pause, the subtle, "okay," rather than "whatever," under the calm tone, translated into a bit curious "want to try but waiting for you to suggest." He took her wrist and walked toward the roller coaster. 3 minutes later, the roller coaster plunged down at nearly a 90-degree angle, wind howling in their ears, screams rising and falling, the weightlessness making Lin An's stomach clench. He gripped the handrail tightly, eyes half closed, struggling to maintain his composure. Meanwhile, the white-haired girl beside him, her hair blown backward, skirt fluttering slightly under the safety bar, her expression was no different from when she drank calming herbal tea at Jiayuepa. Calm and different, even with a hint of focused curiosity. She could, even at the most violent spin of the roller coaster, slightly turn her head to observe a ride with abnormal energy fluctuations beside the track. After getting off, Lin An held the railing, steadying his breath. "Not fun?" Bai Shui asked. Fun." Lin An took a deep breath. "It's just too thrilling." Bai Shui thought for a moment. "The wind is strong." Lin An looked at her slightly disheveled yet still neatly styled white hair and suddenly felt that their definitions of thrill might differ in some dimension. He couldn't help but laugh. Bai Shui watched him laugh, her crimson eyes slightly curved, not asking what he was laughing at. The second stop was the carousel. This one was his choice. Bai Shui mounted a white wooden horse and Lin An took the brown one beside her. The music was an old but warm nursery rhyme, the wooden horses rising and falling in a gentle rhythm, the entire area bathed in candy-colored lights and children's laughter. Lin An turned his head. The light blue skirt fluttered slightly as the carousel spun. The white-haired girl sat upright on the white horse holding the golden reins, her expression focused like a traveler from another world encountering human fairy tales for the first time. She could clearly traverse the entire Yongan Linhai in the blink of an eye, yet now she earnestly and steadily spun round and round with this wooden horse that couldn't run. Lin An took out his phone and pressed the shutter. A click sound. Bai Shui turned her head. Lin An put away his phone, looking ahead as if nothing happened. She didn't ask, "What are you doing?" nor demand to delete it. The carousel lights reflected on her profile, and in the flicker of light and shadow Lin An seemed to see the corner of her mouth slightly lift. The third stop was the arcade. This was entirely an accident. They had planned to play shooting water games, but on the way they passed by the arcade entrance, and were attracted by the flashing lights and the rising and falling electronic sounds. Lin An exchanged for 100 game tokens and gave half to Bai Shui. Then he witnessed a scene akin to performance art. Racing game, broke the highest record. Shooting game, every shot hit. Claw machine, the first 3 tries were learning the machine's grab logic, and claw force decay curve from the 4th try onward averaged $1 per 2 tokens. 15 minutes later a crowd had gathered behind them. There were high school students recording with their phones, young people eager to approach and strike up a conversation, and staff members standing by the claw machine with complex expressions, seemingly engaged in some intense inner struggle. Lin An pulled Bai Shui away, who was studying a certain machine. When they left the arcade, Lin An had 3 plush dolls in his hands, and the side pocket of his backpack was stuffed with 2 gift coupons given by the arcade owner. "Don't you like the claw machine?" Bai Shui asked. "I do," Lin An said, looking down at the tilted head bunny in his hand, unable to suppress his smile. "It's just that if we keep playing, the owner might call the police." Bai Shui thought for a moment, seemed to find this outcome acceptable, and said nothing more. The 4th stop was the commercial street. Lunch was at a Japanese ramen shop hidden deep in an alley. The shop was small, but the broth was rich, and the soft-boiled egg was perfectly cooked. Lin An buried his head in his noodles, occasionally looking up to see Bai Shui across from him picking up a slice of chashu with chopsticks, examining it seriously, then putting it into her mouth, chewing slowly. Her way of eating was essentially no different from when he first had breakfast with her in the ancient castle. Still that focused and appreciative manner, as if she treated every bite with seriousness. But back then she sat at the other end of the long dining table, separated by candlesticks and silverware. Now she sat opposite him, close enough that her chopsticks could reach his bowl. Lin An picked up his soft-boiled egg and gave it to her. Bai Shui's chopsticks paused, but she didn't refuse. In the afternoon they went to see a movie. A romance film, the only one with a suitable time on the schedule. Lin An didn't pay much attention to the plot because from the 11th minute his attention was completely taken by something else. In the adjacent seats a couple had been whispering and occasionally giggling since the movie started. Lin An didn't catch what they were saying, but he saw, in the dim light, the boy's hand quietly covered the girl's hand. Then their fingers interlaced. Lin An averted his gaze and continued staring at the screen. On the screen the protagonists were walking side by side on a twilight street, talking about some promise for the future. His eyes were watching, his ears were listening, but deep in his consciousness a thought was growing wildly, like grass seeds blown by the spring breeze. His right hand rested on the armrest less than 5 centimeters from her left hand. Lin An didn't move. He just extremely slowly and carefully lightly touched the back of his hand to hers. No force, no grip. Just touching. He didn't even dare to turn his head to see her expression. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Then he felt her hand move. Not pulling away, but slightly turning over, palm up, and then holding his hand back. Slightly cool, soft, slender fingers slipped through his. Fingers interlaced. Lin An's heartbeat at that moment almost drowned out all the sounds of the movie. He didn't speak. Neither did she. On the screen the heroine was crying. The hero gently embraced her. In the darkness they silently held hands, watching someone else's story together. After the movie ended they wandered aimlessly in the mall. Passing by a milk tea shop, Lin An went to queue and Bai Shui waited nearby. He bought 2 cups of signature taro ball bubble tea, one with 30 sugar and no ice, hers, and one with full sugar and ice, his. Bai Shui took the tea, inserted the straw and took a sip. "Sweet," she said. But then a second sip, a third. Lin An didn't call her out. They passed by a self-service photo booth for sticker photos. The glass display showcased various styles of sticker frames, cute, funny, warm. 2 high school-looking girls just came out from behind the curtain waving freshly printed photos, chattering about which ones to send to whom. Bai Shui stopped. Lin An followed her gaze. Want to take some? He asked. Bai Shui was silent for 2 seconds. Okay, she said. It was this phrase again. Lin An suppressed a smile, took her hand and led her into the photo booth. The curtain fell, isolating them from the outside light and noise. In the cramped space there were only the two of them, a soft fill light, and a touchscreen camera device blinking standby blue light. Lin An studied the interface, selected the 4-shot mode, then stood back beside Bai Shui. First shot. He made a cheesy peace sign. She looked at the camera, expression as calm as ever. Second shot. He tried tilting his head. She seemed a bit confused, leaning slightly toward him, her crimson eyes carrying a hint of inquiry. Is this right? Third shot. When the photographer, no, the camera's countdown sounded, a sudden inspiration struck him. He reached out, gently placed his hand on top of her head, making a head pat gesture. The countdown ended. The image froze. Her slightly startled expression, and his curved eyes. Fourth shot. Countdown 3 seconds. He suddenly turned his head, leaned close to her ear, and said something very softly. She turned to look at him. The shutter clicked. In the frame he was smiling, and she was looking at him. The lights went out, and the hum of photo printing started. Lin An took the freshly printed photos, glanced at them, and quickly pocketed the one with the whispering to ear pose. Give it to me, Bai Shui said, reaching out. Let's look at it later. No. Lin An met her gaze for 2 seconds, then surrendered and obediently handed over the photo. Bai Shui lowered her head, examining it carefully. Then her eyelashes trembled slightly. In that photo, when he leaned close to her ear, his lips were slightly parted as if saying something unknown. And in the moment she turned to him, the usual calm in her crimson eyes was broken, revealing a glimpse of genuine, soft, slightly surprised, yet even warmer. She was smiling. Not a polite, faint smile. It was the kind of heartfelt, eyes-curving smile that even she herself hadn't noticed. Bai Shui stared at the photo, silent for a long time. Lin An felt a bit nervous. Is it not good? It's good, she said, her voice very soft. She carefully put away all 4 photos, placing them into the small, almost never used hidden pocket on the side of her skirt. Lin An watched her serious movements, saying nothing. Only when she straightened up did he quietly take her hand. This time without hesitation. When night fell, they stopped before the attraction deepest in the park, also the end of the longest queue of visitors. The Ferris wheel. The guide said this was a must-do for dates, especially at night. Lin An chose the fully transparent cabin. As the Ferris wheel slowly ascended, the noise and figures of the ground gradually shrank and faded away. The city was like an overturned jewelry box, countless lights spreading out under the deep blue night sky, flowing into rivers of light. The air became crisp and quiet. Only the faint rhythmic mechanical sway of the cabin and their steady breathing. Lin An looked down. The city's myriad lights stretched beneath them to the horizon, warm and dense, each one representing a window, a family, a story, either plain or touching. Above this sea of lights they hovered at the highest point. All around was silent, only the two of them. At this moment the world was vast and also small. Lin An! Bai Shui's voice rang out in the stillness. He turned his head. She was looking out the window, her crimson eyes reflecting the faint glimmer of countless lights. The starlight grass and moved firefly grass bracelet on her wrist silently lit up with their own soft, gentle blue and silver in this artificial night. What did you say in the photo booth just now? She asked softly. Lin An was stunned for a moment. Then he slowly curved his lips, not answering, but gently tightened his grip on her interlaced hand. The Ferris wheel paused at the top for the longest moment. He turned to look at her. The lights were in her eyes, on the tips of her hair, on her slightly glistening lips. I said. His voice was very soft, yet so clear in the silence. Right now you are very happy. Bai Shui's eyelashes trembled slightly. She turned her gaze back, continuing to look out at the vast, warm, and ordinary lights of the human world. She said nothing. But her fingers in his palm tightened lightly, faintly. The Ferris wheel began to descend slowly. The city lights drew nearer, and the sounds of people rose. Lin An looked out the window, suddenly recalling that in a distant world of eternal twilight he had once stood on that glowing tundra, pausing before a beautiful clump of grass. Back then he could never have imagined that one day he would sit side by side with the owner of that tundra, high above this city of lights, fingers interlaced. How marvelous fate is! But he no longer feared it would suddenly turn, because the hand holding his had never let go. The night after returning from the Ferris wheel, the atmosphere in the rental apartment underwent a subtle shift. Not deliberate nor sudden. More like a cup of warm water quietly rising to a critical temperature when no one is watching. The surface remained calm, but deep inside fine bubbles began to form and rise only to gently pop when they touched the surface, releasing a trace of barely perceptible warmth. Lin An couldn't pinpoint when this change began. Perhaps it was the lingering warmth in his palm that hadn't dissipated for too long after their fingers interlaced. Perhaps it was that fleeting softness in her crimson eyes, different from usual when they accidentally met gazes in the elevator. Or perhaps it was at this moment. The sliding door to the balcony was half open, the early autumn night breeze carrying a slight chill gently stirring the edge of the curtain. He and Bai Shui stood side by side on that tiny balcony, barely enough for two to turn around, looking up at the sparse starlight in the city's night sky. It was called stargazing, but in reality the city lights were too bright, only a few of the brightest stars were visible. Yet they still stood, their shoulders almost touching, silently tilting their heads up as if truly identifying some constellation. Lin An knew that she had seen the true sea of stars. In certain areas of Yong'an Lihai was sparse magic by the mirror lake of Jiayuepa, in those the vast night sky of the vampire world, which she had never set foot in but could only imagine from the few words she occasionally let slip, must have stars 100 times brighter than those here. Yet at this moment she stood quietly by his side, accompanying him as he gazed at the sparse stars diluted by the city lights. He turned his head. The balcony was unlit, the indoor light seeping through the curtain gaps, tracing a soft contour on her profile. Her white hair fluttered slightly in the night breeze, the tips occasionally brushing against his arm, carrying a faint ticklish sensation. She tilted her head slightly upward, the line of her neck graceful and relaxed as if she had shed all her defenses. Lin An suddenly felt an impulse. He turned slightly, extended his arm, and with the utmost gentleness slipped it around her waist from the side. His movement was as light as if he feared disturbing something fragile. Bai Shui's body stiffened almost imperceptibly, but only for an instant. Then she relaxed, leaning back slightly, settling into that cautious, clumsy yet warm embrace. In that moment Lin An's heartbeat nearly drowned out the distant murmur of traffic from the elevated highway. He dared not move, dared not speak, dared not even breathe too heavily. He simply held her, feeling the warmth of her body transmitting through the thin fabric, sensing the faint pleasant fragrance of her white hair, and feeling the steady powerful heartbeat so close to his own as she leaned against his chest. Lin An. Her voice came from his chest, slightly muffled but clear. You're nervous. Lin An's face instantly flushed. He was indeed nervous. His heart was racing wildly, his arm muscles stiff from excessive caution, and his breathing deliberately light, as if afraid that a single heavy breath would shatter this hard-won tranquility. No, I'm not, he insisted stubbornly. Bai Shui turned her head slightly, her blood-red eyes glinting in the dimness, carrying a hint of mischievous amusement. They stood on the balcony for a long time. The night breeze was cool, but the embrace was warm. The stars were sparse, but each other's eyes held their own light. After an unknown length of time, Bai Shui moved first. She turned slightly in his arms, facing him. Those blood-red eyes were inches away, reflecting the faint light from inside and also his slightly flushed face. Her hand rose, her fingertips gently touching his cheek, gliding from his brow bone over his cheekbone, finally stopping at the edge of his jaw as if confirming the integrity of some precious fragile porcelain. Lin An, she called his name. His voice was a little tight. You asked me once, she said, her blood-red eyes focused on him, whether in all that long time I had ever cared for anyone else. Lin An's heart tightened slightly. Yes, he had asked? On a quiet afternoon at bright moon slope beneath the huge ancient tree. At that time she hadn't answered directly, merely gazing silently at the distant moonlight crystal forest, remaining quiet for a long while. He assumed it was a topic she didn't want to discuss, and so he never asked again. I didn't tell you the answer then, Bai Shui continued, her fingertips still resting on his jaw, because I needed to sort things out. Her gaze lowered slightly, as if recalling. In that long span of time there were indeed people I cared about. She spoke softly, comrades who fought side by side, loyal subjects, worthy opponents. They all left traces in my life. Lin An listened quietly, his heart tightening ever so briefly, but soon replaced by a deeper, calmer serenity. Because as she spoke these words she was looking at him. In those always calm blood-red eyes there was no nostalgia or regret for the past, only a focus that completely encompassed him within her gaze. But that kind of care, she paused, is different from what I feel for you. She raised her other hand, gently pressing it over his heart, feeling its rapid irregular beating. For a comrade, care is trust. For a subject, care is duty. For an opponent, care is respect. Her voice was low like a whisper in the night breeze, but for you. Her fingertip traced a small circle over his heart. It's wanting to protect everything about this person, his smile, his fears, his occasional clumsiness, his courage to stand in front of me even in times of danger. It's wanting to share every ordinary moment with him. The seriousness of picking tomatoes at the supermarket, the guilt of secretly hiding the burnt pancakes, the warmth of his hand surreptitiously touching mine during a movie. It's missing him even after a brief separation. It's not wanting to be alone again even after endless ages. She lifted her gaze, meeting his eyes. This kind of care is the only one. Lin An's eyes stung slightly. He didn't speak. He simply extended his arms and pulled her tightly into his embrace. He held her with such force as if he wanted to merge her into his very bones. Bai Shui didn't resist. She buried her face in his shoulder, her arms circling his back, returning the hug with equal intensity. On the balcony the night breeze remained cool. But between the two embracing the temperature was just right. After a long while Lin An loosened his hold a little, looking down at her. Under the moonlight her face was slightly tilted up, her blood-red eyes displaying a tenderness and trust he had never seen before. He leaned down and pressed a kiss on her forehead. It was very, very light. The night of the first snow. The first snow of early winter arrived quietly on an ordinary night. Lin An noticed the snowflakes falling outside the window while he was curled up on the sofa flipping through a novel borrowed from the library. Call it reading, but his attention had long drifted. From the kitchen came the steady, unhurried chop-chop of vegetables being cut. That was Bai Shui preparing dinner. Ever since the experiment with the pancakes she had developed a sort of obsession with cooking, trying out 1 or 2 new dishes every week. The results were hit or miss, but Lin An always finished every bite and earnestly praised her. Today she was making a stew. The beef brisket, which had been simmering since afternoon, bubbled gently in the clay pot, its aroma already filling the entire house, mingling with the cool air outside, stirring a warm, comforting feeling in the stomach. Lin An's gaze lifted from the page, drifting unconsciously toward the kitchen. Then his peripheral vision caught something unusual outside the window. He turned his head. Under the dim yellow streetlight, countless tiny white particles were falling thickly. They were silent, light as fluff, each one seeming to be gilded with a thin golden edge under the light. It was snowing. Lin An put down the book and walked to the window. This year's first snow had come earlier than he expected. The snow was not heavy, very fine, melting upon touching the ground, only accumulating a thin layer of white on leaves and car roofs. But in the sky countless snowflakes continued to fall tirelessly, weaving a hazy and gentle curtain in the interplay of night and light. "What are you looking at?" Bai Shui's voice came from behind. She had stepped out of the kitchen, casually wiping her hands on her apron, and stood beside him, following his gaze out the window. "It's snowing," Lin An said. Bai Shui watched quietly. This was the first snow she had ever seen in this world. Last winter, when she had just arrived, it was already early spring, so she had missed the entire snow season. She had only known the concept of snow from books and Lin An's descriptions, cold white crystalline water falling from the sky. But seeing it with her own eyes was after all different from the written word. "It's light," she said softly. "Lighter than moonlight." Lin An turned to look at her. The warm indoor light illuminated her profile, and her blood-red eyes reflected the countless falling snowflakes outside. Her expression was the familiar calm, but deep in her eyes there was a faint childlike focus on something new. He suddenly smiled. "Want to go out and see?" Bai Shui thought for a moment, then shook her head. "Cold." She paused, then added, "It's enough that you're watching." Lin An's heart was gently touched by those words. He turned back, continuing to gaze out the window. The snow was falling a little heavier now. He could clearly see the spiraling descent of each flake in the beam of the streetlight. In the distance, tall buildings, nearby treetops, all were beginning to don a thin ethereal layer of white. "Come here," Bai Shui said suddenly. Lin An turned around. She stood by the sofa, extending her hand to him. He walked over and placed his hand in her palm. She didn't pull him to the balcony or make any other move. Instead, she gently pulled him closer, then raised her other hand and lightly brushed his left shoulder. There was nothing there. No dust, no snowflake, no debris that needed brushing away. But her fingertips lingered there for a moment. Then slowly they slid down along the outside of his arm all the way to his wrist. Finally they stopped at the edge of the silver thorn-rose brooch he always wore. Her fingertips gently traced the delicate pattern of the brooch. Lin An looked down at her hand, then up at her face. Her gaze was fixed on his chest, long lashes slightly lowered, her expression focused and tender, as if confirming a priceless treasure that had finally come to belong to her. He raised his right hand, lightly covering the back of her hand. Then he grasped her wrist. Very gently, very slowly. His fingertips moved upward, touching the edge of the 2 intertwined grass rings on her wrist. The starlight grass bracelet was already a little old, the edges of the leaves slightly yellowed, but the deep blue glow within remained. The moonfire grass leaves were even more fragile, with several tiny cracks at the edges, scars from her battles. His fingertips with the utmost lightness slowly traced along the edges of those cracks. Bai Shue's breath caught for a moment. She didn't move. She just watched his lowered brows and eyes, his focused, cherishing expression, as if touching something fragile. The indoor light was warm yellow. Outside, the first snow fell silently. The air was filled with the aroma of the stew and something more subtle, a silence that was quietly warming. The distance closed silently. Lin An looked up. Her face was inches away. In her blood-red eyes he saw his own reflection, and in them, instead of the usual calm, there was a soft, blazing light he had never seen before. He heard his own heartbeat thundering in his chest. Then he didn't know who moved first. Perhaps it was him, perhaps her. The distance vanished. She rose slightly on her tiptoes. He lowered his head slightly. A kiss landed on his eyelid. Very, very light. It carried the cool temperature of her lips and a faint, crisp scent that was uniquely hers. Lin An's lashes fluttered. His hand instinctively tightened around her wrist. The kiss left his eyelid. Then came a tentative, careful embrace. Her arms encircled his waist, his arms encircled her shoulders. They pressed tightly together, their heartbeats colliding and harmonizing through two thin layers of fabric. She tilted her face upward slightly. He lowered his head. This time the kiss landed on the lips. At first it was just a light touch, like a snowflake landing on the palm, fleeting. But neither pulled away. So came a second, a third. Then at some point the touch was no longer content to be a mere brush. Lips rubbed against each other, breaths mingled. She tasted of the savory stew, of her usual crispness, and of a tenderness that belonged only to this moment, intoxicating him. Lin An's breathing grew rapid. His fingers threaded into her soft white hair, his palm pressed against the back of her head, pulling her closer to him. And she tilted her head back, tightening her arms, responding to this kiss that was gradually losing control. One of them moved first. The edge of the sofa collided, a stumble, then a fall into the soft fabric. But their lips never parted. They tangled from the sofa to the carpet, then struggled to their feet, stumbling toward the bedroom. Breaths were already disordered, gasps escaping between interlocked lips, low and hot. Lin An's face was flushed as if it might burn, but his hand still clutched the hem of her clothes, unwilling to let go even for a second. At the bedroom door. Her back pressed against the doorframe, his hands braced on either side of her. Foreheads touching, breaths interweaving. Her blood-red eyes gleamed astonishingly bright in the dimness, like two ignited stars, reflecting his flushed face, slightly swollen lips, and dazed gaze. Lin An. Her voice was lower than usual, carrying a touch of huskiness, yet still clear. He could barely answer without panting. She didn't speak again. She simply reached out and gave a gentle push. He staggered backward, falling onto the soft bed. She followed, covering him. Her entire body pressed down on him. Not heavy, but with a gentle, inescapable sense of control. Her face was so close that he could see every flicker of light in her blood-red eyes, every trace of the intensity and restraint that was uniquely hers. Thus caught beneath her, he looked up at her. His face was burning with redness, his heart pounding painfully, his body stiff and unsure where to place itself. She looked at him like this, and the corner of her mouth lifted into a very slight curve. Then she raised her hand. Her cool fingertips began to move slowly downward from his jaw. They traced over his Adam's apple. He swallowed. Over his collarbone. He held his breath. Over his chest. The spot above his heart felt as if it would ignite. Finally they stopped at the edge of his lower abdomen. Her fingertip drew a small circle there, bringing a fine, unbearable tickling sensation. Lin An's body jerked violently. Instinctively he wanted to dodge. But she pinned him down, giving him no room to escape. She lowered her head, leaning close to his ear, her warm breath brushing his earlobe. "Don't move." The voice was very soft, yet carried a gentle authority that was impossible to disobey. Lin An stopped moving. But his body under the touch of her fingertips was as sensitive as a drawn bowstring, every inch of skin clamoring for attention. She looked at him, at his expression of extreme endurance and uncontrollable trembling, and the light in the depths of her blood-red eyes grew even softer, even more intense. Her fingers continued downward. Where they passed, clothing was the only barrier. But the warmth of that touch had already pierced through every obstruction, imprinting itself into each increasingly disordered breath. Bai Shui. His voice was so hoarse it was almost inaudible. She responded, but her movements didn't stop. Lin An's gasps grew heavier. He raised his hand, wanting to grasp something, but ultimately only clutched futilely at the bedsheet beneath him. She watched him in this state, then leaned down and pressed a kiss on his forehead. Then her entire body pressed down on him. Soft, warm, carrying the full weight of her presence that made him dizzy. Her face was so close that their breaths entwined and he could see his own completely lost expression reflected in her blood-red eyes. She just like that. She gazed and gazed as if to engrave this moment of him completely into her eyes and heart. Lin An closed his eyes, no longer struggling. The curtains were gently drawn, shutting out the silent snow falling outside the window and quietly shrouding all the stories about to unfold, or yet to unfold, into the warm shadows. Morning light and imprint. Lin An was awakened by sunlight. Not the tentative glimmer that seeps through curtain gaps, but a whole expanse of warm gold unreservedly flooding the entire room. The curtain had been pulled aside at a corner at some unknown moment, and the morning light after the fresh snows surged in, illuminating the fine dust floating in the air and coating everything on the bed with a soft warmth. He opened his eyes, his consciousness lingering in the haze of waking for a few seconds. Then he felt it. The warmth coming from behind him. Warm, soft, rising and falling with the steady rhythm of breathing. An arm reached across his waist, gently encircling him with a palm resting against his lower abdomen. Her fingers were slightly spread, the posture casual yet possessive, as if even in sleep she instinctively enclosed him within her territory. The person behind him was very close. So close that he could clearly sense every curve of her body, so close that her breath fell on the back of his neck, warm, regular, each exhalation brushing against his skin, bringing a delicate tingling sensation. Skin against skin. The phrase circled in Lin An's mind, and then last night's memories flooded in like a burst dam, the blood-red eyes startlingly bright in the dimness when she was pinned against the doorframe. He was pushed onto the bed, and she came over him, pressing her full weight onto him, her face so close that he could see every trace of light flowing in her eyes. And her hand. That slightly cool hand starting from his jaw slowly moved downward, past his Adam's apple collarbone, chest all the way down. Lin An's ears turned red at a visible speed. His body unconsciously stiffened, and he even lightened his breathing, afraid to disturb the person still sleeping behind him. Almost at the same moment the arm around his waist tightened slightly. From behind came an extremely soft, sleepy, low laugh. Awake. Her voice carried the huskiness unique to just waking up, lower and more languid than usual, yet adding an indescribable allure. Lin An's Adam's apple moved. He didn't turn around. He didn't dare. But the person behind him clearly didn't intend to let him off. The arm around his waist not only didn't loosen but pulled tighter, drawing him more intimately into that warm embrace. Her body pressed against him, her cheek rubbing against the back of his head, her chin lightly resting on the top of his hair. Morning, she said, her voice muffled yet carrying a smile. Then a gentle kiss landed on the back of his neck. Lin An's body trembled slightly. That spot was too sensitive. He could clearly feel the warmth of her lips, soft, and carrying the slight heat of waking, utterly different from the light kiss on his eyelid last night. That one was tentative, cherishing. But this kiss was a declaration, a brand. By Shwe. His voice was strained. You. He wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. In the end he said nothing. He just gently relaxed his body, which had been stiff from tension, leaned back and sank deeper into that warm, reassuring embrace. The person behind him seemed very satisfied with this response. Her arm adjusted slightly, making him more comfortable in her hold, and then she stopped moving, just holding him quietly, her breathing gradually evening out as if she planned to stay like this a little longer. The sunlight continued to pour in. The world outside the window was silent after the snow. Occasionally the rustling sound of snows sliding off branches reached them, muffled and distant through the glass. Inside there were only two breaths, one deep and one shallow, gradually synchronizing. After who knew how long, Lin An finally moved. He turned over in her arms, becoming face to face. Too close. So close that he could count her eyelashes, so close that he could see the lingering laziness in the depths of her blood-red eyes, so close that his nose almost brushed against hers. Her arm was still around his waist, not loosening as he turned but instead pulling him closer. Morning light shone from behind her, gilding her white hair and a faint gold spreading on the pillow like melted moonlight. Her blood-red eyes appeared a shade lighter in the sunlight, yet still deep, still making him drown at a single glance. The sunlight grew brighter. The first morning after the snow was thus whiled away in bed. When they finally got up it was nearly noon. Saying got up was a long process. She reached out from under the covers and tugged at his clothes. 5 more minutes. 5 minutes later he pulled her. Time to get up. She didn't move. He tried to get up but she yanked him back and he fell into the bed again. After a bit of this play they finally managed to get up. After lunch the two went out for a walk. The world after the snow was completely different from usual. The air was crisp as if freshly washed, carrying a slight chill as it entered the lungs, yet refreshing. The sky was that clear, almost transparent azure only seen after snow. Sunlight fell on the snow, reflecting a dazzling yet warm radiance. The paths in the residential area had been cleared, but when they turned into the nearby small park that was usually quiet, they were met with a pristine, flawless expanse of snow white as a fairy tale. The park was small, with only a few old trees, a winding path, and a small artificial lake covered in thin ice. The path was buried under snow, the lake a vast white with no discernible boundary between ice and snow. The entire world was extremely quiet, with only the occasional rustle of snow sliding off branches. Lin An took a deep breath, then suddenly let go of Bai Shue's hand and ran forward a few steps. "Come." He turned and waved at her. Bai Shue stood still, watching him. Like a child he pressed the first footprint into the untouched snow. Then he turned back, looked at the crooked trail he left, and grinned. "You too." He waved again. Bai Shue finally stepped forward, unhurriedly walked over and stood beside him. Then she also lifted her foot and pressed the deep footprint next to his. They stood side by side, looking at the two marks side by side on the snow, one large and one small, though her foot was not much smaller than his. He was about to say something when a cold, fluffy ball of snow suddenly hit his shoulder, shattering into white flakes. He looked up. In Bai Shue's hand, seemingly out of nowhere, was a small snowball, and she was looking at him with an air of nonchalance, yet a hint of teasing in her eyes. Lin An squinted. The next second he bent down and quickly packed a handful of snow. The war began. The two chased, dodged, and counterattacked in the empty snowfield. Laughter echoed in the silent park, startling a few sparrows on distant branches who fluttered away to farther treetops. Lin An's athletic ability was far better than before. His dodges were agile, his throws accurate, and for a time he was evenly matched with Bai Shue. But her reaction speed was ultimately crushing. After a few exchanges he began to fall behind, only able to dodge awkwardly. Seeing another snowball flying straight at him, he sidestepped, letting it brush past his cheek and hit the tree trunk behind him. A mischievous idea suddenly struck him. While she was bent down packing the next snowball, he quietly circled behind her, grabbed a handful of the softest snow, and then stretched his hand and gently slipped it into the back of her collar. Bai Shue's motion froze instantly. The snow slid down against the back of her neck, the cold sensation making her pause entirely. Having succeeded, Lin An immediately jumped back. "Haha." Bai Shue slowly straightened up and turned around. Her face was expressionless, but her blood-red eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at him. Lin An's smile gradually stiffened. "Bai Shue." He cautiously stepped back. She didn't speak. She just started walking toward him. Lin An turned and ran. But his speed was ultimately no match for hers. After only 7 or 8 steps, an arm wrapped around his waist from behind, and he was pulled back. "Running away." Her voice sounded in his ear, carrying a smile. "I was wrong." He immediately surrendered. "Really, I was wrong." Too late. Then that hand began to precisely tickle the most sensitive spot on his waist. "Ha ha ha." "No. I was wrong." Bai Shue. "Ha ha 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 ha." Lin An laughed until his body went limp, struggling to escape, but unable to break free from that seemingly casual yet unshakable embrace. Laughter echoed in the snowfield, startling even more sparrows. Finally he was too weak from laughter, his legs gave way, and he fell with her onto the thick snow. The snow was soft, falling didn't hurt at all. He lay there in the snow on his back, gasping for air, a smile still on his face from the tears of laughter. She lay on her side beside him, propping her head on one hand, looking down at him, her blood-red eyes filled with undisguised laughter and tenderness. "Still want to play?" "No more." He was weak. "Really? For now, no more." She gave a soft laugh and lay down next to him. The two lay side by side on the snow, gazing at the sky that was so clear it was almost transparent. Sunlight fell on their faces, warm and dazzling. The snow beneath them melted slightly, bringing a hint of coolness, but not uncomfortable. The distant city noise was cut off by this small snow-covered park, as if only the two of them remained between heaven and earth. Lin An turned his head. She lay beside him, her white hair spread over the snow, almost blending into the surrounding white. Her blood-red eyes reflected the blue of the sky, sparkling as if lost in thought. He reached out and took her hand. She turned her head slightly to look at him. He didn't speak, just looked into her eyes. After a long time he finally spoke. "Bai Shue. What are we now?" He paused, his voice soft, carrying a hint of cautious probing. He himself didn't notice. What is this? This question, they both knew the answer. From last night, from the kiss on the back of his neck, from her saying mine in bed, from that sealing good morning kiss, everything was already clear without words. But he still wanted to ask. Not because he wasn't sure, but because he wanted to hear her say it. To hear her utter that word and then let it leave an imprint on both their hearts. Bai Shui looked at him quietly. Sunlight spread behind her, outlining her white hair with a faint golden edge. In those blood-red eyes reflected his face, and also the clear blue sky and the pure white snow. Then the corners of her mouth curved slightly. She turned her face more fully toward him, her blood-red eyes gazing at his eyes clearly and tenderly. What do you think? She countered. Her voice was very soft, yet carried a certain reassuring tenderness. Lin An looked at her and suddenly smiled. He didn't press further. He just held her hand tighter, tilted his head back, and gazed at the boundless clear sky after the snow. Mem, he said, I understand. No need for that word. Her eyes, her tone, the warmth from her palm, they were already the best answer. When they got home, their hair, shoulders, and shoes were all dusted with snow. While brushing each other off at the door, Lin An took the chance to flick a pinch of snow onto her hair, and she caught his wrist and lightly tickled his waist twice as punishment. Laughter echoed in the hallway. After changing into dry home clothes, they curled up on the sofa, wrapped in the same wide flannel blanket. The blanket was one Lin An had bought last winter, gray-blue, large and soft, and now it wrapped the two of them snugly together. Her legs rested on his arm encircled her waist, her head leaned on his shoulder, and his chin rested on the top of her head. The TV was on tuned to some variety show, with the host's exaggerated laughter and the audience's applause merging into a noisy background. No one was really watching. On the coffee table was a freshly opened bag of potato chips, original flavor. Lin An took one bit half and held the other half to her lips. She lowered her head and ate it from his hand, her lips brushing lightly against his fingertips, carrying the salty fragrance of chip crumbs and a slight tingle. He withdrew his hand and took another piece. This repeated. After the chips were finished, he wiped his hands with a tissue and then pulled her back into his arms. The sky outside gradually darkened. The dusk after snow came gentler than usual, the afterglow filtered through the glass, tinting the entire living room a warm orange. The TV program switched to an old movie. No one paid attention to the plot. They just leaned against each other, occasionally exchanging a kiss. Potato chip flavored. Salty, with a hint of oil fragrance mingling with each other's scent. Not intense, not sentimental, even with a casual dailiness. But it was precisely this casualness, this effortless, natural flow of intimacy that made Lin An's sense of confirmation grow heavier and warmer, filling every corner of his heart. He looked down at her. She was gazing at the TV screen, her expression languid and relaxed, her blood-red eyes reflecting the shifting light of the screen. Her white hair was slightly messy on his shoulder, the ends brushing his neck, bringing a faint tickle. He leaned down and placed a kiss on the corner of her forehead. She didn't turn around, but the corners of her mouth curved slightly, and the hand on his waist tightened a little. Outside the window, the last trace of dusk sank below the horizon. Faint light ending. The winter afternoon sunlight was the gentlest gift of the four seasons. It was no longer blazing like summer, nor carrying the cool golden hue of autumn. It was pure warm, as if the soft light had been filtered of all edges, pouring in without stint through the bright glass door of the balcony, soaking the entire small space in warmth. Lin An leaned back in the slightly faded beanbag chair he had picked up from a second-hand market, basking in the sun. The chair was big enough for two people to curl up in the most comfortable position. On his knees lay a third-year high school review book, Math, open to the chapter on analytic geometry. The book was covered in highlights from various colored markers with dense notes in the margins. But at this moment his gaze was not on those parabola and ellipse equations. It was on the side. Bai Shui was leaning beside him, sharing the same chair. Her posture was even more relaxed than his, a white earphone wire extending from her ear. Extending from them, the other end connected to Lin An's phone. He was playing a soothing playlist of instrumental music on that device. They shared an earpiece, each immersed in the same melody. The sunlight fell upon her white hair, tinting the soft strands with a faint gold. Her profile appeared exceptionally gentle in the interplay of light and shadow. Her long lashes drooped, occasionally trembling slightly, as if moved by a certain sentence in the book, or stirred by a passage in the melody. On her wrist the two grass rings shimmered faintly under the sun, the blue of starlight grass and the silver of moonfire grass intertwined like solidified tenderness. Lin An simply gazed at her for a long time. The analytic geometry in his review materials had long been forgotten to the high heavens. He thought if only this could last forever. No pursuit from the shadow corridor, no conflicts in the vampire world, no danger looming at any moment. Only the warm winter sun, only the quiet afternoon, only her figure leaning against him while turning pages, only the unnamed piano pieces flowing through the earpiece. Ordinary like any ordinary family's weekend. Precious like the rarest miracle in the world. The music switched to the next track, a cello-led piece without lyrics. Low melodious, carrying a hint of nostalgia. Bai Shui's finger paused slightly on the page. She didn't lift her head but spoke softly. "What are you looking at?" Lin An was caught red-handed. The tips of his ears flushed slightly, yet he didn't avert his gaze and answered honestly. "Looking at you." Bai Shui finally raised her head, her blood-colored eyes shimmering with a warm gem-like luster in the sunlight. She didn't smile, but the tenderness spreading in her eyes was more captivating than any smile. "Have you finished your review materials?" she asked. "Not yet," Lin An admitted honestly. She glanced at the nearly untouched book on his lap, then at him, then looked away and continued reading, but the corner of her mouth curved into an almost imperceptible arc. Lin An simply closed the material and placed it on the side table. He adjusted his posture to get more comfortable, while subtly pulling her hand over and holding it in his palm. Her hand was slightly cool, not much warmer even under the winter sun, but as he held it longer it gradually absorbed his warmth. Bai Shui did not pull away. She even slightly shifted to let her hand lie more naturally in his palm while her other hand steadily held the book, continuing to read. The sunlight continued to flow. The music in the earpiece changed from one tune to another. In the distance, faint sounds of children playing and laughing in the neighborhood drifted over. Occasionally the sound of a car passing by came from the street below, muffled and distant. On the balcony across the building a neighbor was airing quilts, colorful comforters fluttering under the clear winter sky. Everything was so ordinary that one almost forgot there was another world beyond this one. So ordinary that one almost forgot that the bloodshed, the battles, the moments of life and death had truly happened. But Lin An had not forgotten. He knew she hadn't forgotten either. Those experiences had been etched into their lives, becoming part of themselves, impossible to detach, and unnecessary to detach. But at this moment they were temporarily set aside in the depths of memory. What was needed now was just the sunlight, the music, her hand, and the hand he held. After an unknown amount of time the music stopped. Lin An's phone had run out of battery and shut down automatically. Only silence remained in the earpiece. Bai Shui removed her earpiece and turned to look at him. "Battery dead?" she asked. Lin An picked up the phone and glanced at it. "It'll be fine after a short charge." He didn't immediately get up to charge it, still leaning there holding her hand. Bai Shui didn't urge him either. The two sat quietly, letting the afternoon sunlight slowly shift across them. The light gradually slanted from the initial noon directness into oblique rays carrying a warm orange hue. The shadows on the balcony stretched longer, the silhouette of the lazy sofa elongated, casting onto the glass door behind. Lin An suddenly spoke. "Bai Shui." He looked ahead at the city skyline dyed orange-red by the setting sun, his voice very soft yet earnest. "Will we always be like this?" Bai Shui turned her head to look at him. He didn't look back, still gazing into the distance. His profile was outlined in a warm contour against the sunset, his brows and eyes calm, but the corner of his mouth was slightly pursed, as if waiting for an answer or as if asking a question he himself wasn't quite sure about. "Just live on like this ordinary life," he added. Bai Shui didn't answer immediately. She simply followed his gaze into the distance. The sun was setting, the city skyline painted in layers of orange, red, and pale purple. In the distance a few homing birds crossed the sky, leaving tiny silhouettes against the afterglow. The street below began to stir, office workers leaving work, children returning from school, street vendors packing up, each heading to their own place of belonging. The mundane world. Ordinary, trivial, day after day. Yet it was the most precious happiness that countless people sought their entire lives. She withdrew her gaze and looked at the young man beside her. He had turned his head and was looking at her, his eyes holding expectation, a hint of uncertainty, and deeper still a steadfast determination to share every ordinary day with her. Bai Shui smiled slightly. Not a faint polite smile nor a mischievous teasing one, but a gentle genuine smile that welled up from the depths of her eyes like the sunset melting on the surface of a lake. She raised her hand and gently caressed his cheek. Her fingertips were cool but tender. "Lin An." Ordinary." She spoke slowly, her voice clear and soft in the afternoon stillness. "Is itself the most worthy miracle to protect." Lin An's eyelashes trembled slightly. She continued, her gaze deep as if looking at him and also at something farther. I have protected many things before. The glory of the court, the safety of my people, order and rules. They were all important, worth my long time to maintain. Her thumb gently brushed over his brow bone, her movements as soft as touching a fragile dream. But ordinary. She paused, the curve of her lips deepening. Is the first time. Lin An's heart was gently touched by these words. He remembered what she had once said. She said that this kind of attachment, the desire to protect a specific person and share ordinary moments, was the only time. At this moment she was speaking of the same thing. So, she withdrew her hand and held his again, fingers interlaced, palms touching. We will always be like this. As long as there is you and me. Her blood-colored eyes shimmered with warm light in the sunset, holding the tenderness, he knew, the steadfastness he relied on, and a deeper calm that seemed to pierce through the long years. As for the future, she raised her chin slightly, looking at the sky gradually being swallowed by dusk. No matter what it brings, we will face it together. Lin An looked at her. At her white hair dyed golden by the setting sun, at the boundless tenderness in her eyes, at the calm and confident curve of her lips. Then he smiled. Not a big laugh nor a silly grin. It was a relieved, at ease, faint smile that finally let go of all uncertainties. He tightened his grip on her hand. Okay, he said. The sun finally sank below the horizon. The sky shifted from orange-red to deep blue, and the first star quietly appeared in the eastern sky. The city lights gradually lit up one by one, then patches of light like an ocean decorating this winter night with warmth and brightness. The temperature on the balcony began to drop. The night breeze blew in with a chill, stirring the edge of the curtain. Bai Shui stood up, stretched her slightly numb legs, then reached out her hand to Lin An. Time to make dinner. Lin An took her hand and used it to stand up. He didn't let go, instead holding her hand as they walked into the living room. Passing the balcony door, he glanced outside. The city night had fully descended. Thousands of lights were like scattered stars in the human world, each flickering in the darkness. In the distance, the traffic on the elevated road formed a flowing river of light, silently streaming. And farther away, in a place beyond the reach of the naked eye, he knew there was another world. There was a sky of eternal twilight, glowing tundra, the moonlight crystal forest on Bright Moon Slope, and the vacant throne in the Silver Moon Hall. There were forces being reshuffled, undercurrents not yet fully calmed, and countless eyes quietly observing, waiting and calculating. But at this moment none of that concerned them. What needed to be done now was to walk into the kitchen, open the fridge, and see what to have for dinner tonight. Lin An withdrew his gaze and followed Bai Shui into the room. The kitchen was small, standing side by side made it a bit cramped. But no one complained. Bai Shui was in charge of cutting vegetables. Her knife skills were precise, each slice of carrot uniformly thick as if measured with a ruler. Lin An assisted nearby, washing vegetables, handing over seasonings, occasionally stealing a piece of freshly cut tomato, only to have her lightly tap his forehead with her wet fingers. Set the table, she said. Right away. He washed his hands, took out 2 bowls and 2 pairs of chopsticks from the cupboard, and arranged them on the small dining table. From the kitchen came the sizzling sound of oil heating in the wok, followed by the aroma of scallions and ginger being stir-fried. He stood by the table, watching her busy figure at the stove, her long white hair casually tied up with a hair tie revealing a small patch of pale skin at the nape of her neck. She wore that beige apron, and the bow tied at the back was slightly crooked. He had tied it hastily that morning and hadn't had a chance to redo it. He walked over and gently wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. Her stir-frying motion paused slightly, but she didn't turn around, only letting out a soft, Nothing. He rested his chin on her shoulder, looking at the vegetables tumbling in the wok. Just wanted a hug. She gave a soft laugh, didn't pull away, but continued stir-frying, occasionally turning her head to rub against his cheek. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of cooking and the familiar scent of each other. Outside the window the night deepened. And they, in this small warm space that belonged only to the two of them, were spending another ordinary evening. After dinner the two curled up on the sofa. This time no books, no music, just quietly leaning against each other watching some boring variety show on TV. The laughter on the show was exaggerated, but neither of them laughed, they just stayed quietly. Lin An's phone had finished charging, the screen lit up, and a message notification popped up. It was from his mother. Coming home for dinner this week. Your dad says he misses you. He stared at the message for a few seconds without replying immediately. Bai Shui noticed, glanced at his screen, and said nothing but gently placed her hand over his. Lin An snapped out of it, and held her hand back. It's okay, he said. I'll reply later. He put the phone aside and continued leaning against her shoulder. The TV switched to the next commercial, an ad for a laundry detergent showing a family of 3 laughing while hanging clothes under the sun. He looked at that scene and suddenly recalled a long time ago in the vampire world in that ancient castle shrouded in eternal twilight when he first met her. He had never imagined such a day would come. Never imagined that he would sit side by side with her in an ordinary rented apartment in the human world watching boring TV commercials, wondering whether to go home for dinner on the weekend. Fate was truly mysterious. But he no longer feared it would suddenly turn. Because the hand that held his had never let go. The night grew deeper. The city outside gradually quieted, the traffic on the elevated road thinned, and lights in distant buildings turned off one by one. Only the streetlights remained on, standing in the cold winter night, fulfilling their duty to the night. On the small table on the balcony, the ancient tome disguised as a history of Western philosophy lay open. The night breeze slipped through the gap in the glass door that wasn't fully closed, gently brushing the pages. The pages turned, flipping several sheets, and stopped at a certain spot. It was a blurry illustration painted with faded pigments flickering in the interplay of the faint light from outside and the warm lamp inside. The illustration depicted a figure with white hair standing on a high mountain peak overlooking the sea of clouds below, and a silver glowing city faintly visible in the distance. Her back bore an indescribable resemblance to the white-haired girl who was now quietly nestled on the sofa, resting with her eyes closed. The wind stopped. The pages slowly fell back into place. The illustration was hidden among the yellowed leaves like a temporarily shelved story belonging to the future. Lin An had fallen asleep at some point. When he woke up, he found himself leaning against Bai Shui's shoulder, covered with a thin blanket she had fetched from somewhere. The TV was off. Only a floor lamp was still on in the living room, casting a warm yellow glow. Bai Shui was still awake, staring out the window in a daze. "What time is it?" He rubbed his eyes, his voice hoarse from just waking up. 11. She turned back. "Go sleep in the bed." Lin An nodded but didn't get up immediately. He sat up, looked at her, and suddenly asked, "What are you thinking about?" Bai Shui was silent for a moment. Then she smiled faintly. "I was thinking," she said, "about the question you asked earlier." Lin An was momentarily stunned, then recalled the conversation on the balcony that afternoon. "Will we always be like this?" He waited for her answer. Bai Shui reached out and gently brushed away a short strand of hair that had fallen on his shoulder. "The answer to that question," she said, her blood-colored eyes as soft as honey under the warm yellow light, "I have already given you." She leaned in and pressed an extremely light kiss on his lips. "No matter what the future brings." She pulled back slightly, looking into his eyes. "We will face it together." Lin An looked at her. At those blood-colored eyes that had once been cold as an abyss but now only flowed with tenderness for him. Then he smiled too. "Okay," he said. That night they fell asleep in each other's arms. Outside, the city night was peaceful and serene. In a distant dimension, the moonlight of another world still gently illuminated the new order. And they had found between these two worlds their own most ordinary and most precious haven. Growth had never ceased. And those unfinished mysteries, about the new undercurrents in the vampire world, about a challenge yet to be encountered in the future, those were matters for tomorrow. Matters for the future. Stories that might be reopened one day. But at this moment the night was just right, the embrace warm. Holding each other warm. And they have each other. One evening Bai Shui and Lin An played a competitive electronic game. The scene is an arena. The air is cool and carries a faint elusive dampness of the night. The arena floor is paved with ancient bluestone with faint dark red patterns visible in the gaps, as if it has witnessed countless life and death battles. The surrounding stands are empty, only tall stone pillars encircle the battlefield with ever-burning blue flames atop the pillars, casting the entire space in a cold, eerie glow. Night wind sweeps by, carrying a faint whistling sound. In the center of the arena 2 figures stand facing each other. The white-haired girl wears a silver-white battle armor, its lines simple and elegant, fitting her tall and powerful figure. The armor's shoulders are carved with intricate moon phase patterns from crescent to full moon, cycle after cycle. A short sword hangs at her waist, but her hand does not touch the hilt. No, on her left arm a translucent energy shield with flowing dark red patterns has condensed at some point. The shield surface is smooth as a mirror, reflecting the figure of the boy opposite, and also the virtual full moon above. The black-haired boy stands 10 paces away from her. He wears a dark blue lightweight combat suit, thin yet resilient, clinging to his well-proportioned and explosive muscle lines. He holds a long spear in his hand. The shaft is pitch black with fine dark patterns flowing on its surface, while the tip gleams with cold silver light. It is his usual spear. Whisper of the night. A weapon that has accompanied him through countless battles. A subtle tension fills the air like the calm before a storm. Ready? She asks. Her voice is not loud, but it echoes in the empty arena, stirring layers of reverberations. Lin An grips the spear shaft. The cold touch from the weapon steadies his mind. He takes a deep breath and nods. Come on. The moment his words fall, the corners of her mouth lift slightly. The next second her figure disappears from the spot. It is not the afterimage of high-speed movement, but true disappearance. Her class is Moon's Shadow Knight. Lin An's pupils constrict sharply. Too fast. He has no time to think. His body reacts instinctively. Sidestep, spear sweep. Clang! The spear shaft collides with the energy shield, sending out dazzling sparks. The dark red shield solidifies upon impact as if made of real steel. The tremendous impact numbs his tiger's mouth. His whole arm trembles slightly, and he slides backward 3 steps, his boots leaving 2 shallow furrows on the bluestone floor. But her figure halts only briefly, then closes into less than an arm's length. The shield presses forward. Lin An has no time to withdraw his spear. It gets stuck by the shield, unable to pull back. He has to make a quick decision, abandon the spear and retreat. He kicks off the ground forcefully, his body slanting backward. The dark red shield grazes his chest. Although not directly hit, the residual heat of that scorching energy still burns his chest, leaving a charred mark on the front of his combat suit. His breath catches a trace of blood. Taste rises in his throat. She lands, turns, holding the shield in front of her, composed. Her voice echoes in the arena with a hint of a smile. You're slow. That smile is not mockery, but a teasing that borders on indulgence. Lin An grits his teeth and beckons with his hand. The spear that was knocked away spins in the air, its shaft emitting a faint blue light, then, as if pulled by invisible threads, flies back into his hand. The characteristic of Whisper of the Night, never lost. He takes a deep breath, adjusts his breathing, and opens his perception fully. This time he will no longer passively defend. He will take the initiative. His body turns into a black lightning bolt, the spear thrusting straight. The spear tip tears through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. She sidesteps, tilting the shield to block. The spear tip scrapes a harsh spark across the shield, leaving a shallow mark. But this thrust is only a feint. The real killing move is below. While thrusting the spear, Lin An's body completes a spin, his left leg like a whip, carrying his full weight, sweeping toward her lower body. If this leg hits, it would be enough to make anyone lose balance. She seems to have anticipated it. She doesn't meet it head-on, but lightly leaps, her body stretching out in the air. Not only does she avoid the sweep, but she also flips in the air, the edge of the shield bringing a sharp whoosh descending from above straight toward his head. If this hit lands, it would be enough to split his character in two. Lin An leans back, sliding almost against the ground. His back scrapes the bluestone, sparks flying. The shield's edge grazes his nose, the forceful wind stinging his cheeks, and he can even feel the scorching energy burning his skin. While sliding away, his body twists oddly, and the spear sweeps upward from an impossible angle. This move is extremely tricky, a counterattack technique he has practiced countless times. Poison Dragon emerges from the cave. The spear tip stabs toward her abdomen. No, not a stab, but a lift. Lifting toward the gap beneath the shield. That is the weakest area of the shield's defense, also an angle she cannot immediately adjust her defense to. Her body tenses slightly. In that instant, her originally smooth movements show a minuscule pause. A flicker of surprise. He can actually launch a counterattack from this angle. That pause is the chance. Lin An bursts forth. The ground beneath his feet cracks, his body like a spring compressed to the limit, suddenly released. The spear, like a living silver serpent, bypasses the shield's edge from an almost impossible angle, breaking through her defense. The spear tip stops half an inch from her throat. The cold silver light reflects in her blood-red eyes. Did I win? Lin An pants heavily, gasping for air. Sweat drips down his cheeks. His eyes shine with excitement, a long-lost joy. Bai Shui looks down at the spear pointing at her throat. Then she looks up at him. And then she smiles. It is a meaningful smile that sends a slight chill down Lin An's spine. Her voice is soft, as if coaxing a child. Are you sure? Before Lin An can answer, he feels the spear in his hand suddenly sink. Her empty right hand has somehow grasped the shaft. Her 5 fingers tighten, dark red energy patterns appearing on her pale fingers, spreading upward along the shaft. Wherever they pass, the dark patterns on the spear flicker violently, and his hand holding the spear feels a numbness, as if something is eroding his connection with the weapon. What is this? Disarm, she says softly. Moon Shadow Knight high-level skill, Shadow Disarm. It can temporarily cut off the opponent's link with their weapon. The next moment an irresistible force comes from the spear. Following the spear's pull he is dragged along. Lin An's spear and all is yanked toward her. He wants to let go but it's too late. His chest crashes into the shield. She looks down at him, clear laughter rippling in her eyes. It is the smile of a victor. You lost. Lin An's breathing is completely disordered from the intense consumption of the game. He starts but she interrupts. Not over yet. The spear clatters to the ground, the sound especially clear in the empty arena. Her shield does not release. Instead it adjusts its angle slightly, pinning him between herself and the shield, leaving no retreat. The shield's edge presses against his side, immobilizing him. Her other hand presses on his shoulder, seemingly gentle but with an inescapable force. This is a complete deadlock. Any struggle is futile. Concede? She asks, her voice carrying a smile. Lin An looks at her, at the burning light in her eyes. Then he also smiles. No. She raises an eyebrow, a little surprised. Just when she thinks he has no tricks left, Lin An's body suddenly sinks downward. And in this downward motion his hand has already touched the ground, touched the fallen spear. The moment his fingertip contacts the shaft, the spear suddenly glows with a faint blue light. That is the unbreakable bond between him and his weapon. His hand grips the shaft. The next moment, he does not stand up. Instead, staying in the crouch, he spins his body violently. The spear sweeps along the ground like a black arc, slashing toward her feet. This attack is too sudden, too tricky. Just now, because of his downward motion, her center of gravity shifted forward, and at this moment her feet are the most vulnerable point of defense. She can only leap, but the moment she leaps her body has no leverage in the air. Now, Lin An bursts forth. Not an attack but a charge. His whole body like a cannonball, he rams his shoulder into her abdomen. She cannot dodge in the air, she can only press the shield downward to block. But Lin An's charge carries his full weight and momentum, the tremendous impact causing her to lose balance. She flies backward. Lin An follows closely. Her back hits a stone pillar at the edge of the arena. Bang! A dull impact echoes in the empty arena. The blue flames on the pillar shake violently, scattering a patch of light and shadow. Lin An presses in his hands on the pillar on either side of her, trapping her between himself and the pillar. He looks down at her. Breathing heavily, sweat drips from his chin, falling onto her armor with a faint pattering sound. Her white hair spreads on the pillar like cascading moonlight. Her blood-red eyes widen slightly, no longer holding that composed smile, but a hint of surprise at being caught off guard by the sudden attack. The initial probing, cautious like adventurers stepping into an unknown realm for the first time. Her response is equally cautious. In this game they are both beginners. But today they are both pushing their limits. Then her shield disappears. It seems they have understood how to use skills. Dark red energy fragments scatter in the air like withering petals. Her hands climb onto his shoulders, pulling him toward herself. Spell Shadow Entanglement. Dense shadows surge around her body like living vines, entwining his limbs. The shadows are icy cold with a paralyzing effect, slowing his movements. Counter Moonlight Pierce. Lin An's body suddenly shines with silver-white light. That is the unique light of his class skill. He breaks free from the binding spear, thrusting straight. Breath intertwines. Heartbeats accelerate. The arena's starry sky slowly rotates, a meteor streaks across the sky, trailing a silver tail. Spell Soul Shock. Her shield reforms, but not for defense. It slams into the ground. A dark red shockwave spreads out from her, the ground cracks inch by inch and stones fly. That is a soul-level attack, directly shaking his consciousness. Lin An's vision goes dark, his whole body locked in place. Counter Psychic Resonance. But his passive responds. The spear automatically blocks the shaft horizontal in front of his chest, taking the subsequent shield strike. Clang! In the tremendous collision, Lin An flies backward, rolling 3 times on the ground to dissipate the force. He kneels on one knee, the spear planted on the ground, panting heavily. Meanwhile she stands still, the dark red light on the shield slowly flowing as if gathering energy for the next attack. Lin An stands up. Again. Spell Bloodline Burning. Dark red flames ignite around her body. That is a forbidden art that burns health for attack power. The flames lick her armor, dyeing the silver white into blood red. Her aura surges, the pressure tangible, making it almost impossible for Lin An to breathe. Counter Energy Clash. Lin An advances instead of retreating. He also activates his own forbidden art, Burning Defense, for attack. The two figures collide again. shield and spear. Each impact sends out dazzling light, each exchange shakes the ground. Blue stone shatters pillars, shake, the blue flames flicker and the shockwaves. His spear thrusts, she sidesteps and dodges, shield sweeps, he ducks, spear sweeps at her lower body, she leaps, flips in the air, shield presses down, he leans back, spear lifts upward. Each attack and defense is extremely dangerous, each dodge is perilous. Spell Eternal Prison. Her shield suddenly bursts. Not breaking but actively disintegrating. Countless dark red energy fragments scatter, forming a huge cage in the air enveloping the entire center of the arena. Strange runes flow on the cage's walls, anyone who touches them will be imprisoned. This is her ultimate control skill. Counter Dawnlight. Lin An grips the spear with both hands, the tip pointing to the sky. Silver-white light gathers at the tip, growing brighter and brighter like a small sun. He thrusts the spear into the ground with force. Light erupts. Centered on him, a silver-white pillar of light shoots up, colliding violently with the dark red cage. The two energies corrode and cancel each other, emitting a harsh screech. The entire arena trembles, the blue flames on the pillars extinguish one after another, only to reignite the next second. Cracks appear on the cage. Then it shatters. Dark red fragments fall like rain, dissipating in the air. Lin An kneels on one knee, panting heavily. His health has dropped to 30%, a red warning box flashing at the edge of his vision. Bai Shui stands not far away, also panting. Her health is slightly higher than his at 45%. Lin An's breathing is completely disordered. The next attacks will no longer be probing. No more holding back. It is all-out effort. Spell Meteor Thrust. Bai Shui's figure splits into countless afterimages, attacking from all directions simultaneously. Each afterimage holds a shield, each with genuine killing intent. This is her high-level skill, Moon Shadow Clone, which can create 7 clones with 30% of the original's attack power. Counter Absolute Defense. Lin An reels in the spear, forming hand seals. Silver-white light condenses into a huge light shield in front of him, protecting his entire body. The ultimate defensive skill of Dawn Knight, capable of blocking any attack for 3 seconds. 7 figures simultaneously crash into the light shield. The impact sounds merge into one, deafening. The light shield trembles violently, countless cracks appear, but in the second before it shatters, the 7 figures simultaneously dissipate. Only one figure remains. The real body. She is right in front of him, the shield pressing against the light shield, her blood-red eyes looking at him through the soon-to-shatter barrier. The corners of her mouth lift. Spell Endless Abyss. The moment the light shield breaks her shield, an endless darkness surged from the card. The darkness, like a living entity, devoured him entirely. He could see nothing, hear nothing. His senses were completely severed. This was her control skill, capable of blinding and deafening him for 3 seconds. 3 seconds, enough time for her to do anything. Counterattack Light of Dawn. The spear thrust forward. Not wildly but with precision, aiming straight at the only aura in the darkness. The darkness dissipated. The spear tip stopped half an inch before her brow. Her shield stopped half an inch before his chest. The battle had lasted for a long time. So long that the stars in the arena had spun countless cycles, so long that meteors had fallen one after another, so long that the blue flames on the pillars had burned and died and burned again. Many times his health bar nearly hit 0. 5%. 3%. 1%. The health hovered on the red warning line, teetering on the brink of depletion. Yet, she always stopped attacking at that critical moment. Not a mistake, not a cooldown. It was deliberate. Letting him catch his breath, retreat a few steps, and trigger the game's passive health regeneration. As long as he wasn't attacked for 3 seconds, his character would slowly recover health. Like a pro player fishing for noobs. Letting him see hope, then shattering that hope again. Then starting over. Again and again. But he didn't give up. Every time his health recovered, he charged again. Every time she suppressed him, he sought a chance to counterattack. His spear was knocked away countless times, only to be summoned back. His body was knocked down countless times, only to rise again. Sweat soaked his hair, plastering it to his cheeks. The game character's breathing echoed through the empty arena. Slow. Slower. His voice trembled, barely restrained, whether from exhaustion or something else. Her answer was a more ferocious skill. Spell Entangle Deepen. Shadows surged from the ground, binding his feet, locking him in place. Counterattack Break Free. Silver-white light exploded as he tore through the shadows, staggering forward. Spell Suppression. Her shield descended from the sky with immense force, pressing him onto one knee. Counterattack Unyielding Will. He raised his head, eyes burning with unyielding light, forcing himself to withstand the shield's pressure and slowly stand. Spell abyss gaze. Endless shadows surged from her blood-red eyes, coalescing into a giant eye that looked down upon him. It was a soul-level pressure enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. Counterattack. Dawn breaks. Silver-white light burst from his body, warm and blazing, dispelling all shadows. He stood with his spear, the tip aimed at the giant eye, utterly fearless. Time passed, either knew how long. Both health bars were below 5%. His at 4%. Hers at 3%. Any hit would decide the outcome. They stared at each other from 10 paces away. Both gasping for breath. Both gathering their last reserves of strength. Two figures charged at each other. Shield raised high, light condensed. The spear thrust out, silver-white blazing. Final moonlight. Her body transformed into a streak of light, the dark red glow on her shield concentrated to its peak as if carrying a dark moon. That was her strongest finishing move, requiring full energy to unleash. Dawn or aura. The silver-white light on his spear condensed to the same extreme. All his strength, all his will, all his refusal to yield poured into this single thrust. That was his strongest attack skill, also requiring full energy. The two beams were about to collide. The entire arena trembled. Her shield met his spear tip. His spear pierced into her shield. Both pushed their energy to the limit. After a fierce exchange of countless moves, Lin An's energy was exhausted first. He could only watch the game's execution animation play. Game over. The winter days were always short. When they returned from the newly opened ski resort on the outskirts, the sky had already darkened completely. City lights flickered on one by one, blurring into soft halos outside the frost-coated bus window. Lin An leaned against the bus seat, his head nodding downward, drowsy as a cat basking in the sun. Bai Shui sat beside him, watching his struggle to keep his eyes open, how they kept drooping shut. A faint trace of a smile rippled in her blood-red eyes. They had played too hard today. The ski resort wasn't crowded and the slopes were in excellent condition. Lin An, who had started with stumbling falls, eventually managed to wobble down the beginner slope, his sense of accomplishment soaring. He rode it 7 or 8 times. After the last run his legs were trembling, but his face was beaming as if he had found treasure. Bai Shui stayed by his side the whole time, watching him fall, get up, fall again, and rise again. Occasionally she reached out to steady him. Occasionally, after he finally managed to ski down a section, she gently rubbed his frozen red ears. She knew how exhausted he was. On the bus he swayed with drowsiness, his head eventually resting on her shoulder. His breathing grew steady and long. She tilted her head slightly, looking at his face, still curved in a faint smile even in sleep. A soft corner in her heart was gently filled a little more. When they returned to their rented apartment, Bai Shui gently shook him awake. "We're here." He opened his eyes, groggily rubbed them, and followed her off the bus, up the stairs and through the door. As soon as he entered, he collapsed toward the sofa. Bai Shui reached out, grabbed his collar, and pulled him back. "Shower," she said. "You're sweaty. You'll catch a cold." Lin An struggled weakly. "I'll do it tomorrow." "Now." Her tone was flat, but her grip didn't loosen. After a 2-second struggle he gave up and let her drag him toward the bathroom. At the bathroom door he suddenly realized something. Wait. Wait. He stopped and turned to look at her. "You." Bai Shui stood behind him, her expression calm, but a barely noticeable glint of mischief flickered in her blood-red eyes. "What?" Lin An's ears began to burn. You want to shower too?" he stammered. She nodded. "Together?" Lin An's ears turned completely red. Showering together. The phrase swirled in his mind, burning him into a daze. Since they had confirmed their relationship, they had done intimate things, hugs, kisses, even more tender moments. But showering together. That was. "Saves time," Bai Shui added, her expression still serious. "The water heater has limited capacity." Lin An looked at her innocent face, but he felt the mischievous smile in her eyes growing. Yet he didn't refuse. He couldn't refuse. And he didn't really want to. The bathroom was small, with both of them inside. Turning around was a bit cramped. Warm yellow light illuminated the tiny space, and the water heater's indicator glowed red, humming softly. A thin layer of steam fogged the mirror, blurring their figures into soft silhouettes. Lin An stood there, not knowing where to put his hands or feet. But Bai Shui began to undress naturally. Her movements were fluid and casual, without a hint of shyness, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. The white sweater came off, revealing the light-colored undergarment beneath, then piece by piece. Lin An glanced once, then quickly averted his eyes, staring at a tile on the wall so intently he nearly burned a hole through it. Behind him came a very soft low laugh. Lin An's fingers trembled slightly as he took 3 times longer than usual to undo those few small buttons. She turned around, her blood-red eyes brimming with laughter reflecting his flushed face. "Thank you," she said. Then very naturally she took his hand and led him into the shower area. Hot water cascaded from the shower head, and steam soon filled the entire stall. Lin An stood under the stream, letting the warm water wash over his body, the tension of the day finally beginning to melt away. He closed his eyes, savoring the warmth until a hand holding a loofah covered in body wash pressed against his back. He flinched slightly and opened his eyes. Bai Shui stood behind him, earnestly scrubbing his back with the loofah. Her movements were gentle and meticulous from his shoulder blades to his waist, not missing a single spot. "Does it feel good?" she asked. It does," Lin An admitted honestly. She chuckled softly and continued scrubbing. After his back was done, she had him turn around. Lin An was a bit embarrassed, but he obediently turned. She began washing his front, from his shoulders to his chest to his arms, still gentle and careful. Lin An kept his head down, not daring to look at her, but he could feel her gaze on him, focused and something that made his heart race. After washing his arms, she suddenly said, "Raise your hands." Lin An instinctively raised his hands. Then in the next second, one of her hands effortlessly grabbed both his wrists, pinned them above his head, and pressed them against the wet wall. "Huh!" Lin An hadn't reacted yet. Her other hand had already reached his armpit. Gently she tickled him. Lin An's whole body jolted as if struck by lightning, and laughter burst uncontrollably from his throat. "Ha ha ha! What are you doing?" Bai Shui didn't answer. Her fingers continued to lightly tickle his armpit. Her fingertips, slick with body wash, traced circles on his sensitive skin. First slow tentative touches like feathers brushing, the subtle elusive itch spreading from the depths of his armpit. His laughter had just subsided when her fingers suddenly changed rhythm, pressing harder, vibrating rapidly in a small area, each stroke landing precisely on his most ticklish spot. "Ha ha, stop. Don't tickle there. Ha ha." Lin An laughed until his whole body went limp. He tried to struggle, but his wrists were firmly pinned, leaving him helpless. His laughter echoed in the cramped bathroom, soaked in steam. He tried to bite his lower lip to hold it in, but the ticklish sensation, like 1,000 tiny ants holding a sport's meat under his skin, crawled from his armpit all over his body, shattering every attempt at restraint. "You've been so tense all day," Bai Shui said with a smile in her voice. "Helping you relax?" Her fingers moved from his armpit to his waist. Lin An's reaction was even more intense. The moment her fingertips touched his waist, he curled up like a shrimp, laughing so hard he nearly slipped. "Ha ha ha. No. That's the most ticklish spot. Bai Shui. Please." She didn't stop. Instead, she intensified. One hand still holding his wrist, the other roamed over his waist from the lower edge of his ribs to the hollow of his back, not missing an inch of skin. Her fingertips alternated between light tap strokes and pressing in circles with her pads. Lin An's laughter had changed pitch, mingled with gasps and sobs, tears and shower water streaming down his face. "Bai. Ha. Bai Shui. I really can't. Ha." He finally began to beg, his voice broken, unable to form a complete sentence through his laughter. She finally stopped. Lin An leaned against the wall, gasping for air, tears streaming from laughter. The hot water continued to pour down, plastering his hair messily to his forehead, making him look pitiful and disheveled. His chest heaved violently like a fish out of water. Bai Shui looked at him, her blood-red eyes brimming with amusement. Just as Lin An caught his breath, she fetched a small stool from the side and placed it in front of him. "Sit down." He obediently sat. Then she knelt before him, picked up his left foot, and placed it on her knee. "Washing your feet," she said. Lin An looked at her lowered profile, watching her seriously scrub the back of his foot and ankle with the loofah. A soft corner of his heart suddenly grew very tender. But that tenderness lasted less than 10 seconds. Done. She put down the loofah, picked up the shower head, and rinsed the foam off his foot. Then, her hand gently grasped his ankle. Wait. Lin An suddenly had a bad feeling. She looked up, a mischievous glint in her blood-red eyes. "You've walked so much today, you must be tired," she said with a smile. "Want a massage?" No, really no need, ha ha ha." Her fingers had already touched the sole of his foot. Lin An's laughter exploded instantly. He desperately tried to pull his foot back, but her grip on his ankle was as steady as iron. Her fingers moved skillfully over the sole of his foot. First a light stroke along the arch sending a tingling sensation straight to his crown, then her fingertips pressed and kneaded the hollow of the ball of his foot. The most ticklish trigger point. Finally her fingertips began to tap rapidly over that area like a pianist playing a cheerful tune. Ha! No. Not there. Bai Shui. Ha! He laughed until his whole body trembled, his other foot kicking wildly in the air, his body writhing like a fish tossed onto the shore. He tried to curl his toes to escape, but she was prepared. Her fingers slipped into the crevices between his curled toes, lightly brushing the most tender skin. There are many pressure points on the soul, she said while tickling, her tone playfully serious. Massage is good for the body. Is this a massage? Ha! She finally stopped. Lin An leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, his face flushed red, tears smeared all over. He looked down at her, those blood-red eyes full of laughter sparkling as they gazed at him. Other foot, she said. No. In the end both feet received the massage. Lin An was completely drained, limply leaning against the wall as she continued to rinse him clean. She, on the other hand, was in a great mood, humming a nameless tune softly while moving gently and carefully. After rinsing she turned off the water, grabbed a towel, wrapped herself up, then wrapped him from head to toe with another towel. Then she began to rub his hair dry with the towel. Lin An wobbled under her vigorous rubbing but didn't resist. After drying his hair she unwrapped the towel and started drying his body. From top to bottom, thorough and gentle. Then she looked at him, put down the towel and wrapped her arms around his back. The two of them stood in the bathroom embracing silently for a long time. The steam gradually dissipated, leaving the air filled with the fragrance of body wash and the warmth of each other's presence. That evening, after drying their hair, they snuggled into bed.